Ah, where is this? Looking around, there was nothing but wilderness. Beneath his feet, a dozen soft-meters wide asphalt road cut through the wilderness. Looking ahead, the road shimmered with heat waves as far as the eye could see. Beichen rubbed his eyes vigorously. Just moments ago, he had been sleeping at home, yet waking up found himself here. Not a dream. A high-tech briefcase appeared before him. At the same time, a prompt sounded in his ear. Welcome to the road survival game. Open the box before you and choose a vehicle that suits you. It will serve as your first survival tool in the game. Certain that no one could be hiding nearby, Beichen knew this was no prank. He seemed to have entered a survival game. Cautiously, he slowly opened the briefcase before him. He was curious. How could a car pop out of this briefcase? As the briefcase was opened, hundreds of blue light projections shot out instantly, which on closer inspection were information on unfamiliar luxury cars. Pagani, Bugatti, Veneno. Beichen murmured the names of several supercars he recognized and many more sports cars whose names he didn't know. Can I choose any? Rolling before his eyes were images of luxury supercars, their exclusive shapes and unique designs almost captivating Beichen. No, if this is truly a survival game, picking these would be trouble. Reason overcame impulse. Beichen knew that these supercars not only had high fuel consumption and low ground clearance, but would be ruined by even the slightest uneven terrain. If there was a small slope ahead, the supercar's chassis would get stuck. Supercars were not as practical as a Wuling. As a particular model scrolled by, Beichen directly reached out his finger and tapped it. The legendary car of Akina Mountain, that's the one. Poof. As Beichen made his choice, the briefcase vanished instantly, and a brand new Wuling deity car slowly landed not far away. It seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. Selection successful. Wuling Hongwang, brand new with air conditioning car music. Beichen was startled and retorted, does that mean those supercars don't have air conditioning or car music? The system replied, vehicles chosen that cost over 1 million at the start do not support air conditioning or car music for now. You need to keep upgrading your vehicle's quality for these features to be unlocked gradually. Beichen laughed, alright, Wuling does not deceive me. He sat in the new car and gave it a quick inspection. What reassured him was that the fuel tank was full and the odometer was still 0. Wow, it has multimedia and an automatic transmission. Awesome. Although Beichen had a driver's license, he had only driven a few times. The automatic transmission subtly reduced the difficulty of driving. After checking the car, Beichen was quite satisfied. Suddenly, a huge subtitle appeared before his eyes. Game Introduction. In the game, each player can choose a desired vehicle at the start, and all subsequent resources must be obtained through the player's own search. 2. Only by constantly driving forward can you search for more resources. 3. During the search for resources, you will encounter various unknown dangers. Keynote 4. In this game, encountering danger, dying of starvation, thirst, or being killed results in real death, with no chance to restart. 5. When meeting other players, do not trust blindly because there are no rules here. 6. The elderly and children do not participate in this game. 7. If not necessary, do not get out of the car casually when the game begins. Seeing this, Beichen's heart tightened. This is no game, it's risking one's life. However, what reassured Beichen was that the elderly and children would not participate in this game. That meant his parents would not be in danger. After reading the game introduction, Beichen's perspective changed. A virtual interface appeared. It contained a chat plaza and a trade plaza. However, next to the trade plaza was marked, not open. He easily started the engine to familiarize himself with the car and quickly drove off. Scanning around, he found no resources. Beichen knew that resources here were probably not easy to find. After all, it was a survival game about life and death. Although the weather was scorching, Beichen resisted turning on the air conditioning. Running out of fuel meant he would have to travel on foot. Compared to walking, a little heat in the car seemed nothing. After driving 30 li, still no supplies were found no matter how he looked around. Beichen felt bored and opened the chat plaza. As soon as he opened the chat plaza, the chat was already exploding with self-congratulatory voices. Because Beichen had a strong ability to accept reality, he had chosen his car and familiarized himself with the game rules in a short time. Meanwhile, other players were still immersed in ecstasy over obtaining legendary supercars, unable to extricate themselves. The standard car of the Uberich, the Pagani Huayra. I can have one too. Ha ha ha. In the past, it was the Uberich driving luxury cars everywhere to show off and pick up girls, but now we can do it too. My dad may be a big shot, but I've never sat in such a globally limited supercar before. Hey, you seem to have forgotten where this is, a survival game. Are you serious about choosing a supercar that consumes 30 liters per 100 kilometers? Instantly, the chat plaza fell silent. Obviously, many people had started partying in the chat, without even reaching the game introduction step. Beichen chuckled as he watched the chat plaza. He could already foresee the ensuing tragedy. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, the chat plaza erupted in wails. Holy crap, what kind of place is this? Everything relies on scavenging. We could die. Help. My Pagani is fake. It doesn't even have air conditioning or car music. 30 liters per 100 kilometers. I'm done in 12 minutes. Someone save me, I'll have my dad transfer 100 million. Call the police, Huh? Where's my phone? A heavy atmosphere spread through the chat plaza. Those players who had chosen supercars discovered that resources here were all about scavenging, and immediately they were crying out. Beichen looked at the dense chat messages and was completely convinced that this was no dream, but an extremely real death survival game. Soon Beichen closed the chat plaza. A bunch of people were complaining bitterly, and some extremists were shouting for everyone to die together. It was meaningless to look at. He carefully checked the interface functions in his perspective. Beichen found that besides the chat plaza, there was only a trade plaza that was not yet open. Arriving in a strange and dangerous environment, Beichen's heart was filled with confusion and unease. Calm down, what I need now is calmness, and to survive. The car had already driven over 100 li. Under the blazing sun, the temperature inside soared, and Beichen grew increasingly thirsty. However, the thirst was still bearable for now. He glanced at the fuel gauge and breathed a sigh of relief. The fuel consumption of 1.5 liters per 100 kilometers is no joke. The advantage of the Wuling magic car is gradually showing. The tank is still full. He'll endure a bit longer, and try not to use the air conditioner. And what's that? Suddenly Beichen spotted a box ahead on the right side of the wilderness. It was the size of a suitcase made of wood and looked sturdy. A resource crate. He got out of the car and looked around. No one in sight. Standing before the crate, Beichen was at a loss. The wooden crate was very sturdy, without a proper tool it couldn't be opened. He rummaged through the car. In the trunk, Beichen found 2 items, a wooden hammer and a driving manual. Knowing how to drive, he tossed aside the manual. Looking at the hammer, a prompt appeared. Wooden hammer description: ordinary, but with effort can smash open wooden resource crates. A wooden hammer. Are there hammers of other materials? He weighed the hammer in his hand. It felt adequate. Walking to the resource crate, Beichen tested his strength and swung the hammer down. Bang. Huh. What does this mean? The crate didn't budge, and a prompt appeared beside it. 15. 5 hits and it opens. Bang. 25. No. After 2 hits, the crate shows no sign of cracking. Could it be that if I fail after 5 hits, something dangerous will happen? Time was pressing and his thirst was becoming unbearable. Even if there was danger, Beichen had to try. This time he gritted his teeth, swung his arm fully, and brought the hammer down hard. Bang. Crack. The sturdy wooden crate seemed to have split open with a thin crack. 2 more hits left. If I can't open it, there might really be danger. Earlier Beichen had overlooked a detail. The wooden hammer's description said, with effort can smash open wooden resource crates. Just as Beichen was hesitating, suddenly a prompt tone different from the survival game sounded in his mind. Infinite Amplification System is binding. A chime echoed in his ear, and Beichen was stunned. System. A system like in the novels. Having read countless stories, he was no stranger to the concept, yet experiencing it himself felt surreal. Congratulations, host. The Infinite Amplification System has been successfully bound. In the days to come, this system will serve you with all its might. The voice was clear, tangible. Wait, is this real, eh? Beichen's excitement made the hammer in his hand tremble. With the system's backing in this survival game, at least staying alive seemed manageable. Infinite Amplification System. How does it work? After the initial excitement, Beichen quickly calmed down to study its functions. Oh, what's this? As he looked down, Beichen noticed a prompt hovering over his wooden hammer, amplifiable. The system's voice chimed again. The ordinary wooden hammer is amplifiable. Shall we proceed? Amplified. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the system declared, congratulations. Amplification successful. The wooden hammer has been upgraded to a bronze hammer. Beichen looked down in astonishment. The once ordinary wooden hammer had vanished, replaced by a sturdy bronze hammer with sharp edges exuding a same weight, same size, but the quality changed. How incredible. Bronze hammer description: 10 forceful strikes can shatter a bronze resource chest. So there are higher grade resource chests. Can the bronze hammer shatter a wooden one in one blow? Without hesitation, Beichen swung the hammer with all his might. Life or death hung on this one strike. Bang. A single blow sent a dull cracking sound through the wooden resource chest. 1 hit was enough. It worked perfectly. Is that water? Seeing the resources inside, Beichen initially felt joy, but then frowned. Muddy river water, 100 milliliters. Can this water be drunk? It's too muddy. He saw no amplifiable tag on the water bottle, which made him sigh. Still, finding any water source was a blessing. The river water was murky, but Beichen knew that in a critical moment a single sip could save his life. As he grabbed the bottle, he was startled. The previously unmarked bottle now showed 3 words, amplifiable. Overjoyed, Beichen wiped his sweat and hurried back to the car. Had only been outside for a moment, yet the blistering sun had already made his head spin. The amplifiable tag only appeared after I picked up the water. Interesting. Even though he had bound the system, many of its functions still needed to be explored gradually. 100 milliliters of muddy river water is amplifiable. Proceed. The system's prompt sounded in his ear. Amplified. Without hesitation. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. 100 milliliters of muddy river water has been amplified into 10 liters of sweet spring water. Beichen was stunned. The 100 milliliters of muddy water in his arms had vanished, replaced by a large plastic bucket, filled with the familiar sight of pure spring water. Feeling the weight of the bucket, Beichen could barely contain his excitement. Gazing at the clear, pure water, he licked his parched lips. In such scorching conditions, having this big bucket of sweet spring water meant he wouldn't die of thirst in the coming days. Earlier, Beichen had thought he would only take a tiny sip of the muddy water when the thirst became unbearable. With such a huge container of sweet spring water before him, who could bear to take just tiny sips? Gulp, gulp, sweet icy flowing straight down, invigorating every limb. So satisfying. After drinking his fill, Beichen carefully screwed the lid back on and placed the bucket on the back seat. These 10 liters of spring water were now as vital as his own life. Not a single drop could be wasted. Indeed, the system doesn't deceive. 2 amplifications have already turned my situation around. His body temperature dropping, Beichen gradually calmed down. The first amplification changed the wooden hammer's essence, but not its quantity. Beichen pondered. The second turned 100 milliliters of muddy water into 10 liters of spring water. 100-fold increase. Each resource can only be amplified once. Each amplification randomly improves either the quantity or quality of the resource. The system's voice chimed in at the perfect moment. I see. Beichen nodded, instantly grasping the concept. Being able to amplify each resource once was already immensely satisfying. He glanced at his trusty car, but saw no amplifiable tag. Beichen gradually understood that the vehicle itself, like resource chests, could not be directly amplified. He started the car and resumed the journey. Now that water was found, the next target was fuel. Though his willing minivan only consumed 1.5 liters per 100 kilometers. More fuel would always be better. In this blistering heat, if the car ran out of fuel, the outside hot wind wouldn't even blow in. The interior temperature would skyrocket past 50 degrees, and in extreme dehydration, one could easily suffer heatstroke, collapse, or even die. While Beichen was driving in search of resources, other players were still celebrating their supercars. Thus, Beichen became the first player in the survival game to find and successfully open a resource chest. He opened the chat square again. Instantly, a flood of desperate messages appeared. Help! Water! I need water! Whoever gives me water is my father. Wah? Damn supercar, I hate you. After half an hour, the fuel gauge is already on red. Whoever gives me gasoline is my ancestor. No water means death by thirst. No fuel means death by sun. I'm done for. Any big shot save me. Whoever gives me a sip of water, I'll transfer them 2 billion when we're out. Whoever gives me fresh water, I'll give them salt water in return. I'm still a virgin. Seeing these messages, Beichen shook his head slightly. This was a game of life and death. Ephemeral fame women. They held no meaning for now. Suddenly a message caught his attention. Holy crap, what did I ran into a resource chest. Jackpot. I'm going to live. What? A resource chest. A big shot found a chest. Damn, I've driven my supercar 100 miles and haven't seen a single thing. Big shot, check what's inside. If there's water, please share a sip with me. I'm so thirsty. Haha, as expected of a Pagani Huayra, am the chosen one to find the first resource chest. Many flatterers, praise givers, and bootlickers emerged, all hoping to get a share of the resources. Huh. I swung the hammer, but the chest shows 15. The wooden box doesn't seem cracked at all. Quick, big shot, swing 4 more times, and the chest will open. Yeah, big shot, we believe in you. Then another message popped up directly tagging the finder. Better swing with full force for 4 more strikes. You've already wasted 1 chance. After 4 strikes, I don't know what will happen either. The chat square fell silent for a moment. Then came waves of mockery and disdain from the bootlickers. Who's this? Bossing the big shot around. As if you've already found a resource chest yourself. Right, you're trying too hard to suck up to the boss, aren't you? And message replied to Beichen. Thanks for the tip. I saw the hammer's description too. It does say forceful strikes are needed to crack the wooden chest. But I have no choice. The car's out of fuel and my throat's parched. Reading this, Beichen nodded slightly. Clearly he was the only player not worrying about water. For other players, taking a risk might be the only option. And Beichen was curious about what would happen to the wooden chest if not struck forcefully 5 times. Meanwhile, other players had also discovered the hammer's description, and the 2 inconspicuous words were being scrutinized by everyone. I'm starting, bros. The moment of truth is here. 80. 80. Final 80. After 4 consecutive 80s, the man went silent in the chat square. What happened? Dead or what? Don't know, suddenly went quiet. Feels like the big shot's in trouble. How that guy got what he deserved. Started bashing the chest without understanding. Now he's done for. True, at least we didn't find the chest first, or we'd be the ones dead. Beichen shook his head as he read these messages. These were the same bootlickers who, failing to get resources, now turned cold and sarcastic. No matter the world, there's never a shortage of such ungrateful turncoats. Pathetic. Beichen was about to close the chat and focus on searching for resource chests. Suddenly, a private message arrived. Opening it, Beichen was surprised to see it was the guy who had smashed the chest. Bro, thanks a lot. Without your warning, I might have been done for. Beichen quickly replied. Tell me what happened in the end after 4 forceful strikes. An explosion. The shockwave knocked me out for about a minute or two. If you hadn't warned me, I might have lightly struck 5 times and definitely died. Congratulations then. By the way, what resource did you get? Sigh. Damn, only a liter of low-quality gasoline. My Pagani Huayra is a top-tier supercar. This crap fuel is useless. Inferior gasoline. Beichen replied directly, if you can't use it we can exchange resources. At some point earlier the trading plaza interface had opened up, but now players were desperately searching for water with no surplus resources to spare, so Beichen hadn't paid much attention until now. Exchange resources. Brother, do you have water? I just want to drink water right now. Water. I happen to have some stock. How about 1 liter of mineral water for 1 liter of inferior gasoline? Mineral water. Really? Before he could react, a trading interface appeared before Beichen. Player Beichen initiated a trading interface. Do you accept? Accept. Soon Beichen noticed a metal 1-liter oil can appear in the trading column, clearly marked with the words, "Oh, inferior gasoline." On his side, the item for trade also appeared in the available trading items column, which was the remaining more than 9 liters of mineral water in his vehicle. Beichen pointed to place the plastic bucket containing mineral water in the trading column. Instantly, an input box appeared in the trading column followed by selectable quantities and weight measurement standards. After selecting 1 liter, he saw that the remaining amount of mineral water in his large bucket was down to less than 8 liters. Upon seeing the real mineral water, the other side unhesitatingly confirmed the trade. Beichen knew that the other guy was already desperate with thirst. He could have been a bit harsher and given less water, but with his amplification system, he had the ability to turn waste into treasure. Besides, he had a good impression of this guy. At least through him, he learned about the dangers of resource boxes. Considering everything, Beichen didn't want to take advantage of him. Moreover, this was a survival game, not an extinction game. If there were more players, he could exchange resources for more resources and amplify, so it was a win-win situation. Transaction successful. Received 1 liter of inferior gasoline. After the trade was completed, the other guy didn't message anymore, clearly drinking water fiercely. Beichen carefully examined the 1 liter of inferior gasoline that appeared in his vehicle. Indeed, it can be amplified. This solves the energy problem. Detected 1 liter of inferior gasoline can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? Amplified. Congratulations, the host successfully amplified 1 liter of inferior gasoline into 50 liters of refined gasoline. What a! After amplification, not only did the quality transform into refined gasoline, but the quantity also increased 50-fold. This is incredible. Nearly 50 kilograms of refined gasoline appeared out of nowhere in the vehicle. Coupled with the large bucket of mineral water from earlier, there was now a shortage of space in the divine vehicle. The refined gasoline was clearly more concentrated and burned more efficiently than regular gasoline. The Wuling divine vehicle had a small displacement and low fuel consumption, so Beichen could finally relax and turn on the air conditioning to enjoy the cool breeze. Phew. On this scorching summer day, the heat waves rolled outside the car. Yet inside Beichen's car, a cool wind howled. At this moment, Beichen revealed a long-lost smile, feeling an indescribable comfort throughout his body. At this time, Beichen also sent a private message expressing how thrilled he was. After all, it wasn't murky river water, but rather sweet mineral water that had been amplified by Beichen's system. Brother, turns out you are the big boss. In the chat plaza, someone is bragging about finding water resources, but it's actually yellow muddy water, while you managed to trade a liter of mineral water. Just luck. By the way, how's your situation now? Sigh, there's still a bit of fuel in the car. It's a last-ditch effort. If I can find better gasoline, there's still hope to survive. Beichen hesitated, but ultimately resisted. Fuel resources were precious, and he didn't want to give any away for free. Having obtained inferior gasoline, he had also paid with water resources, so he felt no burden in his heart. You'd better switch to another vehicle, steal, or team up with other players to share a low fuel consumption vehicle. The Pagani is really not suited for survival games. I understand. By the way, what car did you choose? Oh, Wuling Hongwang. Ah, my god. Why didn't I choose the divine car from Akinoshima back then? It only consumes 1.5 liters per 100 kilometers. Beichen chuckled, fully understanding. After all, when entering this game, everyone thought it was a prank. Faced with limited edition supercars, few could resist that temptation. Even among those participating in this game, there were true tycoons, but some divine cars were so rare that only private collectors could see them. By the way, if you find valuable resources, we can trade. They'll also keep an eye out for high-quality gasoline for you. Okay, definitely. Closing the private chat interface, Beichen knew that although the chat plaza was full of people whining about their struggles, there were still some wise individuals who chose low fuel consumption vehicles. After all, this was a large-scale entry into the game with so many participants that it was impossible to keep track. Even if 99% of people were dazzled by luxury cars, that remaining 0.1 was still a terrifying number. The scenes outside the car kept passing by, and Beichen dared not think too much. In this survival game, filled with death and uncertainty, all he could do was live. Well, only by surviving could there be any possibility. Although the Wuling Divine vehicle was practical due to its price, it lacked safety features like airbags, so Beichen didn't dare to speed, keeping the speed steady around 100. The second resource box. He slowed down and braked. As a habit, he checked the surroundings before exiting the vehicle. In this lawless world, similar beings might be the greatest danger. Finding nothing unusual around Beichen quickly got out of the car with a bronze hammer from the passenger seat. The amplified hammer had already reached bronze quality, so Beichen was completely unguarded. Bang! Sure enough, with one swing the sturdy wooden resource box shattered, and the thrill of opening a blind box was much more exciting than unboxing a delivery. Because you have no idea what treasures the resource box might contain. Just as the resource box shattered, a dark shadow transformed into a fierce wind and charged straight at Beichen. Damn, a giant black rat. Beichen, having trained for several years, reacted quickly. Seeing a large rat pounce towards him, he hurriedly ducked to avoid the fierce wind. The huge rat missed and landed 2 meters away on the asphalt road. When the large rat turned to pounce again, Beichen had already taken the supplies from the resource box and swiftly returned to the car, slamming the door shut. Bang! Bang! Listening to the impacts on the car body, Beichen felt a lingering fear and cursed under his breath. What kind of rat is this? It's the size of a cat, and it actually attacks people. Without a suitable weapon, Beichen wouldn't dare confront such a large rat head-on. If he got injured and infected, there were no medical supplies here, and all that awaited him would be a dead end. He quickly started the car, and the Wuling Divine vehicle sped away, disappearing from sight. Through the rearview mirror, he saw the rat, which was as big as a cat, still chasing after him. Beichen felt a tightening in his heart. If even a rat that everyone wants to get rid of is this formidable, what about other creatures? He slammed the accelerator. Virum. Before long, Beichen had shaken off the large rat chasing behind. Having just battled with the large rat, Beichen hadn't had the chance to take a good look at the supplies in the resource box. He hastily grabbed them and fled back to the car. What kind of supplies could possibly hide such a danger? He pulled out 2 thin items from his pocket, and upon seeing them, Beichen's face darkened. Moldy pancake stored in a sealed environment for an extended period, it had become moldy. Even a rat would fear food poisoning from it. Thinking about how this pancake was in the same resource box as the large rat, Beichen instantly lost all desire to eat it, but he still kept it since he had already seen the words "can be amplified" on the pancake. Looking at the second item. Oh, this is a weapon design blueprint. Ordinary paratrooper knife, blade length 7.5 inches, blade thickness 416 inches. Required materials: fine iron 0, 8 pieces, white copper 0, 1 piece. In the bottom right corner of the blueprint, there was a manufacturing option, but now that the forging materials were not gathered, this button was grayed out. A weapon. If I had had a paratrooper knife earlier, why would I have been chased by a rat? With the weapon design blueprint, Beichen was eager to think of ways to obtain the materials. In this survival game, having a weapon meant an extra layer of security for life. Otherwise, no matter how many supplies one had, being surrounded by others would still end in a miserable demise. No rush, let's amplify first. Beichen was filled with anticipation. I want to see what quality this ordinary paratrooper knife will become after amplification by the system. Before enhancing, Beichen glanced at the rearview mirrors and the surrounding wilderness. Confirming that there was no danger nearby, he began to enhance the weapon design. Can the ordinary paratrooper knife design be enhanced? Do you want to enhance it? Enhance it. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. The ordinary paratrooper knife design has been enhanced to scaly T1 multipurpose military knife design. Beichen was not a military enthusiast. Although he wasn't well versed in cold weapons from various countries, he knew what T1 meant. T1 level close combat weapons represent a relatively advanced and exclusive design internationally, or possess unique forging techniques, both of which must meet the internationally recognized T1 standard. Scales. Is it modeled after the ancient divine artifact, the fish intestine dagger tailored for the Jiaolong Special Forces? He was curious in his heart. Because China is an absolutely safe country aside from special departments, ordinary people cannot purchase sharp blades. Beichen had always fantasized about obtaining a knife that could cut hair, but he had never acted on it. Beichen kept imagining the appearance of the scaly T1 military knife. Upon glancing at the crafting materials, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Scaly T1 multipurpose military knife design, handle length 4 inches, blade length 9 inches, blade width 9 inches. Materials required for crafting: 26 pieces of fine iron, 3 pieces of fine steel, 1 piece of white copper. What the? After enhancing, the required materials are too daunting. At this point, Beichen was unsure if other players could even find ordinary iron, let alone fine iron. It takes 10 ores to refine into iron, 20 into fine iron, and 50 into steel. At the beginning of the survival game, Beichen knew it would be difficult to obtain these materials. He sighed and neatly folded the design, placing it in his pocket. Picking up a moldy pancake nearby, Beichen no longer hesitated. Enhance it. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. The moldy pancake has been enhanced to 100 baked naan. With a whoosh, a large number of non the size of wash basins suddenly appeared in Beichen's arms. The moment the non appeared in the car, a fragrant aroma of charcoal grilled bread and sesame wafted into his nostrils. What the? Beichen was instantly enveloped in delight. He had eaten this before. He could even consume two without needing to stir-fry. Moreover, the naan was made from flour and sesame with calories and energy that bread could not compare to. Having abruptly participated in this survival game, and only drinking some mineral water since then, Beichen thought that if it weren't for the threat of death and the fear of the unknown dominating his mind, his stomach would have been in turmoil. Gulyulu. Without caring for his image, Beichen picked up a naan in one hand, taking bites left and right. He had never eaten anything so delicious. Before he could chew the first bite, he had already swallowed the second. 5 minutes later, Beichen, enjoying the air conditioning, gazed at the seemingly endless road ahead, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. I wonder what the ultimate goal of this survival game is. Only after Beichen was full and satisfied did he think about this matter. The other 99 of players were either about to be scorched by the heat or die from thirst and hunger. As for the future of this game, no one paid any attention. He withdrew his thoughts. Beichen took a pile of naan out of the car to bask in the sun. Although these were charcoal grilled, the dough still contained moisture, and if left untreated they would mold soon. Drying them would make preservation easier, and they could be eaten for longer. Although drying them would make them harder, Beichen preferred naan over bread that tasted like air. On the asphalt road dozens of meters wide, a Wuling van was surrounded by naan, while Beichen had already returned to the car to enjoy the air conditioning, mainly because it was too hot outside. Feeling the temperature outside, Beichen estimated that the naan would be dried in about half an hour. In a situation where all players lacked mobile phones, perhaps the chat square was the only place for everyone to relax. After briefly calculating the supplies he had, Beichen made a decision. He opened the trading square and directly put out 3 liters of mineral water and 20 pieces of naan as a reward to recruit for tasks. As he confirmed the release, 2 bounty tasks appeared in the trading square. After obtaining the bounty supplies, rewards of water resources and food resources could be received. Player Beichen posting a bounty. Bounty range: fine iron, fine steel, white copper, and various metal resources. Each type of metal resource can earn 100 milliliters of mineral water or a piece of naan. After posting, Beichen directly switched to the chat square. He had no confidence at all in whether he could recruit the required metal resources at this time. As soon as Beichen opened the chat square, a flood of messages bombarded him. Wow! Everyone hurry to the trading square. A big shot named Beichen is offering pure mineral water and naan in exchange for metal resources. What? Impossible. We're still struggling to avoid the scorching sun. How could someone start collecting metal resources already? Holy crap, it's real. I just came back from the trading area, and it really is pure mineral water. What? Are you sure it's not muddy water or murky river water? Mineral water. It's real? I really got 100 milliliters of mineral water. Everyone check if you have any metal resources. This water is so damn sweet. Woo, I searched for ages and only found a resource box. Damn it, inside there was only half a sour bun. What are metal resources? I only found a box of condoms, Okamoto 01 brand. That Beichen can't be a fool, right? He actually offers clean mineral water as a bounty. Definitely a fool. If I had this water resource ID, keep it for myself. Many players who couldn't offer bounties began to feel sour, with some calling Beichen names like idiot or moron. When Beichen saw that someone had successfully claimed the bounty, he was overjoyed and hurried back to the trading square to check. Sure enough, the bounty extraction area showed that he had received a piece of ordinary iron. Indeed, the power of the masses is limitless. Someone actually obtained metal resources. Without hesitation, he directly extracted it. A black angular piece of iron about the size of a child's fist fell into Beichen's hand. It weighs about a pound. It's just ordinary iron. I wonder if it can be enhanced to fine iron through the system. Beichen knew that if it couldn't be enhanced, he might incur a loss. But since these metal resources were limited in the early stages, obtaining them at a super low price and selling them later when everyone needed metal resources could still earn him a profit. A system prompt rang in his ears. 10 refined iron can be enhanced. Do you want to enhance it? Enhance it. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. 10 refined iron has been enhanced to 6 pieces of fine iron. Just as the system's prompt appeared in his mind, Beichen was startled and hurriedly covered his head. Having 6 pieces of fine iron drop on him was no joke. Fortunately, the system was quite humane. Since this type of metal resource could potentially harm the host, the 6 pieces of fine iron landed directly on the passenger seat beside him after enhancement. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned to see 6 pieces of shining fine iron. Even from Beichen's inexperienced eyes, he could tell that the density and quality of this iron had increased several times. 6 pieces. Still need 20 more. There is great hope to forge the T1 scaly military knife. He picked one up to play with. Indeed, the size of the fine iron had not changed, but the weight had. At the same time, a private message reminded Beichen. He curiously opened the private chat. Beichen, big shot, I have a box of condoms, can I trade it for 100 milliliters of mineral water? You can avoid infection while having fun, right? No, you keep it for yourself. After sending the message, Beichen directly blocked this guy. What a joke. At this early stage of the survival game, who would be extravagant enough to trade 100 milliliters of mineral water for a box of condoms, as if they were balloons? Acquiring 6 pieces of fine iron filled Beichen with confidence to forge the T1 fish scale knife. He knew that the vast majority of players were searching for supplies, and no one was idly waiting in the chat square. The roasted naan drying outside the car still needed about 10 more minutes. He could use this time to check the survival progress of other players in the chat square. Before Beichen even entered the chat square, numerous private messages started flooding in. Boss Beichen, I have a small whip here, can I trade it for a naan? Brother Beichen, I'm still a newbie, if you give me 100 milliliters of mineral water, I'll be yours tonight. I'm a well-known streamer, Mei Yanxiner, can I get 1 liter of water for 10 naans? I'll let you join my fan group for free when I get out. Beichen glanced at the chat and noticed that most of the messages were unhelpful. The chat square was quite noisy. Damn, this Beichen has such a bad temper. I offered him a box of Okamoto 001 for 100 milliliters of mineral water, and he wouldn't even do it. It's infuriating. Exactly. Who does he think he is? We are all compatriots from Huaxia. Is it necessary to be like this? I'm a well-known streamer too. If only my massive fanbase could contact him, he would regret it. Some started to stir the pot, and many who couldn't earn the bounty rewards began to mock Beichen coldly. Damn, why don't you guys go collect resources instead of just complaining here? You can't offer what he wants, so why should he give you resources? Have some self-awareness. Exactly. No matter what you were before, big streamers, big stars. Now in this survival game you start from scratch. Using old tricks is just foolishness. Who do you think you are talking to me like that? I'm a Yanxiner, am not someone you can belittle. A verbal battle erupted in the chat square. Damn it, I hope I don't run into you here. If I do, I'll stab you. Beichen shook his head slightly at the chaos and exited the chat square. These people are beyond saving. Looking at the roasted naan outside, which was nearly ready, Beichen surveyed his surroundings before getting out of the car to collect the naans scattered around. After a few minutes of busy work, Beichen looked at the neatly stacked naans on the back seat. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, he set off once more. Collecting crafting materials wasn't urgent. Right now he needed more supplies. Water, food, and weapons were all pressing needs. Only with these could he feel at ease. After traveling for 100 miles, Beichen spotted a wooden resource box. Bang! The bronze-quality hammer worked wonders on the wooden box, smashing it open in one hit. Oh, it's water resources. Common water resource. Not bad at all. Oh, I wonder what I'll get after enhancement. Beichen was not discouraged at all to find only water resources in a box he had worked hard to locate. From the bounty tasks Beichen had posted, it was clear that most players still needed water resources, while food resources weren't in high demand. However, Beichen also knew that while a person could last a few days without food, as long as they had water, dehydration would lead to death much quicker. Enhance. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. 100 milliliters of ordinary water has been enhanced to 5 liters of salty soda. As the voice fell, a plastic barrel appeared in the passenger seat, half the size of a mineral water barrel. Salty soda. Awesome. Beichen was overjoyed. He knew that in cases of heat stroke or dehydration, saline solutions were the best recovery method. In this sweltering environment, having salty soda gave Beichen an extra layer of security. Moreover, the human body requires salt intake. Without salt for too long, one would become weak and unenergetic, leading to disruptions in the body's electrolytic balance, which could result in serious symptoms like shock. Not to mention this was soda. Beverages. In this survival game, even murky water resources were a fantasy. Drinks had already become a luxury. Let me try it first. Gulp gulp. Ah, refreshing. After drinking the salty soda, Beichen felt invigorated and quickly sealed the bottle before placing it in the back seat. Now Beichen had 5 liters of mineral water, 5 liters of salty soda, 50 liters of refined gasoline, and over 70 naans in his car. Here he could be considered an absolute tycoon. However, as his supplies increased, so did Beichen's troubles, particularly with the space inside the car running low. They say the Wuling Shinshe can hold 10 people at maximum, but that's only if the back seats are removed. Maybe I should look for an opportunity to remove the back seats. After driving for a while, without spotting a single resource box, Beichen noticed the sun setting in the west and wanted to find a safe place to park and rest. After all, driving all day was quite exhausting, and resting was very necessary. In this environment, lacking spirit meant that survival equated to death. Just as he found a suitable place to park and rest, a game notification rang in his mind. Trade Square notification, acquired 3 pieces of iron resources and 1 piece of steel resource. What? Beichen was pleasantly surprised as he opened the Trade Square directly. Alright, many diligent players must have discovered the bounty tasks at this hour. Indeed, someone has obtained metal resources. He directly retrieved 3 pieces of ordinary iron resources and 1 piece of ordinary steel resource, and enhance them. Congratulations, host enhancement successful, acquired 16 pieces of fine iron. Congratulations, host enhancement successful, acquired 4 pieces of fine steel. Looking at the more than 20 pieces of metal resources that had appeared in the passenger seat, Beichen smiled. Initially, he thought fine steel resources would be hard to obtain, but the reality proved that surprises always came unexpectedly. I unexpectedly got an extra piece of fine steel, what a pleasant surprise. Now I just need 4 more pieces of fine iron and 1 piece of white copper. Once gathered, I can forge my T1 grade fish scale knife. At this moment, the chat square erupted again, not for any other reason, but because 4 people had obtained Beichen's bounty resources. Wow, are they really working that hard? Only 1 person exchanged for bounty resources during the day, and now that night, had fallen 4 strong players exchanged for 4 portions of food resources. Didn't they get any water resources? Alright, I'm feeling jealous. While we're still struggling for water resources, other players have already started to think about food. And Boss Beichen has already begun researching metals. Please everyone spare me some food and drink, or I definitely won't survive this night. Whoa, I miss my mom's braised pork ribs. I used to throw away the meat sandwiches my mom bought for me in the mornings, but I regret it so much now. I miss the meat sandwiches. I swear if I can survive this, I will definitely save water and save food. Whoa, this is bad. Does anyone have snake venom antidote? I've been bitten by a snake. Help me. I'm online waiting for rescue plans. Nanjing Medical University recommends amputation. By the way, it seems you don't have any tools. Dongjiang Medical University suggests getting more exercise. In this environment, being bitten by a venomous snake was equivalent to a death sentence. Perhaps saying to exercise more to hasten the onset of poisoning was a good choice. Seeing this information, the guy bitten by the snake immediately cursed. Although I'm not human, you are indeed dogs. I'm not one to have my butt bitten and unable to suck it out. Getting bitten on my finger doesn't require amputation. As for me exercising more to relieve the poisoning. Beichen looked at the messages and suddenly found it rather amusing. Of course, this mood entirely depended on his abundant resources, as he didn't have to worry about food and drink for the time being. Since entering the game and learning about the chat square, Beichen had only spoken once, and that was to kindly remind someone named Tung Baiwan, as he usually just lurked. As time flowed, the sky gradually fell into darkness, surrounded by wilderness which stretched infinitely. When is a person the most vulnerable? Of course it is when they are sound asleep. Unless one is a machine, there's no need for sleep. Looking around at the wilderness, Beichen checked the car lock, once more feeling reassured. Just before falling asleep, Beichen spoke again. Last night, I heard unusual sounds around. It's best not to move at night, everyone. In the chat square, players' names were not displayed. So when this message was sent out, no one knew it was Beichen. The fantasies in one's heart are the most terrifying. Sure enough, as Beichen said this, people in the chat square chimed in. Really, I thought I heard something rubbing against my car. It's so damn scary. I heard a whimpering sound like a ghost crying. Seeing this, Beichen smiled with satisfaction. If everyone stayed indoors at night to avoid gathering resources, the chance of encountering other players in the middle of the night would greatly decrease, making him much safer. Finally, he glanced at the trading square. Still no one had posted a reward for the white copper needed to craft a T1 scale military knife, which made Beichen a bit disheartened. However, he knew this wasn't something to rush, he could only take it slow. After closing the chat square and trading square, Beichen reclined the seat and slowly closed his eyes. After driving all day, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. At night, the sky was free of the scorching sun. The temperature inside the car dropped significantly, and to save fuel, Beichen turned down the air conditioning a bit. He let out a long sigh. At this moment, Beichen felt exceptionally lonely, but thinking about his current situation, he didn't know by how much he was better off than other players. At least he didn't have to worry about food, water, or gasoline. And other players. The next day, when Beichen woke up, the sun was slowly rising. He instinctively glanced at the trading square, but still no one was offering rewards for white copper. When he opened the chat square, Beichen noticed that today's atmosphere was somewhat dull, even heavy. Last night, several friends I could name went silent. They must have perished. They probably went out to search for resources at night and were attacked by beasts. After a night of fermentation, many players accepted the reality. That is, without the necessary resources for survival, one would indeed die. A new day begins with resource gathering. Let's go, I must get metal resources today. Soon the chat square had significantly fewer people. On the wide asphalt road, a brand new G-Class was parked. Inside the car sat a long-haired girl dressed in hot pants and a t-shirt. Her features were quite standard. From a distance, she looked beautiful, but up close, she could be frightening. In this heat, her makeup had long since smudged, yet she was reluctant to wipe it off. To be honest, her face wasn't great, but her figure was acceptable. According to Wang Pengzi, her looks aren't impressive, but her figure is quite smooth. Wow, as expected of my #1 big brother, I've truly found my destined partner, who has discovered white copper. Mei Yangxiner is a well-known streamer, who of course became famous through live streaming by riding the edge, belonging to the beauty category and possessing no actual talent. Hee Xiner, if we meet here, would you be my girlfriend? I believe this is fate. Number 1 big brother, don't worry, I will definitely give Beichen a good beating when I obtain the resources, and we'll split them evenly. Mei Yangxiener's eyes were filled with disdain, yet her voice was indeed sweet and gentle. These office workers relying on their salaries to act like tycoons would think they could sleep with her after just a few gifts. It was simply laughable. Quickly the transaction concluded, and a piece of pure white metal landed in Mei Yangxiener's hands. Stupid lickspittle, do you think I don't know you're just an office worker? You give me so little in monthly donations, and still think you can hit on me. It's truly laughable. Someone of your level only deserves to appreciate my voice, meet in person. You're not worthy. Mei Yangxiener lamented over her makeup. If it weren't for suddenly participating in this survival game, I wouldn't even. Driven by vanity, that guy wasn't even Mei Yangxiener's number 1 fan, yet she pretended to mistake him for someone else, letting that lickspittle think he had a chance to woo her, while carelessly handing over the white copper in his hand to Mei Yangxiener. On number 1 big brother, I have something to do, I'll be busy now. Once I get the resources, I'll definitely share with you. After sending the message, Mei Yangxiener chose to block him. Playing with the rare metal in her hand, she revealed a proud smile. Men are indeed becoming more and more despicable, easier to deceive. A few words from me can make them fall for me. Sigh. I'm really excellent. Beichen, since you dared to ignore me today, I will make you lick my feet and beg me. Mei Yangxiener opened the chat square and sent out a message. At this time Beichen was eating roasted naan and drinking salty soda. His hands and mouth were busy, but his eyes couldn't remain idle. He was constantly monitoring the progress in the chat square. Suddenly Beichen's eyes brightened as he saw a message. Since messages in the chat square didn't carry names, Beichen didn't know who sent this message, and to find out the sender's name, he could only them in private chat. Oh, I'm so lucky, I actually got a piece of rare metal. I wonder who needs rare metal. I want it. I'll trade you half a steamed bun for it. I'll trade you a small whip for it. What about a condom? Is that okay? Many people thought this player who obtained the rare metal was a newbie, not knowing to glance at the reward tasks in the trading square. Damn idiot. 1. I remember this showy act. It's that idiotic streamer Mei Yangxiener from yesterday pretending to be some fairy. 5 liters of clean water and 3 days worth of food. You're really small, but have a big mouth. Your dad must be Li Dazue, right? 1. It's not just other players calling this Mei Yangxiener an idiot. Even Beichen frowned at her demand. It's not that he couldn't produce these resources, but once this precedent was set, it would be difficult to control later. If he were to offer resources in the future, he might end up being cornered. So Beichen instantly discarded the idea of bargaining with her. People like her were generally unreasonable. Seeing that others had exposed her, Mei Yangxiener simply stopped pretending. She sent a direct message. Beichen, I know you're lurking. Indeed, I have white copper in my hand. Do you want it? Just obediently bring out 5 liters of mineral water and 3 days worth of food, or you will never get the white copper. This blatant extortion silenced everyone in the chat square. Indeed, compared to them, Beichen was living. Not only did he bring out baked naan, but also 3 liters of mineral water as a reward condition. What does this indicate? It shows that Beichen is not lacking in water and food. With the mindset of not wanting others to fare better than himself, many silently supported Mei Yangxiener in her actions. There was no way around it. After all, Beichen was affluent. However, to be fair, Beichen's resources in water and food were purely due to his own luck. He had no obligation to share his scarce resources. One must understand that countless people were participating in the survival game, not just 1 or 2. Even if Beichen were a benevolent savior, he couldn't help everyone. Moreover, he didn't want to help, nor would he. For a moment, the chat square fell into silence. Everyone was waiting for Beichen to speak, but he was now too preoccupied to pay attention. Because he had just received a private message from Tung Baiwan. Brody, you urgently need the rare metal white copper. Upon hearing urgently needed, Beichen frowned, but still replied yes. Just as he replied to a trade request, it appeared before him. He clicked to accept. Soon a piece of white metal appeared in Tung Baiwan's trade window. The name was exactly the rare metal that Beichen needed. White copper. What Beichen never expected was that he hadn't even asked for the exchange conditions when the other party had already clicked the trade button. This meant that Tung Baiwan was giving this piece of white copper away for free. In this lawless, endless, and death-filled environment, encountering such a thing warmed Beichen's heart slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Beichen still rejected the trade, as he did the trade interface before him also. However, soon Beichen actively initiated a trade request to Tung Baiwan. I don't like taking things for free, you might need these items. He placed 5 liters of refined gasoline, 1 liter of mineral water, and 5 pieces of baked naan on the table. As these 3 items appeared, Tung Baiwan was instantly stunned. Was this more than what that famous streamer extorted from Beichen? So much. Thank you, bro. Tung Baiwan instinctively wanted to refuse, but thinking of his and his sister's current predicament, he held back. One should repay a foot if one is given a mile. Rather than being publicly extorted by Mei Yangxiener and admitting defeat, Beichen would rather give Tung Baiwan more supplies to obtain the white copper. The key point is that the nature of the two matters is different. Publicly admitting defeat brings endless repercussions, Beichen did not like the feeling of being at someone else's mercy. Beichen, you saved my life, and now you've provided us with urgently needed refined gasoline, water, and food. I don't know how to repay you. Prioritize finding rare resources to exchange with me. Definitely. Both parties confirmed the trade. Beichen's 5 liters of refined gasoline, 1 liter of mineral water, and 5 pieces of baked naan disappeared, while a piece of rare metal white copper fell into Beichen's hands. Upon receiving the white copper, Beichen finally sighed in relief. However, to his surprise, the white copper obtained from Tung Baiwan couldn't be amplified. He didn't think much of it. After all, system amplification had its conditions, and not meeting those conditions naturally meant no amplification. As for removing the reward, Beichen had no interest in how other players would react, because he had already gathered all the materials needed to craft his T1 fish-scale military knife. He opened the trade square and directly canceled 2 reward requests. However, Beichen's thoughtless action instantly caused an uproar in the chat square. Soon a torrent of insults rained down upon Mei Yangxianer. No, Beichen is angry. Everyone go see, the 2 reward requests are gone cancelled. What? No way. I just found a piece of iron resource. What the hell happened before? It was Mei Yangxianer who extorted Beichen with a piece of white copper, provoking Beichen's anger. Beichen, we were wrong. We shouldn't have remained silent. We should have stood by your side. Please put the rewards back up. We were hoping the rewards would increase before selling our resources, but we didn't expect this to happen. It's all that damn pretentious Mei Yangxianer causing trouble, wreaking havoc, that shameless person. One, damn it, he'll put up 100 milliliters of murky river water for a bounty on Mei Yangxianer's head. Whoever sees her, kill her. I won't give resources even if it means my family dies. He'll put up a small whip. He'll put up a pack of condoms. He'll put up half a steamed bun. Wanted Mei Yangxianer. The wanted messages in the chat square flowed like a spring. Mei Yangxianer's once smug smile had long been replaced by fear. The development of this situation had exceeded what she could handle. She was a well-known streamer recognized by many. In this lawless survival world, being caught by someone meant being killed. It was no joke. What's wrong with me? I didn't do anything wrong. Or why are they treating me like this? Boo-hoo. Now all Mei Yangxianer could think of was to admit defeat and apologize. This was different from before the game. Back then, if she offended the public, she could at most go on a vacation to avoid the storm. No one dared to touch her in Huaxia. But here there were no rules. This meant that whatever others did to her was guiltless. Boo-hoo, I was wrong. Please let me go, big brothers. Damn, you still have the face to show up. You better watch out. Kill her. I have an 1800-year-old mother and countless liquid children beneath me. If I die, who will take care of them? If you want to destroy my whole family, then I won't let you live well. Boo-hoo, I was wrong. I don't want to die. Mei Yangxianer was crying. These people were too ruthless. You have the nerve to cry. Beichen removed the rewards and many of us will starve to death. You better kneel and apologize now. Seek Beichen's forgiveness. At this point, the clever crowd was thinking of ways to remedy the situation. After an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Yes. If Beichen doesn't post the rewards again within 3 days, you will still be wanted by us. One, boo-hoo, I'll go right away. However, Beichen was completely unaware of the events unfolding, and although being maliciously extorted left him feeling unpleasant, Beichen thought there was nothing to be said about it. After all, those were other people's resources. How much they asked for didn't matter. If it didn't suit him, he just wouldn't buy it. He opened up the fish-scale T1 military knife design in his pocket. Sure enough, the crafting button at the bottom of the design paper had lit up, available for selection. Fish-scale T1 military knife required materials 2,626 fine iron, 43 fine steel, 11 white copper. Yesterday, a large rat ambushed him from a wooden resource box. To be honest, Beichen was really startled, and his desire for weapons grew deeper. One who often walks by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. Luck may have spared him once without injury, but can one always rely on good fortune? Luck also has its limits. Yet with a sharp weapon in hand, many dangers could be dealt with, at the very least providing hope for survival. Otherwise, facing strange beasts with bare hands, humanity would have no chance of victory. Taking a deep breath, Beichen no longer hesitated and directly chose to craft. Congratulations to player Beichen for crafting a T1 level fish-scale military knife. Would you like to announce this to the entire region? Hearing this, Beichen was stunned. No announcement? Are you kidding? This is a lawless game. Only a fool would reveal their cards in the early stages. After saying no announcement, a flash of white light appeared before him, and the design paper in his hand vanished. When Beichen opened his eyes again, he found himself holding an ancient cold military knife, its blade covered in fine fish-scale patterns. The handle was 4 inches long, the blade was 9 inches long, and the width of the blade was 9 inches. It felt icy in his hand, as if forged from dark iron. The handle seemed designed for the right hand. With a slight grip, it could be swung easily. The overall weight was less than a pound, with the entire blade displaying a fish-scale pattern, completely black and not reflecting light under the sun. Indeed, it is a T1 level personal military knife. Oh, just looking at the blade makes me feel like my eyes might get cut. Beichen felt as if he had discovered a treasure, carefully toying with the T1 grade military knife in his hand, his heart filled with joy. While other players were still struggling for the most basic survival resources, Beichen had already obtained a weapon for self-defense, specifically the individual combat knife issued by the Dragon team of the Chinese Special Forces, which was not something an ordinary person could acquire. Looking around the supplies in the vehicle, he found nothing suitable for his experiments. A water bucket wouldn't do, and the baked naan was also useless. His little brother. He couldn't even use a single piece. Helpless Beichen could only open the car door, bend down, and stab the asphalt road with his knife. Rip. What? The sharpness. It's a divine weapon. Beichen slowly withdrew the fish scale knife, which was about to pierce the asphalt. From insertion to extraction, it was effortless. The sensation in that moment. Beichen thought he was stabbing not the firm and hard asphalt, but a piece of old tofu. Goodness, it turns out the gaps in the fish scale pattern of the blade serve as blood grooves, preventing it from getting stuck due to pressure. This design is incredible. He retracted the fish scale knife and closed the car door. Beichen felt good contemplating the process of forging the fish scale knife. Suddenly, a private message notification, 99, reminded Beichen. Upon opening it, he saw Brother Beichen. Please don't cancel the bounty. I was wrong. I really was wrong. If you cancel the bounty task, they will kill me. Sob sob. Father Beichen, I really was wrong. Can I give you this piece of white copper as a gift? I beg you, please repost the bounty task. I don't want to die. I want to live. Looking at dozens of messages pleading for forgiveness, Beichen was momentarily at a loss. What happened? Isn't this female streamer quite strong? Did someone kill her? Beichen disregarded the woman and turned to open the chat square. After this incident, Mei Yangxian immediately thought of giving her metal resources to Beichen for free, but when she just sent a trade request, she found out that Beichen had already blocked her request, leaving her unable to do anything but send private messages. So she frantically begged Beichen for forgiveness. As soon as Beichen entered the chat square, he was also taken aback by the content. Sob sob, the great Beichen has set my trade request to refuse. I sent more than 99 messages as a sycophant and still received no reply. Damn, you are useless. Didn't you claim to have over 1 million fans? Can't you even flatter properly, right? Clearly you haven't flattered the great Beichen enough. Damn it, you should flatter like this. My goodness, brother, upstairs, your flattery is too contrived. The great Beichen definitely wouldn't like that. It should be more natural, not too exaggerated. Your feet must smell. Mei Yangxian thought this makes so much sense. I will go flatter the great Beichen right away. What is a sycophant? These strategists are true sycophants. They can consider being natural, not contrived, not exaggerated. Can you believe it? Beichen was utterly bewildered. What is happening? He didn't want to become the target of criticism. Being forced into this survival game, he just wanted to live well, complete the game, and return to his original world to honor his parents. At this moment, Beichen spoke again. I am Beichen, what just happened? Suddenly, the entire chat square fell silent. All players knew that Beichen was very aloof and usually did not speak in the chat square. This rare utterance had to be seized. Relying solely on that spendthrift Mei Yangxian to flatter was probably going to leave 99 of the people there starving. Thus, the next scene left Beichen, who was completely bewildered in shock. It was an overwhelming wave of flattery. The great Beichen is so aloof. I can't stand the glare of a domineering CEO. If given the chance, I will definitely have a child with the great Beichen. The woman upstairs, can you be any more exaggerated? Such an excellent man like the great Beichen, do you actually think you can monopolize him? So low, the great Beichen must be a man with extremely high taste. Do you think people like you can attract the great Beichen's attention? Only girls from scholarly families with refined qualities are what the great Beichen needs. Women from scholarly families are all outdated in their thinking and fail to keep up with the times. What's good about them? I transitioned into beauty training. I just turned 18 and can unlock 108 different poses on the spot. Those who understand will understand. The great Beichen is so wise, he must know the advantages of beauty training girls. Being flattered by so many people at once. To be honest, it feels exceptionally good. Yesterday in biology class, the teacher said that when a person is extremely happy, the brain naturally secretes a substance called dopamine, which is usually referred to as the source of happiness in academia. Teacher, you are not deceiving me. Although Beichen is very happy now, due to the special nature of the chat square, he knows that among those who are frantically flattering him, many rough men are hiding, as girls wouldn't flatter so skillfully. So comfortable. Of course, excluding the actual operation. Beichen smiled, and then exited the chat square, heading to the trading square. That's right, Beichen was going to relist the bounty information. Not because of the flattery from the crowd, but because he knew that in the early stages of the game there were almost no players who could study metal resources, and at this stage 99 of players were worried about food, water, and energy, so they wouldn't value metal resources highly. However, as time passed, those who survived would eventually acquire various blueprints. Thus, Beichen was certain that in the future various metal resources would appear at terrifying prices in the trading square. And now, with this situation as a backdrop, he could take the opportunity to gather some metal resources. With the enhancement system on his side, it would be better to gather more while he could. Before long, Beichen listed 2 bounty tasks. They were each piece of metal weighing over 500 grams could be exchanged for 100 milliliters of mineral water with a limit of 3 liters. Alternatively, each piece of metal weighing over 500 grams could be exchanged for a piece of baked naan with a limit of 50 pieces. Given Beichen's current worth, he could certainly offer more. But he knew that the limited resources would greatly incite the player's competitive spirit, and perhaps he could obtain truly rare resources. After reposting the bounty tasks, Beichen did not return to the chat square. Focusing on driving and searching for supplies was essential. Bounty successful, you received 1 piece of refined iron. Bounty successful, you received 1 piece of rare metal white copper. Bounty successful, you received 1 piece of ordinary steel. Almost simultaneously, more than a dozen bounty success notifications rang in Beichen's ears. He marked from yesterday to today. It had taken nearly a day and night to gather the materials to forge the fish-scale military knife, yet within such a short time, he had received so many metal resources. Indeed, it's still necessary to strike while the iron is hot. Beichen was not in a hurry to retrieve the metal resources obtained from the bounty, as the space in the vehicle was limited. Before the bounty tasks disappeared, the collected resources could be temporarily stored in the bounty trading section and could be retrieved with just a thought when needed. After driving more than 80 miles, Beichen glanced around the wilderness. Suddenly, he froze, his gaze fixated on a patch of weeds to the left. Had it not been for Beichen's ample sleep the previous night, he was sure he would have missed that resource box at first glance. A bronze resource box. This is my first time seeing one. The green resource box was hidden among the weeds. Usually those who were inattentive or had poor eyesight might just miss it. But Beichen was temporarily well-resourced, wealthed, and in good condition. Slowing down, he parked the car. With the just-forged fish-scale T1 military knife at his waist and a bronze hammer in his right hand, Beichen carefully got out of the car. After surveying the surroundings, he walked straight towards the nearby bronze resource box. The morning sun was not too harsh, just around 10 degrees. As Beichen approached the bronze resource box, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was not excitement that caused this, but the unknown danger that accompanied the resource box. Last time when he smashed a wooden resource box, a mouse the size of a cat had jumped out. If Beichen had not reacted quickly, he could have been injured, or worse. What appeared before him was a bronze resource box, and if there were other creatures hidden inside, they would surely be more formidable than that large mouse. Amidst the weeds, a teal box lay quietly, starkly out of place with its surroundings. Approaching it, Beichen did not sense any danger around. He bravely leaned closer to the bronze resource box, hoping to hear any sounds coming from within. However, Beichen was disappointed to find that the resource box was completely sealed. No matter, he'll just smash it open and take a look. If there's danger with my T1 fish-scale military knife in hand, I still have a chance to fight back. The bronze hammer struck the bronze resource box, needing 10 strong hits to break it open. Without hesitation, Beichen swung the hammer down with force. Bang! The sharp sound of metal striking metal rang out. Indeed, the words 110 appeared on the... Beichen continued without hesitation. 1 strike, 2 strikes, the 10th strike. Crack, it's open. After the 10th strike, Beichen quickly stepped back 2 paces, throwing the hammer down at his feet, and the fish-scale military knife appeared in his right hand. At this moment, the bronze resource box had completely cracked open, revealing 2 items inside. One was a light-colored bag the size of a small briefcase, marked with a red cross on the front, while the other was a camouflage plate-sized object resembling a phone. Not seeing any beasts springing out of the bronze resource box greatly relieved Beichen. A first aid kit. A plate. He bent down to pick up the 2 items, examining them closely. As soon as he touched the 2 items, a "can amplify" prompt appeared. Nice, it can actually amplify. Without time for further examination, Beichen wanted to leave the place. The game tutorial had warned that unless absolutely necessary, one should avoid getting out of the vehicle, and that advice was not without reason. In fact, Beichen had been cautious enough, but an unexpected turn of events occurred the moment he turned around. Rustling as the dry grass behind him stirred, Beichen's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He knew that whatever was coming for him was certainly not small, as the noise was immense, akin to an earthquake. Daring not to look back at what was charging towards him, Beichen immediately picked up the hammer on the ground and fled. Gurgle. The sound of cutting through the wind was followed by a piercing gasp and a heart-wrenching howl. What the hell? Where did this jagged-toothed wild boar come from? It's too big, isn't it? Beichen glanced back and nearly cried out when he saw what was chasing him. A wild boar the size of a calf, which looked nothing like any species found on Earth. Not to mention getting hit directly, even a brush from this creature would take half his life. Upon realizing it was a massive wild boar with menacing tusks, Beichen immediately abandoned any thoughts of returning to the vehicle. It wasn't that Beichen wasn't fast enough. He was acutely aware that his small vehicle couldn't withstand the charge of such a large wild boar. Though the Wuling was fuel efficient, it could not withstand the force of a boar's powerful thrust. This wooling was essentially Beichen's lifeline. Without it he would have to traverse the scorching sun on foot, and dying from the heat would be merely a matter of time. Surveying the terrain around him, Beichen quickly decided to change direction towards a rugged pile of rocks ahead. Damn it, this isn't a survival game, it's a hunting game. With such a large wild boar, can my 9-inch fish-scale military knife really kill it? As Beichen rushed up the rugged slope of the stone pile, he narrowly avoided the wild boar's tusk, thrust from behind. The wild boar was massive and heavy, and as it stepped on the rocky ground it could not effectively utilize its advantages, yet it did not wish to relinquish its pursuit of the intruder. For a moment, both sides found themselves in a stalemate. Beichen's palm was sweaty as he gripped the military knife, watching the white tusks near the creature's mouth instinctively swallowing. I swear it's not that Beichen was tempted by the thought of eating pork, but rather the cold sweat from the brush with death. I swear I need to get my hands on a decent weapon quickly. Facing such a large wild boar, it seems the military knife won't suffice. As time went by, Beichen grew anxious. He couldn't stay here too long. Aside from the scorching sun soon radiating its true heat, encountering other players would also be a problem. In the end, Beichen chose to take the initiative, trying to provoke the wild boar that was attempting to climb up below. 1 stone, 2 stones. Each stone struck the large wild boar. Oh. Sure enough, when the last stone hit the boar's rear, it was completely enraged. It charged recklessly towards the pile of rocks. However, its massive size and heavy body made balance impossible. As it reached the top of the rock pile, the rounded stones beneath it scattered, creating a deep pit where the boar pressed down. What? Did it just flip over? Indeed, the wild boar had flipped over in the rocky pile with a convex pit trapping its back, and no matter how it kicked its short legs, it was powerless to recover. Goodness, what a lucky break. If that rock pile had been a bit sturdier, I could have been killed. In this situation, Beichen found himself hanging by a thread on the brink of survival. Seize the opportunity. Beichen was a calm and decisive person. Upon discovering the wild boar with tusks, he did not hesitate to choose to flee. No joke. Not to mention a fish-scale military knife, even a burst from a 9mm handgun might not be enough to take down this creature. A 7.5mm rifle might do the trick. But now Beichen felt a murderous intent towards the wild boar. Pork contains rich protein along with the essential fats, carbohydrates, calcium, iron, and phosphorus that humans need. Since the survival game had just begun, many players would not face issues of nutrient deficiency in the short term, but as time passed, Beichen was sure these problems would soon become apparent. Growing up in the countryside, Beichen was no sheltered flower. He had seen adults in the village slaughter pigs as a child, though he had never personally done it, and he couldn't help feeling a bit nervous. Stepping on the gravel, Beichen walked step by step towards the overturned wild boar in the rocky pile. Sensing Beichen's approach, the flipped boar began to kick its legs in an attempt to right itself. However, Beichen would not give the wild boar the chance to get up. The T1 fish-scale military knife glimmered in the sunlight without reflecting light. As he gripped it tightly, Beichen suddenly felt that the knife had become an extension of his arm. With a swift motion, Beichen swung the military knife, and the black flash struck the boar's neck. Instantly, blood sprayed out from the boar, accompanied by a piercing howl. Beichen looked at the fish-scale knife in disbelief. It's so sharp. How can it slice through pig skin like cutting? As Beichen marveled, the wild boar's cries gradually faded, as severing the carotid artery with a 15-centimeter wound was no laughing matter. Watching the wild boar slowly die, Beichen licked his dry lips and smiled. He'll get some charcoal. It seems tonight I can improve my quality of life. A wide asphalt road, dozens of meters across, divides the wilderness in two. The brand new Wuling Hongguang has yet to be turned off. On a small hill formed by a pile of gravel in the distance, a young man with tousled hair and a handsome face is holding a black-scaled military knife, hesitating as he gestures toward the enormous dead wild boar in front of him. Feeling the temperature of the sun rising slowly, Beichen knows he must quickly handle this massive creature, or the pork will spoil under the intense heat within hours. Soon Beichen returned to the car quickly with a hammer and 2 supplies obtained from the bronze resource box. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hammering echoed from inside the new Wuling. Indeed. In order to take away more fresh pork, Beichen ultimately decided to modify the back seat of the car. In no time, 2 adjacent seats were thrown out of the vehicle. With the 2 space-consuming seats gone, the interior of the car instantly felt much larger. Now I can carry more pork. Without hesitation, he only held the black-scaled military knife. The wild boar that attacked Beichen earlier was estimated to weigh around 1,500 pounds. With such a massive boar, Beichen alone could carry only a limited amount. After all, this game world is fraught with danger. If one stays in one place too long, even if they don't encounter unknown beasts again, they could run into other players. No matter who he encounters, it wouldn't be good for the currently plump Beichen. He rushed back to the pile of rocks and began his work. Slash. Luckily, Beichen's newly crafted T1 level military knife was incredibly effective, otherwise merely cutting would be a monumental task. He tossed the boar's head aside. He preserved the 2 front legs and 2 hind legs. He kept the pork belly and 2 whole pork chops. To be honest, Beichen's speed was already quite fast, yet completing this took half an hour. The main reason was that the wild boar was too large. Carrying it back and forth to the car alone required 4 trips, just for the 4 legs. After moving all the cut materials back, Beichen nearly collapsed from exhaustion. The weather was too hot, and climbing the rocky slope was exhausting. The car's air conditioning had long been set to its lowest temperature, while Beichen was gulping down salty soda. Huh. Oh my goodness. Wiping the moisture from the corner of his mouth, Beichen smiled wryly. Who would believe me if I said I was distressed about having too much supply right now? Looking back at the car filled with fresh pork, Beichen immediately thought of grilled pork. He swallowed hard. He knew it was unwise to linger here. He had already stayed for too long. Wait. Seeing the remnants of the wild boar through the car window, Beichen pondered. Did I forget something? That's a good item. He got out of the car and sprinted. In less than a minute, Beichen rushed back. He saw 2 kidney-sized pieces of pork already tossed onto the pork belly. It wasn't that Beichen lost out, but because pork kidneys contain nutrients such as zinc, iron, copper, phosphorus, vitamin A, B vitamins, vitamin C, protein, fat, and carbohydrates, and they can treat conditions like kidney deficiency, back pain, edema, and deafness. In short, this item is valuable for both men and women. Why? For women, if it's good for him, it's good for me too. Moreover, since this is a survival game, Beichen naturally wants to take away all the good items he can carry. It's just that Beichen's wooling space was insufficient. Otherwise, not a single hair would be left behind. Restarting the car, Beichen distinctly felt the vehicle's weight had increased significantly. Alas, the only regret is that I don't have a refrigerator, otherwise these ingredients could be stored much longer. Speaking of which, it's strange. Ever since Beichen opened the bronze resource box and unexpectedly obtained hundreds of pounds of pork, it seems his luck has run out. In the following hours, Beichen didn't encounter any other resource boxes. Soon the sun began to set. Bang! 55 crack. Watching the wooden resource box shatter and seeing no dangerous creatures spring forth from within, Beichen let out a sigh of relief. Nice, it's 200 milliliters of water. Returning to the car, he placed the newly acquired water resource in the passenger seat. As he watched the night gradually descend, Beichen knew it was time to find a sheltered spot to park and rest. Throughout the day, Beichen's heart was in his throat. Through today's wild boar incident, he realized that even with the 100-fold amplification system he awakened, he could still die accidentally in the game. And the wild boar was merely a creature with low intelligence, if it were a human. Beichen did not feel like the chosen one after gaining the system. Instead, he acted more cautiously. He had a vague premonition that the number of people participating in this road survival game would be astronomical. If there were enough ants, they could take down an elephant, let alone Beichen, who was just a mortal and had no substantial cards to play in the early stages. Soon Beichen drove the Wuling Hongguang to a suitable place for overnight stay. He let out a heavy sigh of relief and lazily leaned back in his seat to rest. Anyone who has driven knows what it's like to drive all day without rest. Exhausted, mentally tired, physically tired, and even his eyes felt tired. After doing eye exercises for 2 minutes, the soreness in his eyes improved significantly. Regaining his focus, Beichen took out the 2 supplies he obtained from the bronze resource box today to study. Medical emergency kit. I wonder what it will become after amplification. Detected that the medical emergency kit meets amplification criteria. Do you want to amplify it? Amplify? Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. The medical emergency kit has been enhanced to a military emergency kit. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Beichen smiled. Anything associated with military equipment always seems to come with much higher quality, without exception. Zipping open the military emergency kit, various first aid supplies came into view. 1 pressure band, 1 fast-acting pain relief injection, 2 bags of concentrated hemostatic powder, 2 powerful antibacterial injections, 1 package of adhesive bandages, and 1 adrenaline injection. Seeing the names of these items left Beichen astonished. He could guarantee that besides the pressure band, which could be found in pharmacies, the rest were inaccessible to non-professionals, especially the powerful antibacterial injections, adrenaline, and fast-acting pain relief injections. Wow, with these, even if I'm bitten by a giant lizard, I should be fine, right? He carefully stored these items away, feeling quite pleased. Illnesses and injuries from biological attacks are unpredictable and unavoidable in the future. However, with these, his life safety would be greatly ensured. After amplifying the first item from the bronze resource box, Beichen felt excited. Now he couldn't help but look forward to the second item. A camouflage phone-sized armor piece appeared in his hand, about 3 centimeters thick, with substantial weight and quality. At this moment, the system's prompt echoed again. Detected that the reactive armor fragment can be amplified. Do you want to amplify it? What? Is this reactive armor only equipped on main battle tanks? Hearing about the T3 level reactive armor, Beichen was not disappointed. After all, he only paid for a piece of armor fragment. Yet after enhancement, he could receive 80 complete pieces of T3 reactive armor. Strictly speaking, this is already a blood profit. As the system's prompt faded, Beichen heard the sound of crashing nearby. Turning his head, he saw a pile of reactive armor that was a size larger than the previous fragments. Wow. He reached out to grab a piece, estimating it to weigh about a pound. Beichen knew that this reactive armor was not made of metal, but rather some rare synthetic material. If it were metal, these pieces of reactive armor would definitely be able to crush a wooling car. But how am I supposed to equip it on the car? Am I supposed to stick it on the outside of the car? Just then the voice of the gaming console prompted in Beichen's ear. Player Beichen has obtained T3 level reactive armor. Should the information be announced across the region? Beichen frowned, not public. Congratulations to player number 123271 for successfully crafting T3 vehicle equipment. The vehicle equipment function will be activated at 1720. This time it was a region-wide announcement. Beichen was taken aback. However, the good news was that the game console did not reveal his name, only his number, so there was no need to worry. Vehicle equipment function. Beichen directly opened the game's free interface, and indeed a new function had appeared: chat square trading square vehicle equipment. Knowing that he had triggered a game function, Beichen was aware that the chat square would surely be buzzing. But he had no interest in looking at it right now. Upon opening vehicle equipment, Beichen instantly understood how to use this function. Before him was a brand new interface. Unlike Chat Square and Trading Square, this interface clearly displayed player numbers and vehicle blueprint distribution information. User not bound: Beichen. Player number 123,271. Vehicle model: Wuling Hongguang TS90 automatic high configuration. Beichen discovered the overview of the car, which separately displayed parts like the car glass, tires, engine, and main structure, while Beichen's selectable option was only the main structure. Does this mean that the vehicle's main structure can be replaced with reactive armor? It feels like a dream. Isn't it too advanced? Although surprised, Beichen didn't hesitate, having participated in this game in such a muddled way. What could he not believe? Replace. Replace. After saying this, Beichen noticed that the main structure of the vehicle was slowly undergoing some changes. The size remained the same, but from Beichen's perspective, he could clearly see that pieces of reactive armor were arranged around the Wuling's main structure. In just a minute, he said, "Is that it?" Beichen was stunned, counting carefully. Indeed, there were 80 pieces. However, it was still far from fully replacing the vehicle's main structure with reactive armor. In that case, I still need at least 120 pieces of reactive armor to completely protect the entire vehicle, right? Although somewhat disappointed, Beichen knew this was already very good. Being able to protect the driver's side was a dream compared to other players. T3 level reactive armor, if fully equipped, it may not withstand a shot from a battle tank, but at least it should be fine against regular rifles for a short time, right? Regardless, Beichen felt pleased at this moment. While 99 of players were still worrying about food, water, and energy, his vehicle already possessed a certain level of defense. What reassured him even more was that he had also obtained a military first aid kit. Looking at the sky outside, it had not completely darkened yet. He quickly glanced at the chat square. As expected, damn it. I thought I was the luckiest one today to gather a lot of resources, but it turns out some big shots got their hands on reactive armor. Damn it, to compare people is to die. You comparing goods is to throw away. My damned convertible sports car. Hello everyone, I'm from Africa, because right now I'm as dark as the bottom of a pot. I'm a military fan. I have the right to speak on this matter. Reactive armor is usually equipped on infantry fighting vehicles, but it's still rare. This stuff is generally equipped on main battle tanks, boasting incredibly high defense. Hearing about reactive armor makes my mouth water with envy. I wonder which hidden big shot came up with this stuff, indirectly activating the game console's function. Can you guess which country's big shot created the reactive armor? I hope it's from our great Huaxiao. Those who are not of our race must have different intentions. If it's a big shot from another country, we'll be in trouble when we meet them. It must be a player from our great Huaxia. 1-1. After this incident came out, some were happy, and some were worried. The bloodline of Huaxia consists of people with a long-term vision. They are well aware that someone has crafted reactive armor so early in the game, but what about in the future? It's important to note that there are no rules here. If they are countrymen, that's fine. If they are from another country, then it will be a case of being the fish on the chopping block. Glancing quickly at the chat square, Beichen found that everyone was discussing the commotion they had caused, which made him shake his head. He then closed the chat square and got out of the car, hoping to seize the moment before it got completely dark to collect some firewood. When he couldn't be sure whether other players had found charcoal or other materials, perhaps wild firewood would be a good choice. A few minutes later, carrying back 20 or 30 pieces of wood, Beichen drew out his fish scale military knife and began to cut the fresh pork chops into strips for future use. To keep the ingredients fresh, Beichen had run the air conditioner all day long. He had sufficient gasoline resources, otherwise if it were another player they would have been heartbroken by now. With 6 pork chops and 2 large kidneys, Beichen felt this was enough, any more would be a bit wasteful. I wonder if I can get a reward for charcoal or seasoning. Soon 2 new rewards appeared in the trading square. The reward targets were charcoal lighters, seasonings, barbecue grills, etc. Exchangeable for 100 milliliters of water or a roasted naan with a maximum reward limit of 6 times. At this moment, other players in the chat square were happily chopping away. Suddenly a message was sent out causing many players to hurriedly exit the chat square. Hey, go check it out, there's a new reward. This time it's not for metal, if you miss it it'll be gone. Indeed, the message was sent by Beichen. Within 30 seconds Beichen heard the prompts in his ear. Reward obtained barbecue grill 1. Reward obtained charcoal 3 pieces. Reward obtained cumin chili powder 200 grams. Reward obtained liquor jiang xiaobai 1 bottle. Listening to the prompts in his ear, Beichen smiled. Wow, apart from metal resources these players really managed to gather a lot of random stuff. Having obtained so many rewards Beichen was no longer in a hurry to start a fire. After all, after a tiring day, he had been either driving or searching for resource boxes. To be honest, it was really dull and boring. Watching other players chat was also nice. It helped pass the time and dispel the instinctive fear of darkness. Haha, fortunately, I didn't throw away the charcoal I obtained this time. I hit the jackpot. 100 milliliters of mineral water TSK. For the past few days I've been surviving on muddy water. I've almost forgotten what clean water tastes like. Cybro, I admire you. Finding charcoal in the heat of summer and still keeping it truly different fates for different people. I also found a pack of chili powder while searching for resources. At that time I thought everyone was too anxious and wouldn't eat spicy food, but Beichen the boss Sai? Looking at this situation, is boss Beichen about to do a barbecue? Barbecue grill, cumin chili powder liquor. He's about to improve his life. Everyone, to be honest, the saliva I've drooled has already solved my thirst problem. 1-1. After browsing the various messages in the chat plaza, Beichen noticed that most players were lamenting their poverty or expressing their dissatisfaction. In fact, 2 days had already passed. Beichen gradually understood that these players might indeed be struggling. However, they had not reached a point of desperation. From the numerous chat messages, he discovered that although these players could not find quality water and food resources, they could still manage to sustain their basic survival. If they made an effort, ensuring their basic life functions was still achievable. Perhaps gasoline resources were relatively scarce, as the only means of transportation for all players was the vehicle they chose at the start. A person could last without water and food for a day or two, but without gasoline a vehicle would be rendered completely immobile. Soon Beichen exited the chat plaza. He went to the trading plaza to retrieve the various barbecue items he had earned from bounties. In the 2 days since participating in this survival game, he hadn't had a proper meal. It would be unreasonable not to reward himself this time, especially since he had an abundance of fresh wild boar meat in his vehicle. Several hundred pounds worth. This meat could not be stored for long, and following the principle of not wasting, Beichen naturally decided to eat as much as he could. Just less than 2 minutes after leaving the chat plaza, suddenly a heavy message appeared on the public screen of the chat plaza. Dear brothers and sisters, please save my sister. I am Tung Million. My sister did not heed my warnings and was bitten on the foot by a giant lizard while searching for supplies at night. The wound is close to getting infected. Dear brothers and sisters, anyone with disinfectant or first aid supplies, I beg you please save my sister. As soon as the message appeared, the chat plaza fell silent for several breaths. His own sister had been bitten on the foot by a giant lizard full of bacteria. If she had been taken to a hospital to treat the wound within half an hour before the game, there might have been a chance for survival. But now everyone was at a loss. Here, not to mention first aid supplies, even basic food, water, and gasoline were precious. Who would have such items? Soon some people spoke up to offer comfort and suggestions. I say, brother, are you mistaken? We are struggling to eat and drink. Who has first aid supplies? Exactly, if I had any first aid supplies I wouldn't have gone hungry for 3 meals. Brother, you should accept your fate. A notorious giant lizard is full of bacteria. Even an African buffalo wouldn't survive more than 2 or 3 days after being bitten, let alone a human. Everyone present knew that Tung Million's sister was doomed. Even Tung Million himself understood that his sister's chance. By the way, you could try asking the great Beichen. His resources are so abundant that he might have first aid supplies. However, whether he would give you such valuable items is uncertain. Perhaps if you have something he needs, it's possible that Beichen. Through 2 days of interaction, everyone in the chat plaza knew that Beichen was an incredibly aloof and pragmatic person. If you could not offer him what he needed, he would not give you anything. Of course, the person speaking this also knew that not only Beichen, but even they themselves would not casually give anything to anyone under such conditions. Because here, every resource represented a chance at life and hope. Tung Million left in silence. At this moment, Beichen sat beside his Wuling Hongguang. With a lighter barbecue grill and charcoal seasoning, he was now happily setting up the grill to prepare the meat. As the sky outside had fallen into darkness, visibility was less than 10 meters. For safety reasons, he lit the wood he had picked up. The firelight illuminated the surroundings, and some timid creatures dared not approach recklessly, allowing Beichen to grill in peace. Looking at the Jiang Xiaobai placed beside him, he was surprised to find that the Jiang Xiaobai could not be amplified. If it could amplify a few more bottles, then in times of fatigue, he could take a sip to rejuvenate himself. What delighted Beichen was that 3 pieces of charcoal could be amplified. At this moment, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Detected ordinary charcoal can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? Without hesitation, Beichen replied, amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. The ordinary charcoal has been amplified into 100 pieces of premium charcoal. As soon as the voice in his ear finished speaking, Beichen smiled. After all, amplifying 3 ordinary pieces of charcoal to obtain 100 pieces of premium charcoal meant both quality and quantity had improved. 100 pieces were actually quite a lot, and the nearby bonfire quickly ignited the charcoal. The burning charcoal emitted a dark red glow in the night. Beichen carefully placed the cut pork belly and pork chops onto the grill. Sizzle sizzle, before long the fresh wild boar meat emitted an enticing aroma. To be honest, if it weren't for the bonfires lit around, Beichen wouldn't dare to grill outside the vehicle so recklessly. If a fierce beast rushed out of the darkness in the distance, it would be very dangerous. Twisting open the Jiang Xiaobai beside him, the aroma of the liquor mixed with the mouth-watering pork chops and pork belly on the grill. At this moment, Beichen felt an unparalleled tranquility within, even a hint of contentment. After all, being able to enjoy such a life in this environment was indeed something to be grateful for. Just then a private message notification rang in his ear. Beichen hesitated, as too many people had been privately messaging him and harassing him lately. Most were women who thought themselves attractive, trying to swindle resources from him. Initially he read every single message, but over time he grew too lazy to check them. However, now that he was in a good mood and had nothing to do, he decided to take a look at the private messages. Upon opening the private message and seeing the content, Beichen frowned. Bitten by a giant lizard. A giant lizard. That is a terrifying creature. Brother Beichen, this may seem abrupt, but I really have no other choice. I beg you to save my sister, she is only 19 years old. Beichen hesitated. Although he had a good impression of Tung Million, the resources he had given in their 2 transactions were definitely sufficient. Moreover, the items in his military first aid kit were very precious. At this point, Beichen had no extra choices. After all, being bitten by a giant lizard was no trivial matter. A buffalo could last 2 to 3 days at most, and for a human, Beichen was certain they would not survive beyond 24 hours. He could either choose to take out his military first aid kit or tell him that he did not have such items and watch him die. Beichen still replied to Tung Million, neither directly refusing nor agreeing. He simply asked, I have the items, but what can you give me? I am not someone who likes to take advantage of others, nor do I like it when others take advantage of me. Meanwhile, on an asphalt road thousands of miles away from Beichen, seeing Beichen's reply that he had first aid supplies, Tung Million was overjoyed. However, after seeing Beichen's next message, he was stunned. Logically speaking, if Beichen directly refused him, he would have nothing to say. But that was his little sister who had grown up. Logically speaking, if Beichen directly refused him, he would have nothing to say. But that was his little sister who had grown up. How could a brother watch his own sister succumb to infection and death without doing anything? Tung Million gritted his teeth and did not immediately ask Beichen for those items, because he felt he was not worthy. Soon he sent a private message to his sister. Choo-choo, quickly tell me what resources you have. Just give me anything precious and I will find someone who can save you. Tung Million anxiously awaited his sister's reply. He genuinely hoped that his sister had some precious resources so he could ask Beichen to exchange them for the urgently needed first aid supplies. Soon a message replied. Brother, I found a design drawing, but I don't understand the name of this design. Can you see if it can be exchanged for first aid supplies? Before long, Tung Million received a trading request. As he opened the trading interface and saw the name of the drawing his sister placed in the trade, he exclaimed in surprise, particle space ring. Upon seeing the name of this design blueprint, Tung Baiwan was first startled, then filled with joy. There is hope now. Choo-choo will go get you some emergency supplies. You find something to apply pressure on the wound to prevent bacteria from spreading through the blood to more distant areas. Tung Baiwan did not want to know what the design blueprint was. He only wanted to exchange this design blueprint with Beichen for emergency medicine to save his sister. Beichen stared at the campfire in front of him, lost in thought. Since entering this survival game, every player had to keep their nerves taut, constantly worrying about resources and the future. Even at night, they had to be cautious of whether fierce beasts lurked nearby ready to attack. In such a lonely and fearful environment, everyone was filled with pressure. The chat square was bustling precisely because it was difficult for players to encounter each other on an asphalt road, which led to a lack of suspicion in their exchanges. However, when many people were together, it was hard to say, as this game world had no rules. He had had 2 pleasant transactions with Tung Baiwan. Their relationship could not be called friends, but they were definitely not strangers. Now Tung Baiwan's sister was bitten by a giant lizard, her life hanging by a thread. And he just happened to have a military first aid kit. Beichen knew that the medicine in his military first aid kit could definitely save Tung Baiwan's sister. However, this military first aid kit was something he had obtained through life and death experiences. Moreover, in this environment, medical supplies were too precious. Should I save her or not? Beichen found it difficult to make a decision. His emotions made him soft-hearted. But his rationality constantly reminded him not to do foolish things, and nothing in the world is free, and the first aid kit was very important to him. In the end, rationality triumphed over emotion. Beichen sighed, tilted his head back, and took a swig of Jiang Xiaobai, the fiery liquid flowing down his throat. Looking at the campfire that kept burning beside him, Beichen muttered helplessly. If you can offer me something that moves my heart, I would give you the military first aid kit. But this is a survival game. It concerns life and death. I cannot give you the resources I worked hard to obtain for no reason. Actually saying this proved that Beichen's rationality had still succumbed to emotion. At present, Beichen did not believe that Tung Baiwan could produce resources comparable to his military first aid kit. However, as a private message came in again, Beichen instinctively looked at it. My sister obtained a design blueprint. I don't know its value, but this is the best resource we siblings can offer. I beg you, Beichen, please save my sister. There was a strong plea in the words. A small sum can defeat a hero, let alone one's own sister. Seeing the design blueprint, Beichen's eyes lit up, and he felt enlightened. Beichen really wanted to help Tung Baiwan, but he also had his own principles. A design blueprint. Was there a design blueprint worse than ordinary paratrooper knife? No. Alright, if it really is a design blueprint, I will give you the military first aid kit. He didn't even ask what the name of the design blueprint was. This once again validated Beichen's inner thoughts. His subconscious told him that Tung Baiwan had already counted as an ordinary friend in his heart. It was just that due to the game rules he couldn't directly give his resources. Of course, if he could get a decent design blueprint, it wouldn't be a loss for him. And he believed that if his military first aid kit saved Tung Baiwan's sister, perhaps he and Tung Baiwan could become real friends or allies in the future. Soon the trade request appeared. Beichen chose to accept it. Tung Baiwan immediately placed the particle space ring design blueprint without the slightest hesitation. When Beichen saw the name of the design blueprint, he trembled, leaping to his feet. Particle space ring. A quick glance at the functions of this ring filled Beichen with mixed emotions. This item was truly essential for him. If he had to describe its function, Beichen could only say that in a world of fantasy novels this thing was a storage magic treasure. Without hesitation, Beichen returned to the vehicle, took out the military first aid kit, and placed it directly in the trading area, then quickly clicked to confirm. After Beichen confirmed, Tung Baiwan also instantly clicked to confirm the trade. As the design blueprint landed in his hands, Beichen felt as though he had obtained a treasure. Examining it closely. Particle space ring design blueprint, quality outstanding, belongs to personal equipment. Upon completion of crafting, the wearer can have a storage space of 120 square meters. Description: except for living beings that cannot be stored in the particle space, any other item with a volume not exceeding 120 square meters can be stored within at the user's thought and retrieved at will. In the particle space, time stands still and items are not subject to damage by the passage of time. Wow, is this really a storage magic treasure? Upon reading the description below the design blueprint, Beichen felt a surreal sensation. For a moment, he even thought he had crossed into a fantasy world. For Beichen, a fantasy enthusiast, this was not just a particle space ring, it was more appropriately described as a storage magic treasure. Is this thing even possible? I'm very curious about what direction this survival game will ultimately evolve towards. Will all players evolve towards the ultimate of life in the end? Or will they find items that can allow them to cultivate and achieve immortality through continuous gameplay? At that moment, Beichen's mind was racing. Unintentionally, he was filled with anticipation for this game. Soon he cast aside the chaotic thoughts in his mind and began to look at the crafting materials needed for this design blueprint. Not looking was fine, but upon looking, Beichen was also stunned. The materials required for this design blueprint were very singular. But for Beichen, the name of this material was truly too sci-fi. Particle dust, what is this thing? Isn't this something that appears in science fiction novels? Is it possible to find such materials in this game? In his heart, he was filled with fantasies about the storage magic treasure. At this moment, if he could craft the particle space ring, the hundreds of pounds of fresh wild boar meat in the vehicle could be perfectly preserved. But reality was quite difficult. However, Beichen would not give up easily. Unexpectedly, this particle space ring design blueprint could not be amplified. But Beichen knew that with the crafting materials not being amplifiable, if they could be amplified, the required materials would probably be even more difficult to obtain. Outside, the aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, but Beichen sat quietly in the vehicle, deep in thought. Soon 2 new bounties appeared in the trading square respectively. Rewarding particle dust with wild boar meat rules unrestricted. Rewarding refined gasoline with particle dust and previously unseen materials rules unrestricted. With the issuance of 2 heavyweight bounties at once, the space in the vehicle was immediately cleared out. Now Beichen still had 30 roasted flatbreads, about 4 liters of mineral water, less than 5 liters of saline water, 10 liters of refined gasoline, approximately 20 pounds of wild boar meat. After successfully publishing the bounty task, the game host would automatically collect the resources the player offered as a bounty temporarily displayed in the trading square. Thus, Beichen's vehicle was rare to have some space. This was also the reason why Beichen was eager to craft the particle space ring. It was simply too convenient. If Beichen crafted the particle space ring in the future when facing a siege or a robbery, pulling out a rocket launcher without the opponent being prepared, that scene is unimaginable. It would definitely be exhilarating. A heavy bounty has been issued. Beichen knows that if any player acquires the material particle dust, they would be unable to resist resources like gasoline, food, and water. But he is worried. Other players may not have heard of this material. Sighing in relief, Beichen returned to the campfire, picked up a nearly cooked pork chop, sprinkled some seasoning and cumin chili powder, and began to eat heartily. With a large chunk of tender pork in his mouth, Beichen couldn't help but let out a groan. It's so delicious. While devouring the charcoal-grilled wild boar meat and drinking jiang xiaobai, Beichen entered a gluttonous mode. In less than 10 minutes, he had already finished nearly 5 pounds of grilled meat. Ugh, I can't eat anymore. Beichen burped, unable to take another bite. He took out some salty soda from the car and gulped it down to alleviate the greasiness. Looking at the 4 to 5 pounds of grilled meat left on the grill, Beichen found himself in a dilemma. This stuff had no strange smell when fresh, but after grilling the aroma could easily attract other beasts. Beichen did not want to be followed by beasts at all times. Just as he was considering whether to wait until he was less full to finish off the grilled meat, a message from Tung Baiwan popped up. He opened it and smiled with relief. It had been over 10 minutes since he handed the military first aid kit to Tung Baiwan, and calculating the time, the crisis should have passed without incident. Brother Beichen, thank you so much. Your military first aid kit has been incredibly useful. My sister is now no longer in life-threatening danger except for being a bit weak. No need to thank me. I also got a precious design blueprint. In short, you are my benefactor, Tung Baiwan. If there is ever a time you need help, don't hesitate to ask. I will do anything within my power. Seeing this, Beichen was taken aback. After thinking carefully, it seemed he had never suffered any loss since he met this guy. For the first time, Tung Baiwan had risked himself to warn Beichen about the dangers of resource boxes. For the second time, Beichen crafted the T1 scale military knife, but was threatened by Mei Yang over white copper, and it was still Tung Baiwan who indirectly helped him obtain the white copper. This time, although he had given the military first aid kit to Tung Baiwan, he had also acquired a design blueprint for a particle space ring. Moreover, after several pleasant transactions, Beichen had a very good impression of Tung Baiwan. In this survival game world, one could face dire straits at any moment, yet Tung Baiwan was still willing to give everything to save his sister. From their previous conversations, Beichen knew that the design blueprint for the particle ring was given to Tung Baiwan by. In other words, after seeing the design blueprint, Tung Baiwan did not feel a shred of possessiveness and unhesitatingly chose to trade it for the military first aid kit. It must be said that in a world where faith is severely lacking and morality is deteriorating, Tung Baiwan's actions are truly commendable. Glancing at the grilled meat, he couldn't finish. Beichen ultimately decided to give it to Tung Baiwan. He never liked taking advantage of others. Although the military first aid kit was precious, it was far inferior compared to the design blueprint for the particle ring. I have some things you may need. There's no need to refuse. I am a person who is clear about right and wrong. Your design blueprint is very valuable, and these are what you deserve. He sent the trade request, and the other side hesitated for a breath before choosing to accept. Beichen did not hesitate either, directly placing the leftover 4 to 5 pounds of grilled meat and 800 milliliters of salty soda on the table. Brother Beichen, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Take it. Your sister needs these calories. The other side fell silent for a moment. A great favor should not be thanked lightly. I will definitely repay this kindness. The trade was accepted, and the leftover grilled meat and 800 milliliters of salty soda from Beichen vanished into thin air. In such circumstances, to still sincerely say words of refusal. I really am quite curious about Tung Baiwan's identity. In a survival game, let alone grilled meat and salty soda, 99 of players probably had not had a full meal. Seeing the grilled meat and drinks, Tung Baiwan actually wanted to refuse. This indeed piqued Beichen's curiosity about his personality. Watching the flames of the campfire gradually diminish, Beichen knew it was time to go back to the car and rest. After enjoying a hearty meal of grilled meat, his hands were somewhat greasy. Looking at the few liters of mineral water left, Beichen ultimately couldn't resist pouring a little to wash his hands and face. Water resources were too precious here. Among countless players, perhaps only Beichen could afford to use a bit of clean water to wash his hands and face luxuriously. As for taking a shower, Beichen didn't even dare to think about it. Even when he had sufficient gasoline resources and kept the air conditioning on, stepping out for more than half an hour would leave him drenched in sweat. Thus, being able to take a shower without any burden had become Beichen's fantasy. Haha, who would have thought that in this world washing my face with clean water is a luxury? Perhaps this game is a punishment from some deity for humanity on Blue Star. Washing my face felt refreshing. After collecting the remaining 10 or so pieces of charcoal and folding the grill to put it in the trunk, Beichen crawled into the car and comfortably laid back on the seat, closing his eyes to rest. Today, Beichen's harvest was quite substantial. He obtained a military first aid kit and reaction armor fragments from the bronze resource box. In the evening, he got 200 milliliters of water from the wooden resource box. The first aid kit was exchanged with Tung Baiwan for the particle ring design blueprint, and the reaction armor was fully used to replace the main structure of the vehicle after being enhanced by the system. As for the last 200 milliliters of water resources, Beichen did not rush to enhance it, because enhancing it would yield an increase in both quality and quantity. Now he was not in a hurry to use the water resources, keeping it for when it was needed would be most appropriate. Outside the car was endless darkness, and Beichen couldn't even see the moon or the stars. This made him feel somewhat uncomfortable inside. What kind of world is this? Who is really in control of everything? For the first time he turned on the car's music and chose a soothing piano piece, Floor Dance. Ding-dong, ding-dong. The crisp sound of the piano slowly emanated from the speakers. Beichen slowly closed his eyes, enjoying this moment of tranquility. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, and before falling asleep he checked the car locks once more, then gradually drifted off. Meanwhile, about 3,000 miles away from Beichen on an asphalt road. Brother, you're amazing. You actually managed to get charcoal grilled meat. Tung Chu-Chu, disregarding her previous goddess image in Magic City, held salty soda in her left hand and a charcoal grilled pork chop in her right hand, eating heartily. One could see that her delicate and fair calves were wrapped in white sticky bandages. Clearly, after receiving Beichen's military first aid kit, her crisis had been averted. Eat more, fill up, and rest early. You injected adrenaline, and once the effects wear off you'll definitely feel weak for some time. I know. By the way, brother, is this grilled meat also from our exchange with Beichen? Don't ask so much. Just eat quickly. Remember, don't search for resources at night. Even though you've studied for a few years in the face of beasts' ambushes, it's very easy to lose your life. Tung Chuch's cold and beautiful face showed some dissatisfaction, but she couldn't argue with her older brother. If it weren't for not having a suitable weapon, how could that heavy and disgusting giant lizard possibly hurt me? By the way, Chu-Chu, how about I introduce you to a boyfriend? He's definitely reliable. No way. I can fight, earn money, take care of kids, and do housework. What do I need a boyfriend for? Am I supposed to practice martial arts for fun? I was worried that the guy wouldn't agree and you actually declined. You know, the boyfriend I picked out for you is quite impressive. The famous Chu-Chu baby, a top student from the Magic City Police Academy. Don't need my older brother to introduce me to a boyfriend. By the way, Chu-Chu, I must warn you, don't expose your identity as Chu-Chu baby or that you got into the police academy. If you encounter someone else participating in the game, like a labor reform convict or a murderer, you'll be in trouble. Alright, I know. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Is the adrenaline effect just this short? Quickly check the car locks, then rest. Hopefully you won't encounter any danger tonight. I'm so sleepy. Brother, let's talk tomorrow. You take care of yourself. Time flowed silently. As the dazzling sunlight filtered through the windshield and fell on Beichen's face, the glaring discomfort slowly awakened him from his dreams. He shivered. Afraid that the wild boar meat would spoil, he kept the car's air conditioning on throughout the night. Dressed lightly in a t-shirt and capri pants and wearing mesh sneakers, he felt a chill. Only after ensuring the surroundings were safe did Beichen open the car door to stretch his legs. Taking a deep breath, he relaxed his body. Beichen took out a small amount of clean water to wash his face. He prepared a simple meal and drank some water. As he was about to get back in the car and continue his journey, he noticed some changes in his wooling vehicle. To his surprise, many parts of the originally thin metal frame of the car had been replaced with camouflage reactive armor. Well, it's amazing how black technology can seamlessly integrate reactive armor from a main battle tank onto a wooling vehicle. As he caressed the textured reactive armor, Beichen couldn't help but marvel. Soon the wooling Hongguang set off again. Driving while searching for supplies did not hinder him from checking the information in the chat square. In the chat square, someone exclaimed, "Damn, I was scared to death. This morning I just opened my eyes and found a python as thick as an arm coiled around my car's tire. And then, it must have been crushed under the weight. It's not hard to start a fire by drilling wood. Now we can feast twice. Hey Big Shot, can you share some of your python meat with me? They'll trade you with a small whip. Hey Big Shot, can I have the entrails? They'll trade you with a condom. Big Shot." Beichen looked at these messages, pondering. It seems that not only I have encountered wild beasts, other players have too. Suddenly a message in the chat square caught Beichen's attention. Damn it, I set off at 5 this morning to search for resources. I found a wooden resource box with great difficulty, but when I smashed it open, a big bird flew out. Not only did I fail to catch it, but it also scratched my face. Haha, buddy, you are really unlucky. The cooked bird flew away. Even though the bird flew away, I found a nest beside the resource box with 2 eggs inside. Oh man, doesn't that mean you can eat the bird eggs? Hell no. At first I thought the same. Even if I couldn't eat the meat, I could at least drink an egg, but then. What happened? You should say something. You guys don't know, I just tilted my head and cracked open an egg, but instead of egg white and yolk, I got an undeveloped chick egg. It made me nauseous. Don't say it, that's disgusting. I can imagine that scene, buddy. I feel for you for a second. Brothers, who is interested in these bird eggs? I have water and food. I don't like eating live birds raw. Come on, you are overthinking it. How big is a bird egg? You want to trade it for water and food. Exactly, 1 bird egg isn't even enough to fill the gaps in your teeth. At that moment a message appeared on the public screen. I am willing to trade 1 pound of pork for your bird egg. I am tired of eating pork, and it's necessary to switch to eggs for protein. Silence, quiet. It's Big Shot Beichen. Welcome Big Shot Beichen. Woo, seeing Big Shot Beichen's message made me shed tears of envy. Tired of eating pork. Can you believe that? Big Shot Beichen, if you have leftover big bones, please spare me one. I want to gnaw on it. What do you say? 1 pound of pork for your bird egg. What do you say? Sure, let's trade. Under the envious gazes of countless players, Beichen and the player holding the bird egg exited the chat square. Transaction request. Beichen chose to accept. Soon a blue egg slightly larger than a quail egg appeared in the trade section. Without hesitation, Beichen put up 500 g of wild boar meat. The transaction was completed. An egg fell into Beichen's hands. As soon as he held the egg, Beichen was shocked to discover that this thing could actually be enhanced. Based on his previous experience, most items that could be enhanced only appeared in resource boxes, while items outside resource boxes generally had no enhancement prompts. Initially, Beichen really intended to exchange wild boar meat for the bird egg to eat. He never thought this item could be enhanced. After all, roasted feathered eggs are quite delicious and nutritious. Who would have thought it could be enhanced? Beichen couldn't help but be curious about what kind of breed this ordinary bird egg would turn into after system enhancement. Detecting that the ordinary bird egg can be enhanced, would you like to enhance it? Beichen hesitated for a moment, but then thought, enhance. Suddenly a white light shone, and Beichen closed his eyes, almost unable to look directly. He first felt a weight in his hand, and with the system's prompt, Beichen was stunned. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. The ordinary bird egg has been enhanced to Mao leg fish egg. What? Mao leg fish? Beichen gasped, unable to believe that through the system's enhancement, an ordinary bird egg had directly transformed into a Mao leg fish egg. The Mao leg fish is the largest owl species in the world, with adults reaching a size of 67 to 77 centimeters. Note this refers to size, not wingspan. That is equivalent to the height of a 7 or 80-year-old child. An endangered raptor, and I actually got one of its eggs. Beichen couldn't help but laugh and cry. If I had roasted it to eat before the game, without a doubt, I would have spent my time in prison. While Beichen was laughing and crying, a string of text suddenly appeared on the Mao leg fish egg. Upon seeing it, Beichen's hand trembled, and the egg nearly fell to the ground. Dropping blood can hatch. What does that mean? A pet? No way. Can this raptor be domesticated? Beichen was puzzled, but in the next second he became excited. Owls are sometimes referred to as night owls. They feed on mice, fish, rabbits, and other rodents. Despite their seemingly cute and adorable appearance, they are classified as raptors. Moreover, these creatures fly silently, with their wings flapping, prefer foraging at night, and are real night assassins. If it can truly be domesticated and become a pet, then I can let it keep watch at night, allowing me to sleep peacefully. Without hesitation, Beichen drew the fish scale military knife from his waist. The sharp tip of the knife lightly touched his index finger, and instantly bright red blood flowed out. Drip, drip, drip. 3 drops of bright red blood fell from his fingertip onto the Mao leg fish egg. Beichen was astonished to find that his blood seemed to be absorbed by the egg. He put his bleeding finger in his mouth to suck and stop the bleeding. At that moment, a prompt from the game console sounded in his ears. Congratulations, player Beichen, you have obtained a superior flying pet. Would you like to announce it to the entire region? Beichen smiled and directly replied, no announcement. He realized that whenever he obtained something good, the game console would prompt him whether to disclose the information. Although it was somewhat annoying, Beichen could also tell that the new items he obtained were valuable enough to warrant a prompt from the game console. Congratulations to player number 123271A Beichen for obtaining a superior pet egg, Mao leg fish egg. Mao leg fish egg has entered the incubation period. Estimated incubation time, 10 hours. During the incubation period, try to keep the pet egg in a warm place. Note, if the pet egg is damaged during this period, the hatching will fail. Hearing the prompt, Beichen immediately took off his t-shirt and carefully wrapped the pet egg, placing it on the passenger. Glancing back at the more than 20 pounds of fresh pork, Beichen smiled. Now this is comfortable. The long night stretches on with only the bird as my companion. After placing the pet egg that was entering its incubation period securely, Beichen continued driving forward. Departing in the morning, the car sped over 200 kilometers. During the journey, Beichen encountered only 3 wooden resource boxes, 2 of which were empty. The last one was decent, containing a pack of cream-filled biscuits. After the system enhancement, Beichen obtained 10 packs of Oreos. Without fresh milk, he couldn't enjoy them by twisting, licking, and dunking. Eating them dry was a bit choking, but the Oreos were much better than the dried baked bread. At this moment, a private message arrived, and Beichen looked. It was from Tung Baiwan. Beichen, what are you up to? Are you busy right now? I'm just taking a break. Is there something you need? Actually, it's not a big deal, I just wanted to ask. Tung Baiwan seemed hesitant as he was introducing his sister as a potential girlfriend for Beichen, which made him a bit awkward. What's the matter? Encountered a problem. Is your car out of gas? After yesterday's incident, Beichen had changed his view of Tung Baiwan. It's not that the gas is out. By the way, do you have a girlfriend before the game? Beichen paused. I haven't had the chance to find one. Why do you ask? Oh, so you're single. That's great, I am too. Beichen scratched his head, completely unaware of what Tung Baiwan wanted to say. Seeing Beichen's silence, Tung Baiwan quickly organized his thoughts and sent a message. How should I put this? You know, yesterday my sister was gravely injured by a giant lizard. At that time I told her that we don't have anything precious, so if someone saves you, just consider him your boyfriend. My sister agreed at that time, so he. Seeing these contradictory words, Beichen felt a headache and replied, well, I think that's completely unnecessary. Yesterday, I also received your design drawings, so you can treat this matter without any burden. Beichen's message was already quite subtle. If it were someone else, he would probably have shot back directly, are you out of your... With the feast and famine, who has the mood for mating? Seeing Beichen wanting to refuse, Tung Baiwan hurriedly listed the advantages of his sister. I know this is quite sudden, but don't worry, brother. Let me introduce my sister to you. She is the dream of 800,000 youths. Do you know Chu Chu Bei Bei? Yes, that's my sister. Bei Chun, who was drinking soda, nearly choked upon hearing that familiar username. Who? Chu Chu Bei Bei. Is she the one from the popular Douyin video Unicorn and the famous streamer, Chu Chu Bei Bei? Yes, that's her. Ugh. Not her, that's just an entertainment short video. The Unicorn and Yang Zi were only responsible for the humor. The ID photo and the girl who appeared at the end are my sister. What is an ID photo? It is something widely referred to as a demon-revealing mirror. If an ID photo looks good, it is guaranteed they are a stunner in real life. Beichen had watched the funny video of the Unicorn kidnapping the famous streamer Chu Chu Bei Bei more than once. When the real Chu Chu Bei Bei appeared at the end, he was indeed stunned. To be honest, if he could get his hands on such a stunning girl, Beichen wouldn't mind. But reality is, at this moment, everyone was participating in a survival game, and survival was difficult. Who still thought about romance? Thinking about it, trading resources for a pleasurable experience seemed more worthwhile. Every day, there were at least 80 to 100 people willing to trade their bodies for resources with Beichen. Oh, so the girl who appeared at the end of the video is your sister. What do you think? Not bad, right? I'm not bragging. I can guarantee you, with my sister's personality, looks, figure, and background, you won't find a second one like her in Waxia's magic capital. In fact, Tung Baiwan had one crucial piece of information he didn't dare to tell Beichen. That his sister Tung Chuchu was actually a recent graduate from the police academy in Magic Capital. She had won the rookie championship in grappling and fighting, earning the nickname 3,000 lives needed to take you down from her peers. Beichen was only 20 years old. Before participating in the game, his parents had been urging him to go on blind dates and get married, but he just hadn't met the right person. Given Chu Chu Bei Bei's qualifications, not only did she meet his aesthetic standards, but perhaps his parents would also like her. After some contemplation, Beichen ultimately abandoned this thought. Participating in this game, whether he could return to the original world, was uncertain. For Beichen, romance held no significance at all at this moment. Let's talk about this later. Alright then, I'll take that as your agreement. I'll have her add you as a friend later, and you must give me face as her big brother. Beichen. What is this big brother nonsense? The two ended the chat, and Beichen began to focus on driving and searching for resources. He only found it amusing and didn't take the matter to heart. Love is a fantasy in a stable world, let alone here. Time flew by, and soon it was evening. In the morning, Beichen had only found 3 wooden resource boxes, 2 of which were empty, and only in the last one did he find a pack of Oreos. In the afternoon, Beichen's luck seemed to have improved significantly, not only finding a piece of bread and a small amount of water, but he was delighted to find a pack of fever-reducing medicine in the last resource box. Medicines are better to have than not, and Beichen certainly wouldn't complain about having too many. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. Wheat bread enhanced to meat floss toast 20. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. 100 milliliters common water source enhanced to 10 liters of pure water. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. Common fever-reducing medicine enhanced to 50 military-grade, fast-acting fever reducers. Looking at today's haul, Beichen smiled and casually put the military-grade, fast-acting fever reducers away. The meat floss toast and 10 liters of pure water were placed in the back. After doing all this, Beichen was still looking forward to something. Because his pet Mao Tuayu Hao was nearing the end of its incubation period. Beichen slowed down the car and carefully took the pet egg wrapped in a t-shirt from the passenger seat. Oh, there's indeed some movement. Filled with fantasies, Beichen, who was participating in the game alone, spent his days driving aimlessly except for eating and resting. It was indeed very boring and tedious. If there was a pet by his side, it would definitely be much better. Moreover, considering the supplies in his car, he could easily take care of another owl, or even 2 more. Crack. Oh, it's about to be born. Small cracks gradually spread across the whole egg. Beichen was curious, as it was the first time he had seen such an egg hatch a bird. Snap, a small piece of eggshell shattered and fell off. Shortly after, Beichen heard a series of soft chirps as a wobbly, extremely cute little head poked out of the eggshell. Its pair of shiny big eyes immediately spotted Beichen. Chirp chirp. The eggshell continued to crack and fall off, and soon a chick the size of a quail landed in Beichen's palm. Its soft feathers displayed a black-gray tabby color with a head wider than that of an ordinary bird. It stared at Beichen with its shiny big eyes tilting its head as if examining him. After confirming several times it realized Beichen was its mother. The little fellow began to make a pitiful chirping sound, constantly rubbing its small head against Beichen's hand, opening its tiny mouth, as if to say, "Mom, I'm hungry." This series of actions left Beichen completely dumbfounded. What does this mean? They say that birds hatched from eggs treat the first creature they see as their mother. Is this for real? I must say the moment the little creature hatched, Beichen immediately took a liking to it. Its adorably silly demeanor was simply too cute. Moreover, the little one hatched from his own blood, creating a sense of blood connection. Beichen brought the little creature closer to examine it carefully, feeling a moment of hesitation. He had raised dogs and cats before, but caring for the endangered bird chick was an entirely new experience. It must be hungry. Thinking of this, Beichen wrapped the little one in a t-shirt again, then pulled out a fish-scale military knife from the trunk and cut half a kilogram of wild boar meat into pieces the size of a fingernail. "Little one, it's only because you are with me that you can have this treatment. If you were with someone else, you would only be drinking the wind every day." He returned to the driver's seat, holding the little creature. Sure enough, sensing the presence of its mother, the little one opened its tiny mouth, begging for food. Beichen felt a surge of cuteness and promptly placed a piece of meat in its mouth. At first, Beichen worried that the pieces of meat he cut were too large for the little one to swallow. However, it turned out he was overthinking. It swallowed each piece effortlessly as if it was made for such a feast. Wow, how can your little belly hold so much? This is half a kilogram of wild boar meat. The pieces of meat in his hand were devoured one by the little creature, and Beichen decided to stop feeding it, not daring to be careless. His childhood experience of raising dogs told him that this little one might be similar to a puppy, not knowing when to stop eating and could easily overeat. Sure enough, when it realized its mother had stopped feeding, the little one seemed unsatisfied and let out a few low whines. It then lowered its little head, found a comfortable spot, and stretched out its tender wings to fall asleep. Seeing this, Beichen couldn't help but laugh, and he folded the t-shirt into a nest for the little one to rest. Like a newborn baby, the chick's early life was very regular: sleeping, sleeping, and eating. The arrival of the little creature subtly increased the smile at the corner of Beichen's mouth. As the sun set, the dusk deepened. Soon the dark red sun gradually sank beneath the horizon. Beichen carefully observed the surrounding environment, knowing that this place was not suitable for spending the night, as he heard the sound of the wind sobbing through the car door's gap. It seems tonight is destined to be restless. Beichen felt surprised that although there were some noises during the previous 2 nights, it was still relatively safe. However, the weather today felt distinctly off, with signs of rising winds. Beichen speculated that the climate in this world was not constant and could accompany sudden storms or even hail. "If it could just rain, I would be able to take a bath." The Wuling sped along the asphalt road while Beichen continued to search for a suitable shelter to set up camp for the night. The wide asphalt road divided this thicket in half. A sedan's trunk was severely deformed, with black smoke billowing from the engine at the front. Another SUV behind it also had a severely deformed front. It was evident that an accident had occurred. "Wow, big bro, look at this girl. I swear I've never seen such a stunning girl. It's been 10 years since our brothers went to prison, and we've completely forgotten what a girl feels like. This time we are definitely going to have a blast." 2 bald men in prison uniforms, looking ferocious, were drooling as they continuously eyed the dazed girl. And "I never expected our 3 brothers would get a chance to see the light of day again. This game has saved us." Second brother, "Hurry," and urged third brother. "Why is it taking so long to search for something? I can't wait any longer." The scar-faced elder brother urged impatiently. The little-eyed second brother also grew anxious, glancing back with a smile. "Big brother, third brother is back." At this moment, another small bald man returned, carrying a backpack and holding something in his hand, looking somewhat. The small bald man walked over to his elder brothers and coldly tossed 2 pieces of clothing on the ground, saying, "Big brother, second brother, take a look at what this is." The 2 looked down, and when they saw the wheat ear and 5-star pattern on the white uniform shirt, their expressions changed instantly. Magic City Police Academy. Damn, the thing I hate most in my life is the police. Kill her. 10 years ago, the 3 brothers were notorious drug lords in the Golden Triangle. Captured by the anti-drug police of Huaxiao, they were sentenced to life imprisonment. Logically, it was impossible for the 3 brothers to see the light of day again. However, with the arrival of this global road survival game, where all lives are equal, the 3 men directly or indirectly regained their freedom. Due to some special reasons, the 3 quickly encountered each other after entering the game, and then they began robbing some players who passed by, many of whom they killed, especially the women. "Second brother, you take her into the thicket first. I and third brother will clean up the scene and follow right after." Hearing this, the little-eyed bald man showed a sly smile, thinking that taking this exquisite girl into the thicket without taking the chance to touch her would be a disservice to himself. "All right." Second brother's heart raced as he looked at the weak girl in front of him. He excitedly stepped forward, reaching out to pull her up and drag her into the woods. Facing an injured girl, the little bald second brother was completely off guard. At this moment his mind was filled with perverse images of how he would brutally ravage the girl before him. However, just as his hand was about to touch the girl on the ground, her previously dazed eyes suddenly snapped open, revealing a fierce glint in her dark pupils. With a swift motion, she swung a shining golden hammer. Whoosh! With a heavy thud it struck solidly against the little-eyed bald man's head. Bang! The sound of shattering skulls sent chills down people's spines. The little-eyed bald second brother let out a miserable cry and immediately fell to the ground, vomiting blood, unable to last even 3 breaths before dying. This scene unfolded too suddenly. Who could have imagined that a girl who initially appeared harmless would possess such sharp skills and movements? The other 2 bald men were completely taken aback. When they finally reacted, they found that the second brother was already dead. Second brother. Damn it. Kill her. The little bald man's eyes were filled with coldness. At that moment he realized that the girl in front of him was a threat. No. Killing her like this would be too merciful. The scar-faced elder brother's gaze was beast-like, fixed on the girl. Third brother, cripple her hands and feet. I want to make her die a slow death. MHM. Responding to this, the little bald third brother pulled out a dagger from his pocket, expressionless, and slowly walked towards the girl lying on the ground. At this moment Ting Chu-Chu, lying on the ground, was filled with despair. That strike had already been her last resort. Now she was filled with regret, wishing she had listened to her brother's advice to rest for a few days and wait for her body to fully recover before setting out to gather supplies. If she hadn't driven so far, perhaps she wouldn't have encountered these 3 desperate men, and she wouldn't have been. As a fresh graduate of the Magic City Police Academy, she clearly understood what her fate would be in the hands of these men. Oh, it would be worse than death. Despite her bold and adventurous personality, unafraid of danger, the thought of being violated and killed by 2 heinous criminals filled her with fear. After all, she was only 19 this year. Why you stay away? What do you want to do, eh? The previous strike had exhausted all her strength, and now she couldn't even lift the hammer to commit suicide. What do you think? You should know better. The little bald man with the dagger stepped closer, his eyes devoid of any emotion. At that moment, the sound of a speeding car echoed. Hearing this, the faces of the 2 bald men changed slightly. The scar-faced elder brother's face turned ashen as he said, depending on the situation, if he doesn't know what's good for him, we can only kill him too. After all, no one will care if we kill someone here. Determined, the 2 of them began to divide their tasks. The fearsome scarred leader pretended to be injured and laid down on the ground. The seemingly small and harmless third brother slowly walked to the middle of the asphalt road, watching the approaching vehicle slow down. The 2 of them were too preoccupied with the approaching vehicle to pay attention to Ting Chu-Chu, giving her some time to catch her breath. Ting Chu-Chu understood that she had to seize this opportunity. Struggling to turn her head, she saw a Wuling Hongguang stopped by the small bald man, and weakly shouted, "Hurry!" But she was already injured and weak, and this shout was almost like talking to herself. Despite this, her mouth was still stuffed with her previous uniform. It was the scarred bald leader. Damn it. If you make another sound, I will kill you right now. Night slowly fell as Beichen drove the car in search of a place to shelter. From a distance, he spotted a small grove where the trees would shield him from the wind, allowing him to get a good night's sleep. However, as he neared the grove, he sensed something was wrong. 2 vehicles suddenly appeared ahead. Is someone there? Beichen's expression changed slightly. He had anticipated encountering other players, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. Was there an accident? Or was this the scene left from a chase? There was only one road ahead, and even if Beichen wanted to retreat, there was nowhere to go, as these people would always be in front of him. In other words, he had to face it no matter what. He hid his fish-scale military knife beside him. The car gradually slowed down. Is that a bald head? When a small bald figure appeared in the middle of the asphalt road, Beichen felt a hint of doubt. However, with a T1 level military knife in hand, and having trained in Xingyi Quan for several years, he felt quite confident. At the beginning of the game, Beichen was confident that other players could not possibly have firearms. Even if they did, they were probably just blueprints. If it came down to hand-to-hand combat, he was not afraid of anything except wild beasts. As he slowly maneuvered past the 2 rear-end vehicles, Beichen inadvertently glanced at the open door of the red flag car, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Brother, please help us, if our car was rear-end and has broken down and the gasoline is leaking. To lower Beichen's guard, the small bald man did not approach Beichen's Wuling, but shouted from a distance. If he hadn't noticed the item in the red flag car, Beichen might have been deceived by the seemingly friendly small bald man. However, the item in the red flag car left a deep impression on Beichen. He pondered carefully before ultimately deciding to get out of the car. It wasn't that he liked taking risks. Considering his current condition, playing along might be the best choice. Although the Wuling Hongguang was fuel efficient with a small displacement, its speed was truly sluggish compared to other excellent cars. Even if he managed to escape by car, these people would quickly catch up to him. Rather than fleeing, it was better to face the situation he'd in, or if things turned against him, he could strike first. Oh, gasoline. Beichen frowned and impatiently leaned out to say, I also lack energy and have no surplus. Hearing this, the small bald man laughed. We won't let you go empty-handed. Oh, we can trade something with you. What do you have to trade with me? Soon the small bald man took off his backpack and pulled out a 500 milliliters bottle of purified water. 500 milliliters of purified water, how about we trade it for 100 milliliters of gasoline? That's fair enough, right? At this point Beichen had already concluded that this person had ill intentions. In the trading square, 500 milliliters of purified water could definitely be exchanged for an equal weight of gasoline, yet this person openly took out 500 milliliters of purified water in front of him without hesitation. Beichen smiled and readily replied, that's fair enough, I like it. But I need to check the quality of your water. Taking a deep breath, he inadvertently tucked the fish scale military knife at his waist and got out of the car. As soon as he got out of the car, Beichen saw two people lying not far away. One was a fierce-looking bald man, and the other was covered by a white shirt, and judging by the figure it was indeed a woman. Seeing that the person under the covering was still alive, Beichen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then blurted out to the small bald man, wow, you guys had quite a serious accident, one dead and one injured. Don't mention it, the SUV I chose at the start had a broken brake. The small bald man saw Beichen get out with his bare arms, and without any weapon, and he smiled even more brightly. Choosing the Wuling at the start means there will be some supplies in the car. Kid, don't blame us, it's just unfortunate that you ran into us. The small bald man thought gleefully as the dagger hidden in his sleeve was always ready to strike. Seeing the strange movements of the person opposite, Beichen remained unfazed, naturally reaching behind him, as if scratching an itch. Oh, it really is purified water, great, I'll trade. I'll go get you the gasoline right now. As Beichen slowly turned, the fish scale military knife tucked at his waist was already drawn during the turning motion. Suddenly a gust of wind arose from the left. No need, if you die, all the supplies are ours. Whoosh, in the dim light a flash of white suddenly darted toward Beichen, which was the dagger in the small bald man's hand. Beichen had been on guard since he got out of the car. How could he allow an attack to succeed? The T1 level fish scale military knife, whether in design, material, steel quality, or characteristics, was not something an ordinary dagger could compare to. Facing someone who intended to kill him, Beichen could not afford to hold back, as he needed to survive to clear the game and return to his parents. With a swift move resembling a white crane spreading its wings, a black light flickered that was imperceptible to the naked eye. Clang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out in an instant. Then a brief silence enveloped the scene. Zizi. The knife snapped and blood sprayed. The small bald man vaguely saw a black light flash past, then felt a chill in his neck, his whole body going limp, as if all his strength had been drained. Why? He couldn't fathom what kind of weapon could so neatly sever the dagger in his hand. Because your skills are lacking. Beichen slowly sheathed his knife and whispered. He didn't want to kill, but he had to survive because his parents were waiting for him at home. At that moment, the scarred bald leader lying not far away also got up and complained, second brother, your skills have really declined lately. How can you take so long to kill a kid? Hearing this, Ting Chuchu, unable to move, turned pale, and her only hope was shattered. As dusk fell, the scarred bald leader looked at a figure no more than 20 meters away, standing rigidly on the ground, instinctively believing it was the third brother who had killed the newcomer. However, as Beichen stepped out, while holding the fish-scale military knife, the scarred bald man was suddenly startled and hurriedly took a step back. Having spent over 30 years together, the three brothers were extremely familiar with each other's walking postures. The moment the figure in front stepped out, he determined that this person was not the second brother. Who are you? Second brother. Second brother. No one responded, obviously indicating that the second brother was also dead. Run. The scarred bald leader instinctively thought of fleeing. The third brother was the best fighter among them. The fact that the second brother had been taken down without a sound said a lot. It indicated that the newcomer was a master. Making up his mind, the scarred bald leader began to retreat, wanting to put some distance between himself and the newcomer. Go. With a low shout, the bald man dashed toward the woods behind him without looking back. At that moment, whoosh, a piercing sound whistled. Beichen maintained a posture of bending down and swinging his hand, while a black light almost instantly caught up to the fleeing scarred bald leader. Ugh. The fleeing scarred bald man, upon hearing the piercing whistle, felt a chill at the back of his head before he could evade and gradually lost consciousness. A 9-inch-long fish-scale military knife had almost fully embedded itself into the back of the scarred bald man's head. The three men who were notorious drug lords before the game ultimately fell in the game. Knowing these men were brothers, Beichen had no intention of holding back. To eradicate the roots lest the spring wind blows and they grow back. Based on these men's habits, he could also guess that they were likely fugitives or convicts before the game, otherwise they wouldn't resort to killing at the drop of a hat. Even though the night concealed them, Beichen did not directly see the two he killed. However, the fear of killing and the pungent smell of blood still made him feel like vomiting. In a daze, Ting Chuchu felt someone pass by her side and instinctively tensed up. Fortunately, this fierce person did not attack her. After a brief rest to regain some strength, she tore off the clothing that was gagging her and turned her head to look with a curious gaze. Tung Chuchu weakly said, "Hey, is it really appropriate to loot when your teammate is down?" Beichen remained vigilant as he stepped closer to the fallen scar-headed bald man, bending down to draw out a fish-scale military knife. Just as he was about to rejoice in surviving this crisis, a nonsensical remark from behind stunned him. There was no response. Beichen began to search the dead scar-headed bald man, hoping to find something useful. To his disappointment, the man had nothing on him but half a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. He naturally stuffed the half-pack of cigarettes and the lighter into his pocket, and then turned directly towards the small bald man. Beichen was certain that the supplies of these people must be in the small bald man's backpack. On his way back, Beichen passed by Ting Chu again, still not sparing her a glance, and walking past her, as if he didn't see her. "Hey uncle, I'm injured, can't you help me a little?" In the darkness, Ting Chu couldn't see Beichen's face clearly, but just his calm and cold demeanor instinctively made her define him as a heartless uncle. Hearing the term uncle, the corner of Beichen's eye twitched, but collecting supplies was far more important now. Women would only slow down his response time. As he opened the small bald man's backpack, a hint of joy appeared on Beichen's face. "Ham, I want 5 premium ones can amplify, farmers 3 punches of Bitsweet 500 milliliters, regular gasoline 300 milliliters, can amplify, cigarettes 2 packs can amplify, a piece of hemp rope 5 meters, can amplify, purified water cannot amplify." Although Beichen was puzzled, he didn't think too much as it was possible these people were exchanging rewards at the trading square. The backpack was empty and Beichen initially thought of putting these resources back inside to carry them. However, inadvertently, a small handful of silvery dust caught Beichen's attention. What is this? Beichen carefully pinched a small handful of silvery dust at the bottom of the backpack, examining it closely. Suddenly, detecting rare material particle dust can amplify. Would you like to amplify? Upon hearing the name of the material, Beichen was instantly overwhelmed with excitement. Without considering the surrounding environment, he thought to himself, amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Particle dust has been amplified to 30 units of pure particle dust. As 30 units of pure particle dust appeared in the backpack, a prompt from the game console rang in Beichen's ears. Materials meet crafting requirements. Would you like to craft an outstanding level item particle space ring? Hearing this, Beichen looked around unconcerned about being discovered. Craft. Congratulations, player Beichen with ID 123271, crafted an outstanding level item particle space ring. Would you like to announce it to the entire region? No announcement. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw that more than half of the pure particle dust in the backpack had vanished. At the same time, a highly mechanical and sci-fi looking ring appeared inside the backpack. Oh my god, what a blessing in disguise. I didn't expect to craft an outstanding level particle ring from this unexpected event. A huge advantage. Beichen joyfully picked up the ring and put it on his hand. Even now, he still found it hard to believe the function of the particle space ring. The wearer could retrieve or store resources with a volume not exceeding 120 cubic meters with a mere thought. This was so surreal. However, since beginning his journey in this unknown world, Beichen's mindset had changed, accepting many of the inexplicable advanced technologies here. Looking at the ham, water, gasoline, and some other supplies lying on the ground, Beichen stared wide-eyed. He then waved his hand at these items, thinking collect. There was no burst of light as he had imagined, nor any sound. He simply saw the few items on the ground vanish without a trace. This is amazing, right? Ow. Beichen thought of retrieving the cigarettes, and in an instant a pack of unopened cigarettes indeed appeared. Damn, this is... Ha ha ha. This laughter was almost a roar from Beichen, who felt there was nothing wrong with it. However, for Tung Chu, who lay in the distance, it was a different story. She was directly startled into a shiver. A madman. A lunatic. Tung Chu was almost in tears. Oh, what was this? Why was there not a single normal person among those she encountered? Sending a distress message to her brother was futile now. Oh, it would only cause him to worry about her. At this moment, Beichen was still immersed in the joy of collecting and retrieving. Seemingly recalling something, he stood up and jogged back to his vehicle with the backpack. Collect for me. In less than a few seconds, a large amount of supplies inside Beichen's vehicle were collected into the particle space ring. Time in the particle space is frozen. Therefore, Beichen no longer had to worry about fresh ingredients going bad. Following that, Beichen opened the trading square, canceled the bounty for wild boar meat, and instantly over 300 pounds of wild boar meat appeared in the vehicle. From now on, my little buddy, and I can enjoy fresh meat every day. As for the other bounties, Beichen did not cancel them. He still needed to continuously collect metal resources and rare items. Because he solved the problem of material storage, he could now gather materials without restraint. Blueprints for firearms. Having been forced to kill 2 labor reformers, Beichen understood the importance of firearms. If he had had firearms during that battle, he wouldn't have needed to engage in close-quarters combat, which was still somewhat dangerous. Offer gasoline for blueprints. All are welcome. Everything is negotiable. Now, apart from the non-amplified gasoline resources, Beichen still had more than 30 liters of refined gasoline, so he could definitely use gasoline as a reward for weapon blueprints. Congratulations, host amplification successful premium ones 5 amplified to 50 refined meat hams. Congratulations, host amplification successful regular gasoline 300 milliliters amplified to 30 liters of refined gasoline. Congratulations, host amplification successful cigarettes 2 packs amplified to 2 sticks of cigarettes. Congratulations, host amplification successful hemp rope 5 meters amplified to steel wire rope 5 meters. This time, apart from the 500 milliliters of purified water that couldn't be amplified, everything was amplified and stored in the particle ring. What a windfall. Refined meat hams can't compare to those made from starch. Wow. Cigarettes. Let's have one to relax a bit. With a snap of flame, ignited a cigarette. Lowering the car window, Beichen lazily leaned back in the seat, resting his hand, holding the cigarette on the window. It had been 3 days since he last smoked. After this puff, Beichen felt a bit lightheaded. I must say this feeling was truly comfortable. He turned to glance at the little buddy in the passenger seat, who was sleeping with her wings sprawled out, and Beichen smiled. It's time to find a place to roast something delicious. Beep beep. Vroom. With the sound of a car engine starting in the distance. Tung Chu-Chu, who lay on the ground waiting for her teammates to help her up, was shocked. What does this mean? Ignoring me? Or have they completely forgotten about me? Hey, uncle, brother, grandpa. Don't go, there's still someone here. However, her weak voice couldn't drown out the sound of the car engine. Beep beep. Without any hesitation, without any doubt, the Wuling Hongguang sped away. Listening to the rustling sounds coming from the nearby bushes and the night sky darkening before her, Tung Chu-Chu shed tears of grievance. Brother, save me. Future husband, save me. Woo-woo. I never expected that I, an 8 million youth goddess from the Magic City, would end up like this. Hey, am I not gentle enough? Or is my nickname 3,000 lives for you too harsh? I Tung Chu-Chu swear that whoever saves me this time, I will be his woman. Even if it's for free or I have to pay, I'm fine with that. Help. At this moment, Beichen was still immersed in the joy of obtaining the particle space ring, completely forgetting about having dealt with 2 murderers. A zen-like demeanor, Beichen was almost at a master level, as unpleasant matters only added to one's troubles. Wait a minute. After driving for more than 10 miles, Beichen seemed to recall something, hurriedly slowed down, and then turned around. Oh my god, how could I forget Tung Chu-Chu, the sister of Tung Baidu? Indeed. Beichen was sure that the girl lying on the ground was Tung Chu-Chu, Tung Baidu's sister, as he had initially seen a military first aid kit bag in the red flag car. The author has something to say. The female lead is definitely not just a tool. Feel free to chase after her. By the way, please leave reviews and urge for updates, my dear brothers and sisters. The day before, Tung Chu-Chu had injured her foot by a giant lizard. Although it was perilous, she managed to get through the crisis thanks to Beichen's military first aid kit. After injecting adrenaline, a person feels particularly energetic, although there might be some dizziness after the effect wears off. If Tung Chu-Chu had listened to Tung Baiwan, she could have hidden and rested for a few days until her wound healed, and perhaps she would be fine. However, being born with an adventurous spirit, she set off to search for supplies the next day. One can only imagine. Originally, she was over 3,000 miles away from Beichen, yet the two unexpectedly met within less than 2 days. The speed of the vehicle was quite absurd. This proves that Tung Chu-Chu not only enjoys adventure and exploration, but also has incredibly good luck. Even with a Hongqi car, driving nearly 3,000 miles would consume a lot of fuel. Don't forget, the design blueprint for Beichen's particle space ring was obtained by Tung Chu-Chu. Therefore, Tung Chu-Chu is currently in a very dangerous state, with old injuries unhealed and new ones added. When she entered the game, she was wearing the standard uniform of the Magic Capital Police Academy. But upon seeing the game rules, she realized that there were no rules here, and wearing a police uniform might bring a lot of trouble. Fortunately, the first resource box she encountered contained a set of clothes, which is what she is wearing now. Therefore, lying on the cold ground, she truly felt very cold. It's over. Am I going to get a fever? Why am I starting to shiver? A pair of slender and long, beautiful legs continued to kick against the ground, trying to crawl to a relatively safe refuge to survive the night. But her body was weak, and with the possibility of a fever, she had little strength left. Suddenly, woo-woo, do-do-do, moi. In a night sky without moonlight and stars, the darkness and silence were unimaginable. From afar, she could hear the sound of an engine gradually approaching. Soon 2 beams of light entered her sight. In that moment, Tung Chu-Chu's survival instinct surged. Help! I'll offer myself, I'm desperate. It seemed as if heaven was moved by her plea. The approaching car indeed stopped here. Unable to lift her head due to the uneven ground around her, Tung Chu-Chu could not see whether the person coming was male or female, handsome or ugly. At this moment, she only hoped that if it was a man, he must be somewhat handsome, otherwise it would be extremely uncomfortable. Ideally, it would be a woman, then she wouldn't have to keep her promise. As the steady footsteps approached, Tung Chu-Chu's heart rose to her throat. Based on the powerful footsteps, she could almost conclude it was a man. Originally, she should have been quite happy to be rescued, but the reality was far from simple. She began to feel scared, deeply terrified, because she shamefully realized that her shorts and short sleeves were far too cool. Moreover, her t-shirt had a tear from the previous fight with 3 murderers, and the newcomer was approaching her from behind, making it impossible for her to see their face. In an instant, a familiar scene surfaced in Tung Chuch's mind. It was an unshakable shadow of a generation. Among the flowers at the foot of the ancient tomb, Sex Mountain. And coincidentally, a leaf fell at that moment, landing on Tung Chuch's face, perfectly covering her eyes. What? What are you going to do? I'm not a little deaf girl. Tung Chuch's whole body tensed, her fists clenched desperately, wanting to resist what was about to happen next. To be honest, not only could Tung Chuchu not see Beichen's face. In this dark night sky, even Beichen could not see Tung Chuch's face. What appeared in Beichen's vision was a tall, slender, and fair body. Of course it was just an outline. What is your name? The voice was extremely calm. There was no hint of possessiveness in his tone, even in front of a defenseless beauty. He confirmed once more. If this person was not Tung Baiwan's sister, he would only give her a token amount of help, but if she really was Tung Baiwan's sister, then he had to help her. The particle space ring akin to black technology was largely obtained because of the Tung's siblings. Though he was not a saint or a savior, he felt he should help friends he recognized. In the silent night sky, a young voice with magnetic charm echoed. This made Tung Chuchu let out a sigh of relief. The fact that he did not act directly indicated he was not that type of person. My name is Tung Chuchu. My family is very wealthy. If you help me, I can give you lots and lots of money once I get out. Money here has no meaning. There is no free lunch in this world. I can help you, but you need to pay some price. Beichen's abrupt statement was not without reason. The biggest reason was that he noticed a golden hammer beside Tung. A golden hammer. After his own hammer was enhanced by the system to a copper hammer, this woman actually possessed a golden hammer. It was 2 levels higher than his hammer. No wonder she was able to obtain the particle space ring's astonishing design. What do you want? I can give you anything I have. Seemingly feeling that she wouldn't have to sacrifice herself, Tung Chuchu relaxed a lot. If she lost her possessions, then so be it. What do you have? I have water, a piece of roasted meat from yesterday, and a liter of refined gasoline. And Tung Chuchu, I don't believe you only have these supplies, Beichen continued to ask coldly. And? A golden hammer. And what? Beichen became interested. A design blueprint. Before even entering the Magic Capital Police Academy, Tung Chuchu wanted to have her own handgun. After driving over 1,000 miles today, she finally obtained a handgun design blueprint from a silver resource box. She considered this item a treasure. Oh, what design blueprint? Beichen continued to ask, his tone showing some impatience. It's a handgun design blueprint. The moment he heard handgun design blueprint, Beichen was instantly taken aback. At that moment, he truly felt that Tung Chuchu was a chosen one, first with the particle space ring design, and now the handgun design. It was hard to believe that a person's luck could be so good. Where is it? Beichen's change in tone made Tung Chuchu very anxious. Would this person kill her to silence her after getting the handgun design? It's in my pants pocket. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tung Chuchu regretted it. Wasn't this inviting disaster? He originally had no desire for her. The hot pants belonged to a fitted outfit. Asking a man to reach into her pocket was no different from being directly touched. What if he had ulterior motives? Her curvaceous figure would surely drive him wild. A woman's inner thoughts are not something an ordinary man can guess. In reality, upon hearing about the handgun design, Beichen's mind was filled with thoughts of enhanced firearms. What is a woman? At least at this moment, Beichen did not know what a woman was. Feeling the wind approaching, Tung Chuchu instinctively resisted and dodged, turning to present her slim waist and back pocket to Beichen. If one did not know better, they would think Tung Chuchu was quite cooperative. In reality, she was not. Don't. Just as he touched a piece of paper, Beichen realized something was wrong. But at this point, Beichen simply didn't care anymore. As long as he wasn't embarrassed, then it was the other person who would be embarrassed. He reached in all the way. When his hand came out, it also brought out a design blueprint. Though it was impossible to see what kind of firearm was on the design blueprint under the night sky, Beichen had already seen the words enhanceable. To be honest, when the man reached into his pocket, Tung Chuchu was truly afraid he would tear her apart. Fortunately, that did not happen. He'll take this golden hammer as well. Beichen was not polite, bending down to collect the golden hammer at his feet into his particle ring. Though Tung Chuchu felt indignant, she was powerless. If he were to go back on his word, now she would have no means to resist. Therefore, even in her anger, she dared not speak out. You've taken all my good stuff, so can you save me now? Taken everything. It seems there is still one thing left. Beichen was merely making one last attempt to probe. Who knew what other treasures this girl might be hiding? You? Are you? Despicable. The worrying situation had arrived when indeed men were all the same. Besides water and some food, all her valuable items had been taken by Beichen. If there was still something left, and the most precious thing to her, it was herself. Seeing that Tung Chuchu remained silent, Beichen understood that perhaps the gun design and the golden hammer were her best possessions. Thus he stopped pressing for answers. Since he had taken her valuable items coupled with his relationship with Tung Baiwan, he was bound to save her. Therefore Beichen simply stepped forward and lifted Tung Chuchu up. Light, compact, slender, a perfect, delicate body was cradled in his arms. Beichen's t-shirt had formed a nest for the little one. Thus this embrace was almost a zero-distance contact. Up. Suddenly lifted by a vigorous body, the firm muscles and broad chest along with the unique heavy breathing of a robust man startled Ting Chu into exclaiming. Only later did she realize that the man had taken off his shirt for convenience. Old lecher. Perverted man. These thoughts continuously surfaced in Ting Chu's mind. Wanting to struggle, but her weak body had no strength whatsoever. Was she to resign herself to fate? The situation was stronger than the person. If she were in her prime, she could easily knock down such an old lecher in a minute, but now. As she envisioned what was about to happen next, Ting Chu instinctively trembled. If this person is too rude, wouldn't that be quite painful? Moreover, can you trust a wild card? Under the dark night at such a distance, Ting Chu could only see the vague outline of Beichen's face, subconsciously praying he wouldn't be too ugly, otherwise it would be unbearable. After personally killing 2 murderers, Beichen's mindset gradually changed. In the past, he would have certainly been curious about Ting Chu's appearance, but now, he decided to go with the flow. Holding onto a girl weighing over 90 pounds, Beichen walked steadily, glancing at the Hongqi luxury car not far away. Are you in a condition to drive right now? Hearing this, Ting Chu was stunned. What does this mean? Being so domineering towards me, and still expect— Recalling the movies she had watched in the dormitory over the years, Ting Chu said softly, I'm not very skilled with a manual transmission, but am better with an automatic. Seemingly resigned, Ting Chu just hoped he would be gentler from then on. You can still shift gears by yourself, right? Ting Chu. Hey. Shame. No shame. Such lewd words. If you can't shift gears by yourself, I can't help you. This is a bit too much information. After some wild imagination, Ting Chu could only say in embarrassment, well, if I rest a bit to regain some strength, I can still move, but the range might not be very large. Beichen. He had no idea what she was talking about. At this moment, he had already carried Ting Chu to the side of the Hongqi car. Because he needed to open the car door, and with Ting Chu injured, Beichen could only place her on the car's hood and go to open the door himself. You have no shame. Back when she watched movies with her roommates, there were scenes like this, and she would say, can't you have a bit of dignity? But in the blink of an eye, she found herself. Beichen had no idea what Ting Chu was mumbling about. After opening the car door, he picked her up and stuffed her inside. Stuffed into the car, Ting Chu felt much better. Being inside the car was much better than on the hood, at least it wasn't as embarrassing. Even so, it seemed quite embarrassing to say this out loud. Closing her eyes in resignation, she quietly waited for what was to come. Perhaps due to a change in mindset, Ting Chu was surprisingly not very anxious now. However, after waiting with her eyes closed for a while, and seeing that no one had entered the car, she couldn't help but open her eyes. Upon seeing what was happening, she was directly stunned, cursing inwardly, perverted. Is this something a person should do? Ting Chu had plenty of justification for cursing Beichen, because after coming out from the Wuling car, Beichen was holding a certain object, and upon closer inspection, it was a steel wire. Even if binding someone, it should only be with rope. What normal person would use cold hard steel to tie someone up? Is that thing meant to bind a person? It would be excessive even to tie up a cow. But what happened next instantly made Ting Chu's face turn red. She saw Beichen walk to the front of the Hongqi car, bend down, and hang the steel wire on the car's latch with the other end going over to the Wuling's lock. Having done all this, Beichen said to Ting Chu, hold the steering wheel properly. He'll drag your car out of here. Oh, is that it? I have to say, since nothing overly stimulating happened, there was actually a sense of disappointment. However, for Ting Chu, the biggest feeling was still shame. It turns out when he asked if she could drive, he was actually asking if she could drive a real car. When he asked if she could move by herself, it was really about steering the wheel. My thoughts are so wicked. Beep. Vroom. The car started, and they quickly left the place, one dragging the other. With both hands on the steering wheel, Ting Chu felt complicated. Rather than worrying about her future, she was now more curious about the man who saved her. You should know she was very confident in her figure and appearance. Saying that suitors would go crazy for her was not an exaggeration at all. But what kind of man would remain indifferent towards her beautiful body in such an easily obtainable situation? Recalling the vague outline she saw when being carried, Ting Chu knew it must be a man with a resolute face and distinct features. Driving at night was dangerous, and Beichen, while paying attention to his surroundings, didn't dare to drive too fast. As soon as he found a suitable place to set up camp, he parked the car. Knowing that Ting Chu was injured, Beichen didn't trouble her and got out to collect firewood. Soon a bonfire was ignited between the two cars. With the light of the fire illuminating the face of that mysterious man, finally came into Ting Chu's view. Determined, cold, profound, mysterious, handsome. Watching this man walk up to her car and open the door, Ting Chu's heart skipped a beat. No wonder this man didn't take advantage of her predicament, it turned out. He was quite a handsome guy. Do you need help? When Beichen saw Ting Chu's face for the first time, he was also secretly surprised. She was even more beautiful and unique in person than in the video. I'm completely powerless and can't get down by myself. If Beichen were truly a lewd man, an old pervert, Ting Chu would have crawled out of the car rather than let him carry her again. But now, Being carried down was much more comfortable. Beichen didn't hesitate, bending down to reveal his chiseled, well-defined abs, easily picking Tung Chuchu up again. Comfortable, safe, solid, and strong. This shift in mindset made Tung Chuchu begin to enjoy Beichen's embrace. Beichen was simply caring for a friend's sister and didn't think too much about it. Walking to the bonfire, he set her down and said, "I've taken your good stuff, so I won't treat you poorly. He'll roast something for you, thank you." A smile blossomed instantly. Even Tung Chuchu herself didn't realize that the usually single-minded her was showing a hint of femininity. As Beichen got off the wooling car, what came into view were several thin, dry disc-like sesame cakes that could be used as flying saucers. Although Tung Chuchu did not witness the details of the man battling the two murderers from his calmness, while looting she deduced that those two vile individuals must have perished. With such skills, and choosing the vehicle with the lowest fuel consumption, it was no surprise to Tung Chuchu that he could produce 7 or 8 baked naan in an instant. "Is this naan? Did you exchange it at the trading square?" Tung Chuchu asked curiously. Although she rarely visited the chat or trading squares, she knew of a big shot called Beichen. "Yes, it was exchanged for a special medal," Beichen replied, walking to the campfire with the 7 or 8 pieces of naan, his expression highly focused. Tung Chuchu gazed at Beichen's profile, as if admiring a painting. Soon the naan began to emit a fragrant aroma. "Here, you eat first." Beichen handed over the already baked naan. "Thank you," Tung Chuchu said as she received it, noticing that Beichen still had 6 or 7 pieces left, so she started munching without hesitation. However, slowly Tung Chuchu began to realize. This person was too kind, not eating himself, but giving her one after it was baked. It felt a bit warm. "You? Not eating? Oh, you are a guest. These are specially for you. I already ate before you arrived. Could you bring the water from my car? This naan is a bit hard on my throat." Beichen handed over the last piece of baked naan, saying, "Ill treat for this meal. You can keep your water." He stood up and returned to the wooling car. Soon Beichen came back out, holding 300 milliliters of purified water in one hand and carefully cradling a bundled t-shirt in the other. It must be said that this woman looked slim but could really eat. This time Beichen took out 7 pieces of naan from the particle ring, and in such a short time, Tung Chuchu surprisingly finished 6 by herself. What does that even mean? Beichen could only eat 2 or 3 pieces in one go. When he handed over the purified water, he couldn't help but look at Tung Chuchu again. "Your appetite is quite substantial. Since entering this broken game, I haven't had a full meal," Tung Chuchu murmured, rolling her eyes at Beichen. As she received the water, she finished the last piece of naan and drank the 300 milliliters of purified water in one go. "Phew, I'm full now, that feels great." Beichen was stunned. "What? This woman hasn't been full since entering the game. Who is she trying to fool? Yesterday, I gave your brother Tung 100,004 or 5 gene of grilled meat." From Tang's concerned and anxious attitude towards his sister Beichen wouldn't doubt he would keep some grilled meat for himself. He estimated that most of it had already entered Tung Chuchu's stomach. Eating 4 or 5 gene of meat and still not being full. That's terrifying. Beichen decided that once this woman felt better, he would quickly separate from her. "So will you sleep in the car, or here by the fire?" Beichen did not want to say much. After all, she wasn't his girlfriend, and her large appetite was not something he needed to concern himself with. The neckline of Tung Chuchu's t-shirt was torn from the fight, revealing a lot of smooth, fair skin, but due to her careless nature, she didn't mind. Now that she was full and satisfied, she was lazily sitting by the campfire, tidying her somewhat disheveled hair. Hearing Beichen's words, Tung Chuchu looked up at his handsome face playfully. "Do you want me to sleep there?" Beichen was taken aback. "Wait, I'll go sleep in my car. If you want to sleep here, that's your choice." Rolling her eyes at Beichen, Tung Chuchu said, "Then I'll sleep in my car too." Looking at the crumpled t-shirt in Beichen's hand, Tung Chuchu curiously asked, "What is that?" Soon she found out what was wrapped inside the shirt. It was an adorably explosive little creature. In this survival game, you actually raised a chick. The little creature that had just hatched indeed looked a lot like a fuzzy chick at first glance, but upon closer inspection, its beak and a pair of large sharp claws were far from what a low-tier chick could compare to. Cheep cheep. The little creature that had been sleeping soundly wrapped in the shirt suddenly let out an unhappy cry when it was taken out. "A chick? Which of your eyes sees this as a chick?" Placing the little creature in a safe spot, Beichen approached Tung Chuchu, holding his t-shirt. "Can it walk by itself? Or should I carry you back?" Tung Chuchu wanted to play with the cute little creature, but noticing that Beichen had deliberately placed it just out of her reach, she understood that he didn't want her to play. "I'm injured and still a bit hot. I can't get up or walk. How about you carry me back?" she said, opening her fair arms, proactively cooperating. Beichen frowned, dodged her outstretched arms, and still picked up Tung Chuchu in a horizontal embrace. He wondered, don't women usually resist intimate contact with strange men? Why was this one so unusual? Tung Chuchu was picked up again, looking closely at Beichen's profile. "I still don't know your name." "Bei Ming." "Bei Ming. What a strange name." He placed Tung Chuchu back in the Hongxi car. "This t-shirt is intact. You change into it, and give me your torn one. They'll be back in a moment. Ooh, I have some fever-reducing medicine in my car. Beichen said as he turned to leave. Watching him depart, Tung Chuch's lips curled into a sly smile. Little bro, so you like this kind of thing, huh? After changing into Beichen's t-shirt, Tung Chuchu waited quietly. 3 minutes later, Beichen knocked on the car window. Here, these 2 pills are fever-reducing medicine. Take them. Tung Chuchu reached out to grab them, but Beichen avoided her. What do you mean? Are you playing hard to get? Tung Chuchu smiled. Give me your t-shirt. Beichen was speechless. How did you? Alright, so you're a clothing addict. Tung Chuchu said, handing over the t-shirt she had changed out of along with the 2. You're the one who's a clothing addict. The little one's nest is gone, don't I need to make a new one for it? After saying that, Beichen turned to leave, leaving Tung Chuchu in a daze. That stubborn blockhead smelly straight man actually used this lattice clothes to make a bird's nest. After muttering a complaint, she looked down at the white pills in her hand. This wouldn't be some potent aphrodisiac, would it? Doesn't matter, it'll just take it first. By the campfire, Beichen used Tung Chuchu's t-shirt to make a nest for the little creature, but since it had already been woken up, it had lost its sleepiness. Instead, it opened its little mouth and continuously emitted cheep sounds. Are you hungry again? Gently holding the little creature in his palm and watching it affectionately nuzzle against his hand, Beichen smiled. How come you're just as gluttonous as that woman? Looking back at the hongqi, which showed no signs of movement, the little guy was hungry too. Soon Beichen thought of taking out the barbecue grill charcoal, a large piece of pork belly, and some pork chops from the particle space. It's been over 10 minutes, it should be asleep by now. He ignited the charcoal, placing the pork chops and pork belly on the grill. Then he took out a fish scale military knife and cut the remaining piece of fine meat into small chunks. Cheep. Seeing the food, the little creature suddenly perked up, rubbing against Beichen's hand, while opening its little mouth, as if to say, hurry up and feed me, this bird is already starving. Wow, the pieces were just the right size for a bite. However, as the aroma of the grilled meat wafted from the barbecue grill, thud. The piece of meat that the little creature hadn't swallowed dropped to the ground. Suddenly, the little creature found the meat in its mouth was no longer appealing. Instead, its big shiny eyes fixed intently on the grilled pork on the grill. Cheep. What? You know that cooked meat is delicious too. Due to the hassle of eating wild boar meat, Beichen chose not to eat the exquisite cured ham he had just obtained today. As the meat roasted, turning golden and releasing its juices, he began to sprinkle it with cumin and chili powder as seasoning. The aroma of the meat wafted through the air, making one's fingers itch with desire. One piece for you, one for me. Beichen ate while feeding the little creature. With a wave of his hand, a 500 milliliters bottle of salted soda appeared before him. This particle ring is incredibly useful. Just after taking some fever-reducing medicine, a wave of drowsiness hit Tung Chuchu, leaving her in a state between sleep and wakefulness. Suddenly, a private message startled her awake. Rubbing her eyes, she saw it was from her older brother. Chuchu, what are you up to? Why haven't you replied all day? Sorry bro. Something unexpected happened today. Oh, I was intercepted by 3 murderers. What? How are you now? Are you okay? I'm fine, just sustained some minor injuries. I thought I was going to die today, but someone saved me. Information 1. Tung Chuchu smiled wryly at her brother's reprimands. Alright bro, I won't act on my own anymore. See, I'm fine now. Suddenly, a familiar scent wafted into the car with the wind. Tung Chuchu looked up in confusion at the nearby campfire and found Beichen amusing the chickens he had raised. By the way bro, you're quite familiar with the chat square. Do you know someone named Beiming? Ages between 18 and 25. Beiming. I don't know, never heard of him. You should pay more attention to the chat square and not just focus on gathering supplies all day. By the way, that guy Beiming didn't do anything to you, right? He did? He did something utterly outrageous to me. Tung Chuchu replied directly. No way. I've already introduced you to the mighty Beichen, and now you're being. Oh, seeing this, Tung Chuchu's face turned red. Bro, I've realized that you men are all creatures that think with your lower bodies. Why do you always jump to such conclusions over minor incidents? It's just ridiculous. Oh, so he didn't do that kind of thing to you? No, he didn't. I'm quite lofty, you know. I traded a design sketch for his help. It was a mutual exchange of needs. How is that possible? Sister, I know your looks well enough to say that needing someone to save you indicates you've lost your ability to resist. In such a situation, how could you not be completely taken advantage of? Chuchu, tell me more about this, Beiming. Describe the details between you two. The sudden shift in topic left Tung Chuchu startled, but she then recounted her encounter with the 3 murderers, and how Beiming rescued her. What? He brought out 7 pieces of roasted naan all at once, and gave them all to you. Yes, he's quite nice, keeps his promises. He didn't skimp on saving me, and shared his food with me. He said the roasted naan was exchanged for rare metals. Yes, is there a problem with that? Far away, Tung Baiwan sat in his car reading his sister's messages before opening the trading square. After just a glance, he understood what was happening. He was aware that the bounty for the roasted naan had been exchanged several times. Any player who exchanged for supplies in the trading square would invariably show off in the chat square. To be able to produce 7 or 8 pieces of naan without batting an eye, it couldn't have been obtained through a bounty exchange. The only possibility is that the person who saved his sister was most likely the mighty Beichen. As he sent a large chunk of information to his sister, Tung Baiwan smiled. Hey my silly sister, you're lucky to have met Beichen so early. Now, everything will fall into place. On the other side, when Tung Chuchu saw her brother's reply, she was also stunned. What? There's a 95% chance that Bei Ming is Beichen. So yesterday's roasted meat was also from this person for you, brother. Seemingly realizing something, Tung Chuchu indignantly said, no wonder I smelled roasted meat earlier. It turns out this person was secretly eating behind my back. This is really too much. You promised to treat me to a meal, and you only brought out naan. What does that mean? That gun design sketch has been my dream, such a precious thing, and you can't even trade it for a piece of roasted meat. Tung Chuchu tiptoed out of the car, slowly approaching Bei Chun, who had his back turned to her. The crackling campfire burned brightly, and Bei Chun was completely unaware. However, the well-fed little creature was quite alert, and spotted Tung Chuchu approaching in an instant. Chirp. The sound was not the usual charm for food, but rather piercing and alert. Bei Chun was startled, and quickly put away the extinguished grill into the particle ring. As he turned around, he found Tung Chuchu staring wide-eyed at his left hand. Upon seeing it, Bei Chun was speechless. How was he still holding an unfinished piece of roasted pork chop in his left hand? The scene fell into silence. So incredibly awkward. Let me explain. Bei Chun chuckled awkwardly. I just dropped you off in the car, and on my way back I found a rabbit that had died by itself. I thought you had taken some medicine and fallen asleep, so I didn't want to disturb you. Oh, so it's rabbit meat. How interesting. Looking at the long roasted rib in Bei Chen's hand, which was even longer than an adult rabbit, Tung Chuchu smiled gently. Brother, so what's next? Bei Chen was taken aback by the question and scratched his head. Just now he felt as if he had promised to treat someone to a meal. Having said it himself, how could a man go back on his word? He could only say that he needed to weigh his words carefully in the future. To be honest, if Bei Chun had not unexpectedly crafted the particle space ring today and stored several hundred pounds of wild boar meat, it wasn't a joke. Tonight he could have filled Tung Chuchu to the brim, and wasting that several hundred pounds of wild boar meat would be a pity. Feeding Tung Chuchu could earn him a tremendous favor, considering the luck these siblings had was extraordinary. Bei Chen returned from the car holding 3 pieces of exquisite cured ham, a 500 milliliters bottle of salted soda, and a pack of Oreos. There was no choice. The wild boar meat had to be reserved for the little creature, so he would make do with the exquisite cured ham for now. Ahem, well, the roasted meat is really gone. Do you want a big sausage instead? Seeing such a sumptuous spread, Tung Chuchu instantly burst into a happy smile. Thank you. This time consider it a huge favor I owe you. I will definitely repay you later. As she spoke, Tung Chuchu's eyes kept sweeping over the 3 pieces of cured ham wrapped in skin. Following the principle of saving good things for tomorrow, she only tore open an Oreo to taste. It seemed she hadn't had sweets for a long time as she polished off a pack of Oreos in no time. Tilting her head back, she gulped down half a bottle of salted soda, burping contentedly, and Tung Chuchu finally revealed a satisfied smile. Meanwhile, both Bei Chun and the little creature were left in awe. How long had she been hungry? Eating faster than the donkeys in the production team. The most terrifying part was that she was only over 90 pounds, looking incredibly beautiful, can you believe it? Bei Chun exchanged glances with the little creature, both feeling a sudden chill. Well, we should head back to rest now, you take care. Big brother. I just had intense exercise, and with some food in my belly, I'm so tired. Tung Chuchu tidied her hair, and gently said, Big brother, could you carry me back to rest? Beichen, the little creature. Shocked. P.S. Just a heads up. The female lead will temporarily part ways with the male lead after their interaction. I've always wanted to write a fleshed-out emotional line, so I've tried to portray the early female lead as realistically as possible. I didn't expect that most people still prefer the actively devoted and brainless female lead. Alright, the female lead must change herself by the next meeting. Watching Tung Chuchu's pained, pitiful expression, Bei Chen nearly ached to lift her up and dash her to the ground. Attacked by 3 murderers. Oh, what rotten luck, she murmured, voice heavy with sorrow. I'm injured. And just when I finally met a handsome elder brother, he turns out so aloof. Alright, stop right there. Bei Chen rubbed his ear absent-mindedly. Fine, just this once. Don't you realize you weigh over 100 Gene? Must you always be carried? Thank you, big brother. He first placed the little one back into the car, then effortlessly swept Tung Chuchu into his arms in a smooth, practiced motion. Ah, gentle please, big brother. Drive slowly. The ride mustn't be too bumpy. Bei Chen sensed something off in her tone. It feels like you're driving, but I have no proof. Seeing his bewildered expression, Tung Chuchu suddenly recalled something, and added, You carried me like this yesterday too. Reluctant to provoke her further, Bei Chen gave only a terse reply. Didn't you feel even the slightest flutter of attraction then? Didn't you imagine doing something rough to me? Humph, none at all. His voice was stiff, perfunctory. Hearing this, Tung Chuchu instantly recalled a classic film line, and mimicked it without thinking. If you harbored wicked thoughts about me yesterday, you're a beast. But if not a single vile notion crossed your mind, then you're less than beastly. The moment the words left her lips, Ting Chu regretted them. Why had she imitated it so perfectly? Would she be struck? She hurried to apologize, but it was already too late. Before her startled cry could fully escape, she was pinned against the car door. A large hand pressed firmly against her chest. Then in an instant, a cold, commanding face loomed before her, his masculine scent flooding her senses. You brute. I'll graduate as a police officer. I'll arrest you for molestation. What on earth? Assaulted, and her first kiss ruthlessly claimed. Her mind went utterly blank. Years of flawless martial arts and grappling techniques vanished without a trace. Their lips parted. Staring into Ting Chu's tear-filled eyes, Beichen himself stood dazed. He'd merely intended to teach her a lesson, his pride as a man wounded by her mockery. Yet, how had it come to this? Regret was now pointless, an apology would only invite contempt. Woman, you're playing with fire. Before she could react, he wrenched open the car door and shoved her inside, watching him flee back to his wooling vehicle like a man escaping doom. Ting Chu touched the damp corner of her eye, not from fear nor from some sentimental fixation on her first kiss. No, it was sheer terror. For a fleeting, heart-stopping moment, she truly believed Beichen might lift her and hurl her to her death. She opened a private message and typed to her elder brother, Romance Progress 10. Brother, watch me claim him within a month. Tung Bei million a month. Useless. Reading the reply, Ting Chu laughed bitterly. She brushed her lips, her emotions tangled, then echoed a famous cinematic line, is love really this fierce? Once the icy, untouchable goddess of Metropolis, she had scorned love, indeed resented it. To break free from a fate long ordained, she defied her family's opposition and enrolled in the police academy, determined to avoid her mother's tragic destiny. Arranged marriage among tycoons. For freedom, for refusal to become a pawn sacrificed on the altar of familial interest, she had paid an immense price. Within her clan, only her mother and elder brother earned her affection. Toward the Tung Corporation, she felt nothing but disdain. Back in his own car, Beichen exhaled deeply. The cool, firm sensation lingered vividly in his memory. In that moment his heart trembled. Unaccustomed to girls, he had committed an act utterly beyond his nature. Unbelievable. He stroked the sleeping creature beside him, then drew out the pistol blueprint. His encounter with Ting Chu had yielded extraordinary gains. First he forged the particle space ring, now he'd acquired the pistol schematic. Unfolding the blueprint, G220 pistol, 6-round magazine capacity. Materials required: refined steel 06, stainless steel 03, brass 01. G220 pistol. Never heard of it. Beichen searched his memory. Had he ever encountered this model in CSO? Blueprint detected. G220 pistol. Upgrade available. Proceed with enhancement. Enhanced. Congratulations, host. G220 pistol blueprint successfully enhanced. Now upgraded to Viper pistol blueprint. Viper. Impressive. Studying the transformed schematic, Beichen allowed himself a rare smile. In CSO lore, the Viper pistol was legendary for its ferocity, renowned for its specialized ammunition and unique structural design. Its 7.26mm rounds boasted extraordinary penetration. Its 18-round magazine ensured readiness for any sudden threat, capable of piercing soft-body bulletproof vests within 50 meters, earning it a top 10 ranking on the global pistol leaderboard. 18 rounds. Perfect. Aware of its fame, Beichen feared the required materials might be prohibitively rare, yet upon seeing the list he smiled. Refined steel 09, stainless steel 05, brass 03, carbon steel 01. Beichen rushed into the trading plaza, retrieved every metal ingot earned from his bounties, and without inspecting them individually gathered them all. When forging the T1 scale combat knife, he'd offered bottled water and roasted flatbread as rewards for rare metals. Over several days he'd accumulated 2 or 3 dozen assorted ingots, but lacking blueprints he'd never clatter. A cascade of metal ingots, large and small, materialized inside the cabin. Beichen sorted them meticulously. Common steel resource 18 detected. Enhancement available. Proceed. Common iron resource 16 detected. Enhancement available. Proceed. Common brass 1 detected. Enhancement available. Proceed. Hearing the prompts, Beichen gritted his teeth. Enhance. Enhancement successful. Refined steel 23, refined iron 46, forged stainless steel 18, carbon steel 3, brass 9 acquired. Staring at the gleaming pile of metals, now filling the cabin, Beichen stared in disbelief. Brute force yields miracles. 30-odd ingots enhanced at once, and every material needed for the Viper pistol is now complete. Simultaneously the game console chimed in his ear, detected rare tier Viper pistol. Crafting conditions fulfilled. Indeed, reviewing the blueprint again, all required materials were now accounted for. Without hesitation, he selected craft. Congratulations, player 123271 Beichen. You have forged the rare tier Viper pistol. Broadcast announcement to all servers. No broadcast. Beichen cradled the Viper like a priceless treasure, when suddenly another prompt from the game console. Congratulations, player. You have forged the first rare-tier firearm, activating the global weapon rankings. Familiarizing himself with the weight of the Viper, Beichen nervously retrieved the magazine. He breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the fully loaded magazine. His greatest concern was having a gun without bullets. Weapon rankings. Sure enough, a new item appeared on the game interface, Hot Weapon Rankings. Beichen was curious about what weapons other players had. Weapon rankings. First place, rare grade Viper handgun belonging to player ID. Second place, common grade 13-round automatic pistol belonging to player ID. Third place, damaged grade Kingway box belonging to player ID. Well, it seems more than a dozen people have obtained hot weapons. Beichen was not surprised, as there were estimated to be billions of participants in this game, and it was only natural for someone to find firearms in resource boxes. Oh, this is reputation. When he saw a small line of text at the bottom of the hot weapon rankings, Beichen was puzzled. The top 3 weapons dominate the rankings for a week, and their owners receive reputation rewards. First place, 1000 reputation. Second place, 500 reputation. Third place, 300 reputation. What is reputation used for? He examined the uses of reputation closely, but Beichen could find nothing. However, upon seeing the equipment levels on the list, he was curious and clicked on it. Suddenly, various equipment grades were listed from low to high before him. Damaged, common, special, 1 rare, outstanding, excellent, perfect. While my particle space ring is only outstanding grade, my fish scale saber is special 1 grade, and the Viper handgun is rare grade. What kind of power do perfect grade items possess? Beichen couldn't help but feel excited. As for whether the rare grade Viper handgun could dominate the rankings for a week and earn him the 1000 reputation reward, he had no confidence. After all, there were too many players participating in this game. Although he had the system backing him, finding resource boxes also relied on luck. For instance, Ting Chu had no system, yet she was able to continuously obtain the designs for particle rings and handguns, and even upgraded her hammer to a golden hammer. It was absurd. He hadn't collected information in the chat square for a whole day and night. Having just touched a girl, Beichen couldn't sleep and thought to kill some time. Chat square. Wow, amazing. I just got a fruit knife today and I thought I was dominating the cold weapon era, but suddenly a hot weapon ranking pops up. Right? I just found a Wang Matzi kitchen knife, and I was wondering how I could chop my way from Dongxing Bay to Tsimsha Sui, and now this. Handguns are already out. So everyone be careful when encountering others. Don't meet someone with a gun. 1. Speaking of which, it's been quite eerie lately. I've encountered several wrecked cars on the road. Players don't know if they died in a car accident or were taken away by beasts. No one to be found, no corpses either. Right, it feels like the chances of encountering other players have been increasing lately. Beichen frowned slightly at this. He had encountered 4 people today, 3 of whom were dead, but the encounter rate was already quite high. No matter what, with the Viper in hand, I wouldn't be afraid, even if there were 10 of them. He gripped the Viper tightly, aiming it out the car window. Beichen really wanted to test the feel of it, but due to the scarcity of bullets, he merely aimed symbolically. A single bullet, if used wisely, could save a life. He had to use it carefully. Otherwise, without bullets, this thing could only be held for show. As drowsiness set in, Beichen exited the chat square. The next day the sun was shining, and the breeze was just right. Knock, knock, knock. The car window was tapped, startling Beichen awake. He instinctively gripped the Viper in his hand. However, seeing it was Ting Chu, he breathed a sigh of relief. He put away the Viper and rubbed his eyes as he got out of the car. You're up so early, why not sleep a little longer? Beichen seemed to have forgotten what happened yesterday. Ting Chu wasn't sure if the handsome guy was Beichen and stole a glance at the woolen car. Upon seeing that Beichen's car was completely empty, she felt a bit guilty, as she had indulged herself yesterday, hoping she hadn't truly left him in a poor state. At a glance, the car was so bare that it could be described as home with bare walls. Oh, really nothing left, right? I gave you all the good stuff. Beichen chuckled helplessly. Well, you seem to be recovering well. How about we part ways here? We can search separately. Upon hearing this, Ting Chu pouted. Last night. After you did that to me, you want to drive me away as soon as I opened my eyes. My former roommate said you were a scumbag, and I didn't believe it. It turns out it's true. Huh? What? Beichen was momentarily at a loss. Scumbag. Come on, I also had my first kiss, alright. What do you want? Kissing won't lead to pregnancy. Seeing Beichen's confused expression, Ting Chu huffed. Wait here. Watching Ting Chu return to the Hongqi sedan, Beichen felt a headache coming on. Here, these are the 3 fine meat sausages you shared with me yesterday. Now, I'll give you 2 more. Looking at the 2 sausages being handed over, Beichen paused and said, No need, we haven't had breakfast yet, we're used to it. Really? Ting Chu looked at Beichen with delight. Beichen nodded. Hee, then I won't hold back. In Beichen's astonishment, he witnessed Ting Chu devour all 3 sausages that were as thick as his arms. From the looks of it, Beichen felt that if he weren't there, she might even eat the packaging. So terrifying. Seemingly satisfied with the taste of the sausage, Ting Choo let out a satisfied burp and said, "By the way, I just found out my car broke down this morning. Can you fix cars?" "No way. Without a car aren't you doomed?" Beichen got into the Hongqi sedan and tried to start it, but it indeed wouldn't fire up. It wasn't out of gas. It must have been damaged when it was hit yesterday. This is a real hassle. Since Ting Choo was wearing Beichen's t-shirt, it covered her hot pants directly, making it look like she had legs all the way up to her neck from this angle. "I might have a bit of water left. Do you want me to save it for you? Why don't you walk and see how far you can go on Route 11? Walk? You want me to walk by myself?" Ting Choo dug at her ears, suspecting her hearing might be faulty. "Brother, looking at my handgun design and the golden hammer, you have to help me find a car. How far can I walk on this hot day on Route 11? Rather than getting sunburned to a crisp and dying of thirst, it'd be more comfortable to die under the handsome guy's gun. Come on, I'm ready." "So cute, baby. Since ancient times, who hasn't faced death? Let my loyal heart illuminate history." Seeing this, Beichen's face turned dark as he asked, "Are you sure you're not from a media university, but from a police university? With such acting skills, working in law enforcement would be a waste. You're born to be a star." Of course Beichen said this, but in this environment, he couldn't just leave Ting Choo by herself. Putting aside the relationship with Tung Million, even for the sake of the Viper handgun, he would help her out. Moreover, he had crafted the particle space ring, because he encountered Tung Choo. Without the particle ring, wouldn't hundreds of pounds of pork go bad? The wheel of fortune has its cycles. What is lost will surely be gained. On the woolen car. Having driven for so long, Beichen was already tired, or it was rare for him to sit in the passenger seat and play with the little thing. While letting you in the car is entirely due to the handgun design and the golden hammer. Once we find a new vehicle, we'll part ways. Deal? It's settled. Beep beep. The car roared to life, and with a puff of black smoke, the car quickly reached 120 miles per hour, and Beichen held onto the armrest with a worried expression. At that moment, he finally understood why Ting Choo could obtain such good supplies, as she drove like she had no regard for her life. "Hey, take it easy. This is the only car we have. If it breaks down again, we'll have to walk Route 11. Hey." Suddenly, with a screech, they came to a halt. Beichen, puzzled, looked at Ting Choo. "Why did we stop?" Ting Choo gestured outside. Turning his head, he was surprised to see a wooden resource box. "What? We just set out and haven't even traveled 50 miles before encountering a resource box. Having this girl around seems to have improved my luck." "What? Do you feel that having me around has improved your luck a lot?" "Not at all." Ting Choo smiled serenely. "Go ahead, little brother, let's grab the supplies and continue our journey." Beichen glanced at Ting Choo, thinking, who do you think you are? Dream on. You go get it. If I get out of the car and you drive off, I will definitely die. You with your petty thoughts, humph. Ting Choo angrily got out of the car, but after walking a short distance she returned. "A golden hammer. I can't just smash it with my hands, can I? Beichen smiled, and out of Ting Choo's sight discreetly retrieved the golden hammer and handed it to her. "Good luck, go ahead. Hold on." Ting Choo spat, feeling displeased, and turned to leave. Seeing that the woman had finally departed, Beichen quickly took over the driver's seat, not because he was well rested, but because the girl's driving speed was a mystery. Bang! With just one strike, the wooden resource box instantly shattered. Upon seeing the supplies inside, Ting Choo was taken aback. "Oh my!" Seeing Ting Choo return looking somewhat unhappy, Beichen extended his hand and said, "Hand it over, that thing isn't suited for you." "Then go ahead, boss." 2 unopened 7 Wolves men's outfits, 1 white t-shirt, and 1 light blue 3/4 pants. Upon receiving the new clothes, Beichen felt quite pleased. "Let's move on." Compared to Ting Choo's driving, Beichen's speed was much slower. Chirp chirp. The little creature woke up and opened its mouth, begging for food. "Oh, the little guy you have is not a chick. Wow, it's an owl, so cute." Ting Choo seemed to have found a toy and scooped up the little creature. Beichen shot her a warning look. "I just think it's cute. I'm just touching it. No need to be so nervous." At this moment, the little creature was already very angry, constantly pecking at Ting Choo's hand with its beak, as if saying, "Let go of me." Chirp chirp. "Hey, you little thing, just like your owner, clueless about romance. When you grow up, you'll be just another straight man. Stop touching it, or..." Hearing this, Ting Choo became interested. "Or what? Or else, however you touch it'll touch you the same way," Beichen said calmly. Seeing Beichen's gaze, Ting Choo shrank her neck. Having never had a girlfriend, Beichen at this moment truly felt. Women are really troublesome. "Hey, I'm driving now. I don't have time to feed it. You help me feed the little guy, okay?" Unbeknownst to him, a fist-sized meatball had appeared beside Beichen. Upon closer inspection, it was made up of small pieces of meat squished together. Ting Choo was dumbfounded, not because she was surprised where this meatball came from, but rather, this meatball was actually twice the size of the little creature. "Are you sure it won't choke on this?" Beichen rolled his eyes at Ting Choo, expressing his disbelief. As Ting Choo stuffed the first piece of meat into the little creature's mouth, she suddenly found it amusing. Although the little creature resisted Ting Choo, the meat was genuinely aromatic, and it obediently started to eat. "While this little thing may not be big in size, but it has quite the appetite." Tung Chu playfully stroked the little creature. Don't you think it resembles someone? Always eating, but not gaining weight. Upon hearing this, Ting Chuch's face darkened, clearly feeling that she was being criticized for eating too much. By the way, there's something I forgot to ask you. Beichen changed the subject. Go ahead. How come your hammer is a golden hammer? You've only been in this game for 3 or 4 days, how did you manage that? It was an accident. Angered by the previous remark, Ting Chu would never honestly tell Beichen. They drove in silence. Beichen kept driving while observing the surroundings. Hey strange. We've been driving for over 100 miles, how come we haven't seen a single resource box? He turned and glanced at a somewhat drowsy Ting Chu. Could it be because of this girl? Beichen couldn't say much, just continued driving. After driving another 50 miles without seeing a single resource box, Beichen finally became anxious. Refilling the gas. Beichen decided it was best to let Ting Chu take over as the driver. Hey, I'm tired, you drive for a bit, let's switch. Upon hearing this, Ting Chu instantly perked up. She was getting bored with the slow pace. Roar. Whimper. The Wuling's engine was at this moment bearing an undue strain. Sure enough, not long after setting off, a green resource box came into view. Hey, what the hell, how can this girl be so lucky? Beichen was also stunned. Tung Chu didn't hesitate and jumped out of the car with the golden hammer. After having 2 hearty meals, she was full of energy. Ultimately, Beichen also chose to get out of the car, because he knew that a bronze resource box might contain ferocious beasts or poisonous snakes. If Tung Chu got hurt, it would be troublesome for him, and he would have to bear the cost of food resources himself. Oh, so you do know how to cherish a lady, you've made some progress. Tung Chu turned back, smiling playfully. You're thinking too much, oh, I just don't want you to get hurt. If you get hurt, you'll have to feed 3 mouths alone. Humph blockhead. The two walked up to the bronze resource box, one in front and one behind. Tung Chu was eager to try, while Beichen held his fish-scale military knife ready to act at any moment. Because it was a golden hammer, striking resource boxes of equal level or lower only required a single blow, so Tung Chu appeared very relaxed. Don't underestimate Tung Chu. Although she weighed over 90 pounds and had a tall, curvy figure, swinging the hammer was a sight to behold, making onlookers feel a chill on their foreheads. Bang! The heavy strike seemed to create a breeze. The bronze resource box shattered in response. Quack! Whoosh! In an instant, a green lightning bolt shot out from the resource box, heading straight for Tung Chu's face. Tung Chu was quite agile, but the speed of this green lightning was too fast, leaving her no time to dodge. Whoosh! In a critical moment, a black light swiftly sliced through the air, cutting the green lightning in half. Beichen was still in the motion of swinging his knife. Seeing the danger averted, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Wow, that was impressive, big brother. Tung Chu's heart raced. In that moment, she thought she was done for. It turned out to be a green arrow frog. This thing is highly toxic. If it had hit your face, you wouldn't have died, but you'd be disfigured for sure. Tung Chu's expression changed. For a girl in her youth, nothing is more brutal than the idea of being disfigured. Thanks. Seemingly frightened, Tung Chu took a quick glance at the supplies in the box and dashed back to the car. Beichen also secretly felt relieved. Luckily, he followed her, otherwise it could have been disastrous. Upon seeing the newly exploded supplies, Beichen couldn't help but swallow hard. A fruit set. Seeing Tung Chu return to the car, he picked up an orange, an apple, and a banana. At this moment, the system's voice sounded. Detected fruit set can enhance. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. You have obtained 100 AG&C honey oranges, 100 premium Fuji apples, and 100 East Coast bananas. Although Beichen didn't obtain the crucial design blueprints, the fruit set was still very important to him. Eating meat every day could easily upset the stomach, and lacking vegetables to supplement the necessary vitamins meant that getting fruits was a great benefit. Back in the car, seeing Tung Chu still looking pale, Beichen took out one of each fruit and handed them to her. Thanks to the system enhancement, the previous fruit set had seen a significant improvement in both variety and quality. Here, you almost got hurt, you eat first. Seeing Tung Chu examining the fruits closely, Beichen was worried she would notice something off. After all, there were some changes after enhancement. Humph, turns out you're not a blockhead, you're quite the gentleman, knowing to let ladies go first. Tung Chu said as she peeled the banana. You're thinking too much, or I just want you to be full so you can work better. Tung Chu angrily thought, my progress in flirting with men has decreased by 10. PS has been revised, read with peace of mind. Hearing you speak is more satisfying than the finest delicacy. Tung Chu, frustrated and increasingly angry, decided to retreat into silence. How did she end up with such a blunt man who not only lacked care, but was also so realistic? Humph, let me eat first and leave you with nothing. She peeled the banana down to its base. Tung Chu opened her mouth wide and devoured more than half of the thick, long, and white banana in one bite. Beichen had no idea what was happening. He turned just in time to witness this shocking scene. Honestly, it was terrifying. That banana was as thick as a child's arm, and she ate more than half of it in a single bite. Humph. I won't leave you any, let you fall into your own trap. With the banana still in her mouth, Tung Choo Choo in spite stuffed the rest into her mouth. Wow. So a woman's mouth can fit so much. The island movie doesn't lie to me. Hearing this, Tung Choo Choo glared angrily and coughed, trying to spit out the banana in her mouth. This person was too disgusting. But what happened next was unbelievable. You ate too much at once, you can't swallow it right. Let me help you. Beichen saw her about to choke and genuinely wanted to help. He leaned over, covering her mouth with one hand and pinching her chin with the other. The amount was too much. Tung Choo Choo struggled to swallow it down, nearly rolling her eyes and tearing up. Cough, cough. Is this something a person should do? Tung Choo Choo coughed violently, repeatedly hitting Beichen's hand. Realizing he had been too forceful, Beichen hurriedly sat back in his place. Are you trying to choke me to death? It was purely out of good intentions. I'll be more careful next time. Next time I might just end up in a coffin. Beichen picked up the Aegean Sea honey orange and waved it. In the past I saw you girls on Douyin eating a dragon fruit in one bite. You clearly lack skill. How about you try this? Tung Choo Choo was stunned, looking at the large honey orange. She thought it would be impossible to fit it into her mouth. No need, you should peel it and eat it. I'm about to drive. Beichen nodded with a smile. Woo. Seeing Tung Choo Choo's earlier embarrassed expression compared to her serious face now, Beichen suddenly understood it was so much fun being with a girl. Tung Choo Choo skillfully shifted gears, her beautiful eyes scanning left and right. Oranges come. Saying this, she directly opened her cherry-like mouth. Beichen was left speechless. The whole thing. Or, stop wasting time. I'm currently driving and searching for supplies, so you have to feed me. Beichen had 99 honey oranges in his particle ring, so it didn't matter if Tung Choo Choo ate them all. Yum, meow meow. Wow, this honey orange is so sweet, let's have another. While driving and searching for supplies, it was only right that she had something to contribute, otherwise she would truly become a little man. Soon one honey orange was consumed. Do you want an apple, eh? Tung Choo Choo burped and shook her head, saying, just put away the apples, I'll eat them later this afternoon. TCH. Placing the Fuji apple in the storage compartment of the car, Beichen began to take out his own honey oranges and bananas. Why do you have more? Tung Choo Choo looked at the newly appeared honey oranges and bananas in Beichen's hand with surprise. Oh, the fruit in the resource box actually has double portions. Beichen eating a honey orange made a tsk sound. What? Double portions? Upon hearing this, Tung Choo Choo immediately protested, that's not fair. Peel that banana for me. Beichen smiled and confirmed, I can give it to you, but I want the whole banana. If you can't manage that, forget it. Pervert beast. TCH, I don't want to give it to you anyway. Tung Choo Choo watched as Beichen enjoyed himself biting into a segment of honey orange and making tsk sounds. Although Tung Choo Choo liked eating bananas, Beichen clearly had ulterior motives, and she huffed in annoyance. There's another resource box. Beichen turned his head and indeed saw a wooden resource box appear in his line of sight. Eating so much finally has some use, you can go down to get the wooden one yourself. Saying this, Beichen handed Tung Choo Choo the fish scale military knife. Wow, what a unique military knife. Tung Choo Choo was about to get angry, but upon seeing the T1 level fish scale military knife, her attitude changed immediately. It's so light, just perfect for me. With a golden hammer in her right hand and a knife in her left, Tung Choo Choo happily got out of the car. Meanwhile, Beichen took the opportunity of Tung Choo Choo getting out of the car to quickly change into the newly obtained Seven Wolves men's outfit. Although it was cooler to go shirtless, it lacked decorum. As soon as Tung Choo Choo changed her clothes, she returned with a gloomy face. What supplies? Well, unlucky, just a food bag, nothing else. Beichen took the black food bag and also smiled bitterly. Having a food bag is decent, it would be terrifying if a time bomb was inside the resource box. Setting off again, Beichen fed the little one once more. Although Tung Choo Choo was carefree, she knew Beichen was mysterious and wouldn't ask questions that should remain private. The car maintained a speed of around 100 miles per hour, not quite speeding. Suddenly, Tung Choo Choo's expression changed, and she pressed the accelerator to the floor. In an instant, the Wuling shot forward like a sword. Not could hold on tight. Beichen had no idea what was happening, but as soon as he glanced at the rearview mirror, his expression changed. 3 Lamborghinis were gradually enlarging in the rearview mirror. The Wuling Hongguang was not even in the same league when racing against Lamborghinis. The ones coming are not good. Our car is too slow, let's find a place to get out. If we get blocked in the car, we will be even more passive. Beichen nodded slightly, his eyes cold. Woo. Ha ha ha. Woo boss, look, there's a Wuling divine car ahead, another fat sheep. Hee, I hope it's a young girl, hee. Then we can have some fun again. Can't you aim a bit higher? Why can't it be a young model? You guys surround them, the men take care of it, and the women stay. Oh, what a thrilling world, this feeling is truly exhilarating. Yo, they even stopped voluntarily. Wow boss, look. It's a girl, a stunning girl. Grab your weapons, get out. To prevent the other party from having firearms, Tung Choo Choo drifted to position the Wuling across the asphalt road. Seeing 6 big men getting out with controlled weapons, Tung Choo Choo's palms began to sweat. Although she had trained for a year or two, and was quite capable facing 6 machetes and 6 burly men, was still, when she saw the black food bag in the car, and that banana, she decided to take a risk. Beichen also noticed the 6 big men swaggering towards them with machetes. The leader among the 6 was a man with a spiky head, shirtless, covered in tattoos, while the rest of his lackeys also looked like bad characters. Wow, boss, this time it's really going to be enjoyable. This girl is too stunning, weighing no more than 100 pounds at a glance. This time, I can lift her high, ha ha ha. Everyone swallowed hard upon seeing Tung Chu Chu's face up, closed their eyes filled with a mix of possessiveness and madness. I'd like to say a few words. The spiky-headed leader leered at Tung Chu Chu, justifying, "We mean no harm, we just want to see if you need help." "Little sister, do you need help, eh?" Being stared at by several layers of disgusting flesh, Tung Chu Chu could no longer hold back. "Get lost quickly. If you look at me with those disgusting eyes again, I'll have them gouged out." "Oh, still a spicy girl, I like that." Seeing Beichen silent, the spiky-headed man immediately understood and mocked. "Is this your temporary partner? Look at him, he's got a face full of cowardice. Can he protect you? Will he truly bring— Ha ha ha. That's right, little sister, sticking with my brothers guarantees you'll feel amazing every day, enjoying delicious food and spicy drinks." Just as Beichen was about to speak, he turned his head to see Tung Chu Chu, trying to maintain her composure, as she secretly stuffed the banana into the black food bag, so he held back. If he could scare these people away with a bluff, he didn't want to waste precious bullets. "Happy May Day holiday, my dear siblings, accept me." Feeling the gaze upon her, Tung Chu Chu shot a glare at Beichen, conveying her disbelief at his behavior. "Oh, is there trouble brewing? Come on, sister, join us in the embrace of our flying car alliance." 6 burly men adorned with dragon and phoenix tattoos approached step by step, confident that they could easily subdue such naive believers without needing threats. "Presumptuous. Don't move, or he'll shoot." Though Tung Chu Chu had yet to graduate, she was still a fresh graduate from the Magic City Police Academy, holding the gun with a firm stance. It seemed a handgun was hidden in the dark food bag. "What? She has a gun. Boss, this is a bit tough, what should we do?" Seeing this, the head of the gang, nicknamed Hedgehog, changed his expression. They had taken advantage of their numbers and weapons in the game, but they had never encountered a player with a handgun before. Though fear gripped his heart, the bloodthirsty man did not back down. "Humph, a handgun. In this lawless land, does one even need to hide a gun? Big brother, my cousin is a big drug lord. A handgun can't be that thick. This girl is just bluffing us. Humph, if we are shot dead by a handgun, we'll accept it, otherwise there's something to enjoy." The reckless outlaw's thoughts were extreme, and once they started there was no turning back. "Don't come any closer. I'll shoot." Tung Chu Chu, unable to hold her ground against the group, revealed her fear and took a step back. "Huh, just as I thought it was a bluff, let's go. The girl gets a share too." Seeing her falter, Hedgehog burst into laughter and waved his hand. Beichen observed the scene and slightly shook his head. He drew out the Viper. Click! The handgun was cocked. Pulling Tung Chu Chu behind him, he aimed at the foremost thug and fired. Bang! The Viper fired a 7.62mm bullet with immense recoil and devastating power. When such a caliber hit a person, it created a gaping hole the size of a fist. Before the deafening gunshot faded, the thug at the front had already collapsed, a fist-sized hole in his chest, spewing blood incessantly. It's a real gun. It's a real gun. Silence. Shock. Tung Chu Chu was also bewildered. She had no idea how Beichen could possess a gun. Thud. Thump. The machetes fell, and the 5 big men knelt on the ground. "Boss, that was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. We were just joking, playing around with you guys." Though they were fierce facing the dark muzzle of the gun, they immediately shrank back. "Oh, a misunderstanding." Beichen's gaze was calm. After taking down 2 murderers, his mindset had changed. Here he did not represent justice, but if his life were threatened, then he could only resort to deadly force. An absolute misunderstanding. They had charged headfirst into the muzzle of the gun. A killing intent flickered in Beichen's eyes. "Here's your chance." An absolute misunderstanding. They had charged headfirst into the muzzle of the gun. A killing intent flickered in Beichen's eyes. "Here's your chance." Beichen said coldly, "Run. Count to 10, and whether you can live depends on you." Upon hearing this, the 5 big men jumped up and began to run for their lives. Counting to 10 was enough for them to cover 50 meters. As long as they escaped the effective shooting range of the handgun, they had a chance to survive. Tung Chu Chu hesitated to speak. "Start counting." The 5 big men had only run a few meters. 1. Bang. 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 "What's going on? Aren't we supposed to count to 10? We just reached 1. The 4 thugs fell one after another. Hedgehog, the leader, felt his legs go weak, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of mud, begging for mercy. Beichen glanced at the pale-faced Tung Chu Chu and raised the Viper in his hand. In this lawless world, being soft-hearted will only lead to one's own demise. "Here's your chance." Looking at the gun Beichen handed her, Tung Chu Chu hesitated. "If you're too scared, then forget it, I'll do it." Saying this, Beichen stepped forward towards Hedgehog. "They are criminals who have harmed many in the game. I'm not a vase." "I'm not." Tung Chu Chu gritted her teeth. She was actually very strong-willed. In this environment, being soft-hearted would only endanger herself and her loved ones. Seizing the viper from Beichen's hand, she quickly approached Hedgehog, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. The dark muzzle pressed against the back of his head. Speak. How many people have you harmed after entering the game? Hedgehog's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. Bang. A bullet struck Hedgehog's thigh directly. Oh, you filthy bitch. My leg. Otherwise I'll shatter your spine. Let you die of exposure here. Tung Chu firmly believed she was in the right, not indiscriminately killing the innocent. Her conscience still needed comfort. After all, her ambition was to be a reverse crusader. Seemingly startled by her words, Hedgehog trembled all over. Having his spine broken or dying from exposure was far worse than being shot dead. I'll tell you. 7. I killed a total of 7, 3 women and 4 men. The men were chopped up and thrown away, and the women were killed. Previously, the players they intercepted, the men were brutally tortured, and the women, after a few days of playing, were of course killed, as they were a burden that needed feeding. Bang! Before his last words were finished, the viper unleashed a fiery serpent, and blood splattered everywhere. As the viper hit the ground, Tung Chuchu's face turned pale as she retreated, collapsing to the ground. I killed someone. I killed someone. The fear and nausea of killing for the first time filled Tung Chuchu with intense unease. Beichen could not afford to feel sorry for his bullet. He picked up the viper and helped the pale, tearful Tung Chuchu. You heard what they said earlier. If we didn't have a handgun, we might end up like those 7, or even worse. Whoa. Tung Chuchu suddenly threw herself into Beichen's arms, bursting into tears. Feeling her body tremble, it was clear she was genuinely terrified. Beichen felt somewhat guilty, wondering if he had gone too far, why he had her take action instead of doing it himself, which would have avoided all of this. But Beichen was also acting out of kindness. Just as he had said such things would happen more often in the future, this step was one they would have to take eventually. Tung Chuchu pushed Beichen away and turned to vomit. Beichen patted her back, not surprised at all. Most normal people would react this way the first time he hadn't vomited that night, because it was dark and not very overwhelming. Help me back, oh, I don't want to stay here anymore. Even when they first met that night, Beichen had never seen Tung Chuchu show such a pleading expression. Beichen nodded, gently picking up Tung Chuchu in a princess carry and walking towards the woolen car. As soon as she was lifted, Tung Chuchu felt dizzy and fainted. There was no choice but to put Tung Chuchu back down. As for the big man's car, without air conditioning, if he left the unconscious Tung Chuchu inside after a day, she would likely be spoiled. Though Beichen was not good friends with Tung Baiwan, he had a sense of social decency, as they had helped him before. Otherwise, he would have had to talk to Mei Yangxian about creating the fish-scale military knife. Beichen took out the viper and held it in his hand. Although the Lamborghini could only seat 2, no one could guarantee that there weren't people hidden in the trunk. One car after another was searched. 500 milliliters of river water. 6 small loaves of bread. 2 liters of low-quality gasoline. A folding inflatable sleeping pad. 6 machetes. Beichen's haul this time could be said to be without any surprises except for the inflatable sleeping pad. But the good news was that besides the 6 machetes, the other supplies could be increased. With a bed, we can finally. P.S. Holiday bonus chapter. It's not that the author is stingy asking for more updates, it's just that my wife is in the hospital giving birth, and I've been barely surviving these days, sleeping only 2 or 3 hours a day. Beichen organized the newly acquired supplies into his particle ring. He then took out 5 pieces of meat floss toast, 2 bottles of soda, a pack of Oreos, and some fruit. He wrapped everything in the folded bed and carried it back. Is it really that serious? It's just a matter of killing someone, Beichen said as he put down his things and climbed into the car. Seeing Tung Chuchu unconscious, he amplified the folded bed in his hands. Amplification. Beichen. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. The regular folded bed has been upgraded to a portable automatic. Since there were too many supplies, Beichen had no choice but to dismantle the rear seats. Now he could lay down the portable automatic bed perfectly. Oh, can it be filled with water? Then I don't have to worry about sweating on it. He glanced at the instructions. The water bed needed to be filled with at least 20 liters of water to be comfortable. He took out the 500 milliliters of river water he had just obtained. Amplification. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. 500 milliliters of river water has been upgraded to 50 liters of purified water. Beichen smiled and began to carry plastic buckets to fill the water bed. One bucket after another poured in, and soon a cool, soft, temperature-controlled water bed appeared in the cabin. He stored all the remaining water in his particle ring, noticing that Tung Chuchu had still not woken up. He had no choice but to drive off himself. For the sake of the Viper pistol, I'll let you off easy, he said, placing Tung Chuchu on the waterbed, and soon Beichen drove away from the location. Half an hour after the car started, Tung Chuchu rubbed her eyes and looked at the driving Beichen. Where am I sleeping? Of course it's a bed found on those people's car. With no seats left in the cabin, it was spacious enough for 2 people to lie side by side. Tung Chuchu seemed to have not lain down so comfortably in a long time. She lazily turned over, expressing her comfort. Hey big brother, there's still space over here. Do you want to come and rest for a bit? Gentle voice sounded. Forget it, I'll look for supplies. You sleep during the day, and at night I'll take the bed with the little one. Humph. Tung Chu rolled her eyes at Beichen, feeling he lacked romantic understanding. Well, Beichen forced a smile, though after all the supplies were in his hands, and Tung Chu did not contest it. It was normal for him to work for food. This is our lunch, you eat first, and after you finish return it to me. A large pile of food, snacks, and drinks appeared in the cabin. 5 arms-length meat floss toasts, 2 bottles of soda, a pack of Oreos, and some fruit. Tung Chu exclaimed. Although Tung Chu tried to prolong the time, she still quickly took Beichen's place, because she ate too fast. Chirp chirp. Beichen enjoyed lying on the water bed, eating bread, while teasing the little creature. Is the bird you raised just called little creature? Aren't you going to give it a name? Tung Chu asked while driving. Beichen thought for a moment, and nodded. Calling it little creature was indeed not appropriate. This guy, although silly and cute, is a bird of prey, prefers to hunt at night, and flies silently. Let's chirp chirp. The little creature seemed quite satisfied with the name, constantly rubbing its triangular little head against Beichen. Night Shadow, can it handle such a high-class name? How about calling it Shower instead? It's much more down-to-earth. And how about Shioa? Beichen directly refused. Night Shadow seemed to understand their conversation, glaring at Tung Chu with a united front. Suddenly the sound of the game console echoed in their ears. Beichen and Tung Chu's expressions changed. Attention, all players, the world barrier is beginning to dissolve. The road junction is now open. The world barrier has been lifted. All players take note. The chances of encountering other players will greatly increase, and the probabilities of encountering resource boxes and ambush beasts will also rise significantly. A serious warning to all players: the dissolution of the world barrier means that the first beast tide will erupt in 3 days. Teaming up, forming alliances, or uniting might be a good choice. Of course, if you have enough resources and strong enough equipment, you can also go solo. With 3 heavy announcements made, not just Beichen was stunned, all players participating in this road survival game were left bewildered. World barrier, road junction, beast tide. The air of death spread among all players. Beichen and Tung Chu exchanged glances, both seeing seriousness in each other's eyes. Quickly taking out Night Shadow's food to feed it, Beichen returned to the passenger seat. Beichen, a junction appeared ahead. Should we? Tung Chu asked with some concern. Just drive based on your instinct. Beichen knew Tung Chu had good luck, and he thought intervening would not be good. Of course, this luck didn't mean that Tung Chu's intuition would not encounter other players. It was about finding useful supplies in a safe time as much as possible. Guns, bullets, we need these. Beichen also didn't hide it as he waved his hand, immediately revealing 6. After all, the design blueprint for the particle space ring was acquired by Tung Chu. Tung Chu was stunned by this scene. Particle space ring. Beichen nodded. You drive, while I'll try my luck at the chat plaza. Okay. Tung Chu wouldn't let him down at a chat plaza. Oh no, the beast tide appears in 3 days. I'm done. Ooh, I only have a small whip to resist the beast tide. Be content upstairs. With your small whip, you can still hang yourself if things go south. What about me? I have only a pack of condoms. I can't even kill myself. Damn, I'm finished. Are there any big shots forming teams? I beg for help. Big shot, please take me along. Oh, I don't want to die. Brothers, let's set a code. If we encounter anyone outside, let's team up if they know the code. Support. What's the code? The code is A. Fujoshi smiles, and the world view collapses. Good. Remember that. 1-1. Beichen smiled bitterly. It turned out there were many players worse off than himself. I have 6 unused machetes here. Who has weapon blueprints or bullet blueprints? NTN explosives are also negotiable. That's right, I am Beichen. As soon as this message came out, the entire chat plaza exploded. Big shot, Beichen, team up. I willingly take you as my godfather. Big shot, Beichen, do you need any trinkets? Big brother Beichen, can I borrow a machete? I'll repay you with my body afterward. With Beichen's words, a large number of private messages flooded in. Beichen was not interested in reading these flattery messages. Obtaining powerful weapons was the most important thing now. Looking at the 999 private messages, Beichen quickly filtered out some unhelpful ones and kept the ones that might offer blueprints. After the two reached an agreement, a trade request quickly popped up. Choose to accept the request. A virtual trading interface appeared. Soon Beichen saw a purple design drawing appear in the other party's trade column. Previously, the design drawings Beichen obtained were almost all blue, but this time, he unexpectedly received a purple design drawing. After glancing carefully at the functions of the small ammunition depot, Beichen couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart, clearly short on blood supply. Since the other party was so straightforward, Beichen also wouldn't hold back. He placed 2 mountain cutting knives, 20 baked flatbreads, 3 liters of purified water, 10 apples, and 5 fast-acting antipyretics directly on the trading interface. Aside from the mountain cutting knives, the other supplies were nothing in Beichen's eyes. Clearing the inventory could also lead to obtaining a purple design, drawing a double benefit. Upon seeing the supplies Beichen put up, the other party was also taken aback and unhesitatingly chose to trade. Beichen smiled and confirmed the trade. Having acquired a purple design drawing, Beichen did not have time to examine it closely as he had many private messages to sift through. Even with sufficient ammunition for the Viper pistol, he couldn't feel at ease. Beichen, I am Tung Baiwan, is my sister doing well? Seeing Tung Baiwan's private message, Beichen casually replied, I encountered some unexpected events earlier, but everything is fine now. Before Beichen could ask where Tung Baiwan was, a trade request prompt sounded. Upon seeing it was Tung Baiwan, Beichen frowned, but still chose to accept. Choo Choo told me that you saved her. I won't say thank you, but here's something I just acquired. I hope it helps you. As Beichen saw the item appear in the trade column, he was instantly astonished. Uzi submachine gun design drawing. Before Beichen could react, the confirm trade button was already lit up. Although this item is precious, it pales in comparison to my sister. Beichen, this item is a gift. However, considering this design drawing, I hope you can take care of my sister when possible. She has suffered too much in her childhood, and this is all I can do for her. Beichen was slightly moved, but ultimately chose to accept the trade. Tung Choo Choo smiled upon seeing Beichen receive 2 design drawings in a row. You're quite lucky. These people usually hide their design drawings, but when it comes to a crucial moment, they all spit them out, don't they, eh? Beichen nodded, feeling a bit guilty. Upon careful calculation, he discovered that most of the equipment he currently possessed was obtained from this pair of siblings. And now he had gained a submachine gun design drawing for free. What did a micro submachine gun represent in the face of the beast tide? It represented the hope of survival. Soon a trade request was sent out. Before long, Tung Baiwan accepted. I have obtained a good design drawing from your sister, so this micro submachine gun design drawing is not free. You might need these supplies. Saying this, Beichen placed 1 mountain cutting knife, 20 baked flatbreads, some bottled water, and wild boar meat on the table. Initially, Tung Baiwan refused, fearing that if he took Beichen's supplies, no one would take care of his sister. Take them. Your sister is quite lucky. The supplies she got on the way are with me, so I will ensure she has food and drink. As you said, I will keep my promise if I have the capacity. Alright then, I will accept it for now. Thank you, Beichen. By the way, Beichen, if Choo Choo misbehaves or throws a tantrum, feel free to deal with her. Beichen smiled. As always, remember to inform me if there are good things. Sure. You two be careful. The 2 pleasant trades made Beichen completely breathe a sigh of relief. In this environment, nothing was more reassuring than weapons and ammunition. Beichen focused on examining the 2 new design drawings he had obtained. Suddenly, he felt a coolness on his cheek and turned to see Ting Choo Choo blushing, staring ahead. My brother told me about you. Thank you, Beichen. Beichen touched his cheek, not paying it much mind, and said, You drive first. I'll study whether I can craft these 2 pieces of equipment. Tung Choo Choo replied, not looking back again. After patting the well-fed and soundly asleep Night Shadow, Beichen began to take out a large amount of metal resources. The first to be crafted was the Uzi submachine gun. However, enhancement was an essential step before crafting. Detection shows that the Uzi submachine gun can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Enhance it, Beichen thought. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The Uzi submachine gun has been enhanced to an improved version of the light machine gun, Big Pineapple Me. Wow, Big Pineapple! Beichen exclaimed in surprise, causing Tung Choo Choo to look over in confusion. Do you want to eat Big Pineapple? I'll search for it later and see if I can find one. Beichen awkwardly smiled and hurriedly looked at the introduction of the Big Pineapple, checking to see if this Big Pineapple was the same as that Big Pineapple. 56mm bullets, magazine capacity 100. That's right. He quickly checked the required crafting materials. After scanning the list carefully, Beichen felt much more at ease. After several enhancements, he had accumulated a lot of metal resources. Refined iron 1212. Refined steel 1616. Carbon steel 1313. White copper 03. Bronze 34. Just need 3 pieces of white copper and 1 piece of bronze. Beichen smiled as the chance of enhancing 3 pieces of bronze to produce white copper was quite high. Enhance. Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The 3 pieces of bronze have been enhanced to 7 pieces of white copper and 26 pieces of bronze. Meanwhile, a notification sounded in his ear. Crafting. Announcement. Congratulations, player number 123271, Beichen, for crafting an outstanding level hot weapon me, improved version of the light machine gun Big Pineapple. The design drawing and a large amount of metal materials vanished into thin air, revealing a powerful and imposing light machine gun that brought a strong visual impact. It featured dual supports, a dual-barreled stock, a basic magnifying scope, and a square ammunition box. From its renowned design to its terrifying magazine capacity and powerful fire suppression, it showcased its status among infantry. Congratulations, holder Beichen, your hot weapon me, Big Pineapple, has topped the hot weapon ranking. In reality, Beichen had hardly seen a light machine gun, or even a pistol. With such a large item appearing before him, he was momentarily at a loss on how to handle it. He held it up and slowly examined it. Fortunately, except for high-precision sniper rifles, other firearms were generally easy to operate. As long as the safety was off, the bolt was pulled back and the ammunition was sufficient, all one had to do was pull the trigger at the enemy. Just moments ago the carriage was filled with the sounds of metal clashing, and in the blink of an eye it fell silent. Tung Chu looked back out of curiosity. Upon seeing this, a light machine gun was being held in Beichen's arms. She had lived in the Magic City for over a decade, visited various war memorials, and seen various firearms, instantly recognizing it as a light machine gun. God, where did you get such a big guy? A light machine gun. Beichen, in a good mood, nodded with a smile. Have you played chicken dinner? I have played. Airdrop gun Big Pineapple. Huh. Is this the vehicle sweeping artifact, Big Pineapple? Tung Chu's eyes sparkled with dreams from the game. Just when both of them were captivated by the Big Pineapple light machine gun, suddenly, moo moo, bang. Upon hearing this strange roar, Tung Chu and Beichen had yet to react. The entire vehicle jolted violently, seemingly impacted by some powerful force. If it hadn't been for Tung Chu's excellent driving skills quickly adjusting the direction, their Wuling would have flipped over. Ah, Beichen, what is that thing? Tung Chu exclaimed, looking at the rearview mirror in shock. Beichen had just steadied himself and turned back to see, suddenly gasping in cold air. This is definitely not a creature from Earth. Before them were three creatures covered in backward-facing spikes full of fangs and sporting a sharp horn on their heads. At first glance they looked like Earth's yaks, but upon closer examination anyone could tell these were monsters. Because yaks definitely do not have fangs. Even more terrifying was that at a speed of over 100 miles per hour these creatures easily caught up. Bang! Bang! Each impact caused the Wuling to shake violently with the danger of tipping over at any moment. Crack crack, the Big Pineapple was loaded and Beichen's gaze turned icy. You drive, I'll deal with these three monsters. Tung Chu gripped the steering wheel with trembling hands, her face drained of color. Yet when she met Beichen's resolute, confident eyes, a measure of calm returned to her. Careful, it's coming again. Tung Chu cried, and then a bellow sounded. The entire Wuling convulsed violently once more. The Wuling's frame had never been fully sheathed in reactive armor. When Beichen chose the installation, he had concentrated 80 reactive plates around the driver's compartment, leaving the rear grievously exposed. A razor-sharp horn formed of dense keratin thrust through with almost no resistance and punched a hole in the trunk's iron skin. Apart from a few special designs, a standard loaded pistol weighs only 5 or 6 gene, rifles 10 to 18 gene, while even the lightest light machine gun runs 30 to 40 gene. Only because of Beichen's formidable physique could he heft the WLO, otherwise he would scarcely have been able to rise under such circumstances. With a crash and a shudder the car steadied for an instant. Seizing that fleeting moment, Beichen hugged the WLO, and with the steel muzzle, shattered the rear window. With the glass gone, the three monstrous beasts loomed plainly before them, and Beichen's heart lurched. They were too ferocious to be called docile cattle in any sense. Beichen, Tung Chu cried. He made a sharp sound of readiness, safety off, bolt racked. The actions completed in less than a second. They say the WLO hits hard today, I'll see it for myself. Shouldered with the double stock braced against him, the black muzzle fixed on the advancing yak-like beast, Beichen did not hesitate, and pressed the trigger with 2 fingers. The firing pin struck the primer. Under sudden pressure the round left the barrel spinning at high speed. The larger the caliber, the greater the muzzle energy, and the heavier the recoil. The WLO chattered rapid, relentless fire. 56 rounds became tongues of fire pouring from the muzzle of the WLO. Each bullet left the bore at great speed, the friction with the air singing as a series of sharp, tearing whistles. They closed to within a foot. If not for Beichen's lightning reflexes, the Wuling would have been tipped over. Yet despite their hideous appearance and thick hides, the three beasts could not withstand the light machine gun's frenzied sweep. In less than 30 seconds the ordeal was over. The Wuling eased to a stop, cold sweat beaded on Beichen's brow as he cradled the WLO, his face the picture of someone who had just escaped death. That was too close. 3 seconds slower, and the car would be wrecked. He checked the magazine, and felt his heart sink. The sweep had consumed 51 rounds. Tung Chu sat speechless, still in shock from the madness of what she had seen. So this was the kind of firepower a light machine gun could unleash. After a life-or-death encounter, they were both shaken into silence. Then Tung Chu suddenly cried, still stinging over the wasted bullets. Beichen swiveled his head. The sight before him stole his breath away, even as his composure sought to hold. What? They're gone. The three carcasses, which had been riddled and fallen, now presented an inexplicable, if one were forced to describe it. The three bodies looked as if some corrosive acid had eaten into them, slowly dissolving their flesh away. Within a minute the three yak monster corpses, each larger than the Wuling, had completely dissolved as if they'd never been there. What is this? The spectacle felt like an online game where slain monsters vanish and their corpses are cleared away automatically. Back up. Beichen's command brooked no argument. Tung Chu nodded. He lifted the WLO again, his dark eyes sweeping left and right. The Wuling rolled back to the patch where the beasts had dissolved. There, gleaming like a fresh drop of blood, sat a small, vividly crimson crystal, pure and raw. Seeing Beichen about to exit, Tung Chu voiced her worry. It's dangerous out there. We should leave as soon as possible. He replied, you wait here. I'll be right back. The WLO was too heavy for one person, so Beichen tucked the light machine gun into his particle ring and withdrew the Viper pistol instead. You. Sigh. Seeing him so stubborn, Tung Chu could only resign herself. She grabbed the fish scale saber at her side and followed him out. They moved with caution. The surroundings were eerily still, not even a breeze stirring. Beichen glanced back at Tung Chu and raised a hand to warn, watch the perimeter. Then pistol in hand, he strode toward the crimson crystal not far off. The crystal was pebble-sized and warm to the touch like a blood diamond, translucent and startlingly red. Yet the oppressive strangeness of the place left him no time for inspection. As he rose, a casual glance caught sight of a fingernail-sized shard glass-like lying quietly a short distance. Because of the shooting distance and the mysterious disappearance of the corpses, Beichen could not be certain whether this was precisely the spot where they had dissolved. But curiosity won out, and he picked it up. The moment the glass shard touched his palm, he brightened, tucking both newly acquired items into the particle ring. Tung Chu saw the change in his expression and asked what had found. Let's go, leave this place, he said. Oh. Though curious, Tung Chu saw he did not wish to speak further, so she stowed the fish scale saber and climbed. The Wuling surged to 125 miles per hour. Beichen said nothing more. He too wanted to put this uncanny place behind them. The violent motion had roused Yang, still retaining its downy fur. Upon seeing Beichen return, it uttered two perfunctory, disgruntled trills, and then settled back to sleep. Lying on the waterbed inside the cabin, Beichen produced the small glass shard. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. Detected: ordinary bulletproof glass shard can be amplified. Amplify. Beichen thought, amplify. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. Ordinary bulletproof glass shard amplified into 8 pieces of blast-resistant glass. Tung Chu eyes fixed on the road as she drove and scanning for supplies did not notice that 8 panes of blast-resistant glass had already appeared inside the cabin. Beichen opened the vehicle equipment interface. Sure enough, on the Wuling's blueprint, the 8 window panes were listed as replaceable components. He selected the new blast-resistant glass. Before long, the Wuling's 8 window panes were thickened by 5 millimeters, and their clarity improved markedly. As the one performing the replacement, Beichen could perceive the subtle change. Tung Chu, her attention fixed on the road, naturally did not. Blast-resistant glass. That is useful. Beichen breathed relieved. If a scrap glass shard could be so practical, what might that crimson crystal be? He rolled the pebble-sized blood crystal in his palm. The system's prompt sounded again, and Beichen sprang up from the waterbed. Detected: special material, soul crystal. Can be amplified. Amplify. Hearing the system's prompt, Beichen suddenly stood up. Special material. This is the first time the system has recognized something as special material since Beichen entered the game and bound to the system. Previously, when crafting those messy white copper items, the system never gave such prompts. Moreover, this crimson crystal was dropped by a yak monster. Soul crystal. Just from the name, Beichen could already guess its uniqueness. Detection complete. Special material soul crystal can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? The system's prompt still echoed in his ears. Amplify. His heart was filled with anticipation. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. Special material soul crystal amplification results in soul essence. At the moment the system's prompt sounded, the entire vehicle was engulfed in a blood-red glow, making it impossible for Beichen to look directly. Don't look back. Beichen shouted urgently. Tung Chu jolted, and although she wanted to look back, she held herself back. The car was moving at 120 miles per hour, and if the driver lost sight, there would be a danger of flipping over. At this speed, flipping would mean disintegration, and both of them would die. Beichen knew he had obtained something extraordinary, but for now he was unaware of its function and could only store it in the particle space ring. However, from another perspective, a pair of eyes suddenly opened wide the moment the soul essence appeared. Indeed, it was the little creature Night Shadow, still half asleep. Though its small body was frail, it showed immense desire for the item in its mother's hand. However, what made it unhappy was that the item disappeared in an instant. Cheep cheep. Night Shadow let out an extremely dejected call, a sound full of sorrow. Having just survived a calamity and now obtaining such a precious special material, Beichen completely failed to notice the longing in the little one's eyes, as their perspectives were different, and the little one was simply too short. What is that? Tung Chu couldn't help but ask. It's a material. Ooh, I don't know what it does yet, Beichen replied directly without hiding anything. Oh, by the way, Beichen, have you noticed? Her tone was somewhat uncertain. What? Beichen asked, puzzled. The surroundings seem to have undergone some changes, but I can't tell where exactly. Beichen was also confused. The oppressive feeling that permeated the air when they got out of the car was too intense. I will check the chat plaza, you drive first. Okay. Upon entering the chat plaza, Beichen immediately sensed that something was off. The atmosphere was oppressive and heavy. It seems I wasn't the only one attacked earlier. Fortunately, I only encountered a black kiss crocodile and managed to escape you, otherwise I would have been doomed. Damn, it's ridiculous. How could a goat possibly grow tusks? And it's incredibly fast, in an instant Not only that, but all the creatures here have mutated. Have you ever seen an ostrich that can fly? I swear on my 18 generations of ancestors that was definitely an ostrich. 2 of my 3 teammates died and I managed to escape by luck. Not just that, I firmly believe that we are in an environment that has undergone drastic changes, if I had to say. It's as if the map has been shrunk. As soon as these words were spoken, many players began to inquire. Don't worry, I'll explain slowly. Just now I was urinating when suddenly my head spun. When I regained consciousness, I found that what I had just urinated was already 10 meters away. Dude, you must be really thirsty to have drunk too much, right? That's impossible. Yeah, this is too surreal, isn't it? Damn, I don't believe it either, but when I went back and touched that puddle of urine on the ground, I found it was warm, very yellow, and very fresh. What the hell? This is... Beichen was equally shocked. That sudden encounter felt like it had appeared out of nowhere with no reason behind the sudden attack on the vehicle. Seeing this, Beichen, filled with confusion and doubt, chose to exit the chat plaza. He took out the design blueprint for the small ammunition storage that he had exchanged for with 2 mountain knives and began to examine it carefully. Detection complete. Outstanding level weapon equipment, small ammunition storage blueprint, can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? Amplified. Beichen decided he must craft this weapon. Although he didn't know why this blueprint was purple in terms of practicality, it was incredibly overpowered. If this item could be crafted successfully and ammunition was sufficient, it essentially meant infinite bullets for the handgun. Why say essentially? Small ammunition storage rarity, outstanding. Classification weapon equipment. Description: can store and load ammunition of any caliber suitable for exceptional grade and below light firearms. If ammunition is abundant, it can achieve infinite bullets. This is a good item. I wonder what surprises amplification will bring me. Beichen felt nervous because this blueprint could be amplified and he was unsure if he could craft it with his current strength. However, he had to try since it could be amplified. The system's prompt continued to repeat in his ears. Beichen directly thought, amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Small ammunition storage amplification results in form particle ammunition storage. The system's voice arrived as expected, but Beichen's heart sank. There was nothing else, mainly the name was too sci-fi, even more so than the particle space ring. The particle space ring was something Beichen could understand. From a scientific perspective, it was about temporarily breaking down matter into particles for storage. Although it was very sci-fi, renowned scientists had pointed out before the game that everything in the world is actually a form of expression formed by tiny particles. But what the hell is form particle? Upon unfolding the amplified blueprint, Beichen's heart sank even further when he saw the name of this item. Upon seeing the crafting materials required, Beichen felt a mix of joy and despair. To be honest, if it weren't for Beichen's stable mindset, he might have had a heart attack. After letting out a heavy sigh of relief, Beichen continued to read the equipment description. Form particle ammunition storage rarity, exceptional. Classification weapon equipment. Materials required for crafting: particle dust 98 parts, form metal 0, 1 piece fine steel, 5256 pieces carbon steel, 1632 pieces. Description: made from form metal and particle dust, it can encompass any caliber ammunition of exceptional grade and below. It can reshape any form and is suitable for any firearm magazine. Unique feature of exceptional grade: any lead-based metal substance can be actively absorbed, allowing for self-selection of suitable ammunition caliber: lead-based metals, carbon, steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free, lead nitrate. Damn it. He lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff. Beichen read through the equipment introduction 3 times with wide eyes. He had to admit that if this could be crafted, his confidence in clearing this survival game would increase by at least 99%. With this item, he would no longer have to worry about ammunition in the future, and it could also reshape its form, making it suitable for any firearm magazine. This essentially meant having an ammunition storage attached to the gun at all times. This is black technology. But what the hell is form metal? I've never heard of it. While Beichen was lost in thought, suddenly the game's console began to prompt continuously in his ears. Congratulations to player number 3838438 for obtaining outstanding level cold weapon Aurora Blade. At 1430, the cold weapon leaderboard has been activated. At 1430, less than a week after the start of the survival game, 3 console functions have been activated: World Channel, National Channel, and Team Channel. Hearing the last console message, Beichen suddenly realized that the previous chat plaza was only for players within one region, and now that the World Channel was open, the National Channel. This meant that all players from Huaxia could communicate normally. I must say this is very timely. Beichen was filled with anticipation. If regional players obtained form metal, he believed it would be fine, but if billions of players worldwide couldn't find it, that would be absurd. But when Beichen re-entered the game interface, he was stunned. What? It costs 10 liters of gasoline or equivalent resources to send a message in the World Channel. Is there also a limit on speaking in the National Channel? Each person can send only 10 messages a day. Sure enough, the previous chat plaza had already transformed into the regional chat plaza. PSP, key point, key point, key point. Important things are said 3 times. Please read the author's message at the end of the chapter. The author has something to say. It has been proven that the female lead shouldn't appear before 100 words. The data has told me everything. I have no choice but to separate them for now. Speaking of which, how many people mind having 2 wives? It's definitely not a harem story, but the extra person allows me to extend the plot to after this game ends. Even returning to reality, I can still write it brilliantly. This preliminary female lead may be liked by everyone as it feels appealing to all ages. Let's see what you all vote for. 1 is 1, 2 is 2. Of course, all of this depends on the data from the first 100 words. I have responsibilities and a family to support. If the book isn't profitable, staying up every night until this hour is really unsustainable. So if you really like it or have expectations for the upcoming plot, please leave a review and urge for updates. Gifts or anything can be left to personal choice. I'm not pushing anyone. In the later stages, players from various countries will build cities, develop flows, fog flows, teams searching for treasures. Abyss flows are all possible. As the saying goes, if you don't watch television or read the news, you won't know the major events in the world. Beichen currently has no time to see how other players are faring. To create a particle ammunition depot, select to enter the national channel. To be honest, as soon as he entered the Huaxia channel, Beichen furrowed his brows. The scene before him could only be described as chaotic. Hello everyone, I am Han Lulu, that's right, your little cutie. Those who are Lulu fans, hurry and click on my avatar to join the team channel. From now on, Lulu will advance and retreat alongside you. Brother, after all my hardships, I finally found you, boo-hoo. Lulu brother, where are you? Are you doing well? Do you have anything to eat? I have a piece of biscuit that I haven't dared to eat. Come on, I'll trade it to you. Hello everyone, I am my fan group, click on me. Hello everyone, I am. All the rational players from Huaxia shook their heads and sighed at this scene. What a waste. In a survival game, when the World Channel opened, these people didn't look for their relatives or sisters first, but rather for those traffic star idols. Damn. You bunch of sissies, go take your fans somewhere else. This is a survival game, not your large-scale idol fan. What a waste. I thought that after experiencing the road survival game, these people would be more rational, but it turns out their brainless behavior has worsened. Who could selflessly give 100-fold for another person? Besides parents for their children, it's the fans for their idols. Seeing their idol being criticized, countless true fans started to retaliate, vigorously defending their beloved idol. A verbal battle erupted instantly. Beichen shook his head. An individual's strength was too small, and even he couldn't stand out in the midst of thousands of accusations. Rather than wasting speaking opportunities, it would be better to wait until these people exhaust their 10 chances to discover. Then he could speak to find suitable materials. Just as he exited the national channel, various prompts sounded in Beichen's ears. Reward 1 piece of wrought iron. Reward 1 piece of silver. Reward 1 piece of raw steel. An unending stream of reward prompts rang in his ears, and Beichen momentarily couldn't react. What's going on? Has the reward scope expanded? It was previously only regional rewards, and now it has become national. If that's the case. Currently, Beichen has plenty of supplies, and he can offer rewards for things like roasted non-purified water, gasoline, and fruits without worry. With the opening of various channels, Beichen concluded that various metals would rapidly increase in price. He continued to post rewards for various materials that were temporarily unnecessary. Roasted non 50 pieces. Purified water 15 liters. Wild boar meat 100 pounds. Refined gasoline 15 liters. Indeed, even on the 4th day of the game, players nationwide still needed food, water, and fuel resources. Within 10 minutes, a third of the materials Beichen posted as rewards were already claimed. Among them, the amount of rare metals was small, mostly common metal resources. Of course, to prepare for the particle ammunition depot, Beichen offered rewards for all materials needed to self-produce ammunition. Having done all this, Beichen breathed a slight sigh of relief. Opportunities are always given to those who are prepared. The national channel is really too. Tung Chuchu also paid attention to various frequently speaking channels. There's nothing you can do, it's the era of traffic. Beichen didn't mind if these matters were for the higher-ups to worry about. Let's continue our journey. With the enhanced reward of the excellent design blueprint, plus the rewards of numerous metal resources, Beichen's mood was quite good. Soon the Wuling turned at a fork in the road. A new fork in the road often means new opportunities, but along with it also new dangers. Rolling down the car window, Beichen lit a cigarette. Beichen vaguely felt something was off, though it seemed that after the encounter with the savage bull monster, this girl had changed, becoming more taciturn. What's wrong? After being together for a few days, although they couldn't be said to be pleasant as a friend's sister, Beichen symbolically asked. I miss my brother. He hasn't replied to my private messages all day. I don't know how he is doing. Beichen fell silent. He also hoped to encounter Tung Baiwan soon so he could set off alone. That previous attack seemed to be a level set by the game console. It seems all players will encounter it. Beichen nodded slightly. The game is fraught with danger, and one careless move could lead to death. Don't mention Tung Baiwan, even he had survived countless life-and-death situations. Time flew by and 4 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. It must be said that having Tung Chu by his side significantly increased Beichen's chances of encountering high-level resource boxes. By evening, Beichen had obtained a considerable amount of precious resources. Among them, the most valuable were probably 3 pounds of TNT explosives and a first aid kit. As for other water and food resources, Beichen wasn't in a hurry to increase them because he still had plenty of stock in his particle ring. To reward Tung Chu, Beichen deliberately took out some roasted pork. However, this time Tung Chu didn't devour it as she usually did, overwhelmed by hunger. What's wrong? Not hungry? Beichen asked, holding the roasted pork chop. Tung Chu, lost in thought, only took a few bites of roasted pork before heading toward the Wuling. As she reached the car door, she paused and said lightly, Beichen, once we find a car tomorrow, let's part ways. My brother's old injury has relapsed, and without anyone to care for him, he probably won't last long. Upon hearing this, Beichen was taken aback. Old injury relapse. Isn't the first aid kit enough? Tung Chu shook her head slightly. The competition for the heir of a major consortium is cruel and dark to a degree you can't imagine. Although I was born into a wealthy family and appear glamorous in reality, wealthy families have their own sufferings, but very few people experience this kind of hardship. Beichen nodded slightly. Oh, everyone is an independent individual of spiritual wisdom with their own life value. He didn't want to delve too deeply into these matters. All right, Beichen agreed. Suddenly the air became tense. Tung Chu turned her back to Beichen, while Beichen's gaze remained fixed on the burning campfire. Beichen, do you like me? Her voice was somewhat calm. Beichen was taken aback. The entanglements of wealthy families run deep like a pool. His parents were just ordinary people, and being caught up in it would bring no benefit, only harm. Moreover, after such a short time together, he couldn't honestly say he liked her. Silence was the best answer. Tung Chu remained calm. What is your ideal type? Can you tell me? Beichen didn't want to be dismissive. He directly replied, if marrying, it should be Peng Yinyan. If taking a wife, it should be Muziki. Muziki. She's too perfect. Compared to the abyss-like mire of wealthy families, that kind of idyllic life, a paradise, farming and cultivating flowers, is indeed alluring. After saying this, Tung Chu opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat, even voluntarily offering up the waterbed. Beichen helplessly thought, my mother often says that every family has its own difficult scriptures to read. I didn't believe it before, but now I do. It turns out that wealthy people also have their troubles. Family is too important to Beichen. He could never put his parents in danger for his own feelings. Moreover, he had always regarded Tung Chu as a friend's sister with no long-term plans in mind. After drinking a bit, smoking a cigarette, and eating some meat, Beichen then fed the remaining meat to the little creature Night Shadow. Just as he was preparing to get up and return to the cabin to rest, suddenly the distant sound of a vehicle gradually broke the tranquility of the moment. Beichen's expression darkened as he retracted the grill and took out the Viper. Tung Chu had just opened the car door and wanted to get out, but was stopped by Beichen. Stay up there and don't move. Let's see what the newcomers intend. Mainly because Tung Chu is too beautiful, appearing in front of others would only increase unnecessary trouble. He had the Viper pistol, and the particle ring also contained a light machine gun, the Big Pineapple, which he could take out with just a thought. To put it bluntly, even if 2 or 3 dozen people came, Beichen wouldn't be afraid. 2 or 3 dozen people with 49 rounds of 5.56 bullets were enough to handle it. Unless the other side also had hot weapons, though the probability of that was negligible. After all, only a few dozen players own hot weapons on the hot weapon leaderboard. You must know that the players participating in this game number in the billions. Therefore, Beichen was now unafraid, quietly waiting for the guests. Of course, even armed with firearms, Beichen could not simply swagger beside the bonfire and wait. His Wuling, aside from a few empty panels, sported blast-resistant glass, and the area around the driver's seat had been fitted with reactive armor. Tung Chu crouched on the far side of the bonfire, perfectly concealing her silhouette. Through the glass, she watched Beichen and murmured with mixed emotions, if you love me, I would give up everything to follow you. The engine noise grew clearer, accompanied by the rush of wind. In less than 2 minutes, a BMW 9 Series riddled with bullet holes came into view. Through the windshield, Beichen saw the driver, a short-haired man whose features were blurred by the light. Only a dirty white shirt could be made out. Because of the angle, Beichen did not notice the grisly gunshot wounds in the man's abdomen and thigh. The 9 Series drew up beside the bonfire. Because of the angle, Beichen did not notice the grisly gunshot wounds in the man's abdomen and thigh. The 9 Series drew up beside the bonfire. His voice was feeble, but for a final hope, he still cried the password, Funu Yixiao, and then in fragments something about his worldview being blown apart. From the man's condition, Beichen judged he would not live long. 3 gunshot wounds to the abdomen suggested a 9mm caliber. Had it been a rifle, he would already be gone. Brother, help me. And one of you, it's the password, the password. At that moment, Tung Chu rolled down the car window and warned Beichen, be careful. Beichen nodded and stepped out from the dark behind the car. When he approached the BMW and saw the man's face, he inhaled sharply. The man's face was not merely shot. It was nearly destroyed. One imagined even his own mother would not recognize. The fallen man, seeing the kippalang on Beichen's chest and recognizing a fellow Huaxia, breathed a heavy sigh of relief and asked in a weak, raspy voice, "Brother, am I going to make it?" Beichen studied the wounds in silence for a moment. "Maybe try a few fast-acting antipyretics," he said, only half in jest. It was a joke. With injuries like these, not even a military first aid kit would do much more than a drop in the ocean. At the suggestion, the man's face went ashen, though a measure of resignation settled over him. "Where are you from, brother?" "The southern Yellow River Basin." "Ah, wide plains and endless blue vales, a fine place." "I am from northern Sichuan." As a countryman, there was little Beichen could do. Merely speaking, as a fellow Huaxia, offered some comfort to a dying man. In this cruel game, how many had perished in utter darkness and despair? "What happened to you?" "A robbery." "Why beat you so badly?" The atmosphere grew heavy as Bei Chun asked casually. What followed in the man's account stoked a slow, rising anger in him. The man had driven frantically for 1,400 li to reach this place. He had been unlucky to encounter forces from Yinghua country along the way, yet at first he had chosen a fuel-efficient family car and weathered many perils. He had not expected to run into a group from Yinghua country. Worse, they were armed with firearms. By all accounts, he had resigned himself. Several bullets had struck his abdomen, and when he tried to maintain his dignity as a Huaxiao, the Yinghua players savagely kicked and beat him into unconsciousness. When he later awoke, they were building a bonfire to roast meat. He slipped away, stole their car, and fled. Hearing this, Bei Chun was briefly moved and offered, "I have a painkiller injection. Do you want it? It may ease some of the agony." "No need," the man whispered. "My lower body went numb half an hour ago." Bei Chun nodded. "If only I had a cigarette," the man added with a bitter smile. Who would carry cigarettes in a place like this? If they had any, they would have been traded at the exchange square long ago. Yet when someone handed him a single stick, his eyes brightened immediately. A lighter clicked, the flame reached the cigarette, and he, desperate for any comfort, took a deep, greedy drag. Beichen lit one of his own as well. They sat, one upright, the other half-leaning, exhaling smoke. On the surface, their posture suggested ease. Underneath, the air was heavy and oppressive. The night above was pitch black and utterly still. "A last cigarette before I go?" "Then no regrets," the man said. Beichen swept a half-pack from his pocket and offered, "Want another?" "One more would be wasteful." His voice grew faint. "Brother, I won't smoke your cigarette for nothing. There's a rucksack on the car, one of those Yinghua players' packs. It has good things in it. Consider it yours." Beichen rose and retrieved the green rucksack from the BMW. When he opened it, he paused, glancing at the man dying on the ground. Empty, no bullets left. The pack contained only 2 items, a service Mauser pistol and 1,000 milliliters of gasoline. No bullets, but brandishing it still intimidates. More effective than a machete, Beichen muttered. The pistol itself was one thing. What surprised him most was that even an unloaded firearm here could be amplified. The man in the dirt fumbled a rectangular, exquisite box from his inner pocket. "Those other things are trivial. This is my real material. Brother, indulge me one last time." Beichen looked, and to his quiet amusement saw the box read Okamoto 001 Surprise Edition. He took it and forced a wry smile. "Brother, one last cigarette. Let's use the trade window. Before I die, I want to sell this through the trade system, otherwise I will die with regrets." Soon Beichen realized who the man had been. At the very start of the game, the man had privately messaged him offering to sell condoms, and Beichen had blocked him then. After a little negotiation, they completed the trade. Beichen obtained a box of Okamoto surprise condoms. The man received his cigarette as he wished. As the cigarette burned, it became clear the man's end was near. The smoke no longer drew. Beichen toyed with the box and asked instinctively, "Brother, what is surprise edition?" The man no longer had the strength to speak. Blood loss had robbed him of sight. His eyes were already blind. He tried to speak fragments and syllables, an attempt to tell Beichen that the surprise edition had a small hole at the tip. "Draw it or write it," Beichen urged helplessly. Soon a donut was drawn with blood on the ground, and at its center a small red. Then the man fell utterly. Beichen stared for a moment, then pleaded, "Brother, write it in Chinese. I don't understand this." He checked for a breath and sighed, muttering, "Wolyang Tianzuan Umet Ba? Amen. I do not know your faith, so I will say them all. May you go in peace." He covered the countryman with some wild grass and climbed into the BMW. He turned the key, started the engine, gave it throttle. Everything functioned normally. All of this unfolded within the sight line of Tung Chu Chu in the Wuling. She wiped away a tear, knowing that once she boarded the car she would part from him. It felt like a grave decision. She climbed into the Wuling and placed the sleeping child Yang on the passenger seat. A loose t-shirt and a pair of tiny hot pants were tossed into a corner of the cabin. In the dim interior, a sinuous jade-like form came into view. She rolled the window down, but did not show her head. "Beichen, come back. There's something I need." "Oh, coming." As Beichen returned and opened the car door, 2 fair arms shot out from the darkness within the cabin and wrapped around his neck. Before he could react, 2 cool, delicate lips sealed his mouth. Beichen froze utterly motionless. His lips parted for an instant. A soft, resolute voice whispered into his ear, "Ask nothing. Kiss me." Since this game filled with death crises and devoid of a future has no end, all players are perpetually driving aimlessly every day, unaware of what awaits them in the next moment. Many people have collapsed mentally in such a stifling environment. Ventilation has become the first choice for stress relief. Inside the wooling car, a sleek and curvaceous body fell into his embrace. As the gentle voice sounded in his ear, Beichen, who had never been in a relationship, felt his mind go blank. Instinctual guidance and primal desires constantly stimulated his central nervous system. Just as he intended to speak, his lips were unexpectedly enveloped by two icy wands. This moment marked the beginning of a deeper connection. About 5 hours later, a strong arm pulled the tightly shut car door open a crack. As a latex-like item was tossed out of the car, it signified that the battlefield had been cleared. Tung Chu-Chu lay lazily on the water bed, as if on a cloud, her eyes showing clear traces of tears. Cough, cough. Why? Beichen's voice was somewhat flustered. It's nothing, I just don't want to give it to him, or easily let it be taken away by others. Beichen was taken aback, completely unable to comprehend the meaning of this sentence, responding only with a symbolic, "Oh." As a vigorous youth of the 21st century, it was completely normal to lose control when encountering someone they were attracted to. Beichen, will we meet again in the future? Perhaps. Beichen sat up, lighting a cigarette, and looked out at the dying bonfire. After hesitating, he reminded her, "When do you plan to leave? Players from Sakura Country might chase after us. Tonight will be a sleepless night." Players from Sakura Country. Beichen nodded and recounted what had happened to the guy he knew. "Aren't you leaving?" Tung Chu-Chu asked worriedly. Beichen exhaled a puff of smoke, shaking his head slightly, his eyes filled with hostility. "I have 9 uncles, and after the defense where only my grandfather survived the battlefield. Huaxia is something my ancestors defended with blood and life. Oh, I will not allow the people of Sakura Country to insult or trample it." Beichen, don't be impulsive. Beichen waved his hand. "I know what I'm doing. Your brother is in a critical situation, and now that you're with me, it's better to leave under the cover of night." Seeing Beichen's determined gaze, Tung Chu-Chu wanted to say something, but held back. "Well, I'm leaving. You. By the way, I left some supplies in the BMW for you. I wish you success in finding your brother." As she watched the BMW speed away, Beichen gazed after it, then got out of the car to stoke the bonfire. He extinguished his cigarette and took out the newly acquired Mauser pistol. At that moment, the system's prompt sounded in his ear. "Standard Mauser pistol detected. Enhancement available. Do you wish to enhance it?" "Enhance." Beichen replied directly. "Congratulations, host. Enhancement successful. The standard Mauser pistol enhancement results in a collectible version, Desert Eagle." Since the Viper and Desert Eagle are of similar grade, Beichen did not show much surprise. However, after removing the magazine, a faint smile appeared on Beichen's face. 16 rounds of ammunition, not bad. The sound of the pistol being chambered echoed sharply in the silent night. No rules. No restrictions. Sakura Country. Kill one, take one. As he watched the bonfire grow smaller in the rearview mirror, he calmed himself and focused on driving. Though reluctant to leave, Beichen, Tung Chu-Chu had to rush over as her brother was in critical condition. She sent a private message. "Brother, I'm already on my way. By the way, how can you send me your location coordinates?" Soon a message popped up from Tung Baiwan. "I crashed into a beast, and after it disappeared it dropped this. I can't explain it. By the way, did Beichen come with you?" "No. I came by myself. His ideal type is Muziki. I'm too inferior compared to her." "Oh, alright. By the way, do you have any weapons on you? It's likely to be dangerous driving at night." Seeing her brother's message, Tung Chu-Chu casually grabbed the military bag from the passenger seat. As she opened the bag, Tung Chu-Chu was instantly stunned. In disbelief, her eyes began to redden. "The Viper, he actually left the Viper for me." Beichen. Wiping her tears, Tung Chu-Chu felt a surge of emotions, a mix of feelings. "I will try to become an outstanding woman like Muziki. Moreover, I want to surpass her. Beichen, I hope we have the chance." Though their time together was short, Beichen knew that Tung Chu-Chu had always dreamed of having her own sidearm. Previously, Beichen only had one Viper and could not trade it, let alone give it to anyone. However, with the World Channel opening and tonight's incident where Beichuan's comrade was brutally killed by players from Sakura Country, Beichen knew that in the future nations would still need to band together for warmth or establish cities, teams, and forces. In any case, national influence and team strength would swiftly dominate the game. Initially entering the game, Beichen only wanted to use the system's abilities to survive and clear the game, returning to the original world to honor his parents. However, as the world's players became a mixed group, Beichen discovered that the whole situation was far from as simple as he had imagined. A person's abilities are always limited. To survive and escape from here, he must take action. That meant secretly nurturing the cutting-edge forces supporting the players from Huaxia, and the Tung siblings were undoubtedly the best choice. Because their luck was truly extraordinary. Unbeknownst to how much time had passed, the roaring bonfire was already swaying precariously. Suddenly, the vroom vroom sound of an engine shattered the tranquility of the night. Beichen's tightly shut eyes snapped open as he turned to look and coldly said, "Hunting time." On a pitch-black night devoid of starlight, two beams of headlights in the distance stood out remarkably. To be cautious, Beichen hid the wuling and concealed himself in the darkness surrounding the bonfire. Not far away, a pile of bonfire and a corpse lay quietly. Woo! 4 imposing vehicles quickly approached the bonfire. What came into view were 10 burly men dressed in black suits. 5 of them wielded various sharp weapons, while the leader was a pale-faced, cold-eyed young man with a thin mustache. Song Bin, the previous Huaxiao man, is dead. The car and the gun are nowhere to be found. Baka. Slap. Hi. Zing. Seemingly not satisfied, the cold-eyed young man drew a long knife from his waist and fiercely struck the already dead corpse again and again. At the beginning of the game, a pistol. A pistol is so precious, and this Huaxiao pig actually pretended to be dead, taking the opportunity to steal my most prized possession. Damn it. 9 suited men dared not speak, merely lowering their heads in shame. Beichen, hidden in a place not illuminated by the bonfire, quietly observed. Upon realizing that these men did not possess firearms, his murderous intent began to stir. Any Huaxiao person would find this scene intolerable. Beichen was not a killer by nature, but upon witnessing the Sakura country players massacre their compatriots and desecrate the corpse, he was willing to become a butcher. With a flick of his hand, a bundle of yellow tape wrapped around a dark object appeared in Beichen's grasp. That's right, this is enhanced TNT explosive weighing half a kilogram. Without hesitation, Beichen pulled the fuse. Hissed. The sparks from the burning fuse slightly illuminated Beichen's cold profile. Although curious about how these 10 men came together, Beichen decided to use explosives for safety's sake. Bullets were currently more precious than explosives. An adult can throw with great effort at most 20 to 30 meters, while the effective range of a pistol is 50 meters, and a pistol is more convenient. As for using the big pineapple, Beichen was even more reluctant. The remaining 14 bullets for the light machine gun were truly not many. They were his last resort, and he wouldn't use them easily unless faced with a life-or-death crisis. Watching the Sakura country players still desecrating the corpse, Beichen's heart tightened. He raised his hand and threw the TNT explosive, which was about to burn to the end, into the fray. In the dark night, a cluster of sparks was exceptionally eye-catching. However, the situation did not allow for it. Otherwise, Beichen would have to shout, "Fong Run's roar." Be careful of the grenade. Those who have played Battle Royale games like PUBG or CSG understand how satisfying it is to throw a grenade into a pile of players. But to be safe, Beichen held back. If he couldn't achieve a total kill, he would still waste precious bullets. The spark igniting the explosive formed a parabolic arc in the air. Suddenly, several vigilant black-clad men noticed something unusual. Not could get down. But it was already. Beichen was not foolish enough to ignite and throw the explosives immediately. Instead, he controlled the burn rate of the fuse, timing his throw. This way his chances of success would greatly improve. Bang! The power of the explosive was something even Beichen did not know. At the moment of throwing, he quickly retreated, but the shockwave from the explosion still knocked him over. What power, tsk tisk! Beichen shook his head as he got up, turning around to look with a bewildered expression. Did they get wiped out? This. Upon approaching the center of the explosion, Beichen felt a wave of nausea. Shattered and scattered all over the ground. Suddenly, Beichen quickly retreated, a desert eagle appearing in his hand. You actually didn't die? Beichen stared in shock at the cold-eyed young man, blood dripping from his mouth about 5 or 6 meters away. Baka, you actually have explosives. Song Bin's eyes were filled with fear as he instinctively reached for his pocket. Swish! A shadow flashed by and Song Bin's eyes widened as he reluctantly said, You will regret this. Beep beep. Click. A flash similar to a camera suddenly lit up, capturing Beichen's face directly. What is this? Woo! The fish scale saber was too sharp. After slashing through the back of the head, it hung there for a second before falling. Picking up a small, exquisite device that resembled an MP3, Beichen's heart sank. Detected image transmission locator can be enhanced. Do you wish to enhance it? Although Beichen was puzzled, he still replied, Enhance. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. The image transmission locator enhancement grants a set of shared vision contact lenses. A deep blue metal box appeared in his hand, and Beichen had no time to study it. Putting himself in the enemy's shoes with a severely injured foe in front of him in a survival environment where bullets were extremely scarce, anyone would think to conserve every bullet. As for being photographed, Beichen didn't care anymore. The game world was vast, and it wasn't easy for any faction to find someone. Beichen obtained 5 various cold weapons. The most handy was the katana previously used by Song Bin, who, although it was not as high grade as the fish scale saber, it was at least a long weapon. As the saying goes, longer weapons are stronger, while shorter weapons are riskier. Other items like gasoline, water, food, and various random things were all stored into his particle ring. Right now he lacked neither food nor fuel. The only thing he lacked was bullets. After the wuling left, what remained was a scene of broken walls and ruins. As the sky began to lighten, Beichen rubbed his eyes and yawned. Having not slept all night, it would be a lie to say he wasn't tired. However, for safety, Beichen decided to drive 100 kilometers before resting. Taking out the shared vision contact lens set obtained from the enhancement, Beichen smiled wryly and said, "Contact lenses. This feels like a game." But when he saw the small print in the description, Beichen was directly shocked, exclaiming, "Goodness gracious. This is some black technology. This is equivalent to the sharing ability of the Rinnegan, sharing vision." Beichen swiftly grabbed the sleeping little creature Night Shadow. "Chirp, chirp. Good, come on, Daddy will give you some contact lenses." As Beichen carefully held the two pieces of contact lenses and placed them on Night Shadow's shiny eyes, a surprising scene unfolded. The contact lenses, which were originally large enough to serve as a hat for Night Shadow, gradually shrank and soon perfectly fit the little creature's needs. This is impressive. After applying the shared vision contact lenses to Night Shadow, Beichen quickly put on his own pair, which were jet black and nearly indistinguishable from his own eyes. As soon as he wore the shared vision contact lenses, Beichen discovered a new world. He could see his own face in his vision. Oh, can you believe that? Indeed, what was sharing Beichen's vision was the little one Night Shadow. Beichen was instantly excited. He then rolled down the car window and extended the little creature outside. Wow! He was astonished. Through the feedback from the shared vision contact lenses, Beichen could clearly see everything Night Shadow was observing outside the car window. It was incredibly clear, just like sticking his head out of the window to look around. The little creature held by Beichen stretched out of the car, and the fierce wind ruffled its fur, causing it to let out a chirp of discontent. Beichen gently stroked Night Shadow's little head. "Little one, when will you grow up? Once you grow up and can fly, won't I have a pair of 360-degree eyes without any blind spots?" Chirp, chirp. Night Shadow flapped its furry wings as if feeling wronged, saying, "As long as you give me that thing to eat, I can grow up quickly." Unfortunately, the languages of humans and beasts do not communicate. However, as Beichen took out the soul essence for further study, the little creature suddenly pounced, grabbing the soul essence and swallowing it whole. Although the soul essence was much smaller after the system enhancement, it was still too much for a newly hatched Night Shadow to swallow directly. Sure enough, it got stuck in its throat. Unable to swallow or spit it out, it looked as if it was about to roll its eyes back. Beichen was startled. "You silly bird, I haven't shorted you on meat. Why are you trying to eat stones?" In a snap, he reached in. Because it was stuck tightly, Beichen worried about choking the little creature, so he applied a bit of force. Now this was better. Not only was the soul essence that was stuck in Night Shadow's mouth pulled out, but also a transparent hardshell object resembling a bird's tongue was taken out. What the heck? How did I pull out its tongue? This is ruined. But then in the next second, what happened left Beichen with a tingling scalp. The little one Night Shadow had finally obtained something that could help it grow and evolve quickly, only to have it forcibly taken away by its mother. It immediately became indignant and disregarded everything. Flapping its wings, it lay down on the passenger seat, continuously letting out sorrowful chirps, its legs kicking, as if it was throwing a tantrum for not getting its way. In a fit of anger, suddenly the little one Night Shadow opened its mouth and surprisingly spoke, repeating what Ting Chu Chu had said to Beichen not long ago. "Kiss me, kiss me." A chill ran from Beichen's neck down to his heels. Confirming it wasn't a ghost, Beichen fixed his gaze on Night Shadow and shouted, "You bold demon. I can tell at a glance that you are not human. Brothers, give me some fuel, we'll see water soon." A sharp screech tore through the air. A Wuling Hongguang sped down a 50-meter-wide asphalt road, then slammed to an abrupt halt. When Beichen realized the tiny creature Night Shadow was mimicking human speech, his very soul recoiled in shock. What is that? A demon. A deafening click. The black muzzle of a desert eagle pressed hard against Night Shadow's tiny head. "Speak. What are you?" He was utterly serious. No jest, no pretense. Since entering this game, he had witnessed far too many phenomena defying scientific explanation. Spirits, ghosts, demons. These no longer seemed unfathomable. Yet the thought that his own bloodborne companion was a supernatural being struck him with profound disbelief. At that moment, Beichen's heart leapt into his throat. If Night Shadow displayed even a flicker of monstrous ferocity or unnatural aggression, he would pull the trigger without hesitation. But what followed left Beichen utterly dumbfounded. Sensing his mother's terrifying gaze, the little one instantly stilled. Its large, glossy black eyes brimmed with bewilderment, and in a bid to appease Beichen, it gently pecked the desert eagle's cold, dark muzzle with its soft, unhardened beak. Chirp, chirp. The sound carried plaintive confusion. Seeing Beichen's stern expression linger, Night Shadow, out of sheer desperation, resumed its mimicry. Its tiny beak parted, its neck pulsed rhythmically. "Daredevil demon, what are you?" Astonishingly, the voice issuing from Night Shadow's diminutive frame possessed startling resonance. Though stiff and slightly shrill, the imitation was uncannily convincing, indistinguishable from human speech in a crowd. Beichen stared stunned as he watched Night Shadow's throat undulate to replicate human vocalization. Do owls possess the mimicry talents of mynas or parrots? Incredible. He holstered the desert eagle and cradled Night Shadow in his palm, examining it closely. Soon he noticed something extraordinary. The creature's tongue had changed. Where before it had been rigid and inflexible, now it moved with astonishing suppleness, coiling, extending, retracting with fluid precision. Could that translucent chitinous sheath have been shed just now? He scrutinized Night Shadow once more, then tried again. A Fujoshi smile shatters one's entire worldview. As expected, the words had barely left his lips when Night Shadow launched into flawless repetition. A Fujoshi smile shatters one's entire worldview. A Fujoshi smile shatters one's entire worldview. Confirmed, Night Shadow's ability thrilled Beichen beyond measure. Chirp chirp. Beichen frowned, puzzled, holding up a radiant soul essence. You want this? Chirp chirp, chirp. Night Shadow's eagerness was unmistakable, not born of greed but of primal yearning. Beichen wasn't reluctant to share, the issue was physical. Night Shadow couldn't swallow it whole. Earlier it had nearly choked. Chirp chirp. When Beichen hesitated, Night Shadow deployed every trick in its arsenal, plaintive cries, then vigorous nuzzling against his hand. Beichen watched, deeply perplexed. Logically, since birth, Night Shadow had consumed only fresh wild boar meat, never plant matter, never refined substances. So why did this crystalline fragment ignite such desperate longing? Could this essence hold unique significance for Night Shadow, awakening some latent affinity? Since he had no immediate use for it, and because he cherished Night Shadow deeply, he resolved to feed it. Instantly, a gleaming golden hammer materialized in his palm. Crystalline stones, dense and brittle like jade, shattered easily upon impact. Clack! He struck the soul crystal squarely against the hammer's surface. A crisp, ringing fracture echoed, and the intact soul essence splintered cleanly into a dozen pea-sized fragments. Night Shadow's glossy black eyes widened, lit with sudden brilliant intensity. Chirp chirp. Its beak gaped wide, comically enormous like a tiny ladle. Don't you dare die on me after swallowing this, or I'll suffer catastrophic loss. He tossed one fragment into Night Shadow's mouth. With perfect trust, Night Shadow tilted its head back and swallowed. 2 full minutes passed. No transformation, no golden-winged pung bird emerged, no collapse, no vacant stare. Nothing abnormal occurred. The essence was already fragmented, so Beichen abandoned restraint and fed the rest to Night Shadow in one swift, generous cascade. The entire rare substance vanished into Night Shadow's gullet. Its reaction was startlingly profound. Not euphoria but deep, drowsy satiety, like someone drugged with half a caddy of knockout powder. Its tiny head drooped heavily. Hey, don't die. If you do, I'll lose everything. Down to my grandmother's attic. Panic seized Beichen. What kind of calamity was this? Sacrificing a priceless material was one thing, but killing his soul companion. Unthinkable. Truly, despair weighed heavy upon him, until unexpectedly a system notification bloomed within his mind. Detected juvenile feather-legged Yu-Hao, baseline genetic potential eligible for enhancement. Enhance. What a... Say that again. Beichen froze. This was unprecedented. Past enhancements had never triggered proactive prompts. The system always remained silent after the first augmentation, yet now it actively flagged Night Shadow's genome as enhancement ready. Could it be the soul essence? Baseline genes. Did that imply tiers of higher genetic strata? Truth be told, since forging the particle ring, even with the particle ammo vault still out of reach, Beichen hadn't felt such raw, trembling anticipation. This was his creature, raised from infancy, nurtured with devotion. To claim indifference would be a lie. And he chose enhancement. Congratulations, host. Juvenile feather-legged Yu-Hao's baseline genome successfully enhanced to Tier 1 growth gene. Tier 2 swift gene. Host noticed genetic enhancement requires 8 hours of uninterrupted dormancy. Interruption will inflict irreversible permanent damage upon the subject. Ding. Host has fulfilled system conditions. New function embellishment unlocked. A cascade of notifications flooded Beichen's consciousness. He had no time to explore embellishment or query Tier 1 and Tier 2 gene specifics. His gaze snapped instantly to Night Shadow curled tightly in deep slumber. Seeing no alarming changes, only peaceful sleep, Beichen exhaled in quiet relief. To ensure safe enhancement, he stripped off his t-shirt and fashioned a soft, secure nest for Night Shadow. Only after securing Night Shadow did he relax, then inwardly asked the system, what defines a Tier 1 gene, and what precisely is a Tier 2 swift gene? The system responded without concealment, offering a concise taxonomy of genetic tiers. What a... Upon reaching Tier 6, genetic enhancement may trigger ancestral reversion, unlocking latent biological traits. Correct. Take feather-legged Yu-Hao at Tier 6, it stands high chance of awakening dormant abilities encoded in its lineage. Note, while humans commonly manifest 5 core aptitudes, constitution, strength, swiftness, creativity, and insight, animals possess a 6th, innate talent. For feather-legged Yu-Hao, that talent is diminution of darkness. Beichen marveled at the system's clarity. Its illustrative precision made comprehension instantaneous. In essence, innate animal talents were amplified exponentially. Humanity's supreme innate gift arguably lay in cerebral capacity, the colloquial term being born brilliance. So Night Shadow's Tier 2 Swift gene grants only the genetic foundation for swiftness, not full manifestation. Precisely. After a pause, Beichen ventured further. May humans undergo genetic enhancement? Not currently. This function awaits activation, either by the game core's initiative or external triggering. Hearing this, Beichen released a deep, genuine sigh of relief. If enabled early, the starter zone might spawn god-tier players wielding 6-piece mythic gear, turning all others into helpless prey in a lawless arena. After resolving his questions, Beichen turned his focus to the newly unveiled function embellishment. System, activate embellishment. Confirmed host. Function embellishment activated. Consult system prompts for operational details. The moment the system's voice faded, Beichen beheld a new world unfolding before his eyes. The moment the embellishment function was activated, the objects in Beichen's vision began to change. First was the Wuling car. At this moment, the system's voice arrived as expected. Detected that the Wuling Hongguang meets the criteria for embellishment. Would you like to consume 1 day's worth of resources for embellishment? Beichen was taken aback. 1 day's worth of resources, does that refer to the supplies a person needs in a day? Correct. Would you like to consume 1 day's worth of resources to embellish the Wuling Hongguang? Suddenly a flurry of resources that were temporarily unnecessary appeared in Beichen's car compartment, with food, water, and various items occupying more than half. However, fruits, wild boar meat, meat floss toast, and high-calorie items were not taken out. Looking at the substantial resources appearing in the car compartment, Beichen said, embellish. Congratulations to the host for consuming 3 baked non-1, 5 liters of purified water, and 1 apple. The embellishment of the Wuling Hongguang was successful. Although the system did not provide a detailed explanation, Beichen had already seen the basic information about the Wuling Hongguang. Wuling Hongguang Luxury Edition embellishment, successful biological gene binder. Beichen. An embellishment symbol appeared with a question mark below it. Curious, Beichen clicked it, and suddenly information appeared before his eyes. When he saw the effect after embellishing the vehicle, Beichen almost shouted out loud. Without hesitation, he took out the big pineapple light machine gun, the Desert Eagle, and the T1 fish scale military knife. Detected that the modified light machine gun Big Pineapple meets the criteria for embellishment. Would you like to consume 1 day's worth of resources for embellishment? Detected that the collectible version of the Desert Eagle meets the criteria for embellishment. Would you like to consume 1 day's worth of resources for embellishment? Detected that the T1 level fish scale military knife meets the criteria for embellishment. Would you like to consume 1 day's worth of resources for embellishment? Embellish. Embellish. Beichen's face flushed with excitement. Congratulations to the host for successful embellishment. These 3 pieces of equipment could be considered Beichen's ultimate treasures. Hearing the system prompt that the embellishment was successful, Beichen hesitated as he picked up the collectible version of the Desert Eagle and asked in his heart, system, let me confirm one last time, is the embellishment function description true? If it's fake, I'm done for. It's true. The system replied without hesitation. Alright, then I'll test it with my own head. Click. The Desert Eagle was loaded, and Beichen, looking foolish, aimed the dark barrel at his own head. Seeing this scene, everyone would probably think Beichen was just joking. However, with a loud bang, it was real. An eerie scene unfolded. A 7.62mm bullet shot directly out from Beichen's left temple. The bullet head instantly striking the left side of the explosion-proof glass. Then the impact force was blocked and fell with a clang. And Beichen was completely stunned. There was no explosion as imagined. There was no burst as imagined. To describe Beichen's current state, he was completely shocked by this incredible function. What the hell? The function after successful embellishment turns out to be this biological gene lock, or some kind of black technology. Or have I already died? The machine put down the collectible version of the Desert Eagle. Slap. A hand flew across without holding back, directly hitting the right side of his face. From the crisp and loud sound, it was clear that Beichen had hit himself hard. He almost spat blood from the slap. A fiery pain surged through him, and Beichen knew this wasn't a dream. He truly hadn't died. I withstood a shot from the Desert Eagle, and nothing happened. Suddenly Beichen let out a laugh reminiscent of De Gea's, give. Damn, if I don't embellish a few infantry divisions equipment, it would be a waste of this function. Beichen's imagination was understandable. If he could embellish the firearms of other countries, and then sell them back, tsk. One could imagine that, alone facing the well-equipped million-strong army of other countries, Beichen walked through the sea of bullets and artillery like a god. Not to mention fear, Beichen even felt like laughing. Tsk. Beichen laughed, and then asked, system, does this mean if I embellish all the firearms and cold weapons in the world, wouldn't I be invincible? Other than fists, no one can harm me. However, upon hearing the system's laughter, Beichen knew he was thinking too much. Reminding the host only items that have undergone system enhancement meet the primary criteria for embellishment. Beichen nodded upon hearing this. After experiencing the embellishment function firsthand, he knew the criteria for embellishment must be stringent, otherwise he would truly be invincible. Indeed. As Beichen took out the cold weapons he had obtained earlier, they unsurprisingly could not be enhanced. Must they undergo system enhancement before they can be embellished? But the Wuling Hongwang did not undergo enhancement right. Why? The vehicle selected at the beginning belongs to the host's initial equipment and is naturally defaulted by the system. Upon hearing this, Beichen understood. To use the system's embellishment function, 1. It needs to undergo system enhancement, which is the primary condition, and 2. It must be personally crafted. Perhaps tired of being asked, the system did not elaborate further on this question. The meaning was clear. Or do I have to figure it out myself? As Beichen collected a large amount of supplies from the car compartment, he pondered. Playing with the T1 fish-scale military knife in his hand, Beichen looked down at his solid chest. Let's try again. Poo-poo. The black knife went in and out, and the tip of the fish-scale military knife pierced Beichen's chest, yet it left no injury. What the hell? Not only does it not hurt, it feels somewhat pleasurable. Suppressing his excitement, Beichen simply had a bit of breakfast. He then drove away again. Due to the system, Beichen knew the classification of gene levels in advance. Coupled with the uniqueness of the embellishment function, he had to seize this information gap and establish his advantage as soon as possible. Soul Crystal, Soul Essence. Beichen now had 2 clear goals. First, to collect the materials needed to craft the shape particle ammunition depot, and to try to complete it before the beast tide, so he could produce bullets in large quantities either for personal use or for sale. In short, as long as he could craft the shape particle ammunition depot, Beichen's accumulation of strength would surely accelerate rapidly. Second, to collect soul crystals extensively and accumulate soul essence for future preparations. Where can I find soul crystals? Beichen aimed at this beast tide. Although uncertain, he could only give it a try. He opened the game page and chose to enter the national channel. After the quarrel yesterday, the national channel seemed much more normal today. Sure enough, Beichen found that many people began to buy and stock up on supplies. Big financial groups, corporate powers, and resellers, whether in reality or in the game, were everywhere. Wang Group is buying a large amount of metal supplies, sincerely recruiting outstanding talents from all walks of life. Retired soldiers are preferred, security personnel are preferred, martial arts school graduates are preferred, those with various special skills are preferred. This group promises that once employed, as long as they obey management, the treatment will be preferential and weapons and equipment will be prioritized. Ma Group is buying a large amount of metal supplies and strategic materials, sincerely recruiting outstanding talents from all walks of life. Retired soldiers are preferred, security personnel are preferred, martial arts school graduates are preferred, those with various special functionalities are preferred. Tung Group, Zhou De Fu Commercial Bank, Ma Jian Department Store Manufacturing. Seeing these recruitment messages, Beichen was not surprised. Other countries' chat channels were probably the same, rapidly gathering strength and stockpiling supplies to be prepared for the first beast tide of the game. The various flowery little fresh meat that had been lively yesterday didn't dare to say anything when they saw the real financial tycoons speaking. Capital is indeed the father of traffic stars. This statement is not an exaggeration. Although the recruitment information from major financial groups and corporations filled the screen, the number of people willing to join was actually very limited. No one is foolish. Joining major financial groups at this time means they would have to take the bullets for them at the start. It is important to note that there are less than 20 hours until the beast tide. At this moment, a message suddenly popped up which seemed somewhat out of place compared to the recruitment information of major financial groups. Heavy rewards for shape metals. Regardless of size, regardless of volume, as long as it's shape, metal, food, water, energy, cold weapons, snacks, fruits, everything can be exchanged. That's right. I am Beichen. The news suddenly appeared on the national channel's public screen, instantly attracting countless players to watch. Wow, Boss Beichen has appeared again, let's support him. What is shape metal? I've never heard of it. I'm so envious. It turns out Boss Beichen is so wealthy that he even has surplus cold weapons for bounty exchange. Who is Beichen? Is he famous? How come I don't know him? It's probably just one of those popular young boys. It's ridiculous that such a young lad possesses so many resources. I feel like taking him down. Want to take me along when you make a move? 1. All the players who knew Beichen were from the same region as him. With over 1 billion players in Huaxiao, the system divided them into hundreds of regional channels. Therefore, most people actually didn't know who Beichen was. However, regardless of who Beichen was, being able to present such high-quality resources for bounty surely indicated he was an extraordinarily lucky person. Immediately, major groups and financial magnates seeking to recruit powerful players began to privately message Beichen. For 3 minutes, private messages kept ringing, making Beichen's scalp tingle. He dove into the sea of private messages, frowning as he read them one by one. Some private messages were offers to recruit him, while others even proposed to swindle him, suggesting to take him out for a stake in a public company. Many more were pleas for help, planning to have Beichen provide aid, even offering their bodies in exchange. Beichen deleted the private messages one by one. Suddenly, a message caught his eye. Upon reading it, Beichen instantly perked up. Boss Beichen, I have shape metal. Beichen replied directly, asking, can I take a look? If it's real, I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Soon a transaction request prompt sounded in Beichen's ear. Player Peng Xinjia has initiated a trade request with you. Would you like to accept? Accept. After the virtual trading interface appeared, the other party did not hesitate and placed a piece of blue metal in the trading bar. Shape metal, a rare material. The description was simple and did not indicate what could be crafted with it. Is this what you need, boss? That's right, what do you want? I have basically everything except for hot weapons. Wow, boss, you're impressive, but I don't want anything, I just want to follow you. Seeing this, Beichen frowned and immediately replied, no need, I only exchange for resources. Then he placed 6 various weapons that he no longer needed into the trading bar. 2 mountain knives, 2 daggers, 1 curved sword, and 1 paratrooper knife. Compared to food, water, and gasoline, weapons are much more tangible. What do you want? Seeing these weapons, the other side was evidently taken aback. This time Beichen appeared calm, but inwardly he was anxious. However, he had already made it clear that he had no hot weapons. Peng Xinjia either would not trade or would choose negotiable supplies. Besides the 2 mountain knives, I can offer 2 daggers, 1 curved sword, 1 paratrooper knife, and 10 days worth of food and fuel resources. If boss can provide that, I will give you the shape metal. This price was undeniably steep. Beichen looked at the list of resources in the private message, not in a hurry to respond, instead pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. It wasn't that Beichen didn't urgently need the shape metal, on the contrary, he desperately needed it. It's just that he could not agree too readily. He needed to hesitate to create the illusion that it was a tough decision for the other party. Even if both parties reached a consensus for the trade, either side could back out at any time. If Beichen agreed too readily and the other person realized the value of the shape metal, they could raise the price, which would lead Beichen into a trap. There was no choice, the shape metal was too rare. Only one player among the hundreds of messages knew and possessed it, so Beichen had to be cautious. What's the matter? Boss, can you not provide it? Peng Xinjia clearly felt uncertain and took the initiative to ask. Upon seeing this, Beichen smiled and replied, I can provide it, but to gather 10 days worth of supplies, my dozens of subordinates will have to go hungry while searching for resources. Your price is a bit steep. Without waiting for the other party to respond, Beichen sent another message. How about this? I'll give you the weapons as you said, but for the resources, I can only offer 5 days worth. If you think that's not enough, then we'll have to call off this trade. After sending the message, Beichen took a deep drag on the cigarette, anxiously awaiting a reply. Success or failure hinged on this moment. If successful, everyone would be happy, and even if he failed, he could at least set the price of the shape metal at around 10 days worth of supplies, which would prevent it from skyrocketing. He could easily message Tung Baiwan or Tung Chuchu to have them help him acquire the shape metal from this person. It was practically killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was a game of wits, testing who could remain more composed. The air was silent for 2 minutes. Indeed, it was Peng Xinjia who couldn't help but reply. This was actually within Beichen's expectations. His design for the shape particle ammunition depot had been enhanced by the system and was an excellent level design. At the current stage, it was already incredible for players to craft rare level weapons and equipment, and as for outstanding or excellent levels, the design blueprints were probably exceedingly scarce. Cough, then let's compromise 4 cold weapons and 6 days worth of supplies. Upon seeing this, Beichen completely smiled. Deal, that's the maximum I can offer. After reaching an agreement, the trading interface closed and reopened. Glancing at the shape metal that had been placed back in the trading bar by the other party, Beichen unhesitatingly put up 6 days worth of supplies, food, water, fuel, in exchange for 2 daggers, 1 curved sword, and 1 paratrooper knife. Beichen clicked on the trade. Boss, pleasant trading. The transaction was successful, and a large amount of Beichen's resources vanished, but he acquired a piece of heavy blue metal. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. Beichen felt comfortable now. Currently, he was only missing this main material to craft the shape particle ammunition depot. Other materials like fine iron, carbon steel, and fine steel were already prepared. As expected, it's another material that cannot be amplified. However, being able to obtain this item before the beast tide made Beichen very happy. Whether it could be amplified was no longer important. Entering the trading square, he took out all the various metals he had obtained from bounties over the past few days. Sure enough, now that all materials were ready, the game console's prompt sounded again. Detected excellent level shape particle ammunition depot design blueprint meets crafting requirements. Would you like to craft? Craft. Not public. Congratulations to player Beichen number 123271 for successfully crafting the first excellent level weapon equipment, the shape particle ammunition depot. Congratulations to player Beichen for crafting excellent level weapon equipment, earning a reward of 100 prestige points. Receiving the additional prestige reward, Beichen felt no emotions. His attention was entirely focused on the object that had appeared before him, resembling a cube. Indeed, the object, made up of tiny particle cubes, was the shape particle ammunition depot that Beichen had been eagerly awaiting. Shape particle ammunition storage. Grade exceptional. Category weapon equipment. Description: crafted from shape metal and particle dust, it can encompass any caliber ammunition of exceptional grade, and below can be reconfigured into any shape and is suitable for any firearm magazine. The unique feature of exceptional grade, any lead-based metallic substance, can be actively absorbed to create suitable ammunition for specific firearms. Lead-based metals, carbon, steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free, lead nitrate, or... He reached back to grab several pieces of nitrate or carbon steel and 2 pounds of enhanced TNT explosives. Collect. Strictly speaking, the shape particle ammunition storage is much more powerful than the particle ring. The particle space ring can only serve as storage, while the shape particle ammunition storage not only stores, but also processes specific materials to create selectable ammunition. Indeed, after the nitrate or carbon steel and 2 pounds of TNT were stored, a virtual list appeared above the shape particle ammunition storage. Can manufacture 9mm pistol submachine gun ammunition, 1200 rounds. Can manufacture 5mm sniper rifle submachine gun pistol ammunition, 700. Can manufacture 56mm multi-purpose ammunition for firearms, 500 rounds. Can manufacture 62mm sniper rifle submachine gun pistol ammunition, 500 rounds. Can manufacture 300mm magnum specialized sniper ammunition, 100 rounds. The list continued downwards, all grayed out, indicating that they could not be selected for crafting now. But what the hell is this rocket launcher? After calming down, Beichen selected 450 rounds of 5.56 ammunition and 50 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. The Big Pineapple light machine gun requires 5.56 ammunition, while the Desert Eagle requires 7.62. Manufacturing successful, obtained 450 rounds of 5.56 ammunition and 50 rounds of 7.62 ammunition. After the successful manufacturing, Beichen noticed that the previously selectable ammunition options had all turned. This means there are no suitable crafting materials left. Beichen happily picked up the nearby Desert Eagle, removed the magazine, and stored it in the particle ring. Due to the reconfigurable characteristics of the shape particle ammunition storage, Beichen no longer needed to use the original Desert Eagle magazine. The Desert Eagle has a full capacity of 12 rounds, and once emptied, a magazine change is necessary. However, the introduction of exceptional grade weapon equipment clearly states that as long as there are sufficient bullets stored in the shape particle ammunition storage, infinite ammunition can be achieved. The newly crafted ammunition storage's initial form resembles that of a magic cube. However, once used, it can be reconfigured into any weapon magazine, not exceeding exceptional grade. Beichen watched in awe as the magic cube-like miniature ammunition storage transformed into the Desert Eagle magazine. Click, click, the handgun was loaded, and Beichen felt ecstatic. Understand the 50-round limited edition Desert Eagle. With ample ammunition support, I now have sufficient confidence to face this beast tide. He restarted the vehicle and continued to drive forward. At this moment, the blazing sun shone brightly, and the temperature gradually rose. But Beichen's Wuling is fully equipped not only with in-car music, but also with air conditioning, so he was completely unbothered by the heat. Looking forward, Beichen glanced at the sleeping little creature Night Shadow, curious about what abilities this owl, which he had raised himself, would have after the system-enhanced genes. However, there was no way around it. The system prompt was clear. The gene enhancement process takes up to 8 hours, so Beichen could only wait patiently. The Wuling does not travel fast, maintaining around 100 miles per hour. An hour later, in a silver resource box. Beichen rubbed his eyes, incredulous. This is the first time encountering a silver-level resource box. Now Beichen's confidence was through the roof. He had the 50-round Desert Eagle and the light machine gun with nearly 500 rounds. It's not that he fears 50 people, even 100 wouldn't scare him. He simply took a quick look around the environment. Holding a shiny golden hammer, Beichen exited the vehicle. With the particle space ring, retrieving the gun is just a thought away. Curiously examining the silver resource box in front of him, Beichen couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, as past experiences with rare metal bounties told him this silver resource box would certainly not be left for him. Otherwise, he should have been able to bounty a lot of silver, or even gold before. With a golden hammer, he smashed the silver resource box. It only takes one hit. Although he had ample ammunition and powerful firearms, Beichen still did not dare to be careless when facing a silver-level resource box. Human strength can be limited. If a fast-acting poison were to appear in the box, it wouldn't matter how many guns he had. A cautious sailor can navigate 1,000 years of storms. Beichen was prepared for any unexpected situations. Bang! The golden hammer swung fiercely, turning into an arc of golden light that struck hard against the silver resource box. The moment the hammer made contact with the resource box, Beichen suddenly recoiled, retreating 2 to 3 meters, while retracting the hammer, a Desert Eagle already appearing in his hand. Fortunately, no unexpected attack occurred. This relieved Beichen. Ever since he learned that resource boxes could hide various biological attacks, he had developed an inexplicable fear of smashing them. Poisonous snakes, green tree frogs, that was fine. What he feared was smashing it and unleashing a sound-shocking bomb. A mortal body against a bomb could only ascend on the spot. Poisonous snakes, green tree frogs, that was fine. What he feared was smashing it and unleashing a sound-shocking bomb. A mortal body against a bomb could only ascend on my luck. Wow, how good it is with silver resource box actually yielded 4 wheels. With a bitter smile, Beichen approached to inspect carefully. Galaxy Vacuum Tires 4. Description: a super futuristic concept tire designed by the 21st century Billy Master Space Research Institute, developed to the utmost in wear resistance and anti-slip. He stored the 4 wheels in the particle space ring, and seeing he had no other resources, Beichen simply left. Detected: Galaxy Vacuum Tires 4 can enhance. Would you like to enhance? Enhance. Congratulations on the successful enhancement. Galaxy Vacuum Tires 4 enhancement to Triple Defense Vacuum Tires 4. Triple Defense: anti-explosion, anti-burning, anti-puncture. This was truly a pleasant surprise. Beichen initially thought this silver resource box would be a letdown, but unexpectedly, just as he was dozing off, someone delivered a pillow. His Wuling Hongguang, now aside from the incomplete body protection, was fully equipped except for the tires. As for the explosion-proof glass, Beichen had already tested it. It could easily withstand a shot from the Desert Eagle. He opened the vehicle equipment function. Indeed, the blue distribution map of the Wuling showed that the 4 tires had a replaceable option. Without hesitation, he replaced them. In no time, the 4 brand-new triple defense vacuum tires were fully installed on the Wuling. With the tires secured, Beichen felt even more confident driving forward. After all, triple defense is not to be taken lightly. Anti-explosion, anti-burning, anti-puncture, the fears associated with tires were all mitigated. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was midnight 0000. At this point, there was a countdown of 1 hour until the beast tide attack. Beichen had long been searching for a defensible high ground, and had spent nearly 2 hours collecting wood from the surroundings. At this moment, there are 40 minutes left until the first beast tide of the road survival game. Indeed, rather than saying Beichen had been in the car for 10 minutes, it would be more accurate to say he spent 10 bewildered minutes after witnessing the amplified gene. For a full 10 minutes, Beichen remained in shock. The scene before him was indescribable and utterly incomprehensible. What kind of power can transform a fledgling owl still covered in down into a 7 or 8-year-old little girl dressed in pink and yellow feathers with rosy cheeks and big doe-like eyes in just 8 hours? This has already crossed the boundaries of species, hasn't it? Honestly, if he hadn't heard that Mama upon getting on the bus, Beichen would have unleashed a storm of bullets from his Desert Eagle. This is a genetic monster. Awu. Mama, I'm hungry. The little girl's patience seemed to have reached a breaking point. Disregarding her mother's terrifying gaze, she immediately tilted her head back, closed her kawaii big eyes, and opened her mouth, awu, begging for food. This. Beichen's heart skipped a beat as he recognized the familiar scene, confirming that this little creature was indeed that little girl. Where did you come from, and why are you calling me Mama? Beichen had tried to control his emotions, but his voice still trembled. Woo, Mama. I'm hungry. A soft, fluffy petite girl dove into his embrace. Beichen's mind short-circuited. They say marrying before love is nonsense, but having a 7 or 80-year-old daughter without even being married, it felt like he had lost his mind. The moment he made contact with the little girl, a bond stemming from blood made Beichen realize that this suddenly appearing little girl had an inexplicable connection to him. However, that said, this little creature is truly adorable. Soft and plump, her face still carried baby fat, and her round, gleaming big eyes were filled with a striking blue hue. Beichen vowed that as long as this little girl stayed still, she could be mistaken for a doll from a 2-dimensional anime. Baby, you can't just call anyone Mama. You definitely can't call me that. With a comforting tone, Beichen pulled out a piece of fine meat ham. If you're hungry, eat this first. Once I figure out the situation, we can talk about family matters. Wow, okay, Mama. Upon seeing the fine meat ham, the little girl's eyes lit up. Her smile could surely turn a demon into a believer. Initially, Beichen wanted to help the little one unwrap the fine meat ham. However, the scene before him utterly shattered his perception of the destructive capability of a 7 or 80-year-old girl. With hardly any effort, just a rip and a pull, the entire fine meat ham was laid bare before the little girl. Awu meow meow, awu meow meow. Clearly the fine meat ham was very tasty. Beichen wiped the sweat from his forehead, instantly furious, thinking, system, get out here, hurry up. Ding, the 100-fold amplification system is at your service. How can I assist you, host? Upon hearing this, Beichen instinctively scratched his head, murmuring, is that an official opening line? Stop wasting time, explain to me what relation this little girl has to me, and where is Yi Ying? A friendly reminder to the host, stay calm, don't panic. Gene amplification is inherently filled with uncertainties, however such probabilities are extremely low, almost negligible. But host, you are very lucky. This girl is actually a juvenile of the feathered fish species, however during the amplification process influenced by your blood her form underwent some subtle changes. What? Subtle changes in form. Beichen looked down at the little girl in his arms who was munching on the fine meat ham, with her cheeks puffed out. Is this what you call a subtle change in form? Exactly, it is indeed subtle. This human form of the juvenile feathered fish species can only maintain this state for a short time each day. Most of the time it still retains its owl form. Beichen, are you kidding me? Isn't this a monster becoming sentient? No, this system is highly scientific and does not rely on supernatural forces. The host can refer to the Hulk or Ultraman. At that moment, Beichen suddenly realized that the system might not be very reliable. Yes, you're right. Beichen helpless said, so you mean we have a direct or indirect blood relationship? Correct. Alright, you can go to sleep now. Oh, I don't want to see you for the time being. After sending away this unreliable system, Beichen's troubles were just beginning. Because the first family member from the egg-laying class combined with the fact that Ying was hatched from Beichen's blood resulted in Ying having a strong dependency on Beichen, whether in her human or bird form. While munching on the fine meat ham, the little girl clung to Beichen's arm with her other hand, afraid he would run away. To suddenly become a father for a young man who had never been anyone's boyfriend. This felt just like a joke. He was at a loss for words. Glancing at the time, there were still 35 minutes left on the Beast Tide countdown in the game interface. After holding it in for a long time, he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. Cough, little one, are you full? Do you want some water? He pulled out a bottle of mineral water and waved it in front of the little girl. Wow, I'm thirsty. Gulp, gulp. Little one, drink slowly, ma. Ugh. There's more here, okay? Upon hearing Beichen refer to himself as brother instead of mama, the little girl immediately pouted in displeasure. It's mama, not brother. Upon hearing this term, Beichen felt a headache coming on. What kind of look would others give him if they heard this? Little one, actually mama would prefer if you call me daddy. Is that alright? Daddy. The little girl tilted her head repeating the term while looking at Beichen with her big doe-like eyes. As long as she didn't call him mama, Beichen didn't care whether it was daddy or papa, he was fine with either. Yes, from now on you can call me daddy. Papa. Beichen suddenly felt pain in his right sciatic nerve leading to a cerebral hemorrhage. In the pitch-black night, even with the car lights on, it was still dim. Regardless, Beichen wanted to examine the human form of Ying closely. He picked her up feeling like the layer of clothing she wore was like soft down, unable to explain what it was. Ying, what is this clothing you're wearing? Why is it so soft? As he spoke, Beichen tried to tug at a feather. Oh, daddy, that hurts. Beichen was startled. This was actually the external feathers of Ying in her human form. This is... Oh, daddy won't pull Ying's feathers anymore. Don't call me Ying, daddy should call me baby. With tears still lingering at the corners of her large eyes, she looked at Beichen with a pitiful gaze. To be honest, who could resist such cuteness? Cough, fine, from now on I'll call you baby. By the way, baby, can you still fly? Beichen was genuinely worried that baby might not be able to fly anymore, otherwise his vision-sharing ability. He had thought that once Ying's gene amplification was complete, she would be able to fly, allowing him to share her vision and gain a pair of highly clear long-distance eyes. But now Beichen had no confidence at all. Of course, baby can fly, and she's very fast too. Baby seemed extremely confident in her abilities, appearing eager to try. Before Beichen could take the initiative to move aside and open the car door, a flash of white light suddenly passed by. The next moment, a deafening sound of metal tearing echoed. Then came a loud bang. When Beichen reacted, he was shocked, mechanically stretching his head out of the car door. Beichen's eyes nearly bulged out as he stared at a large hole in the left side of the vehicle, which had clearly been torn by claws, and then smashed into a big hole. Did this come from that seemingly harmless little girl? However, Beichen had no time to mourn for his wooing. The next second, he exclaimed baby's innate ability, weakening darkness. At that moment, the pitch-black night devoid of any light appeared to Beichen as if it were a black-and-white TV image no longer obstructing his vision. As Beichen snapped back to reality from his surprise, he immediately uttered a sound of excitement akin to a starving man finally tasting roasted lamb. This girl, I definitely acknowledge her. The scenes in his view were rapidly changing, clearly a fast feedback image. Suddenly, the visuals in his field of view halted. Beichen knew this perspective was from a height of 100 meters. What is that? Through baby's vision sharing, Beichen saw the ground in the distance begin to tremble, with many indescribable monsters crawling out from the cracks. Has the beast tide begun? Beichen's heart sank as he assessed that there were hundreds of them. Given the perspective from above, Beichen couldn't clearly see what kind of monsters were rushing towards them, but he could tell that their movement speed was not particularly astonishing. In other words, they weren't very swift, somewhat sluggish. Baby, come back, but it's dangerous over there. Beichen silently urged, hoping baby could hear him. But the next second, he suddenly shouted, baby, what are you doing? Come back, don't go. In the shared vision, the scene below continually magnified. Clearly, baby had charged down alone. This left Beichen panicking, disregarding the pile of firewood he had painstakingly collected. He sprang onto the wooling. Howl! With a swoosh, the wooling shot out like a sword, unsheathed, vanishing in an instant. However, within 10 miles of accelerating, the speed of the wooling slowed down. Looking at the scene reflected in his vision, Beichen swallowed hard, gasping. So ruthless, my dear daughter. Is she that fierce? To be honest, Beichen's temperament and composure were already quite high. But upon seeing the scene of corpses strewn everywhere, an inexplicable fear rose within him. At this moment, the voice of baby bragging came through Beichen's ears. Daddy, those malicious things trying to charge towards you have already been taken care of by baby. So what will you reward baby? Of course, he'll reward you with 5. 56, ugh. 7. 62, ugh. It's a reward of Oreos for baby to twist and lick. Oreo Givonagio. Upon hearing that daddy would reward him with an Oreo card, the baby felt an overwhelming excitement. Thank you, daddy. I will hurry over to you, but please don't act alone in the meantime. But it's really boring here, baby, Beichen instructed. Ahem, if you truly have nothing to do, why not see if any of the fallen monsters dropped anything? If they did, collect it. Upon hearing the task assigned by his father, the baby instantly perked up. Okay, daddy, hurry over. In that moment, Beichen, driving swiftly, felt how advantageous the Night Shadow gene mutation was. In the past, when it was still a little creature, it could only chirp, or it was either hungry or thirsty. Now it was great to have someone to talk to. In just a few minutes we've covered over 50 miles. This flying ability is truly impressive. However, at this moment the countdown for the beast tide set by the game console had not yet ended. There were still 21 minutes left. Because Beichen shared the high-altitude vision with the baby, he could witness the scene of the beast tide emerge. The underground creatures moved slowly and were easily annihilated by the young baby. It seems the game console doesn't want to eliminate players on a large scale. But why are there so many underground creatures attacking me? Hundreds of them. Even a few hundred sheep could kill me, right? Just then a private message notification appeared in Beichen's ear. Your friend Tung Chu Chu has sent you a private message. Beichen, the beast tide is about to begin. How are you doing? I managed to get 15 bullets from my brother, and I am trading them to you now. Tung Chu Chu has initiated a trade request with you. Do you accept? Beichen hesitated, but ultimately declined. I'm doing fine, the beast tide has already passed. How is your brother's injury? Tung Chu Chu knew that Beichen owned a light machine gun Big Pineapple, and was not surprised that he had managed to survive the beast tide. Much better. By the way, Beichen, my brother has formed a team mostly comprised of veterans or those in security-related professions. Would you like to join us? Not for now. Beichen, it's dangerous to be alone. I'll take care of yourself. If you need any materials or supplies, I can help you get them. Seeing this message, Beichen was taken aback. The change in her within less than 2 days was too great. However, upon reflection, he realized he did indeed lack some materials, specifically various lead metals or explosives needed for crafting bullets. Beichen was not one to be overly sentimental. He had always harbored thoughts of secretly supporting a certain force. Compared to other players, perhaps the Tung siblings were a decent choice, as he was somewhat familiar with them, especially having had in-depth conversations with Tung Chu Chu. Beichen quickly sent over a list of materials. They included lead metals, carbon, steel, charcoal, phosphorus-free, lead nitrate, or gunpowder explosives, and other materials suitable for crafting bullets. After sending the materials list, Beichen replied, "Take as much of these materials as you need. I'll pay you a part of the deposit in advance." Both parties opened the trade interface, and Beichen put up the remaining 2 machetes. Previously, when exchanging shape metals with Pang Jinjia, he did not choose the machete because it was too heavy and unwieldy to handle. Nevertheless, this was still a sharpened weapon, which was certainly preferable to a firewood stick. Okay, I understand. Once I get these materials, I will send them to you right away. Tung Chu Chu did not hesitate and chose to accept. At this moment, 2,000 miles away on a small rising hill, Tung Chu Chu, holding the 2 newly acquired machetes, felt a mix of emotions. She really wanted to ask Beichen if he missed her, but she was afraid he might find it annoying. Mu Ziki was a woman of grace and intelligence. She was not only skilled, but also understanding, and according to her nature, she would not initiate such questions. Chu Chu, where did you get those 2 machetes? Although her sportswear had several tears and her back was muddy, it did not diminish the aura of the person approaching. Tung Million, one of the candidates to steer the Tung group in Magic City, had been heavily nurtured by his family since childhood, and his temperament, knowledge, vision, and abilities were already on par with renowned entrepreneurs. Of course, this was how Tung Million appeared to outsiders, but in the presence of his mother and sister. Brother, this is the deposit that Beichen paid me in advance. Take a look at this. As Tung Chu Chu spoke, she forwarded the materials list that Beichen sent her to Tung Million. After looking at the various materials that Beichen needed, Tung Million felt a bit perplexed. None of these materials are particularly precious. Why is he collecting so much? Tung Chu Chu shook her head and handed the 2 brand new machetes she was holding to him. I didn't ask. Tung Chu Chu felt a bit uneasy about the newly formed team. Brother, how are the new recruits? Can they be trusted? Tung Million turned to glance at the team members who were armed and on guard, speaking softly. This isn't a matter of trust. If we are strong enough to possess more weapons, even firearms, then they will definitely be trustworthy otherwise. Tung Chu Chu nodded at his words, suddenly realizing it was more comfortable being with Beichen, as she wouldn't have to be on edge all day, which was exhausting. Tung Million understood that his sister disliked this atmosphere, but he had no way to change it for the time being. Before leaving, he paused and asked, "By the way, Chu Chu, have you 2 not had that? That thing happened after a few days of being together. It's one thing for others to ask, but for my brother to ask." Tung Chu Chu's face immediately flushed red. "It happened. Did you bring it?" "I feel like I did, but I can't feel it." Tung Chu Chu shot her brother a glare, questioning if this was something he should be asking. "Silly sister. You are too naive." As she watched her brother leave, Tung Chu Chu carefully took out the viper that Beichen had left for her from her bosom. Gently stroking the viper, she murmured to the endless darkness before her, "One day we will meet again." Beep beep beep. The wooling screeched to a halt in a wilderness. As soon as Beichen got out of the car, he felt something rush towards him. "Wow, Daddy, you are so fast. I just finished collecting." The baby cheerfully threw herself into Beichen's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and nuzzling her little head against his face. Beichen could only helplessly embrace the baby as he went to check what the underground monsters had dropped during this beast tide. "Baby, did you collect any of the crystal stones you like to eat?" "No, I searched carefully several times, but I didn't find a single one." Beichen silently nodded. It seemed that the soul crystal stones were not that easy to come by. However, when Beichen reached the place where the baby stored her loot, he was instantly stunned. Were there not several soul crystal stones here? Why did the baby say there were none? The loot totaled 7 or 8 items, among which were 4 soul crystal stones. Beichen picked one up and examined it closely. There was no doubt. The system had already indicated that this was a soul crystal stone. "Baby, isn't this the one you like to eat the most?" The baby turned to look at the crystal stone in Beichen's hand and shook her little head vigorously. "Not this one. The one Daddy fed me before was very fragrant. This one is very fishy." Beichen nodded and without hesitation put all the collected loot into the particle ring. "That's right. The crystal stone that the baby desires is the essence of the soul." Due to the time difference, there were still 13 minutes until the beast tide began. Beichen pondered whether to leverage the baby's aerial search ability to kill more underground monsters and collect more soul crystal stones. After all, this item would definitely appreciate in value in the future. Moreover, Beichen was certain that with each successive beast tide, the strength of the underground monsters would become increasingly formidable, making it more difficult to stockpile soul crystal stones by then. "Baby, come here. Daddy has a task for you." "Wow, another task. What is it?" "Children are inherently active, especially those who can fly. You fly along this big road and Daddy will follow closely behind you. Just let me know whenever you spot an underground monster, okay?" Upon hearing this, the baby found it amusing. Was this a game of hide and seek? Okay. I'm off now, Daddy, you better catch up. I'll wait for you if I find anything first." As soon as Beichen placed the baby on the ground, he noticed. The fur that had originally clung closely to the baby suddenly began to grow wildly. In the blink of an eye, the fur that was less than 3 centimeters long had already grown to 10 centimeters. With a resounding call echoing through the night sky, the nearly mature body of the little creature, the furry-legged fish, was unveiled before Beichen for the first time. Wow, is the body really 7,080 centimeters tall? The system's enhancement is incredible. Quickly getting back in the car, he started the engine, engaged the gear, and pressed the gas. Oh whoa, that's right. While players around the world were anxiously digging trenches, repairing fortifications, and gathering strength, Beichen had already taken the initiative to drive in search of the underground monsters of the beast tide. Vehicle equipment function. Oh, it only takes 3 pieces of refined iron to repair the damaged areas of the vehicle. After hesitating, Beichen directly selected repair. Consumed 3 pieces of refined iron. The main structure of the Wuling Hongguang has been repaired. At this moment, the baby's voice of surprise came through again. "Daddy, look. There are not only underground monsters here, but also many two-legged people." Shared vision. PS2 chapters totaling 6,000 words. Consider this an additional update. 100,000 words is enough. Not sure if I will be recommended today or tomorrow. Nervous, anxious, and having no sense of security at all. The Wuling Hongguang sped through the darkness of the night. The sound of baby's voice reached his ears, prompting Beichen to promptly activate their shared vision. Once the shared vision linked, Beichen realized that baby was still hovering at an altitude of 100 meters. He gazed downwards. In the angle between 2 jagged cliffs, 3 large bonfires blazed fiercely, and huddled in the most advantageous position were a dozen players, most of whom were girls. In front of these sheltering players lay a gourd-shaped opening. Through the flickering light of the bonfires, Beichen vaguely spotted 3 men dressed in camouflage military uniforms. The 3 soldiers were armed with only a single engineer shovel, while the other 2 held nothing more than thick branches as weapons. Despite this, their expressions remained calm, and their gazes piercing. From his high vantage point, this group of players remained oblivious to the group of shadows 150 meters away. With baby's ability to weaken darkness, Beichen could see, but from such a height, he still couldn't distinguish what those shadows were. "Daddy, they are about to encounter danger. Should I go down?" Baby's voice echoed in his ears. "Do not act." Beichen calculated the distance and time, firmly instructing baby not to act recklessly. If baby's extraordinary existence were discovered, he would never know peace again. Major corporations, powerful factions, and even top-tier forces from abroad would all be after him. It's easy to understand, unknown powers stir profound curiosity in humanity, especially in this lawless world. Oh, okay. Sensing Beichen's unwavering tone, baby realized she couldn't be willful this time, or her father would surely spank her. Reluctantly, baby settled on a tree's crown, tidying her feathers during her idle time. "Squad leader, I'm feeling anxious. With our current gear, it's going to be difficult to survive the beast tide. The youngest soldier anxiously looked at the squad leader. With a crew cut and a resolute face, the squad leader sighed and comforted his brother. Comrade Xia, I understand your feelings, but we are soldiers. In the face of disaster, what is a soldier's duty? To defend the nation and protect the people. To perform our duties diligently, endure hardships, and never abandon or give up. The squad leader nodded in satisfaction, looking at his two brothers. You two will stand behind me. We cannot let a single one escape. Yes, squad leader. Upon hearing this, a group of young men and women hiding behind the bonfire, many of whom were looking at the handsome youth in the center of the crowd. Xiao Lu, why don't we lend the weapons from our team to the three soldiers first? Nonsense. Wang Xiaohua, if you say another word, I'll kick you out of the Lulu team in the name of the vice captain. But those soldiers are clearly protecting us. Once this was said, many female fans looked to the idol they had longed to meet, asking for his opinion. What should an idol maintain? Naturally, a high and cold demeanor, shrouded in absolute mystery. Since the establishment of the Lulu team, he had hardly spoken at all. Accustomed to a life of ease in this survival game, he received the same treatment. After all, who could blame him for being a popular star with countless female fans who adored him to death? For female fans, the colder and more aloof you are, the more they will flock to you. But now in this situation, Han Lulu was already furious. The cold weapons in the team were treasures. How could they be easily lent to others? Lending weapons to others was akin to placing oneself in danger. Get lost. You get out of my sight. Han Lulu knew she had to assert her absolute authority through her outburst. As the backbone spoke, the other core members quickly fawned over her, trying to get closer to their idol. Wang Xiaohua, you are nothing but a shameless traitor. They are soldiers, and it is their duty to protect us. You meddling here, are you trying to draw Xiao Lu's attention to yourself? One had to admit this tactic was truly despicable. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the girls brightened. Exactly whether or not our weapons should support them is for Xiao Lu to decide. When did it become your place to speak up? Wang Xiaohua listened to the venomous words of her teammates, feeling wronged and on the verge of tears. Get lost, disappear from my sight at once. Han Lulu was already quite irritated and directly shouted. Seeing this, the vice captain said, push her over to those three soldiers. If she comes back, we will hit her. Wang Xiaohua was continuously shoved backward and being treated so unfairly she could only endure, otherwise she would be beaten, as the core members of the team were all rich girls while she was just an ordinary middle school student. This scene did not escape the eyes of the three soldiers, and their expressions darkened. Sigh, is this how young people think now? They sighed. Xiao Xia, go bring that girl over and protect her well. Yes, squad leader. However, this scene was witnessed by Baby, who was perched on the tree and tidying her feathers. Through the shared vision, Beichen saw it clearly. Selfish, short-sighted, and incorrigible, Beichen coldly remarked before accelerating once more. Honestly, it wasn't that Beichen wanted to save those foolish fans and young pretty boys, but it was the qualities, temperament, and awareness of the three soldiers that caught his eye. He did not wish for them to perish while trying to protect these useless individuals. Wow, Daddy, when are you coming? Those creatures from the burrow have already charged in. What? The burrowing creatures over here are moving so fast. Beichen was startled, his mind racing. Baby, I still need 3 minutes to arrive there. You rush down and help those three. All right, Baby's claws have been itching for a while. Remember, don't use all your strength. It's best to only intimidate and hold them off until I arrive. Hearing Beichen's words, Baby immediately pouted in dissatisfaction, saying, oh, fine then. From the high vantage point on the left, the jagged cliffs housed the sheltering players and the three soldiers standing in front. On the right, the open ground was filled with shadows resembling a mass of black fish crossing. A woo. Roar a woo. Squad leader, it's a pack of wolves, a burrowing wolf pack. Oh, my squad leader, we're done for. There must be hundreds of them. Not to mention, we currently only have engineer shovels and branches. Even if we had 76-style rifles, we would still be in trouble. The square-faced squad leader felt a jolt in his heart upon seeing the shadows emerging from the end of the firelight. Xiao Xia, big guy, follow my orders. Take this girl and retreat. The three hurriedly pulled the already weak Wang Xiaohua and quickly retreated, stopping only when they reached the narrow gourd opening. The three formed a triangular formation. The squad leader, possessing the best physical fitness and combat skills, held the engineer shovel at the front, while Xiao Xia and the big guy stood behind. In this way, the three could rely on the terrain, support each other, and avoid being ambushed, preventing them from being overwhelmed by the wolf pack. In the game, wolves fear fire. At night, if humans inadvertently entered the wolves' territory, as long as a bonfire was lit and kept burning, the wolf pack would not dare to attack recklessly. However, the burrowing wolf pack in this game clearly did not fear the roaring flames. On the contrary, upon seeing the fire, their eyes turned even redder, as if they held a deep hatred for the flames. A whoa! The howl of a wolf pierced through the night sky, the sound clean and clear, possessing a strong penetrating force. Squad leader, the Wolf King, is initiating a full-scale attack. A few wolf cubs wanting to eat us. Let's see whose bones are tougher. The squad leader attempted to locate the Wolf King hidden in the pack, but unfortunately, he failed, as the first wave of dozens of burrowing wolves charged directly at them. Oh, it's a pack of wolves. We're done for. So many wolves, oh no. Are we going to die? Mom, I want to go home. As the wolf pack entered the light cast by the bonfire, the dozen or so female players hiding deep within the ridge, including the top star Honolulu, all saw the dozens of burrowing wolves with bloodthirsty eyes and drooling mouths. These pampered girls who spent their days merely watching dramas, shopping, and chasing stars had never even visited a zoo. Upon encountering so many burrowing wolves, they were instantly terrified. Go block them. I will advance and retreat with you. Bang! Honolulu pushed the outermost female fan forward forcefully. Yes, yes, yes. You student fans with no money or power, if you want to earn Xiao Lu Gige's favor, you have to prove your loyalty. Go. It's time for you to show it. Instantly, a few core members began to clear out the younger and smaller Lulu fans. While they were on high alert ready to face the enemy, the group being protected was actually causing trouble at this moment. The squad leader's face darkened as he turned and shouted sternly, "Everyone shut up." His voice was loud and commanding, carrying an undeniable authority, which immediately quelled the chaos before him. What are you so arrogant about? Aren't you just a bunch of soldiers? Those rich girls were not afraid of the three in front of them. In their eyes, soldiers should help and protect them unconditionally. Squad leader, they're coming. The other two soldiers shouted anxiously, gripping their thick branches tightly. At this moment, the female players piled inside also quieted down as dozens of wolves had already rushed to the ridge gourd opening almost within arm's reach. Now, besides the three soldiers, everyone else was pale and trembling. However, just as both sides were about to make, suddenly a white figure appeared abruptly in the open space between the two parties. It was a 7 or 8-year-old little girl looking cute and sweet, dressed in a light yellow fluffy outfit. The three soldiers were immediately taken aback, and the squad leader rushed forward without regard for formation, shouting, "Little sister, hurry and run over here." However, the next moment, the little girl spoke, causing everyone's jaws to drop in shock. Baby elegantly landed, disdainfully glancing at the dozen people behind her, then pouting and looking at the charging, burrowing wolves. With her chubby little hand waving, she spoke seriously in a babyish voice, Let me say a few words first. To the group of burrowing wolves over there, listen while you are already surrounded by me." The wind stopped, the rain ceased. The rushing squad leader was dumbfounded. Beichen, who was faintly visible in the bonfire light, smiled. The fans of Lulu, who were still vying for advantageous positions, were utterly astonished. The authoritative voice of the baby echoed with a commanding tone as she called out. Her collagen-rich hands mimicked the shape of an eagle from the North Morning Desert. "Stop! Don't move! Raise your hands! If you move again, I'll shoot." This tone, this momentum, felt strangely familiar. Indeed, it reminded one of the time when Beichen and Tung Chu-Chu were surrounded by the Flying Car Alliance, and Tung Chu-Chu had used a black food bag disguised as a firearm to shout. However, compared to that, one must admit that the baby was being excessive. Tung Chu-Chu at least used a banana along with a food bag for disguise, which could be said to resemble a handgun by 70 to 80%. The baby, on the other hand, directly shaped her hand into a pistol without any disguise. It cannot be said that it resembled a gun, or one could argue it had no relation to a firearm whatsoever. To be honest, if the situation and environment had allowed, the squad leader and the other two soldiers would probably have burst into laughter. Who could withstand this? While worrying about the little girl, the three men were more puzzled about how this little girl had come to be here. Wasn't it clearly stated that the elderly and children would not participate in this survival game? Alright, even if a pregnant woman gave birth on site after entering the game, how could she have grown so large in just a few days since the game started? Confusion aside, what truly astonished everyone was that this seemingly harmless, chubby little girl, after her shout, actually frightened hundreds of burrowing wolves across from her. Squad leader, come back quickly. Don't go near her. This little girl is not simple. Squad leader, the wolf pack has stopped moving. You must not move. The other two soldiers urgently whispered. Instantly, the squad leader also dared not move. The two sides were now at a stalemate, each waiting to see who could exert a greater presence. The baby held her hand in the shape of a gun, but after a while she grew bored. However, to obey her father's instructions, she did not truly act, but instead aimed to intimidate. Suddenly, the Wolf King let out another roar. As expected with the Wolf King's command, the wolf pack began to stir once more. Animals have sharp senses and do not underestimate any creature due to its size. The aura exuding from the little being before them made them feel uneasy and a tinge of fear. However, there was no choice. The king had given the order, and they had to advance. A woo roar. With a whoosh, 6 burrowing wolves with crimson eyes and sharp fangs lunged at the baby. Damn it! The squad leader was about to throw his entrenching tool to block the 6 burrowing wolves. But just as he lifted the tool, he froze. In the dark open space illuminated by the campfire, the flames flickered wildly. In the dim light, everyone barely saw 6 dark shadows pounce into the air. Then with a soft grunt, a white figure appeared, scattering in the sky. In a flash, the white figure and the 6 dark figures landed simultaneously. This scene unfolded too quickly, even the squad leader who was closest to the baby couldn't see what had happened. But when the squad leader and the others regained their senses, they first heard weak wails followed by the sight of 6 burrowing wolves that had been almost torn in half lying on the ground. Brutal, direct, clean, and decisive. One strike was fatal. Not to mention that the baby's genes had received a system enhancement. Even without it, an adult long-legged fishing hawk could ambush and hunt full-grown wolves from the air. After all, excluding wingspan, an adult long-legged fishing hawk stands at a height of 6,677 centimeters, comparable to a 7 or 8-year-old human child. In other words, wolves were already on the menu of adult long-legged fishing hawks, making them quite familiar with the wolves' attack patterns. Let alone now that the baby's genes had undergone enhanced mutations, acquiring a human-like form, intelligence, and destructive power that far surpassed an ordinary long-legged fishing hawk by several times. Thus, in the blink of an eye, she was able to tear apart the 6 burrowing wolves with her speed and claws. The area fell silent, everyone gulped. Only the instigator, the baby, pouted her lips and impatiently said, "Hey, I told you not to move. I really can shoot." Although shocked by what had just occurred, everyone present let out a sigh of relief. After all, killing 6 wolves in the blink of an eye was enough to intimidate. Wolves are extremely intelligent animals. Their hunting methods are varied. Direct pouncing like this is rare. Most of the time they pursue work in teams, and only when their prey is exhausted do they truly strike. However, the burrowing wolves in this world clearly could not be treated with common sense. Blood would send them into a frenzy, losing all reason. Wu, seeing 6 of their companions killed the other several hundred burrowing wolves, immediately turned their eyes red, slightly crouching and emitting low growls. Upon seeing this, the squad leader and the 2 soldiers behind the baby turned pale. The squad leader, disregarding everything, charged toward the baby. A wolf. The wolf howls were filled with anger and bloodlust. The Wolf King gave another order, and this time hundreds of burrowing wolves surged toward the human refuge like mad. Seeing this scene, the baby's expression changed. The bright blue eyes of her big eyes flashed with a fierce glint. Meanwhile, the dozen or so members of the Lulu fan club hiding in the gourd's mouth all collapsed to the ground one by one. Hundreds of burrowing wolves all charging with their bloodthirsty mouths open was terrifying. Many people had little left to spare, otherwise they would have lost control. The baby stood alone facing hundreds of burrowing wolves. Her expression was not one of fear, but rather indecision as her father's instructions echoed in her ears. At that moment, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Baby, stand there and don't move. Daddy is coming." The squad leader had just rushed behind the baby, intending to bend down and scoop up the adorable little sister to escape. Suddenly, a roar resembling that of a beast came from behind the right hillside. At the instant, 2 brilliant beams of light shone. A Wuling Hongguang charged down directly from the low hill, blocking the path of the wolf pack. Upon seeing the familiar Wuling car, the baby jumped up, raised her little hand, and with a beaming smile exclaimed, "Heaven did not give birth to me, the obedient baby throughout eternity summoned me like the long night. Daddy is here." As the Wuling car landed, the driver's window was already rolled down. A blackened gun barrel stretched out. Suddenly, bullets transformed into beams resembling a meteor shower raining down on the charging burrowing wolves. Da-da-da-da-da-da. One can imagine how terrifying it would be when a light machine gun with a capacity of 500 rounds, the Big Pineapple, fires at full throttle. Thanks to the baby's shared vision capability under the weakened conditions of darkness, every bullet fired by Beichen was almost a precise strike. Not even the white wolf hidden far behind could escape. M249 light machine gun. The squad leader and the 2 soldiers immediately discerned from the gunfire that this was a firearm only equipped by regular infantry units. The 3 exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. The squad leader suddenly remembered something and hurriedly took out a military water bottle from the big guy's backpack. "Big guy Xiao, you stay here and hold the line. I'm going to cool down the M249. "Yes, squad leader." "Why is the barrel of the Gatling gun rotating?" "That's right, it's to cool it down. When bullets are fired at high speed through the barrel, they generate high temperatures. The Big Pineapple has a capacity of 100 rounds, and according to common sense, after firing 1 magazine, it needs to cool down before it can be used again. Otherwise the barrel's temperature will rise to red hot, posing a significant risk of bursting." Thus the squad leader hurriedly took out the water bottle to cool down Beichen's M249. In fact, Beichen was also worried about this issue, as his Big Pineapple's full capacity was not just 100 rounds, it had an infinite supply of ammunition. After firing for a minute, seeing that Beichen's M249 had not stopped, the squad leader and the others were directly dumbfounded. What happened? A minute of continuous fire output should have exhausted 100 rounds, right? Why was it still da-da-da in such a cheerful manner? The squad leader did not care any longer as he rushed to the side of the Wuling car, directly raising the water bottle in his hand. Instantly, a stream of clear spring water flowed down, pattering onto the still spewing fire from the Big Pineapple's barrel. In an instant, white smoke billowed from the barrel continuously, making a hissing sound. Beichen, seeing this, did not forget to express his gratitude. What a timely reign, squad leader. However, this scene was also witnessed by Honolulu and the others hiding at the very back. A strong desire, a thirst for firearms. Only with guns could they survive better in this highway survival game. Everyone listen up. Once the battle is over, rush over to collect the resources and equipment dropped by the beast tide. Upon hearing this, the nearby members were stunned and immediately switched to a sycophantic mode. Little Lou is right. These beast tides originally belonged to us, and the dropped equipment should rightfully belong to us. Yes, let's do it this way. If they dare not give it, we will focus our fire on him. We must stand on the moral high ground and condemn him severely. Hearing this, Honolulu's soft face broke into a flower-like smile. P.S. Everyone keep it up. Let's get it recommended and push for updates. Book reviews depend on stars. If you haven't done it, please do it. A single performance can determine life or death. Thank you in advance, dear brothers and sisters. Hearing all the team members looking up to her with admiration, Honolulu felt that being a popular star was truly wonderful. No, it was a symbol of power. The team members appeared obedient, yet secretly plotted against her. Many key members had quietly taken out knives, daggers, and other weapons from their backpacks. One soldier helped Beichen cool down the barrel of the big pineapple, while two others stood guard at the gourd's mouth ready for action. Beichen braced against the recoil of the big pineapple, continuously pulling the trigger. Only Baby, with sleepy eyes, casually found a rock to sit on, appearing very fatigued as he rubbed his eyes. Wolves surged in like a tide with 56 bullets hitting their targets repeatedly. In less than 5 minutes, only about 30 of the hundreds of burrowing wolves remained. Seeing this, everyone sighed in relief. 30 wolves were manageable even if the big pineapple ran out of bullets. However, just as everyone was quietly relieved, thinking the beast tide was about to pass, an unexpected event occurred. Aolo! The sudden wolf howl startled even Beichen, who turned back. In that instant, Beichen gasped in cold breath. He swiftly drew out the Desert Eagle, and without hesitation tossed it to the squad leader. Trusting in the professional soldier's skills and the system's embellishment features, Beichen could throw the Desert Eagle to the squad leader without worry. Quick! Take him down. The squad leader clearly saw the perilous scene. The Wolf King, this is the real Wolf King. He had been hiding in the shadows all along. The Wolf King we killed earlier was a fake. Big guy. After the true White Wolf King appeared, it leaped behind the big guy in one bound. The pale yellow eyes were filled with murderous intent, and the sharp, gleaming white fangs glistened in the firelight, emitting a chilling glow. The big guy facing the left side of the low ridge did not immediately notice the Wolf King. If he had noticed sooner, even without a proper weapon, he could have held his ground against the Wolf King with his years of training. However, there were so many ifs. In the blink of an eye, the Wolf King had opened its massive jaws, its sharp claws lunging towards the big guy's head. If that strike landed, the next attack would surely break the big guy's neck. What seemed slow was actually instantaneous. From the moment the true Wolf King appeared to leaping down the ridge and swinging its claws at the big guy, it took less than 3 seconds. In that moment, almost everyone was convinced the big guy's military brother was doomed. However, the next second brought a turn of events that even Beichen could not help but be moved. Big guy moved back. Xiao Xia, facing the big guy, noticed the Wolf King the moment it appeared, but there was still some distance between them. He could only rush forward while shouting for his longtime comrade to retreat. But despite this, he was still a step too late. In his desperation, he forgot his fear, forgetting that this was a bloodthirsty White Wolf King. Instinctively pushing the big guy down, he then became the target of the White Wolf King's attack. Roar! Rip! Puff! A claw swiped across, blood spraying as a deep, jagged wound appeared on Xiao Xia's right side, revealing bone. Blood gushed out like a river breached its dam, and Xiao Xia rolled and fell heavily to the ground. I will fight you. Seeing his comrade grievously injured while trying to save him, the big guy's eyes turned red as he grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and charged at the White Wolf King. Having waited long for a lethal strike, it was unexpectedly disrupted at a critical moment. The White Wolf King was clearly enraged, throwing its head back with a roar and leaping forward, its massive jaws opening wide as it aimed for the big guy's head. Although angry and unwilling, the facts were clear. In terms of size and hunting experience, humans were no match for a Wolf King. If they clashed, the big guy's neck would be broken in less than a round. Just at this critical juncture, the deafening gunfire, bang bang bang, erupted. 6 consecutive shots struck accurately, hitting the airborne White Wolf King in the head and neck. Although, with a mournful cry, the Wolf King fell heavily to the ground. Although the big guy's eyes were red, he did not lose his sanity. He threw away the wooden stick and rushed straight toward his fallen comrade Xiao Xia. Xiao Xia. The squad leader hurried over as well. The two ran to Xiao Xia's side. The squad leader was so anxious that he placed the Desert Eagle on the ground and pressed both hands onto Xiao Xia's gruesome wound. Beichen had no time to worry about what was happening behind him. Since no one was cooling down the big pineapple, he could only fire in bursts, and it seemed that the bullets stored in the big pineapple were also running low. As for asking Baby for help, looking back, he saw Baby curled up and sleeping on a large stone. What? Is the human form's duration about to expire? Tat 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 tat. After using the last 10 bullets, Beichen saw 2 remaining burrowing wolves and immediately put away the big pineapple, drawing out the scale-patterned military knife and charged out of the Wuling Hongguang. In the style of Xing Yi Quan, the white crane spreads its wings, the snake coiling and spitting. 3 black shadows intertwined in the night sky. 2 burrowing wolves fell to the ground, dead. Beichen landed feeling a lingering fear. Because just now, when the scale-patterned military knife cut through the burrowing wolf's skin, it actually met resistance. This meant that the Tia-level scale-patterned military knife's edge could not slice through the burrowing wolf's flesh, like cutting tofu, which left Beichen in disbelief. It was worth noting that the large wild boar from earlier was easily cut through like vegetables by the scale-patterned military knife. After putting away the scale-patterned military knife, Beichen walked straight toward Baby on the stone. Gently picking up Baby, he said, "Baby, let's go to the car and sleep if you're tired. Daddy, I want to kill people." Baby rubbed his eyes and looked toward Lulu's fans, saying, "They took advantage of Daddy and the military brothers' inattention to steal our Desert Eagle." Hearing this, Beichen's expression turned cold, but he said nothing more. He merely shot a cold glance at the dozen or so people over there before carrying the sleeping Baby back into the Wuling Hongguang. "Interesting, I didn't have enough reason to act against you before, but now you have brought it upon yourselves. Who has hemostatic medicine? Who has bandages? Hurry and take it out." Seeing that Xiao Xia's back wound did not touch any vital organs, the squad leader shouted to everyone. As long as they could stop the bleeding, disinfect, and stitch up their comrade Xiao Xia, he would definitely survive. But as the squad leader caught sight of what Han Lulu was holding, he immediately became furious, shouting, "Are you even human? That is the gun of our lifesaver. How could you do something like this at this moment?" At this moment, both professional soldiers revealed a murderous aura. "I've tolerated you for a long time. So what? Now that the gun is in my hands, let's see who dares to shout at me again." After getting the Desert Eagle, Han Lulu's words became bold and domineering, showing no regard for the 2 professional soldiers. "Hee, this is really interesting." Holding a military first aid kit, Beichen stepped out of the car and looked at the arrogant Han Lulu and her group. "By the way, the burrowing wolves from this beast tide must have dropped a lot of things. What are you waiting for? Hurry and pick them up." Hearing this, the squad leader and the big guy were momentarily stunned while Han Lulu and her fans laughed. "Right, let's not worry about these few people. All team members go pick up the equipment dropped by the beast tide. Gather in 5 minutes. Han Lulu, holding the gun, waved her hand proudly. "Wow, brother Lulu is really charming. You, I admit him getting wet. No wonder he's the man I've been pursuing. He's a real man. I always said my Lulu is a real man. Let's see who dares to say he's a sissy this time, hum." A group of women holding torches whispered praises for their idol while rushing toward the distant battlefield to collect the dropped materials. Beichen ignored the people passing by him and approached the squad leader and the others, directly handing over the military first aid kit. "You must be more skilled at using this thing." Seeing the military first aid kit, the squad leader and the big guy were instantly grateful. Beichen gestured for them to save the person first, then glanced at Han Lulu, who held the Desert Eagle, with a smug expression. Looking back at the members of the Lulu team who were chattering and scrambling to pick things up, Beichen smiled knowingly, remaining calm as he leisurely pulled out a cigarette. Crack. After lighting it and taking a deep puff, he exhaled the smoke and murmured softly, "What's the rush? Each of you is bending down to pick things up, isn't it tiring?" As for the limited edition Desert Eagle being taken by Han Lulu, Beichen was even less worried. The Desert Eagle had long been adorned by the system's embellishment function. The introduction to the embellishment function is as follows: all weapons or equipment adorned by the system cannot cause any biological or physical harm to the host. P.S. Today the kid is having a full moon party. My third uncle's 6th aunt and all the aunts and uncles are here. Originally the first draft was ready and it just needed a little polishing to be sent out, but now with this situation, he'll wait. By the way, help a brother promote a new book. The old author has solid writing skills, starting strong without sliding. The whole network is shocked. My rich identity has been exposed. No more words, I will add more after finishing up today." When she saw this mysterious man showing not the slightest bit of reverence towards her and ignoring her completely, as he smoked, Han Lulu felt a tightness in her chest. As the light machine gun ceased fire, and this person got out to fight, he concluded that the bullets of the light machine gun must have run out. Meanwhile, he still had 9 bullets left in his Desert Eagle's magazine. Why is this person not afraid of me? Does he think I look like a woman and that I wouldn't dare to kill? Get up. Who told you to smoke? Han Lulu's delicate face was flushed. Beichen did not look up, continuing to smoke, while rubbing his right shoulder. The recoil from firing 500 rounds continuously was no laughing matter. Only Beichen, with his long years of martial arts practice, could withstand such a shock. Otherwise, an ordinary person would likely be knocked sick. Why is a little girl speaking so fiercely? Are you tired of living? Beichen tilted his head and glanced at Han Lulu. As soon as these words left his mouth, Han Lulu's face turned pale and her fair hands began to tremble slightly. "Do you believe I will shoot you dead? If you don't want to die, behave yourself, and bring the light machine gun, and that little girl over here. He needed that light machine gun, even without bullets it could intimidate others. As for that cute little girl, he had caught a glimpse of what had just happened, and that girl definitely had an extraordinary background. At such a young age, she was already quite remarkable, if developed earlier. Hearing this, Beichen sighed, extinguished his cigarette, and slowly stood up. At that moment, a group of chattering fans of Lulu returned. They appeared to have had quite a fruitful time. Look what I found, little brother Lu. It's a military dagger. I also found something good. This might be a blood diamond, very precious, worth billions. I found a MOE knife. Brother, doesn't it look cool? One by one, the diehard fans presented their finds to their idol, hoping for a moment of recognition. The resources released by this beast wave included weapons, rare materials, water, food, and energy, making Honolulu exceedingly happy. The reason Honolulu did not immediately shoot Beichen was her fear. This man was far too mysterious. First there was a strange little girl, then a powerful light machine gun, and now, even more bizarrely, he showed no fear in front of her real Desert Eagle. However, now that the cannon fodder had returned, she felt less afraid. Even if this man had weapons, she could hide behind her fans and counterattack. Do you not understand human speech? I said, bring that light machine gun, and that little girl over here. Otherwise they'll shoot you, believe it or not. Previously Honolulu could suppress her voice, but with the return of her cannon fodder, she became reckless. The squad leader and the big guy had just finished stitching up Xiao Xiao's wound when they heard this. Their faces turned a ghastly shade. Are you still Chinese? Is there any humanity left in you? The squad leader yelled in anger, his hands trembling. He saved all of us at the most critical moment. He is our benefactor. A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude. How did your parents educate you? The big guy rarely spoke proper Mandarin, which proved how angry he was. Heh. Beichen stood up, turned his neck, and raised his hand to stop the two. No, to be precise, he only saved the three of you this time. After saying this, Beichen wore a chilling smile, taking step by step towards Honolulu and the others. At the same time, a 9-inch black blade appeared in his hand. Seeing this, the squad leader and the big guy became anxious. A military knife against a Desert Eagle. How could that possibly win? Bro, don't be impulsive, that's a Desert Eagle. Beichen paid no heed, merely haha, this idiot really dares to come over, sisters. I bet he will kneel and apologize as soon as he gets here. Exactly, using a knife against Brother Lu's pistol. He's either insane or a lunatic. Just wait for the show. Oh, I can't help but look forward to seeing him get shot in the head. Honolulu also bore a cruel smile. The rate of fire of the gun was something no human could avoid. As soon as she pulled the trigger, this person would have his brain splattered. Kid, if you kneel before me and crawl through my legs, I might consider taking you as my little minion, otherwise the consequences are yours to bear. Honolulu, seeing Beichen still calm, couldn't help but speak harshly to increase her side's intimidation. Oh, are you planning to advance and retreat together? Bullshit, we're just a piece of meat on little Lu's body. Advance and retreat together. Who do you look down on? Very well then, let's die together. Before the words fell, a figure like a ghost darted through the crowd. Where the black light passed, blood gushed forth. A Yu. Bloodlines gradually appeared on the necks of 7 or 8 Lulu fans, their eyes wide open in disbelief that they were about to die. The bright red blood quickly dyed this patch of land. Oh, everywhere one looked was a deep crimson. The backbone Honolulu holding the Desert Eagle was dumbfounded. The bright red blood quickly dyed this patch of land. Oh, everywhere one looked was a deep crimson. The backbone Honolulu holding the Desert Eagle was dumbfounded, trembling all over, unable to muster the strength to pull the trigger. Beichen, holding the fish scale knife, smiled coldly, his figure flickering and disappearing once more. Oh no, let me go, I was wrong. Don't kill me, ooh, I will do anything you want, please. Silence. Dead silence. Honolulu in terror looked at the corpses of a dozen or so group members around her, some of whom were still gasping for breath, staring wide-eyed in struggle. I will give you 3 wishes, perhaps they can be fulfilled. Beichen, wiping the fish scale knife, spoke softly, as if he were not killing a person, but a beast. Demon, you are a demon who kills without blinking. Honolulu was so scared, she wet herself, her mind nearing collapse. Die, I want you dead. Bang! The Desert Eagle finally unleashed its fiery tongue, aimed directly at Beichen. But the next second what happened made the squad leader and others gasp in shock. A bullet fired directly at his head did not harm him. A 7.62 bullet should at least leave some blood, right? Why is this happening? Die for me. Bang bang bang. 3 more shots were fired in succession, yet Beichen still walked in with a chilling smile. This scene was not just frightening, it was beyond human. Looking at this young person who was poisoning the younger generation, Beichen did not intend to grant him a quick release. He lunged forward, instantly arriving in front of Honolulu. Before she could react in fear, Beichen grabbed her by the neck and slammed her hard against the wall behind. Puff, puff, puff. 6 blades struck out in succession, all avoiding Honolulu's vital points. This way, she wouldn't die for a short time, but would be in immense pain. Leaning closer to Honolulu, Beichen whispered, the first 2 wishes cannot be granted, consider your last one carefully. Woo. Brother, father, grandfather, ancestors, please spare me. After going out, I will give you all the money I've saved over the years, not a penny less. Oh, it seems you want to keep the last wish. Well then. The tip of the fish scale knife slowly pierced her spleen, and suddenly Honolulu's eyes widened, letting out a wail like a slaughtered pig. Kill me, the last wish is for a quick death. Swish, a black blade swept by. Beichen sheathed his knife and turned to leave. It was smooth and decisive. Seeing Beichen turn to leave, Honolulu, now realizing, felt a rush of joy, thinking she had deceived this idiot. But before she could even grin wide enough, a sudden dizziness struck her. When she opened her eyes again in a daze, a horrific scene unfolded. She saw her own body lying quietly not far away, perfectly intact, but her neck was eerily empty. Where's my head? Why can I see my own butt? Seemingly realizing something, Honolulu screamed in horror, her features contorted in pain, resembling a chrysanthemum battered by a storm. Yet no matter how loudly Honolulu cried out, trying to open her mouth, no sound could be produced. She could only wait, in endless fear and despair, for her brain cells to die. As if joking, Beichen would never allow her to die easily, especially after she dared to insult his family. After going through multiple crises, Beichen felt he had changed, becoming even more ruthless. However, he had no choice. If he did not eliminate them today, they could become a potential threat in the future, and moreover, these people had no morals whatsoever. Family was Beichen's bottom line, an absolute bottom line. Honolulu did not need to be this tragic, but regrettably, she had no limits daring to plot against his precious. His precious had been raised by Beichen, and rather than a pet, it was more like family. As he bent down to pick up the more than 20 pieces of supplies on the ground, Beichen did not look back, drew the Desert Eagle, and turned with a shot. Bang! The last girl beside the squad leader and the big guy also collapsed to the ground, eyes wide open. Years of martial arts practice had heightened their senses. Feeling a cold chill from behind, the intent to kill revealed the hearts of men. Beichen knew he could not let this last girl live. The resentment in her eyes was something he had already hidden away, but his instincts would not go wrong. The girl, seeing that she had killed Honolulu, had a gaze filled with deep hatred for him. So having gone this far, there was no turning back. Almost die. I said this time I only saved 3 people, you are not among them. Seeing Beichen approaching with a calm expression, the class leader and the big guy instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a chill rise within them at the sight of this man. Decisive, ruthless, merciless. Without hesitation, the two exchanged a glance, shocked at what they saw in each other's eyes. So, class leader, how is Xiao Xia's injury? Beichen felt somewhat awkward under their gaze and scratched his head, saying, the whole situation has been witnessed by the 3 soldiers from start to finish. Beichen appeared unafraid of the beast tide, nearly exhausting his resources to save everyone. Not only was there no gratitude expressed, but he even stole their guns and had them hand over their daughter. This was beyond ungratefulness. This was beastly. No, even beasts would not commit such acts. Therefore, it was not surprising that the members of Lulu's team were killed. The class leader stepped forward first, extending his right hand with a smile, saying, if it weren't for you stepping in during this beast-tide crisis, we would have probably died in battle. Beichen admired the qualities of the 3 men. They truly were members of the regular forces of Huaxia. The two shook hands, and then the class leader saluted Beichen. At this moment, the big guy also walked over, looking at Beichen in disbelief. Brother, you are amazing. Our best equipment is just an engineer's shovel, yet you managed to carry out an M249 light machine gun. The 3 conversed, finding much common ground. Of course, no one mentioned Beichen's acts of slaughtering the team. After all, the dead were cold, and discussing it would serve no purpose. Hearing that Xiao Xia's injury was not serious, just excessive blood loss, Beichen also let out a slight sigh of relief. Influenced by his grandfather in his childhood, he harbored a special affection for the dignified, formal military uniforms. However, he was the only one in his family who was like a mouse droppings. He couldn't even enlist to be a soldier, which was why he developed an inexplicable fondness for regular soldiers. Turning around and frowning, Beichen said to the class leader, let's find another place to rekindle the bonfire and have a good meal. The smell here is too strong, affecting our appetite. Hearing this, the class leader and the big guy were taken aback. What kind of person was this? He had just slaughtered so many people and still had an appetite to eat. Roast meat, if you don't go, I'm leaving myself. Beichen got into the woolen car first and said to the 2 who were still in a daze. Hearing roast meat, not only did the class leader and the big guy widen their eyes, but even the excessively blood-lost and unconscious Xiao Xia swallowed hard. They had forgotten which year it was since they last had roast meat. Unsure if Beichen was just being polite, the class leader couldn't make up his mind. After all, he had saved them and now wanted to eat their good stuff. It was hard to justify. Moreover, this was a survival game and food was precious. The military regulations of Huaxia were strict, and no one dared to take even a pin from the masses. Gulyulu, Gulyulu, class leader, look here. The big guy swallowed, ignoring the strange noises from his stomach, and said with a serious expression, Xiao Xia's injury is severe and he has lost too much blood. We need to get something good to eat, otherwise he might not make it. The class leader, who was already somewhat hesitant, became even more worried for his comrade's safety. He was about to say okay, when suddenly, Xiao Xia groggily opened his eyes and weakly said, "Class leader, I can still hold on to him, not hungry." Hearing this, the big guy was heartbroken. "All right, well, make an exception this time," the class leader said gravely, looking at the big guy. "You hold Xiao Xia and go back to the car, I'll clean up a bit, and come right away." "Yes, class leader." Seeing this scene, Beichen couldn't help but feel a deep respect for the three. Suddenly, Beichen's expression changed as he looked at the distant corpse of the White Wolf King. The corpse of the Wolf King hasn't disappeared. Could it be? Beichen got out of the car and carefully inspected the corpse of the Wolf King. Oh, it turned out to be similar to the previous wild boar. The corpse wouldn't disappear after death. Beichen smiled but hesitated, lifting the enormous corpse of the White Wolf King with a shoulder throw and turning back towards the Wuling. What does wolf meat taste like? Beichen genuinely didn't know. He guessed it might be similar to dog meat. After all, wolf dogs and dogs share some genes. Carefully, without disturbing the sleeping baby, Beichen stuffed the Wolf King's corpse into the back of the Wuling car. At this time, the three soldiers had already gotten into the car waiting for Beichen. In the darkness before dawn, a hint of desolation mingled. However, compared to the starless, moonless night, they preferred the dawn before the break of day. Crackling, the roaring bonfire blazed. Beichen looked in bewilderment at the big guy skillfully skinning the Wolf King with his fish-scale military knife. The proficiency of his technique made Beichen feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. Now we can have a good meal. Each of the 4 wolf legs must weigh over 20 pounds. As the big guy continued to cut, he mumbled, possibly out of thirst, constantly gulping something down. "So are you all from the cooking team?" Beichen asked the class leader. Hearing this, the class leader shot a glance at the big guy, and then smiled. "Yes, we are from the 4621 cooking team of the Ganin military district." Once the topic was opened, Beichen immediately asked his lingering question. "After the national channel was activated, did you manage to contact the main forces of Huaxia?" This was something Beichen desperately wanted to know. If all three could contact the Huaxia forces, it would prove that, as stated by the game console, all the young people around the world had entered the game, which also hinted at other important information. The class leader shook his head seriously, saying, "No, we shout in the world channel almost every day searching for the main forces. However, through shouting I discovered a strange phenomenon." Beichen immediately became interested, asking, "What phenomenon?" The big guy chimed in, "It seems that aside from the active armed forces of the country, those who entered the game are mostly from the cooking team and veterans." Beichen was taken aback, falling into deep thought. He wanted to deduce the purpose of this road survival from the phenomenon, but unfortunately, there were too many people and factors involved, making it hard to draw conclusions. As they delved deeper into conversation, Beichen learned that among the three, the class leader was named Chuan Zhengwo, the big guy was named Zheng Jingren, and Xiao Xia was named Xia Daping, all of whom had served in the regular army for over 5 years. Since entering this survival game, everyone had been isolated except for the chat plaza, where they could communicate without suspicion. Thus, face-to-face conversations like this were theoretically a luxury. 40 minutes later, the 4 roasted wolf legs emitted an enticing aroma. As Beichen took out various seasonings from the Wuling, the class leader and the big guy's eyes widened. Why don't chefs want to cook at home? It's not due to laziness, really. It's because the kitchenware and seasonings at home simply do not meet their standards. Even if they cook, the results are often unsatisfactory, leading to disappointment for their families. Thus, when Beichen took out various seasonings in this environment, it genuinely astonished them. "Impressive, brother, you even have seasonings." The big guy reached out with a trembling hand, unsure if it was from hunger or excitement. Beichen smiled and didn't pay much attention, quickly changing the topic to the final theme. Based on the current trends and developments in the game, Beichen could almost conclude that players would surely head towards a military group flow in the future. With his abundant resources, he naturally didn't want to lag behind. However, along the way, it was challenging to find trustworthy team members, which was why he had been hesitating to take action. But now Beichen had made up his mind. Whether through covert support or directly forming a team, he would recruit these 3 regular soldiers. Because he did not want these pure, principled, and honorable soldiers to fall into the hands of selfish magnates who prioritized profit. P.S. Honestly, I almost lost my composure yesterday. I wrote, based on my experience of having dated 8 girlfriends, analyzing the somewhat intimate relationship between the male and female leads who were actually strangers that had never met, detailing their genuine thoughts, actions, and dialogues, wanting everyone to learn some experiences while reading. Unexpectedly, it became a reason for the review section to stir up trouble. I don't know how many of them have girlfriends or have been in relationships. Initially, I just wanted to help everyone gain some real experience in interactions between men and women and ways to handle such situations. Sigh. It feels like the ratings will continue to drop. A pile of campfire for men. After obtaining the seasoning, the tall man focused intently and quickly got to work. He evenly sprinkled cumin and chili powder on 4 roasted wolf legs. As the cumin roasted at high temperatures, it gradually released a rich and unique flavor. Even Beichen, who was deep in thought, couldn't help but swallow. It smelled so good. Thinking back to the charcoal grilled pork he made earlier. TSK. There's a saying that goes, Never use your amateur hobby to challenge someone else's profession that supports their family. Not only Beichen but even squad leader Chuan Zhangwo couldn't help but glance at the tall man expressing his admiration. Come on everyone, don't be shy, let's dig in while it's hot. The tall man, full of confidence, first handed the roasted meat to Beichen. Thank you, Beichen smiled as he took it, immediately taking a large bite. The moment the wolf meat entered his mouth, Beichen rolled his eyes. Oh my, this thing is really delicious. Perhaps due to their dining habits in the army, the squad leader and the tall man spoke little, while they ate, their heads bowed as they devoured the food. At this moment, Xiao Xia, who was lying to the side, protested. Squad leader, I wasn't hungry earlier. What does this taste? Why is it so tender and fragrant? Upon hearing this, both the squad leader and the tall man were momentarily taken aback, their expressions showing shame. They then took turns feeding Xiao Xia the roasted meat. Beichen could tell that these three had likely not had a full meal in a long time. Recalling how he used a big pineapple to fight off the wolf pack and how the squad leader had taken out a water bottle to help cool it down, Beichen realized that the three probably had no water source either. Beichen pretended to check his pocket, revealing 3 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and a bottle of purified water. Squad leader, that last bottle of water you used to cool the gun barrel was your last stock, right? Here, drink this first, Beichen said as he handed over 2 bottles of Jiang Xiaobai and 1 bottle of The squad leader hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it. The debt of gratitude had been created, and 1 more wouldn't hurt. He silently noted it down to repay in the future. Thank you, Beichen. For those who acknowledged him, Beichen didn't hide his true identity. It was the most basic form of trust. Thus, when the tall squad leader saw the Jiang Xiaobai and purified water in Beichen's hands, he didn't show any surprise. After all, a person's name is their shadow. Moreover, among the billions of players in Huaxia, Beichen was already a somewhat notable figure. Not to say he was universally known, but his name was recognized by many. In the aftermath of a beast tide having survived, and with comrades making it through, everyone, including Beichen, was enjoying this moment of relaxation and tranquility. By the way, squad leader, what are your plans for the future? Beichen initiated his main topic. Upon hearing this, the squad leader, the tall man, and the weak Xiao Xia all fell silent, because they too were uncertain about where to go next. Though they could contact other squad mates through the world channel, without coordinates, the chances of blindly driving through an endless road were too low. The squad leader shook his head and said nothing. Beichen directly shifted the topic, asking the key question, squad leader, you have the most experience in the army. Based on your strategic insight, where do you think the game will likely head next? A strategic vision is a basic quality for a military officer and must be possessed. Taking into account the experiences of entering the game, the complex environment and encounters, along with the Sunabipened world channels and national channels. There are 2 directions. One is to form a military group to unite against the constant beast tides in this world, survive, and wait for the game to end. The second is to form a military group and establish cities belonging to our country, either to fight against unknown monsters or to clash with players from other nations. The squad leader's tone was heavy. Although these events had not yet transpired, he believed that the game would ultimately develop in these 2 directions based on numerous factors. Of course, nothing is absolute. It is merely speculation. Beichen nodded, slightly unable to help but admire the squad leader's strategic vision. However, in his view, this was still far from enough. If Beichen looked up and took a sip of Jiang Xiaobai, then calmly said, if 90 of the players from Huaxiao are killed by the beast tide or wiped out by players from other countries, what impact would this have on our nation? From that moment on, Beichen indirectly elevated the topic of conversation to a national strategic level. If a country loses its young blood supply, it will quickly enter extreme aging. It is almost a certainty that this nation will decline completely within 20 to 50 years. By then, the streets would no longer see beautiful women or handsome men. There would only be the elderly and children. Of course, in the struggle for survival, the survival of the fittest is unavoidable, and some will inevitably die alone. For example, the dozen or so fans of Lulu, those useless individuals living only to waste air. If they provoke Beichen, it would certainly lead to their annihilation. Seeing the drastic change in expression of the 2, Beichen chose not to say more, as his thoughts had already been conveyed, especially since they were 3 regular soldiers. Even if they disagreed with the gathering of regular troops to form a military group, Beichen's goal had been largely achieved. At this moment, squad leader Chuan Zhangwo, the tall man Zheng Jingren, and the weak Xiao Xia looked at Beichen with awe in their eyes. Indeed, without a nation, how can one have a home? It is unimaginable. A young man in his 20s whose family has only had military service in the previous generation is actually younger than them by several years. Without ever having entered the army or receiving high-level ideological education, he actually possesses such a long-term strategic insight. It's truly absurd. May I ask, what battles did your grandfather participate in? What were they called? The squad leader had already come to a decision in his heart. The Battle of Goryeo, the defense battle. Speaking of his grandfather, Beichen felt a surge of pride. He never expected that his grandfather, who had educated him since childhood, was actually a first-class veteran soldier who had fought in the war. If it weren't for the military screening, that old box containing medals and military documents might have never been revealed. Upon hearing about these two difficult battles, the squad leader and the tall man instantly felt respect. But the next second, when Beichen revealed his grandfather's name, the squad leader and the tall man suddenly stood up in shock. My grandfather's name is Bei Jingqing. What did you say? Could it be that he is the Bei Jingqing who received first-class merit during the war and then concealed his achievements for nearly 40 years after the war? Beichen smiled and nodded slightly. The clouds parted and clarity emerged. Now all doubts could be explained. 99 of the heroes who received first-class merit during the war had long been laid to rest in the martyrs' cemetery. And those who survived to be awarded first-class merit during the war had undoubtedly turned the tide of battle by their own. And such successors educated by battle heroes naturally have long-term strategic vision. At this moment, the squad leader and the tall man exchanged glances, seemingly having made some decision. Beichen, now I can confidently propose gathering other scattered regular soldiers. The squad leader let out a long breath and continued, having you form the Huaxia military group can be said to be in accordance with the will of heaven, and it can be justified. This would also gain the trust of other troops and veterans. A justified cause. Normally most people would think of it as mere words. But for Beichen, with his perspective, he had to treat this matter seriously. Why? Because he was gathering not ordinary players, but the regular army of Huaxia. Zhu Di of the Ming dynasty, having fought for a lifetime, could not wash away the fact that he killed his nephew to usurp the throne. But did he want to usurp the throne? No, the environment forced him to do so. However, later generations had no interest in understanding that Zhu Di was coerced. They only knew he killed his nephew and usurped the throne to seize the world. Thus Beichen wanted to form a regular military group. He must have a justified cause. Of course, this action was not for the sake of becoming a king or indulging in pleasures, but rather after the game eliminated the weak to lead the remaining elite troops of Huaxia back to reality. Beichen looked at the squad leader and nodded seriously. Squad leader, I'll leave the task of strategically gathering them to you. After all, I have never officially enlisted. Beichen continued, for now don't worry about the issues of close combat weapons and food. This was not Beichen boasting. After forming the military group, resources would be unified under Beichen. After system enhancements in quality or quantity, it could be said that temporarily supporting a regiment posed no pressure. Upon hearing that Beichen would unify the troops, the squad leader and the others showed excitement. Yet thinking of the numerous challenges ahead, their expressions turned heavy. However, our troops are scattered everywhere without coordinates, and gathering them is too difficult. Beichen nodded slightly. This was indeed an urgent issue that needed to be solved. Suddenly Beichen seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly sent a private message to Tung Chuchu. Tung Chuchu replied almost instantly. Seeing Tung Chuchu's reply, Beichen smiled, and then said to the squad leader and the others, you guys eat first, they'll be back soon. The positioning issue can be resolved tonight. P.S. A special thanks to the brothers on the fan leaderboard from high to low. Due to word count limitations, I can only write as much as possible. The names of the other fans by Long has also remembered and will never forget, even if turned to ash. First Fib. Second Manjasaka. Third Dali 2. 0 plus leaks. Top 10 Sun Baked Board Shio Tianzuan 6162. Imo Qian Kuenda. E-Pot Stewed Inadequately Yun Qianing Old Brother Awesome. Top 20. The Planner. Lonely Constant Fire Qing Foam. Xiao Sei Winter White. Snow Qing Shan Ling U0057. Sword of Domination Planet Godzilla. Top 30 Moonlit Dream Chaser Air Dan Talent Chemical Defense Deployment Time Unable to Fight Silent Meng. How I Am a God 9095. Slaughter Gardner Bombing Gang Alone. Let's write this much for now. If I write more, I fear the review will chop me with 40 big knives. By the way, the first ones to donate to arrange for side characters were those two. One took a screenshot, the other I can't remember. If you see this reply, gather the military group, and the extras can be arranged both male and female soldiers. Hearing that the positioning issue would be resolved tonight left the tall class leader and his companions utterly astonished. Beichen, unconcerned, returned to the car with his roasted wolf leg, finding the baby soundly asleep, without any intention of waking her. He took out more than 20 items obtained from today's Beast Tide. Very good, we acquired a total of 8 soul crystals from the 2 Beast Tides. Beichen was not in a hurry to enhance the soul crystals, and instead stored them back in the particle ring. Looking at a sharp, elongated military dagger with a triangular blade, he smiled. Although this weapon has a fearsome reputation, it was deemed obsolete due to its singular combat style. However, anyone underestimating its power would surely regret it. Detection indicates that the standard triangular military dagger can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Detection indicates that the MOE knife can be enhanced. Would you like to enhance it? Enhanced. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. The enhancement for the standard triangular military dagger is now 50 modern multipurpose daggers. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. The enhancement for the standard MOE knife is now 50 fine iron wrapped steel MOE knives. As soon as the prompt sounded, Beichen was startled and quickly stored the pile of weapons into the particle ring before they could fall into the car. Having obtained 50 melee and ranged weapons, each Beichen felt quite pleased. With weapons, the team had a basic combat capability, not to mention anything else. When facing attacks from wild beasts or players from other countries like Sakura, they wouldn't be left defenseless and die in despair. Next, Beichen began to enhance various resources, particularly food, water, and energy, as these were essential for immediate use. Enhancement successful. 600 milliliters of mud water has been enhanced to 60 liters of purified water. Enhancement successful. 1 pack of expired biscuits has been enhanced to 100 packs of compressed biscuits. Enhancement successful. 500 milliliters of mixed gasoline has been enhanced to 50 liters of regular gasoline. Continuously, Beichen stored the newly appeared resources into the particle ring, not daring to be careless. If such resources fell all at once, it would be catastrophic. After about 3 minutes, Beichen finally wiped his fine sweat, having finished collecting the resources. At that moment, a private message notification suddenly rang. Your friend Tung Chu Chu has sent you a private message. Beichen, are you coming over? If you do, I will send you our position. After parting from Tung Chu Chu, Beichen deduced that Tung Baiwan must have acquired something good, or they wouldn't have met. Beichen hesitated, providing a vague reply. Trade the Viper over to me, and I'll study it. He calmly looked at the private message screen, feeling uncertain, but this test was necessary. What Beichen did not expect was that as soon as he sent his request, a trade request came in. Your friend Tung Chu Chu has sent you a trade request. Would you like to accept? Accepting it, the virtual trading panel appeared, and without hesitation the other party placed a spotted Viper pistol on the table and promptly clicked the confirm trade button. With the Viper in hand, Beichen pushed down the magazine, filled with several bullets, feeling complex emotions, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Detection indicates that the spotted Viper pistol can be decorated. Would you like to consume equivalent resources for decoration? Decorate. Congratulations, host. Decoration of the spotted Viper successful. At this moment, Tung Chu Chu also sent a message, her tone slightly worried. Beichen, if something happens on your side, just keep the Viper. I have 2 particularly strong veterans among the 10 or so retired soldiers here, so it's relatively safe for me, and I can manage without a handgun. Beichen smiled, taking out 10 rounds of 7.62 bullets from the particle ammunition depot and placing them in the trading panel alongside the decorated Viper. Everything is fine here. Please accept these 10 bullets. Perhaps I will need your help with something later. Tung Chu Chu hesitated, but knowing Beichen's character, she eventually clicked the trade button. What do you need? Just tell me, and I will definitely help if I can. Beichen was taken aback, not expecting Tung Chu Chu to agree so readily. Helping in such a survival scenario is extremely laborious, yet she didn't even ask what the matter was, and simply agreed. Beichen didn't hold back and immediately shared his plans and the subsequent deployment with Tung Chu Chu. After sending the message, Beichen waited for a full 10 seconds before seeing Tung Chu Chu reply. Beichen, are you crazy? How dare you recruit regular soldiers directly? After the game ends and returning to reality, how will you explain this to the higher-ups? Indeed, on the day when the World Channel and National Channel successively opened, all ambitious and thoughtful tycoons and forces prioritized recruiting retired soldiers and security personnel. At first, no one dared to openly recruit regular soldiers. Indeed, on the day when the World Channel and National Channel successively opened, all ambitious and thoughtful tycoons and forces prioritized recruiting retired. After all, this isn't the apocalypse, it's a game. There is still hope to return to the original harmonious and stable society. In Huaxiao, business does not interfere with politics and politics does not involve business. No one dares to do so. However, Beichen is different. His father, a first-class hero in the War of Resistance, belongs to a prominent red lineage. In ancient times, with such achievements, it would be no problem to be promoted to a general. However, the baseline is meant to be broken. Although it is said this way, if the duration of the game is long enough, those tycoons and forces will also stretch their hands towards regular soldiers. I have plans and have considered all of this. Beichen did not wish to reveal the details, his words pointedly asking if she would help with this matter. After 3 seconds, Tung Chu Chu replied again. Okay, I will help you. But Beichen, it's best to disband the organization before the game ends. That way it will be easier to explain. Beichen was surprised, not expecting this girl to have such foresight. Thanks, once I arrange everything here, I will send you the coordinates. I understand. Heaving a heavy sigh of relief, Beichen was about to close the private message when suddenly a question came in, her tone shy and completely unlike the carefree Tung Chu Chu. Beichen, since we parted, have you missed me just a little? From miss me, it's not hard to tell. Tung Chu Chu felt uncertain. Asking if he missed her directly might lead Beichen to overthink it, so she opted for a more formal question. At least at this moment, your shadow is in my heart. Closing the private message, Beichen did not rush to get out of the car, instead rolling down the window to pull out a cigarette and light it. Quickly sorting through his thoughts, Beichen understood that taking this step meant he would inevitably engage in resource competition and interest disputes with major domestic tycoons and players from other countries. On the other side, Tung Chu Chu revealed a serene smile upon reading Beichen's last response. Returning to the campfire in 2 quick strides, she nodded at the 2 strongest members of the team, and then whispered to her brother, "Brother, come over here, I have something to ask you." Tung Baiwan looked back in confusion, and said, "You girl always asking about love, are you bored after?" "Brother, don't talk nonsense, I really have something important." Tung Baiwan had no choice but to look at the man and woman across the campfire smiling. "Ichun, Ihan, you 2 guard the camp, first I'll be back soon." Sitting opposite Tung Baiwan were a man and a woman. The man had messy hair, a cold expression, and his pitch-black eyes remained calm like water, seemingly unaffected by anything. The woman wore a black leisure outfit, giving off an impression of being competent and cool. She had shoulder-length short hair, and the most unforgettable feature was not her stunning beauty, but her frosty sharp gaze. Zhang Yiqin and Shui Yihan merely nodded upon hearing this, watching the Tung siblings leave. Suddenly Shui Yihan frowned slightly, and coldly said to Zhang Yiqin beside her, "Yiqin, check the group chat for messages from Chuanpu." Zhang Yiqin tilted his head slightly, and coldly glanced at Shui Yihan. "Oh, Chuan Zhangwo is actually sending out troop mobilization messages." Zhang Yiqin frowned. "What does this kid want?" Quickly Zhang Yiqin sent the suspicious private message to Chuan Zhangwo in their group. However, as replies came in one after another, the usually cold expression on Zhang Yiqin's face showed signs of shock. Seeing Zhang Yiqin's change in expression, Shui Yihan was equally astonished. This person was so aloof that he could be considered proud, but he indeed had the qualifications to be so. A former scout, he was later selected for the South China Sea Guard Corps, but chose to retire due to unexpected injuries. As for herself, she was merely a rookie fighter among female soldiers, completely not on the same level as him. "What happened?" Shui Yihan asked curiously. "Just take a look for yourself." Zhang Yiqin directly analyzed the chat information he had with Chuan Zhangwo. After merely glancing at the chat content, Shui Yihan's body trembled. "It's that old man's grandson. Well, he indeed has the qualifications to temporarily gather the troops." The 2 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. P.S. I ultimately lowered my head, asking the editor for permission to modify the earlier plot. Sigh. The helplessness of adulthood. Brothers, let's get the reviews going. Urge for updates, and watch the short videos when there's nothing to do. The author wants to have a nice meal of pork and cabbage stew. After finishing a cigarette, Beichen received a private message. "Friend Tung Baiwan has sent you a private message." Beichen, are you serious?" "Assembling a regular army." Throwing away the burnt cigarette, Beichen replied with a smile, "So are you willing to join? If you wanted, this is an opportunity." Beichen actually wanted Tung Baiwan and his sister to join the team, not only because of their relationship, but also due to their luck. Moreover, the army is a relatively closed environment. Most of the recruits he would recruit would still be active military personnel, and he needed clever and capable individuals to constantly observe the overall situation. After understanding the situation in detail, Beichen learned from Tung Chuchu that Tung Baiwan was one of the candidates to lead the Ting group in Magic City. Those who could be designated as family candidates were all exceptionally talented and capable. After hesitating for a moment, Tung Baiwan replied, "All right, my sister and I have decided to join." "Beichen, I am not ambitious. I just want to guide my sister through the game and return to reality." Seeing this, Beichen smiled. This was the team member he had been looking for. A gentleman's word. For horses can't chase back. The 2 hit it off immediately. "In 10 minutes, send me the number of your team members, their previous professions before service, and all current supplies. The regular army must have regular army protocols." "Okay, I'll handle it right away." After disconnecting the private message, Beichen didn't hesitate, and took out military supplies for 3 people from the particle ring. They included 3 Mitsubishi military daggers, 3 MOE knives, water, food, and several gallons of gasoline. Detected 3 triangular military daggers, 3 MOE knives, 3 meet the embellishment conditions. Do you wish to consume 6 days worth of resources for embellishment? Beichen had already tested the powerful embellishment function. It was simply delightful. Therefore, as long as the weapons had been enhanced by the system, Beichen had to embellish them. If enough embellished weapons were distributed in the future, one never knows when they might save his life at a critical moment. By then, Beichen could also mimic Yin Shuanging, "I bet your gun has no bullets." After the embellishment, the hot weapons in front of Beichen could truly be said to have no bullets. If you don't believe it, try shooting, and you'll find out. Embellish. Congratulations, host, you have consumed 6 days worth of resources. Embellishment of 3 Mitsubishi military daggers, 3, and MOE knives, 3, was successful. From several embellishments, Beichen learned that the system would automatically deduct the lowest heat resource from the particle ring, which was presumably the lowest quality water or gasoline. Thus, Beichen didn't have to go through the hassle of taking out resources like the first time. After finishing all this, he directly carried the prepared military supplies off the vehicle. A 10-liter barrel of regular gasoline, 5 liters of pure water, 11 packs of compressed biscuits, 3 military daggers, 3 MOE knives. Only Beichen could carry this all at once. Even a change of person would require several trips. The big guy by the bonfire, gnawing on a wolf leg bone, dropped the bone onto the ground upon seeing this scene. "Wow bro, impressive. So many supplies." The squad leader's face flushed as he vaguely felt that his earlier decision was indeed correct. Here, squad leader, these are the weapons and equipment for the three of you. This is food, water, and fuel for 4 days. With these you can merge with the main force without risking getting off the vehicle to scavenge for resources on the way. The main force, the squad leader, and the others were momentarily stunned. At this moment the squad leader and the big guy Xiaoxia's host notifications went off simultaneously. Player Tung Baiwan has sent a friend request. Do you accept? The three looked at Beichen in confusion. Add him. He will send you the location coordinates so you can quickly join the main force. Upon hearing this the three were delighted. Beichen, what about you? The squad leader asked Beichen. Don't worry, I won't be heading back to the team for a while. After you merge, Tung Baiwan will lead for now, and I will notify Tung Baiwan first if I have any instructions. Understood, Captain. At this moment, the three genuinely recognized Beichen as their leader. From nothing to something, a simple system gradually took shape. This may seem simple, but in practice, every detail is a challenge. Yet Beichen had the capability to construct this system in a short time. As the squad leader and the others accepted Tung Baiwan's friend request, they smoothly entered Tung Baiwan's team channel. Meanwhile, the location coordinates from Tung Baiwan appeared in the private messages of the squad leader and the others. Upon entering a new team channel and seeing familiar faces, the squad leader exclaimed. While the soldier king Zhang Yichen and the female soldier combat rookie Shui Yihan are both in this team. With an excited heart and trembling hands, the squad leader almost shouted. Soldier king. Female soldier king. Beichen was also surprised, not expecting Tung Baiwan to be so lucky to have recruited 2 soldier kings in advance. Very well, squad leader big guy Xiaoxia, you all set off now, travel through the night and rush to merge with the team. Off you go. Beichen nodded. Watching a red flag quickly disappear at the end of the road, Beichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the saying goes, the beginning is often the hardest part. As long as the system and protocols gradually improve, he could finally relax. The first 3 kicks are indeed tough. The reason Beichen did not want to act with the main force was of course to conceal the system. If this thing leaked, he could be hunted down by players worldwide. After finishing this flurry of activities, his roasted wolf leg had long cooled down. With no one around, Beichen revealed his particle ring and took out the barbecue rack and charcoal. At this moment, a private message from Tung Baiwan came through, sounding somewhat anxious. Beichen, I feel you need to prove your identity in the team. One of our team members worked in military registration and is a first-class soldier. He is very familiar with it, so you must prove your identity for them to trust you completely. Beichen nodded, proving his identity was necessary. Otherwise any player could impersonate him, and that would be disastrous. Soldiers are indeed reliable, but they are not fools. Then a prompt sounded. Friend Tung Baiwan invites you to join a private team. Do you accept? Accept. After entering the team channel, Beichen glanced at the number of members, 21. Since the private team channel is more personal, members' real names are no longer hidden. As Beichen joined the channel, all conversations immediately came to a halt. That's right, I am Beichen. My grandfather is Bei Jingqing, age XXX, native of XXX, currently residing in XXX. He retired from military service in XXX year, and has been farming at home, and in XXX year on the date of X month X, I learned of my grandfather's military achievements during the military investigation. Beichen got straight to the point. To be a leader, one must have authority. The first impression is important as it allows him to manage the team better in the future. Because the deeds of old man Bei Jingqing were too shocking, those managing military registration in the army could recite the old man's information. Of course, due to the nature of their profession, except for them, no one else, not even battalion-level officers, could view the old man's identity information, current residence address, let alone the date of retirement or the date when the military discovered his achievements. Sure enough, when these confidential details emerged, the entire team channel fell silent. Tung Baiwan and Tung Chuchu were dumbfounded. What was going on? That anti-Japanese hero, the old man who marched past the front gate during the military parade, is Beichen's grandfather. Comrades and fellow soldiers, I can guarantee with military honor that the old man's information is confirmed to be correct. Retired in 2017, formerly a reconnaissance soldier in the Xanadu military district, serving as the squad leader of the South China Sea Guard Group, Zhang Yichen. Greetings, Captain. Currently active in the North Military District, Deputy Commander of the Female Soldier Division, Shui Yihan. Greetings, Captain. Retired in 2012, formerly the Director of the Military Registration Department in the Lantian Military District, Duangu, Xian. Greetings, Captain. Currently active in the Gannan Military District, Cook Squad Leader, Chuan Zhangwo. Greetings, Captain. Among the 21 people except for Tung Baiwan and Tung Chuchu, no one spoke. One by one they stated their retirement time, former military district, and position. The first meeting must be formal. It is also the last screening to ensure that there are no imposters among the retired soldiers. If they are not genuine active or retired military personnel, accurate information cannot be disclosed. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Due to special circumstances, I cannot merge with you for now. The matters within the team will be handled by Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan for now. Beichen continued to organize his words. The new trend in the game involves collecting supplies, unifying classifications, and dealing with domestic and foreign forces, which will temporarily be handled by Tung Baiwan. Understood, Captain. Understood, Captain. After a simple briefing, Beichen left the team channel without any hesitation. He sighed with relief and wolfed down the already heated roasted wolf leg. After eating, he returned to the wooling car. Beichen had a busy night ahead. Over 20 weapons needed embellishment supplies traded from Tung Baiwan needed enhancement and needed to be uniformly distributed. As the saying goes, the first 3 kicks are tough, but once the beginning is well done, it will be much easier afterward. Returning to the carriage, Beichen gently lifted the child into his arms and softly pinched her smooth, plump cheeks. Gradually, a subtle shift in his heart made him begin to regard her as his own daughter. He himself was astonished. How could he, having just shed his innocence, suddenly feel the profound instinct of fatherhood? Having only now completed urgent matters, he felt a pang of guilt for having neglected her so long. Tonight the child had performed a truly heroic deed. Little one, are you awake? Are you hungry? Daddy has something delicious for you, Beichen murmured tenderly, his eyes brimming with affection. Her long lashes fluttered faintly as she opened her drowsy, wide-set eyes. Oh, delicious. Does Daddy still have those red candy beads? Beichen knew she meant soul essence, and without explanation, he turned and retrieved a soul crystal from his particle ring. Amplify. Congratulations, host. The soul crystal has been successfully amplified into soul essence. Since the child's physical maturity now approximated that of a 7 or 80-year-old, there was no need to crush the essence into tiny fragments before feeding it to her. Here, look what Daddy has for you. At the sight of the soul essence in Beichen's hand, the child instantly perked up. Instinctively, she parted her lips, waiting eagerly to be fed. Beichen smiled and placed the amplified soul essence directly into her mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. A crisp, clear sound like biting into hard candy. Beichen's startled soul essence, after all, was crystalline. How could she simply bite through and swallow it whole? Slow down, slow down. Don't choke on it. But before the words fully left his lips, she tilted her head back and swallowed it in one motion. Daddy, it's so yummy. You're so good to me. She then stretched out her pale, delicate arms, wrapped them around his neck, and planted a soft kiss upon his cheek. Moi? Daddy, baby's sleepy now. Please sleep well too. All right, little one, rest first. Later Daddy will find you in your dreams. Promise. Seemingly energized by the soul essence, she drifted swiftly into deep, peaceful. Hearing no system notification, Beichen quietly surmised that following her first genetic amplification, her body now carried a secondary swift gene, requiring significantly more soul essence to trigger another system prompt. Gently settling her onto a comfortable spot inside the carriage, Beichen softly closed the door. The materials he was about to amplify, accumulated by Tung Baiwan's entire squad, were too volatile to handle inside, doing so risked endangering the child. In the far eastern sky, a golden hue began seeping through the deepening dawn. Beichen quickened his pace. With a single wave of his hand, an array of supplies materialized before him. 1000 ml groundwater. Amplifiable 3 sour buns. Amplifiable 1 Racnod hamburger. Amplifiable 1. 2 liters refined gasoline. 4 doses of antidiarrheal pills. Amplifiable 1 bottle of Yunshao white medicine. Amplifiable. Beichen scanned the list. Everything except the refined gasoline was amplifiable. Since food and energy were currently the squad's most pressing needs, and metal resources remained unnecessary for now, he chose not to extract or amplify any metallic items. Detected numerous amplifiable items. Proceed with amplification. The phrase numerous amplifiable items left Beichen momentarily speechless. Was the system truly this intuitive? Did it recognize the sheer variety and opt to spare itself the tedium of listing each item individually? Amplified. Congratulations, host. The amplification is complete. You have acquired 10 cases of soda water, 300 soft leaven steamed buns, 100 deluxe Kandaiji hamburgers, a 1 bottle of potent antidiarrheal medicine, 50 doses, 10 gene of Heiyu Duanxu ointment. As the system announcement echoed, Beichen moved with lightning speed, retrieving newly amplified goods while stowing away the originals. Yet upon hearing Heiyu Duanxu ointment, he nearly stumbled backward in disbelief. System, is this the Heiyu Duanxu ointment? Affirmative, it is the Heiyu Duanxu ointment. Beichen chuckled softly, crouching down to examine the large oil paper-wrapped lump lying before him, black, viscous, and tar-like. Its appearance, Curious, he carefully peeled back the sealed oil paper, whereupon an exquisite, soothing medicinal fragrance flooded his nostrils and permeated his being. Good heavens, this aroma surpasses even roasted meat in its uniqueness. Though astonished, he was perfectly healthy, his limbs intact, his bones unbroken, so testing its efficacy would have to wait. Still better safe than sorry. If the legends held true, this ointment was nothing short of miraculous, capable of healing ruptured meridians, fractured bones, internal injuries, and traumatic contusions alike. Once every last item had vanished into his particle ring, the sun rose serenely over the eastern horizon. Life stirred anew, the dawn of another day. Back aboard the vehicle, Beichen closed his eyes and performed 2 minutes of eye exercises. This was no mere case of sleepless exhaustion. He had endured 2 successive beast tides. Though his constitution was robust, fatigue now weighed heavily upon him. Yet with tasks still unfinished, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Adorning the Mitsubishi bayonets and MOE blades proved comparatively simple. Beichen prepared 18 sets of military-grade weaponry and 5 days' worth of rations. Neither the Mitsubishi bayonets nor the MOE blades had yet been issued to anyone beyond squad leader Zhang the Tall One and Xiao Xia. The remaining 18 members remained unarmed. Having resolved to form a disciplined unit, Beichen intended to equip his team with the finest arms available. 1,000 days of training for a single moment of deployment. Should the game conclude peacefully, all would be well. But should players from other nations dare invade and massacre Chinese players en masse, then this elite battalion, forged from seasoned soldiers, would unsheath like a razor-sharp sword, cutting down foes while striking awe into all corners of the realm. Beichen personally delivered these meticulously assembled weapons to squad leader Zhang Yichen. The logistical supplies he entrusted to Tung Baiwan. Then, issuing several concise stand recovery orders via the team channel, he sealed the windows and doors, and cradling the child sank into deep, dreamless sleep. Utter exhaustion, especially when the mind labors intensely. Thought itself becomes a grueling drain. Thanks to the system's enhancements, the Wuling vehicle now operated under a biological gene lock. Without Beichen's explicit authorization, no one could open its doors silently, or at all. Of course, unless reduced to ash by artillery fire. As things stood, aside from certain vulnerable surface areas on the chassis, the vehicle's glass and tires possessed formidable defensive resilience. Last night, every player had fought desperately against the beast tide. Few escaped unscathed, and even Beichen hardened as he was found the ordeal overwhelming. How much more so for others, starved, half-starved, battered by relentless hardship. Thus at this hour 99% of players slept soundly. Time slipped by silent and unobserved, until 6 full hours had passed, and Beichen still lay asleep in the carriage holding the child close. Thud. Suddenly, the Wuling's hull shuddered violently under a heavy impact, emitting a muffled resonant thud. In his sleep, Beichen jolted awake, eyes snapping open. Instantly, a desert eagle materialized in his palm. Regaining full awareness, he scanned the surroundings, but detected nothing amiss. Puzzled, he paused. Bang! Another impact, this time unmistakably clear. Its force was modest, dwarfed entirely by the monstrous yak beast he'd faced earlier. Cautiously approaching the window, he peered downward, and at the first glance fury ignited within him. Click! The pistol chambered. Upon seeing the creature outside, realization struck, followed instantly by a blazing sleep-fueled rage. This ends now. Old scores and new ones settled together. A tiger fallen on hard times may be mocked by dogs, but you aren't even dog enough to dare provoke me, twice. At that moment the child stirred from slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she glimpsed the creature outside, and instantly a gleaming stream of drool spilled from her lips. She scrambled upright and cried out urgently, "Hey, let go of that rat. I'll take it." At dawn the bright moon sank in the west as the proud sun rose in the east. It should have been a pleasant morning, yet Beichen, deep in sleep, was roused by a large black rat. He recalled smashing a resource crate and being ambushed by rodents fleeing on reflex. It was not some ancestral grudge, merely yesterday's offense carrying over into today. Beichen had gun and ammo at the ready. A scion of a famed general would not suffer such humiliation. He chambered his pistol and thrust the black muzzle of his desert eagle out the window, preparing to unleash a storm of fire. Suddenly a cry rang out, "Let go of that rat, give it to me." The baby was awake. Seeming to remember something, Beichen startled and was about to shout no, but it was already too late. A bang resounded. Indeed, the baby had vaulted from the battered vehicle. There was no time to lament the car, as she had only just poked her head out. Beichen's eyes nearly popped as he bellowed, "Baby, shut your mouth." At that moment the baby wore a look of delight. Her large, sparkling eyes pinched into crescents with joy, her little mouth opened wide, and a steady trickle of blissful drool escaped. Both hands were raised, cradling a black rat about the size of a corgi. The scene was unmistakable. She was trying to shove it into her mouth. Although she often hunted wolves and mountain goats, to be frank, fish and rodents remained her staple. Through system augmentation and genetic mutation, the baby had acquired a human form, yet she had never seen a rat before, let alone eaten one. Still, ancestral memory and survival instinct stirred in her blood. She knew that this would taste delicious. Everything proceeded so naturally as if by right. Suddenly Father's angry shout rang in her ears. The baby turned puzzled, then startled. Father's face was as black as soot on a scorched cauldron. Under his stare the baby felt embarrassed. She sucked back her unruly drool with a small gulp and swallowed. She bit her lip, stamped her foot, and handed her prized find to Father. Baby was wrong. Good things should be offered to one's parents first. Here, Daddy, eat it while it's hot. The big black rat surprisingly was still alive and uninjured. With one bloodshot furious eye, it lay in the baby's hands like a lump of clay, trembling continuously and not daring to struggle. To any onlooker the scene would have been laughable, yet Beichen could not find it funny. He was about to storm an angry rebuke at the baby when a sudden jolt hit him. He realized he had forgotten the baby's origins. Who was he to chastise her? She had done nothing wrong, he was at fault. Ever since she gained a human shape, he had never taught her what was proper to eat. Chastising himself inwardly, Beichen forced on an official smile and produced with a flourish a steaming soft deluxe chicken burger. Baby, if you want Daddy to keep loving you, throw that thing away and eat this. If you don't, then eat it. Daddy will stop caring for you from now on. Before his words finished, his gaze was drawn to a dark arc high in the air, 20 meters up. The big black rat had been flung 20 meters high by the baby and was now plummeting. Bang! On a nearby stone, the rat kicked its legs, its skull burst, and it died with unclosed eyes. If the rat's elders were here, they would surely grab Beichen by the collar and cry, it only wanted to live. What crime did it commit? Speak. Things happened so fast that by the time Beichen reacted, the baby had already flung herself into his arms. Of course the baby wants Daddy's love. Her large eyes locked on the burger's aroma, helpless tears of longing welled and dripped down her face. Seeing that, Beichen was filled with relief. He carried the baby back to the car, and as if emptying a pantry, produced every tasty thing he had. Prime cuts, ham, Oreos, apples, oranges, large bananas. Anything the baby had never tasted, Beichen brought it. Wow, yay! The baby's eyes curved into crescents as she dove into the small mountain of snacks. Eat slowly, you can eat all of these, but not that big rat in the future, understood? Got it. Beichen forced a rueful smile and activated the vehicle equipment function. After 2 dramatic exits from the car, he had no choice but to repair the vehicle body. But when he glanced at the required repair materials, Beichen was dumbfounded. To repair the vehicle's damaged area requires 4 pieces of refined iron and 2 sheets of T3 reactive armor. If the vehicle's breach could not be repaired, it meant they would set out with that great gap. What could Beichen do? The baby was family. He could not punish her for that. Children need plenty of guidance. If she repeats it, then she might as well learn Shingy Fist. Fine, we'll call it a sunroof and leave it at that. As if a thought occurred to him, Beichen got out and retrieved the dead rat. Judging by heft, it must weigh 5 or 6 gene. Beichen would not eat rat meat himself, but among Huaxiao players some did. Leaving it to rot would be wasteful. Carrying the dead rat back to the car, Beichen opened the regional chat plaza and posted a single line. That's right, in Beichen. Instantly, every player in the region fell silent. When a big shot appears, they must need something. Miss the chance, and you have only yourself to blame. Yes, I just hunted a big rat of about 6 gene, freshly dead, no poison, still warm. Wow, Beichen is awesome. I once set traps for that big rat, but it was too cunning, never caught it. Ill trade. Beichen, what do you need? I just got an inflatable doll. If you want it private, message me, it can be. Beichen, I have a cup, soft though it can't hold water, but it can certainly help with physiological problems. Ill trade. Suddenly a flood of messy offers and names Beichen had never heard of littered the public. Beichen frowned, he did not need any of that. Suddenly a conspicuous message appeared, and he immediately noted. Beichen, I've got a children's tutor device, want to trade for the big rat. Beichen smiled, this was precisely. Fine, exchange it for the children's tutor device. Meet me for the trade. That single line silenced the regional chat. Reactions exploded across the plaza. Countless girlish hearts were shattered. Boss, don't go. One last question, why a children's tutor device? Yes, tell me so I can give up hope. Who first sampled Beichen's charm? Come out. I want to rip them apart. If the boss won't tell, I will remain forever discontent. Messages surged. Beichen paused in surprise. Was he really so popular to provoke such a reaction? To be low-key, he replied before leaving. I am trading for the children's tutor to educate my daughter. Yes, my biological daughter. Beichen departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving a mess in his wake. He exited the regional chat, and the trade with Guangdong Dage went smoothly. Securing the tutor device, Beichen wore the smile of a doting father. A dead rat for a tutor device. As Master Ma would say, you might think you made a killing, but I never lose. Oh, it still has power. Let's turn it on. The cartoonish tutor device booted up. When Beichen heard its opening spiel, his face fell. A voice blared, bad child brand tutor, where ignorance lies we strike. Another intoned, it'll beat you into learning, followed by, from now on Daddy never needs to worry about my studies. Beichen muttered if the device were not augmentable, he would have almost thrown the cursed thing away. He snapped it shut in exasperation, and then another voice began to speak. Little Sakura Mom is starting class if a child is sloppy in study or meals, perhaps corporal discipline is in order. We recommend drastic measures. Afterwards, mother will never worry about learning. Beichen was speechless. Is this even a proper tutor device? Indeed, Beichen was no teacher by example, had no experience of marriage or child rearing, and could only resort to such clumsy methods to educate the baby. If a child's foundations are laid well early on, they will grow into talent. A well-educated girl becomes an asset that attracts resources, quickly yielding solid returns. But if education fails, forget attracting investment. The principal and interest may never return. You might lose both capital and gains. If a boy is well educated, his ancestors' graves will billow with auspicious smoke. Of course, if poorly educated, the graves may still billow, for very different reasons. A system prompt sounded in his ear, detected bad child. Brand tutor is augmentable. Augment. Beichen, unconcerned by waste since augmentation consumed nothing of his, said, let's see what you become after augmentation. As Beichen confirmed the enhancement, the system's voice arrived as expected. Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. One Vank infrared smart tutoring machine has been enhanced. He prayed inwardly, hoping that this tutoring machine would be more serious after the enhancement. What met his eyes was a pink, very kawaii small notebook. The Vank infrared smart tutoring machine introduced itself. Its encyclopedia content was like a younger sibling compared to this product called Vank. Product advantages: easy to use as long as the sun in the sky hasn't exploded. It doesn't need charging. Design patent: unique line design, smooth, no sharp corners, greatly reducing the likelihood of children bumping and getting hurt. The colors are gentle on the eyes and warm. Once the baby gets a hold of it, you'd want it back. Haha, that's just a dream. After reading this introduction and the boastful advertisement, Beichen's face turned red. This feels a bit unserious, huh? With a mindset of just trying it out, Beichen opened the Vank tutoring machine. While the introduction isn't impressive, but the features are surprisingly comprehensive. As Beichen studied it carefully, he was slightly shocked. Because this tutoring machine actually contains all teaching courses from kindergarten to doctoral level. Additionally, it includes various professional knowledge from 360 trades, professional terminology, and professional skills. It's simply incredible, encompassing everything. The Vank tutoring machine is a bit impressive. Familiar with Beichen's usage, he first found the courses from kindergarten to elementary school, casually selecting comprehensive idioms and a few types that the baby might like. Looking back, he saw the baby lying satisfied on the waterbed playing. Hey baby, look at this, it's a tutoring machine. If you don't know something, just point to it. Beichen tried out a letter, and sure enough, the tutoring machine emitted a serious voice, skin C. Amazing. Seeing the baby's interest piqued, Beichen displayed a fatherly smile. Indeed, the exquisite and compact design combined with the irresistible pink color for little girls captivated the baby. At this moment, Beichen began to start the car, preparing to set off. The baby was immersed in the joy of learning. From the outside, Beichen's wooling looked quite shabby. The car had a huge hole that couldn't be repaired, which meant Beichen had to control the speed, only able to drive between 80–90 mph. Due to the hole, driving over 100 miles per hour risked a blowout and could easily cause a skid. Unknowingly, Beichen had already driven over 100 miles. During this time, he only encountered one wooden resource box, which when smashed open didn't have much inside. If one had to say, there was indeed a single hair. However, Beichen had ample supplies and didn't care about such minor resources. A single hair was just a single hair. Suddenly the baby spoke. Daddy, I finished the second grade curriculum. Isn't that great? Hearing this, Beichen's hand trembled. What? You finished the courses from kindergarten, first grade, and second grade in just 1 hour? Are you Mom? The baby looked confident. Oh, then can you recite the multiplication table? Upon hearing the multiplication table, the baby smiled contemptuously. 1 times 1 equals 1, 1 times 2 equals 2. The baby recited the multiplication table without hesitation. I didn't get it wrong, right? I'm starting to learn the third grade curriculum, okay? Beichen wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and waved his hand to stop. All right, class, will stop here today. The rest is gym class. Beichen could only trick the baby. It was all self-study for the child. What business was it of his? How could he use the teacher's tone and say today we'll stop here? Do you still have some shame? Gym class. The baby seemed uninterested in gym class, pouting and shaking their head. Daddy, I want to see ancient idioms, okay? Hearing this, Beichen waved his hand. All right, Daddy, will satisfy your unreasonable request, but this is the last time. Thank you, Daddy. The baby wore a face that seemed to say, Daddy spoils me too much. Beichen's words carried a strong hint, subconsciously guiding the baby to think that learning ancient idioms was a game of fun. With one hand on the steering wheel, Beichen smiled inwardly, thinking, so tutoring a child, is this easy? However, the next second when Beichen heard the task released by the Vank tutoring machine for parents, he was stunned. Sure enough, the baby looked at Beichen with eager eyes and said, Daddy, it says you need to personally demonstrate and explain these idioms. Beichen gave a bitter smile. The wheel of destiny turns, and one must not be too arrogant. Okay, you read out what the idioms are and Daddy will personally demonstrate and explain for you. Beichen was full of confidence. How difficult can idioms for children's tutoring machines be? Daddy, get ready. Beichen raised an okay gesture. Well, today's homework has a total of 7 idioms. Hearing 7, Beichen felt even more confident. That was just a matter of minutes. Baby, you can read them out loud. Wow, Daddy is amazing. The baby's big eyes were filled with admiration, reflecting Beichen's impressive figure. Thus the baby loudly read out the 7 idioms. Blood flows like a river, whales fill the air, corpses litter the ground, calling a deer a horse, the guest becomes the host, even thieves have principles, and seizing the spoils. To be fair, when Beichen heard these 7 idioms, his scalp tingled, and then his vision went dark. This tutoring machine was a real joke. It's not that Beichen didn't understand these idioms. The key issue was how to demonstrate them. And how much knowledge of Chinese history did the baby still lack? What's wrong, Daddy? You don't know either. The baby pouted in doubt. How could I not understand? Beichen forced himself to maintain his composure. Let's start with calling a deer a horse. The term calling a deer a horse refers to the end of the Qin dynasty, when Yingzheng died, and Hu Hai took the throne supported by Zhao Gao. Beichen's explanation was very accurate and easy to understand, but he forgot one thing. Daddy, who is the Qin dynasty? What is Yingzheng? What fruit is Hu Hai? Can Zhao Gao eat? The baby swallowed and looked at him expectantly. Beichen was directly stunned, feeling like the sky was falling. But as an elder, how could he show weakness in front of a younger generation? Haha, baby, how about this? Use your imagination and tell me what you think even thieves have principles means. If he couldn't explain, he could let the baby use their imagination. If the baby got it wrong, he could still maintain a serious demeanor, point out the mistakes, and correct them, establishing a grand image, while also making the baby trust him more. Even thieves have principles. The baby's knowledge of Chinese history was only from elementary to 2nd grade. They certainly knew what a thief meant, but even thieves have principles. Wow, I know. It means I took your stuff, and then rented it back to you at a high price to save your life. The baby looked at Beichen with anticipation. To be honest, when Beichen heard this answer, he almost ascended to heaven on the spot. It couldn't be said that the explanation was wrong, but the meanings of the two had no relation at all. Well, whether that's right or wrong is hard to say. Children have a strong sense of pride. Even if they answered incorrectly, it was not good to say it directly. Instead, he had to correct them indirectly. Beichen looked to his side. It was the car door, and outside was the asphalt road, making it seem impossible to explain from the side. Baby, you need to take off right now. A daddy feels there might be danger within 100 miles ahead. A delaying tactic. He needed to distract the baby and seek help from other players. With many people online, a talent would surely appear. Seeing Beichen's serious expression, although the baby wanted to hear Daddy demonstrate and explain the idioms, there was no choice but to scout first due to the danger. Then when I come back, Daddy has to demonstrate the meaning of the idioms for me, okay? Beichen maintained his calm demeanor, slightly nodding. Whoosh. The baby's light yellow fur began to grow wildly, quickly transforming into its true form and flying out of the car's broken hold, darting away to a distance of 100 meters. The baby's light yellow fur began to grow wildly, quickly transforming into its true form and flying out of the car's broken hold. Beichen felt like an ant on a hot pan, needing to quickly organize his words to seek help in the chat square and see if he could find any talented individuals. Suddenly, with a whoosh, Beichen turned his head in surprise. Baby, why are you back? Daddy, you're amazing. There really are robbers ahead, 3 of them. Hearing this, Beichen was moved to tears. This was truly timely help, like Song Jiang. Haha, robbing is great, though I hope they can be a bit more ruthless and vicious. Beichen laughed heartily, then confidently turned to the baby. Watch how Daddy demonstrates and explains what it means to have blood flowing like a river, whales filling the air, corpses littering the ground, calling a deer a horse, the guest becoming the host, even thieves having principles, and seizing the spoils. Those were eager, studious eyes. At that moment, Beichen was the most amazing dad in the baby's eyes. P.S. Tonight's extra chapter. I have a small wish, which is hoping that those who haven't left reviews will quickly give a 5-star review. Those rhythm makers have already lowered the rating of this book, alas. Brothers and sisters, let's urge for updates. Though it was all fun and games, one must never joke about a child's education. Knowing that there were robbers ahead, Beichen felt it necessary to prepare a lively demonstration of 7 idioms. After all, a river of blood along with wailing and a sea of corpses conveys a similar meaning. In contrast, terms like pointing a deer as a horse, turning the tables, there's honor among thieves, and coercive acquisition have different implications. However, Beichen was not a killer. He would never resort to murder for the sake of educating a child. Of course, if those robbers intended to take a life, that would be an entirely different matter. Baby, come here, let's get ready. Beichen slowly parked the car, bent down to rub some dust on the asphalt road, and before the baby could react, he touched his own face. In an instant, the fair-skinned baby transformed into a dirty little one. Beichen smeared some dust on his own face too. Suddenly, the domineering CEO and the little princess turned into a rag picker and a matchstick girl. Afterward, Beichen stored the inflatable mattress from the trunk into his particle ring. Having completed all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly thinking, is it really that easy to raise a child? Almost simultaneously, a scene of destitution unfolded before him. The vehicle was a dilapidated wooling, and inside sat a scruffy, yet handsome man with a disheveled but adorable little girl. One could understand Beichen's intention. Just imagine a cleanly dressed man with a rosy complexion accompanied by a cute and plump daughter. One could easily deduce that this was a result of good living conditions. Who would dare to rob such a person? If he just passed by without any preparation and the robbers approached him with a salute offering delicious food and drinks, how could he still preach and teach while resorting to murder? That simply couldn't happen. The baby didn't know what Beichen wanted, but found it all quite entertaining. Baby, when we meet the robbers, well, do it like this. Did you hear? The baby nodded innocently. Opportunities are rare, we must cherish them. Come, let's demonstrate once, just use the tone I just taught you. It wasn't that Beichen was overly cautious, such teaching moments were rare, and he genuinely feared that when the time came the baby might leap out of the car and shout at the robbers. Let me say a couple of lines first. You are surrounded. Then it would be over. Instantly the baby looked at Beichen with a pitiful expression, a mix of hunger, fear, and pleading in her eyes, saying, Uncle, please help my dad give us something to eat. Following dad for 3 days means I've missed 9 meals. Woo. This gaze, this tone, this expression. Tears were about to fall. That was truly heartbreaking. Impressive, baby, Beichen praised directly. Hee, it's all thanks to dad's. That answer sounds quite official. Beichen ruffled the baby's hair and returned to the driver's seat. The car sped forward, and with the baby's directions, Beichen was not afraid of encountering any robbers. Dad, turn at the next intersection. All right. After turning into the fork, the car traveled for another 30 miles. Gradually low hills appeared around them, but Beichen paid little attention since they were all barren hills. With another turn, a scene unfolded before his eyes. Beichen felt a strange illusion, as if he had returned to the real world. No, the key was that this scene was too harmonious. 2 men dressed in black standard auxiliary police uniforms were saluting a car in a proper manner. However, to outsiders there might not seem to be anything wrong. But Beichen was raised by his grandfather, and he had memorized the salute gesture. Who salutes with their left hand? Clearly that person is a fake. But then came the puzzling question, what were they doing lying on the ground? After all, this was a survival game, so why were the 2 sides so harmonious upon meeting? Soon the car moved away, and Beichen leisurely approached. As he got closer, he quickly identified the problem. There was a spike strip designed to puncture tires approximately 30 centimeters wide and 20 meters long laid across the asphalt road. Do they have guns? Or is there another ambush nearby? Beichen was uncertain and could only proceed slowly. If the other side had firearms, he couldn't act recklessly, after all his life was more important. Indeed, when Beichen's Wuling appeared, both men revealed professional smiles. First they adjusted their black standard auxiliary police jackets, and then a slightly shorter man stepped forward signaling him to pull over. To be honest, it looked quite legit. Beichen wasn't foolish. While sneering internally, he had the baby watch the surroundings for any hidden threats. The baby, being a keen observer, quickly scanned the area and confirmed, saying, there is no one. Only then did Beichen slowly stop the Wuling and rolled down the window, slightly asking in confusion, Excuse me, officer, is this the road to Tibet on foot? The 2 robbers, or rather the auxiliary police, were taken aback by this question. Perhaps it wasn't their first time robbing, as they did not rush over immediately. Instead, they stood behind the spike strip and saluted Beichen with their left hand, saying sternly, Please step out of the vehicle for inspection. Beichen's sharp eyes continuously scanned the 2 men. He hesitated about whether to get out, but when he saw the black food bag in the shorter man's hand, Beichen exited the car. Whoosh! Upon seeing Beichen step out without any weapons, the 2 immediately realized he was a weakling. How could they hold back? They rushed in 3 steps surrounding the Wuling. However, upon noticing the large hole in the Wuling's body, the taller robber frowned noticeably. Surrounded, Beichen remained unperturbed and calmly asked, What are you 2 doing? The 2 of them laughed and immediately began their opening lines. In the northwest, there is a cloud of Xuantian. Crows fall amongst the phoenixes. The car is full of heroes. Who is the ruler and who is the subject? The taller one then pointed at the shorter one and said, Let me introduce you. This is our 302, National Road, Daoist Wang. The shorter one seemed quite pleased, smiling slightly as he pointed at his partner. This is Dao Wei Secretary Mei. Beichen was a bit confused. Wait, what are you 2 lying on the ground for? He showed no signs of panic. Robbing you, what else could it be? The anxious tone of the shorter one was interrupted by a burp, releasing a wave of banana scent. As he spoke, the shorter one poked his head into the Wuling. Beichen remained calm about it. At this moment, the taller one smiled and said, Don't be alarmed, although we are robbers, we have reasonable charges and will never harm lives, you can rest assured. He finished speaking without waiting for Beichen's reaction and also poked his head into the Wuling. To them, Beichen, being such a good-natured person, would soften at the slightest intimidation and would not dare to resist. Beichen smiled and shook his head, thinking, well, looks like I'll just have to guide this. Otherwise, how could I take action? He took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. Sure enough, with the familiar tone and familiar lines coming from inside the car, the 2 robbers were left bewildered. Dude, you're playing a survival game. Why are you bringing a kid along? Is that even okay? Let me tell you, little bro, here's the deal. Although we've been forced to become bandits, we have our own principles and bottom lines. 3 things we don't rob. The shorter one chimed in. Upon hearing this, Beichen paused and raised the cigarette in his hand, saying, What about this? Who could have imagined that the 2 of them didn't smoke? So does this mean we can leave? Beichen frowned. At this moment the baby peeked out of the car window whining, "Uncle, I'm hungry. Following Dad for 3 days, I've missed 9 meals." Beichen also cooperated by showing a troubled expression. "The car is out of gas, and we haven't eaten in days. If this continues, how will my daughter and I survive?" Upon hearing this, the two robbers were stunned. They exchanged glances. "What was this? Did you mean you wanted us to give something back to you? That's a bit excessive. How about it, my 2 elder brothers, shall we form a group? The more people the better for robbing, ha." The two robbers had not shown any murderous or lustful intent towards Beichen and his companion, which is why Beichen could tolerate their existence. Since it is currently impossible to teach through bloodshed amidst whales and corpses, why not guide them towards the principles of deception and taking the initiative? After all, it's all for educating the child. What else can a parent say? Sigh. The two shook their heads and sighed while the shorter one gritted his teeth, stomped his foot, and pulled out a black food bag from his pocket. Although Beichen was uncertain about what was inside, he could be sure it was not a gun. After all, the person had just burped smelling of bananas, and if they had a gun, why would they be talking so much? "Here, little sister, you can call me uncle for free, and you can share this half banana with your daddy." Seeing this scene, the taller guy nodded, and then looked at Beichen saying joining is fine, but there's a 3-day trial period. Within these 3 days you can eat, but won't get any supplies. Beichen smiled, and immediately nodded. "That sounds good." On an asphalt road, Beichen and the baby were hiding in the shade, eating bananas. Of course, they were eating their own stored ones. The two bandits kept observing, and whenever a new vehicle approached, they would use their previous lines to bluff. Surprisingly, they managed to frighten quite a few players. It must be said that the two had a strong sense of ethics, as they only took one item from every vehicle they stopped. "Daddy, is this what you call having principles, even in theft?" The baby asked while looking at the idiom machine. "That's right, it's having principles even in theft. But there are still 6 idioms left." The baby looked at Beichen. At this moment, Beichen had all his attention on the highway, sensing that the Toyota they had stopped was not ordinary. As the Toyota was stopped by the 2 6 men armed with sharp weapons got out of the car. "Baka, Chinese sick man, are you looking for death? Kill them." The two bandits realized they had kicked a hard rock and immediately ran towards Beichen. Beichen laughed, picking up the baby, and casually said, "Baby, watch closely. Daddy will demonstrate blood flowing like rivers, whales filling the air, and corpses scattered everywhere." I'm so looking forward to it." The baby tightly hugged Beichen's neck from behind. "Hey buddy, hurry and take your daughter to escape. You've kicked a hard rock this time. They are devils with knives. Hurry up." The two temporary companions amidst the danger did not forget to remind Beichen to escape. Beichen, however, remained undeterred, watching as 5 or 6 men wielding weapons surrounded them. "Look, Taijun. It's a little girl, a young maiden. Search. How can a Chinese girl be so delicate?" With sharp features and lewd eyes, they surveyed the baby behind Beichen. "Make a move. Kill the men. Be careful, don't hurt her." "Hi, Taijun." The bandits, who had already run far away, shook their heads and sighed upon witnessing this scene, but they had fulfilled their duty as companions. "Baby, remember this. Blood flowing like rivers." Beichen's dark eyes were like an abyss, and the fish-scale military knife instantly appeared in his hand. Then he sidestepped to avoid a stab. Swish! The two crossed paths. The samurai's body stiffened, and the hand holding the knife slowly drooped before collapsing to the ground. Baka! Whoosh! Zizi! As a knife slashed from behind, Beichen remained unfazed, turning his head while countering with a knife. The fish-scale knife transformed into a shadow, swiftly passing through another samurai's neck. With the shared vision activated, Beichen effectively gained fore and aft sight, making close combat feel like a tiger gaining wings. To achieve the desired effect, Beichen quickened his pace. With all his strength, he took down 6 men in just 40 seconds. The knife was very sharp, so sharp that the samurai whose throat was slit only felt a chill in his neck. Gradually realizing he couldn't breathe, and only when he noticed the blood gushing from his neck did he emit a terrified whimper. Standing in the center of the crowd with the baby on his back, Beichen's eyes showed no ripples. Whales fill the air, blood flows like rivers, and corpses are strewn about. Beichen spoke coldly. "Wow, Daddy is so amazing, it perfectly echoes the 3 idioms," said the buddies, who were still frantically fleeing in the distance, stopping their tracks in confusion upon seeing this scene. Did everyone collectively suffer food poisoning? Let's go back and check. It seems they are all dead. No way, just a moment ago they were all lively and energetic. P.S. Had to step out for a while. Initially planned for a chapter of 4,000 words, just short of 300. Thought it better to split them, one chapter over 2,200, another over 1,300. It turns out today has 4 updates. Beichen calmly carried the baby on his back, standing amidst the corpses. He continuously recited the stories behind 3 idioms to the baby, instilling a strong sense of learning through both words and actions. The educational effect was certainly remarkable, but it was also a bit life-risking. While first blood flowed like a river, followed by a chorus of wails, and finally corpses lay scattered everywhere. The baby listened to the wails, scanning the horizontal corpses and glancing at the surrounding wilderness. Oh my, it was truly too realistic. "Dad, I want to get into Tsinghua in the future and let our ancestral grave emit green smoke too. How about that?" In this brief moment the baby did not forget to practice, while holding a Vank brand tutoring device learning. Hearing this Beichen smiled, feeling that all his efforts were worthwhile. Ooh, at least the child wasn't saying he wanted to become a big star. Suddenly Beichen realized the truth, it was incredibly difficult to kick off with anything. Their conversation didn't intentionally lower its volume. This left the two returning bandits completely bewildered. What the hell? They killed 6 people just to teach a child idioms. Instantly tears of envy and jealousy flowed from both of them. If only their elders had raised them in such a way, why would they have dropped out of school in the 5th grade and idled at home only to find themselves at 30 still holding hands with each other? Upon hearing the sound of their tears, Beichen turned around. Oh, back already. Beichen smiled and said, hurry up and clean up the things here and load them onto our car. Hearing this the two were taken aback and exchanged glances. Our car. My goodness. This was practically turning the tables and seizing the spoils. What's the matter? Feeling a bit hot and wanting to lay down sideways. Beichen gave them a look that was more smile than smile. It's not hot, I was just sweating cold earlier. The two jolted, who would want to lay down on the ground especially when 5 or 6 people were already lying there. Watching the two helplessly pick up the weapons left on the ground, Beichen asked the baby, what do we call this? The baby shook his head. This is called turning the tables and seizing the spoils. At first we listened to them, but now that we stand up they have to listen to us. Beichen patiently explained, just now I said to put all the supplies onto our car, meaning we want to distribute them to them. This is seizing the spoils. Of course this statement is based on having strength. The baby suddenly understood. Then what about calling a deer a horse? By the way, was Qin Shi Huang delicious? Beichen almost spat blood thinking, I don't know if the current Qin Shi Huang is edible, but I do know that eating him would definitely be toxic. Beichen did not elaborate further, shouting at the two bandits, hey whoever. Go check the Boeing 747 that the 6 people were driving, see if there are any good supplies on it. Hearing this the two were dumbfounded. What the hell, a Boeing 747? Although we haven't flown on a plane, we know what a Boeing 747 is. This was clearly a Toyota Land Cruiser. Beichen smiled and shook the fish scale knife in his hand. Oh, why do I always want to poke something? The two instantly cried. Big brother, you really have an eye for talent. This is truly a Boeing 747. Please forgive our ignorance. Beichen smiled and waved his hand. The two swore that this was the lowest point in their lives. What do we call? I know calling a car a chicken. Beichen. It's calling a deer a horse. Hee, I know, I was just teasing you. The baby happily gave Beichen a peck on the cheek. Dad, why are you so good to me? Beichen smiled. Because in this life you are my creditor. Creditor? What is that? Well, baby, if you call me dad, what else can I say? Beichen was clearly at a loss for words. The baby was one he had traded a pound of pork for, intending to eat, but then discovered he could enhance, so unexpectedly became a creditor. While Beichen busily educated the baby, enhancing their father-daughter bond, the two bandits truly dared not to please Beichen as much as possible. They left no stone unturned in their wake. The things lying haphazardly on the ground even included stripped clothes. Without any other choice, Beichen took the baby back to the wooling car to wait, as it was not suitable for children. After a while the two came back, carrying large and small bags. Inside the 2 military packs were bulging unknown items. The first thing that caught the eye were 7 left crown knives of good quality with sandalwood handles and fine steel blades clearly crafted by a master. Big brother, I have to say this little devil's supplies are quite abundant, and there are even secret weapons. The short bandit wore a face of ingratiation as he opened the military pack. What? Rice. And here's wheat and sweet potatoes. The tall bandit also opened his haul with a flattering expression. Beichen glanced at the two, his eyes sharp as a blade. Just these, eh? Just these? Really nothing more. Slap. The short one slapped the tall one on the back of the head, scolding, shut up, there's more. The tall bandit was stunned and hurriedly slapped himself as he explained, misunderstanding, I forgot. As he spoke he dug into his pocket, but as soon as he pulled out a corner, Beichen said directly, no need, we don't need this stuff. They'll take these supplies, you have no objections, right? Beichen said with a smile that was not quite a smile. No, it's all yours, we're lucky to get anything from your kills. Beichen smiled and tossed a left crown knife over. Even thieves have their morals, keep it for self-defense. The reason I didn't plunder your supplies is entirely because you managed to maintain your principles in such circumstances. After saying this, Beichen got in the car and pressed the accelerator, quickly disappearing from their sight. Watching this ruthless man leave, the two suddenly relaxed and slumped down. My goodness, who was that ruthless character who took out 6 armed bandits in the blink of an eye? This is enough, we were lucky to encounter him. Let's go. The short one urged, there's still a box of gasoline in that Boeing 747 that we haven't taken out yet. Damn, you're pretty smart if it weren't for having to hand it in. It wasn't that Beichen forgot, it was just a waste of time to take it out. Even though they had turned to banditry, the things they handled were still commendable. Beichen was the kind of person who would have a bottom line for you if you had one for him. Thus Beichen took the baby westward, stopping to smash down any resource boxes they encountered. That said, ever since parting ways with Ting Chuchu, Beichen's luck had really plummeted like Liu Bai's father, always carrying the burden. Today was particularly absurd. After driving all day, he encountered 2 wooden boxes. One hit yielded a hair, and another hit yielded a piece of paper. Initially, Beichen thought his luck had exploded, thinking he would obtain a design, but upon unfolding it, he saw 2 words written on it. In Mao Luan Conspiracy. If it weren't for Beichen having a system and ample stockpiles, he would probably have to drink the northwest wind tonight. Crackling. By the campfire, the baby's eyes were fixed on the roasted meat. Meanwhile, Beichen focused on the newly acquired rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. At that moment, the voice of the gaming console rang in his ears. Player Zhang Yichen requests to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Zhang Yichen. Beichen was puzzled as Zhang Yichen was primarily responsible for training the soldiers in the regiment and managing the weapons, while Tung Baiwan was the main contact for him. Worried that there might be an urgent matter on their end, Beichen didn't think much and chose to accept. Yichen, do you need something? Beichen questioned. Commander, sorry to disturb you late at night, but I must seek your approval on this matter. Beichen was taken aback and directly replied. Go ahead, what is it that you and Tung Baiwan can't decide on? The other side was clearly organizing their words, but soon a message came through. Beichen smiled upon seeing the message from the military king, and after a moment of serious thought replied, you are right, the team needs a striking code name or title. We are all sensible people, only formal authorization can grant a unit a number. So Beichen and Zhang Yichen referred to it as a code name. Tung Baiwan and I have thought of several, please take a look. Soon several code names were sent over. Beichen took a look and slightly shook his head. These names were actually all good, but they went against his original intention for establishing the team. He replied, our team was born in response to the times in accordance with the heavenly way, while the East Huaxia is a dragon, and our country's military is centered on defending the homeland. That's right. So Zhang Yichen clearly didn't understand these convoluted sentiments and could only wait for Beichen's reply. From now on, the team will be called Xia Ing Long Wei. Upon seeing this name, even someone as stoic as the military king felt a surge of passion. It was so fitting for the current situation. Responding to the heavenly way. The East signifies dragon. Protecting the homeland. Ing Long Wei. Impressive, Commander, no wonder you are a remarkable person, trained by the old man. Beichen smiled bitterly. He had nothing more to say. Zhang Yichen immediately replied, understood, Commander, I will convey this. I will ensure that no idle people enter Ing Long Wei. A bonfire surrounded by over 20 people. With the arrival of squad leader Chuan Zhangwo, the tall Zheng Jingren, and Xiao Xia, Captain Zhang Yichen officially announced the codename of the team. Sure enough, upon learning the meaningful codename Daxia Yinglong Wei, all the team members applauded in approval. Even Tung Chuchu and Tung Baiwan, who were not soldiers, felt that Beichen's literary talent was indeed exceptional. At the same time, all the team members grew ever more curious and puzzled about Beichen. Why? After all, this was a survival game, and it was rare to even see 2 steamed buns, let alone 21 MOE knives and 21 military daggers. Moreover, the food and water supplies were all the same. This was absurd. Almost everyone looked towards the newly arrived squad leader and the 3 tall individuals. After all, these 3 had traveled west under the leadership of the commander, and they must have witnessed the commander's prowess. Thus, Zhangwo, please tell everyone about the commander's deeds. There's no need to exaggerate, just speak. Zhang Yichen typically spoke in a way that could be conveyed with a single glance, never wasting a word. Now, however, he spoke so much all at once, clearly piqued by Beichen's strong curiosity. Yes, Chuanpu, tell us. I'm also very curious about what kind of person the commander is. Is he handsome? The vice-captain Xue Yihan echoed, casting a glance at Zhang Yichen, her eyes gleaming with secret joy, a feeling of triumph. Tung Chuchu felt sweet inside, looking at the eager eyes of the crowd. TSK. Others may not know, but she was very clear in her heart. Beichen was someone she had personally handled before. Although it was their first time, just the thought of it made Tung Chuchu feel very comfortable. At this moment, the expressions on the faces of the 3 squad leaders were one of pride. The 3 exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Ahem. Well, I'll start with a few words. The squad leader cleared his throat, straightened his sturdy chest, trying to appear more imposing. Where should I begin? Since Beichen's emergence and display of prowess was so astonishing, the squad leader had to carefully organize his words to perfectly articulate the entire matter. The bonfire was burning, and all 20 members of the Yinglong Wei were attentively looking at Chuan Zhangwo with inquiring eyes. Soon the squad leader's deep and resonant voice resonated. Initially, the squad leader was a bit nervous. After all, such an opportunity to speak in front of 2 elite soldiers was rare. However, he had the clearest view of the whole affair, and there was no one contesting him during this speech. All this. Speaking of that day. From unfamiliarity to familiarity, from excitement to passion. In truth, the squad leader's account was quite real, with no embellishments whatsoever. However, when the M249 light machine gun fired 500 rounds aside from the siblings Tung Baiwan, everyone else's faces turned dark. It wasn't that the big pineapple couldn't fire 500 rounds, but the key was that the squad leader also mentioned that he didn't change the magazine, and just fired 500 rounds like that 222. As for the matter of Bao Bao's appearance, the squad leader didn't mention it, because before coming Beichen had strictly instructed him not to disclose a single detail about Bao Bao. Zhang Yichen furrowed his brows upon hearing about the 500 continuous shots from the M249, but he temporarily restrained himself from exploding in anger. However, when he heard Chuan Zhengwo describe how Beichen dodged 4 bullets from a Desert Eagle at close range, his expression changed. One way or another, Captain Zhang Yichen and Vice Captain Shui Yihan, apart from the civilian Tung Baiwan, all other familiar members suddenly stood up, cracking their knuckles as they pressed towards squad leader Chuan Zhengwo. The big guy and Xiao Xia were utterly bewildered, unsure of what was happening. Indeed, the squad leader spoke no lies. There was not a single exaggeration. Seeing this, the squad leader's face went pale, and he quickly straightened his posture, his expression solemn. I, Chuan Zhengwo, swear on my personal honor, the honor of a soldier, and the honor of the country, that every word I have said before is true. A stir arose, followed by an eerie silence. For a soldier, what is most important? Yes. Moreover, Chuan Zhengwo had invoked personal honor, soldiers' honor, and national honor together. For a professional soldier, the solemnity of such a vow was the highest. What did you say? Say it again. Zhang Yichen's eyes revealed astonishment, dodging 4 bullets from a Desert Eagle at close range. Without waiting for the squad leader to respond, Vice Captain Shui Yihan sternly commanded, Comrade Chuan Zhengwo, immediately report the muzzle velocity of the Desert Eagle's bullets. Yes. The squad leader shouted, the Desert Eagle pistol with steel core bullets has an initial speed of approximately 430 meters per second under standard atmospheric pressure with no wind. Report complete. Zhang Yichen questioned, what is the nerve transmission speed of a normal human? Report, 100 meters per second. The squad leader's voice was loud and his face remained calm. The cultural level is very good. So how did a human with a maximum reaction speed of 100 meters per second dodge bullets traveling at 430 meters per second at close range? Report, Captain. I also want to know, although I don't know why both my 2 comrades and I saw it with our own eyes. The squad leader remained composed. Suddenly the big guy and Xiao Xia also stood up. Report, Comrade Chuan Zhengwo spoke, no lies, everything is true. Hearing this, Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan exchanged glances, both seeing astonishment in each other's eyes. Dodging bullets. It was not just a legend, nor was it an impossible feat. In the military, a 9th-level special officer with 15 years of experience at the peak of physical fitness, facing an ordinary armed assailant from a safe distance, and in a clear state of mind, had a 60 chance of predicting when the assailant would fire, allowing him to dodge in advance. To put it simply, it was about anticipating the time the assailant would shoot and dodging the position targeted by the gun, rather than dodging the bullets themselves. If the bullet was fired, it would be fatal, since 430 meters per second was close to the speed of sound. And to say that a 20-year-old young man who had never been in the military could achieve this, and even dodge 4 shots, was hard for the 2 elite soldiers who were dedicated to training and practical advancement to accept. In fact, Beichen couldn't be said to have dodged 62 bullets. Strictly speaking, he had passed right through them. The so-called lack of strength was compensated by the system. The Desert Eagle had been enhanced by the system. Perhaps it could kill others, but it would never harm Beichen. The 3 teammates swore to this, and Zhang Yichen and the others had no choice but to acknowledge it. Almost simultaneously, both Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan developed a strong interest in Beichen, their eyes filled with a desire to learn and a belief in becoming stronger. You? Go. Zhang Yichen subtly glanced at Shui Yihan, then turned his gaze to the excited Ting Chu-Chu. Shui Yihan immediately understood and nodded slightly. As the matter came to a close, Zhang Yichen instructed the team to sit down again. Baiwan, this is the material our team obtained today, some of which are good materials. Please pass them to the commander. Zhang Yichen handed over the materials obtained today to Tung Baiwan. Okay. Upon looking at the materials, which included several unknown armor plates and a very hard black vest, Tung Baiwan gasped in surprise, a bulletproof vest. At this moment, Zhang Yichen issued the recent mission, again designating this place as the temporary base for the Yinglong Way. 2 teams of over 20 people would take turns to search for supplies during the day. The second team would train while waiting for other comrades to be called. After a round of discussion, those on night watch took their posts while others rested. Meanwhile, over at Beichen's side, they had already roasted the wild pig meat, and the 2 were eating and drinking. Beichen, troubled by something, didn't eat much and began to take out the 3 types of grains they had just obtained. It wasn't that Beichen had never seen rice, wheat, and sweet potatoes. It was the system's prompt that was too abnormal. Detection complete. Rice seeds, wheat seeds, and sweet potato seeds can be amplified, but the system does not recommend amplification at this time. Trying to figure this out again, Beichen couldn't help but ask, why is amplification not recommended right now? Because after amplification they cannot be eaten. If the host wants to eat the grain, it is best to plant and wait until it matures before amplifying it again. Beichen thought, when the grains are ready to harvest there will be weeds growing on my grave. How can I eat anything? Hee, if it were like that the system wouldn't tell you that the grain needs to be planted and matured before amplifying it to eat. Oh, is there important information coming up? Beichen suddenly became interested. Raising the urgency for updates, the ending chapter short video was quite appetizing. Urging for updates to 2000, an additional chapter would be added. Beichen promised to deliver. Upon hearing the system say, if that's the case the system won't tell you either. Food needs to be grown before it can be amplified and eaten. Beichen shivered and hurriedly displayed a yearning gaze. Oh, what process should I follow? The system did not hold back and replied directly, after growing it, amplify it. If successful, you and your team might no longer worry about food. Beichen was speechless. When his parents went out to work during his childhood, he was raised by his grandfather. He couldn't claim to be the best, but he was known in the Beichen was speechless. When his parents went out to work during his childhood, he was raised by his grandfather. He couldn't claim to be the best, but he was known in the village for his work in harvesting, cutting grass, and gathering crops. Farming may seem simple, but it is actually the crystallization of wisdom accumulated over 5,000 years in China. In the current environment, without fertilizer or water, how can food be grown? Suddenly Beichen slapped himself. Grinning, he asked, System, in theory, can we dig a well for water here? If so, I have 20 soldiers who can give it a try. If there's no water, then it's all for nothing. Beichen could not afford to waste the pure water amplified by the system for irrigation. Would that not be like using a dumpling that is not a dumpling, just a white ball? The system hesitated briefly but still provided Beichen with an answer. In theory, yes, but the groundwater here is not drinkable. Not drinkable. Why? Pollution. Drinking it will cause diarrhea, and you won't be able to hold your pants up. So, does that mean we can irrigate? Yes. Okay, no need to see you off. After dismissing the system, Beichen fell into deep thought. As the number of Yinglong guards increased, relying solely on himself to amplify supplies was not a viable solution. Wasn't he just a leader for nothing, exhausting himself every day with no freedom? If the Yinglong guards can be self-sufficient and create a positive cycle, then I can achieve freedom in life soon. Beichen slapped his thigh and made a direct decision. He had seeds and learned he could dig for water. This was a significant advantage. Although the prospects were bright, reality had taught Beichen that starting any task was difficult. Wanting the Yinglong guards to achieve self-sufficiency was no easier than turning a Toyota into a Boeing 747. At that moment, a trading request notification appeared. Your friend Tung Baiwan has sent you a trading request. Knowing the materials collected by the Yinglong guards had arrived, Beichen accepted the trade directly. Captain, today's luck is good. Several members found some good stuff. After receiving energy from Beichen, Tung Baiwan's tone and attitude changed dramatically as he eagerly presented a piece of armor fragment and a black vest along with several metal ores. Wow, strength brings miracles. Beichen smiled happily. He had long wanted to get his hands on the reactive armor fragments and bulletproof vests. But due to a lack of luck, he had never been able to achieve that. Now everything was in hand. After both parties confirmed the trade, Beichen received the reactive armor fragments and bulletproof vest materials. By the way, Baiwan, there's a difficult and challenging task. Can you give me some insight into its feasibility? Beichen's geographical knowledge was nearly forgotten, so he needed to consult someone for stability. After all, giving an order to mobilize more than 20 people was no small matter. What is it? Just say it. Tung Baiwan spoke sincerely, fully appreciating Beichen's calm demeanor. What if we Yinglong guards choose a low-lying area to dig a well? During that time, the team won't need to search for food. They'll take care of everything for eating and drinking. Sure enough, the other side fell silent. Beichen quietly waited, and in his spare time, he lit a cigarette. After about the time it took to smoke half a cigarette, Tung Baiwan sent another message. Beichen, I know a geologist, and have consulted his opinion. If food security is assured, we might as well give it a try. Seeing this, Beichen smiled, realizing Tung Baiwan was quite reliable. Alright, I'll temporarily assign this task to you and Zhang Yichen. Later, he'll trade you the military supplies from these few days. Okay, don't worry, he'll ensure the task is completed. As the saying goes, those close to vermilion become red, and those close to ink become black. Spending time around immortals allows one to absorb a bit of their aura. Tung Baiwan's speech is becoming increasingly military-like. Soon Beichen traded away about 80 of the military supplies he had amplified in the morning. 60 luxurious KFC hamburgers, 100 soft bread rolls, 5 bottles of soda, 60 each of apples, bananas, and oranges, 21 pounds of fresh wild boar meat. Without proper tools, digging a well is physically exhausting, arguably more so than training, so nutrition must naturally keep up. These supplies, except for the fruits and wild boar meat, were all traded from Tung Baiwan. After the trade was completed, Beichen casually replied, on the day we hit water, while digging, I will remember the great contributions of all members. Yes, Captain. Tung Baiwan responded with great respect. The military supplies provided this time were simply too good. After ending the private message, Beichen turned around to see Baby munching on roasted wild boar meat with an oily face. Today to teach by example, Beichen had smeared quite a bit of dirt on Baby's face. Now Baby looked quite dirty and greasy overall. Baby, eat an apple. Eating just meat will give you constipation. Oh, thank you, Daddy. Baby eagerly grabbed the apple while not forgetting to express gratitude. Take your time eating. If our family may not have much, but we have plenty to eat. Instantly Baby revealed an admiring gaze and nodded vigorously. I will work hard to lighten Daddy's burden. Beichen thought to himself. Something feels off about this statement. Since entering the game, Beichen had gone nearly a week without a bath. He had been running the air conditioning every day, otherwise the smell of sweat would have suffocated him. He had always hesitated to use pure water for bathing, but today for Baby's education, he had to smear dirt on his own face. Thus Beichen finally had plenty of reasons to take a bath. He waved to store the reactive armor fragments and bulletproof vests in his particle ring. These items wouldn't run away, there would be time to study them later. However, taking a bath was an urgent matter. The itchiness all over his body was becoming unbearable. Baby, stay here and eat. Daddy will go prepare bath water for you. We'll take a bath later. Beichen stood up and walked towards the vehicle. Yay, Daddy is going to accompany me. Beichen's heart skipped a beat as he hurriedly said, Baby is a big kid now, you can't go with Daddy anymore. You need to be independent. Baby pouted, looking unhappy. Oh, fine then. Chat Plaza. At this moment the chat plaza was buzzing with messages flying rapidly. Suddenly, that's right, I am Beichen. Before Beichen could send a second message, several quick-handed players replied. Wow, Beichen, do you need anything? I have knives, scissors, wash basins, MSG chicken essence, and pepper powder here. Beichen, I have beer, drinks, mineral water, peanut, sunflower seeds, and 8 treasure porridge here. Everyone below, please retract your feet. Don't rush too fast. Beichen. Their hands are really quick. I want to take a bath, but I don't have any bathing items. Who has shampoo, a bathing towel, a large basin, a towel, a razor, or hair ties for kids? I can trade a day's worth of supplies for them. As soon as this message was sent, Beichen could almost smell the eye-watering sourness. Oh my goodness, I just suffered from heat stroke, and Beichen is already happily using water to take a bath. Can Beichen's bathing water be shared? Damn, are you still human? Trying to get something for nothing. I can offer a roll of toilet paper for Beichen's bathing water. Damn, I'm offering a small whip. Damn, are you forcing me to pull out my heirloom? I've decided to offer half a steamed bun handed down from my uncle in exchange for Beichen's bathing water. You fools upstairs. Fools upstairs 1. Information, 99,999. Seeing these messages, Beichen couldn't help but sneer. Trying to exchange my bathing water for such trivial items, are they out of their minds? To take a bath, Beichen estimated he would need at least 20 liters of water. 20 liters is equivalent to a full tank of water from a home water dispenser. These people want to use some random items to exchange for 20 liters of water. How is that even possible? Ahem, I only need various bathing equipment. You'd better gather your items and trade with me all at once. He'll stop trading after that, ahem. Beichen, you're awesome, a real man. Take care, big guy, come again next time. Big guy, well, gather everything and use a representative to trade with you. Beichen smiled and exited the regional chat plaza, pulling out a cigarette to light. What if I traded bathing water in increments of 100 milliliters? Thinking about this, Beichen felt a shiver run down his spine. Oh, perhaps it was better not to do that, it would be too off-putting. P.S. Click here for a surprise. Your family is waiting for you. Dear friends, there is an activity going on with the tomato brand. If you haven't watched the ending video, take a look. It will make the white dragon happy. When the white dragon is happy, my writing speed will increase. After returning from the chat plaza, Beichen didn't dare to relax. Right now, aside from taking a shower, everything was a task. First, he needed to enhance the reaction armor fragments and the bulletproof vest. Next, he had to remake the 5.56 bullets. Detected reaction armor fragments can be enhanced. Do you wish to enhance? Detected standard bulletproof vest can be enhanced. Do you wish to enhance? Enhance. Without hesitation, Beichen decided that with a complete reaction armor, not only could he repair the significant damage to the vehicle's body, but he could also cover all the weak points of the Wuling with reaction armor. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. Reaction armor fragments enhanced to T3 level 80 pieces. Congratulations, host enhancement successful. Standard bulletproof vest enhanced to 1 piece of SI Dragon scale armor. Beichen was not unfamiliar with T3 reaction armor, but he was indeed unfamiliar with this SI Dragon. At first glance, it appeared to be a small black vest looking somewhat fitted, but upon closer inspection, he realized this vest was quite extraordinary, as the surface of the SI Dragon scale armor was covered with neatly arranged thin ceramic scales. Beichen, confused, ran his hand against the scales from bottom to top, and was suddenly taken aback. Ceramic armor plates. Impressive. SI Dragon scale armor introduction, made from small blocks of ceramic bulletproof tiles woven into a fish scale-like protective armor, with new bulletproof fibers resembling medieval chainmail, hence the name, Dragon scale armor. Advantages: the Dragon scale armor can withstand 40 hits from a 7.62 mm standard military bullet at a distance of 6 meters without being penetrated, and it can also stop 7. 62mm steel core armor-piercing bullets, while 9mm submachine guns have no effect on it, providing 3 to 4 times the protection of ordinary bulletproof vests. Although Beichen did not understand bulletproof vests, he couldn't help but smile when he saw that the protection power of this item was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary bulletproof vests. Being able to withstand 40 shots from a 7.62mm rifle at such close range, that can only be described as impressive. I'll put away the enhanced dragon scale armor for now. I haven't taken a shower yet, and with the smell of sweat lingering, if I put it on and it gets stinky, then this luxurious bath would be in vain. Looking at a small pile of T3 reaction armor, Beichen smiled and directly entered the game interface to select the vehicle equipment function. Select to repair the damaged areas of the vehicle. Repairing damaged areas requires 4 pieces of fine iron and 2 pieces of reaction armor. Conditions met. Do you wish to repair? Repair. Materials belonging to the player have been automatically deducted and the damaged area has been repaired. As soon as the game console's voice fell, Beichen hurriedly turned to see how it was repaired, but was still a step too late. Turning around, he saw that the previously damaged area of the vehicle was as good as new. Okay, this is some high-tech stuff. Looking at the vehicle blueprint displayed before him, he directly chose to replace the main structure with T3 reaction armor. Do you wish to use T3 reaction armor to replace the main structure of the vehicle? Yes. Replacing, please wait. Beichen patiently waited as this replacement process would take some time. About a minute later, as the prompt from the game console sounded, Beichen's heart raced. Was there a surprise? Congratulations, player Beichen, you have successfully upgraded the vehicle Wuling Hongguang to level 2. Do you wish to announce to the entire region? Congratulations, player Beichen, your vehicle Wuling Hongguang has been upgraded to level 2, and you may choose the direction of the upgrade function. Beichen instinctively said, do not announce. Looking at the 2 indicative images appearing before him, Beichen instantly understood what this upgrade function direction was. His heart exclaimed, what an impressive thing. A total of 2 function options appeared before him, meaning a choice between the 2. The level 2 vehicle could choose an upgrade function. 1. Increased space upgrade, restoring all functions of the vehicle, such as in-car music, air conditioning, etc. 2. Rapid power, increasing the vehicle's speed to 500 km per hour within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. Beichen understood almost instantly these 2 upgrades represented 2 extremes. The first was practical, upgrading the internal space while restoring various functions of the vehicle. The second was functional, rapidly boosting the vehicle's speed to 500 km per hour within 5 seconds, lasting for 10 seconds. Beichen glanced back at the spacious vehicle interior where 2 people could lie down and still turn over. Was there really a need to choose? Besides, he already had in-car functions from the start with the Wuling. Choosing one seemed like a loss. On the other hand, rapid power in a short distance, reaching a speed of 500 km per hour, did he know what that concept meant? The fastest car in the world is the Bugatti Veyron with a 16-cylinder engine, which reached a top speed of 406 km per hour in the Salt Lake. So as long as Beichen wasn't foolish, he would definitely choose the functional upgrade. Without hesitation, he selected vehicle upgrade function 2. Congratulations, player Beichen, your vehicle has acquired the short distance power boost function, which can be used once a day. Under rapid power, fuel consumption is 5 times the normal rate. Beichen nodded. There must be a source for this power boost. It's not scientific to suddenly accelerate a vehicle without a corresponding fuel consumption. By the way, I have a key point to ask. If the vehicle suddenly speeds up, will the people inside be okay? If it turns into a situation where the physical body runs ahead and the soul chases behind, that would be troublesome. Don't worry, player. Under rapid power, there will be no anti-gravity effects, so everyone will be fine. Okay. After understanding everything, Beichen felt completely relieved. Just as he lowered his head, a green button appeared in the center of the steering wheel with 4 prominent words: rapid power. What if I encounter a strong enemy? As long as I press it lightly, the joy will be limitless. Beichen couldn't help but get excited. At this moment, a private message notification rang. Beichen knew the shower supplies were coming. He opened the private message and saw a player named Wang Dachui had sent a list of items. Beichen nodded in satisfaction and replied, all right, the supplies for the day are yours. Player Wang Dachui has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? Accept. Neither side spoke. After all, Beichen was very aloof in the eyes of the general players. One wrong word could ruin this trade, so everyone kept their cool. The trade went smoothly. Beichen paid a total of 1,500 milliliters of Sanquan brand pure water, 6 pieces of dog, holding UFO brand baked non 3 AGNC honey oranges plus 3 huazi. Why did Beichen give 3 extra oranges and 3 extra huazi? Because in the actual trade, Beichen received an extra bottle of baby Jinshui and a box of tissues. What made Beichen even more satisfied was that the previously requested big basin was replaced with a wooden bucket. People are like this. If someone treats you well, you return the favor even more. Beichen took everything out of the wooden bucket: towels, baby water, fabric softener, razor, and child's hair ties. Then Beichen placed the wooden bucket on the other side of the vehicle, just facing away from the campfire, so it wouldn't be a whoosh splash. Because the wooden bucket was much larger than the basin, Beichen wanted to enjoy a comfortable bath, so he had no choice but to pour in an additional 20 liters of water. Once everything was ready, Beichen poked his head out and called to the baby who was diligently studying with the Wank brand tutoring machine, "Baby, come over for a bath." Upon hearing this, the baby joyfully stood up, bouncing over while holding the tutoring machine. Along the way, the baby lightly pressed a button on the machine, and suddenly the familiar melody began to play. Cough, cough. This is how it goes. Wash, wash, wash for a bath, baby. Jin Shui is indispensable. Greet me with a salute. Shake hands. You are my good friend. Beichen exclaimed. Was this song always like this? Why do I feel like I drank expired ergo too? It's a bit P.S. Beichen, I will only say one blessing below. 7 years of marriage in traditional customs of Huaxia is known as the copper wedding, implying that this marriage is stronger and no longer fragile. Last night, a member of the Yinglong Guard shyly approached Beichen and said for their 7-year wedding anniversary, they wanted Beichen to help with something. It was as follows: Zhang Hanfang, the childish, so a family's sword loves you. The wooden tub was filled with clean, clear bathing water. Although it felt a bit chilly, it was fortunate that the temperature in the survival world was relatively high, so there was no need to worry about the baby catching a cold. Beichen patiently explained a multitude of things on how to use them, while the baby stood by nodding continuously. Alright, let's follow my instructions step by step. You're the best, baby. I got it. Before leaving, Beichen reminded, by the way, baby, we must not drink this shampoo. Alright, I got it. Beichen chuckled and returned to the campfire. Just as he sat down, he heard a splash behind him, and he turned back in concern, fearing the baby might fall into the water from above. Children must become independent early. Too much worry can be counterproductive. With a flick of his hand, he took out the particle ammunition depot. Looking at the list of bullets that could be crafted, Beichen decisively chose to make 600 rounds of 5.56. Crafting successful, obtained 500 rounds of 5.56 bullets automatically stored. Now Beichen felt an indescribable comfort in his heart. The T3 reactive armor of the vehicle was fully covered, and he upgraded the vehicle to level 2. Furthermore, he managed to acquire a bulletproof vest made of Mi dragon scales. He even crafted 600 rounds of 5.56 bullets in one go. Just as he was about to take out a firecracker, Beichen suddenly froze, slowly turning his head. He saw the baby standing in front of him, drenched and looking at him with a proud expression. How did you finish washing? Yes, I have feathers that keep me dry. Just a little water, and all the dirt is gone with a shake. Beichen was momentarily taken aback and nodded slightly. That seems true. Rubbing the baby's chubby cheek, Beichen stood up and said, then baby, you stay here by the fire while daddy goes to take a bath. By the way, if you feel bored, you can play with your educational machine. After Beichen instructed, he went off to take a bath. About 20 minutes later, the campfire went out, and both the big and small ones, freshly washed, fell into a peaceful sleep. The next day, the sun was shining, and a gentle breeze blew. Beichen woke up suddenly from his dream and hurriedly checked his private messages. There were countless messages filled with urgency and excitement. Captain, something big has happened. Quickly check the top left corner of the game interface. See what that is, eh? Beichen instinctively shifted his vision to the game interface. However, when he saw the top left corner of the interface, Beichen was startled. This thing was not present on the interface. It was a virtual mini-map the size of a cigarette box, vividly depicting low hills and winding roads with a small green dot flashing at the center of the map, almost as if it was afraid others wouldn't see it. Upon carefully reading the description, Beichen instinctively exclaimed, Regional Airdrop Resource Box. Airdrop Resource Box. Could it be the kind of box used to choose vehicles at the start? Beichen smiled and immediately returned to the driver. Regional airdrop means this airdrop resource box isn't known to all players, but can only be discovered by players in that area. With curiosity, Beichen quickly ignited the engine. Sure enough, the moment the vehicle started, another moving blue dot appeared on the virtual map of the game interface. Beichen knew this moving blue dot represented his vehicle. He clicked his tongue, feeling somewhat hesitant. With this bidirectional positioning, players in the area would surely gather around. At that point, conflict was inevitable. However, Beichen had no reason to avoid it. He had a level 2 vehicle, a gun, 600 rounds of bullets, and a 50 caliber Desert Eagle with a 50-round magazine. It would be unreasonable not to go. Only 300 kilometers. I hope I can get there before anyone else does. Roar, roar, roar. Beichen stepped on the gas, and the Woolings suddenly let out a wild boar-like roar. At that moment, Zhang Yichen also sent a private message. Captain, should we move out? The squad leader, the big guy, and Xiao Xia had joined up with the main force after a day and night, indicating that Beichen was not far from the main force and belonged to the same area, which was why Zhang Yichen privately inquired. Beichen pondered for a moment and replied, No need today, you guys don't go out to search for supplies, you just dig wells. I will personally go take a look. Understood, Captain. There was no need to, honestly. In the current situation, sending over 20 soldiers wouldn't stir much, as there were over 1 million players in the area. Rather than risking casualties among the Yinglong Guard, it was better to develop and lie low for the time being. Equipped with superior gear, it was most suitable for him to navigate this murky water alone. Driving the Wuling at high speed, Beichen's mind was also busy continuously analyzing the scope of this matter. In ancient times, where would one go to gather information? It would definitely be a tavern. In modern times, where would one go to gather information? It would definitely be Baidu headlines. At this moment, where would one go to gather information? It was obvious to go to the regional chat square. As soon as he entered the regional chat square, Beichen's expression darkened. As expected, this water was getting murkier. What the hell? Why? Why did that group of Americans look down from above, snatching away my resource box, and then tell me that they were looking down on us Chinese from a position of strength and height? Damn it, I swear if I make it out alive, I will resolutely resist the American goods. Enough already, you guys are better off. I've personally experienced this. A few little Japanese dogs lived pretty well, killing players from the 3 vehicles next door. No joke, those 3 were all driving Wuling Hongguang, and luckily I was driving a sports car, so I dodged a bullet. Is robbery being ignored now, eh? Feeling for the bro for a second. Ew, at least you were lucky they didn't rob you. Crap, they didn't rob me, did they? They took all 4 of my tires. How am I supposed to live like this? What the hell, how shameless. Those little Japanese dogs are living pretty well capable of doing such things. Instantly, the Chinese players united in indignation. Beichen transformed back into a survival novice and sent a message. So, is everyone going for the airdrop? Has anyone reached the location yet? Dude, who do you look down on? Airdrops are dreams. Right, even if not for dreams, I still have to get a piece of the pie. By the way, everyone, let me share what that little notebook said back then. Bro, tell me, how were they so rampant? It's like this, you all watch closely as I learn. When reading, make the tone. They say that China has been lying low and developing for 40 years and has been labeled by the American Big Brother as the strongest potential threat of the future. In my view, it's just like blowing your nose in your pants, pretending to be strong. If it weren't for the absence of wars in the world, I believe our great emperor would reignite the past glory, and under the Sangguang policy, we would surely occupy China completely. Anyone who has watched anti-war films would have an awkward accent when saying this. As soon as these words were read out, the chat square erupted. Damn. What the hell? What the hell? Kill those damn dogs. The scars were exposed, as if the shameful cloth covering the Chinese people had been torn off through anger, resentment. When a person steps out, whether strong or weak, it leaves a first impression. A family, whether poor or rich, also leaves either a good or bad impression in the eyes of others. Similarly, a country also holds an impression in front of the world. If a country was once weak and bullied, as long as they haven't completely fought back, when its citizens step out of the country, people from other nations will judge them based on their country's impression of being easy to bully. This is human nature. From the age of 8 to 90, I don't know when it started, but seeing foreigners, people felt from the bottom of their hearts that they must not provoke them, fearing them. Thus, after seeing the comments in the chat square, every Chinese player felt anger for their childhood, cowardice, anger for their country's past experiences, and even more so for the fact that China is already strong, but still gets bullied on the principle of not seeking trouble, which made them feel an immense rage. Beichen's face was also ashen, and he replied on the public screen, "That's right, I am Beichen. I put this out here. Everyone listen well. When we reach the airdrop location, whoever finds a player with a beard, come to me, and I will exchange for a bunch of supplies. Whatever I can get, I, Beichen, will take." In the chat square, the barrage of messages erupted like an explosion as Beichen confidently declared using a meal to purchase the head of a Huzi player will end this. This was not mere bravado, he was assured in his approach to this matter. Since the game's inception, Beichen had not seen any information regarding a significant number of Binzi players in the chat square. What does this indicate? It indicates that within the regions of Huaxia, only a small contingent of Binzi players exists. They were essentially deep within enemy territory, surrounded by Huaxia players. Can this be tolerated? Others might refrain from action, but Beichen, who possessed a system and a strong red genetic heritage, had no reason to remain idle. Although Huaxia does not advocate for individual heroism, this was not Huaxia, there were no constraints here. As a man who hasn't harbored a dream of heroism since childhood. However, the ensuing fervor in the regional chat square completely overturned Beichen's perception of modern youth. Big brother Beichen, your words are somewhat hurtful. Are we to ignore external provocations simply because there's no bounty? Indeed, even if it's just a meal bounty for a Japanese dog's head, just for what Big Brother Beichen said, I Zhang Dapio am in. Who's joining me? Count me in. As long as I have a weapon. I'm 1. I have a dagger. I'm 2. I also join with a heart. 3. I'm in with a pair of scissors. Instantly, hundreds of players echoed their agreement, all being competent players with weapons. Beichen couldn't help but feel his blood boil at this scene. It turned out that when Huaxia united against external foes, it was this remarkably unified. At the same time, Beichen held a high regard for the player Zhang Dapio. To be frank, since the world and national channels were open, very few had truly formed teams. It wasn't that everyone disliked socializing, rather they could not establish absolute trust among one another. Zhang Dapio precisely seized this opportunity for unity against external threats, boldly leading the charge, while simultaneously announcing the formation of a team. One must admit this person was truly clever and remarkable. Beichen smiled, and replied, "Alright Zhang Dapio, let's proceed as you suggested. You form a temporary team, and those without weapons should avoid the core area of the airdrop. Even if just to scout the surroundings, blind casualties hold no meaning. Thank you for your support, big brother Beichen. I Zhang Dapio will take this action as a banner to build a living force for our Huaxia." Seeing Zhang Dapio receiving praise from Beichen, other players who had not joined the team began messaging him privately expressing their intent to join. Hearing the message notification, Beichen smiled and exited the chat square. Upon seeing the names and content of the messages, he replied, "No need, I prefer my freedom. We can talk again when the opportunity arises." Taking advantage of the moment, Zhang Dapio quickly messaged Beichen wanting to invite him to join. The two chatted for a while and developed a strong interest in each other. Beichen speculated that Zhang Dapio also had a red heritage. To be honest, his style of action bore a resemblance to that of the valiant Zhang Dapio from the Blade. At this moment, the baby rubbed her eyes awake. "Daddy, where are we going?" Beichen didn't explain much and directly said, "We're going to find treasure. By the way, baby, come over and put this on." Beichen took out the Mi Dragon Scale bulletproof vest crafted from special materials, which could adjust in size, allowing even a 7 or 8-year-old child to wear it. However, the child looked a bit armored in it, as the double layers were surprisingly thick. "Wow, what is this?" Beichen smiled. "It's a bulletproof vest. With this, Daddy won't worry about you getting shot anymore." The baby scratched her head. Though she wasn't very fond of the outfit, it was a gift from Daddy, so she reluctantly tried it on. "But Daddy, if I wear this, I won't be able to fly." The baby attempted to flap her arms like wings. "Alright, how can—" Beichen was at a loss for words, realizing he instinctively treated the baby as if she were a human child. In the end, Beichen put on the Dragon Scale bulletproof vest himself. To trade off low-level protection for the baby's ability to fly seemed a hefty loss to him. The baby soaring through the sky was far more appealing than wearing the vest. After a light meal, Beichen quickly drove forward, heading towards the light spot on the minimap. For safety, Beichen didn't forget to switch to the game homepage to check the hot weapon rankings. After reviewing the top 3 hot weapons, Beichen smiled. Sure enough, the top hot weapon was still the outstanding Mi light machine gun Big Pineapple, followed by the Viper 18-round semi-automatic pistol, and third was the Desert Eagle. Now it's steady, the top-tier hot weapons have basically remained unchanged. Currently, the rankings showed a few more hot weapons than the initial count, but none were notably powerful, which relieved Beichen slightly. Almost simultaneously, players in this area, those with teams and weapons, were all on the move. Indeed, for their dreams, the airdrop resource box. Meanwhile, approximately 180 miles away from Beichen, this was a very unique area surrounded by 4 20-meter-wide asphalt roads enclosing a region filled with wilderness and barren hills, dry valleys, and yellowing sparse cedar trees. On a high hill, over 30 individuals were gathered. From their appearances, it was easy to deduce that this was a new force formed by the temporary cooperation of 2 teams. Why? Because half of them were tall with blonde hair and blue eyes, their eyes deeply set and faces chiseled as if cut by a knife. They wielded relatively well-crafted single-shot hot weapons, at the very least carrying knight swords. The other half appeared less appealing. They were short with uneven features, cold gazes, and waddled like eunuchs. Although their hot weapons were somewhat outdated, being bolt-action rifles, they had no less than 11 of them. To the left of the hill where this force was located was a depressed valley landscape. At a glance, the valley's wilderness was scattered with bones, some from beasts, and others resembling human pelvic bones. Looking further ahead, one could see over a dozen fresh corpses that had been gnawed on, surrounded by pools of nearly dry. This scene would surely lead anyone unaware to believe it was a place where some unknown monsters were enjoying a feast. On the hill, a middle-aged man with a prominent nose and a stubbly face lowered his binoculars and turned to frown at the short middle-aged man beside him. "Mr. Tian Ben, these 3 lion hybrid beasts guarding the airdrop resource box have already devoured over a dozen Huaxia people. Should we make our move?" As an Irishman of the 19th generation, he harbored a deep-seated disdain for the yellow-skinned islanders they once conquered. However, at a concealed location nearby, a Barrett sniper rifle was poised, compelling the Irishman to show Tian Ben due respect. Swoosh. Tian Ben smiled with pride, then took out a device resembling an MP3 and spoke. As soon as the command was issued, a thunderous bang echoed from a nearby hill or mountain. Surrounded by mountains and valleys, the sound of the sniper rifle was deafening. Even the Irishman found it difficult to pinpoint the exact location of the island sniper. Both leaders raised their binoculars, continuously scanning the distant corners of the valley. When they saw the weakest of the 3 lion hybrid beasts take a Barrett round, a specially made bullet, and sustain only minor injuries, the expressions of both leaders changed. That was to wait for the Huaxia players in this region to gather, threatening them with absolute power to force their submission, and then coercing them to deal with the 3 lion hybrid beasts in the valley, while they themselves seized the airdrop resource. That was to wait for the Huaxiao players in this region to gather, threatening them with absolute power to force their submission, and then coercing them to deal with the 3 lion hybrid beasts in the valley, while they themselves seized the airdrop resource box. As for the Huaxiao players not easily becoming pawns, they did not believe all Huaxiao people were courageous. There would always be those who feared death, and those willing to submit. After all, historical experiences told them that there were indeed many fence-sitters in Huaxia. As long as they offered slightly better treatment and conditions to their own kind under a strong psychological disparity, there would certainly be Huaxia people who genuinely submitted from the heart. Suddenly Tian Ben's communication device activated, speaking in the island language. Mr. Tian Ben, about 10 miles away from you at 3 o'clock, a Huaxia team of 12 is on their way. Hearing this, the sharp-faced Tian Ben revealed a large overbite reminiscent of a monkey swoosh. The first batch of bait has arrived. Everyone prepare. Hi. P.S. More updates, free small gifts at the end of the chapter by watching a video. Bailong hasn't achieved much, only interested in this free small gift. Haha family, just a gentle click leads. In a desolate wilderness of rolling hills, 12 well-equipped elite players from China cautiously advanced. At the forefront of the team was a young man with short hair and phoenix eyes whose appearance was quite ordinary, seemingly not older than 30. A somewhat worn handgun was tucked into his right waist while a long blue cloth item was strapped to his back, with only something resembling a sword hilt protruding from the top. Peng Xinjie, as the leader of this team, held absolute strength and prestige among them, and he was also a retired Special Forces soldier. The 11 members under his command were all veterans. Hearing this, Peng Xinjie nodded slightly and looked around the surroundings before raising his hand and saying, "All teams adjust positions and advance from the 5 o'clock direction." If the armed police are the elite among special forces, then becoming an armed police officer requires first becoming a scout. Reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance, as well as deep combat skills, are essential for special forces. Understood. 11 and 12, you will carry the combat walkie-talkies and occupy advantageous high positions at all times, observing the surrounding environment. Immediately relay any signs of ambush or concealment. Yes. With a wave of his hand, Peng Xinjie divided the team into 2 groups, sending 10 towards the 5 o'clock direction, while 2 continued towards the 3 o'clock direction, traversing hilly terrain rather than a flat path. 5 minutes later, Peng Xinjie and his 10-member team had arrived at the valley entrance at the 5 o'clock direction. The reason Peng Xinjie was not afraid of Maisie and the Japanese was his confidence in his team's strength. Before coming, he had carefully studied the rankings of firearms, and with big data analysis, he believed the chances of encountering the MI light machine gun Big Pineapple among the enemy forces were extremely low, almost negligible. As for the remaining handguns and single-shot rifles on the ranking, his team had them all. Although they had few guns, they had sufficient ammunition stored, totaling over 100 rounds. This was why Peng Xinjie dared to lead his team to enter the airdrop focal point ahead of time. As the group arrived at the valley entrance, everyone was taken aback upon seeing the scene below, even those who were not. Suddenly a team member exclaimed, "Captain, not good. There are impact craters from Barrett rounds here." "What did you say?" Peng Xinjie had no doubt about the truth of this statement, as this team member had previously worked in logistics in the military, specifically managing ammunition. 11 and 12 return immediately. As Peng Xinjie issued the order, he waved his hand and said, "All personnel enter combat mode." Before his words could finish, a deafening sound echoed the unmistakable roar of the killing god Barrett. "Captain 12 has fallen." "Aye." Bang. There was silence on the walkie-talkie. At the same time, the black muzzles of over 20 guns from the surrounding hills were all aimed at this location. "Raise your hands." "Huh. Huaxia soldiers. You are quite alert, having spotted our snipers in advance. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have wasted 2 Barrett rounds." Tian Ben, smiling, appeared and looked down at the force composed of Huaxiao veterans, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain. "Captain, what should we do? Fight them?" Peng Xinjie's face turned ashen and he raised his hand to interrupt. "No, if they wanted to kill us, they would have shot us already. There's definitely a plot behind their restraint. Don't act recklessly. Follow my orders and quickly report the situation here to the regional chat square. Brothers, put down your firearms." Despite their reluctance, no one dared to defy the captain's order, and the other members could only grit their teeth and place their weapons on the ground. "Raise your hands." Tian Ben shouted again. If we wanted to kill you, we would have shot already. The hands of Huaxia soldiers will not be easily raised against the enemy." Peng Xinjie spoke with a calm, yet firm tone, resolute in his stance. "Baka." Tian Ben felt offended and waved his hand to execute these Huaxia people. However, at that moment the device in his hand sounded again. "Tian Ben, a large number of Huaxia players have appeared at the 2 o'clock direction, estimated to be hundreds." This scene was also visible to Peng Xinjie. Although his gaze was calm, there was still a trace of horror hidden within. Why did the Japanese possess such many communication devices? Why was the god of death Barrett not on the firearm rankings? Meanwhile, Beichen was driving his Wuling at high speed. Along the way he encountered 2 wooden resource boxes, but Beichen did not waste much time. He was eager to reach the airdrop focal point, as the materials in the self-selected resource box were his ultimate goal. During the journey, he was also discussing a temporary battle plan with Zhang Dabiao. Suddenly, Bao Bao's voice came from behind. Daddy, what is that golden shining object? Golden shining object. Beichen was startled and quickly slowed down to look back. A golden resource box. Did my luck finally explode to encounter this? Beichen was so moved, he almost shed tears. He took out a golden hammer and handed it to Bao Bao. Bao Bao, go down and smash it. As long as it doesn't break, just hit it hard. In his hand, the hammer was now in Bao Bao's possession. No, Bao Bao. But it was too late. Bang! The entire Wuling shook as if it had been hit by a bull. Beichen wondered why he didn't hear the sound of metal. However, before Beichen could turn back, a prolonged, painful cry echoed in the car. Whoa, Daddy, my... The golden hammer fell onto the waterbed of the car, and Bao Bao squatted on the ground, scratching his head and crying, resembling a sad flower. Level 2 vehicle defense is impressive. Beichen was astonished and quickly reached out to rub Bao Bao's head. Now you know the lesson, right? You have to get out through the door here. Whoa. Bao Bao was very strong, wiping away the tears from his eyes, opened the car door, and got out while holding the golden hammer. Beichen was not worried at all that a ferocious beast would spring out of the golden box. As for hidden snakes, that was a joke for the quick-witted Bao Bao. However, saying that, Beichen still took out his Desert Eagle, just in case. Bao Bao was very angry, and the consequences would be severe. All of a sudden, a series of bang 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 sounds erupted. 1202-2032-0420. Crack, they shattered. In 5 seconds, 20 hits, still forcefully smashing, had stunned the golden resource box. Beichen smiled bitterly. Despite Bao Bao's young age, this stubbornness was quite similar to his own. As the golden resource box shattered, what caught Beichen's eye was an object resembling a glass handle, but he knew it was definitely not glass. It should be some unknown material. Bao Bao, bring the item back, we need to set off. Looking at Bao Bao happily holding the loot and bouncing back with a victorious smile, Beichen instinctively smiled. The Wuling sped away. Detected a carbon fiber retractable shield that can amplify. Oh, would you like to amplify it? Hearing this, Beichen was startled. This looks like a trowel used for plastering walls at construction sites. Is it a Beichen was speechless, but right now he really needed this item. After all, although the dragon-scale bulletproof vest was impressive, it didn't protect the head, leaving it exposed. If he had a shield similar to the ones used by armed police, that would be fantastic. Amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. Carbon fiber retractable shield amplified to 20 carbon sulfate-coated explosion-proof shields. What he acquired were 20 white, lead wire-shaped plastering trowels. Although surprised, Beichen knew that things that looked simple were often not simple. However, before Beichen could carefully study the functions of the explosion-proof shield, a private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived, which was the shared record from the chat square earlier. After reading this shared information, Beichen's expression completely changed. This can't be true. The Barrett sniper rifle didn't make it onto the hot weapon rankings. The appearance of the killing god Barrett disrupted all of Beichen's plans. Unexpected occurrences always induce feelings of frustration and anxiety. Suppressing his anger, Beichen directly thought, game console, come forth. No. 123271 survival player. Beichen, do you have any questions? Why is Barrett's sniper rifle not listed on the hot weapon leaderboard for the entire region? I do not believe that Barrett is of a lower tier than those broken level turtle boxes. However, the response from the game console made Beichen spit out a mouthful of old blood from 1982. The key point is that he couldn't refute this matter. That's right, it's the hot weapon leaderboard for the entire Huaxiao region. What's wrong with that? Damn. This time, he directly let out a curse. This damn. The emergence of this news almost instantly changed Beichen's pre-planning and layout for the entire survival game. Why? The implication from the game console was that each country's participating players would have a separate hot weapon leaderboard, allowing the top 3 weapon holders to receive prestige rewards every week. It was not just Beichen alone dominating the scene. A sense of crisis, immense danger, and numerous uncertainties instantly occupied Beichen's mind. Are you kidding, all the players? Survival players didn't notice whether the hot weapon leaderboard was nationwide or worldwide, so it has nothing to do with the game console. Beichen was stunned, suddenly feeling that this statement was indeed quite reasonable. Initially, when the hot weapon leaderboard was activated, the game console congratulated player Beichen for crafting a weapon activating the regional hot weapon leaderboard, but it indeed didn't mention the global hot weapon leaderboard. This was a linguistic trap. Player Beichen, do you have any questions? Take care, no need to see off. After unpleasantly sending off the game console, Beichen fell into deep thought as another private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived. Beichen set aside various distracting thoughts and opened it. Boss Beichen, because of Barrett's sudden emergence, the members I painstakingly assembled are now hesitant and fearful of battle. No one wants to go, they want to give up the airdrop resource box. The tone was very anxious. For Beichen, it merely disrupted all plans temporarily. But for Zhang Dabiao, it was a fatal blow as a single Barrett directly caused the new team to be stillborn. At this moment Beichen calmed down. There are always more methods than difficulties. He did not think there was anything wrong with those players giving up now. After all, the deterrent power of a Barrett sniper rifle is immense. This isn't the anti-Japanese war era where not resisting would lead to national extinction and future generations would be enslaved with no hope of rising. In contrast, in the current situation, even if they gave up the airdrop resource box, they could still survive. It was just that the airdrops in the Huaxiao region would be taken by players from other countries, which seemed more acceptable than death. Beichen hesitated for a brief moment before replying to Zhang Dabiao. Dabiao, it's normal for such things to happen. Immediately select 10 elite players who are unafraid of death and possess a spirit of sacrifice. The other players temporarily give up. Also keep in contact with Pang Xinjia at all times. Notify me in a minute regardless of the outcome. Perhaps I can turn this around. Okay, I'm on it. The private message ended. Gathering 10 fearless Huaxiao people among hundreds is really not difficult. Some may fear death, but some are genuinely unafraid when it comes to the honor and disgrace of their country. After all, how did the first-class and second-class military honors of the anti-Japanese war come about? Beichen's grandfather was like this, which is why Beichen would send such a message to Zhang Dabiao. Seeing Beichen's serious expression, the baby in the car was exceptionally well-behaved, quiet, and adorable. Beichen took out a sulfur carbon compound-coated explosion-proof shield to check the information. Sulfur carbon compound-coated explosion-proof shield introduction, the hardest material discovered by humanity so far. Sulfur carbon compound is 200 times harder than steel, 40 times harder than diamond, and twice as hard as graphene. Function: because it is a coated sulfur carbon compound, the shield will slowly oxidize when deployed, maintaining a hardness 200 times that of steel for 24 hours before weakening until the coating is completely oxidized. Damn. Fortunately, Beichen was slow in his actions, who otherwise the countdown for the top-level explosion-proof shield's 24 hours would have started right now. It is 200 times harder than steel, 40 times harder than diamond, and twice as hard as graphene. A smile of subtle triumph appeared at the corner of Beichen's mouth. If only it could maintain the coating of sulfur carbon compound without oxidizing, how wonderful that would be. However, Beichen could only imagine this. After all, this was the best and only golden resource box he had encountered since entering the game. The luck that erupted at the most crucial moment was already a sign of good fortune. Oh, what more could he ask for? Suddenly Beichen thought of more. What kind of luck did he have smashing open a golden resource box with a golden hammer that was smooth and effortless? If it weren't for that smooth golden hammer, he could only look at the golden resource box without being able to touch it. Indeed, what does that saying go? Luck is stronger than hacks. At this moment, a private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived right on time. Beichen felt no more pressure opening the private message. Boss Beichen, unexpectedly, 20 valiant men appeared on my side, while on Pang Xinjia's side 7 warriors died, and Maisie and the Japanese are forcing them to fight against the guardian lion tigers of the airdrop resource box. It was not surprising if the airdrop was first come first served. The main force probably wouldn't have left a single hair behind by the time they rushed over. It was also normal to have guardian beasts around. Just like in games, how can you obtain treasures without defeating the final big boss? It's the same principle. Next, Beichen meticulously organized his wording and replied line by line. Very good, Dabiao. Take your 15 men quickly to the focal point and keep in touch with Pang Xinjia at all times. I should arrive in about 30 minutes. Dabiao, to be honest, I'm also someone who won't get up early without benefits. I do have the power to turn the battle around, but for this operation, I want 70 of the spoils. If Pang Xinjia agrees, I will immediately finalize the strategic plan. The private message wasn't cut off, and Zhang Dabiao quickly replied. No need to ask. Pang Xinjia said he doesn't want the resources, but the only condition is that he must be allowed to personally butcher that bunch of bastards. Very good, I like this person. Next I will speak, and you listen. If you don't understand after it's done, ask. Beichen replied directly. Understood, boss. Beichen emphasized the usage and the powerful protection duration of the shield. He traded 20 sulfur carbon compound-coated explosion-proof shields to Zhang Dabiao without hesitation. Because even if Zhang Dabiao got the equipment and fled, the shield could only be used for 24 hours. Compared to his newly formed team, disbanding this shield seemed a bit trivial. Wow, boss Beichen, you were able to acquire this thing. Amazing. I, Zhang Dabiao, bow to no one, but I bow to you. Immediately trade the items to Pang Xinjia. It's very dangerous on his side. Tell him to deploy the shield and retreat immediately to regroup with you. As for the deadly snipers hiding in the surrounding hills, I'll take care of them. At this moment, Beichen's image instantly elevated in Zhang Dabiao's heart, as if he were a divine being. I guarantee to complete the mission. P.S. Click here to see the segment review for surprises. The Yinglong Guard family is waiting for you. There will definitely be an update today, but I have to go cook soon. My wife is crying from hunger. A free gift is given every day, thank you. Seeing Zhang Dabiao respond with I guarantee to complete the task, Beichen smiled. In fact, Beichen could have been more ruthless, by merely controlling from behind the scenes, he could obtain 90% of the resources from the airdrop selection box. But Beichen did not do so. Why? His principle was, if you respect me by a foot, I will return the favor. As for Zhang Dabiao, he had not contributed much. He merely echoed in the regional chat square out of admiration, leading many players to join his team, and that was all. However, the contribution made by Pang Xinjie for this operation was immense. Although Pang Xinjie was currently being forced to fight against the airdrop guardian beasts by Maisie and the Japanese, and was in a position of a captive, Beichen treated him equally. Not only because Pang Xinjie selflessly disclosed enemy equipment information, troop numbers, and weapon details in the regional chat square, but because this person had a strong sense of national identity and awareness with a broad vision, which was a strategic insight Beichen had emphasized multiple times. Such a person was enough for Beichen to appreciate and offer help. The wheels of the Wuling were spinning rapidly, yet at this moment Beichen's mind was racing faster than those spinning wheels. He had to consider his known forces and calculate the possible hidden strengths and existing powers of the enemy. The Barrett was a heavy sniper rifle with bullets capable of reaching a velocity of 1,000 meters per second. A slight misstep could lead to a devastating explosion, and Beichen did not dare to be careless. At the same time, he was also filled with anticipation towards the Barrett. It was known that he could share vision with his pet. If he acquired the Barrett sniper rifle, it was predictable that Beichen would become a pinpoint killing machine, a true god of death. His pet could fly high and oversee everything, sharing the hidden positions of enemies with Beichen, allowing him to shoot in a direction without even revealing the barrel. How impressive that would be. Baby, when we arrive at the location, I have an important task for you. Upon hearing this, the baby perked up and quickly closed her Vank educational device, saying, Dad, hurry up and tell me what is the task. When we get there, you will immediately transform into your true form and circle in the sky. You must find the hidden sniper on a certain hill or peak that is concealed in the focal area. Yay, isn't this like hide and seek? I will definitely find him first. Beichen affectionately patted the baby's head, saying, if you complete it, Dad will reward you. Wow, yay, I want to eat that red candy. The baby said, her big eyes squinting into crescent shapes, tilting her. Alright, this time Dad will give you 2 pieces. Occasionally using such rewards can effectively stimulate her enthusiasm, but the timing and frequency of events must be managed well, otherwise she would just end up crying. Wow, baby loves Dad so much, moi. The baby jumped forward and planted a kiss on Beichen's face. You must rest well and conserve your energy. There may be a fierce battle soon. Beichen did not want the baby to underestimate any enemy. Even the lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Being careless can lead to suffering. Okay, I understand. Every word Dad says will be remembered in my heart. Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled. At that moment he felt that the teachings he had imparted were worth it. As long as he patiently guided the child and established a good foundation, she could fully realize self-directed learning later without needing intense blood-splattered tutoring. At this moment, a private message from Zhang Dabiao arrived. Boss Beichen, our 15 members have arrived at the core perimeter of the airdrop site, and we have secretly traded 5 sulfur carbon-coated explosion-proof shields to Pang Xinjie. As long as he finds the right moment to retreat, he can join us at any time. Very good, I will arrive shortly. Do not act rashly. Oh, I believe that apart from your 2 teams from Huaxia, some major financial groups must also be eyeing this place. That's right. 2 major financial groups have come to this area. One was ambushed by Maisie and the Japanese, causing their team to scatter. The other, Zhang Dabiao hesitated. What do you mean, eh? The remaining major financial group has decent weapons and a large number of personnel, and they have collaborated with Maisie and the Japanese. Seeing this, Beichen's expression darkened. Dancing with wolves. Tell Pang Xinjie to find the right moment to use the shields and escape, and do not deliberately search for the hidden sniper. I will handle that. Understood. Breaking off the private message, Beichen gazed towards the distant hills and sparse coniferous trees, saying, major financial groups. Who dares to obstruct me, I will kill whoever it is. 3 minutes later. The Wuling vehicle had reached the outer perimeter of the airdrop site, as the asphalt road was more than 20 miles away from the core airdrop area, and the vehicle could not drive straight in. Upon approaching, Beichen directly got out of the car, and a graceful white bird took off silently, appearing in the air at a height of 100 meters within 3 breaths. Activate shared vision function. Beichen held a desert eagle in his hand, a fish-scale military knife strapped to his waist, and a dragon-scale armor vest worn close to his body. Apart from his head, Beichen's protective measures had reached the pinnacle for personal players. As the shared vision was activated, a 3-dimensional map appeared in his field of vision, capturing the low hills, tall ridges, and surrounding valley landscapes. Baby, pay attention to safety. When we reach the core area, rise to a height of 150 meters. Okay, Dad. The sound of the baby responded in his ear. Beichen smiled and took a puff from his cigarette. A gentle breeze tousled Beichen's hair, and a cold glint flickered in his deep-set eyes. With a powerful thrust of his long legs, he left a dent in the soft ground, and in an instant Beichen transformed into a shadow, swiftly darting towards the core area. Meanwhile, in the valley landscape of the focal area, although Pang Xinjia's expression remained unchanged, his heart was bleeding. 7 brothers who had shared life and death had fallen in battle today, causing his inner rage to reach its peak. Captain, I have a rough guess of where the sniper is hiding, but the terrain here is a spiraling valley shape and the gunshots spread in a circular pattern, making it impossible for me to accurately determine which hill or peak is nearby. As Pang Xinjia spoke, his expression gradually grew grim, his gaze turning fierce like that of a vengeful spirit. Yes, there are about 3 points: 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 7 o'clock with the highest probability. As Pang Xinjia spoke, his expression gradually grew grim, his gaze turning fierce like that of a vengeful spirit. Yes, there are about 3 points: 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 7 o'clock with the highest probability being at the 4 o'clock position. Just as he finished speaking, another team member suddenly exclaimed, Captain, the lion tiger beast guarding the outer perimeter is charging over. The 5 were startled and turned to look. They saw a beast the size of a yellow cow, its fur a light yellow with stripes, appearing clumsy, but actually quite agile. It inherited the strength and massive size of a lion, while its teeth and retractable claws were wholly from the bloodline of the tiger, the king of beasts. This giant beast was a legend before the game, and to think 3 of them could appear at once in the game. What was more terrifying was not just these beasts, but their intelligence. When they detected a large-scale intruder, only 1 or 2 would attack, while the largest among them would remain vigilant near the airdrop resource box. Clearly, luring them away was not a realistic option. The 3 lion tiger beasts adjusted their attack frequency and numbers according to the movement of the intruders. This was simply like the boss settings in the game, and they were not afraid of hot weapons and bullets, otherwise the 3 factions in the distance would have long taken the airdrop resource box. It is said that the roar of tigers dominates the mountains and forests, overwhelming the world. The momentum of their charge created a powerful wind enough to terrify an ordinary person to the point of losing control. Even the soldiers with strong mental fortitude turned pale in the face of this formidable aura. You all retreat towards the 7 o'clock direction, and be careful not to arouse the suspicions of the distant enemies. Pang Xinjia swiftly drew out the sword handle wrapped in a blue cloth from his back. Instantly a blue light appeared, and a sword chant echoed. Buzz! The sound of the sword was clear, crisp, and continuously spread, possessing strong, penetrating power. Indeed, this sword was the top-ranked cold weapon in the Huaxiao battle zone, the Aurora Blade. A low-lying valley the size of 10 basketball courts is encircled by several hills and small mountains resembling an ancient Roman amphitheater from above. Why is it compared to an arena? Because below not only are there 3 gigantic lion tiger beasts, but also 5 Chinese soldiers armed only with cold weapons. Surrounding the hills, there are 3 temporary alliances formed by 100-odd people, all of whom are enjoying this spectacle of human and beast slaughter. Tian Beichen is a core senior member of the Futon Group, a major financial conglomerate. Erlin Sergio is one of the candidates to helm the top capital conglomerate Meghua. Wang Quan is the youngest brother of the leader of the Wang financial conglomerate in China. Except for Wang Quan, Tian Beichen and Erlin are all thrill-seeking mavericks, otherwise they wouldn't have ventured out of their home country's war zone to arrive in the Chinese battlefield. As for why they disregarded everything to come to China, in the year of the metal rat, 8 nations invaded. At that time, China was known to the world as the empire of silver and gold, the most defenseless and ripe for plunder. Thus, watching their compatriots forced to battle ferocious beasts by foreign powers, Wang Quan on the hill not only showed no signs of indignation, rather a hint of perversion and anticipation flickered in his gaze, expecting the 5 soldiers to be mauled by the lion tiger beasts letting out desperate howls. The sensory stimulation and perverse hobbies pursued by the wealthy are beyond the imagination of normal individuals. He is a madman, extreme and exceptionally intelligent. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to rely on numerical superiority to collaborate with the Americans and Japanese, unafraid of the Barrett's deadly gaze. A Barrett rifle might be able to kill or even shatter a person with a single shot, but it remains a sniper rifle, not an artillery piece or a heavy machine gun. While its precision is formidable, it is still powerless against overwhelming numbers. However, the premise is that the armed forces under this organization must be absolutely loyal. Otherwise, no matter how mad the leader is, if his subordinates fear for their lives, they remain powerless. Thus, the Wang Group, a major financial conglomerate in China, is a force that cannot be underestimated. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the slaughter below, watching as the enormous lion tiger beasts roared and charged at the 5 soldiers, and the 3 heads watching from the hills all wore smiles. Everything was under control. However, as Pang Xinjia drew out the Aurora Blade, the blue light flashed, and the sound of the sword sang and whistled, causing the expressions of the 3 leaders observing to change. It's the Aurora Blade. How could such a weapon be in his hands? Wang Quan exclaimed, his eyes bursting with intense jealousy and possessiveness. Roar, a tiger's roar echoed, shaking the surroundings. Before it arrived, a strong and domineering gust of wind swept in. Pang Xinjia drew the Aurora Blade and shouted, "Retreat," as per the original plan. The faces of the remaining 4 soldiers changed, but a soldier's duty is to obey orders. Each with red-rimmed eyes responded, "Captain. Go. Remember, if I die in battle you must join Beichen or follow Zhang de Biao." Yes. These 4 soldiers are all iron-blooded comrades of Pang Xinjie from the same batch. Their bond is deeper than that of brothers born from the same mother. Quickly retreat to the 7 o'clock direction, deploy the shields. Swish, 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 4 shields pure white in material, with only the outermost layer coated in black instantly unfolded to cover the front. The 4 held up shields completely concealing the 3 most likely positions of hidden snipers. Seeing his brother's retreat, Pang Xinjie smiled. Without hesitation, he exerted force through his legs, gripping the Aurora blade in his right hand, roaring as he charged straight at the rapidly approaching lion tiger beast. To cover the retreat, someone must stand up, otherwise it would mean total annihilation. However, Pang Xinjie does not believe he lacks the power to fight back. As Pang Xinjie roared, the Aurora blade emitted waves of sword sounds, the blue light of the blade appearing even more dazzling and brilliant. Roars swish. The lion tiger beast 10 meters away from Pang Xinjie kicked off with its hind legs and leaped up nearly 7 or 8 meters high, its sharp claws reflecting cold light onto the sunlight. Even a lion uses all its strength when hunting a rabbit. Elegant, clean, and direct. It aimed straight for Pang Xinjie's head. I underestimated you. Seeing the lion tiger beast leap forward to attack, Pang Xinjie, who was also moving quickly, suddenly felt a glimmer of hope for survival. Why? With both feet off the ground, even felines can only make limited adjustments in the air. Pang Xinjie's quick reflexes allowed him to narrowly evade a claw strike by tilting his head, and with a sword already charged with power, he slashed diagonally at the lion tiger beast's left front paw. Instantly blood spurted and the tiger roared long. Roar. Although this injury was insignificant to the lion tiger beast, it completely enraged it. The reaction speed of a cat is 7 times that of a venomous snake. While the size of a tiger may weaken it in tight, agile maneuvers, it is absolutely several times stronger than a human. Therefore, despite Pang Xinjie seemingly gaining the upper hand with his successful strike, in reality at this distance, he was already a dead man. The intense pain drove the lion tiger beast to madness. Seeing the invader trying to flee, it almost reflexively swiped a claw, tearing at its chest. A massive menacing claw loomed larger before Pang Xinjie, whose face turned pale. This was his last chance. The handle he was holding in his left hand suddenly shook. With a whoosh, a seemingly fragile shield instantly protected Pang Xinjie within it. Almost simultaneously, the lion tiger beast's thick claw came crashing down. Bang! Pang Xinjie was like a cannonball sent flying 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. His blood surged violently, and he could no longer hold back a mouthful of blood. Pursuing the victory, how could the lion tiger beast allow its prey to catch its breath? It lunged forward again, charging at Pang Xinjie. This was the last chance that had failed. Pang Xinjie felt intense pain throughout his bones, his left arm and chest already numb. Seeing the lion tiger beast pounce at him again, he knew he was doomed. Captain. The 4 soldiers, alternating their cover to retreat, saw this scene, their eyes misting over, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Just when everyone thought Pang Xinjie would be torn apart and devoured, suddenly the lion tiger beast, about to pounce on its prey, abruptly halted, its yellow eyes looking up at the sky. At this moment, its mouth no longer emitted a furious roar, but a low growl of warning. Screech. A clear, clean, and noble cry, piercing and resonant, drifted down from the high sky. This bizarre scene appeared abruptly, leaving not only Pang Xinjie stunned, but also startling the various forces eyeing the airdrop nearby. They all looked up at the blazing sun in the sky, but the sunlight was too harsh and blinding. They could not discern anything above. Flee. After a brief moment of catching his breath, Pang Xinjie regained his ability to move. The current situation was complex, and perhaps this was the only chance for survival. However, the lion tiger beast close by paid no heed to Pang Xinjie's escape. Perhaps in its eyes Pang Xinjie was merely prey, but when dealing with an opponent of equal level, it had to be cautious and focused. I never expected you to survive. Do you still think you can escape? Wang Quan's jealousy flared. He had long coveted the Aurora blade in Pang Xinjie's hands. Grabbing a submachine gun from his subordinate, he was about to aim, but before he could fire, bang! The sound of the Barrett echoed, targeting the fleeing Pang Xinjie. A Barrett bullet struck the sulfur carbon thine-coated explosion-proof shield, and shockingly, it did not penetrate. The tremendous impact merely sent Pang Xinjie tumbling. What? This is impossible. Everyone's heads were spinning. What kind of shield was that? Why could it withstand a Barrett shot completely unharmed? Though Pang Xinjie appeared to be on the ground, he actually performed a roll to dissipate the force, and was up again in less than a second, rushing towards his team. As fellow comrades, after the Barrett sniper fired a shot, reloading, aiming, and firing again, all required time. This time, albeit brief, was an opening, a chance in the eyes of a professional soldier. While racing for his life, Pang Xinjie did not forget to glance back at the crowd on the distant hills, which was filled with coldness and endless killing intent. Bang! The gunfire spiraled outward, resonating like thunder. Suddenly, on a low hill at the outer edge of the core area, a tall, handsome youth with tousled hair halted his rapid steps, his sharp eyes scanning the surrounding hills and peaks. Indeed, it was Beichen who was about to arrive at the core area of the airdrop. "Baby, have you found the sniper's location?" After 2 seconds, Baby's frustrated voice finally came through. "Dad, no. This person gives me the feeling that he doesn't exist at all. Oh, I can't capture his aura. However, from the gunfire, just now I have roughly determined 2 directions. As long as he fires again, I will definitely be able to lock onto his position through the sound." This statement surprised Beichen. He would never doubt Baby's abilities. Moreover, it was still daytime, providing the advantage of a high vantage point. Yet, even so, Baby could not quickly locate this hidden sniper at a high point. Is it a special concealment device or the influence of the surrounding unique geographical environment? However, in Beichen's view, the former seemed more likely. If he could possess a particle ring and a shape-shifting ammunition depot of such advanced technology, it was inevitable that the opponent would also have special operational equipment to conceal their presence. "Alright, Baby, next you pay attention to insight. The second shot is coming soon," Beichen instructed while sending a message to Pang Xinjie. "Create a flaw to lure the sniper to fire again. This time he is surely doomed." "Okay." Seeing Pang Xinjie agree, without hesitation left Beichen momentarily stunned. This must be years of experience from a retired Special Forces soldier, yet he agreed so readily. Selling flaws is dangerous, and among the troops those who can be snipers are all sharpshooters nurtured by bullets. Now that both sides are professional soldiers, it comes down to who has more experience and composure. Beichen took several heavy breaths to stabilize his breathing. Although discerning positions by sound was difficult, he wanted to give it a try. Indeed, it was less than 5 breaths. A deafening gunshot rang out. As Beichen frowned, a cold glint flashed in his eyes, for this shot was not fired. Through the shared vision, Beichen saw that it was fired by the head of a wealthy conglomerate, also a Chinese national. "Oomph." Beichen snorted coldly and continued to stealthily approach the core area. The little one circled at an altitude of 150 meters, keeping a constant lookout on every hill and peak below. Bang! The sound of gunfire shook the heavens as a wisp of smoke slowly rose from a bush, only to quickly vanish. Although the little one's eyes were not as sharp as an eagle's from this flying height, spotting a wisp of smoke was more than sufficient. "Finally found you. Daddy, I found it. Do you see? It's right below me in a bush on that mountain peak that has a dip." The excited voice of the little one reached Beichen's ears, and he turned to look, also smiling slightly. "Little one, do not take action. Oh, just keep circling in flight." At 6,070 centimeters tall, if the little one descended, it would definitely be discovered, putting her in danger of being shot. Beichen would not allow the little one to be harmed. "I understand, Daddy." With that, Beichen transformed into a shadow, once more heading directly towards the mountain peak, where the sniper was located. "Pang Xinjie, I've located the sniper's position. Protect yourself and quickly lead the team to rendezvous with Zhang Dapio." "Understood." As Pang Xinjie's 5-man team took out their remarkably defensive shields, dozens of guns from the 3 major forces began to rain bullets upon them. However, the shields provided by Beichen had strong defensive power, able to withstand Barrett bullets, so those with regular rifles were even less of a threat. The 5 retreated in an orderly fashion, unfazed. Bako attack. Tian Ben raised his command knife, and immediately 5 armed soldiers surged down the hill, charging straight at the 5 Chinese soldiers. Ireland's 19th also waved his hand, followed closely by 5 blonde, blue-eyed soldiers. Wang Quan smiled and nodded to the deputy captain beside him. "Get the Aurora blade back for me." "Yes, third brother." Immediately 15 armed individuals carrying various low-end firearms also charged, unable to snipe from a distance. "Then shoot at close range." At this moment, the 5 men who were retreating in an orderly defense below the valley changed their expressions slightly. "Captain, what should we do?" With their firearms confiscated, the only weapon they had for defense was their close combat weapons, but facing 20 firearms with melee weapons was a death sentence. Pang Xinjie glanced coldly at the 20 or so charging individuals and calmly said, "Don't worry, maintain formation." "Understood. Hurry. Beichen is fast." Meanwhile, on a small hill about 400 meters away from Pang Xinjie and the others, Beichen had stealthily approached like a ghost. To be honest, if it weren't for the Barrett firing a second shot, and the little one locking onto the position from above, even if Beichen stood right next to this sniper, he wouldn't have noticed. It was too well hidden. It was a combat suit that completely blended with the surrounding environment, unlike the more common green and yellow suits. This one resembled a chameleon, perfectly merging into its surroundings. Beichen knew that this special combat suit had functionalities beyond this. It should possess unknown capabilities. Otherwise, a dozen seasoned Special Forces soldiers nearby wouldn't have failed to locate him, especially considering this guy had fired many shots. A serious sniper would change positions quickly after each shot, regardless of whether they hit or missed. The fact that this guy hadn't changed positions suggested the peculiar nature of this equipment. Understanding the situation on Pang Xinjie's side, Beichen dared not hesitate. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes and leaped into the air, his body tilting as he forcefully swung both arms down. At this moment Beichen shot towards the unsuspecting sniper like a sharp arrow. This was not Beichen straining himself to do this, rather the sniper's concealed position was awkward for Beichen. If he charged directly in, the rustling of branches would give him away, thwarting his subsequent plans. With a swift move he unleashed an eagle strike wielding a scaled military knife accurately and forcefully piercing the sniper's back heart. Ugh! Bakayalu. The sniper's attention was fixed on Pang Xinjie and the others through the eightfold scope. Due to the terrain and the lack of any sound, he was caught completely off guard by this sudden stab. A chill rushed from his heart to the back of his head. Die! Beichen's eyes were frighteningly cold as he firmly pressed down on the sniper's last desperate struggles, then violently twisted the knife handle. The feeling of heartbreak. The front heart was deep as a well, the back heart shallow as a pit. It was a certainty that even a 3-inch dagger would be fatal if stabbed in the back heart without exceptions. The sniper's eyes bulged, his heart seemingly in severe pain, his features twisted together, clearly departing this world unwillingly. However, Beichen had no time to tend to his emotions. He pushed him aside and aimed his gun. In that moment, the battlefield situation below fell completely into Beichen's hands. With the shared vision, with the little one constantly activated, Beichen knew that the three factions had already dispatched people down, making it imperative to enact a strategy to rescue Zhao. In the eightfold scope, a young man with a cold face, also holding a rifle, came into view. Without hesitation, Beichen pulled the trigger. Bang! The Barrett bullet pierced through the air, heading directly towards a head 400 meters away. On the hillside below, Wang Quan squinted one eye, aiming his gun at the retreating five below. As long as their formation collapsed, he could immediately snipe Pang Xinjie. Everything was going so smoothly. However, in the next second, without warning, without preparation, Wang Quan's head exploded, his blood splattering and disappearing in an instant. Third brother. Wang Quan's headless corpse slowly toppled over. It was at this moment that the gunshot finally arrived. What? Third brother is dead, he was sniped. Wang Quan's loyal armed men immediately trained their guns on Tian Ben and the Irish people. This sudden exclamation caused the 20 armed men below the hill to halt in their tracks. As expected, the temporary cooperation among the three factions instantly unraveled. Baka, who told you to shoot? Tian Ben's face darkened. Why did it have to be Wang Quan, the third young master of the Chinese conglomerate, who died? Why? Oh my god, Mr. Tian Ben, you have torn our alliance apart. Ireland's 19th suddenly retreated, hiding among his armed men. Bakayalu. San Sun Jun, are you crazy? Tian Ben was bewildered, then picked up his communication device and shouted angrily. However, in the next second, the conversation coming through the device shocked everyone present. Hi Shoga, meaning General, I'm tired and have already dealt with the Chinese armed leader as per Zuga's orders. Next is the American leader, long live Emperor de Ben Tian. To be fair, although the Japanese was awkward, it was much better than the self-scripted lines in the war drama. At least it was proper Japanese. Baka. Tian Ben nearly spat blood, unable to finish cursing before another gunshot rang out. Turning to look, he saw Ireland's 19th had also met the same fate. Oh my god. I swear to God, you are all done for. All comrades, the Irish soldiers were no pushovers either. Kill that little Ben of Japan. Da-da-da-da. Bang. 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 Suddenly a fierce battle among the three factions was about to erupt. The sudden turn of events left Pang Xinjie's 5 men in shock. What just happened? Did the blood of the brain seize the high ground? Or did rabies break out and took control of the central controller? It must be said that the Empire of Japan was indeed known for its warlike nature. Among the 3 teams below the hill, the 5 from Ireland and 15 from Wang Quan were all wiped out by the Japanese soldiers. They only paid the price of 4 lives, which makes it easy to infer that from the beginning the Japanese had intended to play dirty, but Beichen had thwarted their plans. Otherwise, even if the other 2 teams were 15 pigs, they could have easily overwhelmed them. Shoga, I am indeed the samurai blessed by the emperor. The remaining surviving Japanese soldier had just raised a victorious smile. Bang! Another deadly bullet struck. Upon seeing this scene, Tian Ben's face turned green. Staring wide-eyed at the communication device, he cursed loudly. You didn't follow the original plan, and now you're shooting your own. What does that even mean? But the words coming from the communication device made Tian Ben spit blood again. Stop it. Sorry Shoga, I thought that surviving soldier was a Chinese. For your safety, I killed him ahead of time. To hell with you Chinese. Wasn't that your own brother Sin Shou? You don't even remember what he looks like. P.S. 2,750 words chapter. That's it for today. I'm not feeling well, going to sleep. Here's a small gift for free. Thank you, family. Despite Beichen's clumsy imitation of Japanese being quite convincing, he inadvertently revealed himself through this incident. Baka, you are not San Sun Jun. Who are you? Tian Ben's tone softened immediately upon saying this, making it clear that he was a person who feared for his life. Doesn't the Lord feel a buzzing in his head? That's right, you're within my sniper range, and the red dot of the 8x scope is right on your forehead. Beichen stopped pretending, as he had never learned Japanese, and it was already impressive that he could say a few proper sentences. Don't shoot, I surrender. Upon confirming that the communication device wasn't with his own people, Tian Ben immediately caved in. It was no joke to be targeted by an 8-times scoped Barrett on the forehead, who wouldn't panic. Listening to the leader of the Benzi country surrender from the small hill, Beichen's lips curled into a slight smile, and he quickly sent a private message to Zhang Debiao. Debiao, the situation is under control. Rendezvous with Pang Xinjie and take the hilltop. Eliminate all enemies. Pang Xinjie, there are only remnants of armed forces left on the hill. I will keep your wish in mind. Indeed, Zhang Debiao was already impatient and replied directly, Boss Beichen, I've been hiding here with 20 brothers, and we're all going moldy. I'll rush over with my brothers right away. Thank you, Boss Beichen. As a token of gratitude after avenging my brothers, I will personally gift you the Aurora Blade. Beichen replied with a smile, finish it quickly. At this moment, Beichen's position and the 3D aerial view shared by Bao Bao were all under his control. After a chaotic battle among the three factions, only Tian Ben remained unharmed on the hill, while the other 7 or 8 were all injured and bleeding profusely. You traitorous Benzi. Your Fudian group is finished. My third brother Wang is the captain's biological brother. Just wait for our captain's wrath. My God, I have sinned. I must atone to you. Please forgive me. Baka Yuru, why is this happening? Tian Ben cried out, making his large buck teeth even more pronounced. Suddenly, don't move, raise your hand. Anyone who dares to move again, I will chop them in half. Humph. The remaining troops on the hill, including Tian Ben, turned around when they saw more than 20 people below brandishing terrifying shields, many of them holding rusty melee weapons, and their expressions changed instantly. It wasn't so much the rusted weapons that were frightening, but rather the transparent shields coated with black material that were truly terrifying. Among the 25 people was Pang Xinjie. He had already wrapped the Aurora Blade on his back, holding a rusty machete in his hand. Pang Xinjie exchanged glances with Zhang Debiao, then waved his hand. Disarm and take prisoners. Charge. The 25 veterans immediately surged up the hill. In less than 3 minutes, all the surrounding firearms were confiscated, and in the center were a few living enemies with Tian Ben crouching among them. Upon seeing Tian Ben, Pang Xinjie and his 4 subordinates' eyes turned red. 1 rusty machete, 1 dagger, and 3 sharpened iron rods. Free attack. No. I'm a prisoner. You sickly men must treat prisoners with care. Puff, puff, puff. The scene was too bloody to describe. With the situation already settled, Beichen no longer needed to imitate a sniper hiding. Holding the Barrett in his arms, Beichen felt that holding this weapon was much more comfortable than lifting Tung Chu-Chu, who weighed over 90 pounds. It felt solid and real. Detected M82, a 1 Barrett sniper rifle, can be amplified. Would you like to amplify it? Previously, when Beichen gained the right to use the Barrett, the system had already prompted him. At that time, he did not choose to amplify it, as amplifying something too advanced might lead to missing the opportunity in battle. However, now that the situation was settled, he had time to amplify this weapon. Amplified. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. The M82, a 1 Barrett sniper rifle, has amplified to the Black Dragon HAL 10 projectile armor-piercing cannon. To be honest, if the weight of the item in his arms hadn't changed much, Beichen would have been scared out of his wits. A cannon. Is there a lighter one? If a 6.0 artillery shell were to smash down on him, it would probably flatten him into a pancake. During the time of crossing, the Barrett was referred to as a cannon by players because of its great power and weight. Switching characters while using the cannon caused movement speed to slow down. At this moment, Beichen carefully examined his new toy, and a smile akin to that of a first love appeared on his face. Black Dragon HAL 10 projectile armor-piercing cannon. Tisk tisk, just hearing this domineering name, I can already feel its power. Saying this, Beichen turned to look at the 3 lion tiger beasts in the distant valley. I wonder if using the Black Dragon HAL 10 projectile cannon could severely injure them. Why not just kill them? Beichen could only conservatively estimate. He had noticed the gunshot wounds on the 3 lion tiger beasts through the shared view, all of which should be from the 12.7mm Barrett bullets. However, they were all just minor injuries. Beichen did not know whether the power of the Barrett in this game world had diminished, or if the lion tiger beast defenses had strengthened. It was quite absurd that the Barrett couldn't kill the 3 beasts. After sending a standby message to Zhang Debiao and Pang Xinjie, Beichen began to study the destructive power and effectiveness of the Black Dragon HAL 10 projectile, as knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Sharpening the knife does not delay the work of chopping wood. Black Dragon HAL 10 projectile armor-piercing cannon, grade outstanding. Weapon features 15x scope, recoil reducing stock, stabilizing bracket, grenade launcher. Magazine capacity 10 rounds. Advantages can match with different characteristics of 12.7mm bullets according to different combat environments. Power 1. Using ASS armor-piercing ammunition, initial velocity 915 milliseconds, with a spread diameter of less than 15 centimeters at 550 m, equivalent to 1 MOA. At a distance of 1800 meters, it can penetrate an 18mm thick steel plate at an angle of 30. Power 1. Using P0I armor-piercing incendiary projectile chamber pressure, 460 MPa, or initial velocity, 881 milliseconds, can penetrate battlefield defense concrete within 1,500 meters, dealing devastating blows to enemies within the defenses. Introduction. Buddha versus Demon. Large caliber bullets, when shot at high speed into the human body, will lose stability and fly erratically, releasing a violent shockwave that can shatter the internal flesh and organs. Similarly, when the human body is hit by a large caliber bullet, the fragments penetrating the body will create a huge kinetic energy that shatters the torso, causing the muscle tissue to turn inside out, and the internal organs turn into a blood mist scattered everywhere. Seeing this final introduction, Beichen's expression changed dramatically. This gun's power is too terrifying. Buddha versus Demon. Well interpreted. Beichen needed to take a cigarette to calm his excited heart. With this weapon, if the enemy doesn't provoke me, I am Buddha. If they seek death, then they are demons forcing me to use the black dragon howl to kill. That's right, my understanding was correct. Looking at the magazine, Beichen discovered 5 red-tipped bullets and 5 blue-tipped bullets. Armor-piercing bullets and armor-piercing incendiary bullets. He reattached the magazine, catching, and pulled the bolt back. Lowering the stabilizing bracket, Beichen lay in his original position, aiming the dark muzzle directly at one of the 3 lion tiger beasts about 500 meters below. He squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shockwave generated by the large caliber bullet leaving the chamber caused the surrounding bushes to sway chaotically in the air. Whoosh! Woo! The bullet sliced through the air, suddenly emitting a piercing scream. Bang! It accurately hit the lion tiger beast right between the eyes. Roar! The lion tiger beast let out a terrifying roar, blood spraying continuously from its forehead. What the hell? The black dragon howl armor-piercing bullet actually didn't penetrate the lion tiger beast's skull. Beichen was shocked and cursed, but this shot was not in vain. The density of cat and animal bones is several times that of ordinary animals, and their skulls are the hardest areas. If he had shot elsewhere, Beichen believed he could have severely injured or even killed the 3 lion tiger beasts. Just as the data was being processed, Beichen's expression suddenly changed. What the hell? Has it gone crazy? While setting up the gun, Beichen also sent private messages to Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjie. Concentrate fire on the eyes and neck of the lion tiger beasts to slow them down. Feeling the threat of firearms, they have decided to leave the area protecting the airdrop and are taking the initiative to attack. P.S. The 3rd update is complete. See you tomorrow. Thank you for your support and love for the White Dragon all the way. Free-yo. The black dragon roared, and a single armor-piercing round struck the lion tiger beast, causing it to throw its head back and roar. This time, Beichen's probing clearly made the lion tiger beast below sense the danger of death, prompting it to abandon its defensive stance and choose to attack. The situation unfolded too suddenly. It had barely been 5 seconds since Beichen began firing to gather data. At this moment, Beichen reloaded his gun, this time not with an ordinary armor-piercing round, but with an armor-piercing incendiary round. Theoretically, if Beichen had used the armor-piercing incendiary round for his first shot, he could have severely injured the lion tiger beast with just 1 shot. However, now 3 lion tiger beasts were charging at him recklessly, and even though Beichen was somewhat data-gathering, he felt powerless. Roar! The originally deep yellow eyes of the 3 lion tiger beasts had turned blood red due to their injury. The largest lion tiger beast was the first to charge forward, its massive size significantly larger than the other 2. With each leap, it left 4 deep claw marks in the soft ground. As the situation changed, Beichen sent private messages to Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjie. The 25-man team below consisted of seasoned veterans, especially Peng Xinjie, who was a retired Special Forces soldier. Thus, upon receiving the message, they reacted instantly. After the destruction of the 3 factions, all their firearms fell into the hands of Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjie. Although the ammunition wasn't abundant, they still had bolt-action rifles capable of firing 7.62 rounds. Even if they couldn't fire in rapid succession, the single-shot power remained formidable. Everyone fire at will. Zhang Dabiao's face turned pale as he saw the 3 lion tiger beasts charging. If they got too close, everyone would be doomed. Aim for the eyes and neck. Peng Xinjie shouted loudly as he chambered around. Understood. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly 25 bolt-action rifles unleashed flames. The thunderous gunfire echoed through the valley, causing a painful ringing in everyone's ears. Beichen was also constantly searching for the right opportunity. Now's the time. In the 15x scope, the largest lion tiger beast suddenly leapt over a large rock, stretching its bones. Beichen had been waiting for this moment. Boom. A dull gunshot rang out as a 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round struck the neck of the largest lion tiger beast. The bullet from the large-caliber sniper rifle could reach speeds of over 900 milliseconds at the muzzle, and at 500 meters the velocity could reach a terrifying 1,300 milliseconds. So what kind of impact force would this bullet deliver upon striking? In this world, the lion tiger beasts were frighteningly powerful. If a human were to be hit directly by this shot, even if they wore a bulletproof vest to mitigate the immediate damage the sheer impact force could easily kill them, not to mention that the armor-piercing incendiary round had a burning characteristic. The armor-piercing incendiary round struck the leaping lion-tiger beast, sending it crashing to the side, blood gushing from its neck like a fountain. Roar. Sure enough, despite being hit in the vital neck area by the armor-piercing incendiary round, the lion-tiger beast still did not die, though it resembled a war god quickly standing up and roaring again. Watching the lion-tiger beast through the scope, Beichen's lips curled into a smile. Burn. The armor-piercing incendiary round upon striking a hard object would trigger the highly concentrated burning oil inside the projectile based on the impact force. Immediately, thick smoke began to billow from the neck of the lion-tiger beast, which was still roaring. This deep blue flame was typically the kind of power found in various high-concentration artillery shells. Such highly combustible materials could boil a pot of water even if they were floating on the surface, and they wouldn't extinguish until completely consumed. Not to mention that the flesh of the lion-tiger beast contained a considerable amount of ignitable fat. This scene could be described as a fire-catching dry tinder. The massive lion-tiger beast in intense pain frantically clawed at its own neck in an attempt to extinguish the flames consuming its flesh. The other two smaller lion-tiger beasts, seeing their leader injured, circled around, emitting anxious low growls. However, once the highly concentrated combustible material was ignited, it clung on like a parasite, not stopping until it was entirely burned. At that moment, another loud gunshot echoed. Woo! Woo! Bang! The sharp whistling of the large-caliber bullet cut through the air. Sizzle! Flames erupted from the mouth of the lion-tiger beast. The largest lion-tiger beast trembled, its blood-red pupils dilating, and then it collapsed to the ground in full view of everyone. This last armor-piercing incendiary round unexpectedly passed through its mouth and struck the lion-tiger beast's head. This scene was witnessed by Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia, who were continuously firing from a distance. The two exchanged glances, a shiver running through their bodies. The power of this gun was truly overwhelming. Be careful, the other two lion-tiger beasts might retaliate fiercely. Huh. Beichen was sending a private message to the two, cautioning them, when he suddenly gasped in surprise. Through the scope, Beichen clearly saw that after the largest lion-tiger beast died, the other two did not charge towards Zhang Dabiao and the others as expected. Instead, they turned and fled in the opposite direction towards the hills. Baby, keep an eye on their movements. Beichen was uncertain of their intentions, but still prepared for the worst. Surely they wouldn't be seeking help, Beichen thought. However, he only considered it briefly. After all, he had the advantage of an aerial view of everything. Unless reinforcements were airborne, no terrestrial beasts could escape Baby's watchful eye. Got it, Daddy. I've been following them the whole time, Beichen said with a nod. Quickly, he stripped off the extreme cold suit worn by the dead sniper beside him and stored it along with the black dragon's howl and the particle ring, then headed towards Zhang Dabiao and the others. 5 minutes later, as Beichen reached the hills where the main force was located, Baby's voice rang in his ears. Daddy, I followed them for a long, long way. They ran through a patch of woods and disappeared. Come back, Baby. Beichen finally breathed a sigh of relief. When Beichen appeared, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia were initially stunned, followed by shock. Boss Beichen. Beichen, you're surprisingly young. The two found it hard to believe that the mysterious figure in the chat plaza was so youthful. Thinking back on the series of meticulous plans and manipulations, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia had assumed Beichen was a composed middle-aged man. That's right. I am Beichen. Due to the properties of the particle ring, Beichen could summon the big pineapple light machine gun at will. He showed no fear in front of these people. If anyone dared to betray him, he and his big pineapple would instantly unleash a torrent of fire. Haha, I really admire you, Zhang Dabiao. Zhang Dabiao waved his hand, saying, brothers, gather all the guns. If it weren't for Boss Beichen's planning behind the scenes aiding us and airdropping resource boxes, we wouldn't even have been qualified to lay eyes on them. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Beichen with profound respect, placing their firearms before Zhang Dabiao without a word of complaint. Peng Xinjia also waved his hand, taking off the aurora blade wrapped in blue cloth from his back and personally presenting it to Beichen. As agreed, I avenged my brothers. This aurora blade now belongs to you. The aurora blade, ranked first among cold weapons in the Huaxia war zone, was not only coveted by the royal power, but also piqued Beichen's curiosity. What Beichen valued was its ranking as being in the top 3 on the weapon leaderboard, would grant a prestige reward. Although he did not yet know the benefits of prestige points, Beichen understood that accumulating something so rare would definitely prove useful in the future. Very good, I knew I didn't misjudge you, Beichen said without hesitation as his hand reached for the aurora blade. However, a terrifying scene unfolded. The aurora blade suddenly vanished into thin air before everyone's eyes. Everyone except Beichen was left wide-eyed, looking as if they had seen a ghost. What the hell? Zhang Dabiao exclaimed, his eyes wide. Beichen smiled as he stepped forward and gently touched a pile of rifles, causing the same phenomenon to occur again. 60 or 70 rifles stacked together, and not to mention their size, even their weight was something Beichen alone could not carry, yet he managed to do so. This is not scientific. Beichen chuckled as he stood up, saying, once my pet brings back the airdrop resource box after we eat and drink, well, tonight we can divide the spoils right here. What do you mean, pet? Everyone was astonished. In such a survival environment, food was more precious than gold, yet Beichen actually raised a pet capable of moving the airdrop resource box. What could it be? A gorilla? A monkey? Everyone was immensely curious about Beichen's pet. Amidst the conversation, a loud cry from the sky caught their attention. They saw a massive shadow with wings slowly enlarging in their line of sight. It was a gigantic white bird of prey with sharp large talons, and its snowy feathers concealed a hint of light yellow. Its dark, piercing eyes scanned the surroundings with remarkable agility and keen insight. As the baby appeared and landed, Pang Zhenjie exclaimed, the largest owl in the world, the bird of prey, the hairy leg. While some were focused solely on this enormous owl, they failed to notice the exquisitely crafted box the size of a Rubik's Cube that the baby was holding. However, Beichen immediately spotted the box held by the baby. Call. Beichen extended his arm, and the baby gently landed on it, passing the airdrop resource box to him, while nuzzling its head against Beichen's cheek. As soon as the Rubik's Cube-sized exquisite box was in hand, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone around. What could it be? Boss Beichen, is this the airdrop resource box? Zhang Dabio's face darkened. With that little space, let alone good supplies and equipment, even if it contained salt, it wouldn't even fit a single bag. Pang Zhenjie merely watched and said nothing. Beichen smiled and nodded slightly, saying, remember, when we all chose vehicles after entering the game. Did you forget about that box? Everyone suddenly understood. So this is just like that. Zhang Dabiao slapped his forehead. Exactly, it's a similar concept, even more advanced than that. Beichen explained with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Dabiao excitedly rubbed his hands together and said, then what are we waiting for? Boss Beichen, you are the lucky one. Your luck must be great. Hurry and open it to see. Pang Zhenjie also nodded in agreement. Not to mention the bird of prey pet, just the ability to pull out 20 of those terrifyingly defensive shields was enough to prove that Beichen was indeed a true lucky one. Being praised in front of others, Beichen felt a sense of joy. Who doesn't like being complimented? Alright, in response to your good words, I'll open it. Beichen smiled and did not decline. After obtaining the airdrop resource box, he found the key to opening it, a delicate metal clasp that could be pried open. Click. As the Rubik's Cube-sized metal clasp was pried open, 2 projection blueprints, one red and one blue, appeared before everyone. Everyone, including Beichen, couldn't help but reveal awkward expressions upon seeing these 2 items. The airdrop resource box, not hard to understand, meant a choice between 2 options, selecting either red or blue. 1 large water purification device. 1 T-90 city defense heavy machine gun. To be honest, Beichen felt delighted upon seeing these 2 items. Both were important to him, but the earlier promise made him feel awkward. Before taking action, Beichen had promised that he would take 70% of the combat supplies in the airdrop resource box, while Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie would take 30%. However, unexpectedly, the airdrop contained 2 large items. The T-90 city defense heavy machine gun, just by its name, indicated that it was a large city defense device, and a single soldier could not utilize its power effectively in individual team combat. As for the large water purification device, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie might not even consider it. Everyone, what should we say? Beichen looked at the bewildered 2. Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie exchanged glances, both nodding slightly, as if they had made a decision. I didn't expect the items in the airdrop to all be heavy equipment. We can't use these. Dabiao is right, these items are indeed not suitable for our team of dozens. Pang Zhenjie also echoed, previously you were able to give us such valuable anti-explosive shields, which proves your sincerity. The value of the 20 shields capable of withstanding Barrett firepower is already comparable to these 2 items. Right, moreover, in this operation, we haven't contributed much. The turning point of the entire matter was turned around by you alone, so we've decided not to divide the airdrop box. Zhang Dabiao laughed as he spoke, but Boss Beichen, you should bring out some good food and drinks to treat your brothers. Just joking, they were all players from the same region, who didn't know that Beichen was rich and well-resourced. It was known that Beichen had previously offered a bounty of 300 pounds of wild boar meat to craft the particle ring. Since then, every player in this region subconsciously regarded Beichen as an absolute lucky overlord. Upon hearing this, Beichen chuckled. Since that's the case, I won't be coy. With that, Beichen stored the airdrop resource box into the particle ring and smiled as he patted the shoulders of the 2, saying, don't worry, while I may not be able to divide the resources from the airdrop box equally among the 3 of us, I will not mistreat recognized brothers. Upon hearing this, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie's eyes lit up. Indeed, these were confiscated firearms. Initially, Beichen proposed an excessive request to prevent the 2 teams from threatening him with betrayal after the battle. All materials, including seized firearms, would be temporarily stored by him and redistributed afterward. Of course, this was not entirely Beichen's purpose. The most important aspects were the system enhancement and system embellishment. The enhancement function was so powerful that Beichen was unsure whether enhancing dozens of firearms would yield a special first-level or rare-level firearm. However, this was a matter of probability. However, the laid-back Beichen habitually prepared for the worst outcome and accepted it. Even if it only enhanced quantity and not quality, Beichen could accept that. For Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia, what they needed most right now were individual firearms. With enough weapons, their strength would instantly increase, and the combat power of the team could quickly take shape. Let's go back to the parking camp first. As long as you don't carry bags, Beichen will cover all the food and drinks for Honestly, Beichen could feed them all to their heart's content as long as they didn't carry large bags. Furthermore, Beichen did not believe that the three parties would come out without food. Wherever there were physical items, they must surely be on the vehicles at the parking camp. So using Teacher Ma's words, this time you might earn a lot, but I will never lose. Nighttime. A pile of bonfire, over 20 people, and dozens of vehicles. Returning to the parking camp from the airdrop focal point, the sun has already set. Upon returning, the team indeed found a large amount of supplies on the vehicles left by the three factions. Although food was scarce, they stumbled upon quite a variety of metal ores and other miscellaneous materials. Beichen found an excuse to store all the supplies from the parking camp into the particle ring, promising to take out even better and more food and resources later. The baby absolutely cannot speak in front of others, as revealing the baby's abilities would be very dangerous in the future. Therefore, Beichen embraced the baby and returned after acquiring a large amount of supplies. Baby, please bear with it today and eat these for now, Beichen said, waving his hand to produce hamburgers, fine meat ham, Oreos, and of course the two promised soul essences. Alright, shoo. Beichen quickly gestured for silence. After calming the baby, he began to amplify the combat supplies collected today on a large scale. First, there were 64 rifles with fixed stocks and 6 G02 handguns. The system is working. Detected 64 fixed stock rifles and 6 G02 handguns available for amplification. Would you like to amplify them? Due to their large size, Beichen actively awakened the system, this time directly choosing to amplify dozens of guns in the particle ring. Originally uncertain if it was possible, he was pleasantly surprised to find it could be done. Amplify. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Obtained 70 fixed stock rifles. Obtained 20 fully equipped M416 assault rifles. Obtained 10 fully equipped SKS sniper rifles. Congratulations, host amplification successful. 6 G02 handguns amplified into 30 P29 handguns. Reminder to the host, all amplified weaponry has been automatically stored in the particle space ring. Upon hearing this, Beichen almost shouted out in excitement. What? 30 fully equipped M16. 20 fully equipped SKS. The amplification has exploded with good fortune. Now Beichen no longer cared about the 70 fixed stock rifles, as single-shot rifles and automatic assault rifles were completely incomparable, like heaven and earth. The baby, seeing Beichen trembling with excitement, worriedly asked, Daddy, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Beichen couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. Haha, Daddy is fine. Baby, just eat your meal, don't mind me. Oh. Suppressing his excitement, he took out an M416 and an SKS, examining them closely. This. Awesome. Beichen smiled as he looked at the fully equipped M416. With a 6x scope suppressor, vertical grip, quick load magazine, and stock, anyone who has played Battle Royale games knows this setup is simply divine. Looking at the SKS's attachments, Beichen was speechless. If it weren't for his Type 10 Black Dragon penetrator, he would have definitely gotten one. With an 8x scope compensator, lightweight grip, cheek rest, and extended magazine. TSK. With these fully equipped automatic rifles, Beichen felt that the airdrop selection box was no longer important. Satisfied, he stored the two handy firearms in the particle ring. Then Beichen directly said, System, detect new food resources available for amplification. The food resources left by the three factions Beichen certainly intended to amplify and treat everyone with. Detected, a lot of food and water resources available for amplification. Would you like to amplify? Amplify. Beichen smiled and directly said. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Obtain the following: Kobe snowflake beef 80 pounds, Hokkaido salmon rice balls 100 servings, deep sea fish roast sushi 200 servings, Highland cocktails 10 pieces, premium black truffle pizza 50 pieces, Alps veal 50 pounds, top tier champagne 10 pieces. No wonder these are the resources of the three factions, they are exquisite. Beichen felt a bit embarrassed, as this was more outrageous than freeloading. With a flick of his hand, a variety of mouth-watering delicacies appeared in the vehicle compartment. Except for raw meat, Beichen took out a portion of everything edible and placed it in the vehicle. Baby, this is specially prepared by Daddy for you, eat slowly. Wow, thank you, Daddy. Good things are certainly first given to the baby. After all, it was thanks to the baby's aerial view and shared vision that he could turn the tide alone. After arranging everything, Beichen closed the car door and walked straight towards the large bonfire nearby. On the way, he thought to himself, System, embellish 60 fixed stock rifles. Would you like to consume resources equivalent to 60 units for embellishing 60 fixed-stock rifles? Yes. Congratulations, host embellishment successful. After finishing the embellishment, Beichen strolled over to Zhang Dabiao and the others. Boss Beichen, what good stuff are you planning to take out for us to feast on? Peng Zhenjie had long been flattered by Zhang Dabiao, and at this moment he was eagerly anticipating whether Beichen could produce some fresh wild boar meat, as he hadn't eaten meat in a long time. Beichen merely smiled slightly and waved his hand, instantly summoning a large piece of wild boar meat weighing over 50 pounds. Along with the wild boar meat came various seasonings. But this was not enough to shock the people present. When Beichen waved his hand and directly produced 2 bottles of champagne and 1 bottle of cocktail, that was truly shocking. 50 to 60 pounds of wild boar meat. With 26 of us, that's an average of 2 pounds each. If it's not enough, I still have a stock, so eat as much as you want. Instantly, Beichen heard the sound of several people gulping. Long live Boss Beichen. In the game, people might care about what others did based on their salary, but in this survival world where money was worthless, food was the most tangible. Soon 7 or 8 people were busy cutting the meat and skewering it with sharp branches for roasting. Beichen, Zhang Dabiao, and Peng Zhenjie stood not far from the bonfire, each holding a bottle of champagne, while discussing the future of this game. I just don't understand, are you angry? Zhang Dabiao tilted his head back to gulp down some champagne, displeased. Those guys, Little Maisie and the Little Devils, each have a hot weapon, while our 2 teams combined only have 5 or 6. Why? Peng Zhenjie was taken aback by the question, wanting to say something, but then looking towards Beichen. Nothing. Beichen smiled and said, by the way, Dabiao, have you ever played a pay-to-play game? Zhang Dabiao was stunned by the question, and then shook his head. I wanted to play before I joined the army, but after retiring I lost interest in games. Beichen nodded without hiding. In pay-to-play games, the most important thing is fairness. Tell me, how many people do Little Maisie and the Little Devils have combined? And how many players do we have in China combined? With such a huge difference in player numbers, if we all had a hot weapon now, wouldn't we be invincible in the world? Upon hearing this, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Zhenjie were surprised, instantly understanding the key point. So the resources of each country are uniformly allocated by the game console, and the supply base will not be increased just because a certain country has more players. Clever, Beichen chuckled. There are differences in numbers, but the base of resource boxes remains unchanged, which leads to the current environment for players in the Huaxia battle zone. Peng Zhenjie immediately thought of more. Beichen, do you think the game will eventually lead to a grand battle among players worldwide? If that's the case, our Huaxia players are starting out too slowly. Beichen nodded seriously. It's due to fairness. The small resource box base for Huaxia is just one reason. Another reason is that various financial conglomerates in Huaxia have begun to recruit, extensively organize armed forces, and stockpile supplies. Each of these factors is detrimental to the development of Huaxia players. So Zhang Dabiao looked at the 2 and said, we need to organize armed forces quickly to avoid repeating the mistakes of the Gengzi year. Beichen and Peng Zhenjie both nodded simultaneously. This topic always felt oppressive. After all, under a collapsed nest, how could there be unbroken eggs? Then Beichen proactively changed the subject. Shortly after, 3 large skewers of roasted meat were brought over. The 3 of them ate, drank, and chatted. As the alcohol took effect, Beichen discovered that Zhang Dabiao was quite the seasoned talker, and once he started drinking, he couldn't stop with the playful banter. Having never encountered someone like this, Beichen became interested and started asking about the social slang and various chaotic internet buzzwords he had been puzzled about for years. As it turned out, Zhang Dabiao knew everything. Beichen felt he had gained a lot from the conversation. After a few rounds of drinks, Beichen waved his hand, and immediately 60 rifles appeared before him. Zhang Dabiao and Peng Zhenjie were taken aback and hurriedly waved their hands, saying, Boss Beichen, this won't do. There are a total of 64 guns, and if you take out 60, we won't be able to meet again after this. Beichen, this is indeed too much. We can't. Peng Zhenjie didn't finish his sentence as it got stuck halfway in his throat. That was a heavy sniper rifle strikingly similar to a Barrett, but Peng Zhenjie knew it was definitely not a Barrett. I won't be polite with this heavy sniper rifle. Now the 2 felt a bit better. As soldiers, the last thing they wanted was to owe a favor. Stop the chit-chat, quickly divide the spoils, and put them away. No need to check, the chambers are fully loaded. Instantly the 2 exclaimed, looking at Beichen with grateful eyes. Beichen was actively recruiting the 2, as he indeed had a meticulous plan. His Inglong Guard would secure the core base by drilling wells, farming, and establishing a green cycle, laying a solid foundation. Meanwhile, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Zhenjie each led a team collaborating to collect rare resources and gather intelligence from other regions. One in charge of internal affairs, the other focused on external matters. This arrangement was the most suitable. It's unfeasible to work in isolation. Moreover, both had far-reaching strategic vision, which made them worthy of cultivation. At this point, both knew that Beichen was intentionally helping them. Being men of integrity, they didn't hesitate and immediately raised their champagne glasses. Cheers to this drink. From now on we shall be allies who never betray one another, Zhang Dabiao said solemnly. Let's drink. The three raised their cups in front of the campfire, toasting to grand plans for the world. As for Beichen's ability to summon items from thin air, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia had known from the very beginning, but never mentioned it. They were all clever people. Since Beichen dared to reveal this ability in front of everyone, he was not afraid of others coveting it. At the same time, they understood that Beichen was conveying a message. That is Beichen's sincerity towards them. By the way, boss Beichen, where are you heading next? Zhang Dabiao was eager to venture with Beichen. After acquiring the airdrop of heavy resources, I need to return to the team's base and visit some friends along the way, Beichen replied directly. Friends? A girlfriend perhaps? Zhang Dabiao looked at Beichen, eagerly blinking and nodding. Remember what I told you about the playful banter? Try it out on your little girlfriend when you get back. I guarantee it will work wonders for flirting. Beichen. What girlfriend? I don't know what you're talking about. Hee hee. Peng Xinjia chuckled as he noticed Beichen's face turning red. To be fair, ever since he experienced the day and first tasted the thrill, there were a couple of times when Beichen woke up in the morning feeling a strange discomfort in that area, which startled him. You should know he always slept with the baby at night. What if the baby found out? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Wouldn't the dignified father image he had painstakingly built collapse completely? Meanwhile, in a small grove at the Yinglong guard station, Ting Chuchu, with a flattering expression, pulled Shui Yihan and said, Sister Yihan, for the last lesson you have to teach me, okay? Seeing Tung Chuchu so anxious, Shui Yihan immediately revealed a knowing smile. Oh, are you in a hurry? What's going on? Is your boyfriend coming? Tung Chuchu instinctively shook her head, then nodded. He might come tonight, so Sister Yihan, you have to teach me the final lesson on driving without a license. When Beichen responded to the Dragon Guard station, he naturally had to send a private message to Tung Baiwan in advance, and Tung Baiwan, knowing his sister was focused on Beichen, naturally informed her of this news. Shui Yihan smiled knowingly and said, Oh, teaching you this isn't difficult, but first I need to ask you a few questions and you must answer truthfully otherwise. Upon hearing this, Ting Chuchu immediately perked up, saying, I agree wholeheartedly. Shui Yihan led Ting Chuchu to a cool stone and gestured for her to sit down. Ting Chuchu looked puzzled. What do we call this? Shui Yihan asked. Ting Chuchu's face turned red as she whispered, Is this for official use? Sigh, what a waste. Shui Yihan sighed in frustration. Little sister, remember this is called forcing someone onto the stage. Oh. Tung Chuchu suddenly understood, her long fair neck turning red. Can idioms be used this way, eh? Remember sister, as long as you're quick the car is everywhere. Hearing such harsh teachings from her peers, Ting Chuchu truly felt quite embarrassed. But what could she do? Before the game, she spent her days either practicing grappling techniques, or analyzing various brain-teasing mystery dramas, or digging through case files for research. As for flirtatious lines related to love, a naive person might understand them better than she did. However, thankfully in a partnership, there must be someone like us. After these few days of frantically absorbing experiences, Tung Chuchu felt she had become more well-rounded. At the same time, she regretted the childish behavior she had exhibited when she was with Beichen. Now Tung Chuchu vowed that if heaven gave her another chance to return to that dusk, she would seize it. Tung Chuchu was absolutely confident that she could make Beichen develop feelings for her. Sigh, little sister, you've really missed too many opportunities. If you had this knowledge back, then wouldn't your little boyfriend have been yours already? Shui Yihan said with a half-smile. Tung Chuchu nodded like a chick pecking at rice, feeling ashamed. Thank you, Yihanjia. This time I will seize the opportunity. He seize the opportunity. Shui Yihan shook her head with a smile. The experiences mentioned can only be considered flirtation. They might suffice for dealing with average outstanding young men, but when it comes to, say, our Captain Zhang Yichen, how confident are you? Tung Chuchu was taken aback by the question, and Zhang Yichen's cold face instantly appeared in her mind. Yihan, Jia, my guy isn't as cold as Brother Yichen. He's much better, making it somewhat easier. Shui Yihan's eyes lit up, and she asked directly, by the way, what's his personality like? Is he ruthless? Tung Chuchu recalled Beichen's lethal methods when they first met, where he swiftly took down two murderers. Very ruthless, striking straight to the point. Shui Yihan's expression gradually became more animated as she envisioned a flash of cold light followed by a gunshot like a dragon, and the two of them creating storms together. Is he strong? How's his strength? Is he weak? Shui Yihan continued to inquire. Tung Chuchu carefully recalled how Beichen carried her back during their return trip. He wasn't just quick, he didn't show any signs of struggle, which was enough to prove his strength and stamina. Very steady and enduring. Regardless, I weigh nearly 100 pounds, and he held me for so long, without even breathing heavily. Ting Chuchu stated honestly, without feeling any discomfort. Once she said this, a vivid image instantly formed in Shui Yihan's mind, as lifting someone high requires considerable physical strength and stamina, yet he wasn't out of breath after it. Impressive, Shui Yihan praised with a smile. Of course my taste is impeccable, Ting Chuchu blushed. From what you've described, I have a rough idea of what this person likes, right? Shui Yihan leaned in close to Ting Chuchu's ear and whispered, seductive charm, a delicate demeanor, intelligence, humor, elegance. Remember these when you're with him. Hearing this, Ting Chu was astonished. Ihan Jie, you're amazing. It perfectly matches his ideal type. Tung Chu genuinely admired this. Beichen's ideal type Muziki was precisely what she had just summarized. Upon hearing about his ideal type, Shui Ihan nearly stumbled. What? He has an ideal type. What are you? Tung Chu felt somewhat uncomfortable upon hearing this. If I had to say, I guess I'm an experimental type, but I'm confident I can transition into the ideal type. Shui Ihan shook her head and sighed. That's hopeless. Saying this, she turned to leave, but not without reminding her. When he arrives, you better take a shower and smell nice. Otherwise, just think about it yourself. Oh. Tung Chu was startled and quickly touched her face. Is my face very dirty? No, it's the smell on you. The voice faded away. Oh, thank you, Ihan Jia, I understand now. I will find a way. Saying this, Ting Chu curiously raised her arm to sniff, and a strong odor rushed into her nose, nearly making her roll her eyes. Oh my, this smell is something else. Tung Chu wasn't unclean, it was just that in this environment water resources were precious. With barely enough to drink, who would want to shower every day? Plus these days she had been diligently training in combat skills and killing techniques, with Shui Ihan and Zhang Yichen ending each session drenched in sweat. Usually she would just wipe herself down with a damp cloth. Showering was out of the question. At this moment Ting Chu was filled with confidence and anticipation, walking with a slight bounce in her step. Suddenly, 2 private messages arrived. One was from her brother, and the other from Ihan Jia. She opened her brother's message. Stop messing around, hurry back. Beichen is already on his way. This is the first official meeting of the Yinglong Guard with Beichen, so I specifically instructed him to have everyone take a shower to present a fresh appearance and leave a good impression. As a result, Beichen directly traded all the bathing supplies over, so hurry back. Your spot is reserved for you, my dear sister. When Tung Chu saw this message, her heart soared with joy. Just as she was feeling sleepy, someone sent her a pillow. What a great brother. Brother, love you. I'm on my way back right now. Tung Chu exclaimed as she sprinted off, curious about the private message from Shui Ihan. Upon opening it, Tung Chu nearly spat blood. The message read as follows. Ahem, well, I'm actually still a pure young girl. I just had to learn and keep up with societal slang and online flirtation jokes for my childhood goal being an agent. So ahem. Tung Chu felt like she was about to vomit blood. How could someone be so deceitful? Didn't her conscience hurt? But thankfully Beichen would definitely come tonight, and with this meeting, she could comfortably take a shower and dress up. TSK. Soon a smile reappeared on Tung Chu's face. I have to hurry back and find the police academy's fresh graduate uniform. If I lose it, it won't be pretty. The white uniform shirt and black pencil skirt of the police academy fresh graduates, and if I could get a pair of white skin tone stockings with this careful dressing, my confidence would be even higher. She quickly sent a private message to Tung Baiwan. Brother, hurry, I need it urgently. Reward a pair of stockings on the regional or national channel, preferably white, I need it fast. When Tung Baiwan received this message, he wanted to curse, but suddenly seemed to think of something and was instantly moved. His little sister, who was always so reckless, was finally on the right path. Tung Baiwan immediately thought of Alright, I'll take care of this for you. This time you must succeed in your mission. Of failure is not an option. Otherwise don't ever call me brother again. Tung Chu replied, understood. P.S. recently, maybe because school has started, the data isn't great. I checked the reading data yesterday, and it was quite disheartening. So when you're reading, please give a nudge for updates. And if possible, send a little video at the end of the chapter as a free gift. Ew, I would be deeply grateful. Nightfall. The stars and moon were dim, enveloped in darkness. In the distance, 2 beams of light illuminated the road ahead on the endless highway. A Wuling Hongguang, which appeared particularly robust, sped by at an estimated speed of 140. Dad, why are we driving so fast today? The baby, having never seen Beichen drive this quickly, curiously inquired. Beichen chuckled, saying, driving at night can be a bit dangerous, so it's best to go faster to avoid prolonged risks. Oh, the baby responded, then focused intently on playing with the Vank tutoring device. Dad, what does this button mean? What is music? Beichen turned to glance back and nodded, saying, just press that button, and whatever song you want to hear, just say its name, and it will find it for you. The baby instantly discovered a new world. 2 tigers. Sure enough, the tutoring device began to play a children's album, 2 tigers. If you want to listen to a song in the future but don't know the title, just hold that button and hum a couple of lines. It will search for. Okay, got it. The baby responded, then listened to the music while humming along obediently. Meanwhile, Beichen, focused on driving, once again confirmed the coordinates sent by Tung Baiwan. 480 kilometers. Beichen quickly calculated the time. It should take about 3 hours. During the day, Beichen usually drove around 90,100. But at night, with the headlights illuminating only a small area in the pitch darkness, he couldn't see if any beasts were lurking nearby, hence speed was crucial. With one hand on the steering wheel, Beichen retrieved an airdrop selectable resource box, and the Aurora Blade, the top-ranked cold weapon in the Huaxiao war zone. As a lover of cold weapons, Beichen's attention was first drawn to the Aurora Blade. He carefully examined its shape's smooth lines and the subtly chilling aura emanating from its unique material. Detected exceptional grade cold weapon Aurora Blade can amplify. Would you like to amplify? The reason Beichen had ignored the airdrop selectable resource box was that it could not be amplified. What could be more exciting than amplifying an exceptional grade Aurora Blade? Amplify. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Exceptional grade Aurora Blade amplified to the extraordinary grade Shadowless Sword. Absolute grief. Ding. Buzz. Almost simultaneously, a crisp sound, the sword's chant resonated around the Wuling Hongguang, spreading out in all directions for dozens of miles. The sound resembled ripples on clear water, a crisp tone mixed with sharpness and chill. Beichen was driving at a speed of 140 kilometers per hour, and despite his efforts to remain composed, the excitement within him remained uncontainable. The amplified Aurora Blade had directly upgraded a grade, from exceptional to extraordinary. How could Beichen not feel thrilled? His most powerful hot weapon was the Black Dragon's Roar 10-round armor-piercing cannon, which was only exceptional grade, and had not yet reached the extraordinary level. At that moment, Beichen wondered if the Black Dragon's Roar 10-round power was already exceptional. What kind of devastating force would an extraordinary hot weapon possess? Perhaps a mortar, a main battle tank, or a 20-round Katyusha? Stabilizing his agitated emotions, he beheld a finely crafted short sword approximately 2 feet long and 2 inches wide. The entire design of the sword hilt was ancient, resembling a beast swallowing a pearl. Upon closer inspection, Beichen deduced that this belonged to a snake-like dragon mentioned in ancient Chinese mythology. He examined the material of the sword blade. Frankly, if it weren't for the soft yellow light inside the car at night, Beichen would have almost thought this was merely an ancient-styled sword hilt. The material was exceptionally transparent, as if crafted from crystal. Shadowless sword. I think I've heard of it in a game before. Beichen was uncertain if it was the legendary Shadowless sword from the game lore, but it was enough to take a closer look at the description. Shadowless sword. Absolute grief, grade extraordinary. Melee feature bloodthirsty. The sword drinks blood, allowing the wielder to enter a bloodthirsty state, which lasts until the absorbed blood is depleted. The unique feature of the extraordinary grade, it absorbs energy from blood, continuously enhancing its quality. Description: crafted from radiance ice crystal. During the day, the stronger the light, the sharper and more domineering it becomes. At night, the weaker the light, the more silent and subdued it becomes. This sword reveals its edge upon encountering blood and disappears without a trace when touching water. It's easy. Frankly, after carefully reading the introduction of the Shadowless sword, Beichen's initial reaction was not shock or disbelief, but rather a sense of relief and quiet gratitude. Fortunately, he did not choose the bulky items in the airdrop selectable resource box first, but opted to amplify the Aurora Blade instead. Why? Because after seeing the description of the extraordinary grade cold weapon, Beichen had almost concluded one thought. That is, as the game progressed, hot weapons would eventually be eliminated or become obsolete. On the other hand, cold weapons would undoubtedly play a crucial leading role in survival games. At that moment, Beichen felt deeply the profound nature of the game console. It was terrifying. Had he not possessed the system amplification and learned the frightening features of extraordinary grade cold weapons in advance, he would have undoubtedly chosen the T-90 Urban Defense Heavy Machine Gun when selecting the airdrop selectable resource box. Choosing a T-90 Urban Defense Heavy Machine Gun that could potentially become obsolete in the future was nowhere near as practical as selecting a large water purification device now, and wandered aimlessly. Choosing a T-90 Urban Defense Heavy Machine Gun that could potentially become obsolete in the future was nowhere near as practical as selecting a large water purification device now. Moreover, when the baby triggered the system's bloodline amplification, the system stated that human players could not yet utilize the talent feature and must wait for the game console to passively trigger or actively enable it. What does this indicate? It signifies that this game cannot be completed merely by possessing hot weapons. Organizing the various thoughts in his mind, Beichen let out a heavy sigh, releasing the pent-up pressure. Choosing incorrectly leads to wasted efforts. Thankfully, I have the system, otherwise it would have been a significant loss this time. Given the player's relatively fragile physical state in the early game, Beichen could not risk using the Shadowless sword against others wielding hot weapons. Thus, his current main goal was still to accumulate hot weapons, establish his own base, and then develop, gradually continuously rewarding soul crystals, while heavily rewarding cold weapons or blueprints. What is the key information? That's right, before the game began, it was a tremendous opportunity. As long as one grasped it, they could turn things around and reach the pinnacle of life. However, the environment Beichen found himself in was cruel. The key information had transcended wealth and luxury, moving beyond that level to life and the possibility of survival. If he hadn't planned ahead, he would be failing to live up to the system's advantages. A tense and thrilling amplification had instantaneously broadened Beichen's horizons, providing him with greater understanding and insight into the game's future trajectory. Suddenly, a private message notification chimed. Your friend Teng Chu has sent you a private message. Seeing Teng Chu take the initiative to contact him, Beichen smiled. This hasty farewell to Zhang Dabiao and Pang Zhenjie was largely influenced by Teng Chu. It's noteworthy that Beichen had been following the hot weapon and cold weapon rankings in the Huaxiao War Zone. Not for any other reason, but because the weekly prestige settlement time was approaching. Currently the top of the Huaxiao War Zone hot weapon ranking was occupied by the Black Dragon's Roar 10-round armor-piercing cannon. The second place was the light machine gun, Big Pineapple, while the third was the Viper handgun, which Teng Chu currently owned. Beyond the prestige points, Beichen also wished to visit the Yinglong Guard's base personally. After all, as the leader of the Yinglong Guard, he hadn't even met the brothers under his command. It wouldn't be right to be elusive all the time. Additionally, he wanted to check the progress of the Yinglong Guard's efforts in digging wells, sourcing water, and cultivating crops. These were also pressing matters for Beichen, as relying on the whims of nature for sustenance was truly challenging. Who could guarantee that searching for supplies would certainly yield resource boxes? Even if resource boxes were found, the odds of them containing food were quite slim. If the Yinglong Guard could achieve self-sufficiency, Beichen could then focus all his attention on other regions of the Huaxiao War Zone. Of course, aside from these matters, everything else was trivial. Opening the private message sent by Teng Chu, Beichen frowned upon seeing the content, instinctively wanting to reply, "What a ridiculous request." But then Beichen paused, lifting his head to look at himself in the mirror, muttering, "Do I really seem like a steel straight man," as Zhang Dabiao said. Such a low-level hidden message I actually failed to notice at first with my intelligence. He scrutinized the private message sent by Teng Chu again. It read, "I am a little security guard. I want to eat Little Bear King cookies. Can you give me a pack?" If Beichen had encountered this message before meeting Zhang Dabiao, he would have undoubtedly replied with a dismissive, "What a ridiculous request." However, at this moment, he realized his own shortcomings. Everyone has inherent flaws, and Beichen was no exception. To become stronger, one must compensate for their various shortcomings. Among three people, there must be a teacher for me. Zhang Dabiao was indeed worth befriending. Beichen replied with a smile, "I've got it." Immediately after, a message was sent back in seconds. "I'm driving around the small forest near the Yinglong Guard base to pick you up. I will send you the latest coordinates shortly. Everyone else is asleep after a long day except for the night watch. You won't find this too abrupt, will you?" Beichen smiled slightly and replied, "Nonsense. P.S. 2800-word chapter." 2 hours and 50 minutes later, Beichen finally arrived at the small grove on the outskirts of the Yinglong Guard's base, following the coordinates sent by Teng Chu. Before the car even entered the grove, Beichen saw the distant signal lights flickering in 3 bright and 3 dim patterns. He chuckled and mimicked it playfully before stopping the car and turning off the engine. One must say that since they parted that day, Beichen felt in his heart that Teng Chu had changed a lot during this conversation. Her speech was gentle, her words witty. After a few days apart, he couldn't tell who she learned it from, but she surprisingly knew how to drive secretly. "Fortunately, I keep up with the times, and have truly learned from Zhang Dabiao otherwise." He rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly. Suddenly, a red flag car in the distant grove started its engine. The headlights lit up, slowly approaching the direction where Beichen was. The red flag car stopped about 20 meters away from the Wuling Hongguang. However, Beichen was puzzled as to why the lights remained on despite the engine being off. But in the next moment, Beichen understood why. It could only be described as a personal entrance with built-in lighting. Out from the beams of the headlights, a girl about 1.70 meters tall emerged, wearing a white formal shirt and a black pencil skirt with shoulder-length hair. She truly was captivating, strikingly beautiful. Estimating her weight to be no more than 100 pounds, especially with her formal shirt and pencil skirt accentuating her curvy upper body and a pair of slender long legs. Her delicate features framed a nearly perfect face with a fair complexion tinged with a hint of pink, her eyes conveying emotions, her lips curving into a smile as she walked lightly towards him. Realizing he had been staring, Beichen hurriedly averted his gaze and cleared his throat. He had to admit there was an overwhelming force of primal energy stirring within him. This girl has changed so much in just a few days. Wow, what a beautiful lady. At this moment, the baby also peeked out, her big Cazalan eyes sparkling with excitement. Beichen asked curiously, "Baby, don't you recognize her?" "This is my first time seeing her." "Why? Did you know her before?" The baby looked at Beichen, puzzled. "No, it's the first time. I'll introduce you later." Beichen rubbed his nose. "Baby, I'm getting out of the car. You can Okay, got it." Seeing Teng Chu approaching, Beichen chose to get out of the car. If Teng Chu suddenly saw the night shadow transform into a human child, she would likely be scared to death, and it would also stir the baby's curiosity about her origins, which would be troublesome. As Beichen just closed the car door, Teng Chu happened to walk up to him. The moment he turned around, their eyes met. Beichen was incredulous at Teng Chu's transformation, his gaze scanning her from head to toe. On the other hand, Teng Chu's eyes were filled with tenderness, even though she had practiced this moment many times. Her hands, which seemed to have nowhere to rest, were enough to prove that she was very nervous at this moment. "Since we parted that day, it seems you have changed a lot," Beichen said with an ambiguous smile. He noticed Teng Chu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head and said softly, so happy. For this meeting with Beichen, Tung Chu had made all the necessary preparations. Since there were only the two of them here, she had to seize this opportunity, otherwise she would regret it for a lifetime. Beichen found Tung Chu's shy demeanor quite amusing. So Beichen, since we parted that day, do you have anything to say to me now that we meet again tonight? For this meeting with Beichen, Tung Chu had made all the necessary preparations. Since there were only the two of them here, she had to seize this opportunity, after all they were brothers who had experienced life and death together. Zhang Daipio had imparted his wisdom generously, with every word being a timeless classic. Suddenly Beichen felt that he must take some time to further discuss the essence of this with Zhang Daipio, as this aspect was indeed his weak point. If it weren't for Zhang Daipio having had a bit to drink and being overly talkative, Beichen would have immediately responded to Tung Chu's words, "Bring out the viper." That would be embarrassing. Clearly it was a girl asking for a gun, and as a straight man to ask for a viper pistol from a girl. Wouldn't that be humiliating? However, speaking of which, since the girl had opened her heart so freely, if he were to be shy, it would not be manly at all. As the saying goes, a short parting is better than a new marriage, which could not be more true. Although Beichen maintained a rather disciplined lifestyle, he was still a passionate young man. To say he had not thought about the taste of that day would be hypocritical. After Tung Chu asked this question, her head lowered even deeper like a new bride who had never met her husband. At this moment the primal force within Beichen truly could not be suppressed. He curled the corners of his mouth into an intriguing smile, took a step forward and leaned close to Tung Chu. As he saw her cold and handsome face magnified before him, Tung Chu's legs suddenly felt weak with nervousness, but she did not retreat. Instead she lowered her head and endured it. At this moment a familiar magnetic voice softly rang in her ear. "You asked me if I have something to say to you tonight. Of course I do, but I wonder if you can understand. Then go ahead and say it." The current me is not the same careless person I was back then. Tung Chu was a bit unconvinced, as she had been taught meticulously by Han, and could his self-taught methods compare to theirs? How could that be possible? Oh, that's interesting. Beichen slightly closed his eyes, gently inhaling the fragrance of the conditioner. The goose character bird steps into the void, the wooden eye rests in the heart, the corpse character cradles the nine, and people walk side by side. With a rhyme Beichen recited the poem, and he could clearly feel Tung Chu's delicate body stiffen slightly, followed by a tremble. "Don't understand? Then forget it. If you do understand, go back to your car, now, and tidy up." Tung Chu's heart raced violently, and the heat on her face almost ignited her entire body. How could she not understand this poem? Each word combined into a single character, and together they meant "I miss you." Oh my, how embarrassing. Why has he turned so bold? Tung Chu bit her red lips, but didn't speak, because she was afraid her nervousness would cause her to stumble over her words. She merely uttered a soft mm, and when Beichen was not paying attention, she lightly pressed a kiss on his cheek, before turning and running towards her red flag car. Before Beichen could react, Tung Chu had already disappeared from the light beams cast by the red flag car. What was that? Did she understand instantly? Beichen scratched his head and muttered, "Indeed, everyone is making progress, so I can't fall behind too much." He took a few deep breaths to calm his heavy breathing. Returning to the Wuling car, he said to the baby, who was still listening to music, "Baby, where's Daddy? I need to go with that sister to her car to get something and talk about a few things. I'll be back soon." Upon hearing this, the baby immediately pouted, clearly unhappy. Baby is the best and most understanding. Daddy promises to be back soon. Beichen himself didn't believe this. How could he come back soon? Wasn't that a slap in the face? How long does Daddy need? The baby looked at Beichen and asked. This left Beichen in a dilemma. How to explain? Well, it might take between 1 to 5 hours. Daddy promises to speed things up and come back right away. If you get tired, just sleep first. Upon hearing it might take 5 hours, the baby was immediately displeased, but seeing her daddy's troubled expression, she made her own compromise. "Alright, but Daddy has to move our car a bit closer, it's too far for me to sleep alone." Beichen directly agreed. "Okay, I'll listen to you, baby, but it's dangerous at night, so you must promise Daddy that if you hear any faint noises, you absolutely cannot get out of the car, okay? Otherwise Daddy will be angry." The baby immediately smiled and nodded. "Okay, Daddy, you don't know me. I'm the best. Okay, then I'll move our car forward now." Saying this, Beichen returned to the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly approached Tung Chu. Meanwhile, the baby revealed a victorious smile. Just kidding, being alone with such a beautiful lady who knows if she might harm Daddy. She had to be extra cautious. Of course, if they were just singing and studying together, the baby would definitely be 100% at ease. Soon Beichen drove the Wuling Hongguang to just 10 meters away from the red flag car. After getting out, he reminded the baby once again not to get out of the car casually at night. The baby agreed enthusiastically. Only then was Beichen satisfied and nodded before getting out of the car. As he walked up to the red flag car and opened the door, he was momentarily stunned by the scene inside. "Why did you take apart the back seat? Where did you get the cushions?" Looking at Tung Chu, whose cheeks were slightly flushed and breathing a bit heavy, it seemed she had been quite busy just now. Tung Chu said nothing more, and pulled Beichen inside, shutting the door behind him. Immediately Beichen felt a tense shiver as her curvy body pressed against him. In the quiet night, in the serene little grove. The familiar scent, the original scene, and that proactive person. Feeling the warmth of her lips, gently teasing him, with a playful rejection, Beichen could no longer hold back, and embraced Tung Chuch's curvy form. It seemed they were competing to eat an ice cream, though the ice cream itself was nowhere to be seen. Beichen, help me. Tung Chuch's charming voice rang in his ears, prompting Beichen to respond and start searching for something. The shirt was easy to handle, but for a man who had never worn a skirt, the skirt was quite challenging. Beichen searched for a long time, but could not find the unlocking mechanism. What the heck, how is this designed? Why can't I find it? Hearing this, Tung Chuchu giggled. Silly, let me handle this. Oh hee, I am not good at this. Quickly, what appeared before Beichen was a masterpiece meticulously sculpted by the hands of God, a delicate jade beauty. Smooth, firm, warm. Tung Chuchu was certainly very shy. She didn't even have the courage to look up at Beichen. Beichen was in no hurry, carefully admiring this perfect work of art. In the end, it was Tung Chuchu who couldn't hold back anymore. She turned off the cabin lights. After the lights were off, Tung Chuchu no longer cared about her shyness, turning around to plunge into Beichen's embrace, burying her head deep in his chest. Then the temperature around them began to rise. It was the warmth of reunion. In a battle focusing on the opponent's general's deployment of troops, and considering that both sides had already engaged in a previous conflict. Although their understanding of each other was not deep, they know, with a handsome command, thousands of horses surged forth. The battle cry rose, shaking the skies. To describe this rhythm, perhaps the first 3 lines of a song would be most fitting. The theme song, Dang, specifically the first 3 lines. Once understood, it was clear. Although the duet was not rhymed, there was no doubt that the lyrics belonged to this song. At that moment, less than a meter away from the red flag car, a little girl about 7 or 8 years old was holding a tutoring machine, pressing the music recognition button towards the red flag car, listening to the music. Dad and that little sister are so silly, they don't even know how difficult this song is. They've been singing it all night, and can only manage the first 3 lines. The baby sighed deeply, thinking to herself that if she could find this song, she must learn it, and share it with Dad, and is it really that difficult? Sure enough, the Vank tutoring machine, enhanced by the system, was somewhat impressive. Even the aimless AHS could recognize the song Dang. Oh, found it, Since she had promised Beichen not to get out of the car at night, the baby did not sneak a peek at what was happening inside the red flag car, but quietly returned to the Wuling car. Dang. What a strange song title, but whatever, let's listen. Clicking play, the Wuling car immediately resonated with a clear, powerful, and rhymed singing voice. When the mountains have no edges, when the rivers no longer flow, when. Wow, such beautiful music. I like it so much. No wonder Dad and the sister couldn't learn it after singing all night. It really is a bit challenging. At 3 in the morning, the baby listened to the music from the learning machine, her eyes half closed. She had already been looping this song for an hour. It's not that she couldn't sing along, she was almost there. But as the first few lines of the song played again from a nearby car, the baby could no longer hold back. Rolling down the car window towards the direction where Beichen was, she exclaimed, "Dad, you guys are so silly. I learned this song in just an hour, yet after all this time singing together you still can't do it. Some things really depend on talent, huh?" Suddenly the distant singing stopped abruptly, and the car fell silent, the off-key singing ceasing completely. The baby had listened for several hours, and wanted some peace for her ears, if she couldn't help but say something harsh. Well, some things can't just be achieved through hard work. If effort was all it took, why would we need talent? Indeed, the baby rubbed her eyes, yawned, and prepared to sleep. Still feeling uneasy, she shouted towards the nearby sedan, "Dad, you should discuss melody and rhythm more instead of just memorizing it. It's driving me crazy." With the baby's voice trailing off, the area was once again devoid of the previous off-key singing. The atmosphere in the red flag car became quite awkward. Beichen's face turned red. Tung Chuchu was more skeptical. "I mean, can't you sing a little quieter? The child can hear you." Beichen deflected the blame. "Tung Chuchu, have some self-respect. The main melody of this song is clearly yours." Tung Chuchu was furious. "After practice you have to face this little girl you know." "Dad, daughter." Beichen sighed and nodded casually. "The child doesn't have a mother, it's a long story. If I didn't know you well, I would think you. Where are you going with that? Come on, let's finish this game of chess first, then I'll check on her when I get back." "Oh, then keep your voice down when you make your moves, otherwise I'll easily follow your rhythm and start singing along," Tung Chuchu complained. "I'll do my best," Beichen replied. Indeed, as the saying goes, even if someone called for dinner, they would finish the chess game first, otherwise it would be quite uncomfortable to leave it half-finished. Fearing to disturb the baby, both sides kept their voices down while playing chess. An hour later, Tung Chuchu collapsed, too exhausted even to ask her many questions. What was Tung Chuchu equivalent to now? Equivalent to 4 hours of intense physical labor followed by 4 hours of high-decibel singing. She had never felt this tired. Beichen still wore a smile. This was because Tung Chuchu had carelessly lost the game, her main piece falling to her own dual cannons. Feeling the damp sponge cushion, Beichen frowned slightly. He opened the car door a crack and suddenly threw something forcefully into the nearby bushes. He had never understood what Okamoto 0.01 Surprise Edition meant, and he was too embarrassed to ask anyone else. That would be humiliating. He pulled out a bottle of salted soda and handed it to Ting Chu Chu. Here, drink this to replenish your fluids. Tung Chu Chu replied irritably, do you think I have the strength to open the cap, given my current state? Beichen rubbed his nose and helped her open the cap. After a few sips of the salted soda, Tung Chu Chu visibly felt better. Beichen, who is that little girl? Why does she call you dad? Who is her mother? Tung Chu Chu's tone was very gentle, making it impossible to judge her current mood from her voice. Originally, Beichen didn't want to reveal the baby, but now her relationship with Ting Chu Chu had already transcended that of ordinary friends, especially since she initially knew about Ying. Originally, Beichen didn't want to reveal the baby, but now her relationship with Ting Chu Chu had already transcended that of ordinary friends, especially since she initially knew. Originally, Beichen didn't want to reveal the baby, but now her relationship with Ting Chu Chu had already transcended that of ordinary friends, especially since she. Upon hearing this, Ting Chu Chu widened her eyes in disbelief. However, she had come to understand Beichen, knowing that he generally did not lie. That's incredible. This game world truly has all sorts of wonders. Suddenly feeling nervous, Ting Chu Chu said, Beichen, back then I was headstrong and immature. Ying might not like me. What if? Her tone was filled with worry. Given that Ying had just affectionately called Beichen dad, it was clear their relationship was much closer than hers. If Ying's daughter didn't approve, or didn't like her then. Beichen smiled. Don't worry, after the genetic mutation her memories only include me. She has forgotten everything from before. Really? That's great. Tung Chu Chu smiled happily. Just a moment ago she was thinking about how to make up for her past actions toward Ying, but now having been forgotten, it was a good thing. However, just as Ting Chu Chu was feeling happy, she suddenly saw Beichen slowly turn to look at her. Ying is the baby, her situation. At this, Ting Chu Chu instantly sat up, wrapping her arms around Beichen's neck and hugging him tightly. As they slowly parted, she said, Beichen, I'm very happy. I can see that the baby is very important to you, and your willingness to tell me this proves your trust in me. Tung Chu Chu gently rested her head against Beichen's chest and said softly, this matter will never leave my lips, even if it costs me my life. In that moment, Beichen felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. I understand now. Beichen, why don't you take me to meet the baby officially? Beichen nodded slightly. Before coming, he had promised to return soon, but hours had already passed. This was the first time since the baby appeared that Beichen had been away from her for more than 4 hours. All right, let's go, he said, stepping out of the car and waiting while Ting Chu Chu hurriedly tidied her slightly wrinkled outfit. However, as everything was cleaned up the moment Ting Chu Chu stood up, her face turned pale. What's wrong? Beichen turned around to ask, hearing her collapse onto the seat. Do I really need to ask? My legs are swelling and painful, just like when a dance teacher pushes down on my hips, she said. Lying down didn't feel too bad, but standing up brought a sensation of soreness that truly could not be comprehended by someone who had never practiced dance. Upon hearing this, Beichen felt a bit embarrassed and quickly got into the car. Is it that serious? Let me take a look. Tung Chu Chu shot him a glare, her face flushed, and said, no need, a few hours of rest will do. That's not what you think. I just wanted to see your injury and get you some ointment, Beichen said, taking out a black pill that emitted a strong herbal scent. The moment this item appeared in Beichen's hand, Ting Chu Chu widened her eyes in disbelief and asked, Beichen, why do you have a sheep dung ball in your pocket? This is called black jade healing ointment. It's a miraculous medicine for treating tendon injuries, soft tissue swelling, and bruises. Your injury is just right for it, Beichen explained. Hearing such nonsense made Ting Chu Chu's head buzz. Are you talking about the black jade healing ointment from the story of dragon slaying? Exactly. It's the miraculous medicine that can heal someone who has been disabled for 20 years. Tung Chu Chu looked at Beichen with pity and said, I haven't read that much, don't lie to me. If I remember correctly, isn't this supposed to be an ointment? Why are you taking it out in pill form? You can't possibly mean for me to take it orally, right? Upon hearing this, Beichen pretended to smack his forehead in realization. When he took out the black jade healing ointment again, it had already taken on a shape similar to that of a bomb. Doesn't this look like a bomb now? Tung Chu Chu's eyes sparkled with a desire to know as she looked at Beichen and asked, given this situation, am I the first beneficiary of your miraculous healing medicine? Beichen waved his hand dismissively, saying, don't worry about the details, I wouldn't even waste it on outside. With 2 slaps, Beichen flattened the black jade healing ointment even thinner. Here, let me help you apply it. Beichen, please act like a person and don't try to drag me down with you and everything, okay? Although Ting Chu Chu was extremely reluctant, there was nothing she could do. She watched as Beichen applied the black jade ointment in the palm of his right hand, murmuring something under his breath, while swiftly changing his hand movements. As this scene unfolded before her eyes, Ting Chu Chu instantly thought of the fighting scenes from martial arts dramas. Mysterious underworld divine palm. Slap. Tung Chu Chu gasped in surprise, biting her teeth as she twisted Beichen's outstretched arm. You brute. What a cruel palm technique, are you trying to kill me? Beichen immediately turned to ask, how does it feel? Is the healing potion effective? Tung Chuchu was about to say, do you think it's like an appendectomy that works instantly? Doesn't this take a few hours? However, before Tung Chuchu could finish her sentence, her entire being trembled, revealing a look of disbelief. How is it? If you feel something is wrong, I can help you take it off right now. Although Beichen was confident in the black jade ointment enhanced by the system, it was a clinical trial medication, and if there was any rejection causing Tung Chuchu to be in life-threatening danger, it would be troublesome. At this moment, Tung Chuchu's expression had relaxed significantly. Sighing, she said, indeed, one should not judge a medicine by its advertisement. Beichen was momentarily stunned and instinctively asked, then what should one look at? Look at the efficacy, of course. Tung Chuchu attempted to move her previously sore leg. This efficacy is just right. Everyone says it's good after use. Beichen was astonished. This works much faster than the stretch leg and stare pill. Tung Chuchu rolled her eyes at Beichen. You must be using this kind of medicine for the first time, right? Beichen nodded with a smile, then helped Tung Chuchu lie down. He'll go check on the baby, you should rest for a bit. Tung Chuchu nodded. Beichen, when you go back, it's best not to start the car. Why? Beichen asked in confusion. Because at this time the Yinglong guards are changing shifts. Right across from our small grove is the area managed by the soldier king Zhang Yichen. If he discovers someone here at night, he will definitely sneak over, and if he mistakes you for an enemy, it would be troublesome. Upon hearing this, Beichen immediately became interested. The soldier king Zhang Yichen. He glanced at the small grove across, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Beichen, don't act recklessly. Being mistaken for an enemy by them is life-threatening. Martial arts are lethal skills. I don't think they are just for show. If you're not careful. Tung Chuchu nervously reminded Beichen. Martial arts are indeed lethal skills, but in sparring it's not about winning or losing, but about life and death. Beichen's eyes held a yearning, then he nodded slightly and closed the car door. Just as Beichen walked back to the wooling car, he was startled. It was a theme song he was very familiar with from his childhood. Slowly opening the car door, he leaned in and immediately locked eyes with the baby, who was staring wide-eyed at Beichen. Daddy, you came back so quickly. So fast. There was a hint of displeasure in his tone. Beichen scratched his head and explained, I was supposed to come back very quickly, but unfortunately when I ran into an acquaintance, the conversation just flowed on and on. Conversation? You mean singing practice, right? The baby looked at Beichen, whose cheeks were slightly flushed. I thought I didn't hear you. You both practiced secretly all night. Ahem. I just couldn't help but sing a song due to the nostalgia when meeting an acquaintance. Hearing this, the baby got up and hugged Beichen. Silly daddy, the learning machine says that singing requires talent. Clearly both you and that young lady lack talent in singing, so let's not practice anymore, okay? Beichen immediately felt a headache and smiled wryly while agreeing. By the way, baby, go check the surroundings of this grove and see if anyone is hiding nearby. Beichen said to the small grove behind him. Okay, daddy, wait a moment. The baby was clearly feeling bored inside the car, readily agreeing before swiftly transforming into his true form, soaring into the night sky. Activate night vision, activate shared sight. With a whoosh, Beichen's perspective transformed. The once pitch-black night instantly turned into a black and white television-like image, and the scenes within the field of view quickly shrank and zoomed out. A small grove the size of a basketball court appeared before him. The baby circled around the small grove a few times in the air before suddenly spotting a figure hidden among the dry leaves. If it weren't for catching this person's aura, Beichen wouldn't have been able to spot him with the naked eye. Daddy, look, it's right under that crooked tree among the pile of leaves. Beichen smiled and ordered, baby, come back. Ooh, I see him now. Just as Beichen was about to close the arching vision, suddenly the baby's voice echoed in his ears again. Daddy, I found a little snake. Beichen looked through the baby's high-altitude, shared vision. When he saw what the baby referred to as a little snake, he was immediately taken aback. Is this called a little snake? This is no ordinary little snake, but a juvenile python as thick as an adult's arm. It's not surprising to find a python hidden in such a cool grove. He immediately called the baby back. However, suddenly Beichen thought of something and directly communicated with the baby, bring it back. Okay. Just as Beichen sat back in the car, still warm from the seat, the baby swooped down, holding onto a long object. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the juvenile python's head had been pierced by some sharp object, and blood was continuously flowing out. Daddy, look, it's a little snake. He rubbed the baby's head, and then told the baby to go back and rest. At this moment, Beichen took out the outstanding grade Aurora blade, and enhanced it into the exceptional grade Shadowless Sword Absolute Morning. The moment the Shadowless Sword was in his hand, Beichen distinctly felt a chill running from his palm throughout his entire body. Suddenly Beichen shivered, his mind becoming incredibly clear after the chill entered his body. However, along with the chill entering his body was another unusual reaction. Why does my body feel a bit stiff? Beichen was astonished. He carefully looked at the introduction of the Shadowless Sword. Could it be that the Shadowless Sword, which doesn't drink blood, makes the user feel cold and stiff? Looking at the still slightly writhing corpse of the python on the ground, Beichen did not hesitate and thrust the sword down. Let me see what surprises you can bring me under the bloodthirsty state. Shadowless sword, melee characteristics bloodthirsty. The sword drinks blood, enabling the wielder to enter a bloodthirsty state, which lasts until the blood absorbed by the shadowless sword is depleted. The unique characteristic of the exceptional grade absorbs the energy in the blood, continuously enhancing. As soon as he finished speaking, Beichen suddenly felt the continuous chill flowing into his body through his arm had vanished, replaced by a surge of scorching warmth. After the warm current surged into his body, Beichen clearly felt as if his body had been given a stimulant, as every muscle cell seemed to be awakened and stimulated. His whole body was filled with strength. However, when Beichen looked down at the shadowless sword again, he was immediately. The originally transparent shadowless sword had turned blood red, and a shriveled python corpse was frozen in its last struggle. Isn't this bloodthirsty characteristic a bit too domineering? Beichen gasped in awe, as if he understood something in his heart. But I like this feeling. As Beichen guessed, after the shadowless sword kills an enemy or prey, it will actively absorb the blood from the prey and store it within the sword body. When the wielder grasps the hilt, it activates the bloodthirsty characteristic. This time the shadowless sword only absorbed the blood of a python, so it didn't store much. Beichen didn't want to waste the duration of the bloodthirsty state, and simply put the shadowless sword away. He then took out the fish-scale military knife. Looking in a certain direction of the small grove, Beichen's lips curled. So the Soldier King. I have joined the Donglao lineage, and after practicing the 12 forms of Xingyi Quan for nearly 10 years, I just happened to take this opportunity to spar with you, the god of killing Soldier King. Indeed, Beichen's Xingyi Quan is an intersect skill taught by a renowned master Chu Feng, who is one of the 3 direct disciples of the famed yet enigmatic Elder Chun in his later years. However, even with the renowned master Chu Feng personally teaching him, Beichen could only manage to master 8 forms out of the 12 to a minor success, and 4 forms to a major success in 10 years. The forms Beichen mastered to a major success are the tiger and crane double forms, and the dragon and snake form. Moreover, the Yinglong guards have been very lively and active. Thanks to the efforts of Bai Long and his family, they have transformed the Yinglong guards into a serene and pleasant communication haven. Finally, I hope the family members can watch a short video at the end of the chapter and give a free gift so Bai Long can write. At 5 in the morning, the night is coming to an end. As dawn breaks, a sense of killing intent gradually brews. Beichen alone holds a scaled army knife and walks slowly into the woods towards the hidden place of the warrior Zhang Yichen. To command troops, one must first choose a general. Moreover, since they are all comrades, Beichen also wishes to test his 10 years of hard training against Zhang Yichen. The cat step is a fundamental skill for every martial artist. When mastered to a high level, one can tread upon dry leaves without making a sound. However, he was still a bit overconfident in his own skills. 20 meters is neither too close nor too far. As expected of a professional soldier from Huashan, although the sky is starting to lighten, visibility is actually quite limited. At this distance, they can only see each other's movements, but their faces remain indistinguishable. Zhang Yichen opened his right hand, and a slender black object appeared in his grip. Impressive. Zhang Yichen's eyes narrowed slightly, his cold voice, continuing, in this environment of fallen leaves you are the first to approach me within 20 meters. Despite Zhang Yichen's calm tone, his inner shock had reached its peak. For a warrior to be approached by an enemy within 20 meters while feigning sleep is a terrifying matter. In a battle at this distance, let alone an enemy approaching within 20 meters, even 50 meters would mean death for him. Are you an agent? If there are those better than the Southern Sea Guard's infiltration skills, it would surely be agents who have reached an extraordinary level in all aspects. I wouldn't dare to call myself an agent. Beichen stood motionless in the shadow of a tree. What? Do you intend to stop me? The confrontation between experts is a contest of aura and momentum. Beichen knew the moment he was exposed that he would not move an inch. I intend to kill someone. He is in the ranks ahead. Beichen's voice was remarkably calm. At this time, Zhang Yichen slowly raised his right hand. Ahead is the station of the Yinglong Guard. No one may trespass. His tone was equally cold. Oh, what if I insist on trespassing? Die. With that, Zhang Yichen gripped the triangular military dagger and transformed into a shadow rushing towards Beichen. One step of the Great River. Impressive footwork. In a clash between experts, the first to strike reveals their techniques, footwork, and body methods. The latter can also discern the opponent's style and prepare accordingly. However, those who dare to strike first are invariably confident in their own strength. Beichen, trained in the Hidden Three schools, naturally recognized the Shaolin footwork of the Great River. He felt no confusion, for the first batch of armed police formed after the war was personally taught by Master Hai. Thus, the hard qigong of the soldiers on television is formidable and has been influenced by the Shaolin secret technique of the Golden Bell Shield. How could he with a simple charge be recognized by this person? This caused a slight change in Zhang Yichen's expression, making him cautious. Die. With a swift motion, the triangular military dagger lunged towards him like a venomous snake. Beichen remained unperturbed, his stance lowering, as he said, snake style, is it? Very good. With a swish, the two figures almost instantly crossed paths. As the wind rose, the fallen leaves danced gracefully. The two shadows, each wielding sharp weapons, froze in a moment back to back. Beichen, astonished, slowly sheathed his scaled army knife. Why aren't you dead? Clang. The triangular military dagger fell to the ground, and Zhang Yichen pressed on his right shoulder. Why didn't you kill me? Beichen, turning his back to Zhang Yichen, replied slowly, I can see you've mastered the spirit snake emerging from the hole, but your right hand seems to be injured, right? This statement hit Zhang Yichen's sore spot directly. Had it not been for his severe arm injury during a special mission, how could he have chosen to retire at the peak of his military career? The Southern Sea Guard is a dream for every soldier. Seeing Zhang Yichen fall silent, Beichen put away his scaled army knife. As for why I didn't kill you. Why? Just now you clearly could have killed me. Because of what? Zhang Yichen's voice was slightly hoarse. This was a humiliation for him. Because if I kill you, I, the leader of the Yinglong Guard, would be heartbroken, Beichen said, revealing his cards. It seemed that Beichen had won this battle, but in reality, he had lost thoroughly. Despite Beichen's eloquent words, they were merely theoretical. Facing an opponent of equal caliber in life-and-death sparring was his first time. The criminals he had killed before were easy targets. That could only be called one-sided slaughter, not a life-and-death duel. Although Beichen came from a renowned school, he was aware of his own limitations. His practical martial arts experience could not possibly match that of a warrior. It was utterly impossible. Had he not seen the already adorned inscription on the triangular military dagger in Zhang Yichen's hand, their earlier encounter would likely have been 50-50. It should be noted that weapons adorned by the system cannot inflict physical harm on the host. What? The leader of the Yinglong Guard. Zhang Yichen suddenly turned around, his deep, icy gaze locking onto Beichen once more. What evidence do you have to prove you are our leader? Facing the inquiry, Beichen did not explain. Instead, he took out an object to show Zhang Yichen. With this. At this moment, the sun rose, casting a golden hue. Upon seeing the large item in the other person's hand, Zhang Yichen was momentarily stunned, then immediately showed a look of respect, giving Beichen a proper military salute. Zhang Yichen, at your service, leader. Good to see you, leader. What did Beichen produce? Of course, it was the most representative light machine gun, the MI, with a 500-round capacity. This was well known within the Yinglong Guard, and it currently ranked second in the Huaxia Theater's list of hot weapons. The first was the heavy sniper, called the Black Dragon HAL 10. Beichen knew that as long as he produced this item, there was no need to prove his identity. They were all smart people who would dare to rob someone carrying a 500-round light machine gun. That's right. I am Beichen of the Yinglong Guard. Beichen returned the salute. Follow me. With a swift motion, he stowed the machine gun as if it had vanished into thin air. This left Zhang Yichen in a state of shock. Yes, leader. In front of his subordinate, Beichen acted with great seriousness, completely unlike the earlier chaotic moment when he used the Xianming Divine Palm to help Ting Chuchu apply ointment. By the way, leader, may I ask you something? Beichen smiled. What is it? Just say it. Just now my military dagger clearly grazed your neck. Why are you unscathed while I am injured? Zhang Yichen could be considered a martial arts enthusiast. He wanted to enter a martial arts school to learn lightness skills or techniques akin to the Turtle School's energy techniques since elementary school. Unfortunately, when he entered martial arts school that year, his worldview collapsed. There was no such thing as lightness skills, no Turtle School energy techniques. Everything was a lie. Yet deep down he always believed that lightness skills exist, and that there are predecessors who possess extraordinary martial arts beyond common sense. Just now Beichen received his stab without a scratch, which was enough to confirm this. Haha, this is a skill passed down through 14 generations in my family called. Beichen deliberately prolonged. Feeling that his wish was about to be fulfilled, Zhang Yichen's mind was flooded with various supreme classics and techniques from martial arts novels. It's called Disaster Always Stays a Step Behind Me. With that, Beichen turned and walked back, leaving only Zhang Yichen in a state of confusion in the gentle breeze. Disaster always stays a step behind me. That name doesn't sound very Eastern, does it? But what does it matter? It's all extraordinary skills. Wait for me, leader. Will you teach me a move or two when the opportunity arises? Beichen laughed heartily. No problem. He'll find a time to personally teach you next Saturday. Zhang Yichen was left speechless. As the news of Beichen returning to the camp spread, all members of the Yinglong Guard stationed there stood at attention, filled with anticipation. Among them, the most curious was Shui Han. Surprisingly, Zhang Yichen, who usually spoke coldly to her, took the initiative to send her a private message. The private message contained many details about Beichen's performance during the battle at dawn. Perhaps in Zhang Yichen's view, the only common topic he could share with Shui Han was the study of martial arts. At this moment, there were more than 20 people in the Yinglong Guard camp, with Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen at the forefront. The remaining members included team leader Chuan Jiangwo, the tall Zheng Jingren Xiao, Xia Daping, Duan Guxin, and many others. Everyone's gaze was directed towards one direction, that being the small grove in the distance. Tung Baiwan learned that his sister had gone to pick up Beichen last night, and hadn't returned, filling him with joy. After not seeing her for many days, this reunion would undoubtedly spark a great fire. Hey little sister, there's only so much I can do for you, whether it succeeds or not depends on your own good fortune. Tung Baiwan anxiously gazed into the distance, wishing that Bei Chun would appear holding his sister's hand. Zhang Yichen looked on with admiration as a Wuling Hongguang slowly approached. I say, old Zhang, I've heard the commander is just in his 20s. What kind of charm does he possess that makes you look up to him? Shui Yihan was also very curious, as Zhang Yichen had only mentioned how remarkable the commander was, leaving out crucial details. Zhang Yichen turned to Shui Yihan, saying the commander's close combat skills are unfathomable. Hearing this, Shui Yihan pouted and used a provocation tactic, saying, well, some people constantly act high and mighty, yet they still fawn over their leader when they see him. Hey! Zhang Yichen shot back, annoyed. If your neck could withstand a military knife, I might admire you too. What did you say? Shui Yihan suddenly became interested, finally extracting useful information. If I can't say much now, when the commander arrives you can ask him yourself. Zhang Yichen wasn't slow on the uptake, realizing she was trying to provoke him. Final, ask myself. The commander won't eat me, what do I have to fear? As the Wuling vehicle approached, everyone fell silent. Suddenly Zhang Yichen stepped forward and shouted, salute. Commander, good day. At that moment the car door opened slowly, and Beichen stepped out first, followed by Tung Chu-Chu from the driver's seat. The effect of the black jade ointment was truly remarkable. Just a few hours ago Tung Chu-Chu couldn't walk on her own, but now she was following Bei Chun like a personal secretary. After getting out of the car, Beichen glanced at everyone and waved with a smile, saying, comrades, thank you for your hard work. I am Beichen, and it's a pleasure to meet you all for the first time. Not at all, they replied in unison. Beichen nodded with a smile, and then approached Tung Baiwan and Zhang. Beichen. The great Beichen. You look too young. Tung Baiwan felt a mix of emotions upon seeing Beichen. If it weren't for Beichen's timely intervention, he and his sister might have perished. Brother Baiwan, I didn't expect you to look so refined. Beichen was surprised. He had imagined Tung Baiwan's appearance from their chat, but seeing him in person was quite different. This must be the second soldier king of our Yinglong Guard, right? Beichen looked at Shui Yihan, who was standing next to Zhang Yichen. She seemed momentarily taken aback, thinking, wait, this person is not at all what I imagined. Given that the Yinglong Guard of the Great Xia had such a cultured and meaningful name, one would expect a bookish scholar. But this tall, agile, and handsome guy is our commander. Ahem, what are you doing? Zhang Yichen lightly coughed to remind Shui Yihan. Shui Yihan meets the commander. Hello, commander. Beichen nodded slightly, and then scanned the remaining members, spotting 3 familiar faces among them. The team leader and his crew, who had merged with the main force. Walking between the 2 rows of soldiers, Beichen was pleased with the morale of his troops. Tung Chu-Chu, genuinely fulfilling her role as secretary, quietly introduced the members following behind him. After inspecting the camp, Beichen was very satisfied with the appearance of his subordinates. Haven't you all had breakfast yet? He said aloud. Immediately, all members shouted, report, commander, we haven't. Great, let's eat soon. The food supplies Beichen had previously provided were barely adequate, just enough to fill the stomach, as digging a well without proper tools was extremely labor-intensive. Beichen waved at Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen and walked toward the Wuling vehicle. Soon all the members waiting would hear the sounds of Tung Baiwan and the captain chatting excitedly. It was the first time the commander visited the camp, and he couldn't be stingy with his generosity. Beichen returned to the vehicle and directly retrieved 21 Hokkaido salmon rice balls, 21 deep-sea fish, roe, sushi, 21 pounds of wild boar meat, and 2 cases of Golan cocktails, 20 bottles per case. Commander, this supply is too precious. It could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Tung Baiwan swallowed hard, feeling a mix of reluctance and discomfort. Not just Tung Baiwan, even Zhang Yichen was captivated by the mountain of delicacies. Tung Chu-Chu was even more exaggerated, swallowing hard, as if she wouldn't need to eat after this meal. Her mouth watered enough to fill her. Hearing this, Beichen waved his hand, saying the soldiers need nutrition too. Just being full isn't enough. Don't worry, once our well produces water, the Yinglong Guard will no longer worry about food. Go take these to distribute to the soldiers. Set up a bonfire to roast the wild boar meat. It's been a while since you all had meat, right? As the luxurious 4-course meal was distributed, all members of the Yinglong Guard erupted in cheers. Yichen, hurry and eat. After you're done, bring your car over here. Yes. After Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen left, only Tung Chu-Chu remained beside the Wuling. Get in. Beichen waved his hand, and another luxurious 4-course meal appeared with an additional pack of Oreos. Tung Chu-Chu sat beside Beichen. Looking at the Oreos in her hand, her eyes turned red. At that moment, she felt that all her efforts to change her personality had been worth it. Hurry and eat, we have things to do later. Tung Chu-Chu nodded, but didn't immediately tear open the Oreos as she set them aside, saving the good stuff for later. Beichen smiled at this. In the innermost part of the vehicle, a raptor covered in pure white feathers was quietly sprawled out, sleeping. The baby had stayed up all night yesterday. It would be a shame not to take a nap during the day. Before long, Zhang Yichen's car approached from a distance. Commander, the car is here. Please give instructions. After getting into Zhang Yichen's jeep, Beichen said to Tung Chuchu, keep an eye on Yang for me. Soon, with Tung Baiwan also getting in, Zhang Yichen drove the jeep quickly out of Tung Chuchu's sight. Beneath, the interior of the jeep was spacious, and both Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan nervously watched Beichen. They were eager to know what could instantly enhance the overall combat effectiveness of every Yinglong Guard member tenfold. Tenfold. That was no joke. Even if each person had a Zhuge crossbow, it couldn't be claimed that their overall combat effectiveness would exceed tenfold. Beichen didn't elaborate much. He simply waved his hand, and the sound of metal clashing echoed within the jeep. Heavens! What is this? Tung Baiwan's eyes nearly bulged out. That's right, it's a fully equipped M416 assault rifle and a fully equipped SKS sniper rifle. When Zhang Yichen saw these exquisite firearms appearing out of thin air, his eyes were filled with nostalgia and disbelief. Beichen directly retrieved 10 fully equipped M416 rifles and 10 fully equipped SKS from the particle ring. These exquisite rifles and sniper rifles had all been adorned by the system. He handed one M416 to Zhang Yichen and another SKS to Tung Baiwan. How does this gun feel? Can the Yinglong Guard handle it well? Beichen stood there empty-handed, casually handing over the two fully loaded weapons without the slightest hesitation. Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. It was unbelievable that the leader trusted them so much on their first meeting. Shouldn't a newly appointed official demonstrate authority and kindness? Zhang Yichen nodded and began to check the configuration of the M416 in his hands, calibrating the 6x scope. Report to the leader, this gun is truly excellent. Beichen nodded. 10 assault rifles and 10 sniper rifles, a total of 20. Yichen, you are more familiar with the capabilities of the Yinglong Guard members, so I leave the distribution and allocation to you. By the way, there are also 10 SKS sniper rifles with pistols for backup. With that, Beichen waved his hand again, and 10 brand new P29 pistols appeared in the cabin. Although sniper rifles can strike accurately at ultra-long distances, they are a liability in close combat. Having a sidearm would greatly increase the survival chances of a sniper in close quarters. One must understand that those in the military who can wield sniper rifles are sharpshooters trained with live ammunition. Losing even one of such talents would be a tremendous loss for Beichen. After all, this return to the Yinglong Guard was for this very purpose, so Beichen also brought out 10 P29 pistols. Since they were arming the team, they might as well ensure a better configuration to avoid unnecessary losses in the future. As for the issue of loyalty among his subordinates, Beichen was not concerned about it at the moment. Why? One must know that most members of the Yinglong Guard are active duty soldiers, while the others are veterans who have received high-level ideological education. Moreover, Beichen is a descendant of a meritorious lineage, with daily supply support, and now distributing a large number of firearms to the team. Soldiers have blood in their veins. They choose their battles wisely. Who would want to be out in the elements competing for resources with civilians if they could be part of a unit that protects their dignity as soldiers? One could say that Beichen's presence meant that not only would the soldiers not rebel if armed, but any member of the Yinglong Guard would fight fiercely against anyone who posed a threat to Beichen. With Captain Zhang Yichen and Vice Captain Xue Yihan both experts in combat, and Beichen showcasing his mastery today, alongside the system's enhancement of weapon capabilities, it was enough to earn the respect and awe of these two warriors. As for Tung Baiwan and his sister, there was even less to worry about. At the beginning of the game, Beichen had dealings with Tung Baiwan several times. In the dire circumstances of survival, Tung Baiwan, willing to trade a high-tech particle ring design for a military first aid kit to save his sister's life, showed his integrity. This was enough to prove Tung Baiwan's character and moral standing. As for Tung Chuchu, Beichen was even more at ease. He was not foolish. How could he not notice that Tung Chuchu had feelings for him, especially after the significant change he observed yesterday? The fact that a person can change so significantly in such a short time is a testament to how much Tung Chuchu cares about him. Thus, considering all these factors, Beichen could confidently hand over the exquisite firearms, the M416 and SKS, to the two. Yichen, if we have an ample supply of ammunition and occupy advantageous terrain, how many players can our team handle in this survival environment? Beichen had not truly entered the military. His knowledge of military coordinated operations came only from his grandfather or from anti-Japanese dramas. Zhang Yichen hesitated slightly before confidently declaring, if the battlefield is advantageous with enough ammunition for these automatic rifles, we could manage a battalion without issue. In fact, Zhang Yichen was being quite modest. Nowadays, 80 to 90 of players have barely seen firearms, let alone a battalion of over 1,000 people occupying advantageous terrain. After all, they are human, not mindless monsters, who would confront a team armed with fully loaded automatic weapons unarmed. Beichen smiled as Zhang Yichen was indeed the kind of officer he desired. Very good. With another wave of his hand, the cabin was filled with a rustling sound. 400 rounds of 56 ammunition, 300 rounds of 7.62 ammunition, and 150 rounds of 9mm ammo. A pile of ammunition of various calibers gleamed brightly, capturing everyone's attention. Zhang Yiqin and Tung Baiwan gaped in astonishment at Beichen's hands, wondering how he could summon anything with. Beichen did not elaborate further and told Zhang Yiqin, "Go ahead, once the soldiers finish eating, distribute these weapons according to their specialties." "Yes, leader." At this moment Tung Baiwan chimed in, "Tell the soldiers not to lose their guns." Beichen then gestured and got off the vehicle with Tung Baiwan. Zhang Yichen's face flushed, his hands gripping the steering while trembling slightly. The trust the new leader showed his subordinates on his first arrival ignited his determination to follow. Under the large tree, Beichen and Tung Baiwan stood quietly. Such matters should not need reminding in the. Beichen pulled out a pack of cigarettes, took one, then handed the pack to Tung Baiwan, adding, "Guns represent a soldier's honor and life in a sense." Since Tung Baiwan managed the trivial matters within the Yinglong Guard, and often dealt with other regions or financial groups, possessing a pack of cigarettes would instantly elevate his status and standing during negotiations. "Alright, I understand." Tung Baiwan then asked cautiously, "By the way, Beichen, has Chu caused you any trouble?" Beichen smiled and replied, "Her changes have been significant. I can hardly believe that a person can undergo such a tremendous transformation in such a short time. As long as she is well, that's good." Tung Baiwan expressed a look of relief. Tung Baiwan's words were also a pledge of loyalty. Perhaps he felt that Beichen had ample reasons to trust the soldiers under Zhang Yichen's command, while he and his sister might seem less reliable compared to professional soldiers. Beichen, understanding this, smiled and patted Tung Baiwan's shoulder, saying, "You have long earned my recognition. We are not just friends but comrades in arms." At this moment Beichen's eyes were indeed deep and captivating. "Let me handle the diplomatic missions for the Ing." Tung Baiwan was stirred by these words, feeling a surge of excitement. What could be more motivating than complete trust from a superior? "By the way, based on your analysis of the current situation in the game world and the data from the World Channel's rewards, how should we choose between these two items?" As he spoke, Beichen took out a heavy object and airdrop resource box. This seemingly trivial action could instantly elevate Tung Baiwan's loyalty to him to another level. "Wow, what is this?" Tung Baiwan's eyes widened as he looked at the two images projected by the small. "That's right, it's a choice between two." Beichen explained, "The blue image is a large water purification device, while the red one is a T-90 city defense heavy machine gun." He then asked Tung Baiwan seriously, "Considering our current development stage, which one offers better value?" Tung Baiwan was momentarily stunned, then looked at Beichen with shining eyes. "Is there even a choice? It has to be the large water purification device. I know you don't frequently analyze the World Channel's reward data." Beichen became interested. "Why do you say that?" "The World Channel is going crazy over rewards for clean water." Upon hearing this, a butcher-like smile appeared on Beichen's face. "P.S. Another pleasant weekend. Keep urging for updates. Today's by long is even better. The transitional plot has ended, and we are now entering an intense and exciting phase." Listening to the analysis of the experts, Beichen revealed a satisfied smile. Tung Million is indeed one of the candidates to lead the Tung family conglomerate in the Magic City, demonstrating exceptional insight. Even in a vast environment without computer information, he managed to simulate a series of demands through the bounty information on the World Channel. This is exactly the type of talent Beichen desires. The two continued their conversation. At this moment, a spirited young man dressed in camouflage military uniform, holding a piece of parchment made from tanned animal skin, ran up to them. It was the soldier Xiao Xia that Beichen knew. "Report, team leader. I have brought this important address mapping for your review as per the orders of the execution squad leader." Standard salute, bright eyes, and a loud voice all exemplified the discipline and unity of the soldiers of Huaxia. Beichen took the animal skin parchment and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. Now go and get busy." "Yes." As Beichen unfolded the animal skin parchment, a hand-drawn map of the encampment appeared before him. The base of the Yinglong Guard was right in the center of this map. Upon closer inspection, Beichen found the site chosen for the Yinglong Guard to be truly excellent. To the east were low hills providing a backdrop, to the south extended a continuous stretch of forest, to the west lay a vast open area, while the north featured a low-lying valley. "Beichen, here is the location we chose for the well. It is almost directly facing the low-lying valley to the north of the base, meaning if we need to irrigate, once we start planting, we can easily draw water from this well." Previously, Beichen had only assigned the task of well digging, without revealing his desire for self-sufficiency through planting. He did not expect that his capable subordinate had considered this issue as well. "Very good." Beichen carefully put away the animal skin map and said, "Let's go take a look at our major project." "Alright, I'll take you there." Tung Million smiled as he led the way. In no time the two returned to the camp. As soon as they arrived, they saw Tung Chu waiting eagerly by Wuling, standing on tiptoe to look. This scene fell into Tung Million's view, and he jokingly remarked, "Haha, I must say, as an older brother, I've never been so valued by my sister before." Look at her, she has really grown up. Beichen certainly understood the implication of his words. He smiled and nodded at Ting Chuchu, saying indeed, she has grown up. As they approached, Ting Chuchu's pretty face turned slightly red, as she said, Ying slept very soundly. She just took a nap, ate something, and fell asleep again. Beichen was somewhat mysterious, pondering whether to ask certain questions, while Ting Million had a clear idea in his mind. Let's go see the place for digging the well together. Beichen gently closed the car door. Upon hearing this, Ting Million smiled, and replied, Beichen, I still have some matters to attend to, so let Chuchu take you to the well site. After saying this, Ting Million instructed his sister Chuchu, this task is quite important, so make sure you don't lead the team leader astray. Beichen smiled, but did not finish his sentence. Tung Chuchu glared at her older brother, and replied, got it, brother. Then she led Beichen toward the core area of the Yinglong Guard. Tung Million watched this scene with a smile on his face. Sister, your brother really worries about you. After all, who told me I am your dear brother? As Beichen walked ahead, Tung Chuchu followed behind at a leisurely pace. The two were momentarily silent, yet the tense atmosphere brewed in Ting Chuchu's heart. Oh, just as Ting Chuchu was following Beichen, she suddenly seemed to bump into someone. Looking up, she found it was Beichen. Sorry, Beichen, Before she could finish, Ting Chuchu felt a warmth in her small hand, which was being held by a large hand. Shouldn't you be leading the way? Hurry up. Oh, okay. With her small hand being held, Tung Chuchu's heart raced, and she struggled to speak properly. The two walked hand in hand like a couple. Before long, Beichen heard synchronized shouts. 1 2 1 2 1 2. Faster. Lower the next level. Then came more shouts of 1 2 1 2. Before Beichen could reach the scene, he was shocked by the sight before him. They were truly digging manually, pulling up dirt from the well with ropes. Chuchu, how deep have we dug the well? Tung Chuchu was momentarily taken aback before replying. Shuihan said we could reach 15 meters deep today. Really? Are they digging at night too? No, during the day aside from meals they dig wells, have a short rest for lunch, receive ideological education, and then continue digging. They finish at 5 p.m. and still need to train. By 8:30 p.m. everyone rests, and it's almost like this every day. Beichen couldn't help but be impressed, such is the discipline of the soldiers of Huaxia. Suddenly the synchronized shouts ceased, replaced by the shouts of a dozen people around the lake. Water is coming up. Comrades, water is coming up. Wow, it's clean and clear water, it must be very sweet, right? Just then the person in charge noticed Beichen and Tung Chuchu and shouted, the team leader is here. Everyone was covered in dust, and many had dirty faces. Upon hearing the team leader's arrival, they all cheered in delight. Team leader, we have water. Look, the team leader has water. As Beichen heard this, he stumbled and nearly fell. To be honest, if Beichen had not encountered Zhang Dapio before, he might have thought little of this remark, but ever since he had learned the truth from Zhang Dapio, the phrase sounded increasingly inappropriate. However, as the head of a regiment, Beichen could only pretend not to understand. He turned to Ting Chuchu and said, let's go see how much water there is in the well, and taste whether it's salty or sweet. Tung Chuchu's legs went weak at once, her ears turned red, and she shot Beichen a glare, while softly whining, you only know how to bully me. As they approached, a soldier had already brought over a bowl of very clear water. Team leader, this is the result of our hard work over the past few days. Please taste it first. Beichen smiled as he took the bowl, addressing everyone, thank you all for your hard work. This water can't be consumed directly, drinking it will cause diarrhea, but it's fine to taste. Upon hearing this, many soldiers' expressions changed. Can't drink it. Was all their effort in vain? However, I have a way to make it drinkable, comrades, please rest assured. Without hesitation, Beichen took a big gulp. Immediately a cool and sweet flavor filled his mouth. He turned and spat the water out, placing the bowl down, and saying, the taste is quite good. Go call the squad leader and the others over. Yes. Immediately a soldier dashed toward the camp. Beichen, this well water can't be drunk directly. Did it get contaminated? Tung Chuchu asked. That's right. Then why did you drink it directly? Aren't you afraid of poisoning? Tung Chuchu looked at Beichen with concern. How does the well water taste? Beichen replied with a half smile, it's salty at first, then slightly sweet. If you can drink it freely, it will surely quench your thirst. Can't you be a bit serious in front of the soldiers? Tung Chuchu scolded quietly, lowering her head. Beichen was taken aback. What did you say? Sigh. People like you, while good in every way, your thoughts are too impure. I merely made an objective assessment of this bowl of water. Where did your mind wander off to? You. Upon hearing this, Ting Chuchu was stunned, realizing Beichen had deftly turned the tables. At this moment, Ting Chuchu felt that in this regard, she was indeed no match for Beichen. Even after receiving special training from Shuihan, it was still insufficient, as men inherently possess a certain potential in this aspect. Before long, Zhang Yichin, Shuihan, and Tung Million all came running over. Everyone's faces were filled with excitement and anticipation. With a continuously flowing water source, the foundation of the Yinglong Guard would be established. At this moment, Beichen stepped forward and addressed the crowd. I heard that the soldiers are very curious about my strength as the team leader, and some even say I have secret skills. Upon hearing this, the two military kings and the others all looked taken aback. Yes, soldiers tend to speak candidly. Good. Beichen walked to the 1-meter diameter deep well and said, "Today, I will show everyone a real secret skill." Awesome. Everyone cheered. Remember, this move is called controlling cranes and capturing Dragon's starry hand. All eyes were glued to Beichen's hands. After carefully calculating, with tongue million, Beichen resolutely chose to deploy a large water purification device from the self-selected resource box. He waved his hand. Suddenly, a large mechanical device appeared out of thin air, settling steadily above the well. Meanwhile, a soft hose descended from the device, and everyone could hear the splashing sound as it hit the water. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. Did the team leader really just pull this off? What crane control and dragon capture? This was clearly pulling a rabbit out of a hat. Shui Han, who was typically cold and ruthless, was left starry-eyed upon witnessing Beichen's miraculous. As everyone reacted, they erupted into thunderous applause. Suddenly, Beichen, Tung Chuchu, and everyone else froze, and the applause came to an abrupt halt. It was nothing other than the announcement from the game console world. First, the game console congratulated the top 3 possessors of hot and cold weapons from various national battle zones. You are fortunate to receive the top 3 weapons, which will be the foundation for building your own power. The prestige rewards for the top 3 weapons have already been distributed. At 1722, the Prestige Mall officially opened. At 1722, the main city creation function officially began, starting the compatibility mode for city lords. All players' questions can be answered by checking the function introduction. Meanwhile, Beichen had already heard the prompt sound from the console in his ear. Congratulations, your Black Dragon Howl 10 penetrating shell cannon ranks first in the Huaxiao Battle Zone's hot weapon leaderboard, earning you 1,000 prestige points. Congratulations, your light machine gun MI Big Pineapple ranks second in the Huaxiao Battle Zone's hot weapon leaderboard, earning you 500 prestige points. Congratulations, your Korean Viper pistol ranks third in the Huaxiao Battle Zone's hot weapon leaderboard, earning you 300 prestige points. Congratulations, your Shadowless Sword Absolute Morning ranks first in the Huaxiao Battle Zone's cold weapon leaderboard, earning you 1,000 prestige points. Congratulations, your T1 Grayscale Military Knife ranks second in the Huaxiao Battle Zone's cold weapon leaderboard, earning you 500 prestige points. A series of game prompts rang in Beichen's ears, and he gradually smiled. So we can use prestige points to build cities. Interesting. After handing the Viper back to Tung Chuchu, Beichen turned and walked away, followed closely by Shui Ihan, Zhang Yiqin, and Tung Million. Everyone understood that every time a game console opened a new function, it signified a reform in the game's mechanics. If they couldn't keep up with the game progress, they would fall behind even more in the future. At that time, they wouldn't even have the conditions for fair discussions on the international stage. P.S. Originally, I planned to update 4 chapters today, but I was suddenly assigned to help out. However, this chapter is still 3,000 words long. Today, a great event happened in Huaxia. I only found out in the afternoon. At first, I didn't believe it, but after confirmation, my mood is one of deep sorrow and regret. Old Master Yuan, may you rest in peace. Your great achievements will surely be recorded in history and remembered by future generations. We will never forget you. Bai Long, on behalf of the entire Yinglong Guard. After the reputation rewards for the weapon rankings were distributed, Beichen first made his way towards the camp, followed leisurely by Zhang Yiqin, Shui Han, and 2 others. Seeing Beichen's serious expression and silence, they all dared not speak. After all, the reputation rewards could only be obtained by ranking among the top 3 in the weapon rankings. In their view, the captain's displeasure likely stemmed from not receiving the reputation rewards, as it was said that very few would actually receive them. In reality, they were mistaken. Beichen had not failed to receive the reputation rewards. Rather, 90% of the reputation rewards from the Huaxia Battle Zone rankings had gone into his pocket. Puzzled, Beichen was trying to figure something out. He opened the game page and glanced at his accumulated reputation points. Reputation points 12400. Indeed, it was 12400 points. When he initially crafted the exceptional grade particle ammunition depot, using the design blueprint, the system had rewarded Beichen with 100 reputation points. Why did the exceptional grade particle ammunition depot receive reputation rewards during its crafting, while the equally exceptional Wuying sword, Zhu Xiang, did not? Then Beichen inquired with the game console. Only then did he understand that only exceptional grade weapons and equipment crafted through design blueprints could earn reputation rewards. Naturally, Beichen dared not reveal the system's workings to the game console, as that would be very dangerous. If he were directly erased, there would be nowhere for him to cry. Who knew if the game console was impressive or if the amplification system was even more formidable? The group had not yet returned to the camp's discussion area. Suddenly, Tung Mabai's expression darkened as he said, Beichen, go check the World Channel and National Channel. Something significant has happened. Upon hearing this, Beichen frowned, and the others also shifted their focus to the World Channel. After just one glance, Beichen's face turned ashen as he withdrew. Zhang Yiqin and Shui Han also showed worried expressions. Beichen, what should we do? Tung Chuchu knew that Beichen's grandfather was a hero of the anti-Japanese war, and thus Beichen was a person with a strong sense of patriotism. The current situation was a humiliation for all active and retired soldiers in the Huaxiao region, a blatant humiliation. There's no need to worry. Beichen's voice was somewhat cold. Let these foreign-worshipping fence-sitters lick their wounds, you'll see if they can ultimately be accepted by Meiguahongua and Ribbon. Having said that, Beichen looked at Tung Mibai and the others again, saying, aren't they looking to pledge their loyalty? Yes, they publicly stated that to join each must bring 10 days worth of supplies or 30 gene of various materials. Tung Mibai replied slowly. Very well. Beichen waved his hand, and immediately a variety of metal materials clattered onto the ground. These materials were ones that Beichen had in large quantities and could spare almost entirely. Take these metal materials to the national channel and announce a large exchange for combustible nitrous and lead metals at a rate of 1 to 2. Beichen looked at Tung Mibai. You handle this matter. Understood. Tung Mibai responded immediately with a start. Shui Han, follow orders. You will immediately gather a large amount of water and then coordinate with Tung Mibai to complete various exchange transactions using these water resources. Yes, Captain. Shui Han stood tall and responded promptly. Zhang Yichen, follow orders. You will immediately organize a 10-person guard team to secure advantageous terrain around the base, ensuring the Onlong guard base remains completely safe for the next 3 days. Zhang Yichen's expression sharpened as he declared in a loud voice, I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Beichen's sharp gaze swept over everyone. Remember, there is only one principle before this wave of city-building craze: we must acquire and hoard various resources in large quantities. Priority to combustible nitrous and lead metals. Rest assured, Captain, I will not fail my mission. Beichen nodded in satisfaction, and then waved his hand, saying in a clear voice, go. After saying this, Beichen turned and left, and Tung Chuchu, not having been assigned a task, naturally followed behind Beichen. Seeing the captain calm and collected, issuing commands in an orderly fashion, everything seemed to be under control. Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and Tung Mibai subtly felt that perhaps this situation was not as bad as they had imagined. Watching Tung Chuchu follow behind Beichen, Shui Han revealed an envious expression. To be fair, the captain is truly a lady killer. Alright, the orders have been given. Everyone execute them immediately, so as not to delay the captain's grand plan. Tung Mibai stated directly. Good. Soon the three each took up their duties and quickly dispersed. Tung Chuchu followed behind Beichen, all the way feeling as if she were being ignored while everyone else had been assigned tasks, leaving her feeling empty inside. Tung Chuchu. Beichen suddenly spoke up. Oh, yes, I'm here. Tung Chuchu was startled, forgetting even to respond in the military manner. For the next few days you will primarily be responsible for the team's food. Beichen looked at Tung Chuchu. Can you manage? Tung Chuchu nodded firmly. I will do my best, and will not hold the team back. Beichen smiled slightly, and nodded. After you gather the ingredients you can get busy. Soon Tung Chuchu shouldered dozens of pounds of wild boar meat and dashed towards the cooking area like a 100-meter sprint. Once Tung Chuchu left, only Beichen and the still sleeping baby remained in the wooling vehicle. Everyone had their roles and were busy with their tasks, yet still coordinated with each other. At this point, Beichen could finally breathe a sigh of relief. However, thinking back to what he had seen earlier on the national channel, Beichen felt anger rising in him. Nevertheless, he was confident that the few who were swayed by Meiguahongua and Ribbon were just a minority. Beichen believed that the majority of Huaxiao players still possessed bravery and awareness. Through the minority, he calculated the majority. Thus, Beichen directly entered the regional chat plaza. As soon as he entered, Beichen discovered that a verbal battle was taking place in the regional plaza. Damn it, you returnees, your 3 countries haven't even built cities yet, and you're spreading rumors in Huaxiao inciting Huaxiao players to side with Meiguahongua and Ribbon. Aren't you afraid your ancestors' graves will smoke? Exactly, the foreign air is so sweet, then why the hell did you return after studying abroad? Wouldn't it be better to drink the northwest wind in Meigua? Yo, a bunch of uncultured, low-quality Huaxiao people, you really are this way. As a young idealist of the 21st century, can't I express my opinion freely? Exactly, you guys who have never even sat on a Boeing 747, can you understand the pursuit of freedom abroad? You're just a bunch of pitiful worms who will forever submit to 996. While I want to join Hongwa, I heard the city there's being built by Quan Shengji. Wow, he is my idol, my loyal idol. Oh, kindred spirits. Come, sisters, I'll pull you into the team. I'm about to form a soul liberation alliance for the sake of more free souls. We can give up our lives for freedom. Pull me, pull me. 1-1. Soon as dozens of these fools left the regional chat plaza, it fell completely. As the saying goes, no matter how good the atmosphere or how great the soup, once a rat droppings appear, it all goes to waste. Not to mention, this was not just one but countless. While the entire Huaxiao enjoyed 40 years of peaceful development and harmonious life, some so-called ambitious young people had long forgotten their roots and their souls. Damn it, these bastards finally left. They really messed with people's mentality. Whatever life and death, our fated wealth and nobility are in the hands of the heavens. Let's just take it one day at a time. Who told us Huaxia to not announce city building? Alright, stop complaining. Do you think everyone who gets reputation rewards is a capitalist all dreaming of being an emperor? You're mistaken, bro. If I had reputation points, I wouldn't build a city. It's a lot of work for little reward, and I would have to deal with these fence-sitters. Exactly, if I had reputation points, I'd rather exchange them for weapons and ammunition. Exchange for personal shelters. Isn't that better? Building a city is labor-intensive, and one must resist the siege of beast tides. If things go wrong, you could end up with nothing, and ultimately, what's the point of building a city? You're right. Look at the 3 countries that are building cities. Oh, one has a birth rate of 0.2 and is about to become extinct. Another has a birth rate of 1.0 and is extremely aged, and the last one has simply stopped giving birth. Can't they attract some cannon fodder to come over using these methods? Beichen smiled slightly upon seeing this, realizing that there were still many sensible people. The complaints about Huaxia players getting reputation points, but not building cities, were only from a minority. Very good. Those who pledge allegiance to other countries in pursuit of free souls, let them go. What remains in Huaxia will be the elite. Beichen said this with great confidence, as once the city was built, players would only be able to become citizens of the city with the permission of the city lord. They would also bear an indelible label, that being the name of the city they belong to. Once I build the city of Daxiao, those who have defected to the enemy camp will find it hard to return. Eat your meals and be tired, humph. Beichen remained patient regarding the matter of city building. He would wait. He would wait for those who danced and celebrated jumping around to return to their free souls before considering starting the city. By then, all of his prior arrangements could take effect. Beichen lingered in the regional chat plaza for a moment before shifting his focus to the national channel. This was no small matter. Ever since the world channel was dominated by the 3 kingdoms announcing the establishment of cities while vigorously recruiting players from around the globe, instantly a wave of fawning admiration for foreign cultures surged in the Huaxia battle zone. Some opportunists even formed a 3 Kingdoms Flatterers Alliance to inflate their own worth. Beichen glanced over and noticed 3 groups bouncing around enthusiastically: the Soul Liberation Freedom Alliance, the Red Fuji, Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance, and the Korean Idol Alliance. Once the rhythm was set, many aimless individuals without independent thought were swept along. At that moment, it felt as if Huaxia had become a land of disasters. What the hell are you all insane? You're splitting from your fellow countrymen, and your friends and family are living in the Huaxia mainland. Useless brothers, once this wave of admiration for foreign cultures starts, there's no stopping it. Let them be. Damn it, someone give me a heavy machine gun so I can sweep these idiots away. I'm still talking about family and friends. TSK. What have I said? You fools have no idea about the freedom of education in Megwa, where living souls are free, let alone parents. After we become adults, our parents have no right to control us, and we are under no obligation to support them when they grow old. Moreover, the number of shout-outs to the world is limited, so let me pull in another wave of people. Are there any sisters who want to rush into the embrace of Megwa? There are still spots available for those who sign up now. Currently, my Soul Liberation Alliance already has 438 sisters and brothers too. Likewise, my Red Fuji Cherry Blossom Chrysanthemum Alliance is also actively recruiting members, and I've already made arrangements. As soon as Cherry Blossom Dad finishes building the city, we can join immediately and enjoy a safe and comfortable life. Similarly, my Korean Idol Alliance is also vigorously recruiting members. The Idol has personally announced the city's establishment. If we withstand the siege of beasts tonight, our Idol Alliance can also settle in first, so come join us, ladies and gentlemen. These inflammatory statements immediately faced furious backlash and scorn from millions of Huaxia players. Yet this scene was precisely what the leaders of the 3 treasonous alliances desired. In this age where poverty is mocked but immorality is rampant, regardless of whether you are a protagonist or antagonist, as long as you attract public attention, you hold value. It's quite laughable and tragic. Beichen let out a cold laugh and exited the national channel. At that moment, a private message notification came through. It was from Zhang Dapio. Damn it, Beichen, something big happened in the Huaxia battle zone. Oh, people are fleeing. Beichen paused and replied, what do you mean? Boss, you don't know. After we separated in the focal area yesterday, I moved east with Pang Jinjia. Just as we entered another area, I saw many female players driving in groups heading in one direction. Oh, Dapio, you encountered them. What's their alliance called? A cruel smile crept across Beichen's face. Not just encountered, they saw us looking righteous, resembling regular soldiers, and actually flagged us down, saying they wanted us to escort them to the border for refuge. Zhang Dapio clearly seemed a bit impatient. I asked them, it seems they're part of the Soul Liberation Freedom Alliance or something like that, along with a virtual vegetable fans group, about 100 or 200 people in total. Where are they now? They're still pestering us. Seeing that we are armed, they insist that we as soldiers should escort them. Beichen was truly stunned upon reading this. How could this group of freedom-seeking scum have grown up? Did they feed? How could there be such shameless people in this world? They instigated their fellow countrymen to defect from the Huaxia battle zone, yet when they encountered armed Huaxia forces, they openly demanded protection for their escape. Dapio, do you have enough bullets? If not, I can support you with some. Beichen sent this message. Zhang Dapio was obviously taken aback and momentarily didn't respond. Boss, are you saying 1 bullet per person? What did they do to provoke your anger so much to the point of wanting to wipe out 200 people? Beichen was puzzled as to why Zhang Dapio's messages were slower than his own. The national channel and regional channel were both in an uproar, yet this person was still unaware of what was happening. What are you busy with? The Huaxia Battle Zone channel has gone crazy. Huh, what's going on? Zhang Dapio quickly replied, I just experienced an ambush here. Luckily the opposing side only temporarily assembled a low-level armed force, and trust was low on both sides. Otherwise there would definitely have been casualties on my side. By the way, what exactly happened, boss? Just go check the national channel yourself, Beichen replied, not wanting to explain, directing Zhang Dapio to check it out himself. Okay. Just 3 breaths later Zhang Dapio replied again. Leave this matter to me. Forget the bullets, feeding them would be a waste. Just kill them directly, that will be cheaper for these shameless ones. Boss, how about this? What do you think? Zhang Dapio sent 3 consecutive messages, inquiring. Beichen was puzzled about what Zhang Dapio meant. What does that mean? I'll have them line up 1 by 1, slap each face once, and then directly declare that their father is a bandit. Zhang Dapio replied in succession. Then for those who don't listen and resist, just feed them bullets. For those who comply, we'll confiscate everything except their clothes, splitting resources 80-20. Damn it, if it weren't for you reminding me, I would have thought they were refugees, and I almost agreed to their escort request. Zhang Dapio was clearly angry. Beichen found Zhang Dapio really interesting, so he nodded, and replied, additionally take off all the wheels from their vehicles, set them on fire, and then let them go. Defecting to another country, they might meet again on the battlefield, or perhaps confront each other with arms. Beichen felt no compassion whatsoever. Alright, leave it to me. He looked up and saw Teng Chuchu nearby, busy gathering firewood, starting a fire and cooking. Her previous white police academy shirt and black pencil skirt had been replaced with a somewhat shabby t-shirt and capri pants. Beichen replied to Zhang Dapio again, Dapio, help me select a few sets of women's clothing for trade sizes approximately 32, 28, 35, height around 165. In this game, world expressions cannot be transmitted. Otherwise Zhang Dapio would definitely have sent Beichen a picture that would make him nosebleed. The 3 measurements along with height, the appearance was no longer a concern. Boss, your little girlfriend has some substance. Beichen's face flushed as he replied to him, if there are skirts, pick a few pretty ones, and bring them back in a bundle. Got it, I'll make sure you are satisfied. Both parties ended their private chat. At this time Baby Gunging seemed to want to wake up. Meanwhile, Zhang Dapio had just disconnected his private message with Beichen when he drew out the long knife from his back and shouted, all members emergency assembly. Instantly more than 30 members replied in unison, yes, Captain. Because the voice was too loud, it suddenly frightened a number of fawning men and women, causing many to murmur curses under their breath. Sisters, keep your composure. They have firearms, and we should avoid conflict with them as much as possible. Once we successfully leave the lowly Huaxia battle zone, everything will be fine. Right, look at these scum. They just wanted a little escort. Yet every one of them is so indecisive. Huaxia men are truly like this, stingy, and not acting like men at all. 2 tall girls in bodycon dresses were the leaders of this pair of defectors. The one with long hair was called Tianmei, and the one with permed hair was called Tian Tian Tian. Suddenly, everyone was startled as a fierce, murderous intent erupted from this group of soldiers. What are you? Don't act recklessly. We are also fellow countrymen of Huaxiayu. All of Zhang Dapio's members were armed, and their expressions were cold. I'm Dapio, let me say a few words. Zhang Dapio slowly scanned the crowd, and said, you all need to line up, right now, then count off. I received a secret report saying that there are Imperial spies hidden among your group, so we'll conduct an auditory test during the counting. Anyone with an accent of Yama Dai Ha Si Yo, or oh my god, will be taken out and shot on the spot. Zhang Dapio's subordinates were all seasoned veterans. Initially they found these people annoying, but as Huaxia citizens they also felt powerless to speak out. However, now things were different. This group of players planning to defect from the Huaxia battle zone had their attitudes shift dramatically. Soon all those intending to defect lined up and began counting off. 1, 2, 3, 213. Counting complete. Everyone looked at Zhang Dapio, who had a grim expression. Zhang Dapio nodded to his soldiers. Immediately the sounds of rifles being readied echoed. Oh, what are you doing? Zhang Dapio didn't explain, stepping forward and slapping Tianmei across the face. Slap. Tianmei's 2 front teeth flew out as half her face became disfigured. Officer, Zhang Dapio shouted sternly here. If anyone tries to escape, shoot them immediately for treason. Yes. Upon hearing this, all the fawning individuals trembled, their scalps tingling. After that, the only sounds that could be heard were the slap of harsh slaps, and the muffled sobs and After slapping 200 faces, even Zhang Dapio's hand felt sore. Who are Tianmei and Tian Tian Tian? The captain is asking you a question. Answer. The guard pressed the dark muzzle of the gun against the 2 girls, barking yes, yes. Then what? Height 165, measurements 32, 28, 35 skirts, or other stylish clothing, select them, and fold them neatly. Upon hearing this, many who considered themselves decent-looking turned pale. Zhang Dapio, seeing this, sneered coldly, "Don't worry, you rubbish don't deserve it." P.S. 3,000-word chapter. Today Bai Long is feeling very unwell and mournful. This survival novel has been out for exactly a month now. Ew, that's right. In a month, I updated over 200,000 words. Therefore, I missed the full attendance reward for the first month, which is really distressing. The sun rises high in the sky. Since descending from the game world to this place, the weather has remained unchanged, still as hot as ever. This is because the construction of the Dragon Guard's well has been successfully completed. Therefore, after lunch, Beichen rearranged the warriors' schedules. The members of the Dragon Guard are all spirited, showing no signs of sleepiness. Just a moment ago, the captain uniformly distributed the firearms, which included the well-equipped M416 and SKS. Guns are of paramount importance to a soldier. Thus, even though the captain suggested a short rest after lunch, everyone was still immersed in a mix of surprise and nostalgia. At that moment, a prompt sounded in their ears. Thus, even though the captain suggested a short rest after lunch, everyone was still immersed in a mix of surprise and nostalgia. At that moment, the virtual trading interface appeared for both parties, and soon Beichen saw various fashion outfits for women appearing on Zhang Dabio's trading panel. Cool dresses, denim shorts, trendy t-shirts, and shirts. Oh, there were even sailor-style uniforms that only middle school students used to wear. Beichen replied to the trade, "Thanks for your hard work." Soon the two trades were concluded, and Beichen received 6 pieces of clothing and nearly 200 pounds of various resources. Beichen, I've heard that the U.S., Japan, and South Korea plan to build a city. What about you? Beichen smiled and replied, "Building a city is just a small matter. The key is that after the city is built, we must defend against the siege of the monster tide. We still don't know the scale and strength of this siege, so rushing to build a city is not wise. I've heard that tonight at midnight the Han country Shinji city will be the first to face the test of the siege monster tide. It would be good to learn from their experience." "That is indeed the plan." Beichen replied, "By the way, you and Pangjinjia must maintain constant contact. Try to gather information about the other major conglomerate station locations in other regions. If you encounter strong enemies along the way, let me know, and I'll provide fire support for you." "Don't worry, boss. With your words we feel reassured." Zhang Dabiao seemed very happy. "By the way, you can't forget our previous agreement." Beichen smiled, "A gentleman's friendship must be kept. Don't worry. The day the city of Daxiao rises from the ground will be the day you and Pangjinjia recruit the Dragon Guard. Wow, now our brothers can all have a leader." "Thank you, boss." Soon the two ended their private chat. Beichen felt good, and he increasingly felt he had grasped the true meaning of life. Although he had bound himself to the system from the start, he had to admit that since entering the road survival game, his luck with resource boxes had not been great. In contrast, everyone he encountered along the way was a talent. Fortunately, thanks to the education and guidance from his grandfather since childhood, he learned to look at things from a long-term perspective. Otherwise, how could he have received such strong support and assistance from so many talented individuals? There is a world of difference between those who work hard and those who put their hearts into it. Not to mention others, just the first person he met, Tingy Bai. If he had been selfish at that time, how could he have traded a military first aid kit for the design of a particle space ring? Without the particle ring, all his hundreds of pounds of wild boar meat would have gone bad. Beichen's greatest advantage began with the particle ring. A mature and steady man who aims to achieve great things should be like playing chess, thinking one step ahead and considering 3 steps for each move. At this moment, the baby in the car finally woke up. "Baby, why did you sleep for so long today? Are you hungry?" Beichen picked up the baby and smiled. As soon as the baby spoke, Beichen felt a surge of joy. "Daddy, baby is very hungry, but I don't want to eat. Daddy, I feel like I really need the energy from that red jelly bean. I think if I eat just one more, I can become even stronger." The baby instinctively felt that Beichen would find it difficult to obtain that kind of red jelly bean, so they felt a bit embarrassed saying this. Beichen was pleasantly surprised and directly took out 2 enhanced soul essences to give to the baby. "Baby, eat as much as you want. Although this thing is hard to come by, as long as it can make you stronger, I will spare no effort." Seeing the 2 bright red jelly beans in front of them, the baby instantly became spirited. At the same time, their big eyes sparkled with little stars. "Daddy, I love you. You're so good to me." Beichen rubbed the baby's small head and smiled. "Remember, baby, I am your dad. Don't say such things again, okay?" "MHM. The baby answered happily, and then eagerly took the 2 soul essences. "Go ahead, eat, and if you feel tired, just sleep. Here no one dares to hurt you." Beichen seemed to be assuring the baby. "I've got what I need, but daddy, I can feel that this time I'll need to sleep for a long time before I wake up." Hearing this, Beichen's expression changed. "How long?" Probably about 10 hours. Oh, due to the hot weather and the baby's ability to absorb the soul essence while sleeping, Beichen kept an eye on the air conditioning. This little fuel consumption really meant nothing to Beichen. As a parent, even if one has to suffer, they cannot let their child suffer. After getting out of the car and refilling the Wuling gas tank, Beichen locked the car door and found a cool place to slowly contemplate the matter of building the city. Mainly Beichen was worried about disturbing the baby's genetic evolution. In a certain sense, Beichen had long surpassed the category of a pet. He truly regarded the baby as his own child. Of course, aside from emotional factors, the baby's contributions to Beichen were also enormous. Think about the aerial shared vision and the baby's talent for dimming darkness, how terrifying they were. These abilities of the baby might only serve as reconnaissance and early warning in ordinary circumstances. However, once a great battle begins, Beichen could instantly become a reaper of life on the battlefield by utilizing these two abilities. Thus, Beichen placed great importance on the baby's growth and genetic evolution. He walked a short distance to a large tree for shade and quickly cleared away some chaotic thoughts in his mind. The perspective shifted into the game homepage. Beichen chose to enter the Reputation Building Mall. Looking at a series of city-building options and individual exchange options, Beichen couldn't help but feel that the game host had set the prices a bit too high. Reputation Building Mall lists the following options from low to high. Shelter Exchange Zone Personal Earthen Shelter, 10 square meters, requires 5 points of reputation for exchange. Squad Brick Shelter, 50 square meters, requires 15 points of reputation for exchange. Team Concrete Shelter, 150 square meters, requires 50 points of reputation for exchange. Firearms Exchange Zone. Note: reputation exchanges can only be used to defend shelters and do not harm players. Late 20th Century Standard Pistol requires 30 points of reputation for exchange. Late 20th Century Standard Rifle requires 50 points of reputation for exchange. Late 20th Century Submachine Gun requires 100 points of reputation for exchange. Late 20th Century Light Machine Gun requires 150 points of reputation for exchange. Late 20th Century Heavy Machine Gun requires 200 points of reputation for exchange. The exchange ratio for weapon bullets is 1 reputation 10 bullets. Every time Beichen sees these absurd standard weapons, he can't help but want to complain. These things are only useful for defending against monster tides and fighting against beasts invading shelters. They can be considered useless. The key is that the required reputation points for exchange are too high, making it a huge loss. What good are these weapons if they can't harm people? One must know that in this survival world, unknown beasts are far more terrifying than humans with high intelligence. Beichen carefully studied the seed greening exchange zone, and indeed the exchanges were not cheap. Game host, this is probably your intention. Don't worry, you won't be able to trick me this time. Then Beichen exited the Reputation Building Mall and shifted his vision to the Lord Building function. Beichen had confidently studied this function more than once since it was opened in the game. The options inside are very simple, even monotonous. It consists of a list of the exchange requirements and choices for 3 types of cities, as well as the Lord's optional layout, and the last one is the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode. Every time Beichen sees this Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode, he can't help but admire the game host. Is truly amazing. Can the main city be played like this? The prerequisite for this mode is that the Lord must have their own city. That is to say, the Lord Building function can exchange for the small earthen city for only 300 reputation points. Besides the Tumterhigh city walls on all sides, no supporting facilities are provided. Everything must be built up slowly by the Lord, accumulating bit by bit. However, having one's own city also means eligibility to choose the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode. Of course, the Lord can choose whether to accept or give it up. After the Lord accepts the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode, they need to choose a time to actively face an assault by mutated beasts at a quantity exceeding the city defense soldiers 5 times as many. After surviving the baptism of the siege monster, tied a non-level main city can be directly upgraded to a level 1 main city, and the Lord can choose 1 basic facility as a reward. Of course, this is not the end. If the Lord does not give up the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode, they must withstand an assault by mutated beasts that exceed 10 times the number of city defense soldiers within 48 hours after the main city upgrade. After surviving, the main city will upgrade from level 1 to level 2, and the Lord can choose 2 basic facilities as rewards. However, failure means a return to square one with the main city, reverting to a non-level earthen city, and the Main City Extreme Upgrade Mode can no longer be claimed. Beichen is very confident about the level 1 and level 2 main city tests, but the level 3 main city test seems a bit excessive. Damn, the test for the level 3 main city has siege monsters that are 20 times the number of city defense warriors. This is already excessive. Is there a high probability of aerial assault creatures appearing? This difficulty instantly increases dozens of times. However, looking at the attributes of the level 3 city introduction, Beichen was truly envious. Level 3 Main City Introduction, total area of 1050 square meters, equivalent to the size of 15 standard soccer fields in the World Cup. Main city wall material made from military-grade concrete, mixed with iron sand, 8 meters high, and 3. The construction, placement, and structure of the main city can be freely selected according to the Lord's needs. Looking at the structure of the main city wall, it can be freely selected based on the Lord's needs. Beichen instantly thought of the mini-game Clash of Clans and the survival game Zombie Island from the battle platform game. Level 3 city. 20 times the siege monsters, aerial attack forces. Beichen looked at the Wuling Hongguang not far away and smiled. The next target for my dragon guard is you. P.S. 3,200 word chapter. It rained yesterday, windy, carrying plates plus the full attendance loss hit me, and I caught a cold. I've been coughing, and today I bought medicine. Brothers and sisters, cheer for the white dragon, send a free gift, and help me recover from my illness quickly. This is true. In the survival game, having a city of one's own is essential for continuous development and becoming stronger. Clearly, the shelter exchanged from the reputation building mall does not belong to the category of city buildings. Moreover, the shelter that is exchanged has a limited area capable of accommodating only a small team for refuge unable to support further development. Taking out a cigarette, Beichen took a deep puff. The water supply for the Inglong Guard has now been resolved. Next, it's time to select suitable land for farming. For the current Inglong Guard, building a city and cultivating fertile fields can be done simultaneously without conflict. At that moment, Ting Chuchu walked over, brushing off the dust from her clothes. Beichen looked up and couldn't help but click his tongue. After a long drought, the rain brought an invigorating vitality. Ting Chuchu now was truly graceful and vibrant with sparkling eyes. Beichen, how was the lunch? Was it hard to eat? Ting Chuchu gently sat beside Beichen and whispered, I didn't expect you to actually know how to cook. I'm quite surprised. Given Ting Chuchu's background as a wealthy heiress, it's remarkable that she can even cook decently. I learned a bit from Captain Trump and the others. Feeling pleased by the compliment, Ting Chuchu secretly glanced at Beichen's profile before hastily lowering her head. You should tell me how it tastes. If there's anything wrong, I can adjust it tonight. Beichen smiled. It's quite good, already very decent. Captain Chuan Zhangwo was previously the head of the cooking team, so if you have any doubts, be sure to consult them often. Oh, slightly disappointed, as quite good generally implied it was not exceptional. Then go wash it. I specially prepared 6 sets of clothes that should fit you. Beichen noticed Ting Chuchu's determination. As such a driven young lady, he should encourage her. Upon hearing this, Ting Chuchu turned her head in confusion. However, when she saw the various stylish clothes in Beichen's hands, her eyes lit up. Although Ting Chuchu had a unique style, it did not stop her from loving beautiful clothes, especially in this environment. With trembling hands filled with excitement, Ting Chuchu took the clothes Beichen handed her, her eyes reddening. Beichen, I will work hard. Beichen understood the meaning behind her words and nodded with a smile. Wash these clothes properly before wearing them. He hadn't finished speaking. Suddenly, a fragrant breeze rushed in, and then a curvaceous figure nestled into his arms, followed by a cool sensation on his cheek. By the time Beichen reacted, Ting Chuchu had already taken the clothes, and with a red face ran away. Beichen chuckled and had just discarded the cigarette, but when Tung Baimian rushed over, visibly excited. Before he arrived, his tense voice had already reached, Beichen, I received a large order. A large order? Are you talking about water resources? Exactly, it's a major order from Saudi Arabia, 500 pounds of water for 1,000 pounds of gasoline, or a design blueprint. Beichen was taken aback. 1,000 pounds of gasoline wasn't unusual, but to make an offer of 500 pounds of water resources under such conditions made him wonder what design blueprint qualified for such an exchange. Seemingly guessing Beichen's thoughts, Tung Baimian immediately shared the order details with him. The design blueprint was titled Ground Tow Air Thermal Energy Early Warning Tower Design. Looking at the required equipment conditions, Beichen shook his head in regret. It can only be used in a level 2 main city, and no wonder this kind of thing falls on us. This design blueprint is the kind that is tasteless to eat but a pity to discard. If other city lords lack the determination to brave a level 3 city, they would never craft such a thing. Of course, Beichen was the exception. Although this item currently had little use, it would certainly become valuable in the future. You don't know that Saudi Arabia is filled with oil. Before the game, people had to pay to buy water to drink. Tung Baimian explained with a smile. This group is the opposing armed faction of the first armed group in Saudi Arabia. A conflict erupted between the two sides, and after their defeat, about 70 of Saudi Arabia's water resources came under the control of the first armed group. The group that ultimately failed had no other choice but to seek international assistance, hoping to exchange large amounts of water resources for oil or design blueprints. Hearing this, Beichen hesitated slightly. Isn't anyone else in other countries asking about this design blueprint? Tung Baimian was taken aback and asked in surprise, Captain, do you think 500 pounds of water is nothing? Ordinary players might spend a whole day searching and might find a few hundred milliliters of water resources if they're lucky. If they're unlucky, they might not find even 100 milliliters. As Tung Baimian sighed, he continued, look at the scorching weather. Who doesn't need to drink a lot of water to sustain their life every day? Beichen, having never lacked food and drink, subconsciously felt that this amount of water wasn't much. But aside from him and the Inglong Guard, 90 of players in the game world were still lacking water. The demand for clean water was immense. Even if players had enough to drink, who wouldn't want to wash their face? To wash clothes, take showers, and so forth. So the demand for water is still quite high in various countries. Beichen looked at Tung Baimian. Yes, the demand for water is the highest, followed by weapons, and then food. Tung Baimian said decisively. Beichen nodded, hesitating for a moment before saying, this order can be accepted, but the condition is the design blueprint plus 200 pounds of gasoline. If they don't agree, then forget it. Tung Baimian gasped in surprise, and then nodded. All right, I'll execute according to your instructions. By the way, gather some farming equipment, both new and old will do. Upon hearing this, Tung Baimian was thrilled. Is that project going to launch? Once our city is built, you will be responsible for focusing on agricultural development. With food, we can recruit a large number of warriors. The Daxiao city will undoubtedly become a stabilizing force in the Huaxiao battle zone. Beichen spoke these words with a gaze as deep as a pool, exuding an imposing aura. All right, leave it. Tung Baimian left, excitedly pondering how to maximize the profits from this large order while ensuring a smooth transaction. At the same time, he would post a bounty for farming tools on the regional and national channels. Looking back at Beichen, who was deep in thought, Tung Baimian nodded slightly, genuinely admiring him. Suddenly, he recalled how his sister had once said that she was not completely taken advantage of by Beichen when she had no means to resist. Now Tung Baimian truly believed it. Perhaps only a man of such caliber could remain indifferent to his sister's beauty in such an environment. With that, Tung Baimian dashed away. Currently, he bore a heavy responsibility contacting international large orders, observing international trading big data, and after the city was built, he would also be responsible for the task of agricultural cultivation. However, Tung Baimian had no complaints. On the contrary, it proved Beichen's trust in him. Moreover, since his sister was now with Beichen, Tung Baimian would spare no effort to help Beichen with his worries. As the sun set in the west, and night fell at 2358, besides the night watch soldiers at the Yinglong Guards camp, everyone else had gone to rest except for Beichen, Tung Baimian, and Zhang Yichen. The campfire slowly burned, and skewers of roasted meat were hung on nearby branches. The open champagne continuously released its fragrant aroma. The three appeared to be leisurely eating roasted meat and drinking wine. In reality, they were all waiting for the big data following the Xinji city of Han Kingdom after the siege of Beast Tide. Of course, this big data intelligence was not obtained for free. Tung Baimian had promised to provide 3 days' worth of food and water resources to reserve it. And the ones providing this intelligence were of course the people of the Han dynasty. After all, building a city was a one-time event, and failing to seize the opportunity to earn some extra money would be a disservice to the grandeur of the Han nation. Suddenly a series of ding-ding sounds rang out from Tung Baimian's pocket. Captain, it's midnight. The Beast Tide at Xinji City has begun. P.S. Today that's enough. Oh, I've been coughing non-stop while coding, and the baby is sleeping in the room. I have to suppress my voice while coughing, which is quite painful. Lastly, I hope everyone supports Bailong with some free gifts, thank you. Hearing the timer of Tung Baiwan emit a beep 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 sound, Beichen and Zhang Yichen immediately. Beichen nodded, saying, quickly take out a pen and record the number of defenders, the weapons they carry, the types of siege monsters, and their attack methods one by one. Beichen speculated that the actual number of defenders would not be many. After all, the number of siege monsters was calculated based on the number of defenders, and a 5-fold conversion would already be terrifying. Any lord of the cold country with a bit of sense would not allow unarmed civilians to enter the city at this time. All right, Tung Baiwan nodded in agreement, then took out paper and a pen to prepare for recording. Here they come. Tung Baiwan's private messages had started to receive replies. There are 300 defenders. The weapons should be 5 heavy machine guns exchanged from the reputation store. Other types of firearms are unclear. However, it can be confirmed that all defenders are equipped with firearms. Tung Baiwan continued. The first wave of siege monsters is approximately 500, consisting of armored beasts with fangs, and their method of attack is to continuously destroy the foundation of the rammed earth walls. Beichen and Zhang Yichen kept running simulations in their minds based on this data, while Tung Baiwan meticulously recorded each private message. However, it can be confirmed that all defenders are equipped with firearms. Tung Baiwan continued. The first wave of siege monsters is approximately 500, consisting of armored beasts with fangs, and their method of attack is to continuously What is it? Beichen clicked his tongue. This was the most important piece of information. Hearing Beichen's question, Tung Baiwan hesitated at first, as he could not be certain whether the other party was deceiving him. He said it is a flesh-eating great white shark without fins, with a tail split into 2 legs. Upon hearing this, Beichen and Zhang Yichen were taken aback. What is its method of attack? It digs underground. As Tung Baiwan spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he immediately added, the intelligence officer says that due to this, elite monster casualties have occurred among the defenders. Hearing this, Beichen smiled. So aside from this elite monster, the other smaller monsters will not actively attack. Zhang Yichen nodded in agreement. Tung Baiwan also slightly nodded. The siege of 1,500 monsters was 5 times the number of 300 defenders. With no new updates on the battle situation, the three fell silent, waiting. This large data set was indeed very important. It was worth the 3 days of resources spent. Here it comes. The intelligence says that because the elite monster, the flesh-eating great white shark, burrows directly into the city, 13 defenders have been killed. Beichen nodded slightly. Even with automatic firearms, humanity still appears vulnerable in the face of unexpected events that exceed common sense. The third wave of siege monsters should be here. Beichen looked at Tung Baiwan and said, let's see what kind of monsters they are. Beichen and Zhang Yiqin both looked at Tung Baiwan. At this time, Tung Baiwan's expression turned somewhat grim, and he angrily said, this person has temporarily breached the contract and wants the supplies for 3 days up front. Beichen smiled and said, just give him 5 days. To gain valuable intelligence from someone like him, you not only need to be generous, but also ignite his greed. Of course, if he doesn't plan to make a fortune from this, that's fine. If he intends to engage in this long term, he will definitely provide us with valuable information. Alright. Tung Baiwan was a principled person, and this breach of contract made him very unhappy, but since Beichen had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. Just after the transaction of the supplies was completed, Tung Baiwan immediately received the data for the last wave of siege monsters. Upon seeing the information in the private message, Tung Baiwan swallowed hard. Looking at Beichen and Zhang Yiqin with a heavy expression for the third wave of siege monsters, he looked down on their specific appearance, but it can be confirmed that they have scales and claws and Beichen slightly repeated. Moreover, the third wave of siege monsters seems very special. The bullets from the firearms did not have the immediate effect as seen in the first 2 waves. Tung Baiwan recorded while sharing his opinion. Just as he finished writing a private message, another one arrived. This time Tung Baiwan was not angry. He just glanced at Beichen. He said the last important piece of information requires an additional 3 days worth of supplies. Beichen's lips curled up slightly. He had already grasped the mentality of this informant from the cold country. Fine, but I want to add 2 more conditions. If he doesn't agree, this deal ends here. First, the initial siege monsters appeared in large numbers from the position of the freshly rammed earth walls. Second, do the bodies of the siege monsters disappear after they die? Did the elite monster, the flesh-eating shark, drop any equipment upon death? Tung Baiwan clicked his tongue. You clearly have 3 questions here. Just send my exact words. If he disagrees, this transaction will be terminated immediately. Beichen spoke with extreme confidence. Alright. Tung Baiwan nodded and promptly replied. In just the time it took to smoke 3 cigarettes, Tung Baiwan looked at Beichen in surprise. Impressive, you understand this person's thoughts too well. Beichen smiled. What do you mean? Tung Baiwan continued to relay the content of the private message while recording the after the flesh-eating great shark died, did he see the blood light shooting up to the sky? Yes. Beichen nodded, feeling more confident, and when he used the soul crystal to amplify the essence of the soul, that scene was also dazzling with blood light. However, Beichen was not certain whether the elite monster dropped the essence of the soul upon death. Combining the siege data provided by Tung Baiwan, Beichen confidently pondered and researched. Suddenly, the sound of the game console echoed in the ears of all players. Congratulations to the Cold Country Battle Zone Shinji City for successfully repelling the siege of monsters, upgrading from a non-level rammed earth city to a level 1 brick city. Meanwhile, the city Lord Quan Shinji is rewarded with 1 selection of level 1 city facilities as a reward. As the first announcement from the console fell, the second announcement soon followed. Congratulations to the level 1 city lord of the Cold Country Battle Zone, Quan Shinji, for being the first to upgrade the main city to level 1, receiving a reputation value reward of 1,000. Upon hearing this announcement, both Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yiqin changed their expressions, not expecting the one who stepped forward would also receive a reward. The 2 looked worriedly at Beichen. However, Beichen paid no attention to this, waving his hand. Let's all head back. We'll gather here tomorrow at dawn. Tonight, I will finalize the city building time. Yes, Captain. Beichen did not hesitate and immediately walked towards the distant Wuling. Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yiqin exchanged glances and sighed. In the next few days, instruct the soldiers to rest well and conserve their energy. We will have a tough battle to fight after we build the city. Zhang Yiqin nodded. Then the 2 walked towards their respective residences. Beichen took out a cigarette and lit it, constantly calculating the data from this siege in his mind. As for the Cold Country's main city upgrading first and receiving a reward of 1,000 reputation points, Beichen viewed it as a minor issue. Didn't the game console just say? Being the first to establish a level 1 main city and receiving a 1,000 reputation reward means what? It means that the first level 2 and level 3 main cities established later will also receive reputation rewards. For such trivial gains, Beichen would not expose his own forces. However, once Beichen chooses to build the city, it would undoubtedly lead to claiming the rewards for establishing level 2 and even level 3 main cities. Beichen did not believe that the reputation rewards for leveling the main city to level 2 and level 3 would still be 1,000. Under Beichen's leadership, the Great Xia cities would undoubtedly make a spectacular entrance. In the night at the Yinglong Guard's base, aside from a pile of eternal bonfires in the core area, everything else was engulfed in darkness. Beichen's pace was not fast as his mind was racing, analyzing the vital intelligence data at hand. Currently Beichen was not worried about the supply of weapons and ammunition for the Yinglong Guard. The level 1 city siege beast tide calculated based on the number of Yinglong Guard defenders amounts to 110 unknown beasts factoring in elite boss monsters with uncertain variables. The level 2 city siege beast tide would consist of 220 unknown beasts, which is 10 times that amount. The level 3 city siege beast tide would be 20 times the defenders of the main city totaling 440 unknown beasts, and the upgrade to a level 3 city would likely bring airstrike forces and even more powerful elite bosses. From the scale, 440 beasts for a level 3 city siege seems manageable, but in essence the Yinglong Guard only had 22 defenders. You don't need to worry about that, I have a good plan. If it weren't for the uncontrollable factors of the level 3 city siege beast tide, how could the first city be taken by the insignificant Han Kingdom? As he spoke, a glint of cold light flashed in Beichen's eyes. By the way, I just contacted a seller who said he has quite a few M416 magazines. I've checked the quality and it's fine, but the price is a bit high. Hearing this, Beichen patted Tung Baiwan's shoulder and said, in my opinion, this money cannot be saved. We have to spend it where necessary. Tung Baiwan didn't understand the meaning behind Beichen's words, but seeing his determined gaze, he refrained from asking further. Go on, tonight may be a fierce battle. I've already given 60 pounds of Kobe Wagyu beef to Choo-Choo, and it should be ready to eat soon. Beichen continued. After eating, let all the soldiers rest well. Gather at the core area of the Yinglong Guard at 6 o'clock this evening. Yes, Commander. I will relay the orders as you instructed, Tung Baiwan immediately replied. For this city construction upgrade, Beichen was putting in all his effort. At present, this large pile of various materials that could be used to manufacture bullets weighed at least several hundred kilograms. Collect. With a wave of his hand, all the materials were stored in the particle ammunition depot. Suddenly, a selection list for crafting appeared above the particle ammunition depot. The post-apocalyptic heavy machine gun exchanged from the Prestige Mall used a bullet caliber that Beichen had already studied. Uniformly 7.62. He selected to craft 7.62 bullets, then immediately selected the quantity to be crafted. Crafting successful, obtained 100 rounds of 7.62 bullets. Beichen knew that successfully crafted bullets would be prioritized in the ammunition depot. Soon he turned his attention to the selection of large caliber ammunition. 12. 7mm heavy sniper armor-piercing rounds can select to craft 1000 rounds. 12. 7mm heavy sniper incendiary rounds can select to craft 500 rounds. 12. 7mm heavy sniper high-altitude arc rounds can select to craft 300 rounds. N96 portable grenades can select to craft 100 pieces. When Beichen saw that grenades could be selected for crafting, he felt pleased. With so few defenders, equipping each soldier with 5 grenades would greatly increase the chances of defending the city. After all, with too few defenders, if a horde of monsters appeared, sweeping them down with a heavy machine gun would not be as effective as throwing a grenade. Furthermore, many in the Yinglong Guard were active military personnel, so setting up triggering minefields shouldn't be difficult. I didn't expect that this time, with advanced preparation, we could receive materials for crafting grenades. Beichen pondered for a moment before selecting to craft. The Black Dragon Roar 10-arrow armor-piercing cannon had a limited load capacity, so Beichen didn't select a large quantity of armor-piercing rounds. Incendiary armor-piercing rounds were what Beichen truly favored. Crafting successful, obtained 50 rounds of 12. 7mm armor-piercing rounds. Crafting successful, obtained 100 rounds of 12. 7mm incendiary armor-piercing rounds. Crafting successful, obtained 30 rounds of 12. 7mm high-altitude arc rounds. Crafting successful, obtained 100 N96 portable grenades. It must be said that after this crafting session, 70% of the several hundred kilograms of materials had already disappeared. However, Beichen didn't mind, nor did he feel distressed. After all, the foundation of the Yinglong Guard had already been established, and the continuous supply of water sources was endless wealth. If the Dachau city had not temporarily been built, Beichen would have certainly sold water resources on a large scale. However, the reality is that international trade records would be retained by the game console. If any interested countries discovered that the Huaxiao War Zone was continuously selling large amounts of water resources, they would undoubtedly become covetous. Although Beichen was confident, he didn't want to expose his financial resources too early and be coveted by petty people. After all, it is easy to defend against direct attacks, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. He was merely a flesh-and-blood mortal, and even with a system, being targeted by a sniper would still result in a fatal blow. Having resolved the issue of a large quantity of bullets for dealing with the siege beast tide, Beichen opened the wooling car door to take a glance, discovering that the baby was still sleeping and did not disturb her. If it weren't for the baby's genetic evolution, Beichen wouldn't have set the city building goal at level 3. After all, encountering aerial forces for a nighttime ambush would be an absolute nightmare for the city defense soldiers. However, even Beichen could not currently prepare for a response to high-altitude nighttime ambushes. But he could be sure that as long as the baby's genes evolved smoothly, she would undoubtedly become a major aerial power. Thus, whether the level 3 city could be directly upgraded, Beichen had put all his hopes on the baby. He casually found a place to sit down and took out a cigarette. In fact, many women do not understand why men like to smoke. When they are happy or unhappy, they are not smoking for the sake of it, but rather to alleviate loneliness, the kind of loneliness that comes from being high above a lubricant for a rapidly moving brain. Visual cut to Prestige Miscellaneous Mall. Beichen did not hesitate to use 420 points of prestige to exchange for 21 post-apocalyptic heavy machine guns. Then he spent an additional 21 points of prestige to exchange for 21 thermal imaging combat devices that could be used continuously for 24 hours. As for why the known time for city building to resist the beast tide was set at night, it was certainly not a coincidence. Beichen with a macro perspective would not overlook this important detail. The game console's answer is that if you choose to defend against the beast tide during the day, the beast tide will immediately attack the city defense soldiers. From this answer, Beichen concluded that the monsters in the siege beast tide were not without intelligence. Looking at the exchange page, it asked whether to confirm the consumption of 4221 points of prestige to exchange for 21 heavy machine guns and 21 night vision devices. Beichen gritted his teeth and clicked confirm. Immediately the crisp sound of metal clattering echoed. In front of him, 21 post-apocalyptic heavy machine guns appeared out of thin air. While the post-apocalyptic heavy machine guns are quite good, they even have a water cooling system. He waved his hand and collected all the weapons he had exchanged. At that moment, Tung Chu strolled over from a distance holding a clean lunchbox. Inside the lunchbox was a perfectly cooked Kobe steak done about 80. Beichen sat upon a rock chewing on a Kobe steak as he studied the hand-drawn map of the Inglongwei garrison spread across the ground. In his mind, a model of a rammed earth town was already taking shape. Unranked rammed earth city, a purchase requires 300 reputation points and occupies 700 square meters. Drawback: the walls are low and the defenses are negligible. In a few swift motions, he finished the steak in the container. Tung Chu then handed him a thermos and said softly that it contained filtered water drawn from their well. Beichen thanked her, found the water pleasantly warm, and drained it in one go. Tung Chu murmured that if he continued to be polite, she might just get angry. Her soft voice and the reflection of Beichen in her eyes made the moment intimate. Smiling, Beichen turned and asked, "Would you like a banana?" Tung Chu blushed and protested that he could not be so frivolous. Beichen looked puzzled for a moment, then smiled wryly, as if a realization had passed through his mind. He produced a bunch of fresh Hainan bananas and handed them over, saying, "Take them. When we first met, you said you liked these." She took them happily and admitted she did indeed love their soft, yielding texture. "I know you're busy, so I won't bother you. They'll go wash the pots," she said cheerfully. Beichen nodded with a smile and thanked her for her hard work. She giggled and promised to bring his lunch at noon. Time passed quietly and without fanfare. By the time the sun sank, dusk had settled. With the baby awakened and the genes successfully evolved, Beichen finally felt a reservoir of confidence. A full day of preparation guided by Zhang Yichen left every member of Inglongwei familiar with the operation of the Endera heavy machine guns. After all, in a modernized force, true heavy gunners and snipers are scarce. Ordinary fighters may know assault rifles, but mastery of heavy machine guns and sniper rifles is limited. Because Beichen's ultimate goal was a level 3 city, he had to make exhaustive preparations. Under the threat of the Sangwa alliance, he intended to elevate the main city to level 3 in a single decisive move. Bonfires burned steadily. Every member of Inglongwei wore a solemn countenance and stood ready for action. Even though Beichen had prepared 21 heavy machine guns, the men also carried M416s and SKSs, since heavy machine guns can still suffer malfunctions under sustained fire. At that moment, Tung Baiwan's alarm sounded again. "Beichen, time's up," he said, his eyes a mixture of hope. Beichen nodded and immediately switched his view to the city construction interface. "Consume 300 reputation to build an unranked rammed earth city?" the prompt asked. "Yes." Before the word left his lips, and to the shock of everyone, the game host announced the construction across the Huaxiao war zone without prompting. Faces changed in an instant as they silently demanded of the game host why it had not announced when Megwa Hongwa and Ribbon had built their rammed earth cities. Beichen was furious. This move had long been integral to his plan. Ever since Han Mei and Ri had ostentatiously announced their own city constructions and invited players to settle, Beichen had been preparing a countermeasure, arranging for Tung Baiwan to secure inside information. Of course, despite casting a wide net, they only reached a core member in Hangguo's Xinji city. Contactors in Ribbon and Megwa war zones who dealt with intelligence merchants still did not know the construction site of Wuzue City. But that was not the essence of the matter. If the Megwa war zone had announced the location of Wuzue City, Beichen would never have believed that intelligence merchants would not treat that news as a commodity to sell. There had been no such announcements. The game host's voice then explained this measure is to protect the 3 newly built cities worldwide from human interference and sabotage. Beichen frowned. So you protected whoever built first? He asked. The game host replied that his statement was inaccurate, and that the host's concern was balanced protective measures. Beichen snorted. He loathed such unforeseen twists. Fortunately, he had prepared thoroughly. Without that, even with the baby's help, he could not have hoped to seize a level 3 main city outright. Humph. So becoming a level 1 city lord grants features unknown to an unranked city lord. The men muttered. The game host replied, sorry player Beichen, you are not a level 1 city lord. New features cannot be revealed. He might have retorted, asking why the game host did nothing while the Sangwa Alliance bullied other Warzone city lords, but Beichen would not indulge such childish questions. The members of Inglong Wei all saw the dark expression on Beichen's face and fell silent, afraid to speak. An announcement in the Huaxiao war zone was effectively no different from a global notice, which city lord did not have a few intelligence gatherers at his command. Such construction notices were known to almost everyone and could be easily purchased. Sure enough, when the game host announced Beichen's unranked rammed Earth city in Huaxiao, a great commotion erupted. The news was promptly sold off as intelligence. The buyers were unsurprisingly ambitious warlords from various nations seeking dominance. Beichen swept them with a gaze that commanded respect without anger, and said coldly, from now on every member shall disable all communication functions except the team channel. The air instantly chilled. During construction, anyone found opening regional or national channels would at best be expelled from Inglong Wei. Anyone who leaked intelligence would be executed on the spot. Understood. Though each member's game interface was individual, deleting private messages still left records, so any leak during construction would be revealed in subsequent checks. Beichen had no intention of letting potential enemies learn his city's armaments or personnel dispositions at this crucial moment. Tung Chuchu stood among the ranks, biting her lip at the sight of Beichen's grim expression. She felt distressed, but knowing her limits could only promise to help shoulder the burden when the beast tide struck the defenses. He made his stance plain: if a traitor appeared, Beichen would have ample cause to execute them. The preemptive warning also displayed his mode of governance, so he would not be accused of arbitrary rule. Without hesitation, Beichen summoned a blue square virtual map centered on Inglong Wei and covering the surrounding 700 square meters. 4 small rammed earth wall segments appeared in view. Beichen knew he could place them anywhere within the 700 square meter boundary and choose the layout at will. He had long analyzed this step. Since his aim was a level 3 city, there was no need to expand the main city's area excessively beforehand. With a few taps and drags, tiny models of 4 rammed earth walls materialized beside the virtual map and began to be positioned according to the plan in his mind. When one miniature wall was placed on the map, a yellow rammed earth wall rose around Inglong Wei, roughly 2 meters in height by visual estimate. There was no earthquake or cataclysm. After the 4 segments were set, an aerial view revealed a grid-like, well-shaped pattern, an odd township about the size of a square basketball court, forming before their eyes. Indeed, this was Beichen's improvement upon the concentric gate principle of Tianxia Daiguan, Shanhaiguan adapted into his own design. Wow, such a tiny main city. Is this the unranked rammed earth city? It seems far too small. Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan looked at Beichen in puzzlement. Beichen smiled faintly. Tonight our target is not the rammed earth town, but a level 3 irons and concrete main city that covers the area of 15 football fields. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the area. Within 3 minutes of the game host broadcasting the city construction to the entire Huaxiao Warzone, Beichen's private messages began to flood with alerts. Yet Beichen did not bother with them at once. When a weasel offers New Year greetings, goodwill is rarely its intent. With a wave of his hand, 21 heavy machine guns, each taut with ammunition belts, appeared on the ground. Beichen issued a direct command: Captain Zhang Yichen, Deputy Captain Shui Yihan, heed my orders. At once the two straightened and bellowed, yes, Commander. Our main city, seen from above, forms a square jing pattern. The first wave of siege beasts will spawn from the south. I leave weapon placement to you, arranged according to the terrain. Any questions? Beichen emphasized the aerial layout of the unranked Daxia settlement as he briefed them. We will ensure the mission is completed. Beichen nodded. Very well. The beast tide is set for 11 o'clock. Prepare for battle. Yes. The entire Inglong Guard replied in unison. The reason the Daxia settlement was designed in the Jing pattern was not a whim of Beichen's, but the result of hundreds of simulations and careful data analysis. This fortification greatly reduced the chance that Inglong Guard soldiers would be left isolated while defending the city. Once orders were given, everyone sprang into tense activity. Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan split the force into 2 squads. Teams of 3 shouldered the heavy machine guns ringed with ammunition belts and rapidly took up their prearranged positions. Beichen lit a cigarette and took a drag. I want to see what kind of New Year greetings you weasels have for me. Opening his private messages, he was greeted by an unread count over 99999. He first filtered out sycophants begging to join the Inglong Guard, then used data tools to sort messages coming from. After discarding intelligence peddlers selling false reports, the 3 most conspicuous private messages remained. The City Lord tag beside each message made them impossible to ignore. Hongua Xinji City Lord Ha-Si. I did not expect Huaxiao players to be so swift. I figured it would take another 8 years of internal strife before a city was erected. You must have seen our Great Han Tri-Nation Alliance announcement, haven't you? Not much. My Han Xinji City only asks for 300 gene of resources. Beichen snorted and continued opening Qinben's private message. Qinben Tianwang City Lord Soga. Before the game even began, you Huaxiao were already trailing the steps of our great Qinben Empire. In engine manufacturing and precision industries, even 40 more years of effort would not let you catch up. Since we are reasonable people, I will not waste threats. 400 kilograms of resources and your Daxia settlement can safely upgrade. Otherwise, seeing this contemptuous provocation, Bei Chen's face darkened. Humph. Just wait, you will cry yet. He continued to the last message. Megwa Wuzue City, Lord, oh my god dear, Beichen City, Lord, congratulations on becoming the first target of the Mei Ri Han Tri-Nation Alliance to be made an example of. Lord, forgive my sins. I promise that for just 500 kilograms of supplies I will not trouble the Huaxia people. Reading that message, Bei Chun threw back his head and laughed aloud. Bei Chun had never been one to endure humiliation. His earlier restraint had been a continuous accumulation of power. Now that the founding of the Daxia settlement was common knowledge, it was time for him to be conspicuous. He casually replied to the 3 private messages, you pack of curs, threaten and extort me. Dream on. See you in the World Channel. The single reply sent ripples through the community. Only 2 or 3 minutes had passed since the city announcement. Because players outside a nation cannot speak in that nation's channel, everyone following the affair crowded into the World Channel to watch the spectacle. All eyes were on whether this national youth, hailed before the game as a lion newly awakened, would bow and compromise when confronted by the Tri-Nation's direct threats or stand and clash heat in. Beichun walked to the large water purification apparatus, glanced at barrels holding hundreds of gene of filtered water, and then entered the World Channel. Indeed, even as he entered the World Channel, the City Lord tag above his name remained conspicuously visible. The suffix after his name read Daxia City Lord Beichun. Under World Channel rules, each message costs the equivalent of 20 gene of resources. The moment Beichun appeared in the World Channel, the room fell silent. Megwa Wuzue City Lord, Erlin Sishi Haha Daxia City Lord, arrived quickly, but your private reply earlier displeased me, so I have decided to raise my offer by 600 kilograms of supplies. Of course I know you cannot produce that now, but you may sign an IOU in front of all the players. Xinji City Lord, Quan Xinji Airline's boss, already raised the price. Would our Dahan people not raise theirs as well, and thus deny Beichen his face? Make it 400 gene. Tianhuang City Lord, Tianzhong Tsilong, if Beichun will before all the world's players post, we are the sick men of Huaxia, on the World Channel our Dari Empire, may consider not raising our demands. Beichun sneered and posted a blunt down-to-earth message. Daxia City Lord, Beichun, is that it? Replies flooded in, is that it? 1, is that it? 2, and so on, stacking up to 99. One World Channel message cost 20 gene of resources, 100 messages amounted to 2,000 gene. In the blink of an eye, Beichun's 100 posts consumed 2,000 gene of water resources. Of course, Beichun was not merely posturing. By seizing this moment, he simultaneously showcased the strength of the Yinglong Guard to players around the world. This was far more cost-effective than spending money on advertisements or buying traffic. A single move reaped countless gains. The World Channel spammed until the 99 indicator looked unreal. Everyone present in the World Channel was stunned by the scene. Beichun had no time to haggle. After 2 final messages, he vanished from view. Daxia City Lord, Beichun, that's right. I am Beichun. The strength and bearing of our great Huaxia nation are plain for all to see. Now I announce that the Daxia settlement is selling large quantities of purified water. Don't ask where the water comes from. If you ask, we do not sell water. We are merely nature's porters. Daxia City Lord, Beichun tagging Xinji City Lord, Quan Xinji Tianwang City Lord, Tianzhong Tsilong, and Megwa Wuzue City Lord, Erlin Sishi Zhongri, Meihan, do you know who is pregnant? All players who saw the message held their breath. Many Huaxia players burst into laughter. Daxia City Lord, Beichun, the Tri-Nation Alliance, yes. It's your mother. Daxia City Lord, Beichun, the Tri-Nation Alliance, if there is any bad water in your bellies, pour it all out. If Huaxia merely frowns, we are not your doting fathers. After sending that message, Beichun's name in the World Channel turned gray. Silence followed. Beichun maintained a carefree posture. A dozen seconds passed before everyone reacted. The Tri-Nation Alliance members one by one tagged Beichun, spouting hollow threats of "you will regret this," and then hastily took their stances. Beichun publicly declared war on the World Channel, his refusal to compromise as resolute as ever. Uncertain what malignant stratagems the 3 nations alliance might employ, he did not linger in the World Channel. He chose to begin the trial of the siege beast tied ahead of schedule, lest time breed complications. On the Tunterhai rammed earth wall, more than 20 Yinglong Wei defenders stood ready. A faint chill hung in the air, yet every member brimmed with confidence. When your armament is superior, your spine remains unbowed. This was the core of the Yinglong Way. With a clarion cry, a colossal snow-white raptor soared 100 meters into the sky. Activate shared vision. Activate darkness attenuation. In an instant, a high-altitude, bird's-eye view flooded Beichen's sight. Through Baobao's shared vision, Beichen discerned a tiny settlement no larger than a basketball court arranged in a grid like the character Jing, his unranked city. Very well. Beichen smiled and swept toward the southern defenses. A 2-meter rammed earth wall was negligible to most beasts, but formidable firepower would make up the difference. Beichen, how are things? Combat was not everyone's forte, and a thread of nervousness showed. Beichen nodded, then barked. All Yinglong Way members take note, the plan has changed. The siege beast tide begins immediately. At his command, Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan both nodded gravely and relayed orders to their squads. All don nighttime combat devices. Yes. Without hesitation, Beichen opened the City Lord interface. Accept Extreme City Lord Upgrade Mode. Accept. No sooner said than a 24-hour countdown appeared. Activate the Siege Beast Tide. Confirm. Confirm. Siege Beast Tide activated. Monsters will spawn in 3 minutes. As the system announced it, a set of data appeared on Beichen's City Lord screen. The entries read: Daxia Settlement. Unranked Rammed Earth City. Extreme City Lord Upgrade Mode accepted. Siege Beast Tide active. Defenders 21. Pending monsters 105. Because Baobao circled the rammed Earth City from high above, its keen eyes and innate darkness weakening ability left no movement within the walls beyond Beichen's notice. The Yinglong Way were different. Their night vision apparatuses had limited range. Beyond 100 meters, details grew murky. A private message sounded again. Seeing it was Airline 4, Beichen sneered and opened it. International PM Airline 4. Beichen, one last question. Are you taking resources? If you do not take resources and expect to upgrade your main city via extreme mode, you are dreaming. Beichen curtly replied, begone, and cut the private link. The Hailongxiao 10-shot AP cannon appeared in his arms. Baobao's voice chimed in at his ear. Father, they have appeared. Shall I strike? The tone brimmed with No, Baobao. Your task is to detect and capture elite boss. If you can slay one outright, do so. Whenever Beichen tasked her, Baobao grew unusually excited. She knew a generous reward awaited upon completion. Thudding hooves and a low bellow rang out. Baobao's alert had just sounded. From the far south of the rammed Earth City came the steady pounding of great feet. By sound alone, one knew the beasts were large. Scaled armored bull, a Yinglong Way soldier shouted. Beichen's expression shifted. He had not expected the siege waves to contain different monsters each time. Open fire. Yes. At the Lord's command, a rain of bullets, fire serpents in the night, poured toward the distance. The Hailongxiao 10-shot AP cannon roared like a malignant dragon with every discharge. The compressed muzzle blast startled the surrounding Yinglong Way into awed silence. Its power was terrifying. A single armor-piercing incendiary round striking a charging scaled armored bull could either negate its fighting capacity instantly or leave it collapsed and convulsing. By contrast, the century-end heavy machine guns the defenders wielded required dozens of rounds to fell one side. The minefield within 30 meters of the rammed earth wall was the last line of defense, and every Yinglong Way soldier strove to prevent the bulls from breaching that boundary. Baobao's voice sounded again. Father, I have detected 3 strong presences: 1 dung beetle, emitting a blue glow from its back, 1 giant centipede, and 1 mermaid with razor teeth that reeks terribly. Given Baobao's third-grade intellect, recognizing a dung beetle and a centipede was impressive enough. To identify a rotting great white shark at a glance would have been extraordinary. Alarmed, Beichen roared to the defenders, 3 elite boss have appeared. Be cautious. Watch the ground. At his warning, every face changed, and while guns continued to fire, they fixed most of their attention on the soft earth beneath them. Baobao strike. Do not grow fond of battle. Others might not have known, but the rotting great white could burrow. Baobao reigned supreme in the air, where her advantages lay, whereas ground combat was relatively weakened. Very well, leave it to Baobao. The young creature's voice carried eager delight. Through Baobao's shared vision, Beichen watched a 3-meter finless corpse white shark permeated with the stench of rot swell rapidly in his field of view. As the great white tried to burrow, it sensed the aerial threat and abandoned the attempt, hoisting its blackened, decayed skull to spray a viscous, corrosive torrent at Baobao. Oof! Stinking fish dares to spit at me. Baobao snapped in anger and dived with sudden speed. In Beichen's view, a pair of blade-like claws flashed. The strike was so swift he scarcely saw the motion. When he looked again, Baobao had already landed on the ground. Baobao, are you all right? Baobao's voice returned, trembling with uncontrollable excitement. Dad, look! A crimson crystal glowed into view, the sole essence that Baobao adored. Beichen's shock was instantaneous. Baobao, do not eat that. Collect it for me. There was no question in his tone. Oh, very well. Baobao clamped the soul essence in her beak and ascended one. Dad, those 2 monsters have burrowed. Look at the raised tunnels they left. Find them. Understood. Within 5 breaths, using Baobao's vision, Beichen located one of the burrowing BOSS, the huge dung beetle with the blue glow on its back. It was unmistakable. Beneath the soil, it looked like a moving mound. Fortunately, its digging speed was not great. It was roughly 70 meters from the rammed Earth City. Bao quickly find the other centipede. Father, that centipede has charged into the minefield. At once the mines within 30 meters detonated. Boom, boom, boom. The violent explosions startled everyone. 3 grenades had been triggered in succession, and yet the creature was not slain. It closed upon the rammed earth wall. Though the centipede was enormous, its flattened body made it stealthy underground. Had Bao not detected its presence, the defenders would only have known when the mines were tripped. The mine detonations spooked the dung beetle that had been lazily tunneling behind the centipede. Its burrowing accelerated several times over. Beichen fired once at the relentlessly tunneling centipede. Struck by an armor-piercing round, it paused briefly, then resumed its frantic advance toward the wall. Seeing this, Beichen's expression darkened. The Hailongxiao was the premier warm weapon in the Huaxiao war zone. Against a level 1 city's siege beast-tied boss, it ought to have wreaked tremendous havoc. That it produced no decisive effect convinced him this was no simple affair. He shouted to the ranks, "Ignore the elite boss. Focus on clearing the lesser monsters. The 2 boss are for us to handle." To avoid harming Bao, he reiterated, "Remember, ignore the boss. Clear the small monsters and wait for my orders." "Yes." All the Yinglong Wei answered in unison. Beichen sheathed the Hailongxiao and produced the Wuying sword, Zhushang. In a bloodthirsty haze, he leapt from the 2-meter wall and landed firmly on the ground. A clear, resonant sword song rippled outward like waves. Beichen landed steadily amidst the astonished crowd. After the bloodthirsty trait of the Wuying sword was activated, he clearly felt a warm sensation enveloping him, with both strength and speed continuously enhancing. Is this the complete activation of the bloodthirsty trait? At this moment, Beichen felt that the Wuying sword had become a part of his arm. Rustle. Not far away, a centipede was burrowing into the ground, leaving a conspicuous raised trail on the surface. This centipede had not only triggered 3 grenades in the lightning zone, but had also been struck directly by a penetrating round from the Black Dragon's shot. Even so, it remained fierce and tenacious, continuously digging towards the earthen city. Seeing this, Beichen let out a cold laugh, wielding the Wuying sword and transforming into a phantom. In 3 breaths' time, he had already arrived at the intersection of the burrowing centipede. Buzz die. Beichen suddenly raised the Wuying sword and fiercely thrust it into the ground. The Wuying sword was designated as an extraordinary grade by the game, effortlessly slicing through iron. The soft soil was even easier to penetrate. Beichen's sword plunged 4 feet deep, his wrist deeply embedded in the soil. Oh, war! A profoundly muffled cry of pain erupted around him. Crash! Instantly the ground surrounding Beichen shook violently. Like an earthquake, it upheaved the entire ground. Simultaneously, a massive black and grotesque centipede resembling an adult python appeared before the crowd. The 2 sharp black pincers at the front, along with the sides of the centipede constantly striking the ground, presented a scene that could only be described as terrifying. My heavens, is that a centipede? Bah, it's a centipede spirit. Look, isn't that the captain on the centipede? Several nearby Yinglong guards turned to look. It's the captain, he's fighting the centipede spirit alone. At this moment, Zhang Yichen shouted, "Quick, clear the remaining scale-armored bulls, we shouldn't interfere with the captain for now." Yes. On the massive centipede below emitted a continuous wail of pain. Beichen intercepted with a sword, directly striking the head of the centipede. Even the tenacious centipede spirit could not endure having its head constantly pierced by a sword. While roaring in fury, it continuously thrashed its body, trying to throw Beichen off. Damn, did I really stab it in the brain. The Wuying sword surprisingly hasn't actively absorbed its blood. The Wuying sword only siphoned energy from the blood, not absorbing anything beyond it. The strength of the giant centipede's thrashing increased while Beichen had to maintain his balance and dodge the repeated strikes of its tail, which was evidently no easy feat. Damn it, I initially wanted the Wuying sword to beat you to death, but you don't seem to appreciate it. Crack! The pin of the grenade was pulled. As he drew his sword, Beichen swiftly shoved the grenade into the wound of the centipede's head. After doing this, he jumped down from the centipede and quickly distanced himself with a roll. Almost simultaneously, an explosion erupted. The shockwave from the grenade indiscriminately slammed into Beichen's back, causing him to feel a sweetness in his throat, as if he was about to spit out a mouthful of old blood. Fortunately, he managed to forcefully suppress this surging blood energy. Meanwhile, in the secret chat room of the Three Kingdoms Alliance, Ireland 4 was cursing Beichen, furiously unaware of his own foolishness and lack of awareness. Qian Xingji said, "There's no need for Ireland to be angry. The level 1 armored centipede has already refreshed with the siege beast tide, and it's quite difficult to kill that thing with hot weapons." Tian Zonjuro said, "Though 300 reputation points are hard to come by this time, it should definitely establish authority. In the future, if anyone builds a city without offering resources to honor us, hum. Ireland 4 replied, haha, well said. Although I wasted 300 reputation points, the effect is tremendous. There's an old saying in Huaxiao, those who follow me prosper, and those who oppose me perish. Suddenly the announcement from the game console rang in the ears of all players worldwide. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Warzone Daxiao City for successfully repelling the siege beast tide. The original level 0 earthen city has upgraded to a level 1 brick city, and the city Lord Beichen can choose one of the level 1 city facilities as a reward. Congratulations to the level 1 city Lord Beichen for being the fourth to upgrade the main city to level 1. The reward is a base reputation value of 100. The secret chat room of the Ireland-Japan-Korea alliance fell silent. Ireland 4 exclaimed, this is impossible. How long has it been? Half an hour. 20 minutes. Qian Xingji replied. To be precise, it has only been 17 minutes since the siege beast tide began. 17 minutes. That's impossible. The level 1 armored centipede is extremely hard to kill. Even if you blow off its head, its body can still fight after a short period of adaptation. Ireland 4 said, I need information about Daxia City immediately. I want to know what methods Beichen used to overcome the beast tide in 17 minutes. Qian Xingji replied, it's hopeless. Beichen operates very discreetly, and no player has found his base, yet let alone infiltrate to relay information. Not long after Qian Xingji spoke again, that Beichen has gone mad. He has initiated the level 2 siege beast trial. Ireland 4 exclaimed, what? That's impossible. Tian Zongjiro said, I also received the console announcement from the Huaxiao Warzone. Beichen indeed has to repel the level 2 siege beast trial within the next 48 hours. Ireland 4 commanded, we must stop him. In the Huaxiao Warzone at the Yinglong Guard base, Beichen listened to the prompts from the game console and let out a heavy sigh of relief. He slowly withdrew the Wuying sword from the back of the armored centipede, the entire blade now blood-red from extracting sufficient blood energy. Level 1 armored centipede. Interesting. Now Beichen was already a level 1 city lord. After becoming a level 1 city lord, his gaze fell upon the already dead and shriveled centipede corpse, and he immediately saw the name of this creature. Congratulations to player Beichen for successfully upgrading the level 0 main city to a level 1 brick city. Do you wish to reset the main city wall layout or expand the main city area? No. Congratulations to level 1 city Lord Beichen for receiving a 3-option reward for the level 1 main city's basic facilities. Would you like to choose now? Choose. Beichen hesitated for a moment before directly stating. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 options appeared in his view. Option 1 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Gun 4 units. Option 2 Particle Space Warehouse 1000 cubic meters 1 unit. Option 3 3000 Reputation Points. Upon seeing the 3 options, Beichen was momentarily taken aback. These 3 rewards were indeed impressive options after upgrading the main city. However, after being led astray by the game console twice, Beichen was not in a hurry and asked, by the way, is the level 1 city 3-option reward fixed or random? Random. Upon hearing this, Beichen nodded slightly. Without hesitation, he chose the 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Strike Cannons. As for why, after careful deliberation, Beichen did not hesitate to select 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Cannons. At that moment, the game console's prompt sounded again. Congratulations to level 1 city Lord Beichen on a successful selection. 4 T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Cannons have been issued. On the main city construction page, the city lord may choose their placement. Congratulations level 1 city Lord Beichen. Your Daxiao Qingyi has completed its upgrade. System prompt: you have accepted the level 2 main city siege beast tide trial. Please confirm the siege time within the next 48 hours. Wishing you a pleasant defense. Sure enough, on the city lord page, Beichen could already see virtual models of 4 miniature T-90 city defense heavy machine cannons. He was in no rush to place them, they were not going anywhere. What Beichen needed to find out now was which new functions the level 1 city lord status had unlocked. He could not locate them in the city construction features. He exited the page, and as expected found a clue in the reputation crafting shop. The bottom of the shop was different from what he had seen before. A small line read, Level 1 City Lord Mysterious Reputation Exchange Shop. Curious, Beichen entered, and when he saw what the shop contained, he inhaled sharply. This is basically the perfect tool for foul tricks. He scanned the entries. Level 1 Lanyan Shiklang, an elite boss. Due to a nation's poisoning of cattle dung, it mutated, gaining formidable defenses 5. 56 caliber rounds did little harm to it. Attack characteristics excels at destroying the main city's foundations. Exchange cost 100 reputation points. Level 1 Furu Dabai Sha, an elite boss. Its fins were first sawed off by sea raiders, then mutated by Futian nuclear effluent, and gained the ability to traverse terrestrial soil. It harbors deep hatred toward humans. Attack traits corrosive mucus, adept at burrowing into the main city for surprise strikes. Exchange cost 200 reputation points. Level 1 Tiejia Qianju Wugong, an elite boss. Harvested extensively for medicine over the years, its resentment became overwhelming. Subjected to experiments in a biological laboratory, it mutated and grew extremely aggressive, skilled at stealthy infiltration. Traits: potent venom and a refusal to stay dead. Exchange requires 300 reputation points. Reading the descriptions closely, Beichen was taken aback. These armored millipedes were redeemable by a level 1 city lord. Must admit, they're ridiculously cheap. Beichen snorted. It was obvious the armored millipede he had just killed had been secretly purchased by Sangwell Yiming to ambush him. Earlier siege intelligence from Xinji Chung had contained no record of this creature. Meanwhile, Bao Bao returned carrying 2 crimson glittering crystals in its beak. "Daddy, look, this looks tasty," it seemed to say. Members of Yinglong Wei all knew Beichen had a pet. When a giant raptor dove from high above, none of them fired a shot. "Good work, Bao Bao." Beichen took the 2 fist-sized crystals and immediately noticed the words amplifiable stamped on these rare materials. Beichen was not in a hurry to amplify them. There was something more important to do first. Let the Wuing Jian Shadowless Sword continue to siphon blood energy from level 1 siege bosses. The reason Beichen could single-handedly monopolize a boss owed much to the Wuing Jian's bloodthirsty nature. The craving it induced was like thirsting for a draft of strength potion, exhilarating. Crucially, after use, his flowing hair remained undisturbed, and he felt none of the strength potion side effects. Beichen therefore did not intend to miss any opportunity to siphon blood energy. Moreover, the Wuing Jian, Zhushang's singular extraordinary trait, stated that the sword could extract energy from continuous blood siphoning, allowing the Wuing Jian to ascend in tier. What lies above the extraordinary tier? Naturally, the perfect tier. Beichen eagerly anticipated the might and features of a Wuing Jian at the perfect grade. "Come on, Bao Bao, take me to the Fury de Bai Sha and the Lanyan Sheik Lang corpses." Beichen ruffled the pet's head as he spoke. They were some distance from the wall and unconcerned about being overheard, so Beichen did not bother to hide his words. "Okay." Bao Bao was excited, clearly brimming with energy. Bao Bao spread its wings and took flight. Beichen's sword in hand became a blur as he gave chase. While racing, he sent private messages to Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen. Assemble a 10-man squad to come down and collect the spoils. Once the battlefield construction is complete, immediately begin the level 2 main city siege beast tide trial. Zhang Yichen: "Yes, Captain." Tung Baiwan: "He'll start recording right away." 5 minutes later, when the Wuing Jian drained a dung beetle the size of a mobility scooter dry, the bodies of the siege tied across the battlefield began to vanish. Refreshed, not surprisingly, he had already obtained that data. Slowly, he drew the Wuing Jian from the back of the boss Lanyan Shiklang. Suddenly, a low hum, an elated sword chant echoed across the battlefield. In an instant, a short blade suffused with a blood-like glow rested in Beichen's hand. Nothing in the blackness of night commanded the eye more than that blade. Is this the power of Wuing Jian, Jueshang? His bodily functions surged. Beichen felt feral power fill him. It befits the extraordinary tier. He reversed the sword and stored the Wuing Jian within his particle ring. "Bao Bao, let's go home." 3 minutes later, atop Daxia Chenjia's 4-story blue brick wall, Beichen stroked the heavy masonry and allowed a faint smile. "Good. Now the main city has respectable defenses." Just as Beichen prepared to deploy the 1490 city defense heavy machine cannons, Tung Baiwan's voice reached his ear. Beichen, according to intelligence sold by Sangwell Yiming, the Sangwell Yiming has already begun accepting level 2 main city beast tide trials. Tung Baiwan did not know what consequences releasing that information might bring, but as Daxia Chenji, a strategist, he felt the news was certainly important. A smile touched Beichen's lips. "Excellent. This is timely." With a sweep of his hand, he positioned the 1490 city defense heavy machine cannons at the 4 corners of Daxia Chenji's walls in a hash-shaped formation. The moment the 4 large city defense cannons touched down, every member of Yinglong Wei was taken aback. They blinked and then beamed with joy. The army had similar devices. Though not identical in appearance, their function and operation were the same: anti-aircraft behemoths. Anti-aircraft heavy guns capable of downing aircraft fire rounds no smaller than 2,030 millimeters. In essence, this is an oversized heavy machine gun, but because its rounds are so large, many call it a heavy machine cannon. Zhang Yichen, Shui Yihan, configure the heavy cannons. "It's your responsibility." Beichen addressed the two directly. Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan were visibly excited. "Understood. Mission accepted." Soon Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan each pulled a Yinglong Wei member and ran toward the nearby cannons. After issuing orders, Beichen's view shifted to the city lord's mysterious exchange shop. Without hesitation, he selected 6 Tiejia Qianzhu Wugong. The system prompt chimed: consume 1820 reputation points to exchange for 6 level 1 siege boss Tiejia Qianzhu Wugong. Thinking better of it, Beichen cancelled and instead chose 3. Consume 900 reputation points to exchange for 3 level 1 siege boss Tiejia Qianzhu Wugong. Yes. Exchange successful. Filtering for assignable main cities. Filter complete. Assignable main cities are Hangua, Xinjicheng, Ruben Tianhuang Cheng, Megwa Wuzue Cheng. Beichen saw the selectable options which main city to click and the number to assign. He smiled. Life and death are uncertain. He always spread things evenly and never showed favoritism. Let's send one to each as a warning. If that doesn't provoke them, send 3 more. After confirming the assignment, a prompt appeared immediately. Assignment successful. Announce to the world. Announce it. With that, Beichen privately messaged Sangwali. He mentioned Hangua Quan Xingji. Yes, I'm your father, Beichen. Trying to upgrade your main city in secret. Hand over 300 kilograms of resources, or I'll send you fried 1,000-legged centipedes. I always do what I say. Try me if you don't believe it. He mentioned Ruben Tianzhong Xilong. Yes, I am your bloodline ancestor, Beichen. Trying to sneak an upgrade on your main city. Hand over 500 kilograms of resources, or he'll send you pan-fried Futian mutated shark meat. I'm impulsive, reply quickly. He mentioned Megwa Airland Sishi, scramble together 600 kilograms of supplies, or next time the poisoning won't be limited to dung beetles. Understand? My word is my law. Don't believe me? We'll see about that. After Beichen's imperious private message was sent, the game's world announcement immediately rang in every player's ears. In the Huaxiao Warzone Daxiao City, Lord Beichen successfully exchanged reputation for 3 level 1 siege OSSES Tiejia, Qianzu Wugong, iron-armored 1,000-legged centipedes, and deployed them. They were deployed to Hangua Warzones, Xinji City, Ruben Warzones, Tianhuang City, and Megwa Warzones. In the Huaxiao Warzone Daxiao City, Lord Beichen successfully exchanged reputation for 3 level 1 siege OSSES Tiejia, Qianzu Wugong, iron-armored 1,000-legged centipedes, and deployed them. They were deployed to Hangua Warzones, Xinji City, Ruben Warzones, Tianhuang City, and Megwa Warzones Wuzue City. The game host seemed eager for players to clash, announcing the message 3 times in succession. As soon as the news broke, the Huaxiao Warzone national channel exploded. Damn, I heard the US, Japan, and Korea are upgrading their capitals again. Oh, it seems true. A beautiful spectacle is about to unfold. Hail Lord Beichen. Lord Beichen is mighty and domineering. Don't you find it strange? Lord Beichen had been low profile since entering the game. Who would have thought the game host would make this public? I suspect he was betrayed before. Makes sense, likely so. Otherwise Lord Beichen would not be so furious. Newbie pleading, does anyone know Lord Beichen? I want to join Daxiao City. He'll even sweep the latrines. Newbie 1, same here. Stop fantasizing, wait for Lord Beichen to announce things. Didn't you hear the Huaxiao Warzone announcement? Within the next 48 hours, Daxiao City will upgrade its capital. This time, it will trigger a level 2 capital siege beast onslaught. Right. Predict this after the upgrade. Lord Beichen will surely recruit members. Stockpile supplies. As for those fangirls, do not imagine using your bodies to rise in rank. You stand no chance. Ugh, nonsense, you're wrong. Lord Beichen's orientation aside, he surely still likes women like me. I'm all cleaned up and ready to be taken in. You up there are an idiot. You fool. Pray tell, who are you to be so certain Lord Beichen would pick you? Ahem. Well, there is an untold past between me and Lord Beichen. At those words, the national channel fell silent. She was not wrong. If Lord Beichen is a man with ordinary preferences, there is always reason to stray. If he once had an affair with this woman, who can say what happened? Ahem, may I ask, have you bled with Lord Beichen, or broken a sweat together? Or have you had any handsome intimate Who are you? Why should we believe you? You won't even give a name. I'm Lord Beichen's mistress. You. Humph. Fine if you do not believe me. What is there to be shy about? Indeed, I once had an inexplicable bond with Lord Beichen. I am Meiyang Xiener. The moment she gave her name, someone recognized her. Damn, you're still alive. A miracle. What an idiot. You dare claim an untold story with Lord Beichen. Why didn't Beichen just whip you to death? Exactly. Can't make it in the regional channel, so you come to the national channel to show off, leeching off Lord Beichen's fame. Watch out, or he'll stab you. All of this turmoil in the national channel was of course completely unknown to Beichen, because the level 2 capital siege beast onslaught was about to begin. At that moment, a private message pinged. Beichen saw it was from the Three Nations Alliance. He had expected these shameless types to relent, but the private replies were furious. Airland Sishi, fuck. You expect my Wuzue city to hand over 600 kilograms of supplies. Why don't you go and seize them yourself? Quanqing Ji, our lord, my brother was wrong. I can barely hold on. No more iron centipedes. After this, it'll give you 300 kilograms of supplies. Tianzhong Xilong Baka, I inherited Tianhuang's honor. There is no way I would bow to Huaxiao people unless I truly cannot hold on. Mr. Beichen, first on behalf of the entire Futian group, I apologize for our previous rashness. We hope you will be magnanimous. Let us address everything after the siege beast onslaught has passed. Beichen was stunned by the speed of their turnabout. Even these reckless types were suddenly invoking stratagems. To use such crude tactics before a Huaxiao player felt to him like a slap in the face. Okay. After a unified reply, Beichen opened the City Lord Reputation Mystery Shop, spend 500 reputation to exchange for 5 elite siege bosses, Lanyan Shikling Blue Flame Dung Beetles. Yes. Spend 500 reputation to exchange for 1 elite siege boss Tiejia, Qinzu Wugong, and 1 Furu Dabai, Sha Rotten Flesh, Great White Shark. Yes. Spend 500 reputation to exchange for 1 elite Furu Dabai Sha, and 1 Tiejia. He redeemed siege grade bosses in succession without hesitation. Beichen had abundant reputation, and this cost only 1,500 reputation points. Then Beichen began to set a trap. Openly assignment successful. 5 elite siege bosses Lanyan Shaiklang have spawned in Hongwa Shinji City. Announce it. Assignment successful. 1 elite Tiejia, Qinzu Wugong, and 1 Furu Dabai Sha have spawned in Rubin Tianwang City. Announce. Louder. Assignment successful. 1 elite Furu Dabai Sha and 1 Tiejia, Qinzu Wugong have spawned in Meiguo Wuzue City. Announce them 3 times quickly. Immediately the game's announcements stitched together into a continuous roar in every player's ears. Because each announcement was repeated 3 times, that display of prestige and audacity instantly gave players the illusion that this flamboyant man was invincible. As the world announcements fell, the 3 Nations Alliance channel erupted in wails and curses. Erlen Sishi fuck. It's over, everything's over. 3.5 sections of the walls have collapsed. Beichen, you want die peacefully. Quanqing Jie. My main city was overrun, more than half my warriors are dead. The extreme city lord upgrade mode has failed. Erlen Sishi, where is the second brother? Where is Zilong? Quanqing Ji boss, according to reliable intelligence from my scouts, Zilong. He was torn apart by the Tiejia, Qinzu Wugong. He died on the spot. Erlen Sishi, how could this be? Why does this Daxiao city lord have so much reputation? Tonight would leave countless souls sleepless. For the Tri-Nation Alliance, 2400 reputation points were an overwhelming sum. But for Beichen it was nothing at all. As expected, the moment the Tri-Nation Alliance's capital crumbled, the game server broadcast another announcement. The Han State's Warzone City, Sinji Fortress, failed to withstand the Level 2 Beast Tide Assault. Its original Level 1 Blue Brick Citadel has been downgraded to an unranked rammed earth settlement. The Extreme Lord Ascension Protocol has failed. All siege rewards have been revoked. The Neon Warzone City, Emperor's Citadel, failed to withstand the Level 2 Beast Tide Assault. Its original Level 1 Blue Brick Citadel has been downgraded to an unranked rammed earth settlement. The Extreme Lord Ascension Protocol has failed. All siege rewards have been revoked. The Meiguo Warzone City, Innocent City, failed to withstand the Level 2 Beast Tide Assault. Its original Level 1 Blue Brick Citadel has been downgraded to an unranked rammed earth settlement. The Extreme Lord Ascension Protocol has failed. All siege rewards have been revoked. Hearing this, Beichen, standing atop the city wall, allowed himself a faint smile. Now, at least for the time being, he no longer needed to fear treachery from behind. The other Yinglong Guard members stood equally elated, their gazes upon Beichen heavy with awe. Alone he had dealt a crushing blow to the Tri-Nation Alliance. The other Yinglong Guard members stood equally elated, their gazes upon Beichen heavy with awe. Alone he had, with half an hour of preparation complete, and every Yinglong Guard member burning with fierce resolve, Beichen knew the moment had come to initiate the Level 2 Capital's Beast Tide trial. The perspective shifts to the game interface. Manually activate the Level 2 Capital Beast Tide. Beichen, Lord of Daxiao City State, has manually activated the Level 2 Beast Tide. Confirm. Level 2 Beast Tide activation confirmed. Monster spawn in 3 minutes. A new data panel appears on screen. Daxiao City State, Level 1 Blue Brick Citadel. Extreme Lord Ascension Protocol accepted. Level 2 Beast Tide manually activated. Defenders 21. Incoming beasts 210. 10 times as many siege monsters as defenders. Beichen smiled faintly. Now that the Tri-Nation Alliance lords had fallen from Level 1 to unranked status, their reputation-based mystery shops would vanish entirely. Thus Beichen need no longer fear covert sabotage. Moreover, among the 3 Level 1 city rewards, he had chosen the quadruple T-90 heavy anti-fortification machine guns, meaning this Beast Tide defense posed virtually no challenge. Team Channel. Attention all. The Level 2 Beast Tide spawns in 3 minutes. Affirmative. Go little one. Screech. A white blur spread its wings and soared skyward, swiftly ascending to hover 100 meters above Daxiao City State. Father, this time I'll unleash my full strength. Bao Bao's voice carried unmistakable pique. I haven't even shown what I'm truly capable of since my last evolution. During the previous Beast Tide, Beichen's orders had forced her into the role of early warning scout and aerial sentinel. This time, however, Bao Bao could endure no more. Her talons itched for combat. Her disgruntled words echoed in his ear. Beichen paused, momentarily stunned. Bao Bao, back then when you slew the rot-flesh great white shark and the azure flame dung beetle, you weren't using your full power. Mere child's play. Father, after this latest slumber, I've grown immensely stronger. My talons feel sharper than ever, and my flight speed has more than doubled. From the shared vision during their prior battle, Beichen had watched Bao Bao frantically evade the rot-flesh great white shark's corrosive mucus, leading him instinctively to assume her combat prowess was limited. Now reconsidering, he realized that had been her first encounter with an elite-tier boss. Her hesitation born not of weakness, but of unfamiliarity. Very well, unleash your full might. Let me witness your true power. Beichen smiled, not to but because the uncanny familiarity he felt toward the shadowless sword hinted that the gene talent system, truth be told, Bao Bao's close combat experience remained painfully raw, relying solely on innate advantages to overwhelm opponents. Should she face an adversary of equal rank, those flaws would surface instantly. Thus, honing her practical melee skills before the gene talent system activated had become Beichen's urgent priority. After all, he had watched her hatch from her egg, nurtured her through every messy, demanding stage of growth. Just watch closely, father. Don't treat me like a child. I'm extraordinarily powerful. As she spoke, another voice chimed in. Father, look, what are those things? Three-legged humans. No, why do they use thick viridian slime? At her words, Beichen blinked, then activated shared vision and dim darkness. What materialized before him, the freshly spawned beast tide, made him inhale sharply. Damn it, this isn't a biohazard apocalypse. Where did all these zombies come from? Their exposed flesh bristled with suppurating sores. Beichen barked in immediate order, Bao Bao. Hold position aloft. Do not engage without my explicit command. She seemed delighted, but dared not disobey and acquiesced. His caution was justified. Who knew whether these zombies carried contagion? If Bao Bao were infected, consequences would be catastrophic. Listen up, all members. These attackers are zombies, not beasts. Keep them away from the capital. Beichen's voice boomed across the ramparts. At the news, every Yinglong Guard member paled. Bao Bao had detected the zombie spawn site from high altitude, far beyond the range of their night vision gear. Hence Beichen had issued the warning early, to ensure the Yinglong Guard stood ready. Stay sharp, every single one of you. I refused to weep while putting down a brother turned infected. Affirmative. Every Yinglong Guard member blanched. Though few had encountered real zombies before entering the game, most young adults had seen their cinematic incarnations. Those creatures spread like blackened nail fungus. One bite, two infections. Worse still, once infected, reversal was impossible unless further mutation occurred, leaving victims as sentient, autonomous horrors. Clack, 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 clack. 4 heavy machine guns stood already placed, their twin barrels obsidian black and cavernously wide. Then Beichen drew his Black Dragon, Howl 10-bolt armor-piercing cannon, and fired a single round skyward. The 12.7mm Skyarc round tore through the ink-black night, tracing a brilliant white arc. At the apex of its 45-degree trajectory, 1.0 meters distant, it detonated. Boom. Whoosh. Dazzling light erupted, flooding a 500-meter radius with blinding radiance. Below, the earth revealed a writhing mass, over 200 zombies densely packed. Grara. Wah. Blinded by the glare, the zombies staggered, many shrieking with voices raw enough to inflame throats. What the hell is this? Through his 15-power scope, Beichen beheld 3 bald, pus-dripping mouths, 6 tattooed dragon Phoenixidorn brutes, and a gaggle of hollow-eyed women whose necks twisted grotesquely askew. His scalp prickled. Are those the toxic triad, the Speedbike Sextet, and the Lulu Powder Syndicate? Beichen gasped. How in blazes did they all become zombies? Distance, limited visibility. Only Beichen via Bao Bao's shared vision saw them in perfect clarity. The Yinglong Guard perceived only dark advancing silhouettes. Zhang Yichen roared, long-range snipers, switched to heavy machine guns for suppression fire. Affirmative. Every Yinglong Guard bore the M416 assault rifle and SKS sniper rifle Beichen had issued, both fitted with high magnification optics. Open fire at will. Headshots only. Beichen spun, firing another Skyarc round. Affirmative. Instantly the night shattered. M416s chattered in precise bursts, tac tac tac. SKS rifles cracked with lethal finality, bang, bang bang. And the heavy machine guns thundered, brrrrap. Beichen issued the command, and immediately members of the Yinglong Guard equipped with high magnification weapons began precise targeting. However, even with superb sniper rifles, there are unavoidable drawbacks during precise strikes. That drawback is distance. At this moment, the zombie army is still 800 meters away from the city of Daxia. This distance might allow top snipers to hit a target, but to land a perfect headshot clearly relies on luck. Sniper rifles are generally effective within 400,500 meters, and that's for the best marksman. Moreover, the current combat environment is at night, and their visibility is reliant on the images relayed by night vision equipment. Achieving a headshot under such conditions is quite challenging. While members of the Yinglong Guard could not achieve this, Beichen managed to do so through the shared vision with his baby. Bang! Because the Black Dragon Howl 10's bullet caliber is large, and its lethality strong, Beichen did not overly pursue a headshot. Instead, he aimed to hit as many as possible. Whoosh! Bang! The zombie girl Lulu was hit directly in the shoulder by an armor-piercing incendiary round. The powerful rotating impact shattered her entire right shoulder, and as she flew back, she let out a shrill, "Ah, how can this be?" Beichen was stunned. How can she still stand? He quickly inquired of his baby. Baby, your task is critical. Find the booze of the zombie tide immediately. This time the siege of beasts, strictly speaking, is not as fierce as the first wave of the armored savage bulls. Because the armored savage bulls have thick blood and high defense, it takes dozens of bullets from a heavy machine gun to take them down. But Beichen did not believe that the level 2 siege test would be weaker than the level 1 beast tide. On the contrary, he felt that this beast tide was filled with strangeness. Okay, leave it to the baby. Soon Beichen's shared vision continued to descend. He knew this was the baby intentionally lowering the flight altitude for a closer look. At this moment, the zombie army had charged within 600 meters. The probability of headshots for the Inglong Guard snipers increased significantly. Captain, something's wrong. Beichen was taken aback as he turned to see the deputy captain Shui Yihan calling out. At this moment, Shui Yihan's face was genuinely grim. What happened? Beichen immediately asked. Headshot, but the corpses on the ground are still crawling towards the main city. What a high-altitude arc light bomb was launched, and Beichen immediately used the scope to check. Sure enough, a horrifying scene unfolded before his eyes. He saw a zombie whose head had been blown to bits still crawling on the ground. Although its speed was slow, it was damn, Beichen exclaimed. If a headshot can't kill, how can they fight? But there was no time for more solutions. Continue headshots, aim for headshots, and then follow my orders. Yes. Beichen is the backbone of the Inglong Guard. As long as he remains calm, they can stabilize their mindset. At this time, the baby's exclamation echoed in his ears. Ah, Daddy, look at that person, so scary and disgusting. Is he slacking off and hiding here to vomit? Beichen was startled and immediately focused on the shared vision. However, when he saw the scene unfolding, fortunately his stomach was strong and he managed to hold it down. Ugh. After retching a couple of times, Beichen focused on the hidden location of this thing. It was a small mound covered in dead leaves. However, if one didn't look closely, even Beichen wouldn't have noticed the face of a person peeking out slightly, revealing a wrinkled face, but that large mouth was wide open. This large mouth was continuously spewing out thin black things that looked like black earthworms. Hundreds of these black slender things once spat out, twisted on the ground, and began crawling towards the city of Daxia. Players with trypophobia upon seeing this scene would likely immediately vomit up last year's leftovers. It was too disgusting. Baby, blow away the leaves on him, let me see what kind of thing he is. Beichen, now a level 1 city lord, could see the name of this elite level boss. The baby clearly found this thing disgusting as well. After all, kids love cleanliness, especially the baby, who is a bird type. Okay. The baby responded, soaring upwards before diving rapidly. 2 huge white wings, each 2 meters long, used the force of the dive to fiercely fan at the ground where the boss was hidden. Whoosh. A gust of wind howled past, revealing the thing buried in the pile of dead leaves. It was a man wearing a yellow woolen coat with a face twisted and oozing pus. The moment the main body was exposed, Beichen immediately saw the name of this boss. Mother Body, Source of Calamity, Level 1 Rare Boss. Previously, the name of the Level 1 BOSS Iron Armored Centipede was only blue and white, and the name of the Blue Flame Beetle was pure white. However, the boss refreshed in the Level 2 Beast Tide was actually of blue rare grade. The most terrifying aspect is not its direct lethality, but its skills. Mother Body. This term is clearly not something to be trifled with. Beichen's mind raced. Damn, a rare grade. What's so special about it? Who cares? If the Level 2 Beast Tide is like this, what's Level 3 going to be like? Rustle. It turns out the 210 zombies were merely cannon fodder. The truly terrifying existence is just one, the Mother Body, Source of Calamity, which is equivalent to 1,000 troops. Because the zombies were now close enough, the members of the Inglong Guard began using heavy machine guns to sweep them down. After such a long attack, there was still some effect. Soon a message reached Beichen. It stated that to completely obliterate the zombies, their bodies must be thoroughly but Beichen had no time to think about the cannon fodder zombies. He was so anxious that he wanted to jump down directly. That rare boss, the things it spewed out were definitely not benign. Fortunately, those slender things crawled slowly, otherwise Beichen really wouldn't have time to come up with a counter-strategy. Everyone fire at full strength, don't hold back on the bullets. Quickly deal with these cannon fodder zombies. Beichen's face was ashen, his tone serious. There are even more troublesome things behind this. On hearing this, everyone was startled, and they immediately opened fire with heavy machine gun bullets at the zombies 300 meters away, as if they were free. At this moment, the baby's anxious voice rang out again. Daddy, it spotted me, it's digging a hole trying to escape. Beichen hesitated not for a moment. If the Mother Body boss really hid underground, it would be even more troublesome. He was laying eggs underground, and their bullets and manpower were limited. While worried, he instructed, Baby, you need to take this seriously, don't let it hurt you, just remember, as long as you stop it from digging and hiding, that's enough. The baby had never heard Beichen speak to her in such a tone, and was also taken aback. Okay, I got it. Suddenly another change occurred. Captain, look. Each member of the Inglong Guard was a soldier with strong mental fortitude, yet the fact that they were screaming in fear indicated how terrifying the event unfolding before them was. Beichen turned his head to take a look, and he too was startled back a step. However, this scene also informed Beichen of what the mother body rare boss was spewing out. Super large iron worm. More commonly referred to as zombie worms. Beichen was shocked, and then overjoyed, immediately stabilizing the Yinglong guard. He then shouted to the baby, "How's it going on your side?" "Hee daddy," I pressed it down with a big rock. "It looks scary, but is actually very weak." Beichen breathed a heavy sigh of relief, and said, "Come back, I have an important mission to assign." With that, Beichen waved his hand, and immediately several 50-liter metal barrels appeared around him, clearly labeled refined gasoline 50 liters. For large barrels amounted to 200 liters of refined gasoline. At this point, Beichen had enhanced storage, and as for those without enhancements, there was no time to worry about it. "Squad leader big guy Xiao Xia Gu Xine." "Yes." Beichen commanded, "Pour this refined gasoline around the main city, and create a fire barrier at the city wall within 10 minutes. After the upgrade of Daxiao City, Beichen did not choose to expand its area. A basketball court-sized Daxiao City could have a fire barrier created with 200 milliliters of refined gasoline. "Yes, Captain." Immediately the four of them rushed over, each carrying a barrel of refined gasoline, towards the system enhancement fuel resources. He called out to the system in his heart. Detecting 60 liters of regular gasoline available for enhancement. "Proceed with enhancement." "Enhance," Beichen replied immediately. "Congratulations, host, enhancement successful. 60 liters of regular gasoline enhanced to 300 liters of refined gasoline." The quality was raised while the quantity increased accordingly. Beichen was quite satisfied with this enhancement, and there was still gasoline mixed with water in the particle ring, but the gasoline magazine did not enhance. With a wave of his hand, 300 liters of refined gasoline appeared beside him. At this moment, the baby also flew back from afar. "Baby, pour this barrel of gasoline on that combined zombie." The reason why the members of the Yinglong Guard were screaming was that more than 200 scattered zombies had reassembled into a zombie amalgamation because of the giant mutated iron worms. Seeing Beichen's grim face, the baby immediately nodded and grabbed a large oil barrel with its claws before soaring into the sky. Whoosh! In the sky, the baby tilted the large oil barrel, and a downpour of refined gasoline poured directly onto the zombie amalgamation. At this moment, Beichen's gaze was intense. "Baby, fall back." As the baby continued to ascend, bang! The Black Dragon Hal 10's armor-piercing cannon roared like an angry dragon. An armor-piercing incendiary round ignited the refined gasoline on the zombie amalgamation. Instantly, thick smoke billowed and a blazing fire erupted. "Hey!" The zombie amalgamation let out a howl that was not human. Then its massive body began to collapse. Countless black, slender, giant iron worms began to burn with flames writhing on the ground. "Thanks." Refined gasoline is obtained through systematic amplification, and Beichen has a feeling that if the refined gasoline were amplified one more level, it should transform into high-energy solid gasoline. However, for now, the refined gasoline should be sufficient to eliminate these giant iron wire worms. This is why Beichen refers to it as giant, as the iron wire worms before the game typically measured about 10 to 50 centimeters, quite pitifully small. Previously, while scrolling through Douyin, Beichen had seen a documentary about iron wire worms being studied by an illegal biological laboratory. After being cultivated into mutated iron wire worms, they released these terrifying creatures into human society to make a profit, thus triggering a zombie outbreak. If it weren't for this, Beichen wouldn't be so terrified of these creatures. The larvae continuously absorb nutrients within these arthropods, secreting toxins that gradually permeate the host's brain, thus controlling the host's behavior. When the larvae grow into adults, they compel the host to seek water, drowning it before burrowing out from its body. If regular nematodes are this terrifying, one can only imagine the horror of mutated nematodes the size of earthworms. No wonder they can directly manipulate corpses. This game is getting more absurd by the minute. Beichen glanced at the Black Dragon Hal 10 sniper cannon in his arms, and suddenly realized it didn't seem very effective. Faced with the thousands of densely packed mutated nematodes, it appeared that even the largest caliber of firearms would be of little use. Yes. Since the walls of the first-level brick city are 4 meters high, Beichen was not concerned that the raging fire would threaten the members of the Yinglong Guard. Yes. Since the walls of the first-level brick city are 4 meters high, Beichen was not concerned that the raging fire would threaten the members of the Yinglong Guard. To be honest, when the crowd saw Beichen easily deal with the zombie Stitch monster, they inexplicably gained confidence in the main city's upgrade to level 3. At that moment, a child's eager voice reached Beichen's ears. "Daddy, the remaining gasoline has been poured all over this boss. What should I do next?" Beichen smiled, saying, "You don't need to worry about it, leave it to me." He then set up the Black Dragon Howl with a 15-fold scope, and with the shared vision from the child, Beichen now had the advantage of dual vision. At this time, despite the rare level BOSS, the mother body source of disaster, struggling with all its might to push away the enormous stone pressing down on it, the boulder chosen by the child was simply too massive. Sensing the threat to the mother body, countless nematodes birthed from it frantically crawled onto the boulder, attempting to manipulate it, as they did with corpses, but unfortunately. Bang! Whoosh! The 12.7 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Bang! A small hill crushed by the boulder exploded 1,000 meters away. Whoosh! The 12.7 caliber armor-piercing incendiary round sliced through the air with a piercing shriek. Bang! A small hill crushed by the boulder exploded. The announcement from the game console echoed once more in the ears of players worldwide. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Warzone's Daxiao City for successfully repelling the Level 2 Siege Beast Tide. The original Level 1 brick city has been upgraded to a Level 2 concrete main city. Meanwhile, after the upgrade, the City Lord Beichen can select 2 rewards from the facilities of the Level 2 main city. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Warzone's Level 2 City Lord, each other for being the first to upgrade the main city to Level 2, earning a reputation value limit of 5,000. 3 consecutive announcements echoed across the globe. Instantly a stone stirred up 1,000 waves. At that moment, players in Huaxia were boiling with excitement. At the same time, Beichen's ears were met with an initial notification followed by successive alerts. Congratulations on successfully killing the rare level BOSS, Mother Body Source of Disaster, earning 500 universal reputation. Congratulations to Beichen, the owner of the Level 2 main city, for passing the Siege Beast Tide test. The main city is currently upgrading. Congratulations, player Beichen, your City Lord reputation mysterious shop has been upgraded to Level 2. Congratulations on passing the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode to upgrade the main city to Level 2, earning a selection of 2 rewards from the Level 2 main city basic infrastructure. Before Beichen could even burst into laughter, all the soldiers of the Yinglong Guard could no longer contain their cheers. We did it! Haha, our main city has been upgraded to a Level 2 city. While the 6-meter concrete walls are so sturdy, high, and solid. How did the saying go that after 10 years of military service the camaraderie is closer than that of blood brothers? It comes from surviving one calamity after another. Captain Zhang Yiqin and Vice Captain Shui Han, along with the strategist of the Yinglong Guard Tung Million, all turned their smiles towards Beichen. In their eyes there was a deep respect and trust. Tung Chuchi's hands trembled from the recoil of the heavy machine gun, but such pain was nothing compared to the success of Daxiao City in repelling the Beast Tide. Because this Daxiao City was established single-handedly by her man Beichen. Beichen, I am also working hard to follow in your footsteps, hoping that one day I can truly help you. Tung Chuchu whispered with a smile, gazing at the profile of the man not far away. However, Beichen quickly snapped out of the joy of repelling the Beast Tide. He glanced at the list of 6 choices for the rewards achieved through the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode. Beichen's heart skipped a beat, almost stopping. Immediately he shouted to all members of the Yinglong Guard, "Prepare for battle quickly, there are various food and water resources here." All members replenished swiftly. Everyone turned to look at Beichen. After preparation, we will face the Beast Tide of the Level 3 main city. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly. This challenge was undeniably formidable, but everyone had absolute trust in Beichen. Yes. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of food resources appeared beside Beichen. These were delicacies, drinks, and fruits that Beichen had treasured over the past few days. Quickly, 2 small squads dispatched 3 soldiers, each to transport supplies for distribution. Beichen then took out the particle ammunition depot and a large sack. The large sack was opened wide and placed on the concrete floor. Then Beichen opened the crafting list of the particle ammunition depot. Looking at the 7.62 caliber bullets that could be manufactured, Beichen directly selected to craft. Do you wish to consume the remaining materials to craft 6,000 rounds of 7.62 bullets? Yes. Instantly the sound of clattering arose. 6,000 rounds of 7.62 bullets fell directly into the large sack. For those short on ammunition, there is a supply here. Come and take it yourself. Beichen called out, then bent down to pick up a bottle of champagne, opened the cap, and drank it straight down. So, after downing half a bottle, Beichen spoke to the child, "Baby, check if that rare level boss dropped anything." "Okay, I'm just waiting for the flames to die down." The child seemed to enjoy the thrill of treasure hunting, squatting on a tree crown waiting for the raging fire below to extinguish. Hearing this, Beichen smiled. After the child's genetic evolution, not only had their flying speed increased dramatically, but their strength had also seen a significant boost, and they had become increasingly lively. He took out 3 crimson crystals dropped by the elite level boss from the Level 2 Beast Tide and examined them carefully. A familiar sound echoed once more. Detected 3 rare level soul essences available for amplification. Would you like to amplify? Beichen was taken aback. It turned out that soul essence was rare level. The soul essences he had acquired previously were all amplified through soul crystals. Beichen had never figured out what this material was used for aside from the child's needs. The previous soul crystals were classified by the system as special materials, yet the native soul essence is considered rare level. Beichen couldn't help but feel excited. Then what level of material will it become after being amplified by the system? Beichen's curiosity was piqued. Detected 3 rare-level soul essences available for amplification. Would you like to amplify? Amplify it. Without hesitation. Congratulations, the host successfully amplified 3 rare-level soul essences to yield 3 evolution crystals. Prior to the alert sounding, Beichen was already intently gazing at the 3 soul essences in his hand, eager to see what this item had transformed into. It was not as radiant as he had imagined, nor was it as earth-shattering. Instead, the 3 originally crimson soul essences gradually retracted their redness, slowly fading away. Until the crimson hue of the soul essences had fully receded, the external shape structure instantly changed. If the soul essences before amplification resembled oval pebbles, the 3 evolution crystals he possessed now were like exquisitely cut 36-faceted opalescent gems. After the soul essences had completely metamorphosed, Beichen suddenly felt a gentle warmth coursing through his palms and into his body. Suddenly, a deep desire emanating from his blood and soul appeared in Beichen's mind. That feeling was akin to a 120-year-old chain smoker who had gone without for 3 days, suddenly discovering a half-finished pack of cigarettes on the ground. It was the brain's extreme craving sending out mad commands to the body. In simpler terms, it was the feeling of addiction to smoking. 1. Of course, Beichen could forcibly suppress this feeling. While shocked, he carefully checked the description of the evolution crystal. However, upon reading it, Beichen was dumbfounded. Evolution crystal grade. Effect. Beichen. What does this mean? So you mean I made a loss on this amplification with no prompt aside from the name, completely unaware of how to use it? What is the purpose of this system? Beichen directly questioned the system. System function not activated, no further information available. Hearing this, Beichen's brow furrowed. You might as well sleep it off. You can't be of any help in critical moments. System. Without obtaining precise information about this item, Beichen would never consume it recklessly. After all, this was a hard crystal, not a piece of milk candy. If the usage method were wrong, and it blocked the intestines, he would be done for. He stored away the 3 evolution crystals. Beichen sensed that this item was likely related to the new functions coming up. It should only be usable after unlocking genetic or talent functions. That said, Beichen still had great trust in his system. From the beginning until now, the system's amplifications and embellishments had never let him down. This point could not be denied. He glanced at the members of the Yinglong Guard, who were voraciously eating. Beichen loudly declared, "Make sure you're all full. The upcoming level 3 beast tide may turn into a protracted battle." Woo woo woo. Yes, Captain. With their cheeks stuffed, they did not forget to respond to Beichen. At this moment, Beichen's vision shifted back to the list of 6 choices for the rewards from the Extreme City Lord upgrade. He swore he had just briefly scanned past it. No doubt. It felt akin to a myocardial infarction. The list of 6 reward choices was as follows. Choice 1. Gain unrestricted reputation of 5,000 points. Choice 2. 1 medium-sized particle combat readiness warehouse, 3,000 cubic meters. Choice 3. Ground-to-air hive interception system, including 6 35mm anti-aircraft guns. Choice 4. 1 level 2 main city combat command center. Choice 5. 1 micro-nuclear power station. Choice 6. Battle armor heavenly demon chaos phase 1 can evolve. To be honest, facing these 6 reward choices, a player with choice anxiety would undoubtedly spit out blood and then roar loudly, "Why do you make me choose? This is too difficult." First up is the 5,000 unrestricted reputation points. Previously, when upgrading the non-level rammed Earth City to a level 1 main city, the game console rewarded 100 points of restricted reputation. It is not hard to understand that its use comes with limitations. Of course, the presence of the first reward choice is the weakest in terms of presence. Then comes the second choice. The medium-sized particle space combat readiness warehouse with 3,000 cubic meters of storage space is also very tempting to Beichen, but currently, he cannot choose it due to the upcoming level 3 siege beast tide test. The third choice, the ground-to-air hive interception system, is one of Beichen's favorites. The fourth choice, the level 2 main city combat command center, is temporarily ruled out due to unclear specific functions and high accumulation rates. As for the fifth choice, the micro-nuclear power station, Beichen, as long as he's not foolish, would definitely not choose it. Having a nuclear power station without the supporting facilities is equivalent to nothing. The sixth choice, the battle armor heavenly demon chaos phase 1 can evolve. Before even discussing this as combat armor, just the 3 words "can evolve" make it a must-choose for Beichen, because it has great cost-effectiveness. Heavenly demon chaos. Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Beichen recalled carefully, having a vague memory, but unable to pinpoint where he had heard it. After all, he played competitive games without spending money. Bullying others was just a fleeting thought. After frowning slightly, he sent a private message to Tung Chu-Chu asking, "Chu-Chu, can you help me with a name? I have a bit of a memory, but can't recall it. As long as it's not a professional field code name, I can give it a try. By the way, have you heard of the battle armor heavenly demon chaos?" Beichen replied without much thought. However, Ting Chu did not answer directly, but instead asked, "You don't play Arena of Valor?" I played for a month before uninstalling it felt like all bots not much fun. Why do you ask? Beichen responded honestly. No wonder you don't know, turns out you only played for a month. By the way, what rank are you? Haven't you recharged to experience? As for my rank, I remember it being called the strongest king when I uninstalled, but because my score of 3000 was too high to find matches it got boring so I uninstalled. What does that have to do with the battle armor Heavenly Demon Chaos? Tung Chu pfft. Sigma spat blood. Looks like my glory VIP 9 is fake. Ooh, I've never been to gold. Based on my experience of having all heroes and skins, Heavenly Demon Chaos should be a ridiculously awesome skin for Lu Bu. When Tung Chu mentioned Lu Bu's skin, Beichen suddenly remembered. Fong Tian's painted halberd Heavenly Demon Armor 8 feather demon wings, and it seems like it can fly when speeding out of the fountain. Oh, pretty cool. Seeing the mention of wings that could fly, Beichen couldn't help but smile. Now clearly understanding the choice rewards, he noticed the notation that the battle armor Heavenly Demon Chaos Phase 1 can evolve. For a moment Beichen thought that if it evolved to its utmost it should be able to fly right. While pondering he replied to Tung Chu, "Yo, all heroes all skins is glory VIP 9 enough. Hehe, it's not much, just over 200,000 spent, it's just pocket change from my private funds." "Oh, just over 200,000. You really know how to manage your finances, that's impressive. Back then I sold the account to my best friend." "How much did you sell it for?" 500,000. Zai, Tung Chu replied. To be fair, with Ting Chu's prominent background and status as a goddess in a city of 8 million, selling a VIP 9 gaming account for 500,000 was indeed plausible. Of course her friend likely flipped it as well, who would be foolish enough to buy a 20,000 account for 50,000. "Haha, no wonder it's you," Beichen replied with a smile. "Tung Chu, thank you boss for the compliment." After exchanging a few simple messages, the two quickly ended their private chat. Now regarding the 6 reward choices, Beichen was already quite clear. PS 4,500. After careful deliberation, Beichen made his decision. He would select options 3 and 6 from the list. The ground-to-air hive interception system, which comprised 6 anti-aircraft cannons, an indispensable choice. Once its early warning radar detects a target, the system automatically engages. It was truly extraordinary. As for option 6, the battle armor Heavenly Demon Chaos, its merits required no further elaboration. Beichen could hardly contain his eagerness to don the armor. Though currently only at stage 1, he was certain it surpassed his current dragon scale armor vest in protective capability, beyond all doubt. For Heavenly Demon Chaos was a full suit of armor, helmet included, offering head protection, a feature entirely absent from the dragon scale armor vest. Without hesitation, Beichen confirmed his selection. The game console's prompt sounded once more. Confirm selection of ground-to-air hive interception system. Confirm selection of battle armor, Heavenly Demon Chaos. Confirmed, Beichen declared instantly. The moment his words faded, the console chimed again. Congratulations, player Beichen. You have acquired the outstanding tier ground-to-air hive interception system. Congratulations, player Beichen. You have acquired the exceptional tier battle armor, Heavenly Demon Chaos Stage 1. Rewards have been delivered to the main city construction interface. The city lord may place or retrieve them at will. Before Beichen could inspect the rewards, the console's voice echoed once more. Not with a query about global announcement, for he had already disabled that function. Congratulations. Your ground-to-air hive interception system has secured 2nd place on the firearms ranking. Congratulations. Your Heavenly Demon Chaos battle armor has claimed 1st place on the cold weapons rankings. Hearing this, Beichen was elated. Instantly his perspective shifted to the game interface, where he opened the weapons rankings. Seeing both newly acquired city defense assets ranked among the top 3 filled him with profound relief. Earlier he had gifted the Viper weapon to Tung Chu. An awkward incident ensued. On the day rankings were settled, he had openly reclaimed the Viper. Though Tung Chu showed no resistance, Beichen still felt uneasy. Now, however, he dominated both the top 3 of the firearms rankings and the cold weapons rankings. First, the Black Dragon Roar 10 projectile armor-piercing rifle remained unchallenged at the summit of the fire. Though classified as an outstanding tier heavy sniper rifle for individual use, its advantage lay in unrestricted versatility. It could engage human targets. In contrast, the city defense heavy weapon, the Hive interception system, though equipped with 6 35mm anti-aircraft cannons, was decisively outranked by the Black Dragon Roar. This disparity arose because city defense weapons targeted only non-player entities. Such armaments evoked ambivalent feelings among city lords, both admiration and frustration. Yet Beichen understood every artifact bore inherent limitations. Even the Black Dragon Roar, the undisputed apex of firearms, would be rendered impotent against a dense tide of colossal iron wire worms. With heart-pounding, Beichen navigated to the main city construction interface, and immediately spotted 2 cube-shaped objects beside the city's aerial view, identical in appearance to airdropped resource crates. The moment his finger touched one, a prompt chimed, "Open city defense weapon crate." Yes. Congratulations, you have obtained the outstanding Tier City Defense Weapon Ground-to-Air Hive Interception System. Deployment range within the jurisdiction of the main city. Once placed, the system is activated centrally. Upon activation, the Hive system autonomously detects and engages all airborne threats, except those authorized by the central controller. Beichen paused, bewildered. What if this thing activates indiscriminately, attacking any airborne presence without distinguishing friend from foe? That would be catastrophic. The Hive system was Beichen's ace against the imminent Level 3 siege beast aerial assault, yet his fears proved unfounded. The central controller's method of distinguishing friend from foe was remarkably straightforward. Upon activation, the controller scanned and automatically registered all allied airborne biological and mechanized aerial assets within the city. Crucially, it recognized biological and mechanized aerial forces, not merely electronic or mechanical. Thus, during defense against siege beast aerial assaults, the Hive system would automatically exclude allied aerial units from targeting. Brilliant. I've never heard of such functionality before. Smiling, Beichen wasted no time selecting placement positions for the 6 anti-aircraft cannons, one at each corner of the city. The remaining 2 were deployed beside the large-scale water purification facility at the heart of Dashia City. While excelling at ground-to-air defense, automatically scanning, locking, and engaging airborne threats, the system offered no protection against terrestrial beast swarms. Beichen's strategy was clear: assign the 4 T-90 city defense gravity cannons stationed at the city's corners to defend the Hive system during terrestrial assaults. This synergy created a complementary yin-yang configuration, dramatically amplifying overall combat efficacy. With 6 muffled thuds, heavy objects struck the ground, startling every Yinglong Guard warrior into turning their heads. Good heavens! The giant clutched his M416 while stuffing a KFC burger into his mouth. Yet even then his jaw dropped at the sight of the 4 anti-aircraft cannons now arrayed around him. Sergeant Xiaoxia, look! Are those anti-aircraft cannons? Sergeant Chuan Pu and Xiaoxia stared blankly, nodding uncertainly. Commander, have you ever seen such a cannon in the South China Sea Guard Corps? It's fitted with a radius radar. There's literally no room for a human operator. Clearly the sergeant had never encountered anything so unconventional. Anti-aircraft cannons existed primarily to counter enemy aerial bombardment, typically deployed around arms factories, military depots, or ammunition stores. A standard 35mm semi-automatic dual-barrel anti-aircraft cannon required 8 soldiers operating in coordinated synchronization. Though Beichen lacked formal military service, he knew this basic fact. Had the Hive system's description not specified its all-weather, fully automated operation, he would never have selected it. With fewer than 20 Yinglong guards, there simply weren't enough personnel to man semi-automatic cannons effectively. Of course, full automation changed everything. Neither Sergeant Chuan Zhangwo nor Zhang Yichen, the elite soldier king of the South China Sea Guard Corps, could conceal their bewilderment. Zhang Yichen turned questioningly toward Deputy Commander Shui Yihan, but she merely shook her head, slightly admitting unfamiliarity with such artillery. Finally, all eyes converged upon Beichen. He smiled faintly, offering no lengthy explanation, and produced from his palm a sleek black mechanical watch. Its matte black casing exuded refined craftsmanship. At its center rested a high-definition multimedia display upon which 6 blue dots glowed steadily. Each dot represented one of the 6 anti-aircraft cannons under the Hive Interception System's command. Blue signified operational integrity and full ammunition reserves. Indeed, the black mechanical watch in Beichen's hand was the central controller of the ground-to-air Hive Interception System. The Yinglong guards watched, utterly mystified, as their commander held this enigmatic device. Then in the next instant, after Beichen pressed a specialized button on the watch, the 4 cannons at the city's corners and the 2 beside the central well simultaneously rotated a full 360 degrees. It was as though an invisible hand guided all 6 cannons, each moving with uncanny autonomy, scanning the skies as if seeking airborne targets on its own. Truly, the spectacle left everyone spellbound. Among those present, only Tung Baiwan, Tung Chuchu, and Beichen himself lacked formal military training. Every other Yinglong Guard member was a seasoned professional soldier. Though unfamiliar with this specific equipment, their theoretical knowledge remained impeccable. Such a responsive 35mm ground-to-air cannon was unheard of, let alone witnessed. The only comparable heavy weapon, naval destroyers' Closian defense rotary cannons. As the guards continued to stare, Beichen remained silent, then gestured for Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan to approach. Commander, Deputy Commander, you'll study and maintain this unit. He knew entrusting it to them was optimal. Specialization demanded expertise. Beichen possessed self-awareness. Besides, his immediate focus lay elsewhere: the personal combat equipment, the Heavenly Demon Chaos battle armor. The 2 officers snapped upright in unison. Yes, Commander. Under the collective gaze of the Yinglong guards, Zhang Yichen accepted the Hive central controller from Beichen's hands. Beichen then concisely explained the controller's operation and core functions. After both nodded in understanding, they withdrew to begin analysis. At that moment, Bao Bao's ecstatic voice rang out, "Daddy, I found a treasure." Bao Bao senses it. Consuming this will make me stronger. Beichen's expression hardened instantly. Bao Bao, do not eat it. Bring it back to me immediately. I must examine it first. Joking aside, the level 3 siege beast assault was imminent. If Bao Bao consumed something potent enough to trigger another evolution and fell into hibernation, the assault would inevitably be postponed. That would disrupt Beichen's meticulously laid plans, a scenario he dreaded above all else. Okay, Bao Bao understands. Her reply brought a gentle smile to Beichen's face. As the saying goes, with solid foundations children are remarkably obedient, and Bao Bao was precisely such an exception. Swiftly Bao Bao descended from the sky and landed gracefully beside Beichen, then spat out a softly glowing orb clutched in her jaws. Roughly the size of a malted chocolate ball, the orb emitted a gentle pulsing halo, a clear sign of its extraordinary nature. After releasing it, Bao Bao swallowed hard, her large lustrous eyes locked hungrily upon the radiant sphere. Beichen picked up the orb and examined it closely. Unexpectedly, though it had dropped from the rare tier boss mother, source of catastrophe, the system displayed no amplifiable indicator, leaving him deeply puzzled. Yet as a level 2 city lord, Beichen could still discern the names of materials dropped by level 1 rare bosses. When he read this item's name, he froze. Then bewildered, he murmured aloud, "Is this material serious? Rare protruding essence?" He whispered instinctively, rubbing his lower back. "Does ingesting this mean my healthy lumbar spine will instantly protrude?" A sudden unpleasant memory surfaced. The naughty child brand tutoring machine exchanged for a dead rat. Glancing up, he met Bao Bao's expectant gaze, her throat audibly gulping. With a wry smile, he gently stroked her head and said, "Bao Bao, Daddy thinks this item isn't quite serious. Are you absolutely certain? Will becoming stronger happen after consuming this? Because the genetic talent function has not yet been activated by the game console, either actively or passively. Beichen dares not use these messy stones himself. But the baby is different. The baby is a being born from it only became intelligent after undergoing genetic enhancement through its own system, like a fierce beast of human form. It is normal for her to be sensitive to these chaotic stones. The instinctive desire will prompt him to want to consume these things. Of course, Beichen is merely inquiring. If the baby expresses uncertainty, he will definitely not easily hand these over. After all, in Beichen's eyes, the baby is no different from his daughter. Hearing this, the baby's little head nodded like a chick pecking at rice. The baby is sure. As long as the baby eats this, he will definitely become stronger. At that time, that blue smoke bug will be no match for me. And that big centipede. The baby can easily crush it with one hand. Really? When has the baby ever lied to Dad? This is called fair to both young and old. After saying this, the baby looked at Beichen as if seeking praise. This is an idiom the baby just learned. It describes fairness, right? Looking at the baby's pure, clean, and clear eyes, Beichen had a half-crying, half-smiling expression and nodded slightly. When you have time, Dad will help you with your homework. This metaphor also left the old man childless. By the way, baby, if you eat this, will you fall into a deep sleep for several hours like before? Beichen had to be cautious about this matter, as the subsequent plan must not have any mistakes. Although there is ground-to-air support against airstrike forces with the help of the Hive interception system, the automatic firepower continuously outputting is indeed limited, unlike the baby, which is a type of continuous output super combat power. The 3-level Siege Beast Tide test for the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode is clear, indicating a high probability of refreshing airstrike forces, just like the difficulty of the 2nd-level Siege Beast Tide. The 3-level Siege Beast Tide test for the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode is clear, indicating a high probability of refreshing airstrike. However, upon hearing Beichen's worried words, the baby shook her little head like a rattle drum. It won't happen, it won't happen. The baby has a feeling, after eating this bead, she will become stronger. She will become strong, but will absolutely not fall into a deep sleep, because the red jelly bean she ate before was a blood craving. Hearing this, Beichen was slightly taken aback, while secretly astonished. Is it that precise? The baby seemed unwilling to elaborate further, nodding repeatedly, while her eyes remained fixed on the bead in her hand. Since the conversation had reached this point, Beichen had no more worries and directly handed the rare protruding essence in his hand to the baby. However, to avoid any unnecessary trouble, Beichen still had the baby hold the rare protruding essence and return to the wooling vehicle. Hearing this, the baby was overjoyed, jumping into Beichen's arms and continuously rubbing her head against his. "Alright, time is pressing, hurry back and eat it." Saying this, Beichen smiled playfully. "I want to see what aspects will become particularly prominent after the baby eats the rare protruding essence." Looking at the baby excitedly flying towards the wooling, Beichen also revealed an expectant smile. Members of the Yinglong Guard, except for the 2 captains studying the ground-to-air Hive interception system, were all loading the bullet belts for the heavy machine guns. Since each person has a heavy machine gun, there is no logistics support to speak of. Everyone is loading their own. After a wave of Siege Beast Tide, there are not many bullets left from hundreds of rounds. After advancing to level 2 from the Great Xia City, Beichen's private messages have long exploded. but now he has no time to read them. Do you confirm opening the excellent level resource box? Beichen's mind is now fully focused on the heavenly demon chaotic battle armor. Confirm. The moment the words fell, Beichen's whole body stiffened and layers of fine sweat began to bead on his forehead. His complexion gradually turned pale. A burning pain in his right chest felt like a heated blade constantly cutting through Beichen's skin. This kind of pain, even for someone as strong-willed as Beichen, could not help but elicit a muffled groan of agony. Captain, several Yinglong Guard soldiers immediately noticed Beichen's abnormality and became anxious. Don't panic, I'm fine. Beichen gritted his teeth, speaking each word deliberately. Continue what you are doing, don't mind me. Yes. Although they were worried, no one dared to disobey Beichen's order. 3 minutes felt like 3 years to Beichen. One can only imagine the immense pain he endured while lying on the ground. Huff huff. Sitting down abruptly, Beichen did not have time to check what happened to his chest. He only wanted to drink water, a lot of water. The 3 minutes of burning pain seemed to have drained all the moisture from his body. Beichen felt that if he did not replenish water soon, he would suffer from dehydration. In a flash, a bottle of soda fell to the ground, and Beichen tilted his head to gulp down a bottle. In less than 5 minutes, more than half of a bottle of soda was downed. My goodness, what kind of battle armor is this? I haven't even put it on, and it nearly took my life already. Beichen muttered curses while unfastening the buttons, preparing to take off the close-fitting dragon scale armor. He felt that something had been added to his right chest, but he was unsure of what it was. The heavenly demon chaotic battle armor, why does it feel like the legendary Caius Tiger Soul Blade? Does it intend to devour its master? Beichen's movements were quite noticeable. Perhaps the Yinglong Guard soldiers were concerned and wanted to ask. Tung Chuchu rushed over with a torch, and before she could ask what was happening, she happened to see Beichen taking off the dragon scale armor. In the firelight, upon seeing the black and sinister pattern on Beichen's right chest, Tung Chuchu was immediately shocked and exclaimed, "Black Kirin tattoo." Beichen frowned, looking down as he touched the slightly raised tattoo that was real on his right chest. Suddenly hearing Tung Chuchu's words, he rolled his eyes and said, "Is your family's Black Kirin's neck so thin and long? This is a dragon, a black dragon tattoo." Upon hearing this, Tung Chuchu squatted down in concern, carefully holding the torch and reaching out to touch Beichen's black dragon tattoo. She clicked her tongue in wonder. "Beichen, why do I feel that this dragon is not serious? Look at this dragon's head. Not only is it hidden in a black mist, but its entire body is invisible." Tung Chuchu looked at Beichen with concern and said, "This dragon is ominous. We shouldn't have a tattoo of it. Wash it off." Beichen was about to say, "What do you know?" Suddenly a prompt rang in his ear. Detected materials suitable for the battle armor. Heavenly Demon Chaotic Evolution. Would you like to consume an evolution crystal to evolve the Heavenly Demon Chaotic battle armor to the second stage? Hearing the host's prompt, Beichen hurriedly said to Tung Chuchu, "Quick, open all these sodas for me." Tung Chuchu did not dare to ask further. Seeing Beichen's serious expression, she immediately agreed. "Do you confirm consuming a purification crystal? Evolving the battle armor, Heavenly Demon Chaotic, to the second stage. Confirm consumption. Materials owned by the player have been deducted. The battle armor is evolving." Ugh! Beichen let out a muffled groan again. This time the burning pain directly spread to his entire shoulder. To suppress dehydration, it seemed that Beichen was relying heavily on soda, continuously groaning as he... Suddenly, "Beichen, it's coming out, the body is coming out." Oh, Beichen ignored it and continued to drink water to replenish. "Congratulations. Your battle armor, Heavenly Demon Chaotic, has successfully evolved to the second stage, greatly enhancing defense while activating a portion of the battle armor's features. Detected materials for evolution. Would you like to consume 2 evolution crystals to evolve the battle armor, Heavenly Demon Chaotic, to the third stage?" "Yes." Beichen gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. "Once is suffering, twice is also pain, but it's better to get it over with in one go. Required materials have been automatically deducted, proceeding with the third stage evolution." As soon as he finished speaking, Beichen roared out loud. The pain was too sudden and intense, fearing he might pass out. He pulled Tung Chuchu into his embrace. "Let me borrow your shoulder for a moment." Hearing this, Tung Chuchu felt sweet inside despite her worry, just about to... However, in the next second, Tung Chuchu felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, as if she had been bitten by a dog in childhood. "Beichen, please be human for once." "Woo XX, let go, that hurts so much." She wouldn't have shouted if it hadn't hurt. After she did, she realized he was using even more strength. "Tung Chuchu, in that case, let's not be human at all." With a sudden bite, she also sank her teeth into Beichen's shoulder. There was no choice, Beichen's bite was simply too painful. This scene left a group of onlookers stunned. Is this what mutual harm looks like? Trump looked at Shui Han. Shui Han glared at Trump, said nothing, and nodded slightly. "All right, Mom was right. Discussing feelings only leads to mutual hurt. The deeper the love, the deeper the wounds." Tisk, so this is really getting serious. Zhang Yichen and Shui Han, shut up. Trump. However, at that moment, a cold wind blew, making it hard to open their eyes. In the distance, a roar of an evil dragon could be faintly heard. Hua. Suddenly the wind stopped, and the sound vanished. A domineering evil presence swept through like a tidal wave, enveloping the great Xia city completely. Most of the torches around had already gone out due to the cold wind. In the dim light, a tall and sinister silhouette suddenly appeared before everyone. Wow! A deep abyss ahead. Hell behind us. Ha ha ha. P.S. On the last day of the month, don't say the White Dragon is short. It's a 6,300-word chapter. These past 2 days the White Dragon has had a hard time. From the day the book was released until now, the White Dragon hasn't rested for a day. This book has only been out for 38 days. Special thanks to all the family members who have continuously supported the White Dragon. Below is a public thank you. The top 10 on the fan list. Gift list. Fan list no. 1. A Word of Deceit. Gift list no. 1. Smoke Entangled. Fan list no. 2. Resist the 1-star trolls. Gift list no. 2. Left Hand Brother. Fan list no. 3. Xingfeng, who loves eating Beitang seafood. Gift list no. 3. Yokohama. Top 10 on the fan list. 4. Power 2. 0 plus leaks. 5. Book Shortage World Xiao Tianzuan. 6. Munju Sha. 7. Selling Fish Strong and Hailing Dun. 8. Killing Gardener. 9. Smoke Entangled. 10. Burning Heaven Pavilion Master Rufin. Top 10 on the gift list. 4. Tart. 5. Beal 1. 6. Myth of the Wind. 7. Xiaosheng Wuqing. 8. A Word of Deceit. 9. 10. Bai Yufan. Let's leave it at that for now. Last time I didn't understand and directly overlooked the gift list. On the city wall of the great Xia city, Beichen was laughing maniacally. His laughter was intertwined with disbelief and ecstasy. Perhaps to him, there was nothing wrong with this laughter. However, to the ears of those nearby, it was somewhat unsettling. Of course, one couldn't blame Beichen for his lack of composure. The key was that he had seen the attributes of the Heavenly Demon Chaos armor at the 3rd stage. He simply couldn't hold it in anymore. Armor, Heavenly Demon Chaos Stage 3. Great Exceptional. Stage 1 Trait Black Dragon Possession. Stage 2 Evolution Trait 1 Thought becomes Armor. Stage 3 Evolution Trait 1 Thought transforms into Wings. Stage 4 Evolution 1 Thought becomes Weapon not completed. Mythical background of the evolving equipment. It is said that in ancient times the armor and weapons left behind by the slaying of the outer world heavenly demons wreaked havoc upon the world due to their overwhelming bloodshed, and were thus reforged and sealed by the ancient 3 emperors, Fuxi. The only exceptional trait is that the heavenly demon armor passively absorbs the surrounding ambient energy as its energy source. 1 thought becomes armor, 1 thought transforms into wings. 1 thought becomes a weapon. Beichen had already restrained his laughter, focusing entirely on the information about the stage 3 heavenly demon armor. Beichen, what's wrong with you? Tung Chuchu asked in confusion. Beichen shook his head and handed over the dragon scale bulletproof vest he had taken off. This is for you, I won't bite you for nothing. Beichen was already eager to try 1 thought becomes armor, and 1 thought transforms into wings. Take it, and head back. The level 3 Siege Beast Tide trial will begin soon. Okay, I'll head back first. Be careful yourself. She could tell that Beichen's attention was captivated by something, and tactfully did not ask further, as she quickly left. As Tung Chuchu walked away, Beichen also stepped out of the crowd's line of sight. He pulled out a cigarette to calm his nerves. The pain from earlier was real, but after hearing that the heavenly demon armor had successfully evolved, Beichen finally let out a sigh of relief. Gotta. He took a deep puff. Then a thought surged in Beichen's mind. 1 thought becomes armor. Roar. A dragon's roar suddenly erupted in his mind. Beichen instantly felt something on his right chest, shoulder, and back, as if an uncontrollable evil dragon was wandering about. The sensation was incredibly vivid. He instinctively reached to touch his right chest. The moment he touched that thing, Beichen froze in place. What the hell is this? The heavenly demon chaos armor. The black mist armor form. In the dark of night, visibility was already limited. Plus, the external form of the heavenly demon armor was shrouded in black mist. Thus, even though it was close to his body, Beichen still found it difficult to see clearly. But his hands could distinctly feel a layer of hard, grotesque substance attached to his skin. In his surprise, Beichen took out a lighter. Gather. Flames leaped out, almost brushing against his body. Upon seeing the substance on his skin, Beichen could not help but exclaim. Not because of the shape of the heavenly demon chaos armor, nor because of the black mist armor form, but rather, the black dragon tattoo had actually come to life. Upon closer inspection, the dragon's head was opening its fearsome jaws, continuously spewing forth a stream of black mist-like energy from his right chest. This gas was the energy source sustaining the external armor. What the hell? The lighter ran out of fuel, but he caught the last glimmer. Beichen managed to glimpse the form of the heavenly demon armor. To be honest, he was quite satisfied. The look was very cool, and it was his favorite color, black. Beichen moved his body, slightly feeling no weight from the armor whatsoever. In fact, it felt almost like, after moving his legs a bit, Beichen was astonished to discover that his body felt incredibly light and filled with strength. Boom. With a punch thrown, an explosive sound was produced. Impressive. I like this armor. As if recalling something, he thought to himself, one thought transforms into wings. As soon as he finished speaking, the winds around him surged violently. In that instant, Beichen had a surreal feeling, as if he had grown 2 more arms. No, to be precise, it was 2 wings that were entirely shaped by his thoughts. The sensation was incredibly real, akin to the feeling of flapping wings like a bird with his arms. Because the lighter ran out of fuel, Beichen could only try to feel the form of the heavenly demon wings by touching them with his hands. What he felt were 8 wings of varying lengths, sharp as knives. Though he couldn't see them, a smile had already spread across Beichen's face. With this, combined with the ability to activate the bloodthirsty mode of the Shadowless Sword, the significance of the 4th stage evolution seems negligible. The final evolution stage of the Heavenly Demon Armor, one thought becomes weapon, should be the accompanying weapon of the Heavenly Demon Armor. However, since he couldn't obtain the evolution crystal for now, he wouldn't force it. The attributes of the Shadowless Sword were also quite powerful. Combined with the Heavenly Demon Armor, it would be sufficient. Can I really fly? Beichen wasn't a baby, he had never had wings, and flying solo was indeed challenging. But driven by curiosity, he began to experiment. Thinking about flapping the wings, suddenly a chilling wind whipped around Beichen. This sensation was truly effortless. As long as he thought, the wings wouldn't stop unless the energy source was exhausted. Soon Beichen felt himself becoming a bit buoyant. With 2 weights of 1,000 pounds, it seemed that he could no longer maintain his centrifugal force. His entire body moved with the flapping of the wings. He slowly began to rise. The feeling of floating was truly beyond words. Incredibly pleasant. At the start of his flight, lacking any experience, Beichen didn't dare to fly too high. He kept within a radius of about 20 meters. In case he flew too high and crashed, Beichen was afraid of falling to his death. After all, he was still flesh and blood. However, Beichen soon realized that wearing the armor, falling from a height of 10 meters would definitely not result in death. Because he had already fallen once. He had directly fallen from a height of 10 meters, landing on his back. 10 minutes later, whoosh, a sudden gust of wind swept over the level 2 main city. A vague black shadow almost instantaneously swept over the city wall. Then it spiraled in the air, hovering steadily. Since he hadn't given any prior warning, the members of the Yinglong Guard, all seasoned warriors, immediately noticed the anomaly. They instinctively thought it was Beichen who had directly activated the level 3 siege beast tide, without notifying anyone. Everyone knew that the level 3 siege would likely spawn aerial assault forces. Moreover, the thing that had just flown overhead was clearly larger than an owl, and its color was off. Initially judging that it couldn't possibly be the pet of a team battle, the hairy-legged fish, the monitor displayed the scene of a humanoid monster shrouded in black mist, possessing wings in a huge fearsome form. Thus, the Yinglong Guard warriors wasted no time, raising their M416 and other automatic weapons to open fire. Da-da-da, da-da-da-da-da. The dense barrage of bullets immediately turned into a curtain of fire surrounding the black mist from all sides. However, the next moment, the Yinglong Guard members panicked, because this flying monster did not fear bullets. Captain, what do we do? It doesn't fear bullets. Shui Han asked Zhang Yichan in shock. Wasn't the hive interception system activated? Why isn't it launching an automatic strike? Zhang Yichan replied while holding his SKS. You should be asking the commander this question. Not good. It's counterattacking. Everyone be careful. Whoosh. A gale surged forth, carrying with it a spectral silhouette that flapped its wings and closed in upon the city ramparts. Splash. An unknown liquid poured down in torrents. All onlookers recoiled in shock. It's poison. Take cover. Huh. This is outrageous. Are we truly being mocked with spittle? Kill him. Instantly, the 1490 heavy anti-aircraft cannons stationed at the city gates roared to life. Yet their blazing fire proved utterly futile. The shadowy specter hovering in the sky and scathed by the heavy cannons soared ever more wildly and arrogantly. This sight instantly shattered the morale of the Yinglong Guards. If even artillery could not wound it then. Just then, from the heart of the great Xia city-state, rose a piercing, resonant cry, fierce yet graceful. Simultaneously, every Yinglong Guard heard a young girl's voice whispering directly into their ears. Do not interfere. Leave this to me. Immediately afterward, a sonic boom split the air. In the blink of an eye, a streak of white light crossed paths with the airborne menace, swift, precise, and deliberately non-lethal. Lee, where's Daddy? Where have you taken him? As she shrieked in avian tongue, Baby gave chase along the trajectory of the falling shadow. Baby grew frantic. She could no longer detect Beichen's presence within the main city's boundaries. Ugh. Clutching his chest, Beichen recoiled in stunned disbelief. Baby actually wounded me. Her system-embedded identifier has vanished. Indeed, the exuberant black mist figure soaring through the air was none other than Beichen himself, indulging in playful provocation after confirming the Yinglong Guard's weapons could not harm him. For city defense systems were programmed not to target human players, and all automatic firearms wielded by the Yinglong Guards had been augmented with system-embedded identifiers. rendering them physically ineffective against him. Yet he never anticipated how profoundly Baby would transform after consuming the rare protrusion essence. Not only did her identifier vanish, but she nearly struck him dead with a single blow. Truly, Baby reigned supreme in the skies. Even Beichen's formidable defenses crumbled beneath her talons. After that strike, he realized, had he not worn the celestial demon chaos armor, he might well have perished. Amid his shock, a razor-sharp gust of cold wind sliced toward his skull. Don't fire, I'm friendly. 3 alloy-like claws halted mere inches from impact. They stopped just shy of Beichen's crown. Though the celestial demon armor spared him injury, the concussive tremor rattled his senses, so Beichen resolved at last to reveal himself. But fate had other plans. Bang. Even as Beichen unfurled his wings to steady himself before he could utter a word, a thunderous slap sent him tumbling head over heels. Who are you? Baby's voice remained glacial, wings beating. She reappeared beside him and demanded coldly. Without hesitation, Beichen blurted, I'm Daddy. Bang. Once again, Beichen crashed backward in disarray. Where's Daddy? Tell me now. Her voice, no longer sweet or tender, now brimmed with sharp impatience. Stunned and dazed, Beichen suddenly recalled something. Could it be? Baby cannot see my face. Does the celestial demon armor suppress not only my aura, but even her innate ability to pierce darkness? That was profoundly awkward. Suspended midair, he dared not deactivate the armor. Without its protection, a fall from such height would surely prove fatal. Thus unfolded a surreal aerial duel. A radiant white figure relentlessly pursued and interrogated a fleeing black silhouette, while the latter, repeatedly hurled backward, plummeted ever faster toward the earth. The final blow struck his abdomen. His lumbar disc nearly herniated. Yet thanks to the momentum, he slammed hard onto solid ground. Then, cold winds surged once more. With no time to explain, Beichen instantly dispelled the celestial demon armor's form. Instantly, his true aura bloomed into the air. At that very moment, a delightfully adorable voice chimed beside him. Hi, Daddy. What exactly is going on here? Beichen's eyelids twitched as a massive claw hovered inches from his face. He paused thoughtfully and said, my lumbar disc's acting up. I came down to practice Tai Chi. Baby, tell me, did you get into another fight? Huh, no way. Baby's the most obedient one ever. Just now I had a bad dream. Beichen's sweat dropped. I see. How coincidental. Let's head back together. Upon hearing this, Baby instantly shifted into human form and gently took Beichen's hand. Daddy, let me help you walk home. She'd attacked with lethal intent moments earlier, genuinely fearing she'd snapped his spine. Haha, fine grandchildren indeed. One hand massaged his belly, the other gripped his waist, his expression unchanged, each step slow and deliberate. By the way, Baby, what exactly protruded after you consumed the rare protrusion essence? Oh, my external feathers. They've grown sharper and more resilient. Baby replied cheerfully. Quite impressive. But judging by your speed and strength, I suspect far more than your feathers have protruded. Baby gasped in delight. Really? Daddy's amazing. You sensed it in just a few touches. Beichen blinked blankly, utterly baffled. I have no idea what you're talking about. Soon they returned to the Yinglong Guard's defensive post atop the great Xia city-state ramparts. Since Baby had already revealed herself, Beichen made no effort to conceal her human form this time. Surprisingly, the Yinglong Guards showed little astonishment. Within this game world, the bizarre was commonplace. Zombie sieges had already occurred. Why should avian enlightenment seem implausible? Beichen was deeply satisfied with their composure, and promptly announced Baby's existence alongside his newly acquired aerial combat capability. Though Beichen never explicitly confirmed it, the Yinglong Guards intuitively understood the taunting non-lethal black mist entity had been their captain's new equipment-based form. Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan now grasped why the Hive interception system, though activated, had failed to retaliate against the aerial assault. For when the Hive interception system's central controller engaged its biometric scanner, had long classified Beichen as allied. All units, prepare. Affirmative. The perspective then shifted to the City Lord interface. Initiate Ultimate City Lord Ascension Protocol. Actively trigger Tier 3 Siege Beast Tide. At that instant, the game host chime detected overall defensive strength of Great Xia City State, compatible with difficulty tier selection. Would you like to challenge a higher tier Siege Beast Tide? Beichen recoiled in surprise and immediately checked the interface. Sure enough, beneath the Tier 3 Siege Beast Tide quest appeared selectable difficulty tiers. 1-star difficulty, first-time completion grants 2/0 universal reputation. 2-star difficulty, first-time completion unlocks main city retail rental shop functionality. 3-star difficulty, first-time completion grants exclusive main city crafting skill. Near-far realm, anchor point teleportation seal. Seeing the 3-star reward, Beichen asked, is this anchor point seal a single location teleportation glyph, allowing instantaneous return to its anchored coordinates after mission completion? Not only that, if you complete the 3-star tier outright, both 1- and 2-star rewards will be granted retroactively. Beichen's eyes widened. Wait, does that mean? Are the 3-star siege beasts abnormally powerful? Transcendent tier entities? No, They are exclusively aerial forces, each possessing strength comparable to Tier 1 bosses. Very well. Accept and activate 3-star Tier 3 Siege Beast Tide. Ultimate City Lord Ascension Protocol accepted. 3-star Tier 3 Siege Beast Tide, now actively initiated. Global Theater Alert in 3 minutes. Siege Beast Tide will reset. Defenders 21. Incoming Siege Beasts Tier 1 BS, 420 units. Ouch. 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 Sour. 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 Can't eat. Sob. Will save my lower back. As Beichen accepted the difficulty level of 3 stars and actively initiated the level 3 siege, suddenly the game console announced. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Battle Zone for the secondary main city Daxia City, successfully triggering the difficulty selection of the Siege Beast Tide. Congratulations to the secondary city Lord Beichen for successfully choosing the 3-star difficulty Siege Beast Tide, having crossed the level difficulty Beast Tide for the first time, and the city lord will receive substantial rewards. 3 consecutive announcements left Beichen once again astonished the players around the world. It was unimaginable that there were difficulty selections for the Siege Beast Tide. After the failure of the secondary Beast Tide defense by the US, Japan, and South Korea, subconsciously countless people believed that those who could survive the Beast Tide to upgrade the main city were already secretly laughing, who would actively increase the difficulty. Doing such a thing is either due to being overly bold or having a lack of sense. At this moment the World Channel was already in an uproar. Oh my god, it's unfair. Why is it so difficult for us to resist the level 1 Siege Beast Tide, while the Huaxiao Battle Zone can resist level 1, level 2, and level 3 Siege Beast Tides in just one day? Olasso. Even the donkeys in the production team can't move this fast. This is unfair. We strongly oppose the Huaxiao Battle Zone. It's Versailles. Baka Yaru, we should unite all players worldwide to jointly resist the Huaxiao Battle Zone, and strongly demand that the Huaxiao Battle Zone shares the Beast Tide rewards. The Huaxiao Battle Zone aims to dominate the game world. We have already had enough of the unilateral economic sanctions from the unscrupulous developed countries. History must not repeat itself. Fuck. Why do I feel like the person above is beating around the bush? My empire has always taken maintaining world peace as its duty. Oh, when have we ever imposed unilateral sanctions on other friendly nations? Haha, at this moment, all the friendly nations yearning for peace have rarely united. Let's not harm our allies. Our goal is to jointly resist the Huaxiao Battle Zone. Yes, jointly resist the Huaxiao Battle Zone. As a dozen opportunistic nations actively joined the anti-Huaxiao alliance led by the US, the situation escalated further. A sharp and unreserved scolding directly appeared on the World Channel public screen. Yura? A bunch of idiots. You serval-castrated nations are truly pathetic. What a mess the game was before, and you're still groveling here. This remark caused the World Channel to explode. Indeed, only the Soviet Union dares to look down on the Three Kingdoms alliance. Immediately, a verbal battle erupted on the World Channel. Seeing their allies being attacked, and realizing that fists alone could not fend off so many hands, they were about to suffer losses. As expected, Ba Tai Chao Xian and the already infuriated Huaxia players opened fire directly. A fierce verbal battle was about to break out. At this moment, all of Beichen's attention was focused on the reputation-building shop. Because this time he chose the 3-star difficulty Siege Beast Tide, what he would face next was the 420 level equivalent of a level 1 boss, unknown aerial power. This made Beichen not dare to be careless. After all, air superiority was too important. If ground beasts could be resolved with a single bullet, then the bullets consumed for ground-to-air strikes would be several times, even more than that. Therefore, when Beichen learned that the monsters to be refreshed this time were 420 aerial forces equivalent to level 1 bosses, he did not hesitate to shift his perspective into the reputation-building shop. He purchased a large number of T-90 city defense heavy artillery and the bullets needed for 35mm ground-to-air anti-aircraft guns. Surprisingly, even the exchange rate for 35mm bullets for ground-to-air anti-aircraft guns was still 1 point of reputation for 10 bullets. This made Beichen's mouth involuntarily curl into a smile. Because the Hive interception system included 6 all-weather fully automatic 35mm anti-air, therefore Beichen could directly exchange for bullets and manually supply the 6 anti-aircraft guns with ammunition on the City Lord crafting page. Not consuming too many human resources is its most cost-effective aspect. Usually only a small amount of manpower is needed for simple maintenance. Spending 600 reputation, he directly exchanged for 6,000 rounds of 35mm anti-aircraft gun ammunition, and completed the loading. The Hive interception system for the time being has a scanning range limited to the airspace of the main city. Beichen looked at the main city crafting page. Because Daxia City is currently a secondary city, the area that can be expanded is approximately the size of 10 World Cup football fields, with one field being 7,000 square meters, making 10 fields equal to 70,000 square meters. Currently, to defend Daxia City against the Beast Tide, the contracted main city only has the size of a standard basketball court. So as long as the airspace of the Yinglong guards has aerial forces appearing, the Hive interception system can immediately launch attacks, intercept, and serve as an early warning. This early warning range has its significance. 1 mu of land is 667 square meters, rounding to 70,000 square meters equals 100 mu of circular land. A set of data appeared in Beichen's mind, and unknowingly a smile crept onto his lips. With over 6,000 rounds of 35mm anti-aircraft gun ammunition against 420 siege bosses, isn't that a simple task? To take 1,000 steps back, as long as the Hive interception system intercepts half, it would already be a victory. After breaking through the anti-aircraft artillery's bullets, there are still 4 T-90 city defense heavy machine guns and 20 heavy machine guns. The baby immediately took flight, soaring high into the sky, quickly disappearing above the city of Daxia. Although there were plenty of 35 caliber bullets, without resolving the issue, it would be a waste to fire more. Beichen's gloomy expression was evident to everyone, and they vaguely guessed that this time resisting the third-level beast tide would not be so simple. The heavy atmosphere slowly spread. Captain, you head back first. I'll manage the Hive's central controller for now. Understood. Zhang Yichen nodded and returned immediately. Beichen wore the Hive's central controller on his wrist. After doing this, Beichen directly focused his mind. Activate share vision. Activate weaken the darkness. As soon as he finished speaking, Beichen was startled. An unimaginable scene appeared in his vision. It was a dark cloud, thick and oppressive. Just through the baby's shared vision, Beichen could feel a heavy. However, looking through this layer of thick black cloud, hidden within it were crows resembling black eagles. Beichen could instantly tell they were crows. This was of course due to their unique and ominous calls. Caw-caw. What is this black cloud? Beichen noticed that this cloud of crows was flying at a slow speed, as if maintaining a certain frequency. Frowning, Beichen immediately issued an order to the baby. Baby, continue ascending. Ooh, I want to see the overall form of this black cloud. The baby responded lightly, showing no sign of pressure. Okay. Soon the vision rose. In just 5 seconds, the perspective had risen to a height of 500 meters. Suddenly, the entire view of the slowly approaching dark cloud was presented before Beichen. What the heck, a monster? A cloud formed by 420 crows was gathering, and the cloud even faintly resembled the outline of a gigantic crow, making Beichen's eyebrows twitch incessantly. Suddenly, a flash of lightning crossed Beichen's mind, and a rather unscientific term appeared in his thoughts. Is it a formation? Or an energy field from another location? There are indeed many records of formations in ancient Chinese literature, but Beichen had never believed in them. Stories like Zhuge Liang using formations to trap Lu Xun's 100,000 troops were merely myths to him. It was too mystical. If merely placing a few stones could trap 100,000 troops, then what was the point of studying airplanes and tanks? Therefore, the scene before Beichen seemed like this group of first-level crow bosses was some kind of energy field. Of course, if it could really reach that level of mysticism, Beichen wouldn't be afraid. You're mystical? Then I'll be even more mystical. Your formation may be impervious to blades and bullets, but I can break all laws with a single shot. You have genetic mutations, I have gamma rays. You traverse time and space, I rewind time. Joking aside, as a youth from China who hasn't read hundreds of novels. Thinking this, Beichen directly said, baby, keep your distance and wait for my command. After saying this, Beichen activated the Hive's central controller. Immediately 6 anti-aircraft guns were reactivated and began firing simultaneously. Bang bang bang. Dozens of large-caliber bullets like meteors trailing fire tore through the air. At a speed of 1,000 meters per second, they charged towards the distant, slowly approaching, huge black cloud. After closing the Hive's central controller again, Beichen carefully observed through the shared vision how the crow bosses were resisting the rain of 35 caliber bullets. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In less than 5 seconds, the barrage of bullets had already reached the cloud. The baby shared what it saw from above with Beichen. This scene was evidently relayed with utmost clarity. As dozens of 35 caliber bullets approached the cloud, the crows inside the massive black cloud showed no panic or anger. They merely continued to merge the black gas they spat out into the black cloud before them. Whoa! They did not dodge or resist. Dozens of bullets struck directly against the cloud formed by the crows. However, a shocking scene unfolded. It was as if a mud cow had entered the sea. There was no ripple of dozens of 35 caliber bullets simply vanished. Only at the moment when the bullets made contact with the surface of the black cloud did it seem to slightly fade. It really was just a little bit. If it weren't for the baby's sharp sight and Beichen's keen eyes, it would have been very difficult to notice. Seeing this, Beichen was stunned. Damn, if relying solely on the anti-aircraft bullets to exhaust the black cloud, Daxia City would be finished. If 35 caliber bullets were like this, one could only imagine the effect of 12, 7, and 7. 62 bullets, which would probably feel like a mere tickle. Just as Beichen was getting a bit anxious, the baby's voice sounded in his ear. Dad, do you want me to take action? I've been waiting long enough for the flowers to wilt. Beichen was taken aback and immediately asked, Baby, how do they feel overall to you? Is there any threat? What? Threat? Beichen was perplexed, not quite understanding the meaning of that statement. If I weren't afraid of disrupting your plans, I would have taken action against them long ago. They have no idea who they are after gaining a bit of meat from the recipe. In a powerful tone, with a low profile. Beichen was startled to hear this. When did he teach the baby to be so composed? However, the more mature the baby became, the more Beichen felt gratified. Go ahead, test them out first, but don't be reckless. He sure watch me. The baby was lively, brimming with eagerness. Whoosh. As soon as the baby agreed, the scene in Beichen's vision zoomed in almost instantaneously. At the same time, a cloud rapidly expanded. Beichen knew this was the effect of the baby diving at high speed. Screech. A passionate cry suddenly erupted above the cloud. Suddenly, the previously methodical and stable crow army became frantic. This was the cry of a fellow strong being. Beichen could see clearly that although the baby's intimidation was powerful enough, the crow army did not scatter in panic. It seemed to be intentionally maintaining the black cloud. Since I, baby, have shown up, you actually dare to ignore me, then don't blame me. Which one should I eat first? As soon as this was said, the crow army below became even more chaotic. Suddenly, a harsh and unpleasant cry rang out from within the black cloud. Wow! Instantly, the chaotic formation stabilized again. Baby, find it and eliminate it. Beichen knew that the cry just now from within the black cloud was definitely from the crow leader. Perhaps this strange black cloud protection was formed by its coordination. Have already spotted it. The little rascal is quite good at hiding. After saying this, the baby suddenly flapped its wings. The baby's figure almost transformed into a streak of white light, swiftly diving towards the black cloud below. Meanwhile, the sounds of cawing echoed again from within the cloud. Instantly, over 400 crows expelled a large amount of black gas. This black gas began to surge wildly into the protective black cloud. Bang! In the blink of an eye, a streak of white light struck the black cloud. It ripped a large hole in the dense Beichen was pleasantly surprised, not expecting the baby to possess such destructive power. But the next second he was dumbfounded. What? It healed. What the hell? After landing a hit, the baby did not linger, flapping its wings to create distance from the crow army behind. Looking back with a sense of pride before the baby could express its joy of victory upon seeing the slowly healing tear, the baby was also stunned. You all are not following the rules of combat. The baby was furious, knowing that she was currently in shared vision mode, so this scene was clearly visible to her dad. So embarrassing. Baby, don't act recklessly. Oh, wait for me, I'm coming right away. As soon as he said this, Beichen summoned the heavenly demon battle armor with a thought. Then the shadowless sword also appeared in his hand. Instantly, the bloodthirsty mode was activated. With a sudden leap onto the city wall, Beichen held the sword and transformed into a streak of black light, flying toward the battlefield. The heavenly demon battle armor combined with the shadowless sword was Beichen's strongest means in close combat. Previously, he had refrained from using the shadowless sword out of fear of harming the baby. But this time he decided to unleash his full power. Atop the ramparts of Dachau City, before the astonished ranks of the Yinglong Guard, Beichen manifested out of thin air a jet-black suit of battle armor, its wings like gleaming blades. Every man there felt their heads reel. Leader, flying already. What is that? It reminds me of a Lubu skin from that mobile game. Tung Baiwan whispered to his sister. Apparently, one of Tang's smaller companies had once dabbled in game development and studied industry hits closely. Right, brother? That's Lu Bu's skin, the Tianma Liaowan. Tung Chuchu was left speechless, so that was why Beichen had asked about Tianma Liaowan. At that moment, Captain Zhang Yichen called out loudly. All members, attention. The commander issues an order: do not open fire until instructed. Yes, the men answered in unison. Though they could not fathom the nature of this three-star siege beast assault, the failure of 6 anti-air batteries at least suggested they were facing something beyond ordinary aerial attackers. These unknown creatures were clearly formidable, otherwise the commander would not have taken his pet along to probe them. Beichen had already exploited the Tianma battle armor's flight to streak to a point 3,000 meters above Dachau City. Upon arriving and seeing the spectacle, he could not help but marvel. A black cloud formed of 421st tier boos pressed down with an almost unbearable weight. Daddy, you're here. In a flash of white light, Bao Bao alighted beside Beichen. Watching her inspect his armor with curious eyes, Beichen changed the subject with a rueful smile. How did the skirmish go just now? They played dirty. I tore through the outer black mist in an instant, but in the next breath the fog fused back together. Beichen nodded. He had seen the scene clearly. Quack, quack, quack. With Beichen and Bao Bao appearing together, the crow horde grew uneasy and let out warning cries. The Wuying sword's bloodthirst mode and the aura of the Tianma Liaowan armor flared in unison. Beichen's momentum now rivaled Bao Bao's in no small measure. Oh, feeling threatened now? Beichen smiled and turned to Bao Bao. Bao Bao, let us strike together. If we can tear open their outer veil of black mist, the battle will become far easier. Bao Bao could hardly wait. Daddy, I'll support you. Good. Haha. Beichen quickly outlined the plan he had formed before arriving. Bao Bao had no objection. In one motion, the scaly military saber appeared in his left hand. The Wuying sword in his right, the Yulin military saber in his left. The Tianma Liaowan wings did not hinder his arms, maximizing destructive potential. Bao Bao, stay close. Beichen's eyes narrowed. He willed motion into the armor, and the Tianma wings trembled violently. A shrill sonic boom ripped the air. The surge of thrust turned Beichen into a streak of black light. In the blink of an eye, he had flown several hundred meters. Wow, Daddy, you're so fast. Almost a third of my speed. Bao Bao clicked with delight, and with a beat of her wings closed the distance to Beichen. Two harsh slashes of wind, almost simultaneous, carried them to the front of the massed black cloud. The sudden pairing of Beichen and Bao Bao pressed the crow horde hard. Perhaps exhausted of tricks, the crows continued to spew black mist and to thicken the protective veil around them. If this is all they have, I'll take this tier 3 stronghold myself. Beichen brandished his blades, a smile curving his lips. The Tianma wings beat again. With a rush, his speed climbed yet higher. Break. As he approached, Beichen pivoted his wings in a sudden arc, altering his trajectory and skimming across the right flank of the black cloud. At blistering speed, a short sword that shimmered with crimson light skimmed the outer edge of the black mist and sliced through it. What? Such resistance! That stroke was a charged blow. It harnessed his velocity and the strength he had at his peak. Still, the blade only opened a 10-meter gash in the cloud's surface and could go no further. Bear in mind, Beichen's Wuing sword was an exceptional melee weapon. With bloodthirst mode engaged, his strength and speed were multiples of the ordinary. Bao Bao. Pulling the Wuing sword free, Beichen signaled to Bao Bao. His wings beat, and he quickly fell back, leaving a 1-meter gap. A white flash brushed close to Beichen. It was Bao Bao taking up the cut where Beichen had left off and tearing at the existing wound in the cloud. Sizzling. The 10-meter incision Beichen had made widened as Bao Bao's attack extended it by another 20 meters. A black cloud 60 meters across which sheltered the crows was almost bisected in a single joint strike by the pair. Good, Bao Bao. Continue. Beichen, ignoring other matters, looped through the air to tear the cloud further. Then, from the crow ranks rose a furious cry, hoarse and lacking in piercing power. Yet that unremarkable cry was enough to wrench a change across Beichen's face. What a mental agony stabbed his mind like dozens of steel needles, piercing the central nerves. Were it not for Beichen's stubborn fortitude, and he might have plummeted from the sky. Clenching his teeth against the brain-shattering pain, Beichen's complexion paled. He attempted to send a warning to Bao, but in the next instant he saw the crow's eyes widen into ink-black orbs, their gazes filled with a deathly chill. This deathly aura differed from the black mist they spewed. Beichen sensed a dreadful temperature radiating from those ocular beams. They were black flames. Because the Tianma armor's external form and flight were governed by his mental control, Beichen's grievously wounded spirit left him barely able to stay aloft. He lacked the strength to dodge the slow, surging black flames. He could not even muster the basic act of war. Beichen fled in blind terror, but his condition was dire, his spirit was shattered, and his combat capability effectively lost. After all, the Tianma Liaowan armor and its wings were controlled by spirit. He watched helplessly as a billow of black mist flew from the crow host and struck him. At the instant the mist touched him, Beichen let out a terrible roar. The black mist turned into flame on contact, clinging to the armor like rot. It fastened to the Tianma armor's surface as if it had taken root. To an onlooker it might have seemed as though the armor's dark surface was simply oxidizing away. Yet the truth was harsher. The tainting mist began to burn slowly across the armor's layer. Only Beichen knew the true heat of that fire. Ugh! Mind-rending agony, and the sting of black flame contorted his features. He screamed and wailed. Almost without thought he sheathed both the Yulin saber and Wuing sword, and slapped at the black flames with his hands, trying to beat them out. Fate was not kind. The black flames were not ordinary, and all his efforts proved futile. Because his attention was wholly consumed by extinguishing the blaze, he could no longer control the armor's flight. Instantly Beichen lost flight, and began to fall from the sky. His consciousness blurred as he descended. I must not lose consciousness. Without the armor's protection, if the black flame reached his flesh, he would truly be done for. Thud! He slammed down upon a withered tree. The impact shattered the trunk. If not for the Tianma armor, Beichen would likely have died on that hit. As Beichen hit the ground, he craned his head up in a low growl. The sky itself seemed saturated with an icy, bone-deep oppression. Bao Bao hovered above, wings beating. She had witnessed everything that had befallen her father. Her rage and murderous intent rose from the depths of her soul. You will all die. Bao Bao's voice seemed changed, cold and implacable. Startled, the crow horde tightened formation, prepared for a stern defense. Beichen and Bao Bao maintained a shared field of vision. When he viewed the world through Bao Bao's eyes, the scene turned gray. He knew his injury had alerted her. Bao Bao, come back quick. Beichen called. Bao Bao hesitated, then folded her claws, and with a pained glance at him dove down. when she landed beside him, and he met those eyes. Beichen jolted. Gritting his teeth against the scorching black flames, he asked urgently, "Bao Bao, what happened to your eyes? Why are they all black?" Bao Bao said nothing as she reached to help him up, but Beichen waved her off. "Don't touch me. That fire cannot be touched." He looked at her with concern. "Be careful of their methods. They can attack the mind." Bao Bao listened silently and nodded repeatedly. "Also be wary of the black mist that forms in their eyes. That is the black flame." Gritting his teeth, Beichen offered one more counsel. "Though the flames are fierce, they travel slowly. You are swift, you can dodge them." "Daddy, I will remember your words, but how can I save you?" Tears slipped down Bao Bao's cheeks as she spoke. Beichen wanted to ruffle her head in comfort, but his body was wrapped in black flame, and he dared not touch her. "If I can destroy them, perhaps there is still hope for me," he sighed. "Pity Bao Bao's true form cannot wield weapons. Otherwise this wooing sword could help you." No sooner had he spoken than Beichen gaped in disbelief as Bao Bao shifted into a human-like shape, a pair of white wings unfurled from her back, immaculate and pure as driven snow. "Bao Bao, you." She wiped her tears. "This is a new form from my evolution. I wanted it to be a surprise for you, Sob." "Haha. Bao Bao, don't cry. This is the surprise I hoped for." In the same motion, Beichen drew the crimson wooing sword and placed it before her. "Go, Bao Bao. Destroy them." A small soft hand gripped the hilt, and the sword's bloodthirst mode engaged. Bao Bao trembled. Her white wings flashed suddenly to bloody red. Rage. With a cry, the short sword burst forth in a streak of red light. As Bao Bao launched herself, the stunned composure that had briefly held on Beichen's face snapped into a savage grimace. Low growls escaped his lips. Beichen strove to keep an image of unbowed resolve before Bao Bao, to shape her future temperament and grow. Yet he was on the verge of collapse. The pain and humiliation pressed on him with a force far beyond the worst day in the sun-baked streets. Just as Beichen felt he could not endure the sound of a game console echoed in his ears, detected Tianzhao black flames suitable for absorption by Tianma armor. "Absorb." Half-dazed Beichen muttered, "Damn, isn't that the armor's passive? Why is it going through this whole prompt? Hurry, absorb it." Tianma armor is absorbing. Estimated evolution absorption time 1 hour. If the player dies or absorption is interrupted, the evolution fails. As the message fell away, Beichen felt the burning heat on his armor gradually abate. The cooling was absurdly slow, but he could perceive it clearly. There was hope. As for the Tianzhao black flame and the armor's evolution, Beichen no longer worried about such things. Life mattered above all. He redirected his attention to the aerial battlefield. Because his consciousness had been muddled, the shared vision had severed, and he had no idea how Bao Bao fared. He switched the shared vision back on. The instant it reconnected, Beichen witnessed a scene he would never forget. It was brutal, ferocious. With the wooing sword's bloodthirst mode, Bao Bao was like a god who had reached 6-item perfection within 10 minutes and born skills without cooldown, an unstoppable slaughter. Where her blades swept, crimson scattered. Crow's-eyed blackbirds fell like dumplings from a pot, limp and life. The black cloud that had cloaked the crow force had long since been shredded. Suddenly, a viscous tendril of black mist lunged toward Bao Bao. Beichen flinched, about to warn her. But in the next second, he caught himself. Bao Bao's speed combined with his earlier warning meant she only needed a sidestep to slip past the black flame's reach with ease. "Huh, so it was you who hurt Daddy. You're done." There was no warmth in Bao Bao's voice, and Beichen detected no malice, only cold resolve. The next instant, when Beichen focused, he saw the wooing sword had already pierced through the largest of the crows leading the host. Hastily, he signaled Bao Bao. "Bao Bao, bring the body back." "Daddy, are you all right?" Bao Bao's voice brimmed with surprise. Then, with a throat-sealing stroke, the crow leader fell. At that moment, the game console's world announcement sounded once more as simultaneous prompts chimed in Beichen's ear. With the difficulty level 3 Siege Beast boss being slain by babies, the gaming console immediately erupted with announcements. At 5:35 a.m., congratulations to the Huaxiao Battle Zone Daxiao City for successfully repelling the difficulty level 3 Siege Beast for the first time. At 5:35 a.m., congratulations to Daxiao City and its Lord Beichen for surpassing the difficulty level and repelling the level 3 Siege Beast, earning all rewards from difficulty levels 1 to 3. Congratulations to the Huaxiao Battle Zone and Daxiao City for successfully repelling the level 3 Siege Beast, upgrading from the original Concrete Second Main City to a level 3 Irons and Concrete Main City. Lord Beichen has received the Ultimate City Lord Upgrade Mode and a choice of 3 rewards from the level 3 Siege Infrastructure. As the first builder of the level 3 main city, Lord Beichen received ranking rewards of 100 prestige points. The announcement regarding Daxiao City's successful upgrade was repeated 3 times by the gaming console worldwide. Naturally, this event brought joy to some and sorrow to others. However, the upcoming global announcement drove players worldwide into a frenzy. With the appearance of the level 3 main city, the game process was once again pushed forward, and the game world would enter hell mode, with all players receiving a base prestige support of 300 points. At 5:36 a.m., the gaming console passively activated the gene talent function. At the same time, the global map was restructured, and the survival Forbidden Zone Infinite Illusion was opened. Go forth, survivors. Enter the Forbidden Zone Infinite Illusion, where various tasks will spawn randomly ranging from difficulty levels 1 to 9. The higher the difficulty completed, the better the rewards. As long as you are lucky enough, you might become the #1 transcendent in the game world. If previously everyone was envious of the Huaxia Battle Zone for Daxia City's upgrade to a level 3 main city, now everyone had long since forgotten about Daxia City. The reason is simple. The key is the transcendent. The emergence of the level 3 main city propelled the game process, and the gaming console granted all players worldwide a life-saving prestige of 300 points. Then it restructured the game world map and activated the gene talent function. Following that, the survival Forbidden Zone, Infinite Illusion, was opened. The Forbidden Zone represents great danger and death. Infinite represents endless possibilities and hope. Completing tasks within can yield items that enhance gene talents, ultimately leading to becoming a transcendent. Transcendent. Lord Beichen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain in his body, contemplating the meaning of being a transcendent, though he wasn't in a hurry. After enduring the scorching flames, waiting for the demon armor to absorb and evolve is the right path. Beichen is convinced that the Forbidden Zone is far more complex than it seems. It's important to note that the gaming console had previously mentioned crucial information, which although easily overlooked, Beichen remembered clearly. That is, the game world will enter Hell Mode. Hell Mode. What does it truly signify? Is it even more terrifying unknown beasts, or a more dreadful virus? Or perhaps an invasion by dimensional beings? These considerations stem from Beichen's instincts, while any possibilities concerning players from other countries were directly ignored. Given the current disparity in strength, isn't it easy to dismantle the main cities of other national battle zones? These considerations stem from Beichen's instincts, while any possibilities concerning players from other countries were directly ignored. Given the current disparity in strength, isn't it easy to dismantle the main cities of other national battles? This survival game operates with technology akin to black technology, preventing server crashes. Otherwise, Beichen's private message inbox filled with 9999999 messages would be enough to crash any server. Seeing so many private messages, Beichen was startled. He first messaged the Yinglong Guard to ensure their safety and instructed them to remain on standby. Then Beichen opened a particularly prominent international message. Indeed, it was from the city of Wuzhuai in the country of May, from Lord Ireland 4. Seeing the first line of the message, Beichen couldn't help but chuckle. Heh, you are forcing me to act inhumanely. The content roughly stated: the United States, Japan, and South Korea, alongside several Western nations, united to condemn Beichen's actions, claiming that his sudden establishment of a level 3 main city made the originally peaceful game world far more dangerous, hence strongly urging Beichen to provide adequate compensation for their losses. Otherwise, they would rally the world to boycott and sanction players from the Huaxia Battle Zone. Beichen coldly laughed and replied, "All right, I will compensate each person with a luxurious gift package worth 500 prestige points. Make sure to collect it." After replying, Beichen directly entered the mysterious exchange shop for level 3 city lords without any hesitation and immediately redeemed 3 level 2 bosses' Mother Body Source of Calamity. Consuming 1500 prestige points, 3 level 2 rare bosses' Mother Body Source of Calamity were successfully redeemed. Beichen's lips twitched as he endured the burning pain needing to dispatch these 3 bosses. The level 2 rare boss Mother Body Source of Calamity has been successfully dispatched and will appear near the Wuzhuai city in the Mei country in 3 minutes. The second and third were dispatched to the Han country and the main city of Yuanbin. It's not that Beichen couldn't tolerate them, it's just that these people were truly despicable. At this moment, Beichen was suffering from the scorching flames, yet the Three Kingdoms Alliance still dared to unite with other nations to pressure and threaten him. This cannot be described as adding insult to injury, it is simply a case of exacerbating an already dire situation. Of course, given Beichen's current strength and status, dealing with the already impotent Three Kingdoms Alliance is as simple as a flick of his finger. If it weren't for the excessive prestige needed to exchange for level 3 bosses, Beichen would have considered remotely annihilating the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Having completed these tasks, Beichen opened 2 friends' private messages. The first was from Zhang Dabiao. "Boss Beichen, awesome. Our main city has reached level 3 and I can't help but want to rush back to the base to admire the grandeur of the level 3 main city." Beichen replied, "How is your task progressing? What forces or chaebol are stationed in the southern 2 directions?" The reason is simple. One cannot allow others to sleep soundly beneath their own bed. Beichen needs to know what forces are lurking and stationed around his area. The information was almost instantaneous. The forces in the southern region are not to be feared. They belong to the Ma Store Group, which is developing private armed forces while hoarding supplies. The western region is noteworthy. It appears to be the Wang family chaebol, the one that lost a member during the dispute over the airdrop resource box. Seeing this, Beichen frowned slightly, but didn't pay much attention. He only wanted to know what organizations were around him. As for that chaebol, he had no interest. Of course, if they came to provoke him, then Beichen would be interested. Set aside which forces it is, you should return with your team immediately. He'll inform Pang Zhenjie, and you best return within 3 days. Zhang Dabiao replied, excitedly. Understood, leader. He'll handle it right away. After disconnecting from Zhang Dabiao's private message, Beichen quickly contacted Pang Zhenjie, and soon learned about the stationed forces in the east and north. Come back. The Yinglong Guard's momentum is fully formed. Yes, leader. Pang Zhenjie was also very eager. Just as the private message was disconnected, Baby returned holding a rather large corpse of a bird that resembled a shadow. At first glance, this bird corpse seemed ordinary, but upon closer inspection, Beichen immediately noticed something unusual. Because this crow had 3 legs. Baby landed and directly tossed the 3-legged crow aside, anxiously looking at Beichen and asking, Daddy, why is the black flame on you still not extinguished? It's fine, this will extinguish soon. Baby sighed in relief and produced 2 items from his hands. Daddy, these are what the crow dropped after it died. What caught his eye was a jet black bead, and the other was a soft pale yellow rectangular box roughly the same length as a phone, but only half its width. Because Beichen still had the black flames on him, fearing to damage the 2 treasures, he directly said, Baby, you should put these 2 items away for now. Glancing at the undissipated corpse of the 3-legged crow, boss Beichen instructed, Baby, quickly find firewood for roasting. We can't waste this. Having just roughly studied how to obtain gene talents, Beichen immediately had an idea regarding this 3-legged crow corpse. The introduction stated that eating the meat of beasts with special energy could allow players to absorb some gene talent energy. Hearing Beichen mention gathering firewood to barbecue the 3-legged crow, Baby instinctively glanced at the black flames burning on Beichen. Daddy, isn't there already a ready-made bonfire? Why not let it burn for a while longer? Beichen was startled and instinctively looked at the black flames on his body, which had reduced by half. It's very reliable. This flame contains some kind of strange energy. Looking at Baby's earnest expression, Beichen reluctantly agreed. With a flick of his hand, he took out a triangular military dagger from the particle ring and handed it to Baby, indicating to use it for roasting. Daddy is putting you through a little inconvenience, but it will be ready soon. Baby eagerly grabbed the triangular dagger and with a quick thrust pierced the large 3-legged crow. Without hesitation, he began turning it back and forth on Beichen's chest, looking quite serious about it. This is equivalent to a human bonfire, Beichen said with a wry smile. Baby, are you making a sacrifice for your old man, showing boundless magical power? Baby looked a bit embarrassed. Baby is a great filial child. Daddy, what are you talking about? Tilting his head, Baby suddenly blurted out a newly learned idiom. How should I describe this? Alright, it seems like utilizing residual heat recycling waste. With that, Beichen rolled his eyes, completely dumbfounded. Baby had clearly learned this incorrectly. Seeing that the crow on his chest had no excess fat and was not a concern for dripping grease while roasting, Beichen decided to enter the World Channel to take a look. After all, the game's progress could be pushed further and something big might happen. World Channel. As soon as he entered, Beichen saw Ireland for boasting arrogantly. Come and take a look, everyone. What does it matter if the Xia city in the Huaxia battle zone upgrades to a level 3 main city? Even facing our coalition of the 3 kingdoms with over a dozen member states, they still cower. Immediately, a private message reply was shared on the public screen of the World Channel. Upon closer inspection, it was the private message from Ireland 4 putting pressure on Beichen regarding the alliance. A prominent reply from the level 3 city lord, which was Beichen, was shared. Once this private message reply was made public, all the countries in the 3 kingdoms alliance that were dissatisfied fell silent. Because viewed in isolation, Beichen's reply indeed appeared as such. The original words were, Alright, I will first compensate everyone with a luxurious gift package worth 500 reputation points, so keep it well. As soon as this message came out, the member states of the 3 kingdoms alliance became even more arrogant, each praising, Search for days, how refreshing. Isn't Beichen amazing? If he doesn't soften up this time, once the elite players from various countries head to the forbidden area, we will first unite to eliminate the Huaxia players. In my opinion, a compensation package worth 500 reputation points per person is too cheap for him. I believe that the failure of our base city is entirely due to Beichen. We should be harsher, demanding 1000 reputation points worth of compensation for each person. Suddenly, the minor vassal states began to echo each other. Suddenly, the entire World Channel fell silent as a message was directly sent to the leader of the Yuanban. Level 3 City Lord Beichen, wasn't your Yuanban leader killed in an explosion? Which dog are you from? As soon as the message was out, the World Channel exploded. Had the previous leader of Yuanban really died? Was he actually killed in an explosion? This news was too big, it hadn't leaked at all before. Haha, no way. It seems that dragon is quite long, otherwise how could a big man be killed like that? Who would have thought that the Yuanban players who seemed to be living well now had such a blatant sexual orientation? Listening to this, the Huaxia players had no doubt. At this moment, the newly appointed lord of Tianhuang City was clearly very angry, and directly Beichen spitting venomous threats. Lord of the unranked city Tianbin Sanlang Level 3 City Lord Beichen. I am the new Lord of Tianhuang City Beichen. Didn't you already publicly bow down to our Three Kingdoms alliance? What? Do you still want to resist? Aren't you afraid that once the Forbidden Area opens our World Alliance countries will know about the Huaxia players? Haha, look who it is. Isn't this our great Level 3 city, Lord Beichen? When will you fulfill your promise of 500 reputation points in compensation? Lord of the unranked city Quan Shengji, I strongly urge you to increase the compensation. Immediately each of the subordinate small countries also gritted their teeth in agreement. After all, the cost of speaking once in the World Channel is not small. If they don't stand out now, how will they ask the Three Kingdoms leaders for benefits in the future? Beichen sneered and said directly, what? No way. The compensation has already been issued, just hasn't been received yet. This Dongfeng delivery is a bit slow. As soon as Beichen typed this out, everyone hadn't had a chance to react. But the next second the city lord of the Three Kingdoms alliance exploded. The city lord of Xinji City Quan Xinji was even crying and complaining that their main city was attacked, and many members were infected with the zombie virus. The same bad news didn't just happen in Xinji City. Soon after, Wuzhuai City and Tianhuang City also received wonderful news, making them extremely happy. Ireland 4. Oh no, it's the zombie virus. 300 soldiers lost half. Is this how terrifying hell mode is? Tianbin Sanlang. It's the mother zombie, it has appeared. But why does it look so familiar, a bit like my deceased father? Yellow will coat warrior beard. Damn, gaming console actually used my ancestors for experiments. Seeing this news, Beichen was also stunned, realizing that the secondary rare boss was cultivated from the mother body of Tianbin Jiro. One must say this gaming console truly knows how to recycle waste. The Three Kingdoms alliance was caught off guard, and their subordinate western small countries fell silent. This thigh was obviously not thick enough. Just a moment ago they were acting arrogantly, but suddenly their backyard was on fire. It was bad enough that it was on fire, but they couldn't extinguish it themselves, which was quite frustrating. Haha, you really deserve it. You guys are a bioweapons series, right? You should be quite adept at dealing with this kind of thing. Stop pretending you are zombies Terminators. Right, that's exactly it. By the way, wasn't the former lord of Tianhuang City the next leader of the Fukuda group? Before the game, you didn't care about global safety and openly discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea. Being turned into zombies by the gaming console after death is just too fitting. And you guys from Han Country, damn it, you invented the Dragon Boat Festival. Li Bai is yours and chess is also yours. This time I bet the zombie virus must have been invented by you too. To say that the behind-the-scenes key immortal of Huaxia is truly not one to speak lightly. Once they do, it must be. Earlier, seeing Beichen being suppressed and threatened, although unwilling, they shared private messages to seek Beichen's attention. But now it was different. Seizing this turning point, one could not say they were seasoned, only that they were seasoned speakers. Seeing this, Beichen smiled and mentioned the three people, saying, don't be shy. In this environment, you have the qualification to become the first citizens of the level 3 main city, Xia City. After this, you privately message Tung Million to share my words with him. This is your pass. After saying this, Beichen's name turned gray, indicating that he had clearly left. Seeing the three pioneers who discovered this, they obtained Beichen's permission to join the level 3 main city and become the first batch of citizens, which made countless Huaxia players watching the show feel jealous. Just as they were in pain and spoke in the World Channel to declare their stance to attract Beichen's attention, the next second Beichen's name directly turned gray, causing countless people to pound their chests and stamp their feet, lamenting the missed opportunity. This scene was as sorrowful as when the second Hokage was choosing the third Hokage, and Danzo hesitated for a moment, thus losing the chance to be Hokage for a lifetime. Life is truly fragile. After Beichen exited the World Channel, he immediately caught a whiff of the fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Upon closer inspection, he saw that Baby was holding something black and yellow, exuding a rich fragrance. Daddy, look at this color and this fragrance. It's a delicacy from northern Hunan. Besides the color being a bit lacking, it's quite good. As Baby happily waved his hand, the three-legged crow resembling charcoal detached from the triangular dagger and flew directly towards a nearby green stone. Crack! The green stone was clearly very hard, yet this sturdy stone split into two upon contact with the charred three-legged crow. Beichen's brow twitched, feeling a pang in his teeth. Baby's roasted meat is truly irresistible. But Daddy suddenly isn't hungry anymore. You're still growing, eat more. Baby scratched his head awkwardly, saying, how can that be? Daddy, look, you're injured. You really need nutrition right now. Come, let's eat this. Although it's a bit hard, it's Baby's heartfelt gesture, and Daddy can't discourage Baby's enthusiasm, otherwise Baby will never cook again. Hearing this, Beichen's saliva slowly dribbled down the corner of his eye. Whether it was due to courage or hunger, it was a mixture of emotions. Good girl, you're truly sweet. P.S. Today I went for acupuncture. 6 needles in my lower back. It felt like my waist was penetrated. Oh, everyone who has tried it says it's refreshing. Upon hearing Beichen's praise, the Baby immediately displayed a look of delight. Soon he retrieved the thoroughly charred, three-legged crow and proceeded to divide it. Without hesitation, Daitu handed it to Beichen. Daddy, give it a try and see how my cooking is. At this moment, most of the black flames on Beichen had been absorbed by the heavenly demon battle armor. Only Beichen could feel the remaining warmth on the armor, otherwise from another perspective one could no longer distinguish whether it was the black flames or the outer form of the heavenly demon battle armor. Looking at the food presented before him and the baby's pure expectant gaze, Beichen swallowed and accepted it. Crunch. The texture was hard, crispy to chew, but somewhat prickled the throat when swallowed. Seeing Beichen gulp down a large piece, almost rolling his eyes from the taste, the baby reproached him with a serious expression. Daddy, don't rush. This time I prepared it in a hurry, so it's not much a let's take our time. Next time I'll make you more. Beichen could only respond with a tearful expression, reluctantly finishing off most of the crow meat he held. The baby, however, didn't find anything wrong with it. Perhaps it was a matter of mindset, who would dislike their own cooking. To encourage the baby's enthusiasm, Beichen demonstrated by even swallowing the bones. Tilting his head back to swallow the last bite, the burning sensation on his body finally vanished completely. Simultaneously, a prompt from the gaming console rang in his ears. Congratulations, player Beichen, your exceptional level battle armor, Heavenly Demon Chaos, has successfully evolved to its final stage due to the absorption of special energy Amaterasu Black Flame. The console prompts that your Heavenly Demon battle armor has triggered an optional form due to the excessive absorption of Amaterasu Black Flame. Do you wish to choose? Since Beichen had already turned off the announcement inquiries, he avoided many unnecessary troubles. A new form choice. Beichen was taken aback, looking down at the now stable black armor, pondering deeply. Having been played by the gaming console a few times, Beichen had to ask cautiously, console, if I choose the new form, is it still the final evolution stage? If not, then forget it. Just kidding. After being tormented so much, it was hard to evolve the strongest melee equipment, and if the gaming console tricked him again, it would be unbearable. After selecting the new form, the Heavenly Demon battle armor remains in the ultimate evolution stage. Hearing this, Beichen finally relaxed, learning from past mistakes. The previous 2 times were due to the gaming console's linguistic traps, which disrupted his plans. Upon hearing the gaming console's confirmation again, Beichen decisively said, select the latest form. Congratulations, player Beichen, the Heavenly Demon battle armor has successfully evolved to the 4th stage, reselecting the form of battle armor, Heavenly Demon Entanglement. Perfect grade. Before Beichen could joyfully check the properties of the perfect armor, the outer form of the Heavenly Demon battle armor began to liquefy. No, it should be said that the originally angular Heavenly Demon battle armor started to become misty, and the black mist, as if summoned, surged wildly towards Beichen's eyes. Beichen panicked. Was this going to destroy his eyes? Console, what the hell do you want? My eyes. The heat and pain continuously transmitted from his eyeballs to his brain center, causing Beichen to shout out loud. The baby beside him was already frightened and didn't know what to do. Woo, how can that be? I ate it, and was fine. How could you be poisoned, Daddy? Suddenly the baby seemed to remember something and pressed her hands against Beichen's chest. Previously, when she used the Wank tutoring machine, she had seen that this method could save someone who was unconscious. With a puff, she started performing CPR, doing it 7 or 8 times. Beichen not only didn't improve, but nearly rolled his eyes. Just a glance made the baby burst into tears. Just as Beichen opened his eyes, she clearly saw that his eyes had turned completely black. The poison has reached the marrow. Is there no hope? Wow. Daddy, don't die. If you die, how will the baby live? The baby cried with tear-streaked cheeks pressing against Beichen's chest. Her crying was heart-wrenching. At this moment, Beichen felt extremely uncomfortable. Not to mention the pain in his eyes driving him to despair, he was also confused, as someone was pressing hard on his chest. Wasn't that life-threatening? Who does CPR and presses down 7 or 8 times in a second? It clearly suggests he's dying too slowly. Fortunately, after those 7 or 8 presses, that suffocating feeling vanished. After a full 5 minutes, Beichen finally returned to consciousness. Without even opening his eyes, the first thing he did upon regaining control of his body was to push away the heavy object on his chest. A moment of clarity. The baby was pushed aside and immediately filled with joy. Daddy, hey, your eyes. As the baby tried to approach, upon seeing Beichen's eyes, she exclaimed in surprise. Beichen slowly supported himself to sit up, took a deep breath, and reproachfully looked at the baby, saying, Baby, in the future, if you encounter such things, don't interfere. If it weren't for my great lung capacity, you would have suffocated me just now. Seeing the baby silent, yet continuously nodding, while staring intently at his eyes, left Beichen perplexed. He still had no idea what had happened. Looking down to check, Beichen was immediately shocked. What does this mean? Where is my armor? Touching his right chest, he focused his gaze. What the heck, the black dragon tattoo is gone too. Did I fail to evolve, and my exceptional equipment shattered? Daddy, your eyes. Beichen was taken aback. Eyes. Activate shared vision, activate dark vision reduction. When he saw his own eyes through the baby's shared vision, Beichen was completely stunned. What the? Isn't this Sasuke's transplanted Itachi's Sharingan evolved into Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan? Beichen pulled the baby close nearly face to face. Upon closer inspection, Beichen was astonished. Everything from size, pattern, shape, to distribution was identical. The only difference might be in color. After activating the 3-Tomo Sharingan, the 3 blood-red Tomo were particularly prominent, while Beichen's were even purer, almost glowing red. Daddy, the patterns in your eyes are so beautiful. I want one too. How about you dig one out, and we swap? Though the baby was a little unhappy, she knew her father never lied to her, so she nodded slightly. Through the baby's vision, he had already seen the familiar appearance of the evolved new form of the heavenly demon battle armor. To be fair, Beichen was quite excited and looking forward to it. After catching his breath, he slowly stood up with his eyes closed. Baby stepped back. The baby complied, jumping back over 10 meters. Eternal Manjikyu Black Flame. Activate. As soon as Beichen's tightly shut eyes snapped open, his pupils bypassed the 3-Tomo activation and directly activated the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Amaterasu Black Flame. Amaterasu. With a snap, a ball of black mist shot straight toward a nearby tree. The speed wasn't fast, but it was indeed flying. Swish, as the black mist touched the tree, it instantly transformed into black flames. When he launched the black flame, Amaterasu, Beichen felt a slight pressure in his right eye, almost like it had read a dictionary all day. Watching the black flames slowly burn in the distance, a smile emerged at the corner of Beichen's mouth. He then closed his eyes again and suddenly opened them wide. Black flame Susanoo. At that moment, both of Beichen's pupils were spinning rapidly. Suddenly, a terrifying black phantom, nearly 3 meters tall, slowly appeared, rapidly enveloping Beichen within. Gradually, this phantom became more substantial. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, it sprouted a pair of fierce black wings with a pair of eerie green eyes peeking through the slits in the helmet, and a scabbard for a long, narrow sword that burned with black flames visible at its waist. At this moment, Beichen also slowly rose into the air. As he floated within the black flame, Susanoo, an overwhelming sense of connection surged within him. With a clang, the gigantic black humanoid shadow shook violently. At the instant, Beichen returned to his position, and in that moment it seemed as if Beichen was the black flame Susanoo, and the black flame Susanoo was Beichen. My goodness! Can I control the half-body black flame Susanoo? This. Beichen appeared to float at the chest of the black flame Susanoo, but in reality his feet were firmly planted, feeling no different from standing on solid ground. Beichen tried to move his arm, and the 3-meter-tall black flame Susanoo mirrored his movements. Awesome! Internally, Beichen clearly saw the weapon at the waist of the black flame Susanoo. With a reverse motion, he drew it from his waist. Whooshed! Clang! As the 6-foot great sword burning with black flames was drawn, a fierce wave of heat swept around. What a great sword! With a swift motion, he drew the weapon exclusive to the black flame Susanoo. The tangible sensation was indescribable. The key point, however, was that Beichen floated effortlessly within the black flame Susanoo, moving with remarkable ease. Attempting to wield the black flame sword felt utterly effortless, as if he were merely swinging his fist through the air. Wow! Omega to Omega! The baby was ecstatic upon witnessing Beichen's magnificent transformation, her eyes sparkling with excitement, clearly inviting him to let her take a seat. Noticing her enthusiasm, Beichen seemed to have thought of something, and said to the baby, "Come on, baby, attack me, test out daddy's new gear." The baby hesitated slightly. After all, she was incredibly powerful, and this thing couldn't hold back. Beichen seemed to notice her worry and directly reassured her, "It's fine if you accidentally hurt me, I won't make you compensate." Just joking. Although the form had changed, this was still the ultimate stage of the celestial demon battle armor. One must know that even the previous extraordinary level could withstand the baby's explosive blows. The defense of Susanoo is well known. Anyone who has seen Obito's Dream Girlfriend revival and Curious Mother revival knows the strength of that defense. Although the black flame Susanoo was only half formed at about 3 meters tall, Beichen was confident that its defense was several times that of the 3rd stage of the celestial demon battle armor. "Alright, daddy, you said it, so I won't hold back." The baby confirmed again, her tone suggesting she was worried about Beichen later denying it. "Come on, baby, unleash all your strength and strike at me." Beichen replied confidently, sheathing the black flame sword with a flip of his hand, being cautious not to hurt the baby. However, just as the black flame sword was sheathed, he heard the baby's prompt. "Daddy, your speed is so slow." The heavy strike and the sound reached his ears almost simultaneously. The baby's speed was truly astonishing. Bang! She had already made a concession, not attacking with clawed hands, but with her fists. A small fist appeared amidst the white light, directly crashing into the lower back of the black flame Susanoo. Heavens, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Did she drink a strength potion? Although protected by the black flame Susanoo, Beichen did not suffer direct harm, yet the punch's force transmitted through the armor caused his lower back to ache. Fortunately, the black flame Susanoo withstood the baby's blow and did not shatter. At that moment, Beichen felt a burning sensation on his face. Having just confidently boasted, he was now struck in the back, which was quite Humph. Thus Beichen understood the general strength of the baby, and decided not to hold back, suddenly turning and slashing downward with one hand, aiming directly at the baby. Blazing Wood Sword Technique. The Blazing Wood Sword Technique, one of the 72 ultimate skills of Shaolin, transforms the hand into a sword, manifesting sharpness beyond measure. Of course, in martial arts dramas the Blazing Wood Sword Technique is supposed to ignite, but in reality it does not. However, Beichen now demonstrated the Blazing Wood Sword Technique in all its glory. The black flames burned in his palm, instantly carving a line of black light through the air. Initially the baby did not take Beichen seriously, but this sudden attack surprised her. Yet the baby's strength was also formidable. Realizing she could not dodge directly, a pair of white wings suddenly sprouted from her back, and with a flap her entire body maneuvered in a way no ordinary person could, narrowly avoiding the strike. Wow, great sword technique. Daddy, teach me. Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled proudly, drawing the black flame sword from the black flame Susanoo, saying, Daddy also knows the 6 meridian sword, but without true energy, I can't unleash it. Beichen was in good spirits. Although he couldn't match the baby's speed with the protection of the black flame Susanoo, he was already first-rate. Baby, try using the shadowless sword again, and see if my black flame Susanoo can withstand it in its bloodthirst. Upon hearing this, the baby nodded and leaped to the spot where they had previously been, bending down to pick up the shadowless. However, when the bloodthirsty mode activated again, Beichen could clearly see the pair of wings on the baby's back slowly turning blood red. Daddy, my strength now is several times stronger than before. Are you sure you want to test it? Come on, let me see your full power. Beichen was immensely excited. Having such a fierce character like the baby was truly a comfort. If the level 3 boss baby could easily slay foes with the shadowless sword, if he could withstand her attack, it indirectly meant he could also contend with a level 3 boss. Even if not with the black flame Susanoo activated, he could protect himself against monsters beyond the level 3 boss. Well, Daddy, you better be careful. Just as the words fell, the baby transformed into a phantom wielding the shadowless sword, and in the blink of an eye she was already in front of him. After deciding to let the baby enter bloodthirsty mode, Beichen continuously adjusted his mindset. Currently, he was as calm as water, his body's reflexes and senses elevated significantly. Although the baby's speed was indeed terrifying, Beichen still tracked her attack trajectory. Block. Bang. Rumble. Beichen directly placed the massive black flame sword horizontally in front of his chest. He simply could not react in time to counter the baby's assault, so being able to block at such extreme speed was already quite fortunate. The immense impact force transmitted through the black flame sword resonating throughout the entire black flame Susanoo. Instantly Beichen could not help but retreat, seemingly only able to relieve the impact in such a manner. Haha, very good. Beichen laughed maniacally. Baby, come again. Oh wow, you really blocked it. The baby pouted, her expression growing serious. Strength was always her pride, and according to her expectations, she should have broken through Beichen's new form with a single strike. Humph, that was just a probing strike. Next I'm going to activate the tornado mode to destroy the parking lot. Beichen, indeed. With the baby's speed, she could unleash multiple attacks in a very short time. It was clear she had held back before not using her full strength. Alright, bring it on. Truthfully, when the baby got serious, even gods would feel dizzy. The ensuing battle turned into a one-sided defense for Beichen, continuously taking hits. However, the good news was that even when enduring multiple attacks from the baby, the black flame Susanoo managed to withstand it under Beichen's extreme defense. At one point, as the baby concentrated her attacks on one spot, the black flame Susanoo nearly collapsed, yet Beichen skillfully stabilized the situation. After just 3 minutes of high-intensity combat, Beichen could no longer continue. He was utterly exhausted. Human limits do exist. It wasn't that Beichen lacked quality, but rather the baby's attack frequency was simply terrifying. Wow, that was so much fun. I feel all warmed up now. The baby seemed somewhat unsatisfied, as if she hadn't had enough of the fight. Alright, let's call it a day. Once we set up the level 3 main city, I will assign the tasks, and then let's go check out the forbidden area together. Upon hearing this, the baby rejoiced. Yay. At that moment, a private message from Tung Baiwan arrived. He opened the black flame Susanoo and checked the private message. Tung Baiwan sounded a bit anxious. Beichen, how's it going over there? The level 3 main city has been upgraded. Why aren't you back yet? Are you injured? Should I have Zhang Yichen send someone to pick you up? No need. By the way, Baiwan, you should go to the national channel and announce that the Daxiao city is recruiting armed soldiers with a priority for veterans and active military personnel. Additionally, we are also looking to recruit talents from all professions, preferably in agriculture, planting, and breeding. After sending the message, Tung Baiwan was silent for a moment before replying with the main city upgraded to level 3. Our territory encompasses about 150 square meters, equivalent to 15 World Cup football fields. With so many players, flooding and maintaining order and management is no small task. Upon hearing this, Beichen was taken aback and quickly replied, I forgot about that. How to arrange it specifically, whether in batches or groups, you should discuss it with Zhang Yichen. Alright, I'll meet with the team leader and deputy team leader immediately. and I will send you the plan in an hour. Those who wish to know about soldiers must first select their generals. At this moment the advantage of a strategist and leader became evident. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. After ending the private message, Beichen and the baby tidied up briefly and headed back. It wasn't that Beichen was eager to recruit other players, but he felt this was the next trap set by the game console. Anyone with a bit of sense knows that if the only goal was to upgrade the main city to be stronger, why expand the area of the level 3 main city to 100 square meters? This implies that the game console is laying out traps in advance, and it depends on whether the lords or leaders of various countries can see them ahead of time. That said, even if Beichen guessed wrong, he wouldn't lose anything. After all, aside from the members of the Yinglong Guard, other players who joined could only qualify to reside in Daxia City, becoming its citizens. For essentials like food and shelter, nothing is free. It's impossible. Beichen was not foolish. At first, he would seize the opportunity to recruit numerous talented individuals from various fields. Once they settled in and became accustomed to the safe and comfortable life in Daxia City, he would begin to gently harvest the crops. If they wanted a stable nest at night, they would have to pay taxes. If they didn't want to venture out to gather resources due to fear of dangers, that was fine. There were vast tracts of farmland available for rent. If they wanted access to water resources, they would similarly need to pay a price. This is a mutually beneficial relationship. Beichen provides a safe haven, and it is entirely normal for the players to offer resources. By this stage of the game, any surviving players should understand that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. With more citizens and talents, production efficiency would naturally increase. Once all these miscellaneous matters were handled, Beichen would be able to realize his freedom. He could choose to be a stable city lord or continue adventuring, expanding his options. P.S. It feels good again. Now sitting down to write, he only needs to rest for 15 minutes to recover. Recently the data has been quite fragmented. Dear friends, please urge for updates and send some free gifts. The white dragon is about to resurrect fully. OD. Beichen and his daughter strolled towards the city of Daxia. Although Baby was puzzled about why Beichen chose to walk instead of flying, he refrained from questioning further, sensing that Beichen was deep in thought. Suddenly a soft rumbling sound emerged. Beichen turned to see Baby scratching his head in embarrassment. With a flick of his hand, a large assortment of delicious food and fruits appeared, which he then handed to Baby. Today Baby has performed a great deed. Here, eat more and grow up quickly. Hee, thank you, Daddy. Baby eagerly accepted the food, a happy smile spreading across his face. Seeing Baby's obedient demeanor, Beichen felt a deep sense of satisfaction as he walked, shifting his focus to the main city creation interface. ID 123271, player Beichen. Owning main city, level 3. Daxia City main city can be expanded by 100 square meters, approximately 150 acres. Beichen's face beamed with joy, having established a solid foundation with the level 3 main city. Mainframe, select level 3 extreme city, Lord upgrade mode rewards. From a non-ranked rammed earth city to a level 1 brick main city, the city lord can choose one supporting facility from 3 options for the level 1 main city. For the level 2 main city, it's 6 options to choose 2, and for the level 3 main city, it's 9 options with 3 selections. Previously, Beichen had been burdened by the scorching flames of the Black Flame while upgrading his Heavenly Demon battle armor, leaving him no time to deal with such matters. Now the Heavenly Demon battle armor had evolved to its final stage, with its form having changed, making it more fun. Once he had some leisure time, he immediately chose the rewards for the level 3 main city. As soon as he spoke, a selection list appeared in Beichen's view. Extreme City Lord Mode, Level 3 rewards 93 options as follows. Option 1, Unlimited Reputation Points, 50000. Option 2, a large particle space supply warehouse, 500 cubic meters. Option 3, a Level 3 Main City Command Center. Option 4, 1 Level 3 Defensive Base Armored Vehicle. Option 5, 20 Katusha 24 Launch 135mm Rocket Launcher Trucks. Option 6, 4 Level 3 Air Defense Thermal Warning Laser Towers. Option 7, 100 pounds of Level 3 high-quality crop seeds. Option 8, 1 Level 3 Strong Acid Mode. Option 9, 10 Evolution Crystals. Upon seeing this list, Beichen was completely stunned. It was too difficult to choose. Faced with such a list of good items, he could only select 3. However, Beichen did not suffer from choice paralysis and quickly began to analyze. First, he eliminated items that could be exchanged for unlimited reputation, such as the Level 3 Command Center Katusha, 24 Launch Rocket Launcher, Level 3 Air Defense, Thermal Warning Laser Towers, and high-quality crop seeds, as these could be purchased at high prices in the Reputation Crafting Mall. After careful consideration, Beichen decisively chose options 2, 8, and 9. First, he had long wanted to choose the large particle space supply warehouse, but previously he had to continue upgrading the main city and feared complications, so he abandoned it. And to find that the Level 3 main city option actually included a large particle supply warehouse of 500 cubic meters. How could Beichen resist? Next was option 8, the unique strong acid mode of the Level 3 main city. Beichen was quite astonished he needed this item desperately. If there was such a fearsome moat at the edge of the main city's territory, the defense would be greatly enhanced. Strong acid could corrode ordinary metals, and by then if he exchanged for 4 drawbridges, a solid main city would be perfectly established. The last option was also one Beichen hesitated over before deciding to choose. 10 evolution crystals. These were indeed valuable. It should be noted that when Beichen obtained the Heavenly Demon Battle Armor, it was only at the first stage, and 3 evolution crystals would allow the armor to evolve continuously to the 3rd stage, making its effects truly remarkable. Mainframe I choose 2, 8, 9. Are you sure? Beichen did not hesitate, replying confirm. Reward selection has been issued, and the city lord can place it on the main city crafting page, or withdraw it. Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled, and added, Mainframe collect all rewards for the 1-star and 3-star siege. Congratulations to player Beichen, collection successful, received a 1-star difficulty reward, unlimited reputation, 0 points. 2-star difficulty reward, main city page, selling granting store function. 3-star difficulty reward, unique crafting skill, distant horizons, for first-time completion of the level 3 main city. Thank you. Indeed, Beichen saw the additional 0 reputation points on the game page. Coupled with the first-time crafting reward of 100 for establishing the level 3 main city, Beichen now had over 300 reputation points to use. As for the more than 100 reputation points before establishing the main city, they had been completely spent during his 3 siege attempts in one night. At 6 in the morning, dawn was approaching, and the eastern sky gradually revealed a hint of fishbelly white. At this moment, 3 agile shadows appeared in the distant wilderness. Beichen focused his gaze and discovered they were Zhang Yichen leading 2 members of the Yinglong Guard. Without needing to guess, he knew this was Tung Baiwan's concern for Beichen, sending out personnel to escort him. Captain, are you all right? Zhang Yichen called out from afar. Beichen waved his hand and walked towards the 3. Seeing Beichen unharmed, the 3 couldn't help but smile. To Daxiao City and the Yinglong Guard, Beichen was not only a soul, but also an indispensable backbone. Tonight, everyone has worked hard. Not hard at all. The 3 immediately replied cheerfully. Let's go back together. Beichen then took Baby and Zhang Yichen along with the other 2 back. Along the way, he inquired about the recruitment matters in Daxiao City. Upon learning that Tung Baiwan was mainly responsible for planning, Beichen nodded with a smile. 15 minutes later, at the Yinglong Guard base. Seeing the spirited members of the Yinglong Guard carrying automatic firearms, Beichen smiled and nodded. Tonight, thank you all for your hard work. From now on, we will no longer be threatened by unknown beasts in the game world. Upon hearing this, all Yinglong Guard members' eyes lit up, and they immediately shouted, not hard at all, not hard at all. Very well. After dispersing, everyone should go to the captain and vice captain to collect food supplies. There will be no training today. Everyone should rest well for a day. Hearing this, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Okay, now disperse. At this moment, Zhang Yichen announced loudly, all members come to me to collect food resources. As 90 of the Yinglong Guard soldiers went to collect food, only Tung Baiwan and his sister remained. He glanced at Ting Chuchu, who, although looking tired with slight dark circles, was in relatively good condition overall. Beichen, you 2 chat. I will go prepare the food. We still have some snowflake beef from yesterday. Thank you, Beichen replied with a smile and a nod. Soon Ting Chuchu left, leaving Beichen and Tung Baiwan alone. How's it going? Beichen asked Tung Baiwan. Tung Baiwan confidently took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The paper contained not only a temporarily drafted bird's-eye view of the city, but also the layout of the city, thus covering everything from the overall outline to the smallest details. Beichen glanced over it carefully, nodding in satisfaction. Reduce the daily garrison and alert troops by half. Tung Baiwan was taken aback. Why? This city covers an area of 150 acres. If someone sneaks in, that would be troublesome. Beichen smiled and waved his hand, then explained the reason. What? A strong acid moat. This. Tung Baiwan was directly stunned, not expecting such a feature. So, I will start placing the layout of the main city walls, and you can reference it beside me. Okay. Immediately, Beichen's perspective shifted to the main city crafting page. He first placed the walls at the very edge of the territory, leaving a special gap of 5 meters close to the border. As Beichen selected and dragged the walls, one of the 8-meter iron sand concrete walls instantly disappeared. The operational interface Beichen was using was miniaturized, while the actual placement distance had long exceeded 100 miles. Soon the 8-meter walls circled a vast territory covering 150 acres. After completing these tasks, Beichen directly selected a thin flowing water feature on the interface. He dragged the water flow to surround the outer edges of the walls, then placed it close to the main city, encompassing the entire Daxiao City. After confirming the placement, a clearly visible strong acid stream appeared on the bird's-eye view of the interface. Daxiao City suddenly vanished, leaving Tung Baiwan momentarily stunned. Beichen, is that all? Don't worry, soon you will see the visual range of our main city. Tung Baiwan scratched his head in confusion, asking, the city lord's visual range? What does that mean? Beichen chuckled and didn't elaborate further as Tung Baiwan did not have his own main city, and thus could not access another function of the game, which was the City Lord compatibility mode that appeared alongside the main city crafting function. This feature could only be operated by the City Lord, so Tung Baiwan was unaware. Are you talking about the City Lord compatibility mode? As the strategist of the Yinglong Guard, Tung Baiwan had already studied this feature closely, but he did not have the authority to access it. However, he could guess its purpose. Yes, the compatibility mode for the level 3 main city has 9 shared slots. Let me set the permissions and you will be able to overlook the entire Daxiao city from your visual range. Upon hearing this, Tung Baiwan seemed to have discovered a new world. Awesome. Hearing Tung Baiwan say "Nyo Wa," Beichen smiled. In fact, the City Lord compatibility mode has far more functions than this. Of course, for now it is necessary to grant the shared oversight permissions to a few key members. After all, no matter how strong a person is, there are limits. Beichen could not remain in Daxiao City forever to defend its territory. The emergence of the Forbidden Zone Infinite Illusions reignited Beichen's long-lost adventurous spirit. The level 3 Iron Sand Concrete main city appears solid, but that is only against ordinary beasts. If future beast tides possess black flames like the level 3 Siege beast tide bosses or other strange energies, then Daxiao City would seem fragile. The perspective entered the City Lord compatibility function page. Immediately a list appeared on the page. It shows the number and names of players currently in Daxiao City. These individuals are recognized as citizens of the city by default, requiring no review to grant them identification. Beichen examined the list carefully and found that categories could be added manually. This way the Yinglong Guards could be managed separately from other joining players. After selecting Tung Baiwan's name, a list of selectable operational options immediately appeared. It included granting ordinary citizen status and elite citizen status, along with official position grants. Without hesitation, Beichen granted Tung Baiwan the position of Vice City Lord. This way, Tung Baiwan could directly enter the City Lord compatibility mode and manage various departments. However, the moment Tung Baiwan was granted the title of Vice City Lord, all members of the Yinglong Guards within Daxiao City heard a prompt. 612 Level 3 Main City Daxiao City has successfully activated the City Lord compatibility mode and has passively opened the same city channel, allowing players within the city to communicate in the same city channel. After granting Tung Baiwan the Vice City Lord privileges, Beichen also swiftly elevated Zhang Yichen to the Vice City Lord position. These two individuals are the founding heroes of Daxiao City. Without them, there would be no Yinglong Guards, let alone Daxiao City. Moreover, they have passed Beichen's loyalty test, making them trustworthy comrades and friends. Beichen has always believed in using people without suspicion. He acts decisively. After setting the two as Vice City Lords, Beichen immediately exited the page. However, upon seeing Tung Baiwan beside him again, Beichen was taken aback. Isn't this Vice City Lord label a bit too obvious? Looking at the light red label above Tung Baiwan's head, which neatly read 7 characters, it was undeniably striking: Daxiao City Vice City Lord. What a flashy label. Beichen. You. Tung Baiwan, upon being set as Vice City Lord, naturally received the prompt, but found it hard to believe. The privileges of the Vice City Lord are substantial. Aside from not being able to manually change the placement of the main city or upgrade various levels, they have almost complete control over defenses, household registrations, and manufacturing. Beichen knew what Tung Baiwan was thinking and waved his hand with a smile. I am not someone who acts on impulse. Brother Baiwan, I entrust Daxiao City to you too. I am at ease with that. Beichen. Tung Baiwan was stunned, his eyes filled with fire as he looked at Beichen, and said, then, I won't decline. I will ensure that we live and die with Daxiao City. Haha. Beichen laughed heartily, stepping forward to pat Tung Baiwan's shoulder. That's a bit heavy, isn't it? This isn't the apocalypse. We will clear the game and return to reality. There is still hope. Everything we do now is for that return. Tung Baiwan nodded seriously. Most people do not cherish, let alone reminisce about, the harmonious society and safe living environment before the game. However, having entered the survival world for just 2 weeks amidst endless hunger and cold, resisting every beast attack, every player dreams of returning to that familiar place. Seeing Tung Baiwan's emotional response, Beichen took out a cigarette and handed it over. I have already informed Zhang Yichen. When he arrives, we will discuss the layout of Daxiao City in detail. Alright, let's go. The two of them smoked the almost luxurious cigarettes, their minds racing with thoughts on how to make Daxiao City stronger and become a solid refuge in this apocalypse. Soon Zhang Yichen ran over. Upon seeing Beichen and Tung Baiwan, he wanted to say he could not bear the title of Vice City Lord, but before he could finish, Beichen interrupted him. Patting Zhang Yichen's shoulder, Beichen spoke with firm gaze, I trust your abilities. Zhang Yichen was momentarily speechless, but nodded earnestly. The three quickly came to an agreement. Soon Beichen took out the layout sketch of Daxiao City. After a thorough negotiation and deliberation, Beichen began placing orders for various items on the main city crafting page. During this time, Beichen also informed the two that Zhang Daipio and Peng Zhenjia would become part of the Yinglong Guards. Since Beichen endorsed them, Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen naturally had no doubts. Quickly, Beichen began delineating areas within the miniature city bird's eye view. The level 3 main city covers approximately 150 acres. Beichen first used his prestige to purchase 2-meter-high concrete walls enclosing a 10-acre independent area at the center of Daxia City. This will serve as the inner city of Daxia City, which can also be seen as the city lord's internal office. Its purpose is not to create class divisions, but rather to ensure the safety of the city lord and the core high-level members of Daxia City. The 10-acre area certainly includes the source of wealth for Daxia City, which is the well painstakingly dug by the Yinglong guards. With the core inner city determined, the rest became much simpler. The eastern district centered around the city lord's residence originally covered a low-lying area and received ample sunlight in the afternoon. Therefore, the eastern city was designated as the farming area. No other activities are allowed in this area aside from planting. Anyone found dancing in the square will be expelled. The area directly opposite the city lord's residence is designated as the exclusive barracks and training ground for the Yinglong guards. The back of the city lord's residence is temporarily allocated to the Yinglong guards' armed forces. However, the Yinglong guards occupy a small portion of the armed forces in the northern city area. The Yinglong guards present in the northern city area must be the core armed forces of Daxia City, as the residential area of the city lord's residence requires absolute security. Thus, the northern city area is mostly occupied by the citizens of Daxia City. The remaining western city area becomes the gathering place for players joining Daxia City. Naturally, only outstanding talents can be allocated to reside in the northern city. Class divisions exist in every world. Fairness. It does not exist. There is no absolute fairness. If there were, everyone would just lie down and wait for resources to be distributed. To live better, more comfortably, and in a safer environment, one must create it with diligent hands. Similarly, as long as one works hard enough, they can also become a member of the Yinglong guards. Since Zhang Yichen and Tung Baiwan are both at the vice city lord level, they can freely switch between the bird's eye views of the main city. When they saw Beichen clearly delineating the 4 cities, they were also taken aback. Beichen won't this waste too many resources. According to what you said, when Dapio and Pang Zhenjie return, and we recruit some active or retired military personnel, our armed forces will only be around 4,000. Isn't directly occupying the vast southern city too much? Beichen knew what Tung Baiwan wanted to say and waved his hand. Only by letting them see the absolute disparity in treatment can we stimulate their potential. Later, you can clearly post in the same city channel information bar. As long as you work hard, everything you desire is in Daxia City. Tung Baiwan, being a pragmatic person, immediately entered the exclusive same city channel of Daxia City. However, the next second, Tung Baiwan exclaimed in surprise, "This is the Bisauerent shop function." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yichen was also startled and switched his perspective to the same city channel. Indeed, he also saw the Bisauerent function. Is this the Bisauerent function exclusive to our Daxia City? The two looked at Beichen and inquired. Beichen smiled and nodded slightly. This is the reward for choosing the level 3 siege beast tide. The two were instantly delighted. Having these 3 functions within the city would greatly facilitate the collection of materials. Upon hearing this, the two exclaimed simultaneously, "What about the rewards for 3-star difficulty?" Beichen smiled. A unique crafting skill called distant yet close. The two were puzzled at first. However, when Beichen mentioned the positioning teleportation, their jaws dropped in astonishment. Wow. In this way, as long as each member of the Yinglong guards has a positioning talisman, even if all armed forces venture out of the city, they can gather troops at the first sign of an attack on the main city. Zhang Yichen looked at Beichen with anticipation. Tung Baiwan was also extremely anxious. This technology could truly be considered cutting edge. Once it was crafted, it would be impressive. Beichen nodded slightly. You have analyzed it very thoroughly. However, its function goes beyond this. As he spoke, Beichen surveyed the surroundings. Our main city covers an area of approximately 150 mil. If a large group of enemies or strange beasts suddenly invades, how can we quickly fortify all 4 cities? Beichen continued. Relying on vehicles won't work, and having all armed forces stationed on the city walls at all times isn't realistic. His shocking words made the two further realize the strategic importance of the positioning talismans. Human resources can be limited, and invasions typically happen unexpectedly. If the mighty main city fails to respond in time, and is caught off guard by equally powerful enemies, the likelihood of a breach will significantly increase. However, with the positioning talismans, the armed forces can quickly gather and fortify the city walls, greatly reducing the risk of a breach. The 3 stood not far from the well, which was the core area of the Lord's mansion. Baiwan, this is a combat supply warehouse with an internal space of about 5,000 cubic meters. From now on, all materials and weapons coming in and out must be meticulously recorded. What? A 5,000 cubic meter combat supply warehouse? Tung Baiwan was left speechless. Also, the World Channel collaboration and the task of trading materials will be handed over to you. Can you handle it? Beichen looked at Tung Baiwan. Managing the internal affairs of the main city while also overseeing World Channel trade collaboration was undeniably a daunting task. Yet Tung Baiwan did not hesitate to agree. Leave it to me. Excellent. Then Beichen turned to Zhang Yichen and said, your task is to monitor everything comprehensively while maintaining order in the main city. In the future, the number of players joining Daxiao City will surely be massive. I promise to complete the task. The overall direction has been arranged, the rest, crafting, leasing, planting, and recruitment, you can discuss among yourselves. After saying that, Beichen seemed to remember something and added, I have 3,000 available prestige points. If we cannot find the necessary tools and infrastructure for the main city in the national channel, you can send me a list and I will exchange for them and place them directly in the combat supply warehouse. Alright. Beichen smiled as he placed the chosen large particle space military depot on a flat area 50 meters from the well. At the same time, Beichen also set the permissions for accessing the combat supply warehouse. For now, it was limited to the three of them, Tung Baiwan, Zhang Yichin, and Tung Chuchu. Giving Tung Chuchu special privileges was not merely because she was Beichen's woman, it was because Beichen wanted to assign her a more important task. After all, his trust in Tung Chuchu was no less than that in the two vice city lords. To not entrust her with significant responsibilities due to their relationship would indeed be a waste. After setting the access permissions for the combat supply warehouse, Beichen attempted to take out a bottle of cocktail from his particle ring and placed it directly into the combat supply warehouse, ignoring the distance due to the Lord's compatibility mode. Wow! Beichen exclaimed, realizing just how convenient this was. Choosing the large particle space military depot truly felt worthwhile. As Beichen continued to outline various details, Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichin began to prepare. For the two of them, Daxiao City felt like a small nation salvaged from the fires of war, with everything awaiting revival. They were the designers tasked with revitalizing this small nation, a mission that was both formidable and challenging. Watching the two leave with serious expressions, Beichen let out a heavy sigh, a smile blooming on his face. Okay. Within 3 days, the basic framework of Daxiao City should be taking shape. By then, we can be carefree city lords and enjoy ourselves. The foundation is crucial, but order is even more important. For Beichen, he did not care about the order outside Daxiao City, but once one became a citizen of Daxiao City, they must abide by the order and rules within. At this moment, he heard light footsteps nearby. Turning around, he saw Tung Chuchu glistening with sweat approaching with a tray. Beichen, come quickly, it's time to eat. As she spoke, a confident smile spread across Tung Chuchu's face. Try the steak I cooked this time, I guarantee it will be delicious enough to make you cry. To be honest, after experiencing 3 waves of city siege beasts in one night, the last one almost claiming him under the scorching black flames, he felt no pressure now that the foundation of the level 3 main city Daxiao City had been established. Seeing someone who was genuinely good to him appear, Beichen couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. Oh, did you even take a shower? Beichen smirked, looking up and down at Tung Chuchu's curvaceous figure. At just 19, she was in the prime of her youth, blossoming more vibrantly after each nurturing. After a night with heavy machine guns, it's not just the dust, the bullet fumes have left me smelling like gunpowder, and my skin is all blackened. After a few exchanges, Tung Chuchu was clearly less restrained in front of Beichen. Now she could naturally joke around. Oh, your skin is all blackened. Is it that serious? Beichen took the tray she handed over, and without hesitation stored it in the particle space. Stepping closer to Tung Chuchu, they were nearly nose to nose due to their similar heights. What are you trying to do? Tung Chuchu exclaimed, almost stumbling backward, but was quickly caught in Beichen's embrace. Being held by this man again, Tung Chuchu quickly pushed Beichen away. What are you doing? It's early morning, what if the other soldiers see us? It would be so embarrassing. However, after glancing around and seeing no one, Tung Chuchu naturally wrapped her arms around Beichen's waist, enjoying the moment as she inhaled his scent. Chuchu, didn't you just say that the bullet caps made your skin black? Tung Chuchu didn't think much and replied directly. Yeah, I only just managed to wash it off. Chuchu, didn't you just say that the bullet caps made your skin black? Tung Chuchu didn't think much and replied directly. Without waiting for a response, Beichen bent down, lifted the curvaceous figure effortlessly into his arms, feeling her lightness, tightness, and youthful aura. Beichen, it's broad daylight. There are Yinglong Guards members all around. Don't. If discovered, I'll be too embarrassed to face anyone. He as the city lord now, can't we avoid being discovered just by using my right hand? With just one command, no Yinglong Guards will disturb us for 5 hours. Beichen teased, lifting Tung Chuchu's delicate chin. You naughty boy, just thinking about being unfaithful, But why do I feel like you're looking forward to it too? With a devilish smile, Beichen teased. Tung Chuchu immediately covered her blushing face, saying, You're talking nonsense, I'm not at all. OQ. P.S. I hope the family members who are still following can push for updates. If conditions allow, please send some free gifts. Bailong will be very grateful. Thanks to all the family members. At 5:30 in the morning, a time when the air should be fresh and all things revived. However, within a red flag sedan in the heart of the Yinglong Guard, there was a warm atmosphere. Tung Chu looked at Beichen shyly and said, "Why don't we turn on the fan?" Beichen took a swig of strong liquor and nodded slightly. "As long as you're happy, it doesn't matter how much gasoline it takes, we have plenty of supplies now. I suppose you do have a conscience." With the air conditioning set to maximum, Tung Chu took the initiative to hug Beichen. About 2 hours later, the two were tightly embraced, reminiscing about the moments they had shared. The two had descended into this world of games and experienced life and death together, but she had to part ways with Beichen to search for her elder brother. She clearly remembered that when she left, Beichen had gifted her the Desert Eagle. To be honest, during the time she was away from Beichen, Tung Chu had cried numerous times, and her elder brother kept saying that he was the one who had delayed her happiness upon learning about it. Fortunately, their fate was not yet at an end. It turned out that both the Yinglong Guard and her brother's forces were created by Beichen. Upon learning this news, Tung Chu was overjoyed, and she particularly sought out the deputy captain of the Yinglong Guard to learn many skills. Seeing Tung Chu so skilled, Beichen felt a bit uneasy and couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. Ahem. Your technique has improved a lot since the last time we parted, hasn't it? The light in the car was dim, and Beichen could only vaguely see Tung Chu's flushed cheeks. Could you tell me how that? Beichen knew that in this world where games had descended, any kind of disc player was a luxury, and he couldn't believe that these skills were self-taught by Tung Chu. If it wasn't self-taught, then what was it? The scene immediately turned suggestive, and Beichen swallowed hard. What are you thinking about? After we parted, I went straight to find my brother. Although I encountered a lot of people on the way, you gave me a handgun when Tung Chu hugged Beichen tightly and said gently, "If it weren't for that firearm, I might have fallen into the hands of those people. But when I took out the firearm, they all ran away as fast as they could." Ahem. So, Beichen coughed awkwardly. "It was me looking for the only two girls in the team." Tung Chu, seeing that Beichen was being serious, felt speechless. "Huh. Is there an experienced older sister in the team?" Beichen exclaimed in shock. Hearing this, Tung Chu's face turned red as she replied, "Beichen, you're annoying. I'm still a pure young lady, so don't say such things." A pure young lady teaching you this? I can't believe it. Actually, Beichen understood what Tung Chu meant, but the long night couldn't just be spent talking about this, could it? Besides, I used to be part of the South Sea Guard, and then I learned special agent skills, so I naturally need to cope with various situations. Oh, if that's the case, hasn't she obtained her a license before even seeing a car? Impressive, my sister. Beichen, be serious. Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled and said, "I'm very serious. Shall we talk about something serious? I'll say it if I'm afraid of you." Time passed, an hour slipped by. 3 hours later, a bloody battle concluded with 2 deafening roars. The soul was soothed and the body was satisfied. Both of them closed their eyes, savoring this moment of tranquility. "I say, how do you kill people like that? You almost exhausted me to death," Tung Chu murmured as she tightly hugged Beichen's waist. "You'll be more careful next time." Seemingly recalling something, Beichen asked, "By the way, do you like farming?" Upon hearing this, Tung Chu's face flushed again as she buried her head in Beichen's chest and whispered, "I like being farmed by you." Beichen replied, "I feel like you were driving, but I have no evidence. Not that kind of farming, but actual farming and agriculture. Do you have any experience?" Tung Chu lightly punched Beichen, pouting, "You clearly led me on home. But you said the farming area is in the East City planning zone, right? Right, I want to hand that area over to someone close and trustworthy to manage." Hearing this, Tung Chu felt as if her heart was smeared with honey. Close, trustworthy person. After careful consideration, Tung Chu decided to speak honestly. "But I know nothing about agriculture and planting. I'm afraid it will delay your important matters. It's fine if you can't handle the planning area. There are other important positions you can surely excel at." "What job is it?" Tung Chu's eyes brightened. "The general manager of internal data at the city lord's mansion." Tung Chu repeated softly, "The general manager of internal data at the city lord's mansion. That's a long name. What does it specifically do?" "Mainly responsible for the data of the war reserve in Daxia City. It's a civil position." "How about that?" I didn't see Tung Chu happy how instead she looked somewhat disappointed. "What's wrong? Don't like civil positions?" Beichen asked in confusion. "Actually, I want to be a warrior." Beichen was taken aback and gave Tung Chu a light smack on the head. "Still wanting to be a warrior? First settle down in a civil position. Fighting and killing are not what girls should be doing." "If I just want to carry a gun and fight." Beichen was stunned. "Carry a gun? Fight? Come on, are you afraid of me? You? Woo-woo." 2 hours later, Tung Chu fell into a deep sleep like a princess who had not woken from a dream, having long abandoned the idea of becoming a warrior during the battle. "Silly girl, be obedient and take a civil position. Being a warrior is too dangerous for you." He retrieved a thin blanket to cover Tung Chu. "I won't allow you to encounter any accidents, just be obedient." In her hazy state, Tung Chu murmured an affirmative sound in response. After separating from Tung Chu, Beichen returned to his wooling car, where Bao Bao was happily learning elementary school knowledge, and joyfully pounced into his arms upon seeing him return. "What's that smell, eh?" Bao Bao sniffed the air and then pressed her delicate nose against Beichen's collar to smell. Dad, you smell like her perfume. Beichen was taken aback. What? From a social delinquency perspective, this should be called woman fragrance, right? Beichen thought, what kind of nonsense knowledge did you learn? Hee cultural encyclopedia of social... Trying to recall, Beichen's head buzzed. Bao Bao, my cultural level is low. Don't trick me, did we have this subject in China's 9-year compulsory education? Bao Bao quickly shook her head. It's not knowledge from 9 years of compulsory education, it's from Vank. Vank has 10,000 subjects. Oh, so that's how it is. Suddenly Beichen felt that this Vank tutoring machine was getting out of hand. Maybe he should smash it with a hammer. After a round of reminders about designated studies, Beichen got out of the car and lit a cigarette. At that moment, a private message from Tung Baiwan arrived. After opening the private message, Beichen was astonished and replied, "Is this thing legit? Is it real? It's genuine. Take a look at the prototype they built." Upon seeing this message, Beichen replied with a smile, "Trade me the design blueprint, and I'll immediately recruit talents in the construction field." At this moment, a prompt sounded. "Your friend Tung Baiwan has sent you a trade request. Do you accept?" After the virtual trading panel opened, a purple design blueprint appeared directly on the counter of the other party. Upon careful inspection, the name of the blueprint was Ordinary 9-Story Building Design Blueprint. After the trade was successful, a purple design blueprint twice the size of a normal weapon design blueprint landed in his hand. Can it be amplified? Beichen laughed. This thing was truly a timely rain. He had previously been thinking about how to build the main city, as exchanging prestige points for construction would be too expensive. After clearing the land, buying seeds, fertilizers, and various tools would not be a small sum. And to recruit citizens to settle in the city and want to collect rent and taxes, it wouldn't make sense not to provide basic infrastructure. Detected Ordinary 9-Story Building Design Blueprint 1 can be amplified. Do you wish to amplify? Amplify, Beichen said directly. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. The Ordinary 9-Story Building Design Blueprint has been amplified to 50 copies of a 12-story, high-end insulated and livable design blueprint. While this amplification is incredible, the system is quite generous, directly turning it into 50 copies. After glancing at the design blueprint and the materials needed for construction, Beichen knew that building these 50 12-story livable buildings would not be an easy task. Quickly, Beichen traded the 50 design blueprints to Tung Baiwan and told him to let Xue Yihan handle the construction of the main city buildings with the various ores needed for materials exchanged directly internationally. If it weren't for the Yinglong Guard having an inexhaustible well, Beichen would probably only be able to build one with all his effort. Okay, I understand. Tung Baiwan had long been immune to the huge changes in the upgrade blueprints. He only needed to know that Beichen could handle it, and he didn't want to ask too much. Being overly curious could be dangerous. Since such blueprints have appeared, I should get to work now. Since the War Reserve warehouse was set up, Beichen had placed most of the materials from the particle space ring inside. As a hands-off manager, he needed to gather more materials, otherwise his subordinates would be left watching without being able to operate. He directly checked the Particle War Reserve warehouse through the City Lord compatibility mode. Upon looking, he found that there were indeed quite a few items available for amplification. He sorted the list by quantity and weight from high to low. Upon looking, Beichen fell silent. He had not noticed how wealthy Daxia City had become. The top 3 items on the list were pure water, 20 tons. Regular gasoline, 3,500 gene, can be amplified iron blocks. 320 blocks can be amplified steel. 198 blocks can be amplified copper. 100 blocks can be amplified silver. 60 blocks can be amplified bread. Tisk, he felt that his 2 deputy city lords were quite impressive. With such deputy city lords, why worry about not being a good hands-off city lord? At that moment, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Detected multiple materials can be amplified. Would you like to amplify? Amplify and store it directly in the Particle War Reserve. Congratulations, host, amplification successful obtaining. After the amplification was successful, aside from the water resources that could not be amplified, other resources had almost increased 100-fold, and their quality had improved significantly. Looking at the amplified data, Beichen smiled and threw dozens of hot weapons into the War Reserve. Among them were 10 M416 assault rifles, 10 SKS automatic rifles, 10 pistols, and nearly 20 board rifles. 30 Mitsubishi military daggers, 30 MOE knives, and several types of ammunition. These were almost all the weapons Beichen had privately stored. He believed that Tung Baiwan would maximize their value. However, Beichen still sent Tung Baiwan a private message indicating that these firearms were lethal and not the useless junk from the Prestige Mall. Wow, Beichen, you actually have so many fine weapons. Okay, I understand. I will discuss the unified allocation of weapons with Zhang Yichen after the organization is well established. Just as he cut off the private message with Tung Baiwan, another prompt from the main machine sounded. Beichen was taken aback and a wicked smile crept to his lips. Finally, you couldn't hold on any longer. International private message prompt, would you like to view? Indeed, the one sending Beichen a private message was the Lord of Megwa Wuzue City, AI Erland 4. Big Boss Beichen, I surrender, Megwa Wuzue City, please save me. At this rate, not to mention Wuzue City, the entire Megwa battle zone will turn into zombies. Almost simultaneously, the leaders of the Tiandi battle zone and the Han Country battle zone also sent congratulatory messages stating that if this continued, their clans would be exterminated. Beichen replied with a triple reply, no way, no way. You can't hold on after just 10 hours. Woo, Big Boss Beichen, you understand our three countries' battle zone area is not large. The second place Tiandi and the third place Han Country are even smaller, so this wave of virus is spreading at a terrifying speed. Oh, is that so? Beichen showed a butcher's smile as he replied, but what does it have to do with me? Woo, please, Big Boss Beichen. To be precise, my ancestor was a minister of the Qin dynasty named Su Fu. Actually, we also have the bloodline of Huaxia. You can't just watch us die. That's right, actually, during the Warring States period of Goryeo, we were also part of Huaxia's territory. However, later some ungrateful emperors caused this situation. Actually, my great Han is also part of Huaxia. Seeing this, Beichen almost vomited. What the heck, I thought I was shameless enough, but I didn't expect you to be even more Stop the nonsense, this trick won't work. I am someone who doesn't act until I see the rabbit. If you want me to take action, obediently hand over the top 3 weapons from your battle zone rankings, or prepare for your nation to be exterminated. The three-country alliance was immediately filled with gratitude. As long as they could live, even the top 3 weapons didn't matter. After all, if they were dead, what use would it be to take the ranking weapons to accompany them in death? The three-country alliance, we will trade immediately. Beichen smiled and reminded, don't try to pull tricks on me. My advisors in Daxia City are not just for show. I am well aware of the top 3 weapons in your three-country alliance. Yes, we understand. A hint of playfulness arose in his heart. Alright, list the names of the strongest cold weapons and hot weapons in your battle zones. The three-country alliance. Testing. This is definitely a test. I'll go first. The top 3 cold weapons in Tiandi are Demon Blade, Muramesa, Grass Cutter, Sword, Black Blade, Dark Moon. And me. The top 3 cold weapons in the Great Han are Blade of Slaughter, Double Dragon, Shadow Sword, 4 stars, Evil Sword. Impertinent. My three-country alliance's leader hasn't spoken yet. Why are you all so anxious? Then I'll go last. Our Meguo's cold weapon rankings are quite impressive. The first is Demon's Sword Apophis, the second is Thor's Hammer, the third is Cruel Mercy. Upon seeing these names, Beichen directly exploded with curses. Are you trying to mess with me? NDF Marvel, you pulled all of that out. Do you believe I will whip out a 13600 Gene Golden Rod and smash you guys? P.S. A 3200-word chapter. Sorry, today, I went to the county hospital for my wife's checkup. It's been 42 days since she gave birth. This afternoon, I went for physical therapy again. It's already this late for an update. But even so, Bailong still wants free little gifts of support. Upon hearing these words, Ireland 4 Quan Shunji and Tian Ben Sanlang all broke into tears. What the hell is NDF and Marvel? I've never heard of such things. Really, North Morning, we are speaking nothing but the truth. Yes, it's all true. I swear to the heavens. North Morning. How is that possible? Wait for my news. After temporarily disconnecting the private message, he directly messaged Tung Baiwan asking, can you provide me with a list of the top 3 weapons from the Three Kingdoms Alliance? North Morning had previously claimed to know the names of the weapons on the Three Kingdoms dual list, which turned out to be just bluster. Alright, I've been preparing this intelligence for a while now. Indeed, a detailed weapon list appeared in North Morning's view. Looking at the data update date, it was surprisingly from 5 a.m. this morning. It really is exactly the same. North Morning did not believe the Three Kingdoms Alliance, but Tung Baiwan was a different case. North Morning asked, Baiwan, do you recognize these weapons? What are their origins? Tung Baiwan seemed very busy responding succinctly, be specific about which weapon. I may not know all of them, but I have some knowledge. North Morning replied directly, please enlighten me about the origin of this Kusanagi sword. This weapon is said to have been used by a figure named Sasuke in a mythological system similar to Eastern mythology. It's rather mysterious. It is said that those with lightning attributes can channel lightning through it, enhancing its power. North Morning widened his eyes, questioning what kind of mythological system is that. And what about the Demon's Sword Abbot? This weapon is a demonic weapon from the history of the Megwa myth. It is said that it was obtained by God after slaying a millennia-old centipede in a forbidden area called the Cave of Lamentations. It is said to be very wicked, consuming the user's blood similar to the tiger blade of Chiyu in our mythological stories. The Cave of Lamentations. A holy relic obtained by God from slaying a millennia-old centipede 1,000 years ago. If it weren't Tung Baiwan saying this, North Morning would have slapped him across the face. However, North Morning was truly stunned. The worldview was collapsing. He hurriedly replied, Baiwan, haven't you seen Naruto or the Avengers? What, Naruto or Avengers? Our main city doesn't need a director for the Avengers. There's no need for so many fictitious positions. I understand now. You go ahead and be busy. Okay, if anything comes up, just message me directly. I'm on 247. North Morning was blown away. I can't believe. Suddenly a bolt of lightning struck in his mind, flipping North Morning upside down. What the hell am I actually a transmigrator? North Morning squatted on the ground holding his head. The place I've lived for 20 years is actually a parallel world to Earth. How is that possible? North Morning suddenly thought of something. Could it be related to what happened during those 7 days of unconsciousness? The memory was clear. When he was 16 and following his master in the deep mountains, he seemed to have fallen off a cliff. He thought he was finished, but when he woke up he found himself lying in his master Chu Feng's room completely unharmed. At that time North Morning thought it was his master's skills that had healed him, but who would have thought it would turn out like this? No wonder this world has no Naruto, no Avengers. It has all turned into a mythological story. No wonder I was chosen by the system. It turns out I'm a transmigrator. Clearing the fog revealed that all the perplexing questions in his mind were finally explained. After turning 15, North Morning basically said goodbye to games, and as for the toxic TV dramas, he had long since quit. After becoming a disciple, he either practiced Xingyi Quan with his master, or focused on self-cultivation, which perfectly avoided the chance of discovering the parallel world. His mood was slightly stirred, but things from his past life were no longer important to North Morning now. In this life, he had a happy family, and memories related to his family from his past life were very vague. He couldn't recall them at all. Since I've come, I might as well settle down. He decided not to worry about the Three Kingdoms alliance for now, and lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. After all, the amount of information was a bit overwhelming. Speaking of which, if the Three Kingdoms alliance only presents legendary weapons, why can't they even deal with a rare-level boss like Mother Body, Source of Catastrophe? Reconnecting to the private message with the Three Kingdoms alliance. After careful investigation, it seems you were right, quite substantial indeed. So who goes first? Upon seeing North Morning's reply, the Lord of the Three Kingdoms alliance was so excited that he cried. During this brief moment, tens of thousands had already died in their Three Kingdoms battle zone. We go first, your credibility, North Morning, is still reliable. Suddenly a prompt sounded in his ear. The Lord of the innocent city of the Magua Battle Zone, Ireland, 4 has sent you a trade request. Do you accept? Accept. When the virtual trading interface opened, 6 pieces of equipment were displayed. North Morning's attention was completely on the 3 cold weapons, completely ignoring the 3 decent hot weapons. The first thing he saw was the infamous Demon Sword Abapesis. Demon Sword Abapesis, grade exceptional, not yet unsealed. Special attributes. Unique exceptional trait. Description: a holy relic obtained by God from slaying a millennial centipede in a forbidden area. However, this weapon is deeply demonic, and its wielder will have their blood constantly drained by the Demon Sword Abapesis as energy. Damn. No wonder these guys agreed so readily. It turns out it's still sealed. Initially surprised at how readily the Three Kingdoms alliance produced a weapon from mythology, North Morning now understood that it couldn't exert its power at this moment. Indeed, after glancing at Thor's hammer and the Cruel Mercy sword, they were also in an unsealed state. Seeing that the other party had already confirmed the trade button, North Morning reluctantly proceeded with the trade. He replied to Ireland 4, "No wonder you were so quick to hand over the weapon to me. Now it makes sense. About this. If these holy relics were in an unsealed state, then solving the zombie virus wouldn't even require your help, North Morning." That makes sense. North Morning always believed in following through on what he said. Since he took these weapons, then resolving the rare boss was only natural. The Lord's reputation in the mysterious exchange directly unsealed the Magyo-assigned secondary rare boss, Mother Body, Source of Catastrophe. Take this, it will work in 5 minutes. The zombie virus in your area will be gone. 5 minutes. Oh my god. No wonder you're North Morning. Immediately after, Tung Ben and Hongua also traded their dual-list weapons. To North Morning's surprise, Tung Ben hesitated during the trade, as if it were a painful sacrifice. However, in the end, Tian Ben Sanlang still chose to trade. As expected, he indeed gained something. It was the Kusanagi sword. It was not in a sealed state, but rather it had the same attribute as his heavenly demon battle armor, and could evolve. Legendary Kusanagi sword, Phase 1, grade exceptional. Phase 1 evolution attribute lightning. Phase 2 evolution attribute. Phase 3 evolution attribute. Unique exceptional trait. Description: long-term use of this sword to channel lightning can enhance lightning talent, and even allow mastery over lightning abilities. Oh, the Kusanagi sword has this attribute. North Morning smiled, instantly losing interest in the other miscellaneous weapons, as he had no clue about unsealing exceptional weapons. In comparison, while the Kusanagi sword's attributes were not impressive, it was on par with the heavenly demon battle armor, both being capable of evolution. It is worth noting that the initial heavenly demon battle armor was merely of exceptional quality, but after evolving to the ultimate stage, it directly became perfect quality and later awakened its form, becoming North Morning's Black Flame, Eternal Kaleidoscope. It can be said that any weapon or equipment with the potential for evolution is worth cultivating. After casually dealing with the rare boss in the cold country, North Morning played with the Kusanagi sword in his hand, examining it closely. The Kusanagi sword cannot be said to be a sword, but rather a straight lightweight knife, without curvature. It features a unique blade without the traditional handguard. After the sword and sheath were combined, it looked like a long black ruler from the outside. Entering the main city's crafting interface, he clicked on the last box on the side to retrieve. Do you want to retrieve 10 evolution crystals as a reward? Yes. The evolution crystals appeared before North Morning like 10 brilliant diamonds. As expected, they cannot enhance the weapon. However, after hearing the prompt in his ear, North Morning's lips curled upward. Detected exceptional cold weapon Kusanagi, sword can evolve. Do you want to consume 1 evolution crystal to evolve to the second stage? A notification flashed. Legendary tier cold weapon, Kusanagi blade, is eligible for evolution. Proceed to stage 2 using 1 evolution crystal. Beichen hesitated, his finger poised, then withdrew. He recalled the excruciating agony and profound trauma inflicted by the successive evolutions of his armor, Tianma Liao Wan, a terror still vivid in memory. With a quiet exhale, he flicked his wrist and sealed the Kusanagi blade into his particle space ring. Now, even if the Kusanagi blade evolved to its ultimate stage and summoned celestial lightning, he would face it unflinching. A notification reappeared. Legendary tier cold weapon, Kusanagi blade, is eligible for evolution. Proceed to stage 2 using 1 evolution crystal. Yes. Congratulations. Your legendary tier cold weapon, Kusanagi blade, has ascended to stage 2, unlocking new abilities. Another prompt followed instantly. Legendary tier cold weapon, Kusanagi blade, is eligible for evolution. Proceed to stage 3 using 2 evolution crystals. 1 sheep or 100. Hurting is hurting. Might as well evolve it all at once. Yes. Congratulations. Your legendary tier cold weapon, Kusanagi blade, has reached its ultimate stage, unlocking new abilities. He hastily retrieved the blade from his ring. Its appearance remained unchanged, yet the moment Beichen grasped it, a sharp electric tingle surged up his arm. Lightning-infused body tempering. He glanced at its attributes and drew a sharp involuntary breath. Legend, Kusanagi blade, ultimate stage. Tier legendary. Stage 1 attribute lightning. Stage 2 attribute transmutation of lightning essence. Unique legendary trait lightning Qilin sigil. Doubles damage against malevolent spirits, demons, and monstrous entities. Description: prolonged wielding of this blade under lightning tempering enhances innate lightning affinity and may even grant mastery over lightning itself. He had barely finished reading the blade's evolved attributes when the game core's voice resonated in his ear. The Kusanagi blade has successfully completed its ultimate evolution. Shall the lightning Qilin sigil be imprinted upon your body? Imprint. Beichen frowned. Do you mean the Kusanagi blade transforms entirely into the lightning Qilin sigil, like the first stage Tianma Liao Wan armor manifesting as a black dragon tattoo? Correct, though this process promises far more visceral stimulation. Beichen stared speechless. Naturally, upon successful imprinting, the user's baseline genetic aptitude will undergo significant enhancement, and lightning affinity will become fully controllable. Gulp. Beichen swallowed hard, muttering under his breath, so, no matter what, I'm getting carved either way. Indeed, there are no shortcuts to true strength. He dared not place much faith in vague promises like significant genetic enhancement, not after being misled by the game core time and again. He switched his vision to the game interface's genetic aptitude tab. Let me see just how deeply you'll disappoint me. Ever since repelling the level 3 siege beast Tide, Beichen had scrutinized this function repeatedly. Personal genetic aptitude panel. Player Beichen. Genetic values. Strength 18. Agility 19. Mind 17. Endurance 21. Willpower 11. Baseline for ordinary players 5. Bonus for specialized vocations 10. Absolute limit 30. Trait 1. Eternal Black Flame Mangekyo. Trait 2. Amaterasu Black Flame. Genetic ability none. Note: ultimate equipment-based affinities are classified as traits. Excluding external gear, Beichen could hold his own against 3 opponents. Yet with every piece of equipment unleashed at full potential, defeating 20 foes required little more than a flick of his wrist. Still, Beichen pressed for precision. Host, before proceeding, I'd like to assess the cost-benefit ratio of the Lightning Qilin imprint. Is it truly more substantial than wielding an actual weapon? He asked only out of mild curiosity, having purchased a single trial cycle. To his surprise, the game core responded immediately. Needless to say, the Lightning Qilin sigil represents the pinnacle of evolutionary extremity. Cough. Ah, thank you, Beichen replied, slightly flustered. Stung by the rebuke, he swiftly summoned his black flame Susenoo and shot toward a distant grove. After confirming absolute solitude, he clenched his teeth and declared, I accept the Lightning Qilin imprint. Imprinting commences now. Duration approximately 10 minutes. Should the user die or lapse into unconsciousness, the process fails. Upon failure, the Kusanagi blade regresses to stage 2. Beichen recoiled. What? This isn't ranked matchmaking. Why does it have rank decay? Fine, death invalidates it, but unconsciousness. Because imprinting requires lightning-infused body tempering followed by precise etching of the Qilin sigil onto the flesh. The entire process demands conscious guidance. Unconsciousness means loss of control, thus failure. Logically sound. Prepare yourself. In 30 seconds, raise the Kusanagi blade high. This initiates lightning invocation. Wait, one question exactly: how many bolts must I endure? 9 if fortune favors you. 14 if it does not. What the hell? Am I undergoing celestial tribulation now? Etching the lightning Qilin sigil mirrors mythic Eastern tribulation. Fail, and you perish. Succeed, and you edge closer to ash. Ugh, you're trapping me again. He urgently broadcast across the Inglong Guard channel. No one approaches, regardless of what you hear. His command brooked no dissent. Yet curiosity burned fiercely among his subordinates. What precisely was their lord preparing to do? Countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. He seized the Kusanagi blade in his right hand, its gleaming tip crackling with raw lightning pointed defiantly skyward. With a thunderous roar, I will pierce this heaven. 9-bolt tribulation. Bring it on. Ha. Since acquiring the Tianma armor, Beichen had grown increasingly volatile. No longer the reserved, insightful young man he once was. It was the Tianma armor that eroded his willpower, steadily, relentlessly. As if provoked, heaven itself raged. Above him the previously cloudless sky darkened, swiftly, violently. Not rain, just a single dense mass of storm clouds. And it gathered, directly overhead. An instinctive dread whispered truth. This was the herald of death. The crushing weight of heaven pressed down, so tangible, so absolute. Beichen could scarcely draw breath. Zzzt, crackle. Visible arcs of white lightning danced across his skin. He was near tears. There was no retreat. He was trapped, on the precipice with nowhere left to run. Even those who'd never tasted pork knew the lore in Xianxia novels. Tribulation, lightning locks onto its target. Only ash breaks the lock. Until then you're a living lightning rod. So Beichen stood firm, blade raised high, daring heaven to strike. As for deploying black flames Susanoo to intercept the lightning, that would defeat the purpose entirely. Blocking it meant absorbing nothing, rendering the entire ordeal meaningless. The game core had been unequivocal: lightning must enter his body, then be consciously guided, channeled, and inscribed as the lightning Qilin sigil, to achieve true imprinting. If lightning remained outside, imprinting was impossible. Above, the clouds churned faster, lowering, thickening, intensifying their oppressive weight. His heartbeat slowed under heaven's suffocating pressure. Then, suddenly, a blinding flash tore across the sky, searing retinas blind. In an instant, light erupted and vanished. What followed was the deafening, earth-shaking detonation of a Hiroshima-scale blast. Crackle, crackle, kaboom, splash. Bolts of pure white lightning split the heavens like fractured tempered glass, forming a vast luminous net. From within it, the thickest bolt veered with sentient intent, hurtling straight toward the grove where Beichen stood. Oh my god. At the moment lightning pierced his flesh, Beichen's mind went utterly blank, like the electric, breathless shock of a first kiss with one's first love. Every hair on his body stood rigid, stiff as if coated in hair gel. Before his scream could escape, another bolt struck, then another. How sovereign, how absolute is heaven's wrath. The cataclysm drew attention across hundreds of miles. National and regional channels exploded with speculation. Inside the Inglong Guard's temporary war room, Shui Yihan stared helplessly at her 12-layer, thermal-insulated residential architectural blueprint, when a distant thunderclap jolted her upright. Zhang Yichen, deep in refining patrol protocols, flinched sharply. Tung Chuchu, pen in hand, tallying logistics, gasped aloud. Only Tung Baiwan's expression shifted, his gaze locking onto the source of the lightning. Ha. If this weren't a game world, I'd swear some scoundrel just swore a false oath to heaven and paid the price. Yes, indeed. If it were a scoundrel, he'd be the worst kind. The sort who steals both hearts and fortunes. Otherwise, why would heaven strike the same spot 18 times? Tung Chuchu laughed softly, warmth blooming in her chest. Thank goodness mine is loyal and faithful. Just then, Tung Baiwan cried out, abandoning a high-stakes international contract, and sprinted toward the lightning-ravaged grove. You foolish girl, move. That's Beichen. Haven't you checked the team channel? Oh. Tung Chuchu nearly stumbled, stunned. No, it can't be. Beichen. Disregard my earlier words. Childish nonsense. Shui Yihan rushed to amend. No more chatter. Grab the vehicle. Zhang Yichen commanded. In an instant, the war room emptied, every soul racing toward Beichen's location. Half an hour later, Tung Baiwan, Zhang Yichen, and the others arrived at the place struck by lightning, where the dark clouds in the sky had long since dissipated. Beichen, where are you? Tung Chuchu disregarded the withered trees ahead, jumped out of the car, and rushed forward without a second thought. Tung Baiwan followed suit, and after searching carefully for nearly 5 minutes, when Tung Chuchu reached the edge of a large depression at the top of the mountain, she burst into tears. Shui Han and the others upon hearing this heartbreaking cry also changed their expressions drastically. Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen felt a jolt in their hearts. If Beichen were in trouble, the entire Daxiao city would be doomed, and all plans would come to a forced halt. In a depression with a diameter of over 10 meters, Beichen was lying there naked, emitting blue smoke with nothing around him. His clothes had been turned to ashes by the lightning. However, Tung Chuchu, familiar with Beichen's chest, immediately noticed a majestic qilin born from the lightning vividly manifesting on Beichen's chest. Without hesitation, she hurriedly took off her coat to cover Beichen, then checked for signs of breath. After feeling a stream of warm air with her fingers, her anxious heart finally eased. Beichen, how are you? What happened? At this moment, the others also rushed down into the depression. Tung Baiwan first scanned Beichen for any obvious external injuries. Zhang Yichen carefully examined the surrounding environment, using counter-surveillance skills to check if Beichen had been ambushed. Shui Han was immediately drawn to the lightning qilin on Beichen's chest. Yichen, how is it? Tung Baiwan looked at Zhang Yichen. The environment is fine. Good, let's work together to get Beichen back. Half an hour later, the red flag car contained only Beichen, who was unconscious and covered in dirt. Tung Chuchu carefully wiped the grime and dust off Beichen's body again and again. In a daze, Beichen slowly opened his eyes. Seeing Tung Chuchu's slightly reddened eyes as she quietly helped him dress, Beichen felt that choosing to embody the lightning qilin rune this time was somewhat reckless. Chuchu. Upon hearing this, Tung Chuchu trembled all over, exclaiming, Beichen, you scared me to death. Tears immediately welled up, and she rushed into Beichen's arms. Beichen hugged Tung Chuchu and smiled wryly to comfort her, saying, it's okay, I'm fine now. Don't cry. What were you doing just now? You were smoking when we arrived, sob sob. The only one who could make Tung Chuchu show such vulnerability was probably Tung Baiwan aside from Beichen. For a girl who has never been in a relationship, when she gives everything to the man she loves, her demeanor in front of him will definitely be vastly different from before, limited to chasing after him. After receiving the true teachings from Zhang Dapio, Beichen compensated for his emotional intelligence shortcomings. Before long, he made Tung Chuchu giggle uncontrollably. If I don't care. If you dare to do this again, I will be angry. Beichen's heart softened. With a hug and a kiss, he promised, I swear. Outside, all the soldiers of the Yinglong Guard were anxiously waiting. However, with Tung Chuchu's cries, instantly the entire Yinglong Guard erupted in cheers as a heavy stone in their hearts finally fell. You rest first, I'll go tell the others to ease their minds. Beichen nodded slightly. Soon Tung Chuchu dried her tears and got out of the car. Meanwhile, Beichen closed his eyes to rest, but he wasn't idle. Without hesitation, he shifted his focus to the genetic talent page. Upon seeing the genetic attributes after accepting the lightning qilin rune, Beichen felt that the 18 bolts of lightning were not in vain. Player Beichen. Genetic values. Strength, 28. Agility, 29. Mentality, 27. Endurance, 31. Willpower, 21. Basic values for regular players are 5. Special profession bonus is 10. Personal limit is 30. Talent 1, Do Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope. Talent 2, Amaterasu Black Flame. Talent 3, Lightning qilin rune. Genetic ability, Lightning Control. Note: ultimate equipment embodiment characteristics count as talent abilities. A smile of anticipation appeared on his lips as he concentrated, and immediately a strange power began to gather in the palm of his right hand. Since Beichen has the ability to control lightning coupled with the second stage evolution of the Kusanagi sword, which controls the nature transformation of lightning, the lightning now in Beichen's hand felt like a cherished pet. He could mold at will. Lightning escape. 1,000 birds. Buzz, 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 buzz. Before the words could fully leave his mouth, strands of white lightning continuously emerged in Beichen's palm. Instantly, the entire car resonated with a sound akin to 1,000 birds singing in unison. Meanwhile, the flickering light of the lightning illuminated the interior of the red flag car bright as day. Impressive. No need to form seals, just a thought can shape the lightning into the desired form. Due to the ability to control lightning, even when a ball of lightning appeared directly in Beichen's palm, he did not feel the painful jolt of an electric shock. Since he was in Tung Chuchu's car, Beichen could not directly test the power of lightning 1,000 birds with the vehicle. A thought arose, and the hissing lightning gradually faded away until it completely disappeared, revealing Beichen's palm. Clenching his fist, Beichen felt an immense power coursing through him. It seemed that the execution of 1,000 birds had thoroughly awakened his attribute base panel. Not bad. The 18 bolts of lightning tempered my body, directly raising my genetic values to the peak of an ordinary person. Beichen was extremely satisfied with how he felt now. With such genetic attributes, I should be able to venture into the forbidden area without any problems, right? At that moment, a prompt sounded in his ear. Has the Chinese medicine team arrived? A smile appeared on his lips. As long as Zhang Dapio and Pang Xinjia's teams arrived, he would basically have achieved the freedom to be hands-off as the City Lord. Opening the private message to take a look. City Lord, I have joined up with Old Pang. The two teams have merged into one. How many people in total? Hee over 1,000 in total, all active duty or retired old comrades gathered from the surrounding 4 regions. Great, how far are you from Daxiao City? The coordinates of Daxiao City had already been sent to the 2 when Beichen Hee about 2 hours journey left. I can't wait to see the might of the 3rd level main city. Beichen smiled and said, right now Daxiao City is just a shell, it's waiting for all of you to return and build it up. Alright, luckily we made it. Otherwise, as the leader of the Xin unit, both Old Pang and I would be uneasy. Indeed, according to Tung Baiwan's thoughts, Daxiao City was temporarily establishing 4 armed forces, and the ranks had already been assigned. Zhang Yichen was in charge of the Tian unit. Shui Yihan was in charge of the D unit. After Zhang Dapio and Pang Xinjie returned, they would be responsible for the Xian and Huang units respectively. The entire corps was tentatively set at 4,000 men. After the 2 disconnected the private message, Beichen immediately sent a private message to Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen. In 2 hours, the Yinglong Guard's Xian and Huang units will return with about 1,000 men. Prepare yourselves. So soon. Great. I got it. Tung Baiwan was also extremely excited. Currently, Daxiao City was vast, but it was severely lacking in manpower. As soon as the news spread, more than 20 members of the Yinglong Guard in the main city erupted in cheers. The reunion with old comrades was only one reason. The key was that a large number of hands would speed up the farming process. At noon, Beichen still did not get up, but felt justified lying down to rest well. Because he knew once the Xian and Huang armies returned, he would have his hands full again. Eat well, and don't daze off. Tung Chu held a piece of medium-rare black truffle beef and brought it to Beichen's mouth, reminding him, "Thank you for your hard work. Then eat well. Later I still need to deliver food to the baby." Listening to Tung Chu's words, Beichen smiled and nodded. Soon the delicately cooked black truffle beef was finished, and Tung Chu left with the baby's meal. Beichen looked at Tung Chu's serious expression and couldn't help but smile. Unknowingly, he felt a peculiar concern for the city of Daxiao and for Tung Chu. Humans are not wood or grass. Who can be without feelings? Previously, Beichen thought marriage was merely a continuation of human reproduction. Talking about feelings. Too much of a waste of time and prone to accidents. However now, Beichen did not think so anymore. There were still 2 hours until the arrival of Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjie's 2 teams. Beichen had ample time to study the area he was about to explore, the Forbidden Land Infinite Illusion. As he shifted his perspective back to this page, Beichen still felt it was unbelievable. There was nothing else on this page, just a pitch-black map resembling an abyss. Beichen was unsure if this was a map of the current world. The prominent red dot in the center of the map undoubtedly indicated the location of the Forbidden Land. Beichen had previously inquired with the main system about how to follow this map to find the Forbidden Land. The answer he received was that as long as he accepted the exploration task for the Forbidden Land, the route would be revealed. Is it a task at the 9 stars level? What kind of rewards will be obtained for completing these tasks? Beichen furrowed his brow in contemplation, muttering, "Is it materials for upgrading to a level 4 main city, or more powerful weapons and equipment? Or is this just a pre-map for the great disaster?" Indeed, in the Extreme City Lord upgrade mode, once a main city is upgraded to level 3, it cannot be directly upgraded to level 4 through this mode. Due to the uniqueness of a level 4 main city, Beichen agreed. After all, the area of a level 4 main city is not only 10 times that of a level 3 main city, but can also build advanced technology particle teleportation arrays, and even has 2 upgrade routes to choose from. The emergence of a level 4 main city made Beichen sense that a more terrifying storm was looming in this survival world. It was just not the time yet. That is why he said that the Forbidden Land Infinite Illusion was a precursor task before the great disaster. Perhaps the essential materials for building a level 4 main city, Fallen Earth, or in Demon Flame Essence, are hidden within the Forbidden Land tasks. With Beichen's current equipment and genetic-based stats, even if a more terrifying beast tide or a great disaster swept in, he could still protect himself even if the city of Daxiao fell. However, in this world, he also had his own attachments, such as the baby who resembled a daughter, Ting Chu, who had accidentally walked together, and his capable subordinates, Tang Wanzhang, Yichen Shuihan, and so on. Therefore, he must carry on with a heavy burden, constantly seeking the secret to completing the game and returning to reality. Looking down at the thunder and lightning Qilin tattoo on his chest, Beichen smiled. An evolved ultimate weapon is like a talent ability, right? It seems this wave of extortion by the Three Kingdoms Alliance was correct. Meanwhile, within the Three Kingdoms Alliance channel, the atmosphere was somewhat oppressive. Fuck. I can confirm absolutely and definitely tell you that the zombie virus sweeping through our war zone was caused by Beichen. Oh my god. He even extorted 3 holy artifacts from my Megwo war zone. This grudge must be avenged. The 4th Irish was almost insane. The emergence of the zombie virus directly led to the failure of his ambitions to unify the various small countries of the West. What was even more hateful was that the demon sword Apophis, which symbolized power and status, actually changed hands. Quan Xingji felt a bit guilty and said Boss Beichen is now a level 3 city lord, and with the protection of a level 3 main city. Even if we are not afraid of retaliation, we have no way to deal with it. Tian Ben Sanlang was also an extremely crazy character. The Kusanagi sword was the only legendary artifact in the Tunbin War Zone that was in an unlocked state. He had been obsessed with the legends of that mythical world since he was young, and that sword was his dream from childhood to adulthood. No matter the cost, we must take revenge. The Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword. The leaders of the Three Kingdoms alliance capable of uniting their war zone were certainly not intellectually disabled and knew they could not confront the city of Daxiahedan. Soon the three reached an agreement on a strategy. They placed all their hopes on uncovering the secrets of the Forbidden Land. Second and third accept the task. We will meet at the entrance of the Forbidden Land in 3 days. Okay. Hi. The three leaders simultaneously accepted the exploration task for the Forbidden Land, and suddenly the voice of the game host rang in their ears. Because the city lord accepted and proceeded to the exploration task of the Forbidden Land Infinite Illusion, the main city will provide protection during the exploration period and will not be subject to designated boss attacks. What? Such a thing exists. Haha, this is truly heaven's help to me. Let's kill them all. The journey to the Forbidden Land will surely cause a river of blood among the players from Huaxia. At the same time, the three were even angrier because of the host's prompt. They had already confirmed that the previous zombie virus was the designated boss from Beichen's mysterious exchange store in the city lord. It was ruthless. In less than 10 hours, the Three Kingdoms Alliance had almost lost 3 million players. 2 hours later, within the city of Daxiao, including the city lord Beichen and more than 20 others, it was indeed a city-wide celebration. Every Yinglong Guard warrior stood at the main city's gunpoint, holding an automatic rifle, squinting through the high-powered scope, gazing into the distance. Indeed, the Xuanji and Huangzi troops from Daxiao had returned. When Beichen climbed the city, he saw a group of warriors with automatic assault rifles M416, and even using automatic rifles SKS to spy. He couldn't help but smile wryly. It seems the warriors have been working hard in the fields every day, or it must be quite dull. Dust was rising in the distance right in front of the south gate. It was indeed the effect of 200 vehicles speeding by, dark and oppressive. Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia were sitting in the back seat of a Hummer, resting with their eyes closed. 5 consecutive days of travel had left them mentally exhausted. At this moment, the observer in the passenger seat saw something through the high-powered binoculars and was immediately startled. Team leaders, there's a situation. Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia suddenly opened their eyes and instinctively reached for their weapons. What's going on? There are actually people attacking at our doorstep. No, team leaders, you should take a look. The observer was unsure how to explain and hurriedly handed the binoculars to Zhang Dabiao. Oh, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjia exchanged glances, then took the binoculars. Upon seeing, they were all high-quality automatic firearms equipped with high-powered scopes. What's going on? Peng Xinjia asked in confusion. That Beichen probably thinks we are here to rob the city and has displayed all his weapons. Take a look. Peng Xinjia took the binoculars and looked, instantly gasping. Isn't this the T-90 City Defense Heavy Machine Gun and the 35 caliber anti-aircraft gun? My heavens. Due to the positioning, they could only see the 2 heavy machine guns and the 35mm anti-aircraft gun deployed at the left and right corners of the Daxia city. In fact, Daxia had deployed 6 all-weather fully automatic ground-to-air hive systems to intercept the 35mm anti-aircraft guns and 1490 city defense heavy machine guns. These city defense heavy weapons are impressive. No wonder the men from the Huaxia war zone are like gods. Zhang Dabiao exclaimed and immediately spoke in the personal team channel. Ahead is our Daxiao city. Oh, everyone stay alert and do not cause any trouble. Yes, team leader. 1008. As time passed, the convoy got closer to Daxiao city, and upon seeing the well-equipped warriors on the main city and the intimidatingly large-caliber heavy weapons, everyone behaved obediently, without needing to be reminded. Just like a son-in-law coming to visit. Just when the warriors of the two teams thought the main city had this level of strength, the next moment the appearance of that man made everyone's heart skip a beat. It was a black flame demon god standing 3 meters tall, engulfed in burning black flames, with a pair of black flame wings and a giant sword sheath at its waist, also burning with that black flame. Just standing still on the city wall had already brought an indelible shock to the warriors of the two armies. Suddenly, the massive body of the black flame demon god shook violently, and a pair of deep emerald eyes shot out from the gaps in the helmet. With a whoosh, the black flame demon god slightly dove down, then its black flame wings flapped vigorously, soaring into the air at high speed, heading straight for this side. Seeing this scene, the warriors from the Xuanji and Huangzi troops turned pale. My god, what is this thing? It's so oppressive I can hardly breathe. Team leader, please give instructions. Should we open fire? Stay calm. Follow my orders. Zhang Dabiao directly commanded, and no one was allowed to act without permission. In less than 10 breaths, the black flame demon god descended from the sky, landing heavily less than 100 meters directly in front of the convoy. Indeed, it was Beichen. Although the Xuanji and Huangzi troops belonged to Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjie, this display of intimidation was still very necessary. Although he trusted Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjie among 1,000 people, it was inevitable that those with terrifying ambitions would mix in. After all, there were no clear rules in this world. Strength is the measure of everything. Beichen aimed to plant an invincible seed in the hearts of all Yinglong Guard warriors, thereby dispelling the fantasies of any malicious individuals. Whoosh! Bang! The moment the giant sword was drawn, it brought a wave of heat. Clang! The giant sword struck the ground without hesitation, and an explosive sound rang out with smoke rising. Once the smoke cleared, all the Xuanji and Huangzi troops gasped in shock. A chasm 3 meters deep and over 10 meters long appeared, where the black flame demon god had struck. The shrubs, grasses, and trees on both sides of the chasm were all burning, slowly engulfed by the black flames. As Beichen retracted the black flame avatar, he revealed his true self. He raised his hand towards the leading hummer of the convoy, and said, "Why are you standing there? We are going home." At this moment a seed took root in everyone's heart. That is, this man is invincible. Such means not to mention the Xuanji and Huangzi troops had never seen before, even the more than 20 Yinglong Guard members on the city wall had never seen before. They were truly left dumbfounded. In the previous Extreme City Lord upgrade mode, although Beichen had used the Celestial Demon to demonstrate an external form, it was still the size of a normal person, and was during the Dark Night, so everyone knew Beichen had acquired an incredible piece of equipment. But no one had seen it so clearly. My heavens, is that the City Lord's ability or talent? This technique is simply astonishing. Zhang Yichen was at a loss for words expressing his astonishment. Tung Wan's expression showed no fear, only surprise and appreciation, because her sister was getting close to Beichen. Shui Yihan's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if she thought of something, and suddenly grabbed the delighted Ting Chuchu beside her, and asked, "Sister, can I ask you something?" Ting Chuchu was taken aback, and replied, "Sister Yihan, just say it. With our ironclad relationship, there's no need to be so coy." "Well, it's just, does Beichen mind having 2 girlfriends?" What did you say?" Ting Chuchu's expression remained unchanged as she dug at her ears. "Sister Yihan, my ears suddenly went deaf. I have no idea what you're talking about." Shui Yihan's mouth twitched. "Our ironclad relationship is definitely made of paper." "I was just saying it casually, you're taking it seriously." Shui Yihan's mouth twitched. "Our ironclad relationship is definitely made of paper." "I was just saying it casually, you're taking it seriously." A woman who doesn't understand sharing. Shui Yihan feigned calmness, turned her head, and continued to look at Beichen, inadvertently swallowing hard. Internally she strongly condemned Ting Chuchu. Good cabbage has been pushed away. The occurrence of this matter made Ting Chuchu seem calm as water, yet her heart was in turmoil. North Chun was simply too outstanding. It seemed that this situation had been anticipated long ago, but she hadn't expected that the first to appear would be Shui Yihan. She bore no animosity towards Shui Yihan, it was merely an uncomfortable feeling inside. Her personality had always been carefree, and if it were anything else, she would likely share it without hesitation in front of friends. But North Chun was different. To be honest, in this world environment, let alone North Chun taking 1 or 2 women with his current status and strength, he could easily create a harem of 3,000 beauties if he wanted. Thus Ting Chuchu could only pretend not to hear, for she did not know North Chun's thoughts, and could not act on her own. Looking down at the man in the front who was talking and laughing energetically among over 1,000 people, Ting Chuchu felt a sense of pride and satisfaction. "Salute!" The commander of the Tianzi Legion, Zhang Yichen, immediately shouted loudly from the city wall. Instantly more than 20 members of the Yinglong Guard on the city wall stood tall and performed a standard military salute. "Welcome back, Xianwang." The members of the Yinglong Guard gave Zhang Dapiao and Peng Xinjie ample face regarding the future unified front. This scene stirred the hearts of Zhang Dapiao and Peng Xinjie. They had not participated in the construction of the Great Xia City and the defense against the siege beast tide. Before returning, many brothers in the regiment had said that after returning to the Great Xia City things would not go well with the old Yinglong Guard, but unexpectedly, North Chin smiled and nodded at the people on the city wall. An armed force of over 1,000 people entered the Great Xia City in grand style. Subsequently, North Chun made a special introduction of the core members of the Yinglong Guard to Zhang Dapiao and Peng Xinjie. From the introductions, it was clear to Zhang Dapiao and Peng Xinjie that North Chun valued Tung Baiwan, Zhang Yichen, and Shui Yihan greatly. Soon the newly joined over 1,000 people received their own City Lord household registration book, with more than 500 assigned to the Xian Legion, and the other 500 to be managed by Peng Xinjie assigned to the Huang Legion. After a night of revelry, North Chun sat alone in the red flag sedan. He thought to himself, the system can detect and amplify cold weapons and hot weapons. Detected 687 board rifles, 109 various old pistols, 326 daggers, 124 machetes. Would you like to amplify them? Indeed, the primary task before the celebration was to collect the weapons of the Xian and Huang legions uniformly. An amplification was essential. It is known that after amplification the quality of the weapons would greatly improve, and if luck was on their side the quantity might also increase. Those board rifles were old single-shot guns from the war lacking mobility and with a terrifyingly low magazine capacity. Amplified. Congratulations, host amplification successful. Obtained 568 silenced AK-47 assault rifles. Obtained 487 fully equipped Mauser 98K sniper rifles. Obtained 510 QSG-92 pistols. Obtained 1234 multifunctional military knives. Obtained. Upon hearing the quality and quantity after amplification, North Chin instantly smiled. Indeed, great effort yields miraculous results. Amplifying several hundred weapons together is bound to bring some surprises. A brand new fully equipped Mauser 98K sniper rifle appeared in his hand in a flick of his wrist. 8-fold scope leather buttstock silencer. Good stuff. With these weapons the Yinglong Guard members in the Great Xia City temporarily resolved the issue of outdated weapons, each possessing a certain level of combat capability. Although the 98K was good, North Chin merely glanced at it and casually mentioned. Compared to the Black Dragon HAL 10 armor-piercing cannon, these were merely inferior. However, as the game progressed, the emergence of genes and talents rendered hot weapons inadequate. North Chun had already recognized this issue with the level 3 Siege Beast Tide. After transferring this batch of new weapons to the particle space armory, he casually placed his unused hot weapons like the light machine gun Big Pineapple inside. For personal hot weapons, North Chun only kept one Black Dragon HAL and various 12.7 caliber bullets. Just as he placed these military supplies into the armory, Tung Baiwan was astonished and sent a message asking, "On North Chin, you have a ton of weapons and equipment." North Chin smiled without explaining too much, saying, "Just got my hands on them. Now the Xian and Huang weapons can be updated right. More than enough, these are all top-notch equipment." North Chun hesitated slightly and directly initiated a trade request to Tung Baiwan. "What are you going to give me? Why not just put it in the armory?" North Chun did not keep it a secret and directly placed the particle ammunition depot in the trade panel. "Baiwan, this thing is a heavy weapon for the current Yinglong Guard. It must not leak out." When Tung Baiwan saw the incredible function of the particle ammunition depot, his heart raced. With this, Yinglong Guard members would no longer have to be stingy and afraid to use live ammunition. As long as they had enough crafting materials, bullets in the Great Xia City could be produced endlessly. At the same time, Tung Baiwan was deeply moved. This crucial weapon that affected the combat power of the Great Xia City was directly entrusted to him by North Chun, which represented something. "Leave it to me. When the combat power of the Yinglong Guard stabilizes, it will be the day I leave. Ultimately, the Great Xia City will still be handed over to you and Zhang Yichen." North Chun replied slowly. "Though this thing is precious, ordinary hot weapons no longer hold much threat for me, so you can proceed without worry." All right. Just as the transaction with Tung Baiwan was completed at that moment, Tung Chu-Chu had just returned from the temporary meeting room of the Yinglong Guard. Now there were a large number of import and export resources being stored in the Great Xia City, making this period her busiest time. "Oh, why are you here?" Noticing a hint of fatigue on Tung Chu-Chu's face, North Chun directly said, "Waiting for you." Oh, Tung Chu-Chu felt somewhat disappointed realizing that North Chun might be telling her when he was leaving. "What's wrong?" North Chun, puzzled, pulled Tung Chu-Chu into his embrace and asked. "With the return of the Xianhuang Legion, are you going to leave?" North Chun did not speak, but merely nodded slightly. Feeling Tung Chu-Chu's embrace tighten a bit more, if one has no distant worries, they must have nearby troubles. Temporary separation is just for a better reunion in the future. Tung Chu-Chu buried her head in North Chin's chest, striving to savor the unique scent of him, as if wanting to remember it forever. "I understand. So just leave the Great Xia City to us. I have no other requests of you, just hope you can take good care of yourself." Hearing this, North Chin smiled and teased, "Is that all?" "Is that all? Aren't you afraid he'll play around out there?" Not mentioning this, Tung Chu-Chu had not thought much about it, but as soon as it was brought up, she immediately recalled today's matter with Shui Han. "You have never belonged to just me. I once thought of possessing you, but now, as long as you like, I have no problem with." This was said candidly, but North Chin still sensed a hint of grievance and acquiescence in her words. "Ha ha ha." North Chin laughed heartily. This is quite the grand ambition of yours." "If I don't have such big ambitions, I just want to occupy a corner of your heart." North Chun felt something was off. The tone of her speech seemed strange. "What's wrong? Did something happen?" Tung Chu-Chu, feeling open-hearted, did not think to avoid mentioning the matter of Shui Han today to North Chun. North Chun was startled. "Such a thing happened?" "Lying to you is a little dog," Tung Chu-Chu mumbled. "I had anticipated this day, or I just didn't think it would come so quickly." "What do you mean?" North Chin asked playfully. "What do I mean? I can't control it. If you want to make a move, it's none of my business." "Oh, aren't you jealous?" North Chin smirked. "Jealous? Not to that extent, just a bit of a strange feeling. Who told you to be so excellent? It's normal to be coveted by other outstanding women. A sister Han is quite good and familiar." Before she could finish this small grievance, North Chun directly sealed Tung Chuchu's lips. 2 hours later. Chuchu, hand over your dragon scale bulletproof vest to me. Tung Chuchu gasped while handing the heavy bulletproof vest from the corner of the car to Beichen. She didn't know what Beichen was planning to do, but held back her curiosity. Beichen took the dragon scale bulletproof vest and smiled, saying, you should sleep first. Tomorrow, I'll give you a... Tung Chuchu smiled sweetly, supporting her weary body to kiss Beichen on the cheek, saying, don't stay up too late. Also, Beichen, I don't want to be a burden to you. Whatever you want to do, I will support you, really. Beichen, having heard her words, deepened the kiss and whispered in Tung Chuchu's ear, don't be silly, you are the only one. Believe you. What about your ideal type? Tung Chuchu teased, though her heart was filled with sweetness. Ha, you actually took that seriously. After being with me for so long, don't you understand my temperament? Without feelings as a foundation, even if we come together, we are merely passing by, without any meaning. Tung Chuchu didn't say more, and simply responded obediently. Soon Beichen got out of the Hongqi car, and returned to the Wuling car. As expected, Baby was playing happily by herself. Indeed, for Baby, learning was just playing. Wow, Dad, you're finally back. I thought you forgot about Baby. Hearing this, Beichen felt something was off. There was obviously a hint of jealousy. Haha, silly girl, what are you talking about? We can't forget Baby no matter what. Upon hearing this, Baby proudly handed the Vank tutoring device to Beichen. When Beichen saw the lessons on the device, he was taken aback. No wonder Baby's tone had changed, as she had managed to self-study up to the first year of middle school. Dad, the cultural lessons in the first year include biology. There's one lesson where the teacher explained it very clearly, but I still don't understand. Oh. Beichen smiled, and said, find it for me, let me take a look. Okay. Within moments, Baby identified her area of confusion. The first-year biology lesson, the secrets of reproduction, the fundamental differences between men and women. Cough, cough, cough. That lesson, Baby, I had to go to the hospital because I had a stomachache during it, so I couldn't listen and can't directly guide you. Upon hearing this, Baby looked somewhat dejected. Beichen knew this lesson was very important, but as a man he found it difficult to talk to his daughter about such topics. Why don't you take the tutoring device to find Sister Chuchu or Sister Ihan tomorrow? Let them explain it to you. As soon as Baby heard someone could teach her, she perked up. Dad, weren't you absent from that lesson because of a stomachache? How about I take you with me tomorrow, and we can listen to Sister Chuchu together? Beichen's face turned red as he immediately replied, tomorrow, I have a stomachache too, I can't go. As Baby fell asleep, Beichen sat in the driver's seat, and took out the dragon scale bulletproof vest and an evolution crystal. At that moment, the gaming console's voice sounded. The dragon scale bulletproof vest can evolve. Do you want to consume an evolution crystal to evolve it? As expected, the evolution crystal could indeed evolve ordinary equipment. Since he was leaving the capital of Daxia to explore the Forbidden Land, it was necessary to gift his woman with a piece of protective gear. Yes, Beichen said directly. Congratulations, the dragon scale bulletproof vest has successfully evolved. Congratulations, you have obtained the exceptional level equipment Black Armor. As the gaming console's voice faded, he obtained a set of black soft clothing that was almost weightless and difficult to describe in terms of material, yet it felt very high quality. Black Armor. Why does this feel so familiar? Beichen recalled that this was the Black Armor from the Super God account. Looking at the all-around protective attributes of the Black Armor, he knew it was no joke. Upon unfolding it, he had to admit it looked really cool. With this parting gift, Beichen felt a great sense of relief. Suddenly, Beichen seemed to think of something, and directly asked the console in his heart, can I take pets to the Forbidden Land? No other than players. What? Beichen was stunned, turning to look at the sleeping Baby. How should I explain this to Baby? Members of the Yinglong Guard have an independent intelligence department, and a large amount of international information is collected almost daily, among which there is information about the Forbidden Land Infinite Mirage. However, there is very little reliable information, mostly mere speculation from players. Beichen believed that until now very few people had truly entered the Forbidden Land for exploration. After all, even the strongest individual powers and city lords of various countries hadn't said much. When would they organize manpower to explore the Forbidden Land? As a result, countless players were waiting for head news to come out. After all, life only happens once. It can only be this way. Beichen sighed, realizing he could only use the excuse of guarding the main city to leave Baby in Daxia, allowing her to not only study, but also keep an eye on the city. However, even Beichen could not guarantee whether Baby would accept it. After all, he had never truly been apart from her for more than 24 hours. Unexpectedly, a twist of fate perfectly resolved Beichen's predicament. 3 days later, 20 miles outside the southern gate of Daxia, a Wuling and a Hongqi were parked side by side under a canopy of trees. Here, this is specially prepared for you. Beichen took out the Black Armor. With this, Tung Chuchu could respond to any sudden crisis. Tung Chuchu accepted the black soft clothing and held it tightly, her eyes filled with reluctance, as she said, you can go with peace of mind. I will take good care of Baby. As long as I live, well, no one will interrupt her evolution. Beichen nodded slightly and stepped forward to hug Tung Chuchu. Wait for me to come back. With that, he got into the Wuling without looking back and stepped on the gas, driving away. Even though Tung Chu Chu had 1,000 words to say at that moment, she could only express her inner wish. I will wait for you to come back. Watching the Wuling disappear on the asphalt road in the distance, Tung Chu Chu wiped her tears and returned to the car. She had to return because Baby was about to undergo her third evolution and she needed to be by her side at all times, ensuring nothing went wrong. Beichen left without looking back, not even in the rearview mirror. For looking back would only increase the sense of longing. The pain was not only his, but also for both sides. In 3 days, Beichen had spent almost all of his accumulated reputation points. Among them, just the excellent level seeds had consumed 10,000 reputation points, and other basic infrastructures that couldn't be rewarded were exchanged with reputation points. After accepting the task of exploring the Forbidden Land, the function of Infinite Mirage had already presented a separate route leading Beichen there. Glancing at the empty rear compartment, no longer seeing that adorable little child, Beichen felt a slight empty. However, Beichen had no better choice. If Baby couldn't follow him into the Forbidden Land, being left outside meant Baby would have to wait alone, which was not only dull, but also meant she'd have to take care of herself, hardly suitable in Daxia. Fortunately, Baby's third evolution was approaching, sparing the father and daughter from the pain of parting. Beichen rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. Looking ahead at the endless familiar asphalt road, Beichen had a clear destination this time, as he set up. Forbidden Land, Infinite Mirage, incoming Beichen. In a single night, the city of Daxiao upgraded to a level 3 main city, and the gaming console activated the Gene Talent feature, plunging the entire game world into hell mode. However, Beichen drove along the asphalt road according to the coordinates given by the forbidden area, finding nothing unusual along the way. If one had to say something, it was that after driving for 2 hours, not a single resource box was seen by the roadside. In the past, the wilderness and mountains flanking the asphalt road were vast and desolate, but now there were clear differences that Beichen couldn't quite describe. He took out the Black Dragon's roar and looked through the 15x scope towards the end of the wilderness on the left. As expected, the scope revealed a pitch-black fog. These areas of black fog were not only far from the asphalt road, but also unevenly distributed, exuding an eerie aura. What is hell mode? Just making the resource box spawn locations further away from the asphalt road. Beichen was filled with doubt as the wilderness around the asphalt road was uneven, with some areas even filled with strange rocks, making it impossible for the vehicle to drive normally off the road. Moreover, once he got out to explore the black fog areas, encountering lurking ferocious beasts, ordinary players might not even have time to escape. However, Beichen was completely unconcerned, as the Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope and the Lightning Qilin, which wielded lightning power, were his absolute sources of confidence. After driving for another half an hour, upon seeing a huge black fog area on the left side of the asphalt road, Beichen decided to stop. It's been a while since I've been out. I want to see what lies hidden in this black fog. Since the Wuling had been embellished by the system and came with a biological lock, Beichen was completely unafraid of the vehicle being stolen during his absence. Locking the car door, Beichen stepped out, strolling leisurely towards the large black fog area on the left side of the asphalt road. As he could summon the black flames, Susanoo with a thought, he was essentially empty-handed. Lighting a cigarette, Beichen felt like a lord touring his own garden. Although the black flame Susanoo had flight capabilities, the peculiar energy sustaining it was not inexhaustible. Using high energy unnecessarily just to take a few steps would be a waste. After all, Beichen was uncertain what he might gain from this exploration of the black fog area. Currently, the black flame Susanoo was his greatest defense, and without sufficient black flame energy replenishment, he did not wish to use it recklessly. As he passed through the once chaotic wilderness, what unfolded before Beichen was a lowlying valley. The black fog area nearly encompassed the entire lowlying region, with the edges revealing a number of lush green shrubs. Suddenly, a whispering sound emerged from beneath a hidden giant rock, and upon closer inspection, Beichen discovered 2 men dressed in handmade green Arctic gear. From their physique, Beichen could discern that these 2 were likely high-end players in the game world. One was tall and robust, while the other appeared somewhat frail, yet his muscles were clearly defined and not at all flabby. Since the survival game began, many players lacking self-sufficiency had already been eliminated, while those who had not given up hope were barely holding on. Excluding those mentioned above, players who still maintained a strong physique were all specialists, either possessing survival experience, top-notch personal strength, or being ruthless. In any case, aside from the lucky ones, the players currently surviving in the game world were all elite level. To avoid standing out too much and raising suspicion, Beichen symbolically drew out his scale military knife. Holding the old friend, Beichen felt a pang of nostalgia, as he had rarely used the shadowless sword since acquiring it. Hey, what are you 2 guys down there discussing? Is there water ahead? Look, the mist is growing such a large black fog. Beichen's abrupt voice echoed in the area with no intention of hiding. The sound of his words reached the ears of the 2 camouflaged men below, detonating like a nuclear bomb. Their expressions changed as they cursed loudly, immediately darting out from behind the bushes. It was as if a sleeping demon lurked within the black fog, and running slowly would mean being dragged into an abyss. Damn it! Quickly retreat, that thing is coming out. The friar of the two men caught sight of the innocent-looking Beichen and immediately exploded in anger. You're really a disaster. How dare you yell in the black fog area? If you're looking for death, don't drag us down with you. Beichen, what happened? However, Beichen quickly discovered what was going on. An extremely sharp and piercing sound erupted from the black fog in the valley below, startling Beichen. Splashing sounds echoed as if something was rapidly sweeping past the bushes in the black fog, and the sounds of pursuit grew closer to the fleeing duo. Hearing the commotion behind them, the two men's faces changed, realizing that the Grim Reaper was calling their names. After shooting a glare at the bewildered Beichen, they quickly drew their weapons. One wielded a dagger while the other held a kitchen knife. They understood that once this monster was startled, there would be no time to run. If facing it head-on might provide a glimmer of hope. Whoosh! Beichen clearly witnessed this scene. Below, the black fog at the edge of the valley surged violently, as if something massive was trying to force its way out. Roar! Suddenly, a gigantic beast with fangs burst forth from the black fog. It resembled a tiger, but its entire body was adorned with striking blue stripes instead of yellow. Seeing only a tiger, Beichen paid it no mind. Such a creature was merely a matter of moving a finger for him. However, when he glimpsed its tail, he immediately dismissed it as just a tiger. Hiss! Damn it, what kind of tiger is this? That tail looks like a blue python. Upon seeing the true form of the massive creature hidden in the black fog up close, the two men below felt as if they might cry. Big brother, didn't you say that the only thing lurking in this black fog area was an ordinary tiger? This is a freaking monster tiger. The robust man was also dumbfounded, cursing loudly. Damn it, that bastard dared to trick me. Hiss! The tiger python showed no mercy, its azure eyes void of emotion. With a leap, it revealed the claws hidden beneath its tiger-like paws, lunging directly at the two men. The force of that leap was terrifying. Looking at the expressions of the two men, one could not tell if they were stunned or simply unresponsive, as they did not even raise their weapons to resist. Within the fog were many secrets unknown to Beichen. From their conversation, he gathered that these two seemed quite knowledgeable about the fog. Without hesitation, he drew the black dragon's roar and prepared the 10 rounds of armor-piercing bullets. Aiming at the lunging tiger python, he fired a shot. The large-caliber rifle roared to life, echoing over 10 miles. The sharp whistle of the bullet cutting through the air made one's scalp tingle. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds struck the tiger python's head mid-leap as it brandished its claws. The tremendous impact of the bullets threw the tiger python off its trajectory. One could only imagine how terrifying the power of the black dragon's roar truly was. The tiger python let out a mournful cry before crashing heavily into the nearby bushes, falling silent. The scene fell into a stillness where even a falling needle could be heard. Damn, that mutated tiger just died like that. Big brother, slap me and see if we've reached the smack. The frail man was directly slapped by the robust man, instantly bursting into tears. Little brother, this isn't a dream, my hand is hurting. With 2 shots piercing the air, the tiger python was swiftly dealt with, and the black dragon's howl was immediately retracted by Beichen. At this moment, Beichen stood on the hillside with a smile, overlooking the two below, seemingly unperturbed by the effortless defeat of the mutated beast. It makes sense when you think about it. This tiger python was merely a beast that appeared in a black mist area on the highway after the hell mode was activated. What is the black dragon's howl 10 caliber armor-piercing sniper rifle? It is the #1 weapon on the Huaxiao Warzone's hot weapon ranking. If the black dragon's howl fails to take down this tiger python in 2 shots, it can be said that no other players would have a chance to survive. After all, Beichen and the so-called elite players are on completely different levels and comparable. Of course, it can also be understood that the so-called hell mode of the survival world is only aimed at players who are already struggling. Beichen is at the top of the food chain in this world and is not subject to such restrictions. However, the two below are not doing too badly. From their earlier scolding of Beichen, one can infer quite a bit. It has the flavor of Wu Song fighting the tiger. From start to finish, these two relied on a dagger and a kitchen knife. With such equipment, they dared to target an ordinary tiger. Quite intriguing. At this moment, the burly man below cautiously said, "Thank you, big guy, for your righteous intervention. Yes, we were blind to your greatness earlier. Please forgive us." Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled and said nothing more. His current genetic value is 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary player. Without hesitation, he jumped down the hillside, which was 3 to 4 meters high. As Beichen gracefully landed like a white crane, both men were stunned. This guy is definitely formidable. Beichen looked at the two with a half smile, and then pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it as he asked, "What's going on with this black mist area? What's hidden inside?" Upon being questioned, the two finally realized why they had been saved. It turned out they still had some value. Does the big guy not know the secrets of the black mist area? The two doubted whether this big guy was joking with them, as the hell mode had been activated for nearly a week. If no one knew during the first few days of hell mode, it could be excused, but how could a big shot still be unaware now? I was busy before and didn't study this stuff, Beichen replied with a smile. What? You guys don't know either. His tone turned slightly cold. The two felt a chill. Oh, it seemed that failing to speak would lead to disaster. We know, don't worry, big guy. Yes, let us explain it to you in detail. The two quickly put away their weapons, forcing smiles as they elaborated for Beichen. 5 minutes later. Oh, so you mean that since the hell mode started, not only have most resource crates along the highway disappeared, but the quality of those crates has also drastically declined. Yes. Beichen frowned and nodded, continuing, and high-level resource crates are hidden deep in the wilderness on both sides of the highway. That is in the Black Mist area? Seeing the two nodding like chickens pecking at rice, Beichen seemed to understand something. This truly is hell mode for ordinary players. Because players can no longer rely on luck to find high-level resource crates. Even if they do find one, their individual strength would make it impossible to hunt the beasts guarding those high-level crates. Interesting. Let me ask you, since the hell mode of the game world started, has the competition and slaughter in the game world become increasingly fierce? Wow, it's not just fierce, they're practically bloodthirsty. Exactly, encountering those who just rob resources is one thing, but if you run into the truly vicious ones, they will not only strip you of your resources, but also take your life. Just 2 days ago, we were living quite comfortably, both armed with handguns. Unfortunately, we ran into the head of the Wangsheng faction, Wang Eryi. Oh, Wangsheng, Wang Eryi. Are they strong? In recent days, hundreds of factions around the world have been forming their main cities, and although Beichen had collected a lot of information, he didn't pay much attention. After all, with hell mode activated to compensate all players, the game console issued 300 reputation points to each player. You only need 300 reputation to construct a level 1 earthen city. Upon hearing Beichen's doubts, the two were astonished, finding it hard to believe that players at the edge of this area didn't know about Wangsheng. Are you really a player, big guy? How could you not know about Wangsheng? Right, big guy, Wangsheng is not only strong, but also ruthless and extremely domineering. You must know that the Wang family is a top-tier financial consortium in the game's prelude to the Demon City. The burly man glanced around and cursed, damn it, our guns and supplies were robbed by them along the way. The other smaller man echoed, those supplies were originally our capital to join the Great Xia City. If not for that, how would we dare to target an ordinary tiger with just a dagger and a kitchen knife? Upon hearing this, Beichen frowned slightly, realizing that the two had come to seek refuge after heeding the call of the Great Xia City. This is quite interesting. They set their sights on such a big haul. You say you're joining the Great Xia City and they dare to intercept you. The two looked at Beichen as if he were a fool. However, given Beichen's strength, they still explained, my bro, they certainly know. Not only do they know, but they also set up checkpoints on the highway specifically to intercept players heading to join the Great Xia City. Exactly, the first wave of players confident enough to join the level 3 main city Great Xia City are absolutely elite. How could Wangsheng miss such an opportunity to intercept and feast on the spoils? As for Beichen, the city lord of Great Xia City, let's not even talk about whether he knows. Even if he does, he's too far to touch them. The burly man seemed quite angry as he spoke. Alas, now that there are no more abundant supplies, many players eager to join Great Xia are risking their lives to explore the Black Mist area. Beichen began to understand that such events were indeed occurring. As the three talked, the black mist in the valley not far away gradually dissipated, as if this mist was closely related to the tiger python. Oh, big brother, look, the black mist is disappearing. The resource crate guarded by the mutated tiger python must be of golden quality or higher. The two became excited, seemingly able to judge the quality of the resource crate based on the guardian beast of the black mist area. Oh, there's such a thing. Beichen beckoned the two to walk toward the gradually fading black mist area. Seeing Beichen agree to explore together, the two immediately perked up. Noticing that Beichen seemed to lack understanding of the rules of the Black Mist area, the two patiently explained along the way. Soon Beichen understood what was going on. Now the black mist appearing in the deep wilderness on both sides of the highway represents a good resource crate, where the more bizarre the guardian beast hidden in the Black Mist area, the higher the quality of the resource crate. Conversely, if it is an ordinary guardian beast, it indicates a lower quality resource crate. However, if a black mist area has a fierce beast guarding it, the least it can be is a silver-grade resource crate. The three walked leisurely, and Beichen smiled slightly. It was becoming increasingly interesting. Wow, big brother, it seems you guessed right, it really is a golden-grade resource crate. Oh no. What a calamity, second brother, don't forget our hammer is only of silver quality. As they spoke, both men placed their hopes on Beichen. Beichen smiled, took out a golden hammer, and tossed it to the two, saying, go take what's inside the crate. Although he had the protection of the Black Flame Sisanu, and was not afraid of the potential threats in the golden resource crate after hell mode was activated, Beichen did not want to take risks when someone else could do the work. After all, the information about the black mist area was obtained from the two. Wow, big guy, please accept my knee. Awesome. Big guy, do you need accessories for your legs? Beichen smiled and waved his hand, signaling them to get down to business. Alright. The two excitedly ran towards the golden resource crate not far away. Clearly, it was their first time smashing a golden resource crate. Just as the two rushed to the golden resource crate, the burly man was about to swing his arm to smash down. However, at that moment, a gunshot suddenly rang out from the low hill on the other side of the valley. Bang! Beichen squinted and looked over. He saw a team of 12 people appearing on the opposite hillside, gazing at them from a distance. Although there was a distance of 300 to 400 meters between them, Beichen's eyesight was astonishing, and he could still see the full figure of this team with the naked eye. What the hell? It's the Prince of Wangqing. This is bad. Damn it, this is the mantis stalking the cicada with the yellow sparrow behind it. We've been ambushed. Upon hearing this, Beichen sneered and muttered, "Mantis. Yellow sparrow. Interesting." Beichen sat on a rock smoking a cigarette, his expression calm, even a bit expectant for the arrival of the team from the opposite valley. The two brothers holding Beichen's golden hammer felt quite uncomfortable, eager to smash the golden resource box in front of them and make off with the resources. Looking at Wang Erye's side, several guns were aimed at them, full of intent, yet helpless. The two brothers anxiously asked Beichen, who appeared unfazed, "What if the boss gets intercepted?" "Indeed, last time we were robbed in Wang City, it was because we had a handgun that they let us go. This time we haven't obtained any valuable resources. If they block us, we'll surely be captured and made into slaves." Hearing this, Beichen smiled and said, "Don't panic, adapt as the situation demands." The two brothers, seeing Beichen sitting steadily like a fisherman, felt relieved. Subconsciously, they believed that Beichen must have quite a few quality resources to easily escape. Soon over a dozen people descended from the opposite slope, surrounding them. 6 dark handguns were glaring at the two men holding the golden hammer. In their eyes, as soon as the two dared to flee, they would immediately become corpses. However, Beichen was directly ignored by them. Judging by his appearance, he was simply too young and posed no threat with his empty hands. Ha ha ha, the two brothers. We meet again. As the 12-person team completely formed a circle, a cold young man at the forefront sneered at the two brothers holding the golden hammer. His words made it clear that this was not their first encounter. "Hee, I told you, second master, these two brothers are indeed bold enough to venture into this misty area with just a kitchen knife." A scruffy little man standing beside Wang Erye said smugly, "Damn it, Wang Matzi, you unethical person, not only did you sell us false information, but you also did this kind of shameless thing." Seeing Wang Matzi, the eldest two brother, was instantly furious, for it was this person who had said that the guardian beast of this misty area was just an ordinary tiger. They had paid a significant amount of food resources for this detailed information. Unexpectedly, in the end, they ended up making someone else's wedding dress. Wang Matzi looked at the two brothers with disdain and said, "Tu Shan Tu Tian, I can only say you two fools actually believed such news." At this moment, the impatient Wang Erye glanced at the two and gestured, "Stop mumbling and hurry up and smash open the golden resource box. If it yields decent supplies, I will let you two go." As he spoke, Wang Yi looked up and immediately spotted Beichen with a faint smile. "Hey, you two are quite something, trying to survive in this game while dragging along a dead weight." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at the young man not far away. "Wang Yi, this guy is probably an idiot. Look at how he shows no reaction even when faced with these guns." Wang Matzi did not hide his disdain. Hearing this, Wang Erye agreed. Having personally set the barriers to intercept passing players, he had seen how pale their faces turned upon encountering their firearms. This guy clearly didn't seem very smart. Even if brought back to Wang City as a slave, no one would buy him. Soon everyone lost interest in Beichen and focused on the two brothers smashing the golden resource box. The two brothers, seeing no way out, remained silent, showing no signs of anger, nor did they plan to act secretly, lamenting their plight. Tu Shan could only brace himself and swing the hammer at the resource box. Tu Tian felt frustrated, but was outmatched. With several guns aimed at them, even if he wanted to fight back, he had no chance of winning. They could only pray that this golden resource would yield something that would satisfy Wang Yi, or else the two brothers would be in trouble. Just as Tu Shan's hammer was about to come crashing down, a faint voice unexpectedly rang out. "Wait. Let me do it." Hearing this, everyone was startled and turned to look. Wasn't it that young man who had been labeled an idiot by everyone? This. Tu Shan and his brother Tu Tian exchanged glances, unsure of what the boss was planning. However, they both knew Beichen's capabilities, and they were caught in a dilemma, since it was Wang Erye who had ordered them to smash the golden resource box. The two could only look to Wang Erye for guidance. "Ha ha ha. Good, given the hammer, and let him do it." Upon hearing this, the surrounding dozen people burst into laughter, seemingly understanding their master's intentions. Beichen showed no concern. He walked over slowly, appearing quite amused. Taking the golden hammer from Tu Shan, Beichen said to the two, "Step back, or you'll get splattered with blood." Immediately, laughter erupted around them, each person watching Beichen as if he were a fool playing with fireworks. "Boss." Tu Shan thought Beichen was intentionally helping them out, risking himself to smash the golden resource box. He felt a bit touched. After all, wasn't the risk of smashing a resource box to awaken a ferocious beast or a timed bomb a common occurrence? As the two brothers retreated to the edge, only Beichen remained. Beichen glanced at the slowly parting crowd, revealing a faint smile. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and unleashed a wild hammering technique. Clang, clang, clang. The golden resource box 1202-20320. Crack. With the 20th strike, the golden resource box shattered with a resounding noise. Seeing the golden resource box break, the surrounding crowd nervously raised their handguns. At the same time, a prompt echoed in Beichen's mind. Detected anomalous energy that can be absorbed by the black flame eternal kaleidoscope. Do you wish to absorb it? Beichen was taken aback and focused his gaze only to see a faintly purple glowing object resembling amethyst lying inside the shattered golden resource box. It was truly eye-catching. The moment this object appeared, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Before Beichen could reach for the anomalous energy crystal, Wang Yi beside him exclaimed with delight, "Anomalous energy crystal." Upon hearing this, Beichen halted his intention to grab the anomalous energy crystal. The implication was clear. It seemed Wang Yi knew about the anomalous energy crystal. Seeing Beichen wisely refraining from competing for the resources in the golden box, Wang Yi snorted coldly and stepped forward to pick up the purple glowing anomalous energy crystal. The two brothers beside him cursed inwardly, lamenting their misfortune. If they could obtain this item, joining the great Xia city would surely be a secure venture. Ha ha! Finally found another one in Wang City. Combined with the two my elder brother acquired at a high price before, that pet egg should be able to hatch after absorbing it right. As long as that thing hatches, my elder brother said that even if the level 3 main city of Great Xia City invades, we can utterly annihilate them. As he spoke, Wang Yi laughed heartily, waving his hand at the two brothers and Beichen. Today I'm in a good mood, you two can leave. Upon hearing this, the two brothers were overjoyed, while Beichen frowned and said, "Take me to Wang City." Hearing this, the two brothers turned pale. Why was he actively jumping into the fire pit? "Oh, you an idiot want to join our Wang City?" Ha ha ha. The surrounding people burst into laughter again, as such players without valuable resources would only end up as servants or slaves, even if they joined Wang City. Beichen smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, I heard Wang City is quite arrogant and overbearing, and I like a crazy lord like that. It turns out you're not an idiot after all." Wang Yi disdainfully thought Beichen was flattering his elder brother, sneering as he expressed his contempt. The hierarchy in Wang City was strict, and no matter how good this person was at flattery, he couldn't escape the fate of becoming a slave. "Kid, this is all on you. Don't regret it when you reach Wang City." Wang Yi with a half-smile looked Beichen up and down. "I have to say that you with your pretty boy looks might even catch the eye of a rich woman who would buy you as a male pet, even if you become a slave in Wang City." Hearing this, Beichen smiled and said, "Is that so? I actually have a bit of anticipation." Indeed, Beichen wanted to personally venture into Wang City. He had clearly heard Wang Yi's mutterings after obtaining the anomalous energy crystal. Besides the other two anomalous energy crystals, it seemed there was also an extraordinary pet egg. To be able to absorb the anomalous energy crystal even before hatching. What level of pet egg could that be? Honestly, if it weren't for hearing this news, this so-called Wang Yi and his armed entourage would have long been cold. "Wang City, I hope you won't let me." Seeing that Beichen was determined to go to the royal city as a captive, the two family was filled with anxiety. After all, Beichen was their savior. Seeing their benefactor jumping into the fire pit, they couldn't help but feel guilty. "Brother, why don't we go solo? If the three of us unite, we can achieve great things. We can join the royal city once we acquire better resources. There's no rush, right?" However, with Wang Yi and others present, Tushan dared not directly say that the royal city was a place that devoured people without spitting out their bones. Upon hearing this, Beichen chuckled and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's fine, I'll just go and leave you. I won't stay long." Under such circumstances, it was commendable that the two still reminded him, and one had to say that Beichen appreciated them a bit. "Go and come back. Do you think our royal city is just anywhere you can come and go as you please?" Wang Yi didn't speak, but Wang Mazi couldn't help but ridicule. "If you two don't plan on visiting the royal city, then get lost now. Don't wait until I change my mind, otherwise you won't be able to leave either." Upon hearing these words, the two brothers turned pale and no longer dared to say anything, only reminding Beichen with their gazes. However, they were still disappointed. At this moment, Wang Mazi looked at Beichen proudly and said, "Come on, let's go to the royal city and be the big shots." "Ha!" Thinking of his wooling car, Beichen said, "My car is still over there. Come on, our royal guards ride Hummers. What can you do with your car? Abandon it. Once you reach the royal city, you won't need a vehicle anymore." Beichen found this quite reasonable and turned to Wang Yi, saying, "Before I leave, I have a few words to say to my two brothers. Don't rush me." Upon hearing this, everyone burst into laughter, and Wang Yi directly said, "It's nice to give you time to arrange your affairs, but kid, if you dare to play tricks, watch your head." Beichen chuckled and nodded. Watching the group slowly walk away, the two brothers could no longer hold back. "Big shot, aren't you throwing yourself into the net? The royal city is hell for players without resources. Right, big shot, why don't we run? Let them get a bit further. Seeing their bravery, Beichen smiled and said, hell. To me the royal city is just a pig, almost ready. What? The royal city is a pig. The two looked dumbfounded. Do you want to go? If you do, here are the keys to my wuling. When I feast, I will share a bowl of soup with you. Beichen spoke so casually, as if the royal city was just a fat black and white pig in his eyes. The two brothers were not ordinary people either. Although this sounded ridiculous, the incident where Beichen shot down the tiger python with 2 shots was still fresh in their minds, yet the two had never discovered where Beichen hid the gun. Big shot, my 2 family brothers are not ungrateful, but there is an elderly mother at home who needs care. Only one question: if the big shot can clarify, my brothers will follow you to the death. Oh, what question? Beichen became interested. These two were not only principled in the survival world, but also bold and meticulous, making them promising candidates. Tu Tian looked at Beichen and asked, may I ask for the big shot's name? As his voice fell, a faint voice echoed in their ears. As he spoke, Tu Tian extended his trembling hand to take the car keys from Beichen. Beichen smiled inwardly. System grant. As he spoke, Tu Tian extended his trembling hand to take the car keys from Beichen. Beichen smiled inwardly. System granting driving permissions. Authorization successful. Before leaving, Beichen instructed, you just need to follow them slowly, the rest will be arranged by me. Yes, City Lord. The two crossed into this area to join the strongest main city of the Huaxiao battle zone, the Great Xia City. Yes, City Lord. The two crossed into this area to join the strongest main city of the Huaxiao battle zone, the Great Xia City. This was an opportunity and a stroke of fate. How could the two not cherish it? Beichen chuckled. His favorite was malleable talents. Oh, otherwise how could he comfortably be a hands-off city lord of a tier 3 main city? Then the three added each other as friends for easier communication. After everything was settled, Beichen turned and walked, catching up with the deliberately slow Royal Arm team. Looking at the formation of the team ahead, Beichen smiled slightly and thought, I never expected that as the city lord of Great Xia, I would engage in such infiltration tactics. But it's quite interesting. 3 mutant energy crystals and a pet egg of decent quality are worth my effort. Indeed, Beichen's caution was not due to the royal city's armed forces. In his eyes, a low-level ramshackle city was almost like clay. However, the mutant energy crystals were crucial to his greatest trump card, affecting the usage time of the Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope and Black Flame Sisnu, so he had to be careful. After all, in this world, human players each have their own game pages and lists. Moreover, a low-level ramshackle city can also set up a main city household registration. Even if he could instantly kill 12 people, the city lord of the royal city would certainly discover it. A wise and cautious person could easily deduce what kind of terrifying strength an enemy capable of instantly killing 12 people possessed. This could easily alarm the snake and cause the city lord of the royal city to flee with the mutant energy crystals and pet egg. In such a vast game world, even if Beichen had great power, it would be difficult to find someone who was determined to hide. Moreover, his goal was very clear: the mutant energy crystals and the pet egg in the city lord's hands. For Beichen, the process of this mission was not important. What mattered was the outcome. Soon Beichen followed a group of over 10 people up the slope and sat in Wang Mazi's Hummer 120. A young man was driving, while Beichen sat in the back seat with Wang Mazi. Wang Mazi had a very distinctive appearance. He didn't just have a face full of scars, it was more like scars grew a face. Pretty boy, when we get to the royal city, those rich women and special enthusiasts will definitely like you. Wang Mazi provocatively patted Beichen's shoulder. Beichen slowly turned his head, his gaze cold, and said, if your hand touches me again, it won't need to exist. Just as Wang Mazi's hand made contact with Beichen's shoulder, an electric arc like a hair strand surged through Wang Mazi's hand and into his body. After mastering lightning, Beichen was really dangerous if touched without permission. Presumptuous. How dare you speak to Ma Yi like that? You want to die, don't you? Wang Mazi's expression darkened, and before he could speak, the young man in the driver's seat jumped out. I didn't expect you to have some backbone. Since you don't want me to touch you, I'll show you. As he spoke, Wang Mazi pulled out a handgun, while his other hand, seemingly oblivious, moved toward Beichen. The driver also seemed to be enjoying the show. However, just as Wang Mazi's hand was about to touch Beichen, suddenly Wang Mazi froze, retracted his hand, and said softly, consider yourself lucky. When I'm done with my business, I'll deal with you. Ma Gueryi said that the business minivan ahead has your favorite student girls for you to pick from, the young driver said flatteringly. Are these players just passing through our territory to join Great Xia City? He can't be wrong. Haven't all the ones we've encountered recently been joining Great Xia City? TCH Shaoxing, keep an eye on this kid while I pick the youngest and tenderest one. Once I'm satisfied, I'll let you have a taste. Hearing this, the driver was overjoyed. Thank you, Ma Gu. By the way, Ma Guer, you just mentioned that among these women there are a few who are still middle school students, so you must choose wisely. Ha ha ha. You know my experience too well. Wang Mazi's gloomy expression disappeared, replaced by anticipation and a peculiar thrill. Beichen looked in the direction Wang Mazi was pointing and found that the vehicle being intercepted was a Jinbei van. Judging by the weight of the tires, there were probably quite a few people and resources inside. What? Do you often do this? Don't you only rob the resources of passing players? Beichen asked casually, but in reality, he wanted to determine whether to annihilate the royal city or just its core figures. Fool, in this world, the bigger the fist, the more reason you have. We let those useless people go because they are of no value but young and beautiful women. Ha! Beichen nodded slightly. You are very honest. I believe your city lord will be very grateful to you. Hearing the words of the youth driver Zhang Yang, Beichen nodded, instantly sentencing this so-called Wang City to death. He was no saint. Rather, the actions of Wang City had touched upon the original intention behind his establishment of the Yinglong. A wicked person, no matter how ferocious, can only harm dozens or hundreds around them. But if this person became the lord of the regional main city, he would have the power to poison an entire area. The purpose of the Yinglong Guard's establishment had never left his mind. First, to gather scattered, retired, and active military personnel, preventing them from straying and joining these forces. Second, to strategically retain the elite forces of the Huaxia players. Still, the same saying applies: without a nation, where can one find a home? As the game progressed, those who could survive steadily were the elite Huaxia players, all capable enough, in terms of ability, vision, and professionalism, to join the cities of the Great Xia. If these Huaxia players were slaughtered, it would pose a threat and hidden danger to the future of their homeland. Moreover, this time the robbery by Wang City involved not only elite players, but also middle school students. Students are the future and hope of a nation. Although Beichen was also curious about how these seemingly defenseless students had survived until now. Thus Beichen asked, glancing outside the vehicle. Not far away, a van surrounded by 7 or 8 burly men had its occupants visibly displaying greedy expressions. Beichen shook his head slightly. Plans can never keep up with changes. UI originally intended to let you live a little longer. Meanwhile, sobs erupted from within the van. 5 innocent young girls, pure and untainted, were uniformly dressed in knee-length skirts and school uniforms. They all looked toward the driver's seat, where teacher Yui's face was growing increasingly pale. What would teacher? I'm sorry. I clearly predicted that this route was safe, but... One of the little girls, a delicate one, with striking silver hair, cried out. Yes, teacher Yuan, she has never made a mistake in predicting danger, but why this time? Woo-woo. Those people outside are looking at us with such terrifying eyes. Hearing the cries from her students, Yui's face turned pale. She knew this time it might not end well. As an art teacher to a group of children, even though she had awakened her genetic and immense power talents, she felt powerless when facing the dark muzzles of guns. Seemingly having made a decision, Yue took out a crystal emitting a faint white glow from her pocket and handed it to the silver-haired girl. Yuan, she used this ability crystal first. It will help your talent to break through. Yuan, she blankly accepted the crystal from her teacher. But teacher, isn't this a precious resource for us to join the Great Xia? You got hurt for this crystal. Yue looked at this understanding child and encouraged her. Listen to your teacher. If your predictive ability advances further, you will be able to foresee the dangers we face this time. If the latter part of her sentence remained unspoken. If Yuan, she predicted that they would be bullied, she would not hesitate to lead her 5 innocent students to the underworld. She could not allow her 5 blank slate students to fall into the hands of demons. The other classmates also encouraged Yuan Shi. If it weren't for Yuan Zai's predictive ability and the careful care of their teacher, they would have died here. Teacher, I will do my best. Soon the silver-haired girl held the ability crystal and began to absorb its energy with closed eyes. Seeing this, Yue let out a long sigh of relief. Listening to the sound of glass being knocked from both sides, she gritted her teeth and said to the others, You all protect Yuan Shi well. Don't worry, as long as the teacher is here, nothing will happen. I will negotiate with them. Although she said this, Yue had no confidence in her heart. Besides the ability crystal, she had other supplies, and without supplies she could collect more, but she feared these people who lacked bottom lines would want both people and resources. At this moment, the 4 girls in the vehicle huddled together, placing Yuan Shi at the center, looking like frightened little sheep. Yue let out a heavy sigh of relief and slowly rolled down a gap in the car window. Hey, those who know what's good for them, come out. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wang Mozi's shifty eyes had long been fixed on the 5 little sheep in the van, and an intense heat surged within him. He especially favored such tender little girls. However, as the game progressed, Wang Mozi knew that this kind of thing could not be forced. He needed to guide them gently, or they might resort to extreme measures, and that would be a pity. Seeing the driver's side window roll down a gap, Wang Mozi and the others revealed smiles. Although the woman's appearance was not stunning, her aura was enough to overshadow most women. Hey miss, we are the royal guards of Wang City. Blocking your car is just a routine check. Please cooperate. Seeing his proud subordinate act so well, Wang Yi couldn't help but kick him, scolding, Damn, stop all that nonsense, and just tell her I want all the supplies, the car, and the women. If you don't submit, then die. If he hadn't received the ability crystal, yet Wang Eryi might have toyed with a few women, as taming human nature was quite thrilling. But now he had little patience as his elder brother Wang Cheng was urging him to return quickly. After hearing this, Wang Matzi thought it was a pity. He was truly afraid that this woman and the little Lolis would think of suicide. However, with Wang Eryi's orders, he did not dare to disobey, and could only whisper to the woman, "You heard what Wang Eryi said, right? If you submit, you might just have to endure a little to go to Wang City as a servant. If you resist, it's a dead end." Hearing Wang Matzi's words, the 7 or 8 burly men around also let out sinister laughs. Yu Wei's expression turned serious. Her eyes no longer held the tenderness she had for her students, but were now icy. "All the supplies in the car can be given to you, but after receiving the supplies, please let us go." Her unique aura combined with her decent looks immediately caught Wang Eryi's interest. "All right, as long as you obediently hand over the supplies, and then become my woman, I will let them go." Although Yu Wei was just in her 20s, she was not naive. As the man spoke, his gaze kept scanning her body with a lecherous aura. "Absolutely untrustworthy. I am an ability user. Please show me the respect I deserve." This was Yu Wei's last bargaining chip. Apart from Yuan, she hoped this man's backing would value her abilities. However, the moment she uttered these words, the leading man became even more eager. Simultaneously, everyone around changed their expressions and raised their guns, aiming at her and the van. Clearly, everyone present knew the terror of ability users. "Oh, you are actually an ability user. Very good, ha." Wang Yi felt that he was truly lucky today. Not only did he unexpectedly obtain an ability crystal, but he also helped his elder brother find a female ability user. Seeing Wang Matzi still trying to persuade the woman with both kindness and threats, Wang Yi directly knocked him on the head, scolding, "This woman is an ability user. My elder brother needs her. The rest we'll discuss later." After Wang Yi finished speaking, he calmly addressed Yu Wei, "Since you are an ability user, Wang Yi will give you face. However, you all must get out of the car and switch to our vehicle, while your car will be temporarily controlled by our people." Hearing this, Yu Wei's expression eased slightly. The ability crystal and her own power were her capital for daring to bring 4 ordinary people into the Great Xia. However, she hadn't anticipated encountering such a situation along the way. Just as Yu Wei was about to agree, she heard Yuan Zai's voice from inside the van. "Teacher, my ability has gotten stronger." Yuan Zai's little face was flushed with excitement. Yu Wei was overjoyed and immediately whispered, "How is it? Can you see the dangers we face next?" Hearing her teacher's words, Yuan, she slowly closed her clear eyes. In less than 5 seconds, she opened them again and pointed with her delicate white fingers toward a Hummer in the middle of the convoy, stating seriously, "Teacher, the prediction indicates that as long as we get into that vehicle, we will be fine." Following Yuan, she's pointing, Yu Wei looked and saw a Hummer 120, which was not much different from the other vehicles of these bad guys. However, now she had little choice but to nod and address the leading man outside. "I can agree to your request to get out of the vehicle, but we all want to take that car." Wang Yi, Wang Matzi, and the others looked on curiously. Wasn't that the vehicle Wang Matzi was riding in? "Hey, little girl, you have a good eye. That's my car." At this moment, Wang Matzi was already getting excited. Wouldn't getting in the car be a great thrill? Wang Yi also smiled. "Very good, there happens to be someone in that car similar to you all." Seeing the leading man agree, Yu Wei maintained her expression and continued, "After we get out of the car, you must not lay a hand on us." Hearing this, Wang Yi and Wang Matzi both laughed. Once they arrived at Wang City, were these people not all fish on the chopping board to be played with as they wished? "Ha ha ha, agreed. I swear on behalf of Wang Eryi, if I go back on my word, may thunder strike me. Ha ha." Upon hearing the ugly man's words from below the car, Yuan, she pouted, "Liar." Inside the Hummer 120, Beichen chuckled upon hearing Wang Matzi's oath. Was there really such a thing? Upon hearing Wang Matzi's oath, Beichen chuckled softly. What a fine fellow he was. He had already been on the verge of revealing his true identity and unleashing slaughter. Yet unexpectedly, this fool delivered a divine assist, swearing an oath so reckless it invoked heaven's thunder and lightning. In this world, oaths were worth less than a passing breeze. At least a breeze carried scent. Beichen watched the unfolding drama with serene composure, as still and unmoving as a fisherman upon his stone bank. As anticipated, the moment several young girls descended from the van, Wang Matzi stirred with intent. At that moment, Yu Wei cautiously led 5 students down from the Jinbei van. 5 petite youthful girls whose eyes darted nervously as they clung tightly to one another, following their teacher forward. Surrounded by a crowd of predatory gazes, even a grown man would have felt his spine chill, let alone 5 frightened girls. Especially those unervingly feverish stares. As the group slowly passed by, Prince Wang shot Wang Matzi a subtle glance. Instantly elated, Wang Matzi seized his chance. When the leading woman's attention wavered, he snatched away a silver-haired girl directly from the line. "Off. Teacher, save me." Indeed, it was Yuan Shi, the girl whose abilities had just awakened. Terrified beyond measure, she recoiled at the man's grotesque visage. Panicked, she thrashed wildly. Yuan Shi. You monsters, let her go." Yu Wei and the other 4 girls cried out in alarm, shouting fiercely at Wang Matzi and Prince Wang. Hearing this, Wang Matzi roared with laughter, a woman blessed with ample bosom but barren of wit. You actually believed my oath. As he spoke, he leaned in smugly, inhaling deeply beside the struggling girl's hair. Rich aroma, exquisitely fragrant. Yuan, she gripped by terror, sank her teeth into the man's forearm. Even a full-grown adult could not withstand the searing pain, triggered an involuntary release. Seizing that fleeting instant, Yuan, she wrenched free and sprinted toward her teacher and classmates. Damn you, brat, dare bite me. Click. The sharp metallic sound of a pistol being cocked. Enraged and humiliated, Wang Matzi drew his firearm and leveled it straight at the fleeing girl. Prince Wang made no move to stop him. A 15 or 16-year-old girl, even if brought back to Wang City, served little purpose beyond gratification. Her death would be inconsequential. No, please don't. Yu Wei screamed, charging toward Yuan Shi without regard for her own safety. Humph, she's finished. Wang Matzi's gaze turned chillingly cold as he raised his finger toward the trigger. Yet in the next instant, something occurred that would haunt every witness for eternity. A bolt of white lightning descended from the heavens, without warning, striking Wang Matzi's skull with impossible precision. His skull shattered instantly, flames erupted across his garments, every inch of exposed skin blackened into charred ruin. That wretch was thoroughly cooked. Though described slowly, it transpired in a breathless flash. Lightning struck, skull split, life extinguished, all within a heartbeat. Only after Wang Matzi collapsed did the thunder's resonant boom finally roll across the air. Crackle. Light after all outpaces sound by an unfathomable margin. Damn. Prince Wang, belatedly realizing the peril, leapt backward several paces. His face drained. It was terrifying. Standing so near Wang Matzi, he'd felt every hair on his body rise upright the very moment the lightning fell. Holy hell, did it come true? Heaven's thunder and lightning. Impossible. How could this be? None dared move. The image of Wang Matzi struck down by lightning would sear itself into their souls forever. Yu Wei caught Yuan Shi mid-flight, holding her close while casting a glacial stare upon the crisped corpse. Then she turned her cool gaze upon the man who led them. From now on, I expect your men to treat us with proper respect. Any nascent interest Prince Wang had felt toward Yu Wei vanished utterly, scorched away by that single bolt of lightning. Board the vehicles, we depart immediately. At Wang Erye's command, the entire contingent reorganized with disciplined efficiency. One man climbed into the Jinbei van, the rest trained their firearms on Yu Wei and the girls, forcing them aboard. Inside the selected Hummer H2, the young driver could no longer sit still. He dashed out and addressed Prince Wang. Second master, that fool behind us knows how to drive too. Let him drive instead. The cabin's too cramped otherwise. Prince Wang, recognizing the youth's terror, gave a slight nod. These men followed him not out of loyalty, but shared depravity. With Wang Matzi dead, risking more lives was unthinkable, especially when none could rule out whether that lightning had been conjured by the woman herself. Seeing the second master's ascent, the young driver whirled toward Beichen in the rear seat and barked, "You, drive now." At that moment, a faint arc of electricity flickered deep within Beichen's eyes, then vanished. Beichen merely nodded. So this lightning ability is truly extraordinary. Had Wang Matzi not impulsively slapped him earlier, Beichen would never have bothered implanting a lightning-conducting anchor within the man's body. Yet fate unfolded with theatrical irony, rescuing them all without ever revealing his identity. Teacher. The 6 of them approached Beichen's Hummer. Yu Wei, cradling Yuan Shi, instructed the other 4. You'll sit in the back. Yuan Shi and I will take the front passenger seat. Yes, yes. The 4 girls obediently opened the door and filed in without protest. Then Yu Wei climbed in beside Yuan Shi, tears glistening on the girl's cheeks. She cast a cautious glance at Beichen, though she knew he too was a captive. Her trust in any of these people had long since evaporated. Beichen didn't even turn his head. Seeing the lead vehicle pull away, he smoothly followed suit. When the convoy departed, only a grotesquely charred corpse remained behind. Wang Matzi's sudden death rendered him worthless. Prince Wang refused to waste time burying him. His corpse would lie exposed in the wilderness. Soon the convoy accelerated, its hummers roaring with raw power far beyond any Wuling van's humble roar. Having reached his decision, Beichen wasted no time, sending a concise message to Tung Baiwan in Dasha City-State outlining the incident. Such a thing has occurred. Unforgivable. Tung Baiwan raged. No wonder few players had joined Dasha City-State lately. Others had intercepted them en route. Beichen, how do you intend to handle this? Tung Baiwan grasped the full scope of events, but awaited Beichen's command as the ultimate authority. Driving steadily, Beichen replied, "It is time for the Yinglong Guard to reveal its fangs. Baiwan, draw 400 elite soldiers from the Xian and Huang legions and dispatch them under Shui Yihan's command without delay, straight to Wang City." Understood, I'll see to it. Then, as if recalling something, Beichen added, "Do we possess intelligence on Wang City's precise location? I'll have Chu Chu verify it immediately." Moments later Tung Baiwan replied, the approximate coordinates came from De Biao's team upon their return, but they're vague, not exact. Excellent. Proceed per original plan, send Shui Yihan and the 400 Long Guard toward the general region. Once I confirm Wang City's precise coordinates, I'll transmit them directly to her. Affirmative. Deploying the Xian and Huang legions served two purposes: first, to hone their combat readiness; second, to escort the rescued elite players safely back to Dashia City-State. Beichen had his own objectives for this mission, and this course of action was his only viable recourse. He also knew that after Hell Mode activated, the game world's map had undergone a second radical restructuring. Indeed, scanning regional chat channels, Beichun confirmed he was no longer within Dashia City-State's territory. Unbelievable. The game world's map has shrunk even further. Beichun mused inwardly. Yue held Yuanxi close, a heart unsettled. Their fate now sealed inside this vehicle. Yet aside from this young man, also a captive, the car held nothing else. How could they possibly escape Wang City's? Unable to bear the silence, Yue whispered, Yuanxi, now that we're aboard, is the danger truly over? Are there any further prompts? Though hushed, Beichen's enhanced genetic physiology granted him hearing many times sharper than any ordinary humans. An ability user, perhaps one attuned to fortune or peril. Beichen turned slightly, studying the silver-haired girl nestled in the woman's arms. Yuanxi blinked helplessly, shaking her head at Yue. Teacher, my ability is under severe interference. I can't perceive the next prompt. Yue gently stroked Yuanxi's hair. You've done wonderfully, Yuanxi. For now we must proceed step by. Hearing the girl address the woman as teacher, Beichen glanced sideways and spoke his first words, you are their teacher. Upon hearing the young man beside her speak, Yue chose not to respond. Too many words can lead to mistakes, as demonstrated by the recent abduction of Yuanxi. However, while Yue remained silent, the child in her arms, she seemed unafraid of the older brother driving the car. Moreover, she felt intuitively that this older brother was not a bad person. Of course, this was not merely intuition, but rather her ability to seek fortune and avoid misfortune. This is our art teacher, Yue. The girl spoke softly, but Beichen still heard her. He smiled at, what? Are you all also players wanting to join the Great Xia City? Hearing the mention of Great Xia City, Yue turned to Beichen cautiously and asked, do you know about Great Xia City? She had brought 5 students through mountains and rivers, facing many dangers, all for the sake of joining Great Xia. Her strong determination to join Great Xia City stemmed from its renowned reputation and the fact that her brother resided in the area of Great Xia City. Although her brother had not been able to join Great Xia City, she had heard so many legends about its Lord Beichun from him that her ears had grown calloused. Beichun nodded slightly in response. I know a little. Have you seen the level 3 main city, Great Xia City? His mere acknowledgement sparked Yue's curiosity and hope. Noticing Beichen's calm demeanor, Yue seemed to recall something, and said, you probably don't qualify to join Great Xia City, either, do you? Otherwise, why would you have fallen to this state? Beichen chuckled. Do you have some misunderstanding about Great Xia City? Resources are not the only requirement to join. Abilities and character are equally important. Seemingly having thought of something, Yue expressed slight anticipation. So you are a citizen of Great Xia City. Upon hearing this, Yuanxi and the other 4 little girls in the back seat turned their curious gazes toward Beichun. They had heard their teacher repeatedly say that as long as they could successfully join Great Xia City, they would no longer have to live in fear. This older brother before them not only had seen Great Xia City, but might also be someone from within it, which made all 5 little girls focus their attention on Beichun. Older brother, do you really live in Great Xia City? Are the people who live there all nice? Yes, older brother, are the people there fierce? Yue also looked at Beichun with a questioning gaze. Beichun was slightly taken aback. When did his city become so popular? However, seeing the innocent and clear eyes of the 5 little girls, he did not intend to deceive them. Indeed, I live in Great Xia City. Really? Upon hearing this, Yue felt a glimmer of fantasy arise in her heart, but she was also worried that Great Xia City might turn out to be another royal city. After all, this world had no rules to speak of. It could be said that Great Xia City was their last hope. Ever since being accompanied by the baby, Beichun unconsciously displayed a gentler side, even towards the children he had just met. During their conversation, Yue gradually discovered Beichun's extraordinary nature. Since he had brought 5 students through the perilous world of survival on the road, they had encountered many people along the way. However, those people, upon realizing she was accompanied by 5 little girls, would immediately show unusual glances, a kind of possessive stir. Yet this young man before her maintained a gaze as calm as water when looking at them. Gradually, Yue unconsciously lowered her guard against Beichun. However, due to the notorious reputation of the royal city, she still felt anxious. To her, even if Beichun was a citizen of Great Xia City, he likely held no significant status, and being captured by the royal city was mostly due to his attempt to gather resources. Of course, the 5 children would not think this much. They were naive and completely unaware of the nature of the place they were heading to or what awaited them. Older brother Beichen, you actually have a daughter. Why you look so young yet you have an 8-year-old daughter? Throughout the journey, Beichen was unusually relaxed as he really liked little girls and unconsciously thought of the baby during their conversation. Yue was also shocked by this news. Given that Beichen appeared to be in his early 20s, how could he possibly have an 8-year-old daughter? Furthermore, in this world's game rules weren't the old and young not allowed to participate. Seeing Yue's astonished gaze, Beichen smiled and said, I personally am not married yet. Upon hearing this, Yue's impression of Beichen improved significantly, and she seemed to have realized something. As they continued their journey, night soon fell. Upon seeing the convoy ahead stop, indicating they would set up camp, Beichen reminded Yue, it's best not to get out of the car unless necessary. After an afternoon of interaction, Yue had developed a strong trust in Beichen. However, Beichen soon furrowed his brows. This was because 3 armed men from the prince were already approaching. As the saying goes, when one's belly is full, lust arises. Once these men had eaten and drunk enough, they might well harbor inappropriate thoughts. Yue felt somewhat nervous. If it were not for the need to take the 5 children with her, she could easily escape the claws of danger with her own strength. Beichen looked at the approaching men with an indifferent expression, his eyes filled with disdain. If not for the thought of capturing them all, not letting a single fish slip through the net, he might have already unleashed a massacre with his strength. Hey everyone, get out of the car. Beichen rolled down the window and asked, what's the matter? Damn it, why so much nonsense? Get out of the car. If you say another word, I'll take you out myself. As soon as this was said, the man was startled, his body covered in goosebumps. I advise you to be kind. Beichen spoke slowly, yet his attitude bore no semblance of a captive. Today Wang Mazi had been struck dead by divine lightning, leaving them with an indelible impression on their minds. After an afternoon of brewing, they were somewhat wary of Beichen and his group. Lord Wang Er said to set up camp here and let them get out to gather firewood and help cook. Finally, the leader of the 3 men unwillingly revealed their purpose. Beichen nodded, slightly glanced at Yue, and then got out of the car. Seeing Beichen get out, Yue gritted her teeth and cautioned the 5 students not to stray too far from her. Although the few little girls were timid ever since they inexplicably appeared in this world alongside their teacher, they had rarely gotten out of the car, especially at night. Though they felt fear of the darkness and wicked people in their hearts, their subconscious still found joy in getting out of the car at night. Children are just like that. Unhappy things can be quickly forgotten. Before long, the few little girls no longer displayed the previous oppressive expressions, as if they had returned to the harmonious homeland they longed for. Beichen did not engage in manual labor, but casually found a rock to sit on, observing Yue leading the 5 little girls to gather firewood not far away. The actions of Beichen did not draw much attention from Wang Er. After all, in his eyes, Beichen was just a fool, and there was no point in arguing with a fool. Soon Yue and her students finished their tasks and returned to Beichen's side. The children looked at the roasted meat on the bonfire in the distance, their eyes filled with longing. They rarely got to eat roasted meat. Throughout the journey, their teacher had taken them to join Great Xia City to stockpile more resources, sometimes only allowing them to eat 1 meal a day. Teacher, I'm hungry, said the youngest girl, unable to hold back as she grabbed her teacher's hand, sounding Children of Yuang's age play at home before the game. Who among them isn't cared for, as if they were fragile, afraid they might break? When have they ever felt hunger? One child said they were hungry, and the others, including Yuanqi, also reddened their eyes. Indeed, they missed home and longed for the delicious food their mothers made for them. Seeing that the prince showed no reaction, Beichen shook his head slightly and said to Yue, let's go back to the car. As night gradually fell, Beichen took out something from his particle ring unnoticed by others. Indeed, it was a Snickers bar. This treat was given to Tung Chu-Chu and Shui Yihan by Zhang Dabiao after he returned. However, Tung Chu-Chu couldn't bear to eat it and passed it on to Beichen. After amplification, Beichen obtained 100 of these. He handed a Snickers bar to Yuanqi and then feigned a cough. Wow, thank you, brother Beichen. Seeing the Snickers bar, Yuang's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but thank him softly. Each of the 5 little girls received one, instantly brightening their spirits. Although Yue didn't know where Beichen got this treat, her gratitude was evident in her eyes. 2 piles of firewood crackled as they burned. The prince watched as the group returned to the car, a cold smile on his face. Once we reach the royal city, when my elder brother seizes your special ability, let's see how I can torment you. Hearing this, the prince's younger brothers all smiled. After all, once second master had his fill of women, he wouldn't touch them again, and they would get their share. Back in the Hummer, Beichen turned off the interior lights. A Snickers bar might just be a few bucks as a snack in the game, but here it was a luxury. Only someone with Beichen's strength could casually share them with 5 little girls. The children unwrapped their Snickers bars, but didn't bite into them right away, instead passing them to themselves and Yue first. Teacher Yue, brother Beichen, you eat first. As he looked at the offered Snickers, Beichen couldn't help but ruffle Yue. I'm not hungry, you guys eat. Yue smiled, saying she wasn't hungry either. Watching the children hesitating to eat, Beichen couldn't help but feel a mix of emotions. At the same time, he made a decision in his heart. He was determined to turn the Great Xia City into a solid refuge in the Huaxiao war zone. As someone born from a strong red gene, this feeling grew even stronger. Soon the temporary camp fell silent as the prince and his entourage were well fed. Outside, all was silent. The 5 children in the car lightly dozed off, while only Yu Wei remained vigilant of the surroundings. Beichen, pretending to sleep with his eyes closed, began to communicate privately with Shui Yihan. Yihan, where are you guys now? The close combat silenced AK-47 and the long-range 8x scope Mauser 98K could be said to be the best equipment in the 2 major troops of Xinhuang. Of course, Zhang Yichen and Shui Yihan's Tianzi and Dizzy troops combined only amount to about 20 people. Moreover, all of them were founding heroes of Great Xia City destined to hold important positions there in the future. In contrast, Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia's troops are currently the 2 strong forces under Beichen. This was also the first time Xinhuang carried out a mission, and Beichen wanted to see how well the newly recruited 400 Longwei members would execute commands when the leaders were not Zhang Dabiao and Pang Xinjia. City Master, we are speeding along, and we should be out of the local area in about 3 hours. Great. Head straight for the royal city, as per the original plan. I'm just setting up camp here, and you should be able to catch up with us by tomorrow. Yes. City Master. Yihan, I want you to lead the 400 Longwei of the Xinhuang troops. Do you understand my intention? I understand. Good. If you discover the location of the royal city, first, don't act rashly to surround it from the outside. There may be gifted, capable people in the royal city. Understood. Beichen outlined the general plan to Shui Yihan, and then cut off the private message. Just then another private message came in, and Beichen looked puzzled, as it was also from Shui Yihan. Seeing this message, Beichen smiled wryly, and shook his head, unsure how to respond, pretending he hadn't seen it. Beichen, you need to be careful outside by yourself. I am just reminding you for Choo-Choo. No, I mean there's nothing more to it. After closing the private message, the 2 brothers from the 2 mountain, who had been following the convoy, also sent a message. City Master Beichen, we dared not follow too closely. How are things on your side? Following your convoy, we discovered the half-cooked body of Wang Matzi. Beichen replied, it's fine, just proceed as per the original plan. After tidying up the trivial matters, Beichen looked at Yu Wei, who appeared somewhat haggard, and said, if you're tired you should sleep first. Yu Wei forced a smile, and said, how about you guard the first half of the night, and I'll take over for the second half. Beichen didn't say anything, just nodded slightly. Taking care of 5 children, Beichen could imagine how hard it must have been for Yu Wei on this journey. At the same time, he felt some admiration for this woman. Not to mention that Yu Wei and the children were merely in a student-teacher relationship. Here, even biological brothers could turn against each other and come to blows at any moment. If it were a selfish person, those 5 budding girls might very well be treated as commodities for sale. Perhaps due to the fatigue from the continuous journey, the 2 soon agreed, and Yu Wei quickly fell asleep. However, at this moment, 3 men walked back toward them. Since you seek death, don't blame me. Beichen knew the purpose of these men and didn't hesitate to gently press his hand against the metal door of the car. Instantly, a current coursed through Beichen's palm, transmitting to the body of the vehicle. I said second master can't resist, right? Normal. In the royal city, second master was used to being the groom, every day changing brides, every night. With such a big piece of roasted meat, would that woman be willing to exchange it for a little lowly? Several men had various twisted thoughts. Are they asleep? Little Joe go. At this moment, a lewd man directly went to knock on the car door. However, as soon as his hand touched the Hummer's door, it instantly tingled, and he hurriedly withdrew his hand, cursing. Damn, is there electricity? Hearing this, the other 2 directly scolded him for being unworthy. Damn, are you scared out of your wits? It could be static electricity, let me try. Another one touched the door and felt a shock, though it was very slight, but indeed real. Hey, that's strange, could it be a battery leak? Beichen, fearing the noise would wake Yu Wei and the others, actively rolled down the car window and asked what's going on. Seeing Beichen wake up, the leading man directly lifted the roasted meat and said, are you hungry? Go tell that woman to send out a little girl to give us second master a back rub, and we'll give them this meat. Yu Wei's subconscious mind always reminded her not to sleep too deeply, and when the men spoke, she suddenly woke up. Upon hearing the man's words, she was instantly furious. Get lost. You dream on. Hearing this, the 3 men's expressions darkened, and just as they were about to angrily curse at her for being ungrateful, Beichen calmly said, aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath for doing such things? Ha, you're so funny. I didn't swear to heaven, it was just an accident with my Yi. In this lawless world, do you really think there's still a heaven? Damn it, stop talking nonsense, and quickly let a little lowly out of the car, or we won't be polite. Unable to soften them up, they went straight for a hard threat. Beichen coldly snorted, since that's the case then. Go die. A spark of lightning flashed in his eyes, and through his clothing one could vaguely see the lightning Qilin glow on Beichen's chest. Thunder induction. Because all 3 men touched the Hummer, the lightning wedge in their bodies instantly became the target of the thunder's bombardment. Beichen's words had just left his mouth. In an instant, that scene occurred again. Boom. Crackle. No. There really is a heaven, no. I was wrong. Beichen slowly closed the car window, having no desire to watch. Seeing Yuanxi and the other 4 children wake up, he also felt a flicker of anger within. However, for the greater good, he could only suppress this impulse. Acting recklessly now could very well alert those in the royal city, and allowing a bad apple to escape would pose a significant threat. Moreover, impulsiveness could lead to wasted efforts for Shui Yihan and the others. As a leader, considering the overall situation and acting prudently is a fundamental quality. Having acted on impulse in the heat of the moment, Beichen had long since moved past that phase. In his view, before the main city-building function of the game was activated, players schemed against each other and life-and-death rivalries were merely the law of the jungle survival of the fittest. However, once the main city-building function was introduced, this rule was almost instantly shattered. This was also the original intention behind his tireless efforts to establish Great Xia City. Is this another lightning strike? Yue couldn't help but exclaim. Teacher, didn't you say there are no immortals in this world? Then what is this phenomenon? Hearing this, Yue could only smile wryly. Perhaps it doesn't exist in our original world, but it does in this one. Look, evildoers ultimately get punished. Hearing this, Beichen couldn't help but laugh and cry. Being an immortal seemed too easy. P.S. Please send a wave of free small gifts. Today is the last day for treatment. I hope this will never recur again. Promoting a new book exploring the Forbidden Land, playing as Ban Yi team member Wang Pengzi. Author, that's right, it's Bai Long. If Road Survival has a humorous style with a cool and composed protagonist, then the protagonist of the new book is a joyful soul. The overall tone of the new book will still be lighthearted and humorous, and there will also be tomb raiding and character development. Brothers who go to savor it, please give a good review and support. The 3 were struck down by heavenly lightning once again, and Beichen thought that this time the prince would not shatter his teeth and swallow them. However, to Beichen and Yu Wai's surprise, the 3 who died outside the vehicle seemed not to be the armed forces of the royal city. There was not a single sound. After half an hour passed, Yue finally couldn't help but asked Beichen, are they just going to watch their teammates die? Beichen sneered. It seems that the second prince of this royal city is not just a fool. What do you mean? Testing your... Hearing this, Yu Wai's expression changed. Meanwhile, in another Hummer in the camp, the prince listened solemnly to his subordinate's report. One has the talent of immense strength, and the other can control lightning. Is it one of those 5 little girls? As he spoke, a strong interest erupted in the prince's eyes. The subordinate who reported was shocked. Second prince, are you saying that Master Ma's death was not an accident, but was manipulated by someone? The prince nodded slightly. That's impossible. If they could really control lightning, wouldn't we have been struck down long ago? Upon hearing this, the prince's brow furrowed even deeper, and after thinking for a moment, he said, controlling lightning must not be easy. There should be many restrictions. The subordinate beside him nodded. Oh, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. Second prince, what should we do next? Let's treat this matter as if it never happened and proceed as usual. Understood, second prince. The subordinate then left, and the prince couldn't help but send a private message to his older brother who was stationed in the royal city. Brother, we really encountered treasures on this hunt. First a piece of anomalous energy crystal, then I captured someone with immense strength, and another with lightning control. Sure enough, as soon as the message was sent, a reply came immediately. Very good, second brother, bring them back as soon as possible. The prince responded with a smile. Brother, once that pet hatches, we will be able to help third brother take revenge, right? That's right. For the royal city to rise in the Huaxia battle zone, we must eradicate the cities of the Great Xia and the enemies who killed third brother Beichen. Alright, I will rush there with all my might tomorrow. After cutting off the private message, a chilling smile appeared on the prince's lips. The last hope of the Huaxia battle zone, the final paradise for Huaxia players, will all be destroyed before our royal city. After cutting off the private message, a chilling smile appeared on the prince's lips. The last hope of the Huaxia battle zone, the final paradise for Huaxia. The convoy set off again, and Yu Wai's expression was worried. Beichen, on the other hand, could not wait for the convoy to hurry on. It seemed that Beichen's presence gave the 5 little girls in the vehicle a sense of security. Along the way, the 5 girls were not as restrained as yesterday, frequently asking Beichen about places they had never been to. A day passed in the midst of their journey. Except for refueling the Hummer, the convoy hardly took any breaks. In the evening, as a private message from Shui Yihan arrived, a smile completely appeared on Beichen's face. City Lord, we encountered unfortunate players in this area, and finally located the position of the royal city. However, the scene here is truly... Seeing Shui Yihan's message, Beichen frowned slightly. The scene that could make a female soldier hesitate and unable to describe must be extremely cruel. Very good, take a favorable position and stand by. Also, what did you see? Shui Yihan seemed to be organizing her words, and after 3 seconds replied, they are harshly exploiting the labor of civilians. When I saw this scene through a high-powered scope, I thought I had traveled back to a feudal dynasty. Just a few simple sentences. From Shui Yihan's information, Beichen already understood the current situation of the royal city. At the same time, the urge to wipe out the royal city grew stronger. The royal city was merely a dirt city without levels. Apart from the Tunderhai walls on all sides, the inner city had no infrastructure whatsoever. However, to attract more armed forces, they had to continuously improve the basic construction. Building houses and digging moats undoubtedly became excuses to exploit the so-called captives. Seeing Beichen's somber expression, Yue also asked what's wrong. It's nothing, we'll arrive at the royal city in half an hour. Once we get there, you all stay in the vehicle. If anything happens, just drive back and meet up with the wooling vehicle behind us. Noticing Beichen's grim expression, Yue dared not ask further and nodded instead. The Hummer convoy seemed to be approaching their destination, and at that moment the speed of the lead vehicle had not surged any further. Half an hour later, as the convoy passed through a rugged rocky wilderness, a rudimentary settlement, with dirt walls about 2 meters high covering an area approximately the size of a World Cup football field, came into view. From a distance, Beichen could see many men and women carrying thorny woven baskets in front of the main gate of the dirt city. They struggled to move, looking as withered as leaves in a turbulent sea. Some, unable to endure such high-intensity labor, collapsed on the ground only to be struck by a burly man holding a whip. The other laborers beside them seemed used to this. No one dared to step forward to stop or help. This kind of scene had only appeared in ancient costume dramas before the game. Yet now it was unfolding in front of them, causing the few little girls to huddle together in fear. Teacher, they are so miserable. That uncle clearly has no strength left, yet that person is still whipping him. Even though Yue was their teacher, it was her first time witnessing such a scene, and she didn't know how to explain. Only Beichen said flatly, Royal City, Prince Royal Power. What is said of Wong brothers? Beichen still remembered Royal Power. When they were competing for airdropped resource boxes, it was the younger brother of the Wong conglomerate, whom he shot in the head with a Black Dragon Roar 10 sniper rifle. However, Beichen did not expect that Royal Power's 2 older brothers were even more tyrannical, directly implementing a feudal slave system. The convoy continued onward, and soon stopped less than 100 meters from the main gate of the royal city. Seeing the laborers digging the moat up close, the little girls were all so frightened that they dared not speak. Even Yui's face turned pale. It was truly too tragic. In the deep ditches on both sides of the main gate of the settlement, there were many people. Some held rudimentary tools, while others could only dig with their bare hands due to the lack of proper digging tools. Apart from the overseers, who were greasy and holding whips, every laborer was emaciated with hollow eyes, seemingly having long lost hope for the future. At that moment, a girl roughly the same age as Yuan, she who was weak in constitution, fell down because the basket she was carrying was too heavy, scattering dirt everywhere. A disheveled woman quickly knelt beside the girl, sheltering her beneath her. She seemed to know what would happen next. Damn, useless. You get 1 meal a day and all you do is this little work, and you still dare to slack off. A burly man with a brutish face cursed as he waved his whip. The whip instantly made a loud cracking sound. Big brother, we won't dare anymore. Xiao Xin is still too young, it won't happen again. Seeing this scene, a chill flickered in Beichen's eyes as he sent a private message to Shui Yihan. Within 3 minutes, eliminate all the overseers outside the royal city. As this private message was sent, not far away the brutish overseer raised his whip, high, preparing to strike the mother. The woman was in tears, desperately pleading, while the little girl, protected by her mother, cried out repeatedly, "Don't hit my mommy." Yet the overseers showed no sign of mercy, even deriving a sense of pleasure from having such control over their lives. Whoosh! The whip sliced through the air, making a whimpering sound indicating the tremendous force behind it. Seeing this, the surrounding laborers closed their eyes, slightly unwilling to witness the tragedy befalling the mother and daughter. In avoiding the bloody and cruel scene, they were also escaping their own cowardice. The overseer's whip had already descended, and in less than half a second it would strike the mother and daughter. Suddenly, a piercing scream cut through the air. Crack! The laborers around opened their eyes, immediately erupting in exclamations. He's dead, he died. They saw the overseer who wielded the whip incredulously looking down at a gory hole the size of a fist at his heart. This shot was supposed to be a headshot. However, due to the presence of other laborers around, the 9-8 Burmese shot's penetration was too strong, and Shui Yihan was worried about hurting the nearby workers. Damn! Dare to attack our royal city's guards. You're dead. Another overseer nearby, upon witnessing this scene, was first startled and then furious. Because the sniper was positioned far enough away, coupled with the silencer on the 98K, the surrounding laborers vaguely only heard the sound of air being cut, unaware of who fired the shot. After a bullet sniped an overseer, the real terror began to erupt among the guards outside the royal city. Wails. Bang bang. With every piercing scream, an overseer from the royal city would immediately fall dead. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. The guards on the city wall of the royal city immediately sounded the alarm. In an instant, all armed forces within the royal city swiftly assembled. After instructing Yue to retreat and regroup with the wooling vehicle, Beichen got out of the car. The bloodthirsty killing intent, gradually influenced by the heavenly demon battle armor, surged up into his mind. Before long, Beichen's originally pitch-black eyes suddenly changed. They transformed into a pair of scarlet eyes resembling hexagonal kaleidoscopes. The shocking scene unfolded too quickly. Many enslaved players were momentarily at a loss. If it weren't for the sight of the overseer collapsing next to them, they would have thought this was merely a dream they had to endure every day. No one knew who among the laborers cried out in extreme joy, "Oh heavens, escape!" Quickly, at the sound of the voice, all the workers trembled. A glimmer of light finally shone in their dim eyes. Run! Run fast, leave this hell. Mom, the overseers have all been killed, we should run too. The poor mother and daughter finally reacted. The little girl hurriedly stood up to help her mother unload the heavy burden she was carrying, pulling her mother's hand to follow the fleeing crowd. If this scene wasn't controlled soon, all the workers would likely flee. Damn it, everyone stay put. Bang! Wang Yiri jumped out of the vehicle, grabbing a fleeing laborer and pulling him in front of him while roaring in anger and pulling out a gun to fire into the air. Hearing the familiar gunshot, the exhausted laborers dared not run any longer. They were already weak, and with only one meal provided each day, they couldn't run far even if they tried. After all their vehicles had been controlled by the people of Wang City. Heavens, do you leave us with no way out? Why treat us like this when we are all players from Huaxia? As hope faded, many who could not hold on began to kneel on the ground, crying out. Beichen looked at the arrogant Wang Yi and said softly to Yue, "Just retreat, and remind the surrounding laborers to run together. This place is up to me." After tapping on the Hummer's door, Beichen instantly transformed into a shadow, darting toward Wang Yi. His current genetic value was more than 3 times that of elite players, and controlling thunder made his speed even more terrifying. Clang! A black scales-like military knife appeared in his hand, instantly blending into the rapidly. All of Wang Yi's attention was on the snipers lurking around, with only a small portion focused on the fleeing laborers. He could never have imagined that someone would attack him at this moment. However, the laborers he had restrained saw a dark shadow rushing towards them. Form intention fist, white crane spreads its wings. Form intention fist, snake, coiling and spitting. Swish! Swish! A shadow hidden in the night swept past Wang Yi's right arm, and then struck directly into the gap between his kidneys. Wang Yi's right arm was nearly severed at the shoulder, and the laborers were liberated. Because Beichen's 2 strikes were too fast, the laborers fled from their restraints before Wang Yi could react. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream echoed through the sky. "Oh, my right arm, my right arm." When an important part of the body is severed by a sharp weapon, the pain does not come immediately, instead it is numbness. After the numbness, intense pain followed. At this moment, Beichen's scales-like military knife was still embedded in Wang Yi's body. "Ugh, it's you. How could it be you?" As Wang Yi saw Beichen take action, he was instantly shocked. His eyes, filled with hatred, turned tangible. "If it weren't for finding the location of Wang City, do you think you could have lived this long?" Saying this, Beichen slowly twisted the military knife, his gaze like that of a bloodthirsty monster, causing Wang Yi to scream again. "Oh, you are not human, you are a ghost." It seemed that at some point Beichen had come to enjoy this bloodthirsty sensation. This intense feeling startled him, while also filling him with dread. Wang Yi dared not move. All his armed men knew that getting out of the vehicle would mean being shot in the head. "Ihan, do not intervene for now. Quickly organize the scattered laborers around to gather together." "Yes. Beichen, be careful. Who are you? Why are you lurking to find Wang City?" Wang Yi was truly scared now, fearing that the snipers hidden around were part of this person's forces. At Wang Yi's words, Beichen sneered coldly, "Who am I? I am someone you can never touch." If it weren't for worrying about the safety of the surrounding laborers, Beichen would have killed Wang Yi with one stroke long ago. Because he was unsure whether Wang City had mortars, grenades, and other weapons. Once Wang Yi was dead, the city guards would have no more concerns and might harm the fleeing players. Seeing the terrifying second-in-command of Wang City being controlled, the laborers immediately began to flee again. "Everyone follow me. Ooh, I also want to join Daxia City." It was Yui's voice, and several little girls were also shouting loudly to escape with them. At that moment, slap! Suddenly, a brilliant light rose in Wang City, resembling a small sun. "Is that a flare?" At the same time, a fierce man shrouded in black mist atop the city wall shouted angrily at Beichen, "Release Wang Yi, and I will spare your life." Bang! It could be said that the entire city wall and the open ground below were controlled by the Yinglong Guard. As soon as he spoke, a 7.62 sniper bullet was fired. However, an astonishing scene unfolded. A sniper bullet struck the man squarely, but the black mist surrounding his body seemed to absorb the 7.62 bullet effortlessly. The sniper who fired that shot nearly cursed. "Oh." Beichen tilted his head, slightly sneering, "Are you saying I should spare his life? You will spare me. Let him go." The man atop the city wall continued confidently. "Ha ha. Royal authority Wang Yi. You must be the lord of this Wang City, right?" As soon as Beichen finished speaking, Wang Yi endured the immense pain and resentfully said, "Do you know your third brother?" "That's right, I killed him." "You are Beichen." Beichen had no interest in answering a dead man's question, and instead looked toward Wang City atop the city wall. "I've sent your third brother on his way now. I will send your second brother off too. Next it will be your turn." Wang City suddenly roared angrily, "You dare. You will regret this. Big brother, save me." However, a black knife slowly pierced into Wang Yi's heart. No matter how he begged and struggled, he could not break free. "Oh, damn it, damn it. Second brother, I want you dead, I want you dead. Watching his second brother slowly collapse, his eyes falling into silence, Wang's city went mad. After the unexpected death of the third brother, the second brother was his most trusted and capable assistant, but now he was watching him die right before his eyes. Stop shouting, you should thank me. Considering what you did, I have been exceptionally merciful for not having you suffer 1,000 cuts. Watching Wang's city jump directly off the city wall, Beichen walked step by step with a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. You are an ability user, and I know you have a pretty good pet egg. How do you know? Upon hearing this, the black mist surrounding Wang's city grew denser, and the overwhelming killing intent could no longer be suppressed. Hee, you should thank your brother for this. If it weren't for him, I might still not know you have ambitions of becoming emperor in Wang City. I want you dead. Wang City let out a furious roar and made a strange gesture. Suddenly black mist surged from his eyes, nose, mouth, and ears, completely obscuring his body in black mist. At this moment, a tall figure 2 meters high with narrow eyes and sharp fangs appeared directly behind him. Evil God Shadow. The moment the Evil God Shadow was summoned, the temperature around changed dramatically, as if one had gone from a desert to a frigid land. Fearful of being sniped, the armed forces inside Wang City did not all rush out. Instead, they continuously fired flares into the sky. Oh, the Lord of Wang City is a devil, a devil. The fleeing laborers were instantly terrified by this scene, each one filled with greater fear of Wang City. Everyone gather over here. We the Ying Long Guard are here to rescue everyone. Although Shui Yihan was a woman, she looked impressive in combat gear. The escaping laborers only thought that as long as they did not return to Wang City, they could go anywhere. After all, they had no vehicles, and relying solely on their legs would not get them far. Although Shui Yihan was extremely confident in Beichen's strength, seeing the eerie, evil god shadow of the Lord of Wang City, she couldn't help but secretly worry for Beichen. Captain, should we help the Lord? Instantly many Ying Long Guard members echoed in agreement. No. Didn't you see the Lord's strength on the first day you arrived? Going over now will only distract the Lord from protecting you, it will only hinder him. Yes. At this moment Beichen continued to walk toward the fully unleashed Wang City. Looking at the grotesque, evil god formed by the black mist, Beichen couldn't help but chuckle. Such a crude, evil god shadow. This confidence of yours must be from actively initiating the imperial slave system, right? Roar. As if influenced by the evil god shadow, Wang City did not speak, but instead the 2-meter-tall evil god shadow let out an angry roar at him. He quite fierce, huh? Beichen wiped his scales-like military knife clean and stored it in his particle ring. He then looked at the evil god shadow that had pounced toward him and said calmly, "Since you like transforming so much, I will join you in transforming too. Let's see whose transformation is more sinister." Recently Bai Long looked a bit weak, but was also quickly recovering. Looking at the malevolent shadow of the evil god looming behind the royal city, a figure lunged toward him. A hint of excitement flickered at the corner of Beichen's mouth. Ever since the unexpected evolution of the heavenly demon battle armor, he had not experienced a single exhilarating battle. I hope you can entertain me. A chilling and sinister gust of wind rushed toward him. Beichen's pair of crimson-black flame eternal kaleidoscope eyes spun rapidly. Instantly streams of black flames emerged around Beichen's body, making him appear like a demon god birthed from black flames. As the Amaterasu flames appeared, waves of heat surged around. The cold aura formed by the evil god's shadow contrasted sharply with the heat. Roar. In an instant, a nearly 3-meter-tall demon god appeared, sprouting wings, and wielding a massive black flame, sword engulfed in black flames. Seemingly influenced by its master Beichen, the black flame, Susanoo let out a deafening roar as it emerged. The sound waves were overwhelming and soul-stirring. This sudden scene shocked the evil god's shadow, causing it to tremble and halt its advance, fear evident in its elongated, sinister eyes. Impossible. A voice filled with disbelief and unwilling rage erupted from the evil god's shadow. Indeed, it was the royal city. Beichen stood suspended in the air, his bloodthirsty gaze fixed on the menacing shadow, just 2 meters away, softly stating, "If you can entertain me, I might consider granting you a swift and do otherwise." Ha. Upon hearing this, the royal city also laughed heartily, as if hearing the funniest joke in the world. He had absolute confidence in his evil god shadow, for this ability was derived from a wicked blade. That blade was none other than the evil Li blade from ancient Chinese legends. And this evil god shadow was the embodiment of the Qiyu clan. Both sides revealed their trump cards and prepared to strike. In the eyes of the royal city, the clash of experts meant lethal moves at every turn. Since this person had methods akin to his own, he must be treated with equal seriousness, sparing no caution. At this moment, Beichen resembled a handsome figure eagerly awaiting his online girlfriend's arrival at a hotel, filled with anticipation. After all, such an opponent was rare and hard to come by. A swift conclusion would be quite disappointing. 2 methods surpassing human comprehension descended upon the royal city. It appeared that both sides were wary of each other, attempting to gauge their opponent's weaknesses through observation. The air in this realm became overwhelmingly oppressive. In the distance at the foot of the hill, hundreds of liberated labor players had gathered with the Inglong guards. Upon learning that these forces were here to assist them, joy overwhelmed them, tears of relief streaming down their faces. However, they were met with a shocking scene at the gates of the royal city. Instantly, the players who had been tense could no longer contain themselves. "Oh, another devil. Is there no way out for us?" When Yue saw the giant engulfed in black flames, her face turned pale. Other labor players might not know, but she recognized who it was. "Teacher, what's wrong with the big brother? Why has he become so terrifying? Wu, why has the big brother turned into this?" Yuan Zai's predictive abilities seemed to have failed since encountering. Throughout their journey, Beichen had taken great care of them, and at this moment they were clearly very worried about his safety. Seeing the crowd in an uproar, Shui Yihan, the leader of this urgent march, proclaimed loudly, "That's right, that black flame demon god is our lord. He is your savior." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the laborers who had just escaped the clutches of evil changed, their eyes once again devoid of hope. For them, it was akin to narrowly escaping a wolf pack only to stumble into a tiger's den. Moreover, this force might be even stronger than the royal city. They were capable of slaying over 100 overseers of the royal city in one go. Surrounding them were soldiers of the Xian Huang Brigade, each armed with brand new AK-47s, silently observing. They did not provide too much explanation, for they believed their leader would resolve the matter. Listening to the cries and whispers in the crowd, the graceful Shui Yihan smiled bitterly. "I say, are you all being too pessimistic? With the strength of our main city, we wouldn't stoop to exploiting other players." As soon as she spoke, the hundreds around turned to look at this young and beautiful woman. "May I ask, miss, which main city force are you from in the Huaxia battle zone?" A man filthy and dressed in a tattered suit couldn't help but ask. Shui Yihan scanned the crowd with a smile. "A level 3 main city. Daxiao City." Upon hearing this, hundreds of labor players stood frozen in place. Happiness came too quickly, their minds long tormented struggled to comprehend. Is it the Daxiao City which is hailed as Waxia's last refuge? Is it the Daxiao City that openly challenged the Three Kingdoms Alliance's oppression led by Lord Beichen? Daxiao City caused a sensation in the entire global battle zone when it was established. The tale of how Beichen overnight transformed a nameless dirt city into a level 3 iron sand concrete stronghold had become a legend in the Huaxia battle zone. Seeing the longing in these people's eyes for Daxiao City, a sense of pride and honor surged in Shui Yihan. Under everyone's gaze, Shui Yihan declared loudly, "Indeed, it is Lord Beichen's Daxiao City. This time the Lord himself has dispatched 400 Inglong guards to rescue everyone from the royal city." "What? Lord Beichen himself gave the order? This? Lord Beichen is extremely busy. How could he know about us?" The speaker is unaware, but the listener is keenly aware. When Beichen's name was spoken from Shui Yihan's lips, Yue trembled, staring incredulously at the man who had displayed extraordinary abilities. Is he not just someone sharing the same name as Beichen, but the real Beichen? As soon as Yue murmured this, the surroundings erupted into heart-wrenching cries. That was a shout from the soul born from newfound hope for the future. The one engulfed in black flames. Is that Lord Beichen? After suffering for so long, these people's reactions clearly lagged behind. Shui Yihan had just said that the demon god was the Lord, and then mentioned that they belonged to Daxiao City, and only now did this group finally catch on. "We are saved, Wu. I did not wish to traverse 3 regions for a mere chance to join Daxiao City. Yet unexpectedly, I encountered the royal city's interception and suffered. Who would have thought that in the end I would be personally rescued by Lord Beichen? Wu, I was in a similar situation. To qualify for joining Daxiao City, I scrimped and saved every day, hoping to find a safe haven for myself, never expecting to go through such a calamity." The suppressed humiliation erupted completely at this moment. The sounds of crying and sobbing filled the air. Some men, though they did not weep openly, could not help but let tears slip down their cheeks. Listening to these people's experiences, Shui Yihan was also shocked. At the same time, she cast a cold glance toward the distant city. Rest assured, true to the Lord's usual style, the royal city will cease to exist after today. At that moment, 2 private message notifications came through. Upon seeing that they were from Beichen, Shui Yihan hurriedly checked. "Yihan, leave 100 people with the cooking team to prepare meals immediately. The rest should get ready to enter the city and eliminate the remaining armed forces of the royal city." Shui Yihan's eyes sharpened as she immediately issued orders, gathering 300 Inglong guards ready at all times. Meanwhile, the standoff between Beichen and the royal city finally came to an end. The royal city's patience had run out. With a furious roar, the two-meter-tall evil god Shadow followed suit, bellowing, "I killed my 3rd and 2nd brothers. Today, it'll make you unable to live and unable to die." As soon as these words were spoken, the demon god, engulfed in black flames, became even more exhilarated. The pair of ethereal jade-like eyes beneath the demon helmet seemed to glow with even more vitality. "Ha! Come, delight me to your heart's content." Upon hearing the royal city's arrogant words, the bloodlust within Beichen surged uncontrollably, a craving for blood and a thirst for battle rising from deep within his soul. At present Beichen was almost one with the black flame Susanoo, emitting wild laughter, as the colossal form of the black flame Susanoo howled towards the sky. Listening to it one might mistakenly think he was a madman. The royal city could no longer hold back, and directly roared as it charged forward. The sinister phantom of the evil god attached to the surface of the royal city immediately revealed its terrifying claws. His claws were a third of his body size, and each swing spread a chilling aura, leaving trails of black mist in the air that lingered for a long time. This charged strike was nothing short of spectacular. However, Beichen had no intention of drawing the sword at the corner of the black flame Susanoo's eye. He watched as the evil god phantom lunged forward, its menacing claws reaching out. Beichen let out a cold laugh, positioning his body like a lion ready to pounce. Whoosh! Tiger crane double form. With one hand forming a tiger's claw and the other hand clasped together like a celestial crane dancing. Tiger crane double form is a fusion of brute strength and agility, embodying both rigidity and flexibility, complementing yin and yang. ZZZ. Bang bang. Receiving the charged dual claws of the evil god phantom Heiden, Beichen's black flame Susanoo staggered back 3 steps, while the evil god phantom retreated 1 step. Haha. Not bad in strength, keep it coming. Beichen laughed wildly. The pressure from the opponent's charged strike finally made him feel some strain. Seeing the arrogant laughter of Beichen through the black flames, Wang Cheng was greatly shocked. That strike just now could be considered his greatest advantage, yet the black flame demon god before him had easily withstood it. After one confrontation, Wang Cheng immediately realized that the evil god phantom, which was stronger than him, was likely no match for Beichen's demon god. However, Wang Cheng did not show any signs of disappointment, for the evil god phantom's greatest trump card was not brute force. You will surely die from this move. It seemed that using this move came at a great cost, as Wang Cheng spewed blood directly onto the black mist on his surface. Instantly, he became incredibly weak, his face devoid of color. With Wang Cheng's blood infusion, the entire evil god phantom suddenly trembled and let out a sharp scream. Its body, originally formed only of black mist, transformed into a blood-red hue. Oh, you actually have such a move. Impressive. Beichen's heart raced with excitement. Fortunately, he had held back during their first encounter, otherwise he wouldn't have witnessed such a novel technique. Sensing the change in the evil god phantom, Beichen slowly retracted his contempt. He saw the black flame Susanoo also slowly draw its enormous black flame sword. With such blood mist abilities, you are the most outstanding opponent I've faced in my battles. For now I shall call you the strongest. After drawing the black flame giant sword, Beichen could no longer suppress the bloodthirst within him, his pair of eternal kaleidoscope shuriken Sharingan, exuding of blood-red light like a demon god. Ugh, die. After the evil god phantom's surface black mist turned into blood mist, its speed noticeably surged. As soon as Wang Cheng noticed this, he immediately launched an attack. The technique was not much different from before, except that this time those claws were continuously enveloped in a sinister blood mist. Whoosh whoosh. Block it. The black flame giant sword easily intercepted the strike, and the immense force transmitted through the sword caused Beichen's expression to change slightly. Unexpectedly, the current evil god phantom was incredibly powerful. Beichen, it's over. Wang Cheng, after spewing blood at the evil god phantom, became exceedingly weak, yet as he saw Beichen so close, he could no longer contain his wild laughter. I will pay the price of my blood, exhausting the power of the evil god just for this strike. Without waiting for Beichen to react, the evil god phantom's left claw struck like lightning, aiming for the heart of the black flame Susanoo. Soul-ripping claw? Hearing Wang Cheng's confident words, Beichen remained noncommittal. However, when the soul-ripping claw was unleashed, he was genuinely astonished. Interesting, a move that directly affects the mind. Bang! The black flame Susanoo took a heavy blow to the chest, while simultaneously stabbing the heart of the evil god phantom. Instantly, a piercing howl resounded through the heavens. Beichen was unscathed, for the defense of the Susanoo was not something a mere phantom could breach. On the other hand, the evil god phantom, being inherently sinister, was countered by the black flame, which embodied absolute yang and rigidity. A sword pierced through the heart of the evil god phantom, and Beichen did not hold back, swiftly withdrawing the black flame giant sword. Then the black flame Susanoo delivered a knee strike, causing the evil god phantom to stagger and retreat. Beichen's playful intent had vanished, and he raised his hand for another strike. The enormous black flame blade directly severed the evil god phantom's claws. Wang Cheng collapsed to the ground now, with incomplete limbs. Tell me, where is that pet egg? A giant sword pointed directly at Wang Cheng. Beichen asked about another objective of his visit. Unexpectedly, Wang Cheng showed no signs of fear, instead grinning grotesquely as he fixed his sinister gaze on Beichen and laughed. You're doomed. The soul-ripping claw will torment your soul until you go completely insane. Hearing this, Beichen's mouth twisted into a cold smile. Of course, I know that move was not a direct attack on the body, but rather a mental assault. However, with such trivial means to think you can influence my mind is truly laughable. Beichen spoke confidently, suddenly feeling a surge of electricity in his chest. The Thunder Kirin was activated and simultaneously the black flame Susanu's chest, 3 meters tall, was enveloped in lightning threads. Soon a massive Thunder Kirin tattoo encircled the right side of the black flame Susanu's chest. Impossible. Wang Chung trembled with rage at this sight. Why would this person possess two types of absolute yang and rigidity powers? If it were just the black flames, he was confident he could severely injure Beichen's spirit, but with the combination of black flames and lightning, he had no assurance. I will ask you one last time, where exactly is that pet egg? As the words fell, bolts of lightning spiraled from the black flame Susanu's chest toward the black flame giant sword. In the blink of an eye, the once black sword engulfed in flames transformed into a dazzling sight. It was the product of the fusion of fire and lightning. Its appearance instantly turned it into the centerpiece of this realm. Wang Chung seemed to realize that he was doomed today, and seeing Beichen's divine powers, he showed no signs of submission. In your dreams, you will never get that pet egg. Huffed. Beichen acted without hesitation, for it was his last. Unfortunately, he did not seize it. After killing Wang Chung, Beichen turned to look at the Tumterhai earthen city not far away, a sense of irritation slowly rising within him. Simply killing the prince seemed insufficient for Beichen's satisfaction. Since Wang Chung refuses to tell me where it is, then to punish him, you shall all accompany him in death. The black flame Susanu slightly bowed, then kicked violently against the ground without using the power of its wings. It leaped onto the walls of the royal city. The ungraded earth wall of the city was only 2 meters high, while Beichen's black flame Susanu was nearly 3 meters tall. This monstrous form, akin to a demon god, appeared directly on the city wall, instantly frightening the armed forces within the city. Open fire. Kill him. 200 armed soldiers shouted fiercely upon seeing Beichen's appearance. Instantly bullets rained down on Beichen like droplets of water. However, with the black flame Susanu activated, Beichen was unafraid even of the evil god phantom, let alone ordinary bullets. A joke. Die. Beichen intended to use the system's detection to search for the whereabouts of that pet. Unexpectedly, these blind fools dared to attack him proactively. With a wave of his hand, the black flame lightning giant sword unleashed a fire wave measuring over 10 meters towards the armed forces within the city. The Amaterasu black flame could even burn ordinary flames, and if a human body adhered to it, it would not extinguish until completely incinerated. At this moment, Shui Yihan led 300 Yinglong guards, having already entered the royal city through the main gate. Everyone narrowly witnessed the scene of Beichen's earlier strike. One could say, the means were too brutal. That was a 200-man armed force, yet a single strike had obliterated most of them. Yihan killed, without mercy, all the local forces in the royal city, except for the labor players. A private message arrived, causing Shui Yihan's expression to change. However, she also knew that Wang Cheng's actions had long deserved such a fate. In the game, as long as there are active and retired soldiers from Huaxia claiming kingship and enslaving their compatriots is the greatest provocation against Huaxia's military. Beichen stomped down hard on the city wall, his enormous wings flapping as he descended towards the tallest building in the city. At the same time, dense gunfire erupted within the city, along with the sounds of desperate pleas for mercy. Boom. The three-turtle black flame demon god descended from the sky, landing heavily before the main gate of the city lord's mansion. Oh, it's the demon shooting. Quick. As a heavily guarded stronghold, it is said that no one can enter the city lord's mansion without being summoned by the royal city. Da-da-da. The 4 micro firearms in the hands of the guards clearly indicate the royal city's regard for the city lord's mansion. It should be noted that the nearly 200 armed individuals he just eliminated were mostly armed with handguns or standard rifles. There were no automatic firearms. As a non-ranked rammed Earth town, the 3 brothers of the royal city managed to gather such a large-scale armed force and weapons in a short time. It must be said that if they are not eliminated today, they will surely become a future threat. Beichen ignored the sweeping fire from the 4 micro firearms and raised his sword, aiming it at the city lord's. The gigantic black flame sword light measuring over 10 meters cleaved through the 3 not-sosmal conference rooms and storages in front of him. Even a slight ripple of such power would ensure that the 4 guards were utterly doomed. Watching the Tianzhao black flame slowly burn the 4 micro firearms, Beichen merely cast a glance, showing no intention to take action. Perhaps to him firearms had become unworthy of his effort. Gazing at the buildings that had been split apart by his sword, one should be a food storage of sorts. The other warehouse, having been cleaved open, immediately spilled many materials onto the ground. The last one was the place where the royal city held meetings and resided. Oh, the devil. Where's Brother Wang? 2 stunningly beautiful women in exquisitely dressed kipeos cried out in fright. Seeing the 2 women, a slight wicked smile appeared at the corner of Beichen's mouth. With a thought, he retracted the black flame Susanu and returned to his original form. The fiery lightning Kirin tattoo on his right chest was so striking that it was hard to look directly at. After all, this was the enemy's lair, and Beichen dared not let his guard down. The size of the black flame Susnu made it inconvenient for searching. Although he no longer had the all-encompassing protection of the black flame, Susanu, activating the lightning Kirin tattoo, greatly increased his speed and allowed him to easily unleash lightning power. It was sufficient for exploring the enemy's lair. With a swagger, Beichen walked through the massive sword scar from the main gate toward the royal city's residence. He saw a strange man approaching them bare-chested. The two beautifully made-up women turned pale at once. At most they were no more than 18 years old, although they were dressed rather maturely. That hint of youthful innocence was not lost on Beichen. "Great King, spare us. We were forced and had no choice but to sell our bodies." "Yes, Great King, we are sisters. As long as you do not harm us, we will do whatever you ask." The two women were already young and exquisite, and with their revealing kipeos they might have guessed the fate that awaited the royal city. As they spoke, they slowly began to unbutton their kipeos, their slender fair necks provoking endless fantasies in those who looked on. Beichen, with his blood-red black flame eternal kaleidoscope, gazed at the two, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Oh, your man died because he failed to please me. Oh, what about you? Do you want to try?" Upon confirming the death of the royal city, the two women's expressions changed instantly, a flash of resentment briefly flickering in their eyes before quickly being concealed. "Ha ha ha, the royal city deserved to die? If it weren't for him, my sister, and I wouldn't have fallen to this state." The woman with a more mature appearance, while stripping off her qipao, gazed at Beichen with watery eyes, her soft voice like a spring breeze, bringing a sense of comfort to both body and mind. "Tell me, where is the most precious thing in the royal city?" Yet Beichen showed no interest speaking directly. Previously the woman had been quite confident, believing this man would surely fall for her charm, but the next moment Beichen's words left her momentarily stunned. "Oh, what you said, Great King, the most precious treasure of the royal city must be us sisters." The woman giggled, filled with seduction. Her sister chimed in, "Exactly. We are the most precious treasure of the royal city." At this, Beichen's wicked smile became even more radiant. Beichen slowly raised his right hand with a thought. The entire open-roofed room shone with white light, accompanied by a sizzling sound of lightning. As the 1,000 birds appeared in his right hand, Beichen moved like a phantom, stepping forward and delivering a thrust that pierced the heart of the woman before him. Looking at the woman's expression of disbelief and her eyes filled with terror, Beichen calmly said, "I have already given you a chance to live, but it's a pity you didn't cherish it." I. Slowly withdrawing his bloodied hand, Beichen wiped it on the gradually fading wall. Having cleaned the blood from his hands, the woman fell to the ground lifeless. At this point, the open-roofed room was left with only Beichen and the last woman. Seeing her sister die like this, the younger sister's eyes held no resentment or hatred. Instead, they were filled with endless fear and pleading. "Have you thought of it now? Where is the most precious collection of the royal city?" His voice remained calm, as if the one who had just died was not a living person, but merely a chick. The woman was already terrified, mechanically nodding. I know. But that secret door has a password, and I've never been inside, so I don't know the password." Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled and said, "Take me there." The woman readily agreed, but due to the gruesome scene her legs went weak, and she could barely walk. Seeing this, Beichen coldly said, "If you hesitate, you won't need to lead me anymore." Yes. Hearing this, the beautiful woman trembled all over and almost fell over, quickly steeling herself to lead the way. Beichen followed the woman into the inner room, where under a large bed he indeed found an entrance resembling a secret door to an underground chamber. After leading Beichen to the spot, the woman was cautious. "This is the secret chamber. I don't know how to enter. When I was with the royal city, he would always chase us away when entering." Beichen coldly smiled and said, "How do you know you can't if you don't try? Go on, you're much better than your sister, believe in yourself." The woman in the qipao was nearly in tears, fearing for what would happen if she couldn't open it. Beichen watched as this woman from the royal city tried repeatedly to twist the rotating combination lock. Once, twice, thrice. Beep, beep, beep. As the alarm sounded, a short sword exuding a strong smell of blood pierced the woman's heart. "So useless, you might as well accompany your sister on the road." Beichen slowly withdrew the shadowless sword, glancing at the despairing woman before ignoring her. From the moment the two women heard that the royal city had been killed, although their eyes revealed a hint of resentment, Beichen still noticed. Such women who understand how to use their physical capital and schemes would surely bring disaster to a great summer city. Moreover, Beichen did not know the exact relationship between the two and the royal city. If they were truly forced, why did they show resentment and coldness when they heard about the death of the royal city instead of excitement and relief? Of course, Beichen also had no interest in understanding this matter, since their loyalty could not be trusted and there was an unclear relationship with the enemy. After contemplating, his decision was simple: kill. Standing before the door of the underground darkroom, Beichen smiled faintly. This ordinary iron door could hardly withstand the sharpness of the shadowless sword. It was as easy as cutting tofu. The reason for having a woman decipher the password was merely an excuse to kill her. After all, the woman in the Chi-Pao had led him here. With a kick, he sent the password iron door of the darkroom flying and stepped inside. He was not worried about any traps within the darkroom. The black flame kaleidoscope was always activated, and if danger arose, Beichen could summon the black flame Susanoo with just a thought. However, it was apparent that Beichen was overthinking. Upon entering a dark room of about 15 square meters, he was greeted by a wooden table in front of him with a few cold weapons hanging on the left wall and several firearms on the right. Yet none of these caught Beichen's eye. What attracted him was a basin on the table filled with sand. In the center of the finely spread sand lay an egg half buried. This egg was about the size of a goose egg, but its surface was adorned with red speckles. Though the egg lay still in the sand, Beichen's current perception was extraordinarily sharp, just one touch revealed that the egg was on the verge of hatching. Moreover, not seeing the words "can amplify" on this egg made Beichen slightly disappointed. It was likely due to the fact that the creature within the egg had already developed life, or perhaps for some other reason it could not amplify. However, as Beichen watched, the egg suddenly began to change. The blood-red speckles on its surface visibly darkened. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in Beichen's ears. Detected rare-grade purple flame snake pet egg that can amplify. Would you like to amplify? Rare-grade purple flame snake. That sounds somewhat familiar, Beichen exclaimed, startled, instinctively asking, why didn't the system detect it as amplifiable earlier? Because the blood imprint on this pet egg had not completely disappeared yet. Hearing this, Beichen nodded slightly, as if understanding something. Recalling when he first obtained the baby, he had also dripped blood before it hatched. The owner of such a pet egg that required blood to hatch must certainly be from the royal city. Now that the royal city's owner was dead, this pet egg naturally had its hatching interrupted. Detected rare-grade pet egg that can amplify. Would you like to amplify? Hearing the system's prompt again, Beichen smiled and said, amplify. Congratulations, host, amplification successful. The rare-grade purple flame snake pet egg has been amplified to the exceptional grade 7 colored devouring python pet egg. To be honest, upon hearing this name, Beichen was left dumbfounded. 7 colored devouring python. Isn't that the name of the evolved form of Medusa, the queen, in some novel after her transformation? System, is this name serious? Response to host, very serious. At this point, upon closer inspection of the pet egg in his hand, its exterior was already vastly different from before. It used to have a white base with blood-red speckles, and now it had a blue base with white speckles. Medusa, the queen's original form. Ahem. This. Beichen, being a man, had his own normal fantasies and whims. What man wouldn't want to conquer a woman like Medusa? System, after this thing hatches, is there any possibility it could evolve into Queen Medusa? Response to host, anything is possible. Beichen immediately let out a chuckle reminiscent of a certain famous. However, what Beichen never expected was that with the thought of conquering Medusa, a wicked will deep within him was suddenly magnified countless times, crashing into his brain. Instantly, an extremely sinister and alluring crimson gleam appeared in Beichen's eyes. Not good. Is this a technique left behind by the evil god's phantom? As Beichen discovered many obscene images flooding his mind, he secretly cursed himself for being in trouble, but it was already too late. The soul-splitting claw was a technique that the royal city had used blood as a cost to cast. Though Beichen had revealed his 2 trump cards, the Amaterasu Black Flame and Thunderbolt Qilin, which had already neutralized 90% of that so-called poisonous technique, the remaining 10% could trigger infinite amplification. After all, the ability of the evil god's phantom from the royal city also came from an exceptional grade evil blade, and the unique exceptional attribute was not something that could be easily neutralized. Feeling his will gradually being replaced by desire, Beichen became anxious and was about to turn around to seal the dark room's door. However, as he turned, Beichen saw Shui Yihan clad in battle attire, her demeanor and charm not inferior to the 2 women he had killed earlier. The 2 locked eyes, and upon seeing the peculiar light in Beichen's gaze, Shui Yihan was startled and instinctively rushed towards him. She instinctively thought Beichen was injured or poisoned. At that moment, Beichen was entirely focused on suppressing the desire in his mind, and could not move a muscle, let alone tell her not to come over. Initially, the 2 forces within him were balanced, and Beichen believed that if he could just hold on, everything would be fine. But then the terrifying moment arrived. As Shui Yihan nervously approached, the maiden's fragrance belonging to a woman suddenly intensified in Beichen's nostrils. In that instant, the desire that Beichen had been desperately suppressing burst forth like a runaway wild horse, sweeping through his entire mind. Beichen, are you injured? Are you okay? Shui Yihan looked worried, and she took out a fragrant handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Beichen's forehead. However, just as she reached out her hand before she could even touch Beichen's face, she was suddenly pulled into his embrace by him. The event happened too quickly, and Shui Yihan completely failed to react. Just as she regained her senses and wanted to say something, her mouth was sealed once again, and his big hand began to tear at her battle attire. Shred. Shred. P.S. Ahem, I'm shamelessly asking for a little gift. I didn't sleep all night yesterday and had insomnia during the day, which is why I updated so late. Today I also haven't slept all night. I can't even adjust to the time difference from staying up late writing. The sound of tearing echoed through the air. The smooth back as flawless as jade felt a chill, and at that moment Shui Yihan finally snapped out of her mental daze. Although she was the combat champion of the rookie camp with a resolute while she had devoted considerable energy to studying social slang and online banter in her dream of becoming an agent. Yet she was still a virgin, and the strict regimen of the female soldier camp in the Huaxiao army meant that aside from the male instructors' interactions between the genders were nearly non-existent. So despite her usual demeanor of a seasoned veteran, when faced with real combat, she was utterly flustered. At this moment her entire delicate form was tightly embraced by Beichen, who was taller than her, when he assertively sought to kiss. His strong arms lifted her off the ground with just a slight exertion. Now even struggling seemed futile unless she employed the lethal techniques learned in the army to subdue Beichen. However, in his current state, where he only sought to take, she would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. Moreover, this man, revered as a god in the Huaxiao war zone, had long been the object of her admiration. The scent of his masculine pheromones filled her nostrils, causing Shui Yihan to hesitate. However, in that moment of hesitation, as Beichen's hands swept across that sensitive area, Shui Yihan could no longer suppress a soft moan. A sensation she had never experienced before flooded her central nervous system, causing her thoughts to nearly come. With a ripping sound, her combat suit was torn open, exposing her smooth back, yet Beichen did not stop there. With a forceful move, he turned her to face him. At that moment, Beichen showed no tenderness, tearing away the remaining half of Shui Yihan's combat suit and tossing it into the corner of the dark room. Beichen, not here. Shui Yihan's voice lost the usual coldness she showed towards the Yinglong guards, trembling with worry. After a startled cry, Shui Yihan felt her body tilt and fell into Beichen's embrace. She was effortlessly lifted as if she weighed nothing. Seeing that Beichen intended to carry her out of the dark room to the upper chamber, Shui Yihan immediately panicked. In her current state, if the sweeping Yinglong guards saw her, how could she show her face leading the troops again? It should be noted that Beichen had once cleaved through 3 houses of the Lord's mansion with a single sword, and now the king's city was akin to being outdoors. However, Beichen seemed not to hear her urgency, and after exiting the dark room, directly tossed Shui Yihan onto the large bed of the king's mansion. Beichen, we can't hear. The Yinglong guards will be coming. With a tearing sound. However, when she saw Beichen unhesitatingly ripping off his own clothes, Shui Yihan was momentarily stunned. It was the first time she had seen a perfect man with 36-pack abs at such close range. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her face, ears, and neck flushed crimson as if they were bleeding. Looking at Beichen's wicked smile and his eyes glinting with a strange light, Shui Yihan made a decision. All Yinglong guard members without my and the Lord's orders are not allowed to enter the Lord's mansion without permission. Violators will be expelled from the city of Daxia. Having just issued this command in the temporary team channel before Shui Yihan could send out the next command, a robust figure suddenly lunged at her. Meanwhile, outside the Lord's mansion, 3 teams of well-equipped Yinglong guards had already cleared out the remnants of armed forces in the king's city, as per the Lord's orders. Seeing they were on the verge of stepping into the dilapidated Lord's mansion, suddenly team leader Shui Yihan unexpectedly issued a command. Anyone who disobeys the order will be expelled from Daxia. What severe consequences this entailed. All Yinglong guards wishing to join the Lord and the team leader were suddenly drenched in cold sweat. If the team leader delayed for another minute, they might have barged into the Lord's mansion to investigate. Hey, do you think the Lord has discovered some incredible treasure inside? Do we even need to think about that? Otherwise the team leader wouldn't issue such a serious command. Perhaps the Lord is in seclusion, and maybe he found something here that could enhance genetic talents. Everyone was very curious, but due to the command no one dared to defy it. As they spoke suddenly, a painful yet desperately suppressed moan emanated from within the Lord's mansion. The 3 Yinglong guard squad leaders exchanged strange glances, as if realizing something, and immediately turned to the still gathering team and shouted loudly. All members retreat 20 meters away from the Lord's mansion. Upon hearing that sound, the 3 squad leaders immediately understood what had transpired. No wonder the team leader had issued such an order. The large force gathering in the distance also heard the command. Seeing the 3 leaders' solemn expressions, they believed there was some danger inside the Lord's mansion. Without hesitation, they promptly responded with a vigorous spirit. Yes. With a rustle, 300 Yinglong guards swiftly formed 3 columns, quickly encircling the area 20 meters outside the Lord's mansion. In front of the main gate of the Lord's mansion, only the 3 squad leaders remained. From this distance, they could faintly hear that uncontrollable sound coming from within. Cough, cough. Those who hear about this matter keep it under wraps. The speaker was clearly a seasoned veteran who had gradually understood the ways of the world after retiring. Now that the team leader had become the Lord's woman, anyone who touched her would be courting death. We're not fools. The team leader is a tough character, and anyone who dares to leak information will be directly expelled from Daxia. At that point, even team leaders Zhang and Pang won't be able to protect us. The other two squad leaders hurriedly echoed. All right, let's return to our respective teams. Keep your mouths shut. Yes. After the three left, the sounds from within continued unabated, only growing more intense. About 3 hours later, a hearty roar erupted from within a room in the Lord's mansion. The entire world suddenly fell into silence. A full 5 minutes passed before a low murmur emerged. Who am I? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Indeed, it was Beichen's voice. As his consciousness regained control, he felt a soreness throughout his abs and lumbar region. The sensation in his kidneys was even more alarming, feeling somewhat drained. Earlier during the battle with the king's city, the sky had already darkened. Now 3 hours had passed since then. The sky had turned completely dark, and in this game world there was neither moon nor stars, rendering the night pitch black. Beichen slapped his head, trying to recall what had happened before. I seem to remember getting hit. Fragmented memories gradually returned, and suddenly Beichen was startled, because a cold, smooth arm had suddenly wrapped around his. After 3 hours of passively enduring, Shui Yihan, even as a warrior queen, felt as if her body had fallen apart and lacked any strength. Her entire being felt as if floating in the clouds, swaying back and forth. Zila. Beichen's heart leaped to his throat, and lost in the memories of madness, he saw himself frantically tearing Shui Yihan's clothes. The lightning of 1,000 birds flashed with blinding light. Illuminated by the lightning, he saw Shui Yihan, drained of strength, lying beside him, her face pale, drenched in sweat. Her once sharp, icy gaze now looked at him like autumn water, filled with disappointment and weakness. Seeing Beichen's shocked expression, Shui Yihan weakly murmured, "At that moment, I didn't know what happened to you. I never expected it would turn out like this. If you feel sorry for Chu Chu, then let's consider this a dream. We'll forget about tonight's events." After saying this, even Shui Yihan, no matter how strong, couldn't help but let tears slide down her cheeks. At that moment it felt as if her heart was plummeting from the heavens straight into the depths of hell. However, before Shui Yihan's heart could sink to its lowest point, her limp body was once again swept into someone's embrace. Indeed, it was the man she had admired for so long, yet dared not reveal her true feelings. Beichen gently kissed Shui Yihan's forehead while holding her in his arms. After the kiss, his murmuring voice echoed in her ear. "With your skills at that time, why didn't you kill me?" At that moment, Shui Yihan's body stiffened, her mind blank. She thought this was a dream, not reality. However, as her lip was punctured and a trickle of salty blood emerged, she realized this was not a dream, it was real. The lightning of 1,000 birds vanished and darkness enveloped the two once more. Even at this distance, Beichen could only see the general outline of Shui Yihan, which somewhat alleviated the awkwardness between them. Seeing that Shui Yihan remained silent and rigid, Beichen continually stroked her damp hair as if to comfort her. He knew he had shown no tenderness in his previous madness and silently blamed himself. "I couldn't bear to harm you too severely." Shui Yihan's gentle voice echoed in the darkness. It was her truest thought at that moment. "That Chu Chu has long recommended you to me. The author requests a small gift of support. Thank you, brothers and sisters." Hearing Beichen say that he had already been recommended by Ting, Chu Chu left Shui Yihan momentarily stunned, but soon an uncontrollable joy surged in her heart. "Really? You're not lying to me?" "Of course not. She mentioned it the night before I left Dashia City." Beichen reminisced. "It seems it was on the night that the Xianwang Legion returned." Beichen leaned close to Shui Yihan's ear and asked, "Does it still hurt now?" After all, Shui Yihan was a warrior, and this little pain was bearable for her, but she didn't want to lie to Beichen. The two were surrounded by impenetrable darkness, unable to see each other's expressions, which greatly reduced the awkwardness between them. "I have a miraculous anti-swelling medicine. Do you want to give it a try?" "It's very effective," Beichen said earnestly. Shui Yihan instinctively thought of anti-inflammatory medication or other remedies for swelling and pain. "Very effective. Have you tried it?" Beichen smiled and took out a ball-shaped black jade ointment from his particle ring. He quickly flattened it. "It must be effective. Chu Chu used it and said it was good. Let me apply it for you. I guarantee you'll be able to walk normally tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Shui Yihan was taken aback. What kind of medicine could allow her to walk normally by tomorrow? However, since Beichen said so, she certainly believed it. "How about I do it?" After all, Shui Yihan wanted to say that the area was too private. Beichen was taken aback, smiled, and handed the flattened medicine to Shui Yihan, forgetting that she was a female warrior. He initially offered to help because Tung Chu Chu was overwhelmed, having been completely exhausted after a battle. In contrast, Shui Yihan was in much better shape and could clearly manage it herself. Just stick it on and it will be fine." Shui Yihan felt extremely embarrassed, knowing that both of them were completely exposed at this moment. After applying it, she felt a refreshing coolness, and the swelling had significantly subsided. The effect was immediate. "Beichen, our clothes have been torn by you." Shui Yihan hesitated, but finally spoke up. "Clothes? Let me see if there are any in the warehouse." Beichen, the Lord of Dashia City, could connect directly to the particle armory of Dashia City through the Lord's compatibility mode. He took a glance and saw only male combat uniforms, so he could only make do for the time being. However, after hesitating, Beichen took out one set and exited the Lord's compatibility mode. He directly sent a message to Ting Chuchu, who had informed him of the general situation. He had thought Ting Chuchu would be furious, or at least upset. However, to Beichen's surprise, Ting Chuchu was first startled and then overjoyed. Upon learning that Shui Yihan's clothes had been torn, she voluntarily traded a set of her own dress to Beichen. Isn't it that you're just letting this happen? Beichen asked nervously. Haha, anyway, it's going to happen sooner or later. If it's Sister Yihan, that's even better. We are quite familiar with each other. Beichen was momentarily at a loss for words. It sounded as if he had always been on the same wavelength. By the way, I heard from my elder brother that something happened on your side. How is the situation? Beichen briefly explained what had happened here. As long as you're okay, take good care of yourself while you're out there. Leave the baby to me. Beichen smiled with appreciation. Thank you for your hard work. I will be extra careful during the expedition to the forbidden area. Soon the two disconnected their private messages, and Beichen received a set of Tung Chuchu's dress. This dress was obtained when Beichen had confirmed his relationship with Tung Chuchu, taken by Zhang Dabiao. Here, wear it, it's Chuchu's dress. She already knows. Shui Yihan exclaimed, feeling a bit suffocated. How could she face her after going back? Don't be nervous. When she hears that you've become my woman, she would definitely support it wholeheartedly. Is that so? After chatting for a while, Shui Yihan gave another order, and the 300 Yinglong guards guarding outside the Lord's mansion orderly withdrew from the city. It must be said that the black jade ointment was truly amazing. In less than half an hour, the swollen area on Shui Yihan was no longer painful. She could already walk. Dressed in brand new clothes, Beichen held Shui Yihan's hand as they walked. Her hand, often gripping a gun in the army, had noticeable calluses. While not particularly soft, it was strong enough. Beichen, these two warehouses must be the supplies plundered from the royal city, right? Beichen nodded slightly, striding toward the food warehouse. Taking a glance at the food reserves on the rough shelves, Beichen didn't hesitate to wave his hand, collecting everything into his particle ring. There were plenty of canned bread, ham, and cured meats, while the remaining items were less than ideal, yet Beichen still did not overlook them. Because he had an amplification system, even rubbish supplies could be amplified. The two then entered the fodder warehouse again. Looking around, there was indeed a lot of material here. Perhaps all the materials from the players raiding the royal city in recent days were stored here. They collected everything as well. As for the weapons and equipment in the royal city's dark room, Beichen wouldn't go back to retrieve them. He said to Shui Yihan, after we finish eating, send a team of soldiers to thoroughly search the royal city. Take away everything useful that can be moved. Perhaps due to a change in mindset, and wearing Tung Chuchu's dress, Shui Yihan at this moment truly embodied personality and beauty. Alright, since all the Yinglong guards had returned to the camp, the only ones left in the royal city who could breathe were Beichen and Shui Yihan. The two strolled hand in hand toward the main gate of the city, the atmosphere exceedingly relaxed. Shui Yihan knew that Beichen was a hero who never forgot his original intention and had always wanted to help him with her own abilities. As they walked, they chatted about the purpose of this trip. Beichen also did not shy away from it, briefly outlining his plan. In the late Eastern Han Dynasty, Dong Zhuo seized power using the emperor to command the feudal lords. After Dong Zhuo's death, with the three kingdoms in a stalemate, when Cao Cao led his 400 troops into the ravaged ancient capital of Luoyang, he used a bowl of meat soup to persuade Emperor Xian and the civil and military officials of the Han Dynasty to willingly relocate to Xuchang. A simple bowl of meat soup could make a starving emperor willingly move his capital, becoming Cao Cao's puppet. One can only imagine the power of the lamb head soup boiling in those 20 large pots at the temporary camp of the Yinglong guards. Players enslaved by the royal city, aside from those who couldn't bear the oppression and died, those who survived were all like withered husks. Among the 100 station soldiers, half were busy cooking. This was not due to the laborers, but because the lord and the captain were returning soon. Not far away, a large group of about 400 laborers gathered, unable to resist swallowing their saliva at the scent of the enticing meat soup. Mom, what is that delicious smell? The earlier pitiful mother and daughter were also among the crowd, with the little girl constantly looking towards the Yinglong guards, her eyes filled with longing. Xiaoxin, that's the smell of lamb soup. When I used to take you to eat it, you didn't want to because you thought it was too gamey, the woman said, touching her daughter's hair, looking at the Yinglong guards with gratitude in her eyes. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted, and all the laborers turned towards the royal city. Look, Lord Beichen. Immediately the three captains of the Yinglong guards and the 400 laborers looked on. Under the respectful gaze of the crowd, a path naturally parted, and Beichen calmly led Shui Yihan through the crowd. Lord Beichen. Thank you, Lord Beichen, for saving us. Beichen, brother. Greetings to the Lord. Hearing this, a smile appeared on Beichen's face, while Shui Yihan blushed. Observing the expressions of the three captains of the Yinglong guards and the surrounding soldiers, it was clear that the previous incident had been exposed. However, Shui Yihan was no longer worried. After all, both Beichen and Ting Chuchu had accepted her, and from now on they could be together openly regardless of how others viewed her. P.S. Oh, yesterday something happened that made my long collapse. Yes, there were multiple malicious reports, and this book has been blocked. Even my editor said to just end it. I was speechless. Exploded. Members who joined the Yinglong Guard's family know that I didn't even have an outline for this book, and the appearance of the female lead led to numerous readers cursing. Moreover, I have responded multiple times in the book saying that this is my first time writing survival without having read any other survival novels, which led to stepping on many landmines. However, unexpectedly this too could not escape the fate of being sanctioned. The blocking of the book city means that there will be no new readers joining in the future, rendering this book a mere shell. Moreover, I have responded multiple times in the book saying that this is my first time writing survival without having read any other survival. The author can write the protagonists as powerful and untouchable in the book. Yet in reality, they are as humble as an ant subject to others' whims. This is the world of adults. This is reality. Beichen held Shui Yahan's hand as they strolled through the crowd under the fervent gaze of the laborers and the Suddenly, all members of the Yinglong Guard stood like spears, saluting Beichen and shouting loudly, "We greet the city lord." Upon seeing Beichen up close, the Yinglong Guards not only shouted loudly, but their eyes were filled with fervor and conviction. He was the city lord of the third-tier main city in the Huaxiao battle zone, the Great Xia City. Their nominal leader. After returning from the 300 Yinglong Guards, all the oppressed laborers knew that the Wang City had been annihilated. In their eyes, Wang City was an invincible entity, a demon. They cursed at midnight, and they never expected it to be wiped out today under Beichen's command. The sight of their former enemy being eradicated was indescribably exhilarating. Beichen, Beichen, Beichen. As the 400 Yinglong Guards inspired them, many laborers also joined in the cheers. Beichen smiled and turned to the crowd, raising a hand to calm them, then spoke in a deep voice, "You have traveled a long way to join my Great Xia City, and I did not expect to encounter such an event." Looking at the pale and emaciated elite players of Huaxiao, Beichen coldly declared, "Wang City is not the first city to be wiped out by the Yinglong Guards, nor will it be the last." Instantly the crowd erupted in cheers again. Even those pale and gaunt players were filled with excitement at that. At that moment, they knew they had finally found someone worth following. After the cheering, the entire area once again fell into a deathly silence. Everyone gazed at Beichen with fervor. Beichen nodded slightly in response to their intense gazes. These people, according to Tu Shan and Tu Tian, had basically come from other regions to join the Great Xia City, meaning they had come fully prepared. After annihilating the remnants of Wang City, he had completely looted the two large warehouses of the city lord's mansion. Thus these people were essentially recognized by Beichen. "From today on, you are the first batch of citizens to settle in the Great Xia City." Without waiting for the crowd to react, Beichen continued, "In the Great Xia City, as long as you work hard, you will not only be safe, but you can also enjoy a comfortable life as you did before the game, just by putting in continuous effort." At this moment, Shui Yihan also spoke up. "That's right. The armed forces of the Great Xia City will never exploit any player. However, anything requires effort to create. You can even join the armed forces of the Great Xia City, Yinglong Guards, through your hard work." Beichen and Shui Yihan's words were as explosive as 3 atomic bombs in Hiroshima. What? The treatment is so good. Not only is there safety assurance, but one can also achieve the desired life through their own efforts. This group of people had been exploited by Wang City for too long, and had forgotten what it was like to be treated equally by their peers. After all, as slaves of Wang City, their status was only slightly above that of cattle and sheep. If these words had not come from Beichen himself, many would not have believed it. After all, there are no rules in this world. The strong crush the weak, and do not regard the weak as human. This experience had been deeply felt by them for a long time. "I, Beichen, never go back on my word." Finally, someone reacted, immediately covering their face and crying. This triggered a chain reaction, with the crowd erupting into sobs and cries. Finally, free from the identity of a slave and a beast. Seeing this scene, Beichen felt very heartbroken. After all, why should those of the same root harm each other so urgently? Citizens of a nation are all of the Yin and Huang bloodline. The strong should not oppress the weak like this. Shui Yihan was also slightly moved by this scene. How long had they been oppressed for that a group of grown men were covering their faces and crying? In her view, perhaps these men, in order to survive and to return to their original society to see their wives and children, could understand being submissive to the strong. But in their hearts, who does not wish to be treated like a person? No matter how arrogant one is when young, the concerns of adulthood will eventually catch up. Not far away, a Wuling and a Hummer were parked side by side. Yue, holding onto a student, felt her eyes welling. The 5 little girls could not help but shed tears. After all, they were still young and had never experienced the cruelty of society, but were merely influenced by this wave of sorrow. Tu Shan and Tu Tian sighed. There are indeed many such scum like Wang City in the Huaxia battle zone. They just don't act so brazenly. Tu Tian said angrily. Exactly, otherwise they wouldn't have attracted the attention of City Lord Beichen. The two exchanged glances and nodded slightly, as if they had made a decision. They had perked up their ears and listened carefully to Beichen's words, not missing a single word. As long as they reached the Great Xia City, they would surely carve out a career for themselves, and hopefully join the Yinglong Guards to become Beichen's armed forces. At this moment the sky was filled with sorrow. However, as Beichen announced the start of the meal, the sadness gradually faded until it disappeared. Many laborers took out their survival tools, which were bowls they had carved out of wood. They lined up in an orderly manner with the youngest at the front. The food provided by the Yinglong Guard's kitchen was undoubtedly the best in the entire Huaxia battle zone. It was said that no one dared to claim second place. White rice, steamed buns, and tender rich lamb soup. In this survival world, many people had not eaten hot meals for a long time. Beichen and Shui Yihan did not linger in the crowd, but headed to Shui Yihan's vehicle. Beichen, husband. It was perhaps somewhat awkward to call him for the first time, but Shui Yihan still addressed him this way. After this matter is over, will you be leaving? It must be said that Shui Yihan, being a few years older than Teng Chuchu, had no qualms calling him husband, something Teng Chuchu had never dared to say directly. Beichen smiled and nodded. If it weren't for the matter of Wang City delaying me, I would probably be on the edge of the forbidden area by now. A woman's thoughts are often very strange. In the Great Xia City, the commander of the Dizzy Brigade, Shui Yihan, was known for her sharp gaze that could cut through others except in matters of business. However, since she accidentally ended up with Beichen, her entire demeanor seemed to change drastically, though it might only be when she was with Beichen. The two sat in the car casually discussing the future plans of the Great Xia City, but soon ran out of topics, and the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Seemingly recalling something, Beichen took out a weapon that represented his identity. It was entirely black with a blade length of over 9 inches adorned with scales along the edge. Shui Yihan, being a female warrior, naturally recognized this as Beichen's personal weapon, a T1 level scale military knife, one of the symbols of Beichen's identity. It is yours now. Beichen played with the old friend in his hand and said, this knife has tasted the blood of at least 30 people. Oh, I really like it. Seeing the shock in Shui Yihan's eyes, Beichen smiled and said, don't refuse. I also gave Chuchu a set of black armor when she came. Although this knife is not of as high a grade as the black armor, it is my favorite weapon. Indeed, with the emergence of the shadowless sword, the black flame kaleidoscope, and the lightning Qilin rune, his usage of the scale military knife had decreased significantly. He did not want to let this weapon gather dust, so giving it as a token to the woman he held dear was the most suitable. Shui Yihan slowly accepted the scale military knife from Beichen's hand, feeling it radiate a gentle warmth. A wave of affection spread in her heart. This was not about the grade, but the first gift Beichen had given her after they confirmed their relationship. Thank you, Beichen. Unconsciously, Shui Yihan leaned her head on Beichen's shoulder, her heart filled with endless warmth. Shui Yihan rested her head on Beichen's shoulder in the car, and the two of them silently gazed out at the harmonious scene illuminated by the campfire. At this moment, the rescued players in the temporary camp had just enjoyed the most satisfying dinner since entering the game. Under the arrangement of the 3 squad leaders, everyone, including the Yinglong Guards, began to set up camp. According to Beichen's plan, they would rest again tonight to recover their strength, and send the group of citizens back to the Great Xia City early tomorrow morning under the protection of the Yinglong Guards. Although the Great Xia City had the most advanced walls and armed forces, its infrastructure was still too weak and needed a large amount of manpower to supplement it. Not to mention that the 50 level 12 elegant garden manufacturing blueprints in Shui Yihan's hands represented a massive engineering project, and the planting area in the eastern district of the Great Xia City also required a lot of manpower. Only by addressing these issues could the Great Xia City achieve basic self-sufficiency, eliminating the need to risk venturing outside for resource boxes or exploring misty areas. Seemingly recalling something, Beichen said lightly to Shui Yihan, "I'll introduce you to 2 promising candidates later." Hearing this, Shui Yihan felt puzzled, but did not ask further, knowing that anyone recognized by Beichen would surely be of good character. Shui Yihan softly replied, unconsciously wrapping her right arm around Beichen's. She knew that they would part ways at dawn, so she wanted to cherish this moment a little longer. Before long, 2 men, one robust and the other lean, approached. They were the 2 brothers, Tu Shan and Tu Tian. After receiving a private message from Beichen, they had disregarded their meals and came directly. "Big brother, do you think the city lord called us over to hold us accountable for our previous offense?" "Don't overthink it," Tu Tian replied with a bitter smile. "At the level of the city lord, his thoughts are beyond our." Although they had not witnessed the complete destruction of the royal city, the reputation of the 3 brothers of the royal city was well known, and they were acutely aware that the royal city was a local tyrant's force here. Even though a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, the Great Xia City had dispatched only a small team of 400 to annihilate the royal city, which had already led them to regard Beichen as a godlike figure. The 2 men walked nervously toward the vehicle where Beichen was. Soon they reached a car, and learned that this low-profile Hongqi was the vehicle of Shui Yihan, the commander of the Yinglong Guards. As they approached, their expression solemn, they stood like spears, not daring to knock on the window, but quietly waiting by the car door. Inside, Shui Yihan also noticed the two men. Are these the two? Beichen nodded. I encountered them on my way out. After some testing, they proved to be promising, bold, yet meticulous, courageous, and resourceful. I promised them that if I feasted in the royal city, they would at least get a taste of the soup. Perfect. My Tianzi and Dizzy Guards also need to recruit some new soldiers. Since they have your recommendation, I will absorb them into the Dizzy Guards. One must say that Shui Yihan indeed had the makings of a spy, as she could almost guess Beichen's intentions. Hearing this, Beichen smiled, and turned to look at the serious-faced Shui Yihan, saying, you really understand me well. Shui Yihan was thinking about how to test the loyalty of the two after absorbing them into the Dizzy Guards, when Beichen's unexpected comment made her face flush with embarrassment. Shui Yihan softly murmured, if it were in the past, I would say this is my duty, but now. It is only natural for me to share your burdens. It would be rare for a fierce female soldier with a piercing gaze to act so coyly, and it seemed only Beichen could elicit such behavior. At that moment, Beichen raised Shui Yihan's chin with a finger, looking at her blushing cheeks, and said, Chu truly brings good fortune. The people she recommends are indeed exceptional. Taking advantage and pretending to be innocent. Shui Yihan did not dare to meet Beichen's gaze. Shortly after, Beichen slowly rolled down the car window, and the two brothers who had been silently waiting spoke in a deep voice, Tu Shan, Tu Tian. We have met the city lord. Beichen looked at the two with interest, and said, you brothers have passed my test. Upon hearing this, the two could hardly contain their excitement. From now on, I assign you to the Dizzy Guards. As he spoke, Beichen looked at Shui Yihan beside him, and added, and this lady is not only my woman, but also the commander of the Dizzy Guards in the Great Xia City. Upon hearing Beichen's words, the two immediately regarded Shui Yihan with awe respectfully, saying, we have met the commander. Beichen remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Hearing that Shui Yihan, a woman, was the commander of the Dizzy Guards in the Great Xia City, the two not only did not show any disdain, but instead adopted an even more respectful attitude, which made Beichen nod slightly in approval. Currently, the Tianzi and Dizzy Guards combined have around 20 members. Work hard, and there will be ample opportunities for promotion. Yes, City Lord. We will not disgrace our mission. Beichen waved his hand, saying, go first, communicate with the Yinglong Guards to understand the basic rules. Yes. The two immediately saluted Beichen before leaving. After dinner, the 5 little girls in the Hummer fell into a deep sleep, with only Yu Wei standing outside the Hummer, lost in thought. If Beichen's identity had not yet been revealed, and if they had not yet reached the royal city, then the person she was waiting for would surely be Beichen. However, at this moment, under the gaze of countless eyes, as Beichen held Shui Yihan's hand returning, she knew that the man she once looked up to could no longer return to this Hummer. Feeling a mixture of loss and confusion, she sensed an emptiness within her. At this time in the Yinglong Guard's temporary camp, all but the night watch soldiers had retired to rest. In the flickering light of the campfire, she vaguely saw the outline of a Hongqi. Sai, what is wrong with me? This is really bizarre. With a sigh, Yu Wei returned to the Hummer. Time passed, and it was soon the next morning. As 400 players drove out their respective vehicles from the royal city, a grand convoy set off towards their long-desired destination, the Great Xia City, accompanied by the Yinglong Guards. At that time in the camp, there was still a Wuling and a Hongqi that had not yet left. Inside the Wuling, Shui Yihan lay on the waterbed in Beichen's car, covered only by a thin blanket. Looking at the face of the man beside her, knowing they would soon part, she couldn't help but kiss him gently on the cheek. Due to the injuries she sustained last night, Shui Yihan was in considerable pain, so even though they were honest with each other, Beichen did not touch her even a finger. Feeling a warmth on her cheek, Beichen's tightly closed eyes twitched and slowly opened. After what had happened last night, Beichen had hardly gotten a clear look at Shui Yihan when they returned to their station. But on this sunny morning, as he opened his eyes, he saw Shui Yihan's delicate features, her watery eyes, and her snowy skin. Did you sleep well last night? Beichen's lips curled into a smile. However, before he could finish his sentence, his lips were sealed by two. As Beichen tightly embraced her fair, supple, and firm body, a wave of intense, springtime warmth gradually spread throughout the entire vehicle. It must be said that the black jade ointment's effect on healing injuries is truly remarkable. This time, Shui Yihan did not let out any of those painful sounds. Coupled with Beichen's unusually gentle demeanor this time, he gradually increased intensity only after she had adjusted. With no one around in the desolate wilderness, Shui Yihan no longer restrained herself. Instantly, sounds that were both tantalizing and desperate echoed through the vehicle. It was noon. Beichen was holding Shui Yihan as he got out of the car. At this moment, Shui Yihan tightly wrapped her arms around Beichen's neck, her beautiful eyes gazing up at his cheek from this angle. She knew that this separation would last an unknown length of time until they met again. A wish blossomed in her heart. She longed for Beichen to return home with her. But reason told her that Beichen had more important matters to attend to, and she could only return to protect the city of Daxia and wait for his triumphant return. Beichen, you must be extremely careful on your journey alone. If there's life-threatening danger in the forbidden area, I hope you can. The rest of her words trailed off as she looked at him with hopeful eyes. Rest assured, I am not a reckless person. Not only do I have you and Choo-Choo, but I also have many comrades and friends from Daxia. Beichen seemed to be speaking to himself. Moreover, I have my parents and grandfather from the real world. I will ensure you all go back home safely after clearing the game. I believe you can do it. Looking at Beichen's resolute and confident face, Shui Yihan chose to trust him. This confidence stemmed from the man's charm and strength. Though Beichen was walking slowly, while carrying Shui Yihan, every journey has its end. He placed Shui Yihan in the driver's seat of the red flag, and gently brushed her hair, saying, "Be careful on the way back to Daxiao, and send me a private message to let me know you are safe." I'll remember that. Their eyes met, and they were silent. 1,000 words ended in parting. Ultimately, the aura of the female soldier was brought forth by Shui Yihan. She quickly ignited the car, and looking ahead said, "Take care." With that, she pressed the accelerator, and the car shot forward like an arrow. She didn't want Beichen to see her vulnerable side. Even if she shed tears, it had to be in a place where no one could see. Beichen looked at this woman, a bitter smile forming in his heart. Both of these women seem to have very strong personalities, he said lightly before turning to walk towards the Wuling. As he glanced at the ruins of the former Wanqing which had turned into wilderness, Beichen became even more determined to clear the game. With the last Wuling leaving, this area lost all vitality, as if the infamous and once glorious Wanqing had never existed. Time passed quietly and unnoticed. 10 days went by in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Beichen continuously searched for the coordinates given by the forbidden area, moving towards his destination. On the way, he saw extensive fog on both sides of the highway and got out to explore. Ever since an anomalous energy crystal appeared, Beichen paid special attention to this. Because the anomalous energy crystal was not only needed by him, but also by the newly acquired colorful swallowing python pet egg. Due to the death in Wanqing, the incubation of the pet egg was forcibly interrupted, and after the system's amplification, it was as if Beichen was hatching the pet egg anew. The news of Wanqing's complete destruction 10 days ago, although Shui Yihan attempted to seal it off, still swept through the entire Huaxiao war zone like a raging tide on the third day of Beichen's departure. This news was like a stone thrown into a pond, causing 1,000 ripples. Those who once wanted to emulate Wanqing, the lords of the non-level Earth cities, suddenly became obedient. However, this matter did not calm down. On that day, the deputy city lord of Daxia, Tung Beichen, drafted a message, not only sending it 3 times in the World Channel, but also 3 times in the National Channel. It stated that the Dragon Guard of Daxia absolutely would not allow any of the city lords to imitate Wanqing's actions and initiate a feudal slave system. Once discovered, there would be no exceptions. Wanqing is the next. This news immediately stirred the world's players. Some Western players who were being suppressed and exploited all wept with envy, shouting that they wanted to immigrate to the Huaxiao war zone and join Daxia. However, Daxia stated that this equal protection only applies to Huaxiao players. Instantly, countless people were extremely disappointed, secretly resenting their fate. In the 10 days, Beichen also made a unified plan for the ability users in the game world. He ultimately decided to incorporate the recruited users into the Tianzi troop directly managed by Zhang Yichen. Since establishing a relationship with Shui Yihan, both women would regularly wish him good night and good morning. In a remote wilderness shrouded in fog along the highway, with a giant sword burning with black flames, Beichen cleaved a mutated lion in half, causing the surrounding fog to slowly dissipate. He arrived beside the golden resource box within the fog, drew out the golden hammer, and struck it continuously 20 times. The golden resource box shattered with a sound. Well, luck is on my side this time. There are actually 2 anomalous energy crystals here. A smile appeared on Beichen's face. Today he had swept through 7 foggy areas and only found anomalous energy crystals in this particular resource box. I still need 10 more. As long as I get another 10 colorful swallowing python pet eggs, I will have enough energy for incubation. Beichen could not help but feel excited as he turned back along the same path. Back in the car, Beichen had a simple meal and then drove the Wuling off again. Glancing at the coordinates of the forbidden area, Beichen murmured, "Tomorrow, I will arrive. I, Beichen, am coming to the forbidden area." The car began to drive on the wide road, and whenever he encountered a larger fog area, Beichen still got out to sweep. However, without Choo-Choo the lucky star, Beichen's luck in smashing resource boxes was not great. He only managed to get 2 in a day. At night, he casually found a sheltered spot to set up camp. Beichen could manage breakfast and lunch, but he was very particular about dinner. He took out the barbecue grill, various spices, and a piece of approximately 2 pounds of alpine beef, starting with the basic marination. If the meat is not marinated, it is hard to absorb flavor, so spending some time for deliciousness is quite necessary. He got some ice cubes from the particle supply warehouse and took out a bottle of red wine from the particle ring. Before long, a faint meat aroma wafted from the grill. As a Huaxiao person, Beichen was not accustomed to stay cooked to 5,060 doneness. It had to be at least 80 done. Sipping the icy red wine and enjoying the freshly grilled alpine beef, Beichen felt a moment of contentment. In his leisure time, Beichen would occasionally check the national channel and the world channel for information. Since the establishment of Daxiao, Beichen had never enjoyed a moment of peace. As he switched to the national channel, seeing the flood of furious and aggrieved messages, Beichen's brows slightly furrowed. Didn't I already crush the Three Kingdoms alliance? How have they risen again? Looking at the constant flow of messages on the national channel, Beichen quickly understood what had happened. The Forbidden Area is targeting Huaxiao Warzone players. This is getting interesting. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Beichen's mouth. Do they think that by leaving the main city and receiving protection from the mainframe, I would be powerless against UA? As a city lord, Beichen naturally knew the prompts he received after accepting the Forbidden Area mission. That is, while the city lord is away from the main city, he would not suffer attacks from other city lord assigned bosses except during beast-tide incursions. However, I am quite curious, what courage and confidence do you three defeated opponents possess? Just as he was about to switch his view to the world channel, a message from Tung Beichen came in. Upon opening it, Beichen immediately grasped the cause of the whole situation. Beichen, you must be aware of this matter, right? Beichen replied truthfully. What exactly happened? Who gave the Three Kingdoms alliance its confidence? Haha, it's because the fourth generation of the Irish trio obtained decent weapons and equipment in the Forbidden Area, and Quan Xingji might have become an ability user, so. Seeing this news, Beichen's interest was piqued. Beichen, according to first-hand accounts, their three factions have already laid a siege around the Forbidden Area. Beichen sneered. What? Are you trying to stop Huaxiao Warzone players from entering the Forbidden Area for exploration? Exactly. Beichen, do you need me to send the Dragon Guard to support you? There's no need for that. Your current task is to get the foundational construction and agricultural planting of Daxiao up and running. As for the rest, I can handle it alone. Alright, you can rest assured about that. The two immediately ended their private message. This matter did not affect Beichen's mood in the slightest. He leisurely sipped red wine, ate barbecue, and occasionally smiled. Since the activation of Hell Mode, the entire game world's territory has once again shrunk. Beichen had only traveled for 18 days, having crossed 9 major regions to arrive at the boundary of the Huaxiao War Zone. Glancing at the coordinates provided by the personal page's restricted area map, Beichen muttered, based on this distance, I should arrive tomorrow, right? Here without rules, driving while sipping a drink is the norm. Beichen held the steering wheel with one hand and a bottle of cocktail with the other, as his wooling car was fully equipped with all functions and his favorite songs played inside. Looking at the forest gradually appearing at the edge of his vision, Beichen felt good. After traveling for over 10 days, he had rarely seen such a large-scale forest. The closer he got to the boundary, the higher the chances of encountering players, especially those from cross-national war zones. However, they did not know each other's strengths, and merely exchanged cold glances without erupting into conflict. Beichen drove without paying any mind to the players he encountered on the road. Accidentally turning his head, Beichen gasped, blood mist area. With a foot to the gas pedal, the Wuling shot forward. For a long time, Beichen had been sweeping through the depths of the black mist area, and had roughly figured out some patterns. The thicker the mist, the higher the chances of encountering high-level resource boxes. This time he encountered the blood mist area, which he had never seen before. It instantly piqued his interest. Indeed, the players still existing in the game world were also aware of this pattern. As Beichen arrived at the edge of the blood mist area, he spotted 7 or 8 abandoned cars. From the looks of the damaged and disassembled cars, it seemed that they had been parked here for quite a while. Beichen paid no mind and directly got out of the car. Closing the car door, he pulled out a cigarette and lit it, strolling leisurely towards the area engulfed in blood mist. The highway was not far from the blood mist, but it was still about 700 or 800 meters away. After smoking 2 cigarettes, Beichen reached the place without much effort. Upon approaching, he frowned slightly at the scene before him. It was similarly a lowering valley. However, unlike the previous black mist area, the edges of the blood mist were scattered with skeletal remains. Judging by the degree of weathering, Beichen determined that these individuals must have died not long ago. But the flesh on their bodies had been completely consumed. Not even a shred of muscle could be found between the bones. What a fearsome mutated beast, so fond of eating humans. I must see what you are. With that thought, he activated the Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope, filled with anticipation, and did not rush to summon the Black Flame Susanoo, instead walking directly into the blood mist. He had expected the blood mist to be foul and pungent. However, to Beichen's surprise, there was no acrid smell of blood here, but rather a somewhat pleasant fragrance. How what an interesting place, this scent feels so familiar. Beichen momentarily could not recall where he had smelled it before and did not think much of it. As he delved deeper into the blood mist area, he could vaguely sense the swirling mist ahead. Has it sensed my presence? In an instant, the shadowless sword appeared in his hand, and that bloodthirsty power surged through the shadowless sword into his body. At that moment, every cell in Beichen's body was pulsating as if he had taken a stimulant. Now in bloodthirsty mode, Beichen felt that even without using the Black Flame Susanoo, he could easily slay the former King City. After exploring the Black Mist area for these days, Beichen generally would not use the Black Flame Susanoo unless it was absolutely necessary against ordinary mutated beasts. His combat skills had been honed through numerous life-and-death encounters, and with Beichen's lightning abilities assisting him, he had become exceedingly terrifying. Holding the sword with one hand, Beichen strolled deeper into the innermost part, as if the blood mist before him did not exist. Hiss! Suddenly a fierce gust of wind swept down from the blood mist above. Beichen looked up just in time to see a massive triangular head darting out its tongue and lunging towards him, its wide, blood-red mouth revealing two tusks resembling rhinoceros horns. Oh, a python! With a light tap of his toes on the ground, Beichen sprang back 3 to 4 meters, easily dodging this attack. The python hidden within the blood mist hissed coldly after its failed strike and quickly circled around Beichen, seemingly trying to trap him within its body. Whoosh! The blood mist surged wildly. Simultaneously, a powerful wind swept from both front and back, accompanied by a massive tail covered in blood-red scales and a giant menacing snake head. Oh, are you angry? Just what I was hoping for. A smile crept onto Beichen's lips. What he wanted to do was to provoke this giant python as much as possible, otherwise he couldn't stir up his desire to fight. Zila. Lightning crackled on his chest. The bloodthirsty mode of the shadowless sword inherently amplifies human potential, and combined with his lightning abilities, Beichen bent down sharply and leaped high, not only dodging the python's tail swipe, but also leveraging the force to land directly on the python's head. There was no shred of mercy in his eyes. He thrust the sword's tip fiercely into the massive python's head. Knowing that this giant python had a strong life force, Beichen intended to pull out the shadowless sword and stab a few more times. However, a sudden gust of wind from the left forced him to temporarily abandon that thought. He knew this must be the tail's swipe. The python let out a shrill hiss, and Beichen easily dodged the sweeping. Due to the low visibility in the blood mist, even though Beichen's genetic attributes exceeded that of ordinary humans, he could only see about 5 meters ahead. Thus even now Beichen had not seen the python's overall appearance. After easily dodging several strikes, the giant python, realizing it could not deal with this human, let out a mournful hissing sound. After dodging the giant python's strike one last time, Beichen disappointedly discovered that this python could not entertain him. Forget it, it turns out the blood mist area is nothing special. Since you're so useless, then die. At that moment Beichen was still slowly descending from the air, and because he had continuously dodged the python's tail and head strikes, he completely overlooked the area on his right. Just as Beichen was about to land, suddenly a roar erupted from the right side of the blood mist. A dragon's roar. Aang! This dragon's roar was devoid of any holiness or majesty, instead filled with an extremely rich bloody scent, which nearly made Beichen, whose physique was so strong, vomit from the sudden wave of bloodlust. What? Beichen quickly turned his head and saw a massive, grotesque creature about the size of a tricycle, with 2 horns, suddenly appear from the blood mist. It had a pair of crimson vertical pupils, a mouth full of sharp fangs, and any features a dragon should have. The only thing it lacked was the holiness and majesty that a true dragon possesses. Beichen could not tell whether this creature was a dragon or a flood dragon, but the moment it peered out he immediately understood its terror. Setting aside the nauseating evil aura, just the speed of that probe far surpassed that of the giant python. This flood dragon seemed to recognize Beichen as a good supplement. Oh, as it was about to bite him, its crimson vertical pupils glimmered with a hint of excitement. However, just as the massive bloody mouth was about to close in on Beichen, his pupils suddenly spun. Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope. Black Flame Susanoo. The Black Flame Susanoo was summoned in an instant, and there was no time to draw the giant sword, so he merely crossed his arms in front of his chest. Bang! The Black Flame Susanoo firmly took the brunt of the flood dragon's strike, staggering back several meters. The moment the Black Flame Susanoo was conjured, the flood dragon's eyes widened in shock, but it would not give up its best shot, still charging forward. Ha ha ha! That felt good. A dragon and snake in one. This blood mist is indeed your bait. How indeed, from the moment Beichen entered the blood mist, he discovered that it wasn't just a mass of blood. Upon the flood dragon's appearance, he immediately understood what was happening. After realizing its attack was in vain, the flood dragon opened its mouth wide and began to absorb the surrounding blood mist. Only then did the full figure of this giant creature finally reveal itself. Come on, please me to your heart's content, or your body will become mine. Beichen, whenever facing an equally matched opponent, would go insane. The hidden bloodthirsty desire for battle made him incredibly excited. Looking at the dragon and snake sharing a body with palm-sized dragon scales, Beichen's eyes turned red. This creature was a natural material for crafting. Not to mention dragon scales, even dragon tendons, dragon meat, dragon blood, dragon kidneys. Those are legendary items, even if it is just a flood dragon. As the blood-red mist surrounding Beichen faded into deep blackness, a colossal serpent with dark crimson scales coiled before him. No, rather a single entity composed of two symbiotic beings, a Jiaolong and a giant python. Summoning the black flames, Beichen felt his inner bloodlust swell, an ancient buried yearning for battle rising from the depths of his soul. The dragon and serpent stared at the black flame-wreathed figure before them, hesitating to strike first. As a fused entity, their intelligence was remarkably high. That much was evident from the Jiaolong's cunning use of mist color manipulation to lure humans like bait. Hiss, 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 roar. The python, its triangular head fixed on Beichen, emitted sharp, threatening sibilance. Meanwhile, the Jiaolong's scarlet vertical pupils burned with ravenous hunger, as if it knew consuming this being would propel it to greater transcendence. The standoff froze the very air thick with unspoken violence. Still waiting for me to make the first move? Beichen hovered calmly within the black flame, a cold, mirthless smile playing upon his lips as he regarded the dragon-serpent pair. Slowly he drew forth the massive black flame greatsword from Susanoo's eye socket, its aura surging violently once more. Then I shall not hold back. The towering Susanoo leaned forward, muscles coiling, then erupted from the ground with a guttural roar, blazing across the void as a streak of black fire toward the dragon-serpent. Roar! Hiss, hiss, hiss! Simultaneously the dragon and serpent charged. As they unleashed their full might, Beichen recoiled inwardly. He had assumed their fused form would hinder speed. Yet their undulating velocity matched his own flawlessly. In an instant they collided, serpent weaving in support, Jiaolong leading the assault with seamless coordination. The python abandoned direct attack altogether, twisting itself into a supple serpentine coil that lunged to entangle Susanoo. Beichen refused to be restrained, channeling power into his blade. He cleaved downward in a devastating arc aimed straight at the python's head. But their combat mastery stunned him anew. That strike carried apocalyptic force. If it landed, the python's skull would have split cleanly in two. Yet at the final millisecond, just as the black flame blade neared its skull, the python's entire upper body recoiled backward with impossible, physics-defying agility, narrowly evading certain death. Beichen glanced sideways and clicked his tongue. Fascinating. You truly grasped that slaying the python would cripple you. As if pierced by truth, the Jiaolong's scarlet eyes flared with bloody light. Then, suddenly, the legendary fusion began. The dragon and serpent wound around each other, merging into a single primordial abomination, a grotesque ancient beast looming before Beichen. Heh, realizing I'd never let you complete the binding, you've abandoned feint and chosen true synthesis. You truly do surprise me again and again. Though speaking aloud, Beichen's tone dripped with calculated provocation, knowing well that even awakened monstrous intellect paled before human cunning. Roar! Enraged, the Jiaolong bared its fanged maw and expelled a fresh wave of crimson mist. This mist differed sharply from the last, its sweet fragrance vanished, replaced by acrid corrosive vapors that stung the throat and seared the eyes. The mist permeated every crevice. Even Susanoo's interior, though not vacuum-sealed, offered no sanctuary. Sensing its malignant shift, Beichen's gaze hardened with grim focus. Where before he could discern shapes within 5 meters, now visibility shrank to less than 1. So dense, so suffocating was the haze. Is this your final gambit? With a thought, Susanoo unfurled immense wings from its back. Why remained Beichen unruffled? Because strength, not circumstance, was his sovereign certainty. Then perish. Susanoo strode forward, then beat its near 5-meter wings outward in a thunderous sweeping gust. Simultaneously, its black flame greatsword slashed in wide sweeping arcs, unleashing dozens of jet-black swordki, each over 10 meters long, howling like vengeful spirits. Boom, boom. This was Beichen's first deployment of area-wide devastation. And indeed, were such a technique unleashed within a city, only Tier 3 capital cities could withstand its ruinous sweep. Multiple black flame swordki crisscrossed the battlefield. Given the dragon serpent's sheer size, evasion was impossible. Hearing a low growl erupt from the left, Beichen instantly pivoted Susanoo and surged forward, blade raised. Die! Twin wings whipped up gales that tore through the viscous mist like cleaving water, revealing for a breath the panicked, fleeing silhouette. Still fleeing? Too late. Wings granted Susanoo the dominion of sky, transforming the king of beasts into a celestial predator. Its combat prowess soared visibly. Zzzzz. Lightning crackled across Susanoo's 3-meter chest, racing up the black flame greatsword until the entire blade blazed with stormlit fury. Beichen's aura swelling once more, overwhelming and absolute. Perish. This strike sealed every possible escape. Unless the dragon serpent possessed yet another hidden art, death was inevitable. Roar. Sensing mortal peril, the creature halted its flight, its scarlet eyes blazing with raw, seething fury. With a final defiant roar, it twisted its neck and bit clean through the python's head, swallowing it whole. Beichen merely sneered, then brought his sword down in a merciless aerial decapitation. Yet just as the black flame greatsword descended upon the Jiaolong's crown, the creature that seemed resigned to fate snapped its eyes open, jaws unhinging wide toward the descending Susanoo. From its maw shot forth a blood-glowing orb the size of a billiard ball, radiating terrifying energy. It crossed the distance in a flash of crimson light, striking Sasano's face point-blank. Even Beichen gasped. A Jialong's core essence. A rare treasure indeed. Watching the crimson orb hurtle towards Sasano's head, he only smiled, cold, unshaken. He was the heart of Susanoo itself. So long as he lived, even total annihilation of the construct meant nothing. One thought would summon it anew. Boom. Crackle. After expelling its core essence, the Jialong collapsed into profound weakness, yet still it did not retreat. Instead, terror flooded its vertical pupils as it beheld the figure above. Stripped of its core, its power dwindled to less than a tenth. And when the creature saw Sasano's head explode into ash, yet its body still advanced sword raised, it knew utter despair. This had been its final desperate gambit. ZZZT swoosh. A colossal blade wreathed in black flame and lightning carved through the air, severing the Jialong's massive head in a single clean stroke. At the moment of the Jialong's death, its crimson core essence, still straining to return, plummeted lifelessly to the ground. With a thought, Beichen retracted the Tianjiao black flame from the Jialong's severed neck. Every inch of this dragon corpse was priceless. Though wealthy beyond measure, he refused to let such treasures vanish in celestial fire. Gradually the blood mist dissipated. Beichen dispelled Susanoo, then stooped to retrieve the crimson luminous core essence lying at his feet. The instant he grasped the Jialong's core, Beichen knew this Forbidden Realm expedition had yielded extraordinary returns. Remarkable. If the seven-colored heaven-devouring python absorbed this, what stage of evolution might she achieve? His thoughts drifted to his beloved companion, still undergoing metamorphosis within the Dashia city-state. Without hesitation, Beichen resolved this core belonged to her. After all, she was his daughter, while the seven-colored heaven-devouring python remained yet unhatched, bearing no deep bond with him. Moreover, since the kill occurred in the wild, none of these materials bore the enhancement-compatible designation, but Beichen scarcely cared. Merely obtaining one core was fortune enough. Mass enhancement was never his intent. He approached the slain dragon serpent, tore off a scale, and examined it closely, his expression swiftly settling into quiet satisfaction. The scale shimmered ruddy and translucent in sunlight, unbreakable even under fierce pressure. Leaving the head behind, he used the City Lord's compatibility protocol to store the immense carcass within Dashia's particle space fodder warehouse. Such items once placed in the armory vault would remain untouched. No command needed for Tung Wanbai or Zhang Yichen to respect their sanctity. Smiling faintly, Beichen gestured, and the severed dragon head vanished into his particle ring. With a swift motion, Beichen tucked away the head of the dragon, feeling quite pleased at the moment. After all, dragons are treasures in China. Even if this one is merely a serpent transformed into a dragon, it remains exceptionally rare. Not to mention, if he were to bring this back to the real world, he could create a specimen for an exhibition, and just the ticket sales alone would be a fortune. Having just cleaned up the battlefield, Beichen had not yet moved towards the resource box at the center of the blood mist. At that moment, a group of over 30 armed individuals charged down from the opposite hillside. Each of them wore Western cowboy hats, wielded double-barreled shotguns, and had handguns at their waists with daggers and other blades strapped to their calves. Oh my god, there's actually a platinum resource box here. They had noticed Beichen, who was alone, but completely ignored him. This group of cowboys had been eyeing this blood mist area for a long time. Even before they arrived, they had seen the once towering blood mist suddenly vanish. Thinking the treasure had already been claimed by someone else, they rushed forward only to find no mutated beasts guarding the blood mist, just a young Chinese man searching for something. If they had never seen fear, it would not exist. To them, humans were just fish on a chopping board, easily slaughtered. Seeing this scene, Beichen revealed a sinister smile. This is truly wonderful. How did they know? I am not yet satisfied with my killing. A shadowless sword appeared in his right hand, and a surge of scorching power continuously flowed into his body. With a smile, Beichen approached the crowd, appearing harmless. As the young Chinese man walked towards them, the guards among the cowboys broke into laughter, regarding him with a look of pity. Beichen walked on, subtle arcs of lightning flickering across his right chest. Suddenly, when he caught sight of the brilliant hammers in the cowboy's hands, he slowed his pace. A platinum hammer. I must say your luck is quite remarkable, Beichen thought, waiting for them to open the platinum resource box before moving in. However, who would have thought that the bearded leader of the cowboys would recklessly wave at Beichen? Did he just point at himself? Hey, come over here. The golden-haired, bearded man growled angrily. Here there were no laws to bind them, and with their ample firepower, they generally looked down on lesser forces unless they encountered a lord-level power. Seeing this, Beichen nodded with a smile and continued walking toward them. Perhaps it was a trick of fate, but a dark cloud suddenly appeared overhead, enveloping the area. As Beichen moved forward, the clouds seemed to extend before him like a faithful companion. It was as if he were walking under a sky that darkened the day. Though the cowboys did not believe in devils or gods, this game world was a different story. At this moment, one of the bald men beside the bearded leader said, "Boss, this Chinese man exudes an ominous aura everywhere. We should just shoot him down. The golden-haired bearded man also paled slightly, after all the pressure from this scene was immense. Just as he was about to nod, the young Chinese man who seemed to stroll through a garden suddenly vanished. When they came to their senses, they found a figure standing beside them like a ghost. This sudden occurrence startled the golden-haired man, who quickly drew his double-barreled shotgun. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the familiar sound of explosion did not occur. Snap! The steel barrel was cleanly severed in half, with even the firing pin cut off halfway. Quick! Kill him! The bearded man continued to retreat, while shouting. At this moment, the other cowboys raised their double-barreled shotguns, aiming at Beichen. However, a wicked smile appeared at the corner of Beichen's mouth. Though this move isn't quite perfected, yet spilling your blood will suffice for my purposes. With a thought, Beichen was instantly enveloped in white lightning. The shadowless sword in his hand radiated blinding arcs of electricity. Thousand Birds sharp spear. Wow, zzz. Instantly a bolt of lightning, nearly tangible, shot forth from the shadowless sword. Whoosh. Beichen merely spun around in place, and the Thousand Birds sharp spear swept through the bodies of the 30 or so individuals present. In that instant, the area was filled only with the sizzling sounds of the Thousand Birds sharp spear and nothing else. Beichen acted too swiftly. Even now there were those who still wanted to pull the trigger against Beichen, but they were horrified to discover that they could not pull the trigger that was normally so easy to squeeze. Gradually the surrounding cowboys' eyes glazed over, and until their deaths they had no idea who they had provoked. Having killed more than 30 people in one go, Beichen felt no discomfort, on the contrary a smile crept onto his lips. Looking at the shrinking Thousand Birds sharp spear in his hand, he was quite satisfied. He simply collected the weapons and gear from the ground, and stored them in the warehouse of the Great Summer City. After Beichen left, the place fell into a deep silence with over 30 corpses severed in half, as if nothing had ever existed. Upon returning to the Wuling, Beichen did not linger, but once again started the vehicle heading towards the coordinates of the forbidden area. One hand on the steering, while he examined the dragon pearl he held. Does this item really have an effect on pets? He shook his head, putting the dragon pearl away. In his hand appeared a hexagonal crystal. Is this a unsealing stone? Indeed, this was the loot obtained from the platinum resource box in the Blood Mist area. Seeing the words "can amplify," Beichen smiled. System, it's time to get to work. Detected unsealing stone can amplify. Would you like to amplify it? Yes. Congratulations, host. Amplification successful. Unsealing stone 1 has been amplified to unsealing stone 10. Hearing this, Beichen furrowed his brow, but said nothing more. This amplification only increased the quantity, but the quality did not improve. Looking at the 10 hexagonal unsealing stones in his hand, Beichen fell into contemplation. A decision began to take root in his heart. Combined with the 5 unused evolution crystals in the particle ring, and these 10 unsealing stones, it's time to reward a few capable subordinates. Throughout this journey, if it weren't for Teng Wanbai, Zhang Yichen, Shui Han, and Teng Chuchu's direct support, even if the Great Summer City was established as the city lord, I would find it hard to be a carefree ruler. He had been watching the efforts of these few individuals for a long time, and had long wanted to reward them. Although he had a few top weapons, unfortunately aside from the Kusanagi sword, the others were all in a sealed state. Now with 10 unsealing stones in hand, he could finally settle one matter in his heart. He directly took out the Thunder God's hammer, an unsealing stone, and an evolution crystal. Then he actively initiated a trade request with Teng Wanbai. Beichen, what's the matter? What are you giving me? Teng Wanbai was puzzled as he was in the midst of discussing a major deal with other leaders in the war zone, when he suddenly received a trade request from Beichen. Without saying much, Beichen placed the 3 items into the trade slot. Upon seeing them, Teng Wanbai was shocked and hurriedly rejected the trade. Aren't these the 3 legendary artifacts? And this is an unsealing stone. What are you giving me for? You should have it. I take it. I still need to thank you for your contributions to the Great Summer City and the Yinglong Guard. The other side was silent for a long time, and eventually he simply replied with an ahu, and accepted the trade. He then traded the fortune-slaying evil sword and 2 crystals to the commander of the Heaven and Earth Legion, Zhang Yichen. The name of this sword resembles you quite a bit. Accept it. After all, you are the leader of the ability users. The army values strength over titles. With the ability granted by this weapon, you will surely overpower them all. Zhang Yichen appeared aloof and unapproachable to outsiders, but only in front of Beichen did he behave like a normal person. Yes. He then personally traded the Black Blade Dark Moon along with 2 materials to Shui Han. Ihan, this long and sharp black blade suits your temperament perfectly. Don't let it gather dust. Wow, thank you, husband. I've longed for a top weapon. You are too good to me. Indeed, a woman in love shows a noticeable drop in intelligence. Subsequently, the 2 commanders of the Xian and Huang legions, Zhang Dabiao and Peng Xinjie, respectively, received the Blade of Slaughter and the Magic Dragon Double Shadow Sword. Finally, Beichen gifted his beloved weapon to Teng Chuchu, which was also his favorite. It was the infamous Demon Blade Muramasa. Chuchu, I really like this Demon Blade, but I like you even more, so it's yours. He had expected Tung Chu to react with joy similar to Shui Han. Unexpectedly, Tung Chu was moved to tears. Woo husband, with your words, I am already satisfied. I don't want this blade. I'll be working in the city lord's office in the great summer city surrounded by the 4 legions for protection, and I won't need such a top-tier weapon. You really don't want it. This opportunity only comes once. Beichen asked with interest. I really don't want it. This weapon would be better exchanged for substantial resources than to sit idle in my hands. Well, that's just like my woman. Since that's the case, I'll give you something else. What is it? If it's a weapon, I don't want it. Soon Beichen placed a slender and sharp object resembling a crescent moon into the trade slot. Husband, what is this? I've never seen it before. Beichen smiled and replied, this is a dragon tooth from the eastern side of the dragon's mouth. It represents your position in my heart. The eastern side symbolizes the eastern palace, the main palace. Tung Chu immediately understood the meaning behind his words. Covering her mouth, she read Beichen's words, her eyes turning red. Thank you, Beichen. I understand now. Oh, I will take good care of it. Finally, Tung Chu accepted the trade. Having completed all this, Beichen felt a burden lift from his heart. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 2 weapons appeared. He gazed at the menacing-looking magic sword Apophis and the delicately crafted short weapon Cruel Mercy. After much hesitation, Beichen chose to pick up the magic sword. At that moment, the voice of the game console sounded. Would you like to consume an unsealing stone to unseal the perfect level weapon magic sword Apophis? Yes. On a broad highway several dozen meters wide, a wooling vehicle was speeding down the road. The once tranquil surface suddenly erupted with a chilling and sinister aura emanating from the wooling. All living beings within a 10-mile radius of this stretch of road were terrified, cowering on the ground and trembling. The source of this extreme evil power was right next to Beichen. Sensing a massive sword radiating overwhelming might nearby, Beichen instinctively activated the Thunder Kirin rune to proceed with caution. Sensing a massive sword radiating overwhelming might nearby, Beichen instinctively activated the Thunder Kirin rune to proceed with caution. Looking at the entire sword body, emitting a black-purple halo, Beichen, possessing 2 powerful yang abilities, immediately detected the sword's evil aura. Good heavens, is this the demon sword that Jesus supposedly used? With lightning crackling around his right hand, Beichen was unafraid of its corruption, but as soon as he touched the demon's sword, Apophis, his expression slightly changed. This must weigh at least 100 pounds, no wonder it's called a giant sword. As he grasped the grotesque skull hilt of the demon sword, an evil will surged into Beichen's mind. What a powerful sword, it even seeks to devour its master. At this moment, a voice from the system suddenly echoed in his ears. Detected demon sword aura can be absorbed by the black flame kaleidoscope. Do you wish to absorb it? Beichen was taken aback. What? The demon sword can be absorbed by the black flame kaleidoscope. Do you wish to absorb it? Just by gripping the demon sword, Beichen immediately realized that this weapon was not suited for him. He would constantly need to contend with the evil will of the sword, making it troublesome in battle. Alright, let's absorb it then. As soon as the words left his mouth, the once fearsome demon sword suddenly transformed like a frostbitten eggplant, its momentum shifting dramatically, and even the black-purple evil aura constantly emanating from its blades surged toward Beichen. Ugh, my eyes. Beichen never expected that the absorption would directly affect his eyes, having been completely unprepared for it. At this moment, he felt as if his eyes were surrounded by some energy, and both eyeballs were continuously absorbing a certain energy. Absorption progress 10. Absorption progress 30. Absorption progress 60. Congratulations, host. The Black Flame Eternal Kaleidoscope has successfully absorbed the aura of the demon's sword, Apophis. The Black Flame Susanu automatically adds a second weapon energy form, demon sword, Apophis. Meanwhile, the heavy giant sword in Beichen's hand gradually transformed into dust, vanishing without a trace. What? The second weapon of the Black Flame, Susanu. Beichen was overjoyed and quickly stopped the wooling. After getting out of the car, Beichen did not hesitate. With a thought, he summoned the Black Flame Susanu. Standing 3 meters tall with wings sprouting from its back, as soon as the Black Flame Susanu was summoned, Beichen immediately noticed an extra giant sword on its left side. Looking at its design, length, and hilt, it was simply an enlarged version of the demon's sword, Apophis. Beichen controlled the Black Flame Susanu to slowly draw out the 2 giant swords. Wow, this is incredible. Can it be played like this? He had just given rewards to his subordinates, and the evolution crystals were gone, but he still had some unsealed stones left, so he thought to try unsealing the demon's sword to check its attributes. Who could have imagined such a thing would occur? Now, with the Black Flame Susanu wielding the Black Flame Giant Sword in one hand, and the enlarged energy form demon's sword in the other, it radiated an overwhelming presence. Beichen wanted to test the sword's power, and immediately swung it at a giant rock by the road. As the giant sword carved a trajectory through the air, a black-purple sword aura 4 to 5 meters long shot toward the boulder. Instantly the surroundings erupted with sounds akin to the heavens collapsing and the earth shattering. Boom. Seeing such power, Beichen couldn't help but show a look of delight. He not a needle to be pricked. With a thought he dismissed the black flames Susanoo and returned to the vehicle. In a good mood, Beichen drove the Wuling toward the nearby destination. Just as he passed through a hilly area, dozens of dilapidated vehicles suddenly appeared on the road ahead. Beichen frowned as he looked at the completely blocked road. A hint of joy in his heart was replaced by a subtle chill. As he drove closer, Beichen's Wuling came to a halt, and he did not rush to get out. Although he knew that the junctions of various war zones were chaotic, he did not expect it to be this chaotic. It had only been a short time since he encountered 2 waves of ill-intentioned forces. Beichen pulled out a cigarette, lighting it as he waited for the robbers to appear. If they are players from Huaxiao, there may still be a way out, but if they are robbers from other countries. Haha. Sure enough, the robbers blocking the road, seeing that Beichen did not get out of the car, could no longer hold back and rushed out from various hidden corners. Don't move. Raise your hands. Haha, with this we just have enough for 20. Once the city lord comes out of the illusion, he can use it. Everyone be careful, don't kill him. The city lord wants him in good spirits. Yes. A dozen people armed with firearms seemed at first glance to be no different from Huaxiao people, but upon closer examination, it was still very obvious. Oh, are you from Han Country? Capture him alive. In good spirits. While Beichen murmured to himself as he smoked, a cold, killing intent surfaced in his heart. Previously, Tung Million had exchanged intelligence with him. It was said that the city lord of Xinji City, Quan Xingji, seemed to have obtained abilities. Outside the Wuling, more than a dozen men continuously pounded on Beichen's car, their faces fierce as they threatened him to get out, making a great racket. Oomph. Beichen snorted coldly, touching the iron shell of the car with one hand. Instantly visible electric currents surged throughout the vehicle. This time Beichen did not want to waste time, so the power of the lightning was terrifying. Instantly, everyone still touching the Wuling rolled their eyes and convulsed to the ground. Only the 3 people nearby watching were fine. However, upon witnessing this bizarre scene, the 3 were so scared they forgot to flee. They threw their guns to the ground and knelt begging for mercy. These were ability users, just like their city lord. Facing these ability users, ordinary people had already been indoctrinated with the idea of being unbeatable by Quan Xingji. Otherwise, the 3 with guns would dare to fight back. Beichen let out a cold laugh, stepping out of the car and walking up to the 3. Answer my question. Where are you players from? No one spoke. The 1,000 birds sharp gun directly killed a short-haired man. Who is your city lord? Which force? The 2 hesitated slightly, and a small blonde guy spoke first. Han Country, War Zone, Xinji City, armed. After confirming, Beichen wasted no time and killed the player who spoke a moment later. The reason he died and not you is simply that you spoke first. At that moment, the small blonde guy was terrified. Having seen 2 people killed while talking, he wondered what kind of devil this was. Spare me, spare me. I was forced. Beichen let out a cold laugh. Did you not say earlier that with me we just have enough for 20? Which war zone are the other captives from? Hearing this, the small blonde guy was startled, but under Beichen's methods, he still revealed the truth. Because it's closer to the Huaxiao war zone. They are all players from the Huaxiao war zone exploring the Forbidden Land. Beichen remained unmoved and nodded. Take me there. Yes, yes. Just as he was about to turn back to the car, the small blonde guy said, the road is completely blocked. I can't clear it by myself. Beichen slowly turned back, indifferent, and looked at the wrecked vehicles obstructing the road. Garbage. As soon as the words left his mouth, the small blonde guy saw a shadow flash past him. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted from behind, the noise no less than that of a truck crashing. Turning mechanically to look back, the small blonde guy almost wet himself. There was no explosive power now, as 3 or 4 vehicles were kicked away. Get in the car. Beichen pulled out a cigarette, passing by the small blonde guy, and said blandly, Yes, yes. The young man with yellow hair quickly replied, cautiously following behind. What is this? Beichen, visiting this place for the first time, had never seen such a spectacle and instinctively spoke out. Boss. Those 9 peaks are the Forbidden Area, the region of the Infinite Illusion. The young man with yellow hair immediately said, Oh, how much do you know about the Forbidden Area? Beichen glanced at the young man with a cold gaze. The young man with yellow hair recounted all the secret information he knew about the Forbidden Area. After about 10 minutes he said, Boss, this is all the information I have, truly all of it. Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled and nodded, saying, As a prisoner you are quite clever. After saying this, Beichen did not speak again. However, he was both shocked and incredibly eager about the Forbidden Area. According to the young man with yellow hair, as long as players entered the range of the Forbidden Area, Infinite Illusion, the game console, would give players 9 choices, which corresponded to 9 different colored peaks and their independent illusions. If one could complete the illusion tasks within the first 3 peaks, even if the mission failed, the players themselves would not become lost. However, the rewards obtained from the illusion tasks would be quite ordinary and sometimes even inferior to the resource boxes in the misty areas along the sides of the road. Choosing tasks from the 4th to 6th peaks had a high probability of failure or loss of life as a penalty. However, completing the tasks would also yield generous rewards. According to the young man with yellow hair, Quan Shengji unexpectedly gained a mental shock ability by completing the task of the 5th peak. As for the tasks from the 7th to 9th peaks, each task was fatal upon failure or loss, which also resulted in many explorers meeting their end at the Forbidden Area's opening. As for the rewards for completing the 9th peaks task, it remains a mystery to this day. Some say it involves how to return to the real world after completing the game. However, in Beichen's view, it was merely a case of rumors, as those who opted for the 9th peak had all met them. Seemingly recalling something, Beichen said faintly, "I heard before coming here that the Three Kingdoms Alliance set up a perimeter around the Forbidden Area. It can't possibly be you, right?" "No, of course not. We are just ordered to capture some players from the Huaxia battle zone." "I see. That boss, the small forest ahead, is our team's armed stronghold, where there are still a dozen armed men." As he said this, the young man with yellow hair showed no hesitation. It seemed that betraying his teammates was nothing significant in his eyes. "Haha, you did well." As a Wuling vehicle appeared in sight, 4 men with handguns suddenly dashed out from the small forest. "What the hell, Huang Mao, why are you back? Who is this person? Where are the others?" A squad leader looked warily at Huang Mao and Beichen. "They have all left the road." As the car window rolled down, a fierce burst of gunfire erupted, and the 4 men had no chance to react, their eyes wide in shock at the lightning in Beichen's hand. "No way." The 4 in terror realized that they had no opportunity even to pull the triggers of their guns. After all, suffering a violent electric shock would damage the central nervous system, it was already a miracle to utter a word before dying. The young man with yellow hair exclaimed, "What? That person was also an ability user. Why is he so weak in front of you?" Beichen started the car again, merely saying indifferently, "It should be said that I am too strong." The 4 sentries were swiftly dealt with, and Beichen smoothly entered the armed base of this Xinjiang. The outcome goes without saying, it could entirely be described as a one-sided massacre. Facing such trash, Beichen had no need to employ the Black Flame Susanoo. It only took his physical prowess and the 1,000 birds thrust to resolve the battle within 10 seconds. The young man with yellow hair knelt on the ground, staring at the bodies sprawled before him, pale with fear, as he knew this was the moment that would determine his life or death. Beichen glanced at the kneeling young man with yellow hair and said, "You can leave. Killing someone like you would only dirty my hands." Upon hearing this, the young man with yellow hair felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, repeatedly bowing to Beichen. Watching the young man with yellow hair get up and turn to leave, Beichen took out a cigarette. At that moment, one of the 19 rescued Huaxia players hurriedly pulled out a lighter and handed it over. "Boss, thank you for saving us. I won't say any words of gratitude. I will do anything for you from now on." The other 10 or so men and women looked at Beichen with awe, having witnessed the earlier scene of one-sided. Beichen lit the cigarette and took a puff, glancing at the man, saying indifferently, "Just a casual matter." After that, Beichen stood up and walked towards the Wuling. At that moment, the voice of the man behind him came. "Boss, may I ask for your name so that I can repay you in the future?" Beichen walked on, not pausing. "I shall not change my name or surname. Beichen." Upon hearing that it was Beichen, the previously rescued players instantly regretted. Why hadn't they taken the initiative to build some rapport? "A person like this, I fear I will never catch up to him in my lifetime." The man watched as the Wulings sped away towards the Forbidden Area, secretly lamenting. "Are we still going to the Forbidden Area, De Gang?" A woman looked at De Gang with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Fong De Gang decisively said, "Yes, why not? The City Lord Beichen is ahead." "Yes, following City Lord Beichen, even if it's just for the soup, we can gain something." Fong De Gang nodded, looking at the guns on the bodies around them. What sort of strength is this that he doesn't even bother to bend down to pick up a handgun? Fong Dagong instructed everyone to take away all the weapons and equipment left in the camp, while calling a few people to retrieve the vehicles. Soon this group of former prisoners from Huaxia had organized themselves. It must be said that by this point in the game, only elite players could remain alive. Hearing Fong Dagong mention following Beichen to the Forbidden Area, they surprisingly voiced no objections. The team quickly formed, and everyone was assigned weapons and equipment. "Let's go, hurry up and keep up." Whoosh! 9 SUVs rushed out of the small woods and onto the wide asphalt road. Before long, the convoy caught sight of the Wuling divine car ahead. "Brother Gang, are we just going to follow without saying hello? Will Lord Beichen hold it against us?" Upon hearing this, Fong Dagong's expression grew serious, but he firmly believed that a person capable of establishing a level 3 main city overnight would not be so narrow-minded. "Don't ask so many questions. At Lord Beichen's level, he wouldn't bother to kill us. Fortune favors the bold. Let's not talk about anything else. Just accompanying the esteemed Beichen into the Forbidden Area is enough." Fong Dagong quickly spoke up in the temporary team. "Everyone follow the instructions while driving. Do not act recklessly." "Haha, Brother Gang, you're being overly cautious. Just now Beichen killed over 10 people in a few breaths. Who would dare to act recklessly? It's still good to remind them, we don't want any mishaps later." With 9 vehicles following, Beichen naturally noticed them, but simply smiled without paying it much mind. After speeding for about half an hour as Beichen looked at the gradually revealing gigantic silhouette ahead, he couldn't help but marvel. What a divine masterpiece, this game's engine is incredible. At this distance, Beichen could finally see the full view of the 9 peaks. All he could say was that they soared into the sky like divine pillars piercing through the clouds. Is it filled with infinite possibilities? The 9th peak. Beichen looked forward with anticipation. If the 9th peak really had a guide to clear the game, he had to obtain it. As time passed, about 10 more minutes went by, and a man-made isolation belt gradually appeared ahead, with many discarded vehicles overturned on both sides of the road. Oh, just as I expected, this is the so-called encirclement set up by the Three Kingdoms Alliance, right? Indeed, as Beichen's vehicle approached, many people rushed out from the distance beyond the isolation belt, each holding weapons. Indeed, it's the armed forces of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Looking at the combined forces ahead, Beichen sneered. With a firm press on the gas pedal, the Wuling shot forward like a sword. Just as the Wuling reached its maximum speed, Beichen inadvertently pressed the green button in the middle of the steering wheel. Instantly, the Wuling surged forward as if it had been injected with adrenaline. The short-distance sprint feature of a Level 2 vehicle was something Beichen had not used since obtaining it. Seeing the people ahead, he had no intention of getting out of the car and charged straight ahead. The 9 vehicles following would likely take down these guards if nothing unexpected happened. What the heck? Baka, what kind of car is this? Why is it faster than an F1 car? Oh my god, get out of the way. They had no time to shoot. They could only watch helplessly as the vehicle broke through the isolation belt and entered the forbidden area. Bang bang bang. It was only then that a few of them reacted and opened fire at the already vanished Wuling. Upon breaking through the isolation belt, the field of vision suddenly opened up. There was no longer the surrounding wilderness, only a road that extended straight into the forbidden area. Interesting, this is the forbidden area. The closer he got to the 9 peaks, the stronger Beichen's desire became. He vaguely felt that this trip to the forbidden area might hold surprises for him. As the Wuling approached the 9 towering mountains, Beichen noticed several marked parking spaces on the road. He did not believe that this was set up by the Three Kingdoms Alliance, if not then. Beichen immediately stopped the car. He then got out on his own. There were only a few cars around, and they were all empty. Are they all out exploring the forbidden area? Beichen walked forward, unconcerned about the Three Kingdoms Alliance's targeting. Just as he was about to reach the nearest peak, dozens of people suddenly surged out from around. Oh, is this really the range of the forbidden area? Who are you? Show us the passage permit from the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Otherwise we will open fire. A man with a goatee said coldly. I don't have a permit to enter the forbidden area, but do you want a permit to visit the... Beichen glanced at the dozens of people in front of him with a cold smile. Baka daring to trespass into the forbidden area. Open fire. Bang bang bang. Instantly dozens of guns fired at once. However, the expected pleas for mercy, desperate screams, and splattering blood did not occur. Instead, each of their allies gasped in shock. What a... Impossible. What? What is this thing? Free fire. Shoot him. Da-da-da. With a thought, Beichen summoned the black flames, Susanoo, his eyes only reflecting indifference. Amidst everyone's terror, he slowly drew the magic sword. Apophis. Die. Whoosh. Oh god, why does he have such power? It's even more terrifying than our city lords. Spare us. Have mercy. After the second round of shooting, everyone realized that their automatic firearms couldn't inflict any substantial damage on the demon before them. Despair washed over them as they discovered they had kicked a steel plate this time. Beichen's gaze remained indifferent as he swung his sword 3 times. Instantly, a massive wave of black-purple sword energy swept over the fleeing members of the Three Kingdoms Alliance. Desperate cries, pleas for mercy, and curses echoed throughout the area. Yet Beichen seemed oblivious, effortlessly dealing with these small fry and uninterested in dismissing the black flame Susanoo. He stepped into the core area of the forbidden zone. As the black flame Susanoo's foot crossed into the core of the forbidden area, a prompt from the game console appeared in Beichen's mind. Journey to the forbidden area achieved. Would you like to start selecting a forbidden area mission? Players entering the selection will not be attacked by other players. Yes. Confirmation successful. Please select difficulty, a 1 to 9. Seeing the 9 colored options appear before him, Beichen hesitated for a moment and said, the third illusion peak. Upon saying this, the scene around Beichen suddenly transformed drastically. Previously positioned beneath the 9 mountains, he now seemed to stand within an independent small space. The third peak is purple. I wonder what tasks will refresh here. Despite Beichen's strong abilities, he did not dare to directly challenge the 9th peak. Out of caution, he chose the third peak, where even if he failed the mission, he wouldn't be lost. With his selection confirmed, 3 task lists suddenly appeared before Beichen. Oh, the tasks here are indeed divided by star rating. Looking at the 3 different colored tasks, Beichen unhesitatingly chose the 3-star difficulty. Would you like to accept the 3-star task from the third forbidden area? Yes. As the words fell, the voice of the game console sounded in his ears once more. Congratulations player Beichen, you have successfully accepted the 3-star task. Please defeat 10 ancient Roman gladiators in succession in the upcoming scenes. Achieving 10 consecutive victories will reward the player with 5 special energy crystals. Before Beichen had a chance to question, the surrounding scene changed, and he found himself in a grand arena surrounded by towering rocks with rows of stands on either side. What a marvelous illusion, it feels just like reality. As Beichen stepped onto the scene, the arena erupted with thunderous cheers. 5 special energy crystals. Not bad, I might just hatch the 7-colored devouring python today. As Beichen spoke to himself, he curiously observed his surroundings. However, as a rugged giant over 2 meters tall entered the arena wielding a massive hammer, the entire arena erupted into a frenzy. The hammer-wielding giant glared at Beichen with a fierce expression, contempt clear on his face. Without any preamble, he swung the massive hammer down towards Beichen. How what a straightforward guy. As Beichen spoke, his right hand instantly transformed into a claw crackling with white lightning. Zing! Easily dodging the hammer that came crashing down, Beichen lunged towards the giant. Puff! Half of his arm plunged into the giant's massive chest. He slowly withdrew it, and as the hammer-wielding giant collapsed, the crowd erupted in excitement. Looking at the spectators around the arena, Beichen suddenly had a thought. What if I kill all these spectators? What would happen to the task? With a smile creeping onto his lips, the black flame Susanoo wielding dual swords appeared directly in the center of the arena. Beichen stood proudly in the center of the arena, dazzling lightning flashing around him like 1,000 birds. Looking at the gradually frenzied audience, a chilling smile crept across Beichen's lips as he said, what would happen if I slaughtered all these spectators? Beichen kept pondering this possibility. When accepting the task, the game console never said I couldn't take action against the audience in the stands. Only by breaking the rules can one see the true nature of this forbidden land. However, at this moment, Beichen's next opponent was no longer human, but a fully grown lion with a golden mane. With a thought, his pupils instantly transformed into a black flame eternal kaleidoscope. Black flame. Faced with the 3-turtle black flames Susanoo that resembled a descending demon, the lion just released let out a horrifying scream and began to shrink towards the exit with its tail between its legs. However, the audience around the arena felt no threat or fear. Instead, their cheers and shouts grew even more. Kill it, kill it. A nearly pathological urge for slaughter echoed throughout the arena. Observing the ancient leather-clad spectators around him, Beichen's killing intent surged even more. Glancing at the terrified golden-maned lion, Beichen saw the black flames Susanoo, resembling a demon god, suddenly stomp on the massive stone ground of the arena, leaping onto a giant pillar surrounding it. At this moment, the frenzied audience around the arena thought Beichen was about to execute a high-altitude attack, and they began to shout even louder. As they anticipated a grand spectacle, they could never imagine that the colossal being resembling a war god would charge towards them. Zing! At that moment, the 2 swords wielded by the black flame Susanoo were drawn. As the dual swords closed, they emitted blinding lightning. Die! With Beichen's low shout of die, the massive black lightning sword energy howled through every corner of the arena. The black flames Susanoo continuously switched between 8 giant pillars wielding the 2 enormous swords. The massive black-purple sword energy infused with lightning along with the sword energy burning with black lightning swept across the entire Roman arena. Panic and screams instantly filled the air. Within 10 breaths, the entire colossal arena was left with only a golden-maned lion shivering in the corner, afraid to let out a single roar. Beichen turned to look at the golden-maned lion and said, since the game console gave no hints, does that mean it's because of you? Suddenly raising the black flame giant sword, he shot it directly at the golden-maned lion. Congratulations player, Beichen has achieved a perfect 3-star mission and received a reward of 10 energy crystals. As the scene changed, Beichen noticed that his surroundings had transformed. He had returned to the previous independent space. 10 crystals floated before him, and a smile appeared on Beichen's face. He was very familiar with these things, ever since obtaining the egg of the colorful swallowing python, he had been exploring the foggy areas along the roadside. Unfortunately, it was not until today that he had gathered enough energy crystals to hatch the colorful swallowing python. He flipped his hand to store the 10 energy crystals into his particle ring when the voice of the game console sounded again. Would you like to continue choosing the illusion mission? No thank you. As soon as Beichen uttered these words, the scenery around him changed once more, revealing the place where he had slain members of the 3 Kingdoms Alliance. Unsure whether he could hatch the colorful swallowing python in the independent space, Beichen decided to return for safety's sake. As soon as he emerged, he discovered many people surrounding him. Glancing around, Beichen's gaze settled on a rather flamboyant man. Seeing the crowd gathered around him, Beichen realized that this was likely the Lord of Shinji City, Quan Shinji, with whom he had dealt more than once. Seeing so many people around him, yet he alone did not show any sign of fear, but instead appeared calm, made the newly empowered Quan Shinji feel somewhat uncomfortable. Ever since he inadvertently gained power, even among the three kingdoms, Alliance's status was no lower than that of the fourth Prince of Ireland. Are you a player from the Huaxiao War Zone? Quan Xingji gazed coldly at Beichen, knowing that if this person was indeed from the Huaxiao War Zone, then he would surely. The hatred towards the Huaxiao War Zone could only be washed away with blood. Three of the most elite weapons from the Han War Zone, and so many resources had been plundered by the Daxiao city. Upon hearing this, Beichen replied indifferently, "Oh, do you have a problem with the Huaxiao War Zone?" Huh. At this moment, Quan Xingji also stood up and walked towards Beichen, his gaze suggesting that Beichen's life was in his hands. If you are a player from the Huaxiao War Zone, then you will certainly die. If you are a player from our Three Kingdoms Alliance, I can leave you whole. After all, you have killed several of our members. Seeing a smile appear at the corner of Beichen's mouth, Quan Xingji felt that this person must have a problem with his mind. How could Beichen smile, even while dozens of guns were aimed at him? Wasn't that a fool? Remember, the one who killed you is Beichen, the Lord of Level 3 main city Beichen. Oh, Beichen, did he steal your wife or kill your father? As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere around them instantly dropped to freezing point. However, the Lord Quan Xingji did not speak, and his armed forces did not dare to fire. Lord, kill him. Tear him apart. Yes, kill him. Even if he is a madman, he deserves to die 100 times. However, who would have thought that the furious Quan Xingji would instead smile? But as his subordinates heard his laughter, their faces turned pale, as if this was not a human laugh, but the sinister laugh of a devil from hell. At this moment, many people were already whispering, "This Huaxiao player is finished. Now he wishes he could die, and it will become a reality." Sai still can't forget that kind of torture. It was too cruel. Only then did Quan Xingji erupt into laughter. While laughing, he looked at Beichen and said, "Previously there was a Huaxiao player who insulted me like this. Unfortunately, in the end he wished he could die, and that wish came true." Upon hearing this, Beichen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, do you enjoy torturing people?" "Haha, yes, I enjoy it with you Huaxiao players." Beichen also smiled and said, "That's good, you are very honest. After today, the armed forces of Daxiao City will have an additional task: to annihilate Xinji City." Aha! Is this person joking? A strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Besides, what are you to say such words? Looking at the expressions of the crowd, Beichen slowly ignited black flames around him and said, "Because I am Beichen, the one you long for day and night." As the black flames Susanu appeared before everyone, lightning and flames howled. Blood, severed limbs, and cries for mercy echoed continuously. With his legs severed, Quan Xingji trembled, his face devoid of color as he looked at the nearly 3-meter-tall demonic figure before him. "Why? I am also an ability user. Why am I so weak before you?" At this moment, besides Quan Xingji, 3 others were still alive, the ones who previously whispered about how Quan Xingji tortured people. Except for the legless Quan Xingji, all 3 subordinates knelt on the ground trembling. "Do you 3 want to live?" Beichen asked indifferently. "Think about it. Very well, use this sword to scrape the bones and flesh of your lord. Make sure he doesn't die until the very end, or else." He tossed the shadowless sword to the 3 coldly, stating, "If he dies prematurely, you will die with him." The 3, teeth chattering, could only nod in agreement amidst Quan Xingji's despair. "You dare? Fight him!" Quan Xingji shouted at the 3 subordinates. "Damn it! Shut up! You want to drag us down with you in death? We have long been intolerant of your beastly conduct." Soon the 3 found the tools Quan Xingji had used previously and tied him to a wooden frame. Meanwhile, Beichen sat on the sofa where Quan Xingji had been enjoying a cigarette and drinking strong liquor. The shadowless sword was indeed a divine artifact. Its sharpness could easily slice through iron plates, let alone flesh. Moreover, Quan Xingji's blood would not be wasted, as the shadowless sword passively absorbed the blood he shed. As Quan Xingji's screams echoed, Beichen also took out the egg of the colorful swallowing python. Having gathered enough energy crystals at the moment the pet egg was produced, the game console's prompt sounded. 10 energy crystals have been gathered. The colorful swallowing python pet egg can be absorbed and hatched. Would you like to hatch it? Yes. Completing the 3-star mission in the Forbidden Infinite Illusion for the first time, Beichen was in a good mood after obtaining 10 energy crystals. Although he encountered Quan Xingji and others upon exiting, Beichen regarded their appearance as mere interruptions, and it did not affect his mood in the slightest. Having gathered 10 energy crystals, the 7-colored sky-devouring python pet egg could absorb and hatch. Would you like to hatch it? Yes. Beichen replied directly. As soon as he said this, the 10 energy crystals in his hand began to emit a faint glow, which slowly flowed towards the pet egg beside him. The entire process lasted approximately 3 minutes. As all the energy crystals lost their luster and became dull like ordinary stones, the game console's notification rang in Beichen's ears. Congratulations to player Beichen for successfully hatching the exceptional level pet egg, the 7-colored sky-devouring python. As the notification sounded, Beichen felt a slight, yet distinct tremor from the pet egg in his hand. It seemed like the little creature inside the egg could no longer contain itself. Tap tap tap. Crack. A clear and crisp cracking sound was so distinct that Beichen smiled as he noticed a fine crack appearing in the center of the pet egg. Little one, I really can't wait to see what you look like. Ignoring the wails of Quan Xingji being tortured nearby, Beichen was unfazed. Perhaps out of a desire to survive, Quan Xingji's 3 underlings were working hard, fearing that one wrong move would lead to the city lord's demise. However, the one wielding the knife clearly had experience in dissection. This was a job that ordinary people truly could not handle. Beichen cast a cold glance at the tortured Quan Xingji, his eyes showing no sympathy whatsoever. Those captured Chinese players in the ambushes on the road would likely meet a similarly tragic end. Thus Beichen watched and listened to Quan Xingji's cries without any burden in his heart. Crack! Crack! The movements in his hand grew more intense, drawing all of Beichen's attention to the pet egg. As pieces of the eggshell fell away, a thin layer of milky membrane gradually appeared inside. Though not thick, it was quite resilient. From this distance, Beichen could even see the little creature continually bumping its head against the membrane. He simply watched, having no intention of helping, as he knew this was a challenge the little one had to face alone. Indeed, under Beichen's watchful eyes, the little one's efforts intensified as the resilient membrane of the eggshell was being pushed higher with each attempt. Beichen started to feel a bit anxious, worried that the 7-colored sky-devouring python might suffocate inside. Just as Beichen couldn't help but think of intervening, a faint tearing sound suddenly emerged, and with the little one's efforts the membrane was finally breached. Instantly, a smooth and pale little head adorned with faintly colorful scales peeked out for the first time. Its big shiny eyes locked onto Beichen, while its little tongue flicked in and out. Hiss hiss. The first moment of life outside the egg made the 7-colored sky-devouring python realize that this figure before it must be its kin. After all, the first step in hatching a pet egg is to draw blood. The little one surveyed its surroundings, and its shiny eyes focused mainly on Beichen and the still-suffering Quan Xingji. Slowly, its body wriggled out of the egg, unafraid of Beichen's threat, and it climbed directly up to his shoulder. Beichen didn't move, but merely turned his head to look at the little creature on his shoulder, its lively and spirited eyes making him secretly astonished. This being not only had an extraordinary grade, but was also the result of his significant investment of energy crystals, displaying remarkable intelligence right from birth. What a cute little fellow, just like that little snake from Dolo. Upon hearing Beichen's voice, the little creature recognized him, slowly flicking its tongue and rubbing its head against Beichen's cheek. Beichen attempted to reach out to pet the little one's head, but unexpectedly it quickly coiled around his left hand. Hee, is this coiling a sign of affection for snakes? Indeed, it's different from birds. Reflecting on the hatching scene of a baby bird, he recalled that the low-tier avian offspring would only eat and sleep after hatching, and only after genetic enhancement did they take on a human-like form. Thinking of this, a smile crept onto Beichen's lips as he pondered, what should I name you? As he considered this, Beichen caught sight of the 7-colored sky-devouring python's white scales glimmering with a hint of color, and an idea struck him. How about calling you White Dragon? Or White Scale? Or perhaps Bai Li? Dragons are quite a prestigious totem in Huaxiao, and naming a snake that might be a bit presumptuous. After pondering for a moment, and unable to decide, he ultimately let the little one choose. Beichen held up 3 fingers towards the little one, and said, choose for yourself from left to right. Surprisingly, the little creature seemed to understand. The 7-colored sky-devouring python quickly coiled around Beichen's 3rd finger. Bai Li, not bad. Beichen stroked Bai Li's head and asked, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? He then reached into his particle ring and pulled out various items. Of course, among those items was the dragon blood he had reserved for the baby. Quickly, Bai Li's head stopped at a drop of blood, not moving. Oh, is this dragon blood? Do you want this? Bai Li not only had a high grade, but also exhibited remarkable intelligence, eagerly nodding. Alright, I didn't expect you would want this. Luckily, Beichen had been cautious before. After slaying the dragon, he had collected quite a bit of its blood. He took out a small stainless steel bowl, which contained bright red blood that instantly captured Bai Li's full attention. Bai Li hopped down Beichen's arm, landing in front of the stainless steel bowl, raising its head and opening its mouth, starting to consume the blood as if it were smoking a cigar. Beichen was secretly astonished at Bai Li's feeding. Strictly speaking, the dragon blood in the bowl had not actually entered Bai Li's mouth. However, the streams of bright red vapor were undeniably present. Wow, with such a solid foundation, growth is rapid. It seems Bai Li will catch up to the baby in no time, right? Before long, the dragon blood in the bowl was completely consumed, leaving only a murky residue that resembled. Did it just absorb all the essence of the blood? Truly worthy of being a sky-devouring python. After finishing the dragon blood, Bai Li appeared thoroughly satisfied, hissing and flicking its tongue as it coiled back onto Beichen's shoulder. As the sky gradually darkened, Beichen had no intention of halting his exploration of the forbidden area. However, before delving deeper, he needed to place Bai Li in the woolen car. To be clear, although Bai Li and the baby were both Beichen's pets, their treatment was worlds apart. The baby had never left Beichen's side for more than 10 hours before reaching the Yinglong Guard stronghold. Ignoring the Korean players still busy with their butchery, Kwon Shinji would hardly survive 10 hours even if rescued now. He walked over to the wooling car and pressed the key to unlock it. After eating a little and sipping some champagne, Beichen issued a command to Tong Wan, who was thousands of miles away in the Great Xia City. That was, to destroy Xinjiang. At this moment, Bai Li was coiled up in the passenger seat, appearing quite sleepy. Beichen tapped Bai Li's head and said, "Little one, watch this. I'm going to handle some business and can't take you with me. You can sleep in the car. If you get hungry, there's food in the back, including your favorite dragon blood. Also, if anyone tries to tamper with this car, just kill them." Then Beichen showed Bai Li the car key and how to roll down the car window automatically. He initially thought it would be challenging for Bai Li to grasp, but to his surprise, after 3 attempts, Bai Li managed to press the button to open the window. Worried that Beichen might not trust it, Bai Li even jumped out of the window after rolling it down, landed on the ground, and then coiled back in like a spring. Wow, Bai Li, your intelligence is a bit frightening. Hearing Beichen's praise, Bai Li couldn't help but feel a slight sense of pride, though she knew her treatment would never compare to that of the baby. The night sky of the game world had never changed, a pitch-black expanse where one could not see their own hand. However, when Beichen got out of the car, the scene before him momentarily stunned him. He didn't even know how long it had been since he had seen such a brilliant night sky after entering the game. So beautiful is this, the true color of the 9 great peaks of the Forbidden Land. Unable to restrain himself, he took out a cigarette and began to smoke, simply admiring the multicolored radiance emitted by the 9 great peaks. As he gazed at the highest of the 9 peaks, Beichen murmured softly, "I hope there's a guide for clearing the game." After finishing one cigarette, he walked directly towards the boundaries of the Forbidden Land without hesitation. The familiar prompt from the game console sounded in his ears again, and suddenly a choice of the 9 peaks appeared. Last time Beichen had chosen the 3rd peak, thinking the 3-star mission of the Forbidden Land would be difficult. As he looked at the 6th peak radiating golden light, he chose without hesitation. "Are you sure you want to select the 6th peak?" "Yes." With that, the scene changed and Beichen found himself in a separate space. A list of 6 tasks refreshed before him. Most of these tasks were 1 or 2-star missions, and at the forefront were 2 tasks. One was a 4-star and the other a 5-star. Seeing this, Beichen frowned slightly and said, "Is the highest only 5 stars?" He chose without hesitation. "Do you want to select the 5-star task of the 6th peak?" "Yes." "Congratulations on successfully selecting the task. Please eliminate all level 1 monsters in the scene within 24 hours. Upon completion, the player will receive a rare self-selected blind box. Note, if the task fails, the player has an 80 chance of being lost forever." After reading the note, Beichen furrowed his brow and asked, "What will happen if I get lost? Will I die directly?" Reminder: if the task fails, the player's spirit, that is their soul, will be forever trapped in the illusion of the task. The player's physical body will lose self-awareness and all functions will be exhausted, resulting in physical death. What? So in reality, I only die physically while my soul remains trapped in the illusion forever. No, if your physical body dies, your soul will become part of the illusion. Upon hearing this, Beichen's expression changed slightly, feeling that the punishment was rather severe. Once again, confirm if player Beichen accepts the task. "Yes." As Beichen finished speaking, the scene in front of him changed instantly. Under his feet was solid rock, and as he scanned his surroundings, he realized he was already on a rocky mountain. He took a few steps to the cliff's edge and gazed out, seeing an endless expanse of deep black ocean. The dark surface of the sea was enough to prove the depth of the surrounding waters. Suddenly, just after appearing on this isolated island, Beichen noticed that the surrounding waters seemed to be becoming restless. Winds began to blow, gradually transforming into a strong wind, even showing signs of becoming a gale. "Kill all living beings." In the sea, what could it be? He first ruled out ordinary creatures like sharks. After all, the game console had clearly stated level 1 mutated monsters. Since the game console could identify them as level 1 monsters, Beichen couldn't be sure what species they were. Just then, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted in the distance. The bolt of lightning seemed to cleave the sky in two like Pangus' axe. As the lightning continued to flicker, the surrounding sea began to boil, a thick mist starting to envelop the area, gradually limiting Beichen's view. Good heavens, this appearance is worthy of a level 1 mutated monster. If it weren't for the knowledge that this was merely a highly realistic illusion, Beichen would have thought he had entered a fantasy world, a sacred land where fish leap over the dragon gate. Come on, exceptional self-selected blind box. I'm really looking forward to it. Beichen's originally pitch-black eyes suddenly began to swirl rapidly. After all, this was a 5-star mission on the 6th peak, and failure would mean his soul could be eternally trapped here. At that point, as a soul entity, he wouldn't even be able to kill, let alone commit suicide. Now that would be truly unbearable. Black Flame Susanoo. As the waters around the isolated island surged, Beichen didn't hesitate to activate his Black Flame Susanoo. Roar. A familiar roar entered his ears, and Beichen instantly trembled. Could it be a mutated dragon snake? Thinking back to the battle in the blood-red mist area, Beichen still vividly remembered that although the mutated dragon snake was not very powerful, its inner core attack could instantly shatter the black flame Susanoo. I hope there aren't too many of them. As soon as he said this, a low dragon roar echoed from all directions of the isolated island. He had heard this sound many times while watching fantasy dramas before the game, but Beichen knew that the sounds in those dramas were electronically synthesized. The real thing was dozens of times more powerful and fierce, filled with bloodlust and madness. Beichen's expression changed slightly, but at this moment he extended his black flame Susanoo and didn't worry for now. Having read numerous fantasy novels before the game, he was certain that the type of desperate attack where the dragon snake would use its inner core was only employed in dire situations. They're coming. With a clang, a buzzing sound echoed. A black flame giant sort of phantasmal magic sword, Apophis, was drawn by his black flame Susanoo. Immediately a series of sword hums erupted around him. Compared to the incessant roars of the surrounding dragons, these two sword sounds were equally formidable. Come on, haha. Feeling the pressure, Beichen unknowingly felt his bloodlust surge again. Mist roll away. Monster With a low growl, the wings of the black flame Susanoo suddenly flapped violently. Whoosh. Nearly 3 meters tall, the wings of the black flame Susanoo fully spread out, reaching nearly 6 meters. This reckless flapping created a fierce wind that swirled around Beichen. As the strong winds blew away the thick mist, he vaguely saw the target of this mission. The palm's eyes green scales were enough to prove that this creature, even if not a dragon snake, was definitely related to dragons. Die! With his fighting spirit ignited, Beichen slightly bent his body, then the wings behind him suddenly shook. Instantly, the nearly 3-meter massive body of the black flame Susanoo soared into the air. Fueled by his bloodthirsty intent, Beichen fought, like a madman, impatiently maneuvering the black flame Susanoo into the thick mist. Open! The strikingly bright eyes beneath the helmet of the black flame Susanoo emitted a soul-stirring light, as if it was the embodiment of Beichen himself. With a furious roar, Beichen echoed the roar of the black flame Susanoo. The magic sword, Apophis, struck down towards the dense mist before him. Suddenly, a 10-meter-long black and purple sword energy split the mist ahead. Moreover, as the sword energy sliced into the mist, Beichen clearly felt that it must have struck something. He distinctly heard an angry and fierce roar coming from deep within the mist. Good heavens, it really is related to dragons. But judging by its color and defensive capabilities, it shouldn't be as strong as a dragon snake. After probing with a stone, a sinister smile crept onto Beichen's lips. Since that's the case, I will unleash a massacre. Lightning Kirin, show yourself. With that, the dazzling totem of the Lightning Kirin appeared on the chests of both Beichen and the black flame Susanoo, and bolts of lightning began to surge through the thick mist in all directions. Roar! Releasing so much lightning power, Beichen clearly sensed his strength was continuously depleted. This battle needs to be quick. Looking around, the range of mist could only be described as vast. Ever since he gained the Lightning Kirin ability, Beichen had never felt such a significant loss of strength before. However, this time, using the lightning ability on such a large scale was not in vain. The sheer power of the lightning was immense, and after one use, the surrounding mist began to thin out. Beichen knew this was the effect of the lightning. With the annoying mist gone, he instantly felt his vision clear. As the thick watery mist disappeared, Beichen scanned his surroundings and saw massive creatures with green-scaled armor winding around, and he couldn't help but raise his head and let out a long howl. Ha ha ha! Just a single horn. Indeed, it is not a dragon snake. According to ancient legends from Huaxia, a snake cultivates for 100 years to grow a single horn, becoming a Jia snake. After another 500 years, the single horn splits, transforming into 4 limbs to become a dragon, condensing its inner core. After 1,000 years of cultivation, it successfully transcends tribulation to become a true divine dragon. If it fails, it grows wings and becomes an Inglong, never to have the chance to become a divine dragon again. Looking at the hundreds of Jia snakes lurking in all directions, Beichen coldly smiled and took up his dual swords, flapping his wings toward the mass of Jia snakes. Hunting time. As Beichen transformed into the black flame Susanoo wielding dual swords, he charged towards the surrounding Jia, his wings vibrating with intensity. The battle was about to erupt. The Jia in the illusion seemed to realize that only by killing the enormous creature before them could they hope to survive. Immediately, the Jia coiled up like springs, recklessly launched themselves at Beichen. However, upon their first direct contact, although the black flame Susanoo severed 5 or 6 Jia with its 3 swords, it found itself completely surrounded by Jia from all directions. The Jia seemed to sense the terror of the creature before them. After sacrificing 7 or 8 of their own, they all coiled toward the black flame Susanoo that was relentlessly swinging its swords. Yet the armor of the black flame Susanoo was formed from the flames of Amaterasu itself. For dozens of Jia to do this was akin to suicide. Indeed, upon witnessing this, Beichen merely chuckled coldly. He even ignored the frantic Jiashi with blue scales coiling around his arms and legs, and took the opportunity to slaughter another dozen of them. Even lesser snakes without a core think they can overwhelm me with numbers. The black flame Susanoo shaking its wings looked down arrogantly at the Jiashi with yellow vertical pupils. Roar! Sizzle! The blue-scaled Jiashi went berserk, desperately spitting out emerald waterblade. Beichen was taken aback, not expecting these first-level mutated beasts to possess such a method, and dared not take them heeding. He saw the black flames Susanoo continuously retracting, creating distance, while swiftly slashing its massive swords to unleash sword chi, attempting to block the assault of the emerald waterblades in this manner. However, the sheer number of emerald waterblades spat out by the dozens of Jiashi below was overwhelming. Despite Beichen's utmost efforts to block each attack, several of the blades still struck the black flame Susanoo. Beichen did not know what these emerald waterblades were made of, but theoretically they were most likely formed from a highly toxic substance. Indeed, when the emerald waterblades hit the black flame Susanoo, they began to emit hissing white smoke, clearly indicating that this was not only a potent toxin, but also had remarkable corrosive properties. Truly worthy of being the 100-year Jiashi, it still has some trump cards. Beichen observed that the toxic water blades seemed to cause no substantial damage to the black flame Susanoo, and he felt a wave of relief. However, such methods are still insufficient before me. After a hearty laugh, the black flame Susanoo suddenly flapped its wings vigorously, diving down from the sky, the massive swords in its hands emitting a bloodthirsty sword chant. Hiss! Roar! The dozens of Jiashi that had been desperately fighting below suddenly shot upward towards Beichen, who was diving down from the sky. Although Beichen expended a tremendous amount of energy in this battle, he had never fought so exhilaratingly before. About half an hour passed. As he lay on a solitary island in the sea, the black flame Susanoo had long been retracted. After the battle, enjoying the cool sea breeze, Beichen felt an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Having slain all the first-level mutated beasts in the scene, Beichen could leave this illusion and return to reality at any moment. However, he had not seen such a panoramic view of the sea for so long, he wanted to admire it for a while. Another 10. At this moment, Beichen thought to himself, "Host, please send me out now." As soon as he finished speaking, the voice of the game host echoed in his ears. Congratulations to player Beichen for completing the 6-star hell-level environment task for the first time, slaying 100 Jiashi. Congratulations on obtaining an outstanding level blind box. As the scene changed, Beichen returned to an independent space where a delicate box floated before him, seemingly crafted from purple crystal. He reached out to catch the outstanding level blind box and examined it closely. Host, I am curious, if the 6th peak task is already this difficult, how did ordinary players like Quan Shinji complete the 6th peak task? This had always puzzled Beichen. Just moments ago, his illusion task was not something Quan Shinji could accomplish without the so-called mental impact ability, even after obtaining such abilities. However, 3 minutes later, Beichen understood everything. It turned out that the illusions each player faced during their tasks were different. Beichen's 2 tasks were both combat-oriented, leading him to subconsciously believe all players needed to engage in battle to receive rewards. In fact, as the game host stated, there were many gameplay styles in the Forbidden Land illusion. Some required brainpower and intelligence, while others were more challenging tests of willpower. Now I see that makes sense. If the only criterion for clearing tasks is strength, then I feel that 90% of players exploring the Forbidden Land would perish here. Do you wish to continue accepting tasks? Hearing the prompt from the game host, Beichen was not anxious. He wanted to see what was inside the outstanding level blind box first. If it was just some worthless junk, he would continue. If it was useful, he could rest after returning tonight. After a thorough examination, Beichen found a button on the outstanding blind box. He pressed it, and suddenly a multifunctional option appeared before him. No wonder Quan Shinji could obtain abilities. It all makes sense now. The options displayed included categories such as firearms, cold weapons, vehicles, city defense weapons, reputation points, crystal stones, talents, and basic functionalities. Seeing this option, Beichen couldn't help but ask, if I select the talent category, will I definitely get a talent? The probability of obtaining a talent from the talent blind box is 0.9. Hearing this, Beichen smiled wryly and decided not to mention talents again. Firearms were of little use to Beichen at this moment. He also had no shortage of cold weapons, and with a level 2 vehicle he had no need for that either. Reputation points were only useful for improving the basic infrastructure of the main city or exchanging for weapons, otherwise they were of little value, so he disregarded them. Finally, Beichen focused on crystals and basic functionalities. Crystal stones. And what is included in basic functionalities? Currently, Beichen had about 10 different types of crystal stones that he had obtained and used. If he were to select all types at once and ended up with a bunch of useless ones, it would be a significant loss. Then I will go for the functionality category. Having made his decision, Beichen did not hesitate and directly selected it. The moment he chose the functionality outstanding blind box, it automatically opened. At that moment, the game host's prompt sounded again. Congratulations on opening the outstanding level functionality blind box. You have received 2 particle teleportation arrays. What a? Is it the particle teleportation array that can only be built in a level 4 main city? Yeah, he originally expected to obtain some accumulated design blueprints for basic infrastructure or large processing machinery, but who would have thought that the 5-star task in this forbidden land would be so rewarding? It unexpectedly allowed Beichen to experience a function that would only be available in a level 4 main city. The particle teleportation array, as the name suggests, is distinctly different from the particle rings and particle storage warehouses. If the former two were for storing goods and resources, then the particle teleportation array was a truly extraordinary function. With these 2 teleportation arrays, as long as Beichen built one in the Daxia City and another in the Forbidden Land, once linked, the armies and citizens of Daxia City could explore the Forbidden Land through the teleportation array. After all, with a larger number, strength in numbers is powerful. Beichen believed that as long as the 4 legions of Daxia City, along with many residents, completed the most basic Forbidden Land tasks daily, they could gather a massive amount of rare resources in a short time. In that case, building a level 4 main city would no longer be a dream. Thinking of this, Beichen couldn't help but smile, and then said to himself, "Host, please send me out first." As soon as he finished, the scene changed, and Beichen found himself at the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Land. Upon returning to the outskirts of the forbidden area, Beichen noticed more than a dozen off-road vehicles parked where he had previously left his car. As he saw that the passenger window of the Wuling car was down, he furrowed his brow slightly, but did not worry. Although he did not know what abilities the 7-colored devouring python possessed. As a creature that had absorbed so many exotic energy crystals to hatch, Beichen would not qualify as his pet if she couldn't handle a few ordinary people. Passing by a few cars, he glanced inside, and as expected, they were all empty. As he approached his Wuling, Beichen seemed to catch a whiff of blood. As he got closer, Beichen was stunned. He saw a white snake as thick as an adult's arm coiling tightly around a blonde-haired, blue-eyed man wielding a weapon. Seeing the man's contorted body, Beichen realized that his spine must have been broken. Beichen. Beichen curiously approached, carefully examining Beichen, whom he hadn't seen for a couple of hours. Beichen had long sensed someone approaching. However, upon hearing Beichen call her name, she immediately forgot about her prey and rushed in front of him, raising her palm-sized head with her big shiny eyes. "Hey, it's only been a little over an hour, and you've already killed so many people." Beichen followed the scent of blood from a distance, and suddenly spotted the bodies faintly revealed at the edge of the forbidden area. "You can even hide bodies." The tone sounded both like a compliment and a reproach, leaving Beichen uncertain on how to respond. Ultimately, she felt it was a reprimand and lowered her head shyly. "Did these people come to trouble me?" Spotting the blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, Beichen immediately thought of the players from the European war zone. Hisses. Hearing Beichen's words, Beichen nodded vigorously, even demonstrating the previous scene for him. Watching Beichen energetically reenact the scene, Beichen couldn't help but smile. This little creature really had a high intelligence. "Alright, that's enough." As he spoke, Beichen waved his hand, and Beichen eagerly coiled around his arm, rubbing her head against his face. Beichen kicked the deceased foreigner at his feet like a sandbag, sending him flying into the distance. "So what if a blonde-haired, blue-eyed guy was killed? It's not a big deal. But only target those who pose a threat to you or have strong hostility towards me. We're not murderers, we don't kill indiscriminately, understand?" Beichen nodded, seemingly understanding. "By the way, how did you grow so much in just an hour?" Beichen's shiny eyes turned, and she began to demonstrate, opening her mouth and repeatedly inhaling towards Beichen's face. Of course, she was not using her innate abilities. Beichen understood and said directly, "Are you saying that you absorbed the essence of the blood of over a dozen people, which caused you to grow so quickly?" Hisses. Beichen kept nodding. "Alright, it seems following me was the right choice. I may not have much, but I have plenty of enemies." Opening the car door and placing Beichen on the waterbed in the trunk, Beichen was taken aback to find it completely empty. "Did all the food I left for you disappear?" Hisses. "Alright, your body isn't just growing for nothing. Eating more makes you grow faster." Beichen had no choice but to admit that he had been genuinely taking care of a baby since childhood. At first, feeding the baby meant just 2 or 3 pounds of meat a day. Who would have thought that Beichen at an extraordinary level would have such a huge appetite? Sitting in the driver's seat, Beichen did not rush to contact Tung Million. Instead, he leisurely took out a cigarette and lit it. Seemingly reminded of something, Beichen reached into his particle ring and took out a scarlet circular object. However, as soon as he held the dragon core, he hadn't even spoken. He noticed Beichen, who was planning to rest in the trunk, suddenly perked up, her big shiny eyes fixed on the object in Beichen's hand, filled with longing. Hisses. Hisses. The hissing was very urgent, but due to Beichen's authority, she didn't dare to rush over to snatch it. Instead, she made these sounds of longing to get his attention. Seeing Beichen's entire body trembling with excitement, Beichen asked in confusion, "What is it? Is this thing very useful to you?" Hisses. Hisses. "Do you want to eat it?" Hisses. Beichen was almost frantic. If she could speak, she would have said, "Master, you are such a novice. Beichen had no idea what the dragon core meant for a snake. But in Bai Li's eyes this object was a treasure that could help her grow rapidly, the most precious treasure. Looking at Bai Li's eager eyes and the rapid hissing, Beichen speculated that this item was indeed very beneficial for snakes. The baby is a bird, how much would Bai Li benefit from the dragon core? After thinking, Beichen couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing, indeed I have treated them unevenly. Clearly Bai Li needed this dragon core even more. Well, since the baby hasn't completed its evolution yet, after we build the particle teleportation array with the main city, this area will need a powerful protector. So, having made up his mind, Beichen wasted no time and directly tossed the scarlet dragon core to Bai Li. Happiness came too quickly as seeing the good thing thrown towards her. Bai Li didn't swallow it immediately, but looked at Beichen with an expectant gaze, seemingly waiting for him to speak. It's yours now, I hope you won't disappoint me. Hisses. Hearing this, Bai Li raised her neck, and with a gulp swallowed the dragon core whole. While Beichen smoked his cigarette, he watched Bai Li's transformation. After swallowing the dragon core, Bai Li's eyes instantly became sharp, and her arm-thick body coiled tightly together, as if enduring immense pain. During Beichen's observation, he noticed that Bai Li's originally white 7-colored scales were gradually changing. If before the 7 colors were just faint, now the 7 colors on her body began to flicker rhythmically. Those who didn't know would think Bai Li was a lantern. Hisses. Eng. The low dragon roar that originally only dragons could produce was now sounding slightly different from Bai Li. Moreover, after swallowing the dragon core, Bai Li's body was slowly growing larger, visibly expanding in size and length. If Beichen hadn't seen much, he might have gasped in surprise. He genuinely worried that Bai Li would become a giant python. Being too large would not be good. As he watched, Bai Li's size seemed to settle at the thickness of a calf, measuring about 7 or 8 meters in length. The Wooling's trunk could just accommodate her body. Goodness, not only have the scale colors changed, but her size has also grown so much all at once. Not noticing the 2 white naturally forked horns that had appeared on Bai Li's originally smooth head, he only focused on watching her coiled body. What the heck is that? A white dragon horn. Beichen was astonished as he said this, and at that moment Bai Li, who had been coiling, suddenly opened her tightly closed eyes. Instantly a pair of captivating light red eyes appeared before Beichen's gaze. What the? Does this have a certain flavor? Bai Li, you. Before he could finish his sentence, a dazzling 7-colored light burst forth in the Wooling, forcing Beichen to close his eyes. Fortunately, this light only lasted for a breath before dissipating. However, when Beichen opened his eyes again, he was stunned to see a woman with dragon horns on her head, breathtakingly beautiful, with a pair of light red pupils appearing in the trunk. Medusa? Bai Li, you. Bai Li didn't know what Medusa was. She was just very happy to showcase her abilities in front of her master. As a human form, she naturally had the ability to speak. Receiving the essence of the dragon core, Beichen was not only her master, but also her everything. At this moment, Bai Li sprang up from the waterbed, immediately revealing her astonishingly tall and resilient waist. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around Beichen's neck and affectionately rubbed her cheek against his. Beichen, feeling stiff all over, had a blank mind as a clear, yet excited voice rang in his ears. Bai Li, I greet my master. As the sound of the master reached his ears, Beichen could only feel a faint fragrance wafting into his nose. This scent undoubtedly ignited the 80-kilogram TNN explosives within him. Don't move, wait for me to come over. Beichen tossed aside the cigarette and stepped out of the car. What was Huazi compared to the companionship of Medusa during the long night? At least for now, Beichen had no idea what Huazi was. However, when he lay down on the waterbed in the back of the car, he was completely stunned. Seeing Bai Li's lower half still resembling a snake, Beichen felt as if he was doused with a bucket of cold water in the dead of winter, extinguishing the flame that had just ignited. It was evident that while Bai Li bore a striking resemblance to the Medusa from anime, she was clearly not the same. At that moment, seeing Beichen approach, Bai Li couldn't help but proudly display her graceful form before suddenly wrapping her arms around him. Master, once I fully absorb the inner core of the flood dragon, I will be able to maintain my human form for an extended period. Beichen, stroking Bai Li's smooth back, felt disappointed in his heart. Can you grow legs like mine? No matter what, I, Beichen, am the lord of the great Xia city, wielding absolute authority in the Huaxia battle zone. I haven't yet reached the point of being tempted to take advantage of someone with a serpent body. Wasn't that akin to hugging a large tree covered in scales? With his current status and reputation, he could easily attract various women just by uttering a single word in the Huaxia battle zone. Upon hearing her master's words, Bai Li pondered for a moment before nodding. Sure, but I need to eat a lot or acquire something that will allow me to evolve. Upon hearing this, Beichen's eyes lit up immediately. Eat? Something that can help you evolve. Previously, when he eliminated the team of Quan Shengji, 3 of his subordinates had rummaged through Quan Shengji's hidden stash to please him. Although there weren't many, there were still a few evolution crystals. With a flick of his hand, Beichen produced 8 shimmering crystals. Are these enough for you to evolve? Beichen looked at the excited Bai Li and said, if I have this much more, it should be enough. Bailey gazed at Beichen with excitement. Master, I can feel the pure energy within these stones. Are you really going to give them to me? Beichen smiled, saying, for your evolution these materials are nothing. Take them. Woo. Thank you. As she took the 8 evolution crystals from Beichen, Bailey's delicate face flushed red. Her pair of light pink eyes sparkled with moisture, and before Beichen could say anything else, she wrapped her arms around his neck and nuzzled against his face. Beichen was lying on the waterbed, and when Bailey pounced on him, he felt as if a soft, boneless, and icy body was incredibly comfortable. Especially the ample curves pressing against his chest reignited the flames that had previously been extinguished. Feeling his cheek being rubbed, Beichen turned his head and immediately caught Bailey's tender rosy lips naturally cradling her head with both hands. Woo! The moment their lips met, an unprecedented sensation stimulated Bailey's innocent nerves. Instinctively she wanted to escape, but the feeling was truly delightful and the person before her was still her master. Thus half-heartedly she stopped struggling. Seeing that Bailey showed no intention of resisting, Beichen became increasingly dissatisfied. He released her head and began to explore her body, which was as smooth as jade. Thus half-heartedly she stopped struggling. Seeing that Bailey showed no intention of resisting, Beichen became increasingly dissatisfied. He released her head. After all, Bailey had never engaged in such intimate contact with the opposite sex before and was unaware of many things. Beichen was not in a rush. After 3 lessons, 3 practical experiences, and 3 attempts, he finally taught Bailey the skill of kissing. Bailey bore a striking resemblance to Medusa. Her transformed attire was identical, the only notable difference being the dragon horns adorning Bailey's head. With the experience of 2 women behind him, Beichen unconsciously began to unfasten her minimal clothing from behind. Suddenly he felt as if he was not with a person, but rather with a mass of water, soft and gentle. Bailey had no idea what was happening now or why her master was removing the clothes of her serpent form. However, a strange thought in her heart hoped that her master would continue. Beichen could no longer hold back. Just as he reached down to loosen her clothing, he immediately touched Bailey's scales, which represented her serpent body. Beichen froze, halting his movements, secretly feeling ruthless. Wasn't it just a month without any release? Was it necessary to be like this? Feeling the change in Beichen's emotions, Bailey lifted her head in confusion and asked, Master, what's wrong with you? Now Bailey's entire face resembled a ripe peach, her voice and the glistening pink of her lips even more. Hearing the question, Beichen replied casually, I'm poisoned. However, this casual remark made Bailey exceedingly anxious. Poisoned? How could that be? Where is the wound? Let me see. Looking at her exquisite face and rosy lips, a wicked lightning bolt struck Beichen's mind. The wound is here. Beichen, having seen countless scenes, said this without a hint of embarrassment. With a satisfying roar from the Wuling car, there was no other sound. Beichen felt exhilarated. However, Bailey found herself in a bit of a predicament. Her mouth had gone numb after half an hour. Gulps. After all, he was the 7-colored devouring python, inherently immune to all poisons, and even consuming stronger toxins would accelerate her evolution. So amidst Beichen's astonishment, she swallowed the oddly flavored toxin in one go. Bailey, you. Beichen stared wide-eyed at Bailey, unable to believe what she had just seen. What's wrong? I'm not afraid of toxins at all. Beichen, feeling a bit disgruntled, chose not to say more. This was indeed a treasure. By the way, Bailey, this secret must not be shared with outsiders. The fewer that know, the better. After all, the master often encounters such poisons, and if the enemies learn about it, I could be in danger during critical moments when I need to counteract toxins. Bailey loves the master too. After that, Beichen gave her instructions and got out of the car to handle important matters. Watching Beichen's departing figure, Bailey felt a sense of happiness. Really. Bailey loves the master too. After that, Beichen gave her instructions and got out of the car to handle important matters. Watching Beichen's departing figure, Bailey felt a sense of happiness. Once relaxed, Beichen felt refreshed. As he patrolled the edge of the forbidden area, he discovered that this was indeed a great location. The geographical position was square-shaped, making it easy to fortify. Looking at the time, Beichen knew it would be a long while until dawn. He was aware that Tung Baiwan was extremely busy during the day with thousands of matters in Daxia City requiring his attention, so he didn't plan to disturb Tung Baiwan just yet. Turning towards the forbidden area, he reflected on Bailey's unique method of counteracting toxins, which was undeniably versatile. Since I have nothing to do, I might as well help Bailey obtain some evolution crystal stones to fulfill a small goal of mine. Beichen is a responsible person, how can I just indulge myself? Although I fabricated a small story inside, Beichen still wanted Bailey to experience the joy of merging fire and water. As soon as he stepped into the forbidden area, the familiar sound of the gaming console echoed in his ears. Following the usual procedures, Beichen still chose the 6th mountain peak. This time he was purposefully selecting a task, refreshing it twice, before finally accepting a 4-star task. Completing it would yield 10 evolution crystals. However, a 6-star task appeared before him, and Beichen instantly felt that the allure of evolution crystals had faded. Moreover, knowing that the difficulty of star-level tasks was not fixed, Beichen vaguely understood that such tasks could refresh up to 10 times a day. If he wasted those 10 opportunities, he would have to wait until the next day. A 6-star task is the success experience still an exceptional blind box. Am I accepting this 6-star task for nothing? He sighed and immediately agreed to take on the task. A 6-star task is the success experience still an exceptional blind box. Am I accepting this 6-star task for nothing? He sighed and immediately agreed to take on the task. However, given Beichen's current melee strength, it was an understatement to say he returned with a box in just 3 hours. After previously opening an exceptional blind box, Beichen didn't waste words this time and directly pressed the button to select materials. However, after selecting materials, the blind box didn't open immediately, but instead presented more detailed classification options. Seeing this, Beichen was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "Game console, why didn't you mention last time that there could be more detailed classification options?" Because the last blind box was just a reward for a 5-star task, it didn't qualify for detailed classification selection. Alright, I see there's such an operation. Beichen looked at the detailed classifications appearing on the blind box and decisively selected the evolution crystals. Of course, his motivation for helping Bai Li evolve and grow legs was one aspect. The other was to prepare for the military of Dashia City. After all, he now possessed 2 particle teleportation arrays. Once he established a connection with Dashia City, he would have effectively achieved free back-and-forth travel. At that time, it could be said that the Forbidden Area would become the backyard of the Yinglong Guard and even Dashia City. As Beichen selected the evolution crystal stones, the blind box immediately opened. Inside, there was a small pile of glowing evolution crystal stones. While they directly gave me 30 pieces, it's worthy of a 6-star task. Would you like to continue the task? No, let's go back. When Beichen returned to the game world, he noticed that the eastern horizon was already tinged with a hint of dawn. After obtaining 30 evolution crystals, Beichen returned to the Wuling car with a sense of anticipation. Opening the car door, he saw Bai Li had transformed into her true form, coiled up and sleeping soundly. However, no matter how one looked at it, Bai Li was now a 7-colored devouring python, capable of transformation, and the surrounding sounds caused her to slightly open her eyes. Beichen still had things to attend to, so he directly took out 8 evolution crystal stones and placed them beside Bai Li. Here, the evolution crystals are enough. Hurry up and evolve, okay? After your evolution is complete, I have an important task for you. Bai Li, who had been drowsy before, perked up immediately upon seeing the 8 evolution crystals. Hiss. She raised her head and rubbed against Beichen's face. Alright, master has more important things to do. Here is your favorite dragon blood. Looking into Bai Li's watery eyes, Beichen patted her head and closed the car door, heading straight for the best location to set up the teleportation array. Glancing at the sky, Beichen thought that Tung Baiwan had probably woken up by now. He accessed the friend option and directly sent Tung Baiwan a private message. "Baiwan, are you up yet?" Sure enough, within a second, Tung Baiwan replied. "Just got up. Oh, what do you need? By the way, how did it go in the Forbidden Area?" "Everything is fine here. I've already controlled the situation." As Beichen spoke about his plans to Tung Baiwan, the other end fell silent. "Beichen, I have never interfered with your decisions, but this time, the journey is too far. Not to mention the hidden dangers of the roads. It will take at least a month for the troops to reach the Forbidden Area, let alone the 4 unformed regiments taking turns to explore the Forbidden Area." Beichen merely smiled and directly sent a trade request to Tung Baiwan. Tung Baiwan didn't know what Beichen was going to give him, but he didn't ask further and agreed to the trade request. However, as Beichen placed a futuristic sci-fi device in the trading slot, Tung Baiwan was instantly dumbfounded. Since the item was in the trading slot, its name and simple usage function would appear with the trade. When Tung Baiwan saw the particle teleportation array, he exclaimed in surprise, simultaneously lamenting the situation. If he could get another one of these, he could directly connect Dashia City with the Forbidden Area. Then it wouldn't just be the 4 regiments taking turns to explore the Forbidden Area. Even a large number of citizens in the city could take a chance at treasure hunting. I never expected such a godsend item. It's a pity there's only one. If there were 2, that would be perfect. Seeing this message, Beichen smiled and replied, "If there were only one, I wouldn't have come looking for you so early." Without waiting for a response, Beichen quickly sent another message. "Next, follow the instructions to set up the particle teleportation array in the Lord's mansion. Once it's set up, message me back." Tung Baiwan was so excited he didn't know what to say. "Alright, I understand. With this, Dashia City's rise will be unstoppable." Beichen could sense Tung Baiwan's joy and excitement, and thinking of Tung Baiwan led him to think of Tung Chu-Chu. "How has Chu-Chu been lately?" "Oh, she's working hard, spending her time in the Lord's mansion taking care of the baby, and occasionally staring off in the direction you left. Don't tell her this news yet. After the teleportation array is set up, I want to give her a surprise in person." "Okay." Tung Baiwan clearly knew about Beichen giving the representative dragon tooth to Tung Chu-Chu. This made him, as her brother, work even harder and more attentively for Dashia City. After all, Beichen would soon become his brother-in-law. Although he didn't know what the ultimate conclusion of this game would be, making his sister happy, and allowing her to live without worries in this survival-of-thefitist world was the only thing Tung Baiwan could do for her as a brother. And Beichen kept all of this in his heart. He would prove with his actions that Tung Chuch's position was irreplaceable. Breaking off the private message, Beichen gazed towards Daxia City, whispering to himself, "Do you often look in the direction I left? Chuchu, you've worked hard. He'll be back soon, very soon." After Beichen traded one of the particle teleportation arrays to Tung Baiwan, about half an hour later, he received a private message stating that the teleportation array in Daxia City had been constructed located right at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion. Upon seeing the message, Beichen smiled and directly walked to the pre-selected spot, instantly summoning the Black Flame Susanoo. With a sharp sound, he drew the Black Flame giant sword, stabbing the tip into the hard asphalt ground. With a twist and a pull, a vertical hollow with a diameter of 20 centimeters and approximately 5 meters deep appeared beneath Beichen's feet. He scanned the surroundings and found no one else except himself and Bai Li. Beichen dismissed the Black Flame Susanoo, and in a swift motion a rope and a delicately crafted futuristic-looking small tower appeared on the ground. He secured the rope to the top of the exquisite tower, then cautiously pressed a mechanical button on the tower's top before lifting it and sending it into the hollow. According to the construction instructions for the particle teleportation array, to link the two arrays they must be buried to the same depth. Beichen carefully lowered the rope he held. Since he needed to constantly calibrate the position, his movements were extremely slow. Just as he felt the small tower contact the bottom of the hollow, the voice of the game console echoed in his mind. Particle teleportation array position, calibrated teleportation array construction. Successful. Activating the teleportation array requires 1 energy crystal of any type per day. Beichen smiled at this and tossed the rope into the hollow, then slowly covered it with soil. After restoring the area around the hollow to its original state, Beichen did not rush to test it, but returned to where the Wuling was parked. Soon the Wuling was moved to this location right next to the buried teleportation array. At this time the sky was already bright, and Bai Li had awakened long ago. Seeing Beichen busy, she remained quietly in the car. "Bai Li, the master has an important task for you," Beichen said seriously. "What task?" "Bai Li will definitely complete it." Bai Li's big eyes were filled with determination. No one is allowed to approach within 10 meters of the car except for those who appear with a glowing light. Bai Li nodded earnestly. Although there was nothing on the ground that the master pointed to, she firmly believed that if the master said it would shine, then it certainly would. Seeing Bai Li obediently listen, Beichen couldn't help but give her a gentle pat on the head. He then took out a large amount of food from the particle ring and placed it in the trunk. Among them, dragon meat and dragon blood made up the majority, with a small portion being human food that Bai Li had never eaten before. Later the master needs to go do something. It will be a short half day, but at most a day, and I will definitely be back. You must remember my instructions. Although Bai Li was reluctant to see Beichen leave, she knew she could not stop him. After giving his instructions, Beichen produced an evolution crystal from his hand. The game console had previously mentioned that activating the particle teleportation array requires 1 energy crystal of any type each day. He had over 20 evolution crystals in his particle ring, enough for a round trip to Daxia City and back with someone. Console, activate the particle teleportation array. Detecting that the particle teleportation array meets the activation conditions, do you wish to consume 1 evolution crystal to activate it? Yes. As Beichen's evolution crystal vanished, Bai Li was astonished to see the place previously pointed out by the master suddenly light up. Beichen also looked on in amazement as a multitude of lights quickly formed an outline resembling a door behind, which were beams of various colors obscuring what lay beyond. However, Beichen was not worried, as the game console indicated that it had successfully activated. After getting out of the car, he sent a private message to Tung Baiwan before entering the particle teleportation array. Then, under Bai Li's watchful gaze, he stepped into the portal and disappeared. He vanished. The master just disappeared into thin air. Bai Li felt a bit anxious, but recalling Beichen's instructions, she did not dare to stray far from the Wuling. At this moment, Beichen felt as if he were dreaming, his body seemingly disintegrated into particles floating endlessly in space. Here Beichen had no sense of time, but felt as if only a few breaths had passed. At this time, at the entrance of the City Lord's mansion in Daxia City, the only level 3 main city in the Huaxiao battle zone, the usual tight security was noticeably absent. As beams of light appeared, a figure stepped out from the door formed by the beams. As the figure emerged, the light gate gradually disappeared. Looking at the significantly changed City Lord's mansion of Daxia City, Beichen couldn't help but sigh. Even during his absence, many plants had been planted around the mansion. Compared to the previous structure with only 4 walls, the current Daxia City resembled a fortress. Stepping onto the hard bluestone steps, Beichen entered the hall of the City Lord's mansion. Indeed, within the City Lord's mansion, there was a designated living area built specifically for Beichen. Crossing through the office area of the City Lord's mansion, Beichen directly walked into the backyard, where he was greeted by a simple, yet elegant 2-story villa. If the plants within the city lord's mansion could be described as exquisite, then the greenery of this private villa could only be called perfect. Upon entering the courtyard, Beichen felt that this was not a game world filled with danger and slaughter, but rather a private villa estate belonging to some wealthy patron from his past life. Walking through the greenery of the villa estate, Beichen strode directly into the villa. He had mentioned more than once in conversations with Ting Chu Chu and others that the baby was in a separate room on the second floor of the villa. The baby had been raised solely by Beichen, and their bond was deep. It had been nearly 2 months since the baby evolved, and Beichen missed his miraculous daughter dearly. Upon ascending to the second floor of the villa, Beichen immediately spotted the room that belonged to the baby. From the decor at the door to the color scheme, it was evident that a child would certainly love it. Gently pushing the door open, Beichen was greeted by a cartoon-themed table at the center of which lay a large nest meticulously woven from soft branches. Inside the nest was soft cotton, and an egg nearly the size of an ostrich egg lay quietly within. Upon seeing that the baby was still evolving, Beichen began to examine the layout of the baby's room. When his gaze fell upon the balcony, Beichen was taken aback, whispering, "How did Chu Chu end up here?" Arriving at the balcony, he found Ting Chu Chu lightly asleep, holding a parenting book that she had seemingly acquired. Compared to the once proud and flamboyant future police flower Ting Chu Chu, she was much quieter and more docile now. He took a soft blanket from his particle ring and draped it over her. MHM. At this moment, Ting Chu Chu's closed eyes fluttered slightly, and she quickly rubbed her eyes awake. "Big brother, how come you have time to come here to see the baby?" Beichen stood silently behind Ting Chu Chu, not making a sound. From the beginning, Ting Chu Chu had no idea that Beichen would return today, and subconsciously thought it was Tung Ba Wan looking for her. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Beichen slowly reached out from behind to cover Ting Chu Chu's eyes. "Oh, so it's not big brother. Wait, what? Sister, Ihan, weren't you supposed to train the troop today? How do you have time to come here?" A warm current surged through Beichen's heart as he stepped closer to Tung Chu Chu. He planted a kiss on Tung Chu Chu's cheek. In that instant, Tung Chu Chu went rigid, unable to react for a long time. Is this a dream? Beichen, silly girl. I'm back. As Beichen released her, Tung Chu Chu instantly leaped into his embrace. The so-called separation makes the reunion even sweeter. It has been nearly 2 months since the last time they parted. Tung Chu Chu has been living in Daxia City feeling no significant changes, but for Beichen the change is monumental. The two embraced each other, spinning around in the room, while Beichen closed his eyes, inhaling the fragrance of Tung Chuchu's hair. In that moment, his heart was at peace. Tung Chu Chu gently landed, not forgetting to hold tightly onto Beichen's waist. "How have you been these 2 months?" Beichen lifted Tung Chuchu's chin and asked. "Well, after you went out, quite a number of people quickly joined the city. Upon learning of the rules of our Daxia City, they were overjoyed, saying that this is indeed a suitable place for long-term residence." "Is that all?" "Of course not. My brother distributed land to them based on the number of people, charging no rent, but taking 30% of the harvest each time." Beichen knew there were certainly more details, but he didn't ask much, so he nodded and smiled. This method is indeed quite good. His gaze shifted to the baby in the nest on the table. Beichen asked, "Has there been no movement in 2 months?" "Well, perhaps this evolution is very important for the baby, but I believe it won't be long before the baby completes its evolution." Since Beichen returned, Ting Chu Chu had been wearing a smile on her face. "What kind of books are you reading?" Beichen picked up a parenting book nearby and flipped through it, asking, "Is this for the baby?" This." Tung Chu Chu stammered and didn't answer. She has a very high IQ and has self-studied up to high school level. At this moment, Ting Chu Chu was very nervous, gripping Beichen's hand and saying, "Beichen, I am pregnant." "What?" Beichen, not realizing the weight of her words, thought Ting Chu Chu had acquired something remarkable. Tung Chu Chu was very anxious, fearing that Beichen would want her to terminate the pregnancy upon learning, so she had never told anyone else in the past 2 months. "What's wrong?" Beichen chuckled at Ting Chu Chu's serious expression. "I am pregnant with your child 2 months now." After saying this, Ting Chu Chu clearly poured out all the thoughts she had kept for 2 months. After all, the father of the child is Beichen, and he has the right to know about this matter. As for whether the child should stay or go in this chaotic world, it still depends on her. Beichen will make the final decision. As soon as these words came out, Beichen was stunned, as if struck by thousands of thunderbolts. Shocked, bewildered, excited, and overjoyed, it was hard to believe. "What did you say?" "Chu Chu, please say it again." Beichen suddenly stood up, directly supporting Tung Chu Chu. "I'm pregnant with your child, and it's been 2 months now." Seeing Beichen's joyful yet astonished expression, Ting Chu Chu let out a huge sigh of relief. She was truly afraid he wouldn't acknowledge it. "I specifically asked Zhang Dabiao what Okamoto 0.1 Surprise Edition means." As she spoke, Ting Chu Chu's face turned red. What did he say? A flash of lightning crossed Beichen's mind. However, what Ting Chu Chu did next drove Beichen crazy and left him speechless. Tung Chu Chu took out a pen and drew a circle and 2 circles on a piece of paper, gradually making the circles smaller until she stopped at the center point. The two looked at each other, and everything became clear. Oh wow, so that's what it meant when Okamoto drew a lollipop on the ground. Tung Chuchu blushed, and said, that night, and in the following few times. Did you use this kind of con? Beichen rubbed his nose and nodded. That's right, I always thought the ultra-thin was the surprise. Who knew the surprise was in this? It seemed that Beichen still hadn't fully processed it. Going out for a stroll, and now he's going to be a dad. Ha ha ha. I Beichen am going to be a father. Unable to contain his joy any longer, Beichen directly picked up Tung Chuchu and kissed her. Tung Chuchu's face was also filled with tears, tightly hugging Beichen. She had always feared that Beichen would want her to terminate the pregnancy, especially since he was still young and at the height of his career. Thank you, Beichen, for giving me the chance to be a mother. Silly girl, I should thank you for letting me be a father. Gently placing Tung Chuchu on the soft bed, Beichen quietly sat beside her watching her. The two talked a lot, mainly about the future of the child and the future of Dachau City. You focus on taking care of the baby, I'll leave the rest to me. Beichen, while you are out working hard, always remember that you have a family here. Both the baby and I wish. Beichen walked over to the baby and gently stroked it, saying, baby, once you evolve you will have a playmate. At this moment several people were already waiting in the lobby on the first floor of the villa. A glance revealed the core high-ranking officials of Dachau City. By now Zhang Yichen, Shui Yihan, Pangjinjia, and Zhang Dabiao had all learned that Beichen was back. Among them Shui Yihan was the happiest. Initially they were together, but due to urgent tasks, she had to escort the refugees from Wang City back, and they had only spent one night and one morning together. As the sounds of footsteps echoed from the second-floor staircase, everyone on the first floor straightened their posture. When Beichen with a flushed face came down the stairs to the crowd, the two deputy city lords and 4 troop leaders all shouted in unison, City Lord. Beichen scanned the crowd and nodded slightly. His first words shocked everyone present. I announced to Matt. Yes, City Lord. Beichen first looked at Tung Baiwan, saying, from today onwards the Dizzy Troop shall, aside from training exercises, allocate a team of 10 elite soldiers each day to closely guard this villa. During this period, I do not wish for Tung Chuchu and her unborn child to suffer even the slightest harm. What a child? Does that mean the City Lord? Sister Chuchu is so quick. Huh. Beichen looked at the surprise group and nodded. Yes, ensure the task is completed. He slightly nodded at Shui Yihan, saying, if nothing else, come by and keep Chuchu company. Yes. The second matter. From now on the 4 troop leaders may each select 20 warriors from their respective troops, and starting tomorrow, I will take turns leading the troops to the forbidden area for trials. As soon as this was said, Zhang Dabiao, Zhang Yichen, and Peng Xinji's eyes lit up. They had long wanted to go to the forbidden area, but due to busy official duties and the long journey, they never found the time. Seeing the cheerful expressions of everyone, Beichen said again, Yihan and Baiwan, stay, the rest are dismissed. Yes. Though they wanted to chat with Beichen, the city lord was in a hurry to return, as there were significant matters to discuss with the deputy city lord. With Zhang Yichen, Peng Xinjia, and Zhang Dabiao, leaving only Tung Baiwan and Shui Yihan remained in the hall. Beichen approached and patted Shui Yihan's head, saying, Chuchu is upstairs, go and keep her company. Shui Yihan blushed and felt a bit shy. Until now only Tung Baiwan and Zhang Yichen knew about her relationship with Beichen, the others were unaware. As Shui Yihan walked up the stairs, glancing back every step of the way, Beichen smiled at Tung Baiwan, saying, brother, come sit over here. According to traditional kinship, Beichen should call Tung Baiwan brother-in-law, but in this day and age, just brother is sufficient. Hearing Beichen call him brother, Tung Baiwan felt a bit awkward, but he was genuinely happy for his sister, never expecting the two to reach this stage. Beichen, I trust you with Chuchu. Beichen took out a bottle of 1982 Maodai from his particle ring. Since the facilities here were complete, they directly retrieved crystal glasses to fill for Tung Baiwan. Brother, I toast to you. Cheers. The two men smiled and nodded before downing their drinks. The next 3 hours were spent in deep discussion, primarily about the journey to the forbidden area and the strategy for gathering elite players from Huaxia. Eventually they reached an agreement, and soon Tung Baiwan received a message from his secretary stating that there was an international order requiring his personal attention. The messenger was none other than Beichen's acquaintance, the art teacher Yue. Yue was very surprised, but Beichen merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Hearing the reminder from his personal secretary, Tung Baijun looked at Beichen and said, I'll get busy now, you should spend some time with Chu and the others. This is the evolution crystal. Each of you 5 takes one and enhance your strength as soon as possible. Tung Baijun hesitated for a moment, but still accepted it, saying, then I'll get busy now. As Tung Baijun left, Beichen was left sitting alone in the hall. After pouring himself a drink, Beichen went. Upon entering the room, Beichen discovered the 2 women discussing whether the baby would be a boy or a girl and what names they would give them. Beichen smiled and went downstairs. It had been 2 months since he last strolled through the city of Dachau, and this time he saw what it meant to have a safe haven in the apocalypse. Previously, Beichen hadn't had this concept in his mind. Now the atmosphere in the city of Daxiao was one of flourishing vitality with smiles on the faces of every person, whether they were from the Yinglong Guard or ordinary residents. Only after enduring days of hunger and oppression did one come to realize the value of peace and stability. Beichen wandered around the city of Daxiao and returned to the Lord's mansion an hour later. At this time Zhang Dabiao was already anxious readying the 20 most elite members of the battalion. Beichen's name had long resonated throughout the Huaxiao war zone. These 20 were warriors from the Xin battalion, who followed Zhang Dabiao, and had of course had the fortune to meet Beichen. As Beichen appeared they all stood tall. "We meet the Lord," Zhang Dabiao said with a serious expression. "Report to the Lord the 20 elite members of the Xin battalion are assembled and ready for your orders." Beichen nodded with a smile looking at the 20 spirited and fully armed warriors. As if recalling something he said, "Dabiao, take the soldiers to collect a day's worth of military rations. You'll return tomorrow afternoon to replace the Huang battalion." Understood. It was not easy to come back, and Beichen was really not in a hurry. After Zhang Dabiao's team was fully prepared it was still afternoon, and Beichen returned to the villa to temporarily bid farewell to Teng Chu Chu Shuihan and the others. Meanwhile, in the forbidden area on the Wuling vehicle, Bai Li was bored consuming the dragon blood left by Beichen. After all, being a transcendent pet, her true form was a colorful swallowing python, and this little food was hardly enough for her. "Sigh. When will the master return? I'm so hungry." Bai Li pouted and looked around. Suddenly dozens of vehicles came rolling towards her. "Oh, is it food? A people arriving?" Bai Li's eyes lit up, but remembering her master's command, she knew she couldn't kill anyone unless they provoked her. "Are they the master's enemies?" Bai Li opened the sunroof of the Wuling car, poking half her body out. Golden hair, with a face like it was cut by a knife. "Are they the prey the master mentioned? I wonder if they are the master's enemies. That would be great." Bai Li, full of anticipation, swallowed hard. Soon dozens of Hummer vehicles surrounded the Wuling car heavily. Instantly many burly men with thick hair got out of their cars, and Bai Li's appearance in this rarely visited forbidden area was like a beautiful scenery. One could only say it was too eye-catching, with tight fair skin and a devilishly attractive figure, although her lower half was temporarily hidden from view. "Oh my god, is this an immortal from the Huaxiao world? Truly too beautiful. Ha ha ha. I want this woman. Goddess, let me meet you. I will surely become your most loyal servant." Looking at Bai Li's pristine, clear eyes, all the golden-haired men immediately fell for her. As they saw dozens of people approaching, Bai Li's smile grew even wider. "Don't come any closer, or I might get angry." Judging by her voice and age, Bai Li seemed to be at most 17 or 18, but her overly alluring figure made her appear more mature. "Ha ha ha. That voice is truly heavenly. I want this woman. Oh, I'll offer 100 micro-assault rifles. Don't fight me for her. I'll offer 3 6.0 cannons. I'll let this woman be mine." It appeared that the three factions were ready to fight over Bai Li's ownership. At this time a golden-haired man with a beard cursed, "Damn, since no one is letting go, then let's share this woman. 1 day each." "Good. All right, but the first night is mine." Instantly the three faction leaders reached an agreement, their eager eyes fixed on Bai Li. "I said you can't come any closer, otherwise I will get angry." Bai Li's words ignited the desires of the dozens of, "Ha ha, I love a woman who gets angry, especially one as beautiful as you, a Huaxiao woman. Ha ha ha. I'm also being honest here." Bai Li coldly stared at the approaching figures. She certainly did not forget what Beichen had instructed her. "As long as you step within 10 meters, then you will belong to me." The burly men gradually approached, and soon arrived near the Wuling car. 10 meters, I'm angry now, so you all belong to me." After saying this, Bai Li licked her lips hungrily. Rip! Bai Li's originally adorable and delicate face abruptly transformed into a terrifying visage, making her delicate features resemble an abstract serpent's face. As Bai Li let out a sharp scream, her captivating eyes shot forth beams of white light. "Ah! A demon! Retreat!" Bang bang bang. Many of the outer subordinates were not qualified to capture such a beauty with their leader, but they still had basic defenses. Seeing the beauty transform into a demon, many began firing their guns. However, something astonishing occurred. The originally indestructible bullets gradually transformed into a white chalk-like substance as they hit the incoming white light. The three faction leaders closest to Bai Li exclaimed in horror, watching their hands slowly petrify as the white color gradually spread throughout their bodies. "Beautiful. Medusa." At this moment the dozens of subordinates at the periphery were terrified, hurriedly fleeing for their lives. However, they soon discovered that their legs could not bend after being illuminated by the white light, followed by their entire lower half, and gradually their whole bodies. In less than a minute, looking at the various humanoid stone sculptures around, Bai Li chuckled, seemingly celebrating the beginning of her feast. "So much food, ooh, I can finally have a hearty meal now." Bai Li suddenly opened her mouth wide and sucked in. Immediately the seemingly stone-like figures began to exude streams of red blood energy. These blood energies gathered towards Bai Li's mouth, like swallows returning to their nests. With just a smile, a glare, and a suck, dozens of armed men were all annihilated. After finishing her meal, Bailey stood atop the wooling car, gazing into the distance. Sigh, is there nothing left? What a pity, otherwise while the master is away, I could have stockpiled some for tonight. Saying this, Bailey transformed back to her true form and landed on the ground, crawling towards the dozens of humanoid stone sculptures. Although these humans were dead, Bailey still deemed it necessary to hide them. However, just as Bailey was about to roll up a sculpture, a voice rang out behind her. Bailey, what are you playing with? It was Beichen's voice. Beichen had just returned to the forbidden area with 20 members of the Xuanzi troop through the particle transmission array. Yet as he stepped out from the array, he was greeted by the sight of white humanoid sculptures surrounding the wooling vehicle. Puzzled, he turned to see Bailey transforming into her true form, resembling a laborer as she used her body to roll a sculpture away towards the distance, creating the impression of a large-scale scene of destruction. Not only was Beichen confused, but the 20 dragon guards behind him, including the following Zhang Dapio, were also astonished. Bailey, what are you doing? Beichen couldn't help but ask. Zhang Dapio's eyes widened, feeling that this scene was reminiscent of a certain movie from before the game. These human sculptures look as if they've turned to stone. Beichen glanced at Zhang Dapio, and something clicked in his mind. The other Dragon Guard members were also on high alert, watching a white python in the distance. Don't worry, this is my pet. Her name is Bai Li, and she will serve as the guardian of the Infinite Illusion Camp from now on. Zhang Dapio and the 20 Dragon Guards were bewildered that a snake had been given a name. However, when Bailey shivered, released the sculpture, and turned into a half-woman, half-snake beauty, everyone except Beichen gaped in astonishment. What the? Medusa from European mythology. They say Medusa is even more beautiful than the goddess of life. Oh, I never believed it before, but now I do. At that moment, Bailey, like a child caught doing something wrong, hung her head and approached Beichen, saying, Master, they are looking for revenge on you, and they approached the vehicle without your permission within 10 meters. Beichen looked at Bailey, his expression neutral. Seeing his demeanor, Bailey felt even more guilty and hurriedly explained, I did warn them not to come close twice. Also, they said they wanted to capture me and use me as a replacement for a day or something. The Dragon Guard members were shocked that Bailey could speak, but upon hearing her next words they were infuriated, wanting to capture her as a substitute for a day. Damn, that's a good kill. Zhang Dapio couldn't help but praise Bailey. Really? Upon hearing this, Bailey's eyes turned crescent-shaped as she looked innocently at Zhang Dapio, then stealthily glanced at Beichen. So that's how it is. Well, if they're dead, then they're dead, right? They're just foreigners anyway. Beichen patted Bailey's head and said, Is it because you were hungry that you happened to encounter people seeking revenge on me? Bailey's cheeks flushed red. How did her master know everything? If it weren't for her hunger, she wouldn't have come out from the wooling vehicle. If she hadn't revealed her body, dozens of people wouldn't have noticed her. Seeing this, Beichen smiled bitterly and said, Dapio, take the team to gather over there first. I'll join you shortly. Immediately, Zhang Dapio and the 20 Dragon Guards replied in unison, yes. Bailey, follow me. Beichen said as he turned towards the wooling vehicle. Bailey thought Beichen was still angry and anxiously followed behind him. A person and a snake walked towards the wooling vehicle under the watchful eyes of Zhang Dapio and the others. Captain, do you think this girl might also be the little woman of the city lord? An old veteran grinned and asked softly, causing the others to chuckle. Zhang Dapio stood upright and muttered, Be careful, misfortune can come from careless words. Yes. Upon being reminded by the captain, the Dragon Guards ceased their chatter. As Beichen and Bailey returned to the vehicle, Bailey immediately wrapped her arms around Beichen's waist from behind, pouting. Master, you're finally back? I was so lonely alone. Beichen turned to look at Bailey, who resembled a clingy kitten, and couldn't help but smile. That's why I want a reward. Wow, a reward. Bailey didn't know what the reward was, but instinctively closed her eyes. Seeing Bailey's innocent demeanor, Beichen felt a rush of warmth in his lower abdomen. He lightly brushed his hand against Bailey's delicate nose, saying, You little temptress, I brought food specially for you. Bailey winced slightly, feeling wronged as she curiously looked at Beichen's hand. Before her appeared several large plastic barrels filled with red liquid. This is the blood of mutated beasts, a special reward for you. Seeing the 5 full barrels, Bailey instantly burst into tears, but the tears flowed from her little cherry-like mouth. Hey, is this enough to make you cry? Master, you're so good to Bailey. How should I repay you? Bailey suddenly hugged Beichen's neck affectionately, rubbing her cheek against his. Sigh. With what you just said, Master does all this just to help you grow stronger quickly and evolve again. Then you can become my right-hand assistant. There's no need to talk about repayment until your next evolution. Beichen said this with a serious expression, showing no signs of his true sinister thoughts. Next evolution. Bailey nodded happily. It seems Master cares a lot about my next evolution. Beichen looked down from above, taking in Bailey's beautiful form. Of course, once you also have a complete human body like mine, I can take you flying. Upon hearing this, Bailey's little face turned rosy as she gazed with longing. Flying in the sky, Master. Hearing her innocent words, Beichen smiled brightly and shook his head. The sky is too low. I will take you flying into the clouds. While flying in the clouds, then Bai Li will really become a flying dragon, right? Exactly, so Bai Li needs to seize the time to enhance her strength and evolve early. Bai Li nodded, and then seemed to remember something as she looked at Beichen. Master, after last night, I've been feeling quite uncomfortable here. From the moment Bai Li hatched to having a half-human body, less than 3 days had passed, and she could be said to be pure as a blank slate. At this moment, she was using both hands to hold up her prominent chest, looking at Beichen with a pleading expression. Feeling uncomfortable. Bai Li, are you trying to be suggestive? Beichen said with a smile that seemed ambiguous. What suggestive? Aren't we in the vehicle? Bai Li continued to pout. Master, Bai Li feels uncomfortable here. Looking at Bai Li's watery eyes and innocent cheeks with her soft pleading voice, Beichen felt he was committed. His gaze shifted to the outside of the vehicle, noticing that the dragon guards were all facing away from the Wuling vehicle. To avoid suspicion, Beichen could only sigh helplessly. It felt so real, as if this matter would bring him enormous losses. Bai Li, take off your top. I'll rub it for you to see if it can help reduce the swelling. Okay. What is the highest realm of a scumbag? It's receiving tremendous benefits while acting as if he's suffering a huge loss. Bai Li was still incredibly grateful to him. With gentle, yet firm movements, the car's temperature slowly began to rise. You better not make a sound or Master won't help you reduce the swelling in the future. Bai Li felt that Beichen's technique, alternating between light and heavy touches, seemed to have a magical effect that could manipulate her inner emotions. About 10 minutes later, as Beichen stepped out of the vehicle, the first thing he did was take a deep breath. Damn, she's truly a little demon. Oh, if I take her flying once, what will it be like in the future? As Beichen stepped down from the vehicle, the 20 waiting Yinglongwei warriors all shuddered, straightening their chests. Zhang Dabiao looked at Beichen with eyes full of envy. Ahem. Let me say a few words. Beichen glared at Zhang Dabiao, then cleared his throat and pointed to the yellow line not far ahead, saying, as long as we cross that yellow line, we will have completely entered the Forbidden Zone. Yes. The Forbidden Zone has 9 levels of difficulty. Beichen then shared the insights he had gathered over the past few days with everyone, including some taboos, such as how even if one fails the tasks in the first 3 environments, they will not be permanently lost, explaining it all very thoroughly. This was also why Beichen decided to send only a small number of Yinglongwei warriors in the past few days. After all, exploring the Forbidden Zone is filled with infinite possibilities, and of course dangers lurk everywhere. There were too many people for him to handle alone. However, these people were all outstanding warriors from the 4 major legions, and Beichen believed that as long as he led them through once, and they personally experienced the tasks in the Forbidden Zone, they would be able to share their experiences with other warriors when they returned to Daxiao City. With this word of mouth, he could quickly become a hands-off city lord again, but the initial effort he had to invest was not. Beichen meticulously covered every detail, speaking for a full half hour. By the time he finished, his throat felt like it was on fire. Yet at this moment, Zhang Dabiao and his group were all filled with enthusiasm, spirits high. Amazing, there really is such a place. Talent rewards might appear on peaks 4 to 6. Zhang Dabiao's face flushed with excitement. Beichen responded quietly, for the first attempt, I suggest starting from the first peak. Once you are familiar with the rules, you can challenge higher difficulties. Yes. Everyone chorused in response. Beichen waved his hand and said, go ahead, I will wait here for your return. Yes, City Lord. Life is but once, choose wisely and don't act recklessly. This advice was primarily directed at Zhang Da. At this moment, all the Yinglongwei were not thinking about acquiring powerful firearms from the Forbidden Zone. What lingered in their minds was the memory of their first arrival at Daxiao City, where Beichen displayed abilities that seemed like a divine descent. City Lord, I have a question. A veteran with a buzz cut and fiery eyes looked at Beichen and spoke loudly. Oh, what question? Beichen replied with great interest. If we successfully pass the tasks in the Forbidden Zone, can we become as strong as the City Lord? Once this question was asked, the other warriors fell silent, their hopeful gazes fixed on Beichen, clearly indicating that their admiration for his strength was not something that had developed overnight. Beichen smiled and nodded slightly. It is quite possible, but you must explore and obtain it yourselves. Upon hearing this, the 20 Yinglongwei warriors erupted in cries of excitement. Zhang Dabiao could hardly contain his excitement and shouted to his warriors, everyone turn right. Let's go. Our goal is the infinite illusions of the Forbidden Zone. Beichen crossed his arms and watched as the 20 warriors entered the Forbidden Zone, one by one disappearing from sight. He knew the warriors must have entered their independent spaces. Looking up at the towering 9th peak, he whispered, I wonder if you have the quest to clear the game there. If there is a quest. The long wait did not make Beichen feel anxious. He knew that the Yinglongwei were regular active duty soldiers, and retired veterans obeying orders was a basic principle. Furthermore, this was their first time entering the Forbidden Zone for tasks, so no one would take the risk of their lives to accept a task on the 6th peak. After about 3 hours, Beichen's legs became weak from standing, yet not a single Yinglongwei warrior emerged, causing him to become increasingly anxious. If it was just a task on the first peek, even if it was a 5-star task, it shouldn't be that not a single person had come out. From his understanding over the past few days, Beichen knew that each person's independent space refreshed with different task levels, so there was no reason for all 20 of them to receive 5-star tasks. Another hour passed, and it was already dark, yet not a single person had returned. At this point, Beichen could no longer sit still, and also moved toward the Forbidden Zone. However, just as Beichen approached the edge of the Forbidden Zone, a burly man suddenly appeared beside him out of nowhere. Then 1, 2, 3. 20 people appeared all at once beside Beichen. You all. How did you come out together? Can you maintain contact during the task? The 20 warriors stared blankly for a few seconds before reacting. When Zhang Dabiao saw Beichen, he exclaimed in surprise. City Lord, this Forbidden Zone illusion task is incredibly thrilling. Just now, when we entered together, the game console prompted us to see if we wanted to accept a Legion task, but you didn't mention anything about a Legion task before. Zhang Dabiao couldn't help but pull out a password box, saying, so I deduced that you didn't know about this task mode, so I led my brothers to accept that task. Upon hearing this, Beichen's expression changed slightly. He had indeed entered the Forbidden Zone a few times before, but he had never gone in with 2, 3, or even 20 people at once, nor had he considered that it could be done this way. The unexpected situation made Beichen feel uneasy. If Zhang Dabiao and the others didn't return today, he would be heartbroken, as these were all valiant core warriors of the Yinglong Way. So, did you complete the Legion task? What was the Legion task in the illusion? Beichen curiously took the password box from Zhang Dabiao. Upon hearing Beichen's question, Zhang Dabiao and the other 19 warriors displayed expressions of sheer delight. Hee. It was a high-ground defense battle, an enhanced squad resisting a crazy attack from a battalion. As long as we hold off the enemies for 4 hours without our teammates dying completely, and the high ground not being lost, we will succeed. Zhang Dabiao continued, exclaiming, City Lord, you don't know. Just now in the illusion, I was hit by a mortar shell, and at that moment, I felt like I was falling apart. It was truly a feeling of death. Yeah, I got shot too. A whole magazine from a Type 38 rifle hit me. Suddenly, the other members also began to share their experiences in the illusion. Oh, so what was the star rating for your Legion task this time? Beichen opened the password box and saw various data recorded on A4 papers with groups of formulas and similar chemical composition analysis graphs that dazzled his eyes. Oh, it seems to be a 3-star difficulty 3-star task. Zhang Dabiao said, curiously looking at the already opened password box. City Lord, what is the design diagram for the 2-nanometer composite chip? Beichen also looked down at the cover introduction of the first layer of the password box. I'm not very sure either. This thing shouldn't appear in the game world. Beichen felt that this box of items was not simple. Closing the password box and looking carefully, a few Chinese characters were clearly written. 2-nanometer composite chip data package. 15. Beichen gasped. So completing the Legion task only got a part of the 2-nanometer chip data package. This item is not simple. Beichen's major in university was literature. He was an outsider to information technology, but his instincts told him that this item was not simple. While Beichen walked towards the Wuling car with the password box, he looked at Zhang Dabiao and said, from now on you can have free activities. Rest well tonight. There's no need to set up sentries as Bai Li is here to guard, so it's very safe. Upon hearing free activities, Zhang Dabiao and the other warriors cheered like children released from school. The simulated feeling they experienced earlier made them truly realize the cruelty of war. For a soldier, from the moment they entered the barracks, they must always be prepared for battle. Captain, should we have another Legion war? I didn't get enough of firing my heavy machine gun just now. Yeah, Captain, with this atmosphere, we can't sleep. Let's have another round. Captain. Each one looked at Zhang Dabiao, seeking his consent. Zhang Dabiao was also stirred up by the soldier's words. Glancing at the time, it was only 7:30, so he nodded and shouted, everyone attention. Target the Forbidden Zone. Yes. After exchanging a few casual words, Beichen returned to the Wuling vehicle with the data cipher case. By then, Bai Li had already fallen into deep slumber, though she would soon awaken. After all, snakes are nocturnal hunters, and Bai Li bore the solemn duty of guarding the camp. Seated in the vehicle, Beichen immediately sent a private message to Tung Baimillion inquiring about the true value of this 2-nanometer composite chip technology. Baimillion, take a look at this. Knowing his friend was still awake at this hour, Beichen proactively initiated a trade. Sure enough, upon receiving the message, Tung Baimillion instantly accepted the trade. Beichen transferred a technical datasheet, and within less than a minute the transaction was complete. At once, Tung Baimillion's private messages flooded in one after another. Beichen, did you retrieve this from the Forbidden Zone? Yes. Dabiao and his team accidentally triggered the officer illusion quest and obtained one fragment of the data package. Is this actually useful? Ah, I see. Within the game world, this artifact holds virtually no value, but transplanted into reality, it becomes an incalculable treasure. Its very existence, if leaked, could draw the undivided attention of world leaders across the globe. Oh, so precious. Isn't it just a chip? Can't our homeland China manufacture such things independently? Heh. manufacture it ourselves. Currently, only two entities possess cutting-edge chip fabrication capability: Helan and Taiwan Province's Taiji Electronics. Upon reading that line, Beichen instantly lost all interest in the so-called 2-nanometer chip. If such technology already existed in reality, what purpose would retaining it serve? Then never mind. I suppose Zhang de Biao chose poorly when selecting his reward. Yet barely had Beichen sent that offhand remark when Tung Bai Million replied instantly, "It seems you know next to nothing about chips. Even the world's most advanced semiconductor firms can only produce 5-nanometer chips, while Taiji Electronics, our nation's foremost domestic manufacturer, claims independent capability only down to 7 nanometers. Oh, I see. So is this truly valuable? Or merely rare? Let me put it this way to you: does launching a space rocket seem extraordinarily high-tech? In truth, fabricating chips is infinitely more complex. Even Helan's most elite semiconductor foundry, the world's pinnacle, was built only through the convergence of patented technologies from multiple nations. And notably, none of those contributing nations were China. Hence we import over 20 billion US dollars worth of chips annually. What? Over 20 billion. Is that real? Indeed. And only a fraction of those imports are 5-nanometer chips. The majority 6 and 7-nanometer variants serve primarily in smartphones. Then, if we secured the full architectural schematics and experimental datasets for this 2-nanometer composite chip, wouldn't that propel us straight to the summit of life? Calling it the summit of life falls drastically short. It defies imagination altogether. A decisive plan now crystallized in Beichen's mind. Yet Tung Bai Million messaged again, "Beichen, doesn't this strike you as profoundly strange? Within the game world, whether smashing resource crates or probing mist-shrouded zones, even subpar loot retains some utility. Yet this time, only raw manufacturing data and partial design blueprints were yielded." Beichen's stiffened realization dawning. "You mean, the Forbidden Zone harbors the ultimate quest for completing the game?" "Precisely. This is but one example. I recommend we prepare accordingly. Not only these blueprints, but also schematics for advanced jet engines, strategic bombers, aircraft carriers. Anything our homeland remains technologically embargoed from acquiring. A technological blockade resembles this: imagine your family cultivates 10 mu of potatoes. Yet a foreign corporation buys them at rock-bottom prices, processes them into French fries, and sells them back at multiples, sometimes dozens, of the original purchase cost. Excellent. I share precisely that intent. You handle the arrangements. Tomorrow dispatch all remaining warriors of the Huang and Xian Corps, fully provisioned, to the Forbidden Zone." Understood. As Tung Bai Million typed those words, a fragile ember of hope flickered within him. For home ultimately was China. Beichen too gazed toward the highest peak of the Forbidden Zone. His resolve hardened once both corps assembled. Tomorrow he would deliver brief instructions, then attempt ascent. The moment his private chat with Tung Bai Million ended, Bai Li stirred awake. Stretching languidly, she yawned, a profound joy surging through her at the sight of her master, eyes opening directly upon him. "Master, you're here too." Beichen gently stroked her head. "From today onward you bear the sacred charge of guarding the camp." "I understand. Leave it to me." Beichen nodded. "Tomorrow many will arrive at the camp. Do not act rashly against them. They are all comrades in arms." "Many people?" Bai Li understands. "Go forth. Should anyone suspicious approach the camp, eliminate them without hesitation." At those words, Bai Li snapped, fully alert. Transforming into her true serpentine form, she leapt from the vehicle and vanished into the velvet night. Opportunity favors only the prepared. Escaping the game world would be ideal, even though here he reigned unchallenged as an absolute sovereign. Yet with Tung Chu-Chu's pregnancy, his yearning for parents and grandfather intensified. They had long dreamed of holding their grandson. "Mother, father, grandfather, how fare you now? Given the chance I will return." He swore this vow inwardly. Now his heart burned solely for home. While alliances like the Three Kingdoms coalition held no sway over him, he let them flail as they pleased so long as they left him undisturbed. Lost in thoughts of family, Beichen drifted into sleep right there in the driver's seat. Time flowed on, until dawn brought the Huang and Xian Corps warriors streaming en masse into the Forbidden Zone. After brief orientation by veterans like Zhang de Biao and Beichen, who had previously entered the zone, the troops surged forward exhilarated into the Forbidden Zone's boundaries. Guided by Tung Bai Million's categorized list of frontier technologies, Beichen deliberately emphasized those specific domains during training, ensuring every warrior grasped their significance. Purpose-driven selection, coupled with structured Legion missions, bore fruit swiftly. On day 1, a Huang Corps squad secured data package 2 for the 2mm composite chip. On day 2, Zhang de Biao's team acquired the complete design schematics and experimental datasets for an advanced jet engine. By day 3, even Shui Yihan, the commander of the D Corps, could no longer resist as she privately messaged Beichen requesting permission to enter the Forbidden Zone herself. He declined. His sole directive to Shui Yihan was clear: safeguard Tung Chu-Chu and her unborn child during this critical period. Finally, Zhang Yichun led both the Tian and D Corps through the particle teleportation array directly into the Forbidden Zone. Weapons and ammunition were now the least scarce resources in Daxia City State. Though most Yinglong Guard warriors had been redeployed to the Forbidden Zone headquarters remained heavily fortified. There under Tungbei Million's direct recruitment stood the Yinglong Guard Reserve, proof that 1,000 days of preparation yield decisive power in a single hour of action. With the Tian Corps of awakened warriors arriving, systematic, almost predatory task acquisition commenced. Some, driven by curiosity, dared undertake high-difficulty quests, only to pay with their lives. Thereafter no one dared act recklessly. Approximately 6 days later, Beichen smiled as he reviewed the gains of these days. Not bad. I've obtained the design blueprints and test data for advanced aircraft engines. I also have the design blueprints for the 100-ton aircraft carrier. The other items were merely trifles to Beichen, and he did not pay much attention to them. However, the design blueprints for the 2-nanometer composite chip were the last piece, and the 20 small groups of over 2,000 people couldn't manage to get it within a day. This made Beichen suspect that other players from different battle zones might have gotten it first. Thinking of this, Beichen was about to send a private message to Tung Baiwan to inquire about the news. However, before he could send the message, Tung Baiwan directly shouted in the Daxia City cadre channel, "Enemies are invading." Instantly, Beichen's expression changed. Zhang Yiqin, Zhang Dabiao, and Peng Xinjia all had solemn expressions, remaining silent as they waited for Beichen's orders. Beichen calmly sent a private message to Tung Baiwan saying, "Who dares to invade my Daxia City with such a..." Beichen's calmness stemmed from his absolute confidence. Although the core forces of Daxia City were in the forbidden area, the citizens of Daxia City, who had experienced oppression and humiliation, were not to be underestimated. Currently, the Yinglong Guard was on standby, armed and ready. The city walls of Daxia City stood at a formidable 8 meters, constructed from iron sand concrete. Let's not mention just a group of lowly foes. Even 20 Katyusha rocket launchers would need to bombard the main gate of Daxia City for an entire day to destroy it. I saw through the shared vision from the city lord that they are Europeans, likely from Megwa or the European battle zone. Seeing Beichen so unflustered, Tung Baiwan seemed to realize that Beichen wanted to take this opportunity to test the citizens of Daxia City. Ireland 4. How dare he invade Daxia City across battle zones? He must have some backing. In that case, Baiwan, don't panic. Daxia City may not have much, but we have plenty of hot weapons and many citizens. Bring out all the weapons from the military warehouses and simultaneously announce in the city that peaceful days need protection. With the city lord and the 4 legions absent, those who wish to be part of Daxia City should automatically arm themselves to resist the invasion. Beichen's words were already quite straightforward. He wanted to see how many citizens would be willing to stand up to protect Daxia City in the face of an attack. As the vice city lord of Daxia City and the first strategist, Tung Baiwan certainly understood Beichen's intentions and immediately replied, "Understood, I will take care of this right away. You go ahead and do it. I'll send Baili back later. If there are any life-threatening emergencies, let it act, and Beichen's new pet Baili was something Tung Baiwan was also aware of, as it was an extraordinary level pet. After finishing his instructions, Beichen turned to Zhang Yichen and said, "Do not worry about this, I will handle it. You all proceed according to plan." "Yes, city lord." Since Beichen said he would personally handle it, Zhang Yichen and others would not say more, for Beichen's prowess had long been deeply engraved in their minds. That is Beichen. Invincible. Baili had been quite busy hunting down the spies from other national battle zones these days, and had also been living quite well. Gently scraping Baili's nose, he said, "Baili, wake up." Master, are you looking for me?" Beichen smiled as he rubbed Baili's head, saying, "Haven't you been saying you are not full these days? Well, today I will take you to a place that will likely allow you to feast to your heart's content." "Wow, really, master? Where is it?" Baili's eyes lit up instantly. As a 7-colored sky-devouring python devouring the blood essence of dozens of people was merely a drizzle. However, the prerequisite is that you must listen to one person's words. You can only act if he tells you to. Do you understand? Baili asked curiously, "Who is it? Who is so bold to command me?" "Don't be rude, this person is my good brother. Remember his name, Tung Baiwan. When you arrive at the other side of the teleportation array, he will be there to greet you." "Oh, alright." Hearing that Beichen wouldn't accompany her, Baili immediately lost interest. If it came down to choosing between eating and staying by Beichen's side, she would unhesitatingly choose to stay with Beichen. As Beichen waved his hand, light suddenly shone beside the Wuling car, forming a beam of light. "Go ahead, he is waiting for you just on the other side of the door." "Oh master, you have to wait for me to come back, you can't leave Baili all alone." Baili looked at Beichen with a pitiful... Beichen chuckled, "Don't worry, master hasn't taken you flying yet, how could I possibly leave you behind?" "Alright then, Baili is off." As Baili stepped into the teleportation array, the door, formed by the beams of light, vanished into thin air. "Ireland 4, huh? I'm quite curious about who gave you the courage to invade my Daxia City." Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Daxia City Lord's mansion, expecting Beichen to send strong reinforcements, Tung Baiwan and the Earth Character Legion commander were there to greet them, only having heard from Zhang Dabiao that the city lord had recently obtained a pet. However, they had never seen it in person. Everyone was curious. When the teleportation door lit up, Bai Li, a snow-white figure faintly shimmering with rainbow colors, appeared. Instantly, everyone present was dumbfounded. They had seen snakes before, but it was hard to associate such an animal with elegance and beauty. It was simply absurd. As Bai Li was teleported to the entrance of the Daxia City Lord's mansion, she raised her head, flicking her tongue, surveying the crowd. Wow, this is the pet my husband just acquired. She's so beautiful and elegant. Shui Yihan was stunned. Tung Baiwan nodded as he looked at Bai Li, saying, her eyes are full of intelligence, her wisdom must be considerable. Knowing that the white snake before them would not harm themselves or others, Tung Baiwan took a step forward and said gently, Tung Baiwan, you must be Beichen's new pet, right? Bai Li scrutinized Tung Baiwan carefully, and when she sensed the faint energy aura emanating from him and Shui Yihan, she instinctively flicked her tongue, as if questioning why the previous humans she consumed weren't like these. However, Bai Li did not respond, and crawled a little closer to Tung Baiwan. Just then the icy chill that had startled Tung Baiwan made him instinctively take a step back. Just as he was about to admonish Bai Li not to act recklessly, the next moment his mouth fell open wide enough to fit it, because right before his eyes the white python slowly transformed into a breathtaking beauty, with dual horns, half human, half snake. Wow, a monster. Be cautious, it's a snake spirit. Naturally, the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, and all were seasoned warriors from the Earth Character Legion. Upon witnessing this scene, they swiftly aimed dozens of fine firearms at the now transformed Bai Li. At that moment, Tung Baiwan and Shui Yihan felt as if their worldview had collapsed, because they saw it too clearly. Bai Li sensed the slight chill and slowly turned her head, her pale red eyes sweeping over the Yinglong Guard members who were aiming hot weapons at her. She then looked at Tung Baiwan and lightly said, my master said to send me here, possibly to allow me to have a hearty meal. Are they the ones? Can I eat them? The words rolled off his tongue with effortless candor. No hesitation, no pretense. To ask outright in broad daylight whether someone could be eaten. That was pure directness, blunt, unvarnished, and utterly uncompromising. Tung Baichen swallowed hard. Beichen hadn't just sent back a powerful ally. He delivered an indiscriminate apocalyptic weapon. All of you, Earth-class Yinglong Guards, withdraw from the city lord's residence immediately. Do not re-enter unless summoned. Tung Baichen bore no intention to rebuke them. These Yinglong Guards were elite warriors sworn to safeguard the core leadership of Daxia City, a sacred duty etched into their very being. Yes, sir. As over a dozen armed Yinglong Guards withdrew, the atmosphere within the residence gradually eased. Shui Yihan gazed curiously at Bai Li, her eyes shimmering with awe and quiet admiration. My master said food was here. Where is it? I'm famished. Absent Beichen's presence, Bai Li's innate hauteur and icy aloofness surfaced unmasked. Tung Baichen recognized her as a fully transformed familiar, likely possessing terrifying combat prowess. Just as he prepared to escort Bai Li toward the city wall's defensive sector, an Yinglong reserve captain burst violently into the residence. Barely crossing the threshold, he shouted, Deputy City Lord, disaster. We're overwhelmed. Those besieging the city, they all wield innate abilities. Our bullets cannot pierce them. At those words, Tung Baimillion's face paled. Bai Li, however, arched her eyes into crescent moons of delight. Tung Baimillion, simultaneously assuming the city lord's integrated command mode, gained divine perspective, granting him omniscient oversight of Daxia City, including the battlefield along its ramparts. When he beheld the attackers, tall figures with flowing silver hair, emerald eyes, and vast demonic wings unfurling from their backs, he recoiled in shock. Without pause for explanation, he instantly ordered the Yinglong Reserve to withdraw. This battle had transcended mortal capacity. Ascending the city gate alongside Tung Baimillion and Shui Yihan, Bai Li stepped into a vision straight from a thousand nightmare scroll, grotesque leering faces swarming like spectral hordes. Each assailant shimmered beneath a faint, insubstantial, yet unervingly tangible shadow, a veil of darkness clinging to their skin like second flesh. Even 62mm rounds shattered harmlessly against that obsidian shroud. Heavy fortification weaponry targeted only monstrous siege beasts, not human players, so Tung Baimillion knew instantly this was no beast tied. Even 62mm rounds shattered harmlessly against that obsidian shroud. Heavy fortification weaponry targeted only monstrous siege beasts, not human players, so Tung Baimillion knew instantly, if I absorb their anomalous energy, I shall evolve once more, and then Master will carry me skyward. Bai Li spoke without filter or restraint, and both listeners heard her plainly. Bai Li, Yihan, engage. Tung Baimillion's command cracked like thunder. Simultaneously, he drew from his robes a gleaming white hammer, its surface flickering with nascent lightning. Oblivious to the phrase, carry me skyward. Instinctively, he imagined Beichen summoning a demon god and soaring through the heavens with Bai Li astride him. Meanwhile, with the reserve troops evacuated from the ramparts, enemy soldiers swiftly scaled the 8-meter walls. Bai Li, Yihan, engage. Tung Bei Million's command cracked like thunder. Simultaneously he drew from his robes a gleaming white hammer, its surface flickering with nascent lightning. Shui Yihan unsheathed the obsidian longsword ever at her hip, the black blade Dark Moon a gift from Beichen. Those who invade Daxiao City shall perish. A faint chilling mist coalesced around her form, an aura so frigid it prickled the skin. This was the sole attribute of the black blade, an overwhelming, suffocating aura of slaughter. Don't move. They're mine. No one anticipated Bai Li's sudden declaration. A sly smile curled her lips, and in an instant she dissolved into her true form. This time battle demanded scale. Her serpentine body swelled several-fold in size. A roar, deep, resonant, draconic, shattered the air, echoing violently in Tung Bei Million and Shui Yihan's ears. Before they could react, Bai Li had vanished. Lifting their gaze, they beheld a colossal white serpent, thick as a water cistern, racing with blinding speed along all four ramparts of Daxiao City. Those newly ascended Megwa players hadn't even registered triumph when a streak of white light flashed past. Their demon-possessed forms, impervious to bullets, let loose ear-splitting shrieks. Then amid soldiers' cries of horror their flesh whitened, stiffened, and within 3 seconds solidified into flawless, lifeless stone statues. SSSSS. Ah, Medusa, the Gorgon from Greek myth, transformed into serpent form. Recognition struck instantly. Many players faltered, hearts seized by dread. One by one Megwa players scrambled atop the 8-meter wall, only to hurl themselves backward in blind flight. Then, another draconic roar split the sky. From Bai Li's eyes lanced beams of white light, precise lethal laser straight, each striking a fleeing foe. In mere moments her petrifying ability claimed over 100 lives. That carnage on the ramparts froze the attackers mid-climb. Find the king. Only the king can slay her. Voices rose in panicked unison across the Megwa front lines. Yet as the battle reached this precipice, Ireland IV, the architect behind the siege, finally revealed himself. A gale swept forth laced with the mournful wail of damned souls. Above Daxiao City's main gate a colossal shadow expanded, vast, jagged, and infinitely menacing. Tung Bei Million's face drained of color. He stared upward, voice raw with disbelief. Impossible. How do you possess the authority of a city lord? He has powers akin to Beichen's. Shui Yihan's expression turned ashen. As Beichen's consort, she had witnessed his demon god's majesty more than once. Yet upon closer inspection she discerned the difference. Where Beichen's summoned entity burned with devouring black flame, Ireland's manifested demon wreathed itself in swirling abyssal light. Ha ha ha, Medusa! The Gorgon whose beauty stirred envy, even in the goddess of life herself. Ireland's eyes blazed with unholy glee. Beichen's possession of the heavenly demon battle armor had severely eroded his mental fortitude. Ireland's corruption ran deeper, far more visceral, far more consuming. Gazing up at the titanic, snarling demon shape, cloaked in void light, Bai Li's expression hardened, for the first time, into solemn gravity. If I absorb his anomalous energy, I shall evolve instantly. Great peril heralded great reward. As Beichen's familiar, Bai Li shared his ethos. When force resolved matters, words were superfluous. Rower. Bai Li struck first. From her uplifted head twin searing beams erupted, blinding, incandescent, and charged with petrification. Light travels faster than thought. Before Ireland IV could react, the white beam struck true, yet no statue formed. Instead, a howl of maddened fury tore from his throat, raw, feral, and unbound. At this stage, Bai Li's greatest trump card is the petrifying white light. Her close combat experience is entirely instinctual, and she is a bit stunned to find that her greatest reliance has no effect. It's over, it actually has no effect. How could this happen? Seeing Bai Li's drastic change in expression, AI Erlon IV suddenly laughed even more maniacally, his wings trembling as he instantly rushed to Bai Li's side. A massive wing accompanied by a black wind struck Bai Li, sending her flying. You dare? Stop right there. The thunder god hammer in Tung Bai Wan's hand erupted with lightning enveloping him. With the boost of lightning, Tung Bai Wan suddenly gained a lot of confidence. However, a powerlessness-inducing scene unfolded. The striking hammer filled with blinding lightning hit AI Erlon IV's back, but he appeared completely unharmed while Tung Bai Wan staggered back several steps. Yihan quickly informed Beichen the power levels are not on the same tier. Shui Yihan had already sent a private message to Beichen, but as of now he had yet to reply. No good, Beichen is probably undertaking a mission in the Forbidden Area. Aha! The Great Xia City, a Tier 3 main city. It's all mine. If Beichen doesn't show up, that's fine, but if he does, I'll be the first to kill him. Seeing the armed forces in Great Xia City pose no threat to him, AI Erlon laughed heartily and did not immediately sweep through the crowd. You said you want to kill my master. Bai Li's eyes turned filled with murderous intent as she fixed her gaze on AI Erlon. Indeed, I want you to witness me personally killing Beichen. Clearly, after gaining this ability, AI Erlon's inner self began to fade. His voice boomed out, but just as he was about to capture Bai Li, In the core area of Great Xia City, a burst of blue light shot up into the sky from the back courtyard of the city lord's mansion. Caught. A cry echoed, resembling a gentle sound from the heavens, elegant, yet filled with coldness. Bang! As the blue light flashed in the sky, it swiftly arrived at the battlefield. When everyone looked up, they saw a bird engulfed in blue flames hovering in the sky, gazing down at the massive demonic shadow. You want to kill my father? It surprisingly spoke human words. Baby, you have finally completed your evolution. Shui Yihan exclaimed with joy. A smile appeared on Tung Baiwan's lips. You? What are you saying? Beichen is your father. Impossible. AI Erlon looked up at the blue flaming bird in the sky, his confidence dwindling. The pressure from this bird was too immense, overwhelming to the point of inducing a sense of suffocation. I'll ask you one more time, were you the one who said you would kill Beichen? His tone carried a hint of cold indifference. When had AI Erlon, the top dog of the Megwa battle zone, ever been this humble? Anger surged within him as he shouted, so what if I said that? Upon hearing this, the blue flames on the bird intensified. Beichen is my father, and you dare to say you want to kill him in front of me? As he spoke, the blue flames surrounding the young man surged into his eyes. You must die. Zing. Two beams of compressed blue light swiftly pierced through AI Erlan's forehead. It was all too fast. Tung Baiwan and Shui Yihan didn't even see it, while only Bai Li, who had decent strength, vaguely caught sight of two blue streaks of light flash by. You. How could this be possible? Thud. With the host dead, AI Erlan's demon sustained by his soul lost its host, and immediately charged towards the nearest Bai Li. However, at that moment, Bai Li still revealed her true form. Seeing this, she was caught off guard, and opened her mouth, a delicious treat instantly entering her mouth. This is real. I previously thought the story about waiting for a hair was fake, but it turns out it actually exists. Though happy, Bai Li still remained wary of the young man in the sky, thus maintaining her true form. Only her true form could ensure her combat strength was maximized. However, at this moment, the blue bird in the sky seemed to be focused not on the white python, but was circling in the air searching for something. Discovering it had not found its target, the young man flew back towards Tung Baiwan and the others. Before the blue bird landed, a wave of blue light spread, and when everyone looked again, they saw a girl dressed in blue feathers with long hair appearing before them. She seemed like a being not of this world. If it were just a comparison of beauty, the current baby was not inferior to Bai Li at all, but baby radiated a purity that Bai Li did not possess. Thus, whenever the two stood together, all gazes would naturally fall upon baby. Baby, you've grown tall. Aside from Beichen, the people baby was most familiar with were Tung Chu Chu and Shui Han. Upon seeing familiar faces, baby shed her previous aloofness towards enemies and transformed into a little girl who was both familiar yet somewhat strange. Auntie Han, where is my father? After a round of inquiries, baby learned that Beichen had gone to the forbidden area. Having just experienced a battle, Tung Baiwan exchanged a few words with baby before heading back to the city lord's mansion. Shui Han then carefully recounted all that had happened over the past 2 months to baby. At this point, baby looked at the white giant python that was chasing the enemies below the city and asked, Auntie Han, why is this white python helping us? Oh, this is your father's newly acquired pet, named Bai Li. Upon hearing this, baby pouted seemingly a bit. Shui Han naturally understood what baby was thinking and immediately explained, previously she was guarding the forbidden area camp, and it was because of this attack that your father sent her back. Because you were evolving for a long time, Beichen also needed helpers, so it's not that he doesn't care for you, but... I understand, Auntie. I'm not angry with this, Bai Liu, I just miss my father too much. Recalling how Beichen had always devoted himself to taking care of her since childhood, baby's desire to see Beichen intensified. By the way, baby, Annie has some good news for you. Shui Han knew that this news would surely make baby happy. What is it? Auntie, please tell me quickly. Baby looked eagerly. You won't be alone anymore. Your Choo-Choo auntie is having a little brother, and in 7 months he will meet you. In order for baby to grow up healthy, Beichen had put in a lot of effort covering everything from cultural lessons to the human history of Huaxia. You could say that now, aside from being her true form, baby is a genuine Huaxia person. Naturally, she understands the term pregnant. Wow, really? Annie Choo-Choo is having a little brother. I'm so happy now baby will have someone to play with. Instantly, baby's eyes curved into crescent moons as she constantly reimagined the appearance of her little brother. In just 5 minutes, Bai Li had swiftly eliminated the players who had invaded with the charm fruit, absorbing their life essence one by one. When Bai Li returned to the city walls with a satisfied expression, the gaze of the baby also turned towards her. Suddenly, Bai Li felt a sense of discomfort wash over her. However, what surprised Bai Li was that the girl in the green attire walked up to her and extended her hand, saying, I'm the first pet of Daddy. My name is Baby. Nice to meet you. Handshake, a basic etiquette, is quite normal among humans, but Bai Li had never engaged in such an exchange. She watched as baby extended her hand towards her. She thought the girl was asking her for something delicious. It's all gone, I've eaten it all. If you're hungry too, we'll save some for you next time. Baby? Hungry? Shui Yihan busily tried to smooth things over, saying Beichen probably hasn't taught her these things yet. Baby instantly showed a helpless gesture, as if to say fine. Then she waved goodbye to Bai Li and transformed back into her original form, dashing towards the city lord's mansion. She urgently needed to find Aunt Chu-Chu. Seeing Baby leave, Bai Li finally sighed in relief. Meanwhile, in the illusion task atop the 9th peak of the Forbidden Land, Beichen looked bewildered as he climbed towards a misty mountain. Is this the 9-star task of the 9th peak? Just a simple climb. It feels a bit too easy for me. Thinking this, Beichen was secretly shocked. I can't be trapped in the illusion of the Forbidden Land, already can I? Though I think the feeling of climbing is so real. After about an hour, Beichen finally reached the summit of the mountain. The highest level task, I wonder what awaits me. Since this task automatically disables all of a player's abilities and weapons, it's equivalent to being in the body of a mortal. Completing the 9-star task of the 9th peak. To be honest, even Beichen felt a bit apprehensive. His greatest reliance was the high-end kaleidoscope, the Black Flame Susanoo, and the Thunder Kirin rune. Without these, his strength would drop by a staggering 99. Fortunately, upon entering this illusion, he did not suffer any attacks. When he reached the mountain top, Beichen noticed that there seemed to be signs of habitation, as the soil beneath his feet bore clear traces of human passage. These are human footprints, not those of beasts. Could the highest level forbidden task involve battling against? Continuing forward after passing through a grove and crossing a clear stream, Beichen vaguely saw a thatched cottage at the edge of a rocky cliff. At the entrance of the thatched cottage stood a white stone platform beside an old pine tree. A figure dressed in a white robe with long hair flowing over his shoulders appeared clearly before him. Is there really someone here? But this attire, this hair, this decoration. It's quite retro, isn't it? As he approached, Beichen also discovered a long sword on the white stone platform that resembled a transparent crystal. With just one glance, Beichen concluded that this sword was of a much higher quality than the shadowless sword he had encountered. Fearing an ambush nearby, Beichen stopped 10 meters from the thatched cottage and addressed the man in ancient attire, saying, "May I ask if you are the guardian of the 9-star task of the 9th peak?" He had expected the man to turn around, but to his surprise he remained as still as a statue, merely uttering a faint reply, "Since you have come, make yourself comfortable, young friend." The manner of speech was somewhat archaic, which Beichen found difficult to comprehend. However, since he was in an illusion, he could only muster the courage to approach, and sat down opposite the man. As he reached the man's side, Beichen caught a glimpse of the man's appearance. He couldn't say he was handsome, but rather he had delicate features with red lips and white teeth, and he seemed to be around the same age as Beichen. Yet the aura that emanated from this person, coupled with his eyes that seemed to have seen through the mundane affairs of the world, truly astonished Beichen. "Young friend, please sit." Beichen expressed his gratitude, and also sat cross-legged like the man. However, before Beichen could ask any curious questions, the next scene completely shocked him. With a wave of his hand, 2 exquisite jade cups and a delicate wine pitcher appeared out of thin air on the stone platform before him. Gulyalu. The viscous, stringy white liquid resembled a precious jade liquor, and Beichen swore he had never encountered a fragrance like this before. As the aroma flowed through his nostrils and entered his body, Beichen faintly felt his cells dancing and celebrating. "What is this wine? May I ask if you also possess a particle space ring?" Beichen was quite familiar with the concept of transforming objects at will, but the game's host had already disabled that ability for this illusion task. "Particle ring? No. This is called a storage treasure." "Beichen, something feels off here. May I ask, senior, what is your name? How can I clear this game?" The young man in white glanced at Beichen and smiled, saying, "My Dao title is Beichen." Beichen was filled with questions. "Dao title? What is that? Why do I feel like this is getting a bit mystical?" A Dao title is a title that every cultivator almost has after entering the hall. Of course, you will also be entitled to your own Dao title in the future. Beichen slightly explained as he looked at Beichen. Hearing this, Beichen was utterly bewildered. "Wait a minute, let me sort this out. I am in an illusion completing a task, and have encountered a celestial being who is trying to coax me into becoming his disciple. If I say I want to worship you as my master, does that mean I will fail the task and be completely trapped?" Upon hearing this, Beichen smiled without explaining further. He merely extended his fair hand, resembling that of a baby's skin, and waved towards the clouds and mist ahead. Suddenly the clouds and mist began to surge, and then rapidly dissipated. Is this the peak of the 9th peak? Beichen smiled silently. With another wave of his hand, the scene before Beichen changed instantly. The city of Daxia. Wait, has baby completed her evolution? Beichen could not help but feel excited, yet he did not fully believe what he saw. What if he believed it all, and ended up trapped in the illusion? That would be a problem. "You don't believe me." Beichen was surprised that this disciple he had chosen from billions had such a steadfast mindset. "I believe you, how could I not? You are amazing. Alright, it seems I must show you what is real." Beichen smiled, and waved his hand again, and instantly the surrounding scene changed once more. "Oh, this is... Mom and Dad. Grandpa. Are you all okay?" The familiar house, the familiar smell of food, everything felt so real. Since the anomaly occurred, all the young people in the world have vanished, and the entire blue star has been immersed in grief at all times. Looking at the food on the table, Beichen's dad, Beichen's mom, and grandpa had no appetite whatsoever. Suddenly the air in the room trembled, and the three of them slowly turned their heads to look. In the next moment, tears welled up in all their eyes. Because their son had returned, Beichen had come back. Dad, Mom, Grandpa. Beichen rushed over and hugged the three of them tightly. The appearance of his closest family felt so real, so familiar. Even the concerned words were exactly the same. Although Beichen maintained a shred of rationality, seeing his family so happy, he couldn't help but shed tears. Suddenly the surrounding scene changed again, and Beichen lunged forward. At that moment the scene returned to the summit of the 9th peak. Beichen simply lowered his head, staring at the tears on his sleeve. Tears of a loved one still warm. It's real, it's real. A faint voice came from behind asking, do you believe it now? Yes, I believe. What must I do to return to the... Beichen looked at the man before him, who seemed to possess celestial powers. It's quite simple, become my 9th disciple. Beichen was taken aback. Me? Taken disciples? Indeed. I spent quite some time creating this game world to find a suitable disciple in my hometown's star domain hometown. Creating this game world. Are you an immortal? Bei Ming nodded slightly at Beichen and said, I should say that the term immortal can no longer define me. Then why are you looking for disciples on Blue Star? Upon hearing this, Bei Ming's eyes dimmed slightly. Because I do not wish to see my former hometown vanish. Of course, at my level, even if a chaotic universe perishes, I won't intervene casually. Beichen's heart sank. Are you saying the galaxy is to be destroyed? How long do we have? Since he had found a potential disciple, Bei Ming's mood improved as he replied, if Blue Star is to be completely destroyed, it would be about 1,000,000 years after the sun expands. Hearing 1,000,000 years later, Beichen let out a breath of relief. However, given the current development of humanity and their reckless consumption of Blue Star's lifespan, it may not even take 1,000,000 years. In just 100 years, there will be no humans left on Blue Star. Are you saying global warming is the cause? Bei Ming nodded slightly and said, the reason for refining magical artifacts and extracting Blue Star's lifespan is to select fewer disciples, allowing you to save yourselves. Upon hearing this, Beichen suddenly understood. So will you take me as your disciple? The various methods he had witnessed undoubtedly revealed that this person was extraordinary. Perhaps, as he claimed, this game world was merely a magical artifact he casually created to filter disciples. Disciple Beichen, I pay my respects to my master. 8 bowing gestures represented the most formal way to pay respects to a master. Ha ha ha. Excellent. From now on, I, Bei Ming, have successfully taken in 9 personal disciples. After saying this, Bei Ming looked at Beichen, stating his requirements and the taboos that must never be violated. There are very few rules for my disciples. First, you must not defy me. Second, you must not disclose to outsiders that you are my disciple. If you break these rules, I will personally execute you. Beichen's heart trembled at this, and he quickly replied, yes, I will remember this, master. Upon hearing this, Bei Ming finally smiled. Disciple, then I shall take you to the world of cultivation. When you return, next time no power in Blue Star will be able to threaten you. However, Beichen hesitated. No, master, I cannot leave just yet. Oh, why not? Bei Ming asked with a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. I'm sorry, master, but I cannot go with you now because I still have parents and a grandfather to honor, and my child has yet to be born. I have not fulfilled my promise to them. Longevity has been humanity's constant pursuit throughout history. Even faced with such temptation, Beichen remained resolute. Tung Chu-Chu and Shui Yihan needed his care for the rest of their lives. The baby Bai Li had a deep and complex relationship with him, not to mention his parents and grandfather, who were still waiting for him to return in reality. How could he abandon them and depart alone? Ha ha ha. You truly value loyalty and righteousness. However, in the world of cultivation, these traits can often be a weakness, so you must always remember this. Yes. Watching Beichen remain steadfast and unwilling to leave, Bei Ming pointed gently at Beichen's forehead and then slowly withdrew his hand. Very well, since you still have many ties in the mortal world, I shall wait until you are 100 years older before taking you away. At this moment, Beichen's mind was buzzing as a vast amount of information surged within his consciousness. These immortal techniques and scriptures are all created by me. During your decades in the mortal realm, you can begin to refine your own soul. The stronger your soul, the better your path of cultivation will be. After receiving the vast amount of information, Beichen was overjoyed. Thank you, master, for granting me the cultivation method. Go, since you have accepted this, there is no need for this game world to continue existing. As he spoke, Bei Ming waved his hand, and a small mountain radiating a faint glow appeared in his palm. Disciple, this is also a welcoming gift from me to you. Just drop a drop of blood on it to refine it, and once refined, entering and exiting this game space will be but a thought away. Bei Ming looked at his disciple's expression with satisfaction, then smiled lightly, saying, cherish your decades in the mortal world well. After saying this, Bei Ming's body gradually faded, eventually disappearing before Beichen. When Beichen looked up, he found that his master had long since vanished. Is this really that fantastical? Such a thing actually serves as the core of the game world. As a drop of fresh blood dripped onto the mountain in his hand, the entire game world instantly linked with Beichen. Wan Linger, greet the master. It was indeed the voice of the game console, echoing in his ears. Wow, this is exhilarating. Linger, send me back to the Xia city. Since he was the master of this game world, he was also the sole ruler of this realm. Yes. In an instant the scene changed, and when he opened his eyes again, Beichen was already in the villa of the city lord. As soon as Beichen appeared, a green figure rushed towards him. Daddy, where have you been? The baby has completed evolution, but I couldn't see you. Although the baby had grown quite a bit since before the evolution, the tone of her speech and the aura around her remained unchanged. With a hug, Beichen knew it was just his baby. Baby, I missed you too. Bailey had been waiting for Beichen to activate the particle transport array, but that portal had never appeared. Unable to wait any longer, she followed the baby here. Seeing the big and small hugging each other, Beichen felt a pang of emotion in his heart. Master Bailey wants a hug too. Beichen smiled wryly and immediately lifted both of them into his arms. After comforting the baby, Beichen quickly summoned all the warriors of the Xia city because he was about to announce an important message. That was the return to the real world. As for the other players outside of the Xia city, Beichen was temporarily unsure how to handle them. Of course, now that he was the ruler of this game world, he would not rest until he stripped these people of their skins. In almost a night, the entire Xia city completely vanished from the game world. After returning to the real world, Beichen took Tung Chuchu, the daughter of the Tung family, the female warrior of Huaxia Shuihan, along with the baby, and Bailey back home. Thanks to Beichen's convenience, Bailey quickly transformed and possessed a body just like a human. On the night Bailey transformed, Beichen secretly took her back to the game world and let her truly experience what it meant to fly. As for the baby, she was always a pure lamb in Beichen's heart. He felt only the fatherly love for her, without any other colors mixed in. Thus Beichen, along with Tung Chuchu, Shui Yihan the baby, and Bailey lived a peaceful life. During this time, Tung Chuchu bore him a son, while Shui Yihan gave birth to a daughter. Time flowed silently. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 87 years. As Beichen took his last breath, his extraordinary and legendary life came to a perfect conclusion. As his physical body closed its eyes, Beichen's soul floated out, watching his son, daughter, and several grandchildren. Beichen waved his hand to bid farewell. At that moment, a young man in white suddenly appeared beside Beichen's soul. Disciple, the ties of 100 years in the mortal realm have come to an end. Follow me now. Yes, master. Taking one last look at the blue star world where he had lived for nearly 100 years, Beichen knew it was time to say goodbye. I was but a humble mortal, yet my heart soared towards the sky. To the world of cultivation, I, Beichen, come. The end.